Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Super Bowl 36.
The Rams won the toss, so they will receive. Adam Vinatieri will kick off for the Patriots, and Yo Murphy is back deep for the Rams. You ready, John?
Heck yes. I think we've been here for about 8 hours, haven't we?
At least.
We've had breakfast, lunch, and we've started dinner here, but I think it's going to all be worth it shortly.
Next comes the shave and then dinner. Vinatieri's kick is short, but it will be handled by Yo Murphy. And Murphy breaks right out of the pack, caught from behind and wrestled to the ground at just short of the 40. Here's the Ram offense, led by the man who Ron Pitts just talked to, Kurt Warner, two-time NFL Most Valuable Player. In front of him, a good offensive line, Pace, Newton, McCollum, Timmerman, and Rod Jones at right tackle. Those will touch the ball: Holt, Falk, Hodgins, Ernie Conwell, the tight end, and Isaac Bruce. And let's watch him go to work. The Rams first and 10 at their own 39-yard line.
And they start off empty backfield. I think they're going to go big early.
Warner. Ball, I believe, might have bounced loose. I'm not sure. The New England defense. Front four: Pleasant, Seymour, Mitchell, and Hamilton. The three linebackers: Brewski in the middle, Pfeiffer and Vrabel outside. And the secondary, and it's a good one, Otis Smith and Ty Law the corners, to Bucky Jones and Lawyer Malloy, the two safeties. Mike Martz studying that pass was incomplete.
Yeah, and he's thinking about what he's going to do on the next play. Always thinking a play ahead.
Warner. Torrey Holt leaping catch.
You know, one of the things that Bill Belichick was telling us yesterday, he said, the thing I worry about the most is the first 5 minutes. And you look what the Rams do in the first 5 minutes. On offense, 6 touchdowns, 2 field goals. Look at this. Defense, 7 takeaways and an interception for a return. So they come out, and now they start this game. Yo Murphy gets him a good kickoff return, and then on second down, we just see Kurt Warner makes that completion, and the Rams always start off very quickly.
Quick count, it's Marshall Falk. He is wrapped up after a yard by Teddy Brewski, the middle linebacker.
Everyone's surprised by the Rams' speed all the time. In fact, Bill Belichick, what he did with his defense is he had his scout team start 3 yards offside. So they started 3 yards up the field before the ball was snapped, just to get the feeling of how quickly these receivers get up the field on you.
He had the wide receivers do that. Everybody else was normal. To show those corners how quickly they got on them. Second and 8. Falk only got 2. That's Oz Hakeem that goes in motion, and Warner looks in that direction. Nothing there. Pulls it down. Is chased. Finally lofts it to Holt. Incomplete. Good effort by Warner. Holt couldn't hang on.
And that guy was chasing was Willie McGinnis, who is the best of the Patriot pass rushers. He'll line up all over the place. He'll line up at either end. That time he came from the outside. He was the first guy that got through there, made Kurt Warner bring the ball down, and he was the guy chasing him all the way.
There is a flag on the play.
Usually when a quarterback has that much time and he's running around like that, an offensive lineman usually gets downfield.
Bernie Kukar.
Pass interference, number 84 offense. 10-yard penalty, still second down.
Ernie Conwell.
Ernie Conwell's a tight end right here. You see when Kurt Warner starts to run around, now Ernie Conwell goes to block for a second, and he comes back to be a receiver.
He thinks he's running.
That's always a tough thing. Now watch the hit right there at the end of the play. That's one of the things that the Patriots feel on defense. They have to be very aggressive and really hit these Ram receivers.
Second and long, going deep, incomplete. Torrey Holt, the target. Good coverage by Ty Law.
And that's the thing that Torrey Holt runs so well. They call that a high 7. In other words, it's a It's a corner pattern, but you don't take it to the corner. You don't take it flat. And watch Torrey Holt. As you start here, then you start getting it deeper and deeper and deeper. So you start to the corner, and then you fade up the field. So part of it is a corner route, and then when you get to the end of the corner, instead of staying on that angle, you start the angle up the field.
And it usually leads to 7. 3rd and 18.
Antoine Harris is in now. This is 7 defensive backs for the Patriots.
Screen pass. Fall. And they pursue very well, the Patriots do. Anthony Pleasant was the first one there.
And then the guy that makes the tackle, too, is Antoine Harris. You're going to see that's his job. When they bring him in, he's going to have Marshall Falk. Roman Pfeiffer's there, number 23. Right there is Antoine Harris. That's one of the things that they want to do with Marshall Falk. If he comes out of the backfield, they want some speed on him. And Antoine Harris is a corner, and he can give him corner speed. So I think we're going to see a lot of 6 and 7 defensive backs by the Patriots.
Baker back to punt. And Troy Brown, ever dangerous, back for the Patriots. Didn't do much with this one. As it bounces out of bounds inside the 5. At Summerall, John Madden back at Super Bowl 36 in New Orleans.
This is where your offensive line has to establish something right here, that you can control the line of scrimmage because you have to run it out of here.
1st and 10 at about the 3, and Brady drops in the end zone and throws complete. This is Troy Brown. And Brown gets some breathing room in a hurry. Let's look at Tom Brady and the rest of that offensive unit for New England. Brady is 13-3 as a starter, 2-0 in postseason. And that's the offensive line, like Compton, Woody, Andruzzi, and Robinson Randall. And those will handle the ball. Troy Brown just did. David Patton, the other wide receiver.
The first play was empty backfield.
That's Antoine Smith outside the 30. Here's the Ram defense. The front 4, Grant Wistrom, Skanita, Brian Young, and Chidi Ahanatu. The linebackers, London Fletcher in the middle, Polly and Davis flank him. And the secondary, McLean, Herring, Archuleta, and Aeneas Williams, who's had a tremendous playoff series.
And all those guys can run. I mean, that's one thing about the Rams. They're not big, they're not real strong on defense, but they're very, very fast.
Brady would seem to be changing the play, wouldn't he?
He is.
He drops to throw and throws. And the pass is complete. Outside the 40 to Troy Brown. Boy, there's an amazing story, isn't it?
Well, watch Troy Brown here. I mean, he's so good at feeling these zones. I mean, he just runs up the field. It's on Aeneas Williams there, and just turns around. He's so quick at getting up and making those quick turns. And Tom Brady just hit him perfectly. You know, I was talking to Tom Brady yesterday, and he said he watched Brett Favre. And he said every time that he went 1, 2, 3 and throw right away, he was successful. Whenever he held the ball too long is when he got in trouble. That's exactly what Tom Brady did on that last one. 1, 2, 3, throw it.
1st and 10 Patriots. That's Antoine Smith. Let's go down to Ron Pitts.
Well, Pat, as you know, all week long the talk has been about Tom Brady and an injured ankle. I talked to him at pregame warm-up. He said I did 2 things. I iced it, and I got it massaged about an hour before I came out. He said he got it massaged for almost 45 minutes. And one more important thing, he said, I'm going to take the pain injection just for a peace of mind. So far, looks like it's okay. Pat?
All right, Ron, thank you. It certainly does look okay, doesn't it?
They're doing a heck of a job. I mean, this drive started on the 3-yard line, and they did get it out of trouble.
Brady out of the shotgun.
Good.
Drops it to Kevin Falk on the attempted screen. He only got back to the line of scrimmage. Good play by the Ram defense.
That was Dre Bly. He's a corner on that side. And one thing about a Lovie Smith defense, if you're going to be a corner, you have to tackle. Dre Bly is the outside guy here. Here comes the screen, and you're going to see Dre Bly, number 32, come up and make that play.
3rd and 8 coming. There's Lovie Smith, who's done a whale of a job with this Ram defense.
Anytime you play a lot of cover 2, you're cover 2 corners are the outside guys that are up. Then if the ball comes towards them, they become the force men.
Brady out of the shotgun. Wisely tucked it away when nobody was there and went out of bounds, but the Patriots will have to punt.
But I'll tell you, that's still, I mean, they're going to have to punt, but Tom Brady and that Patriot offense did a heck of a job because, you know, we're talking about field position. We're talking about time of possession. They started that ball on the 3 and got it all the way out to midfield, and now they can put the Rams back if they don't get a good punt return.
Dre Bly back deep for Ken Walker's punt. Bly lets it sail over his head, and it bounds into the end zone, so they'll bring it back to the 20. 8:15 left in the first quarter, no score. The Rams and the Patriots. Super Bowl 36. Warner. Hope. Not much you can do about that.
Well, that's the thing, you know, that Torrey Holt is such a great deep threat that even when you're playing him tight, you see he can run him off like he's going to go deep and then make that quick turnout. That's exactly what he did to Otis Smith. I mean, Otis Smith was up there to bump him, but by turning him up, you know, making him think he was going deep, he could push Smith off and then come to his out.
2nd and 2. I heard somebody yell unbalanced. Fall.
And you know what the unbalance means is the unbalance. Look, here's a tight end, here's a left guard. Now you got a center, a right guard, a right tackle, and a left tackle over on this side. So your power of the running formation is this side. The power of the passing is to this side. See, Orlando Pace, who's normally the left tackle, goes up and lines up on the right side.
And they got the first down. It's 1st and 10.
The Rams will do that about 4 or 5 times a game. Either take Pace and put him on the right side, or take Rod Jones, the right tackle, and put him on the left side along with Pace.
Warner, the crossing pattern, hit hard as Isaac Bruce. And that's one of the things that the Patriots sold their players. Let them catch it, or if they do catch it, make them pay.
Well, and the other thing is they felt in the first game that they were too soft on that short underneath stuff. And on that time, they said they want to play it a little tighter and a little tougher. And on that play, Ty Law played it tighter and tougher.
Reverse coming. Falk was lined up wide right, came back.
And watch who makes the play here. We talk about corners and plays that they have to make. On this side here, it's number 45, Otis Smith. Watch him right there. He comes up and he fakes like he's going to take on the block, and then boom, he gets right underneath everything. It's a heck of a play by Otis Smith. Watch him come in there and then get underneath Marshall Faulk.
The mark of the veteran that he is. Otis Smith is a 36-year-old cornerback. Falk on the move, and Warner back to throw it. Hit from behind, lofts it out to Isaac Bruce, who makes the catch, but there's a flag on the play.
And this is the thing. Anytime the Rams get in a long yardage situation, the Patriots give them multiple defensive backs. That time they had 6 defensive backs in there. And again, that's how they want to match up their speed. You get more defensive back, fewer linebackers in there.
Holding 27 defense. That penalty is declined. The result is first down.
We're talking about the 6 and 7 defensive backs. That's Terrell Buckley, is number 27, and you see it happening right here. See him now. He can hit him the first 5 yards. After 5 yards, you have to get your hands off him, and you can see Buckley had that right hand right on Oz Hakim's shoulder.
And Oz just couldn't shake him. First down, however.
Oz not the biggest of wide receivers.
Here's Warner. Drops it out to Falk. Another Ram first down. The one thing
that the Patriots all talked about is we got to know where number 28 is.
Yeah, and watch who gets out there. The closest guy to him is number 93, Richard Seymour. He can really run. He was the #1 draft choice of the Patriots, and watch him. He's the guy that runs Marshall Faulk out of bounds. Starts here. Faulk is going to, it's a fake bootleg. They come back to this side, but watch Seymour come down the line of scrimmage and run, and Marshall Faulk was watching Seymour come down the line of scrimmage running.
14-yard gain, 1st and 10 Rams. Faulk pumps left, throws right, throws to Conwell, and there's nothing there. All those pumps and all those fakes were wasted time.
Looks like Kurt Warner has a little bloody lip there.
Yes,
you see that face mask? Remember a few weeks ago he got those vocal cord injured, and they made that special face mask for him where that bottom loop was there to protect his vocal cords. And of course the vocal cords are fine now, but they're keeping that bottom part of that face mask on there so it doesn't happen again. He couldn't talk for well over a week.
But where that mark is well above the vocal cords. Here's Warner back to throw, and throws it outside to James Hodgins.
James Hodgins, a big fullback, and by big, I mean a guy that weighs 270 pounds. Here he is right here. His nickname's Meat. And most fullbacks should be nicknamed Meat, I think. I mean, if you're a fullback and you're going to be out in the middle of the field and you're going to run patterns like that, you have to be Meat. Now, what do you think Ty Law's thinking when he sees 270 pounds of meat coming at him?
It ought to
tackle him low.
His nickname ought to be Lot of Meat.
Here's your empty backfield.
That's Ricky Prohl in motion. Look out.
Intended for Prohl, no flags, incomplete.
I think this Patriot defense is doing a good job of mixing things up and not letting Kurt Warner get in a rhythm. It's not so much that they're hitting him or knocking him around, but they're changing him. And they get 3 linemen, 4 down linemen, 3 linebackers, 5 defensive backs, 6 defensive backs, 7 defensive backs. Keep changing it up on every play.
Jeff Wilkins on to attempt the field goal. This is going to be from 50 yards, and he was trying those in practice, and they were just barely getting over the ball. That one got over with some extra room. So the Rams get the lead 3-0 with 3:10 left in the first. 50-yard field goal, by Wilkins, the 3rd longest in Super Bowl history.
And it was the 3rd 50-plus yard field goal in Super Bowl history.
Patrick Pass is back a yard deep in the end zone to return the kick. And the Ram coverage is, as it has been recently, excellent. Mark Fields. The Patriots will start from their own 19-yard line with Tom Brady at the helm. He's 3 for 3 for 30 yards. He drops again. Dumps it over the middle. It's deflected by the Ram defense.
We talk about the different things that the Patriots are doing on defense. They also on offense. They started out that first series, they were using a lot of empty backfield and successful. Now they're going to 2 backs and trying to pound it in there.
That's Antoine Smith, who pounds it over to the left and picks up a couple, maybe 3.
Yeah, that first drive was really a good drive. As I said, they started on the 3-yard line. They didn't get any points out of it, but they did get good field position. And then when the Rams finally got the ball back, they got started on their 20. And then, of course, Kurt Warner does his business, and they end up with a field goal.
3rd and 5, we'll call it. Antoine Smith got more than I thought. Brady out of the shotgun.
See the 3 wide receivers, and they really like the slot. I mean, here's where they like to go on that.
Kevin Faulk was the intended receiver.
And you see who was covering him? That's one of those zone dogs. When the defensive end, Grant Wistrom, who's made so many big plays for the Rams in the last month. Watch him he starts out there. Now he has to cover the back, and Grant Wistrom is a defensive lineman who can rush the passer, who can play very well against the run, and then can cover a back out of the backfield on a swing pattern.
Well, the Patriots had the coverage figured out, but they didn't figure on the speed of Wistrom. Trey Bly back for Walter's kick. And Bly is hit just as he catches the ball at the 20. 4 wide receivers set up for the Rams, but the one lone running back is Marshall Faulk, and they run the quick trap to him.
Yeah, and that's the thing that they can do to you. You know, is spread you out. Now, usually when Marshall Faulk lines up there, it's a pass. So what they try and do is make you think that it's a pass, and then get up in your pass rush lanes, and then come across and trap you. That time you see the trapper was big Rod Jones. Rod Jones weighs, he's a right tackle, he weighs about 350 or 360 pounds.
That's it.
Anytime you get in that about area, they don't want to disclose.
Well, you know what happened is on the program it says 340.
Yep.
I talked to Jim Hannafin and he told me 350. Talked to Mike Martz and he goes, no, he said Rod Jones is over 360. But I'll tell you, last week he really played well. And I watched him on film, and he was as good as anyone. Here's that unbalanced again, unbalanced to the right.
Yep.
Orlando Pace lined up in the right side.
30 yard. And Faulk is going to get more than the yard. He gets a Ram first down as he tips around the corner, and Ty Law trips him up.
You see what they did is they went unbalanced. They took Orlando Pace, put him over in the right, and then they came back to the tight end side and pulled the off guard, Adam Timmerman. See, here's the tight end side, and now they bring Adam Timmerman right here, and he comes from the left guard spot, makes that block right there. And Marshall Faulk was able to run right around it. But that's the passing side or the short side of an unbalanced line.
20 seconds left in the first quarter. Faulk fakes the pitch, and he is taken down behind the line of scrimmage by Bobby Hamilton.
Bobby Hamilton is going to get up the field. You see, when things start away, you see Tucker starts to block to the right, and then Hamilton doesn't go for it. He just stays contained. When they start like that, you want that end here to chase. Hamilton doesn't chase. Instead of chasing, he just runs straight up the field, and there's no place for Kurt Warner to go.
It's the end of the first quarter, and let's check in on our troops in Kandahar, Afghanistan. First quarter statistics, and thus far, I think, John, based on predictions, whatever that means, the Patriots have played pretty well.
Well, they've played very well, and you know, and it's a defensive back thing. They've gone 4, 5, 6, 7 defensive back. They haven't blitzed at all. It's all about matching speed and coverage and not blitzing.
Warner back to throw. Stepping up and throws up the middle, incomplete. A lot of Patriots around Oz Hakeem.
I tell you, it looks like Willie McGinnis was very close. You see, Oz Hakeem, as he's coming off the line of scrimmage, this is one of the things the Patriots all talked about with these receivers is to bat them around.
Whoa.
Oz Hakeem got batted about 4 times on that play.
They batted each other around. That's Terrence Shaw.
Terrence Shaw is the 6th or 7th defensive back. We're talking about how they're using multiple defensive backs. Terrence Shaw is one of those multiple defensive backs. You can see Terrence Shaw right here. He's going to get hit by his own guy. Watch right there. Roman Pfeiffer is coming from one side. Terrence Shaw was on the coverage on the other side, and they ran into each other.
No backs for the Rams. It's 3rd and 15, and Warner drops. And throws. Can't give him that much time. Oz Hakeem.
Boy, Kurt Warner didn't look for the short crosser that time. We see Terrence Shaw going into the locker room there, but watch the protection that Kurt Warner has. And this gives him the time, and he had a couple short crossers, and he didn't even look at him. He is going to go to Oz Hakeem right here on that deep end. The Rams love these patterns. You know, run someone short, get you to bite underneath, and then come in behind you on that deep end. They all run it well. I'll tell you one thing about these Ram receivers, they all do this. Right at the end, they're going to get down.
1st and 10 at the New England 39. Underneath, incomplete. Ernie Conwell.
The guy that made that hit is Lawyer Malloy. You say, who's the leader of this defense? It's number 36, Lawyer Malloy. And he's that strong safety. He's Leroy Butler. He's all those guys that, you know, John Lynch, all those tough safeties that sit there in the middle. And if you're going to bring a tight end or someone in the middle, they are going to be there waiting and unload on you.
You better be prepared to get hit.
And Rod Jones is back in the game now at right tackle. Ryan Tucker had been in there a series for him.
4 wide receivers set up for the Rams, including Ricky Prohl. Here's Warner. Going to run a quarterback draw. Does. Hesitated a moment and then got about 4 or 5 yards.
We're talking about Rod Jones and how he just came back in, and you should have seen that block on that. I mean, he is so big and so strong. When he gets on a guy, he just collapses him. Watch right here. You're going to see him here. See him? Just take that guy just right down there. Now, Kurt Warner wants to run a draw. He just runs it right over Rod Jones.
There's no room in there.
I mean, you can get on a guy, but when you get on a guy and you knock him 5 yards out of the hole, that makes that hole 5 yards wide for your quarterback.
Knock him into your own guy and knock him back. 3rd and 5. Warner drops. Deflected. Patriots chase. They can't get there. This, I believe, is out of all kickers' range. 4th and 5.
You know, it's a type of thing that this Patriot defense, you know, has really gotten the Rams out of a rhythm. You know, and it's not by getting Kurt Warner out of a rhythm, or it's not by you know blitzing him or knocking him down or any of those types of things. It's just having good coverage, hitting those receivers when they get the ball, tipping balls, those types of things.
Well, maybe not. Jeff Wilkins from 52 yards. He hit from 50. And that one is going to run out of gas, I believe. Wide left and short. Bourbon Street. Did you prowl Bourbon Street while you were here?
I walked up and down it. I don't know if I prowled it, but I went early in the week. I went Monday and Tuesday, and I haven't been back since.
This is Antoine Smith. 3-0 Rams.
Yeah, and it's something. I mean, the Rams have had the ball. They've gone up and down the field. They've had the time of possession. They've had all those things, but they only have 3 points. So I think they're winning the game, but I think the Patriots are winning the battles in that they really haven't gotten anything going yet. But they've only had the ball for 5 minutes and 19 seconds, but they're only down 3-0.
When you let them hang close like that, it can come back to haunt you.
I think that's a plus for the Patriots.
Me too. That's Antoine Smith again. Left side for 2 or 3.
Charlie Weiss is the offensive coordinator of the Patriots, and now looks like he's just trying to take some time off, because time off the clock just to let your defense rest for a while, if nothing else, you know, and kind of slow this thing down offensively so you can keep your defense fresh. And to do that, you need a few first downs.
3rd and 3, and Brady goes back to the spread formation, shotgun.
Right, and Mike Compton, the left guard, becomes a snapper on that. Damian Woody, the center, becomes the left guard.
Brady has time, lofts it deep. Incomplete. It looked as if he had a man. There's a flag on the play. David Patton, the target. Kim Herring on the coverage.
Yeah, he got over there. You know, I don't think that Tom Brady got enough on that. I mean, he left that ball in the air too long. It looked like he had him, but again, the Rams play that cover too, so you have to hit that slot between the corner and the safety. There's going to be a penalty against the Rams.
Holding 20 defense. That's a 5-yard penalty, automatic first down.
Is Brady a lot bigger than you thought he was?
Yeah, he's he's even a little heavier. You know, at one time he was just a tall, skinny guy, and I think since he got with the Patriots, he's in his 2nd year now, but they say he's gained 30 pounds.
Yeah. He's 6'4" and 218, 230.
He's a very impressive guy. I mean, he's impressive when you watch him play football, and he's impressive as a person.
His weight depends on what happened that week. Here he is again, outside, incomplete, flag on the play.
I think the last 2 passes, though, Tom Brady hasn't thrown them. I think he's aimed them, and that's the difference. I mean, you know, that one, he may have had a shot on this left side down here.
Yep.
He just kind of lobbed it, and that last pass there, he aimed. And that's a bad thing. You got to let it go.
Offense. 10-yard penalty, still first down.
Mike Compton.
And Mike Compton is the left guard right there. You see the hold. You see that left hand in there? And then the right hand in there. Oh, he got a double dipper on that one.
Yes, he did.
That old pig. Mike Compton, he's the guy, as I said, was left guard. Remember, he played for Detroit. He's played every offensive line position. He's been a tackle, guard, center. And anytime they go to shotgun, he and Damian Woody switch positions.
He was holding Tyoka Jackson. Here's Antoine Smith behind the line. There's nothing there.
That's the thing that this Ram defense does so well, Pat, is swarm. I mean, they get, if one guy can get penetration, you know that there's going to be a whole bunch of guys. See them, they all slant to the right, but then they get back quickly to the left. And if the one guy can get in there, here comes 2, 3, 4, and 5 right now.
Dexter McLean led the pack. From his cornerback spot, he came up in a hurry. Second down. Brady, draw play. Antoine Smith. Let's go down to Ron Pitts.
John Madden, you were just talking about Charlie Weiss, the offensive coordinator. Well, after the first quarter, he got the entire offense together. He said, listen, we did what we wanted to do in that first quarter. We got to score points this quarter here. We got to go down the field. Let's see if they can. Pat?
All right. We'll try to see if they can.
Well, I think the first thing they ought to do is just take some time off the clock, like I was saying, and get some first downs and rest their defense. This is going to be a tough, this third and very, very long.
17 to be exact. Here's Brady out of the pocket. Tosses it over the Ram bench.
That was smart because, you know, once you get outside that tight end box, then you can legally throw the ball away. If you're inside that tight end and if you're being rushed and if you throw it away, that's a penalty. But at least by throwing it away instead of going out of bounds, Tom Brady at least gets his 4th down back at the original line of scrimmage.
He was pressured by Tyoka Jackson. And Walter to punt it. Dre Bly back deep for the Rams. Walter's kick is a good one. Bly looked. Saw it coming. Got to about the 18.
Look at this. Fewest first half points. 9 points twice versus Tampa and the Giants. And this is like their last Super Bowl, though, against Tennessee. They had a lot of yardage and no points. Like in the first half of that game, they had 3 field goals, but they had 294 yards.
Warner gets to Falk. And Falk bangs over the left side, moves the pile.
And I know what both coaches are saying right now, that we have to get something going. And Pat, did you ever think you would see one of these things on a football field?
I thought it was a new golf club.
No, what it is that guy goes around and that picks up debris off the field.
Debris?
Yeah, debris. It's like you see, it has sticky stuff on it, and at timeouts they go out and roll that up and down this carpet. Who would have thought, huh?
Lester Hayes had more sticky stuff on him than that.
Little French across.
Falk gets out of bounds.
Like there was a hit out of bounds. They didn't call it.
No, they didn't.
I'll tell you, historically in Super Bowls, they have very few penalties.
That's right.
You just think about it. There's not a lot of penalties called in a Super Bowl. Here's good blocking. Again, you get your center out there, McCullum. He's out there trying to find someone to block, and there were no blue jerseys or Patriots around there. That was close to Marshall Falk being hit out of bounds. But does he have moves, doesn't he?
I think it's one of those philosophies like, hey, they got this far, let them play.
And the officiating crews are all-star crews. They haven't worked together all year.
Falk has to let it go. Picked off. Ty Law down the sidelines. Touchdown. That's what the Patriots were waiting for. The rush by McGinnis is what caused it.
And he had to get rid of the ball. That's what they want to do. Watch, Mike Vrabel is right here. He's number 50, and he's the guy, and he hits Kurt Warner. In fact, he hit him in the head just as he threw that ball, and that's what took it off it. Watch Ty Law down here. He's playing man-to-man on Isaac Bruce. Again, he's watching Kurt Warner all the way. Vrabel hits Warner as he throws the ball. Ty Law gets it and takes it in the end zone.
Just took something off it, that late hit. It wasn't a late hit, it was a legal hit. But it took enough off the throw, and Ty Law took it in for the Patriots.
And no one blocked Vrabel.
7-3. That's the first time they blitzed. Ty Law is even more proud of the Patriots, the troops, and himself.
That's one of the things you do. You get an interception, you run it for a touchdown, then you go to the auction.
Yo Murphy. Short of the 30.
You know that defense, Pat, that was the first blitz. Watch what they do. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down linemen. This is Mike Vrabel here. Now the Rams turn in their pass protection, and he just comes free from the outside. See, they stunt to the inside. Here's Vrabel right here. He comes in unblocked, and he hits Kurt Warner just as he throws the ball. In fact, he did hit him in the head and in the face, but that took enough off of that Ty Law was able to get the jump on the Paxton Isaac Bruce.
7-3 New England. 1st and 10 Rams at their own 28. Ryan Tucker is now the right tackle. Here's Marshall Falk. Taken down after maybe one. Let's go down to Ron Pitts.
We've had more bad news for the Rams. Rod Jones, a right tackle, he re-injured that groin. He is out for sure. That could be big problems if they get another injury at the tackle position. Pat?
You know, his last play was that play where Vrabel went right by him. I think that probably they didn't recognize the 5-man line, and they probably should have fanned out to that side.
And he blocked down.
He blocked down, and it looked like he recognized it, and maybe he pulled his groin again, turning around.
Fumble. Warner gets it back. Has time and completes the pass. Torrey Holt.
That's why Kurt Warner is Kurt Warner. A lot of guys would have jumped on that, missed it, or would have slid over. He just calmly picks it up and completes it.
Well, everybody stopped.
Watch
They
this.
saw him drop it.
No, he just goes in there and picks it up. There's no pass rush here. Luckily, some guys keep running. He finally finds Torrey Holt out here, and Torrey Holt makes a move on Ty Law. Look at the snap here. It looked like he pulled his hands out there before the ball got up there, but he made a heck of a pickup after doing that.
And he got a first down.
One thing about artificial turf, the ball will bounce that way for you.
Warner throws sidearm. Caught by Oz Hakeem.
You know, we were talking about how can the Patriots do what they have to do. They have to do some things on offense and score touchdowns on defense, and they've done that.
They lead 7-3.
But this Oz Hakeem is something. All of these receivers, I think Isaac Bruce is a master, you know, at being able to run a pass pattern and not break down, not slow down, just come quickly out of your cut. And then we see Oz Hakeem can do it, Torrey Holt can do it. Ricky Prohl has always been able to do it.
That's Bruce in motion. This is back to Falk. Falk, good tackle, good solid stop by Teddy Bruschi.
There's a fired up guy, Teddy Bruschi. He was out on the field, Pat. I was talking to him about 4 hours before the game. He come out just to play catch, and he was ready to hit someone about 1 o'clock this afternoon. And he's just that type of player. I mean, he's very aggressive. He's very instinctive. And the thing you have to do, the first thing you have to do to be a good defensive player is to be a good tackle.
Well, that is textbook tackle right there. 4 wide receivers on 3rd down. Warner drops. For Prohl, and it's picked up by the Patriots, but I think they're out of bounds. Patriots lawyer Malloy came down with it.
I think what they're saying is that Malloy didn't have control of the ball when he went out. You see him, he's just sitting there. He's playing safety right back here, catches a ball, and you can see that he really didn't have control of the ball and both feet inbound. The ball is up there and it's sliding down his leg as he steps out of bounds. That was a good call. I tell you, this Patriot defense has this Ram offense a little shook up, don't they?
Yes, they do. Troy Brown back deep for Baker's punt. Signals fair catch at 15. And there was no Ram close by. In just 3 short weeks, the world's best drivers return to Fox for the Subway 400 at The Rock. Brace yourself to 13 weeks of exciting NASCAR Winston Cup action like you've never seen it before. The Subway 400 at The Rock, February 24th, right here on Fox.
Can't beat a good old race at The Rock, can you?
Unless it's with Super Bowl 36.
Well, that's after Super Bowl. You know,
that's in 3 weeks.
Yeah, later in 3 weeks. You need a good old race at The Rock.
Patriots 7, Rams 3. 6:10 left in the first. The pick is back to Antoine Smith, who bangs his way out close to a Patriot first down.
Look at all the room that Troy Brown has on this. I mean, here's Troy Brown here, and the closest guy is about 10 yards away from him. And and he's so good at taking that ball and getting it up the field, and that's what he's saying now.
Yeah,
he knows that too. He said, "Why oh why did I just do that?"
First down run by Smith.
He's had 8 carries so far for 38 yards. In that last play, we've got 11 of them.
2 tight ends. Here's Brady. Pass complete outside to his fullback, Mark Edwards.
That was a good read by Tom Brady. Adam Archuleta, the strong safety, came up on that side, and he was coming on a blitz. So if he comes on a blitz, then you have to get it out of there quickly, and you have to get it out of there hot. You see, he's right there. You see him come? So now Brady sees him coming and knows that the area that he vacated is the area that he wants to get the ball in.
2nd and 5. Patriots at their own 31. Smith gets close to a first.
The Patriots came out here in practice yesterday, and they practiced and took their team picture. And I was surprised how big Antoine Smith is. I mean he is he looks like a fullback. He is a big, powerful guy, and it takes a few to bring him down. And he looks like he knows how to finish those runs too.
Well, so far he has. No question about that.
Well, that's one of the things they had to do, is establish the line of scrimmage.
Mark Edwards gets the carry and gets the first down for New England.
Those old lead fullbacks usually don't get many carries because you have the tailback behind him, and he's usually the first guy through, which is the blocker. That time they just handed it to Mark Edwards. See, usually when they line up like this, the first back here blocks and the second back gets the ball. Here they just hand it to Mark Edwards, who is the first back or the fullback. See, boom, just right there. You just get a little slant. It doesn't take much because he got his shoulder pad so low to the ground.
They didn't need much, but whatever they needed, they got. The handoff is inside this time to Mark Edwards again. What's going on?
Well, when you're going to throw a guy a bone, throw him 2 bones in a row.
Coming up at halftime is the E-Trade Financial Super Bowl 36 halftime show featuring a very special performance.
But how about the score coming up at half?
This surprise and entertainment. Antoine Smith this time is caught behind the line, and good pursuit by the Ram defense.
That's the thing that they do so well. You know, Lovie Smith, the defensive coordinator of the Rams, brought that in where no one can loaf. He counts anyone that doesn't hustle, anyone that doesn't run as fast as they can on every play. If they slow down, they get a loaf. If they speed up, they get a loaf, because that means that they were loafing before they speeded up. And so everyone is so conscious of not getting a loaf, they all sprint to the ball.
There are the whistles.
Timeout, St. Louis. That's their first.
Timeout, Rams. That's their first.
There's a guy who's been having a great season and a great last month, and a very deserving guy who's having a homecoming. You know, we just looked at two of those Rams that are going to be in the Pro Bowl, but also two of those Rams that are from New Orleans. And this is a homecoming. In fact, both of those guys, we're talking about Marshall Faulk and Aeneas Williams, sold here in this stadium. They sold popcorn and they sold soda.
Brady back to throw it. And he had no time as the Rams swarm. Tyoka, Jackson, and Leonard Little.
Let's see, they fake the blitz, and then Leonard Little comes on a stunt, and he's the first guy there.
Yep.
You know, the tackle works to the outside. The end, who's number 91, Leonard Little, works to the inside on that play. And all Brady can do is get both hands on the ball and protect it as he goes down. The Rams do that a lot, you know, where they stunt their line, where they'll slant the line, or they'll twist them.
Walter back to punt. Dre Bly deep for the Rams. Signals fair catch. Wisely so. First and 10 at their own 15. Inside handoff to Oz Hakeem, who tripped over the turf. They're going to a huddle.
I was saying that the only blitz they had was that Mike Vrabel hit on Warner when he threw the interception.
Flag on this play. Bernie Kukar discussing it with his crew.
I always like Bernie
We have a neutral
Kukar.
zone infraction, 50 defense. 5-yard penalty, first down.
Mike Vrabel. And that'll give the Rams a first down.
Mike Vrabel he's a linebacker that came over from the Pittsburgh Steelers, and they use him as a linebacker, and then they'll also put him down like they are right now. I mean, he's down now, and he'll play a 4th or 5th defensive lineman.
Warner up the middle, the pole, the ball pops loose, and the Patriots have it. Buckley has got the ball, and Buckley is caught from behind. There's a flag on the play.
Yeah, but the flag has to be post-possession.
Yep.
The flag was way back here after the run back had started for about 20 yards. This is what the Patriots said they had to do. They said they're going to catch someone, and sometimes we got to knock it out of them.
No fall in the play. There was not a block in the back. No fall.
No foul.
Watch this. Here Prohl is going to come in, and you see Harris just comes in there, and he just puts his helmet right on the ball. That was Antoine Harris. We're talking about how they use 5, 6, and 7 defensive back, match up their speed with his speed. One of those speed matchups, again, is Antoine Harris, who comes in and makes the big hit. Look at that, 16 wins, 31 turnovers, 2 losses, 14 turnovers.
Brady goes out of the shotgun. First and 10 at the Ram 40. Brady. The inside screen, Troy Brown. Brown inside the Ram 25.
They better take a timeout. This is a thing that they do so well, is find different ways to get the ball to Troy Brown. You know, the same things that make him a great punt returner make him a great screen runner. The second he gets that ball, boom, that next step is right up the field.
They get a first down. They take a timeout. Troy Brown, 101 catches. He's been hanging around for 9 years, but this is the first year he's become a star.
Yeah, and you know, he was always a very good punt returner. You look right here, that 14.2 average led the league. And you know, he is so explosive. He's not a big guy. He's not a real fast guy, but his first step, you know, in fact, Mike Martz was telling us that, and And Lovie Smith said the same thing, that his first step in getting turned and getting up the field, he does as well as anyone in the league.
I was watching him on the tapes. This is a Ram timeout now. Watching him on tape. And it looks as if the defenders are trying to wait for him to make his first move, and he's already gone.
Well, and that's the thing that he does so well, because he not only does it quickly, but he gets low too. You know, I mean, it's one of those things where he's down, and that first step is just a burst. You know what I just saw out of my left eye? Matt Light. No. It's, right down there. See Matt Light, the starting left tackle of the Patriots, is limping into the locker room. He had an injured knee, and that'll bring in Grant Williams. I'm sure that's what I just saw out of my left eye. See, he was a rookie starting left tackle.
Well, Grant Williams went to nearby LSU. He's 6'7". He's the left tackle.
This is where Mike Compton is a snapper.
Brady complete. That's his backup tight end, Wiggins.
That's the tight end that they like to throw to. I mean, Rutledge is kind of the blocker. Jermaine Wiggins is a receiver, and Brady likes him. I mean, he's not the fastest guy, but boom, he can get in and out of a break.
The Patriots in the 2-minute drill now. No huddle. And Brady's got him going. Incomplete. Intended for Patton in the corner of the end zone.
Yeah, but that's on Dexter McLean. Anytime you get down here and you're going to pick on someone, it's going to be Dexter McLean. You know, last week we know that they got one on him. Here's Dexter McLean. If you're going to get something, you want to get something on him. You see they got the man-to-man. Remember last week the Philadelphia Eagles got a touchdown. That same place on the field, that same side against Dexter McLean.
3rd and about 2. The handoff, the pitch comes back. Antoine Smith around the corner, first down. Beg your pardon, that's Kevin Falk.
I'll tell you, a great block by Grant Williams. We're just talking about Grant Williams. Just came in as a left tackle, but watch the block that he makes. He's going to get 2. He's going to pull right here, and watch, right there, boom, he gets 1. Right there, he gets 2. That was pretty good. I mean, you bring a big old tackle in, and then he gets around the corner, provides a corner for you, and then Kevin Falk just used that block and got to the outside.
1st and goal at the Ram 8. 36 seconds left before halftime. The Patriots.
The Patriots have 1 timeout.
And they just took it. Redmond had come in as the running back.
Now the Patriots
3.
Have none timeouts. Redmond, they like Redmond as a pass protector. You know, they bring him in because he's the best blitz blocker. You wonder how the score got this way, and we talked about the thing that this Patriot defense said that they're going to do. They're going to catch some, but when they do, they're going to hit them and they're going to knock the ball out of there, and you can see how well they've done that this first half.
Make them pay.
Bill Belichick told me the other night, he said, we just got to be physical. He said the only way we can win this game is we have to be more physical on them, and we have to find other ways to score other than our offense.
Talk about a guy that's become easier to converse with and loosened up.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's a good guy. He's a great coach.
Yep. Here's Brady back. Firing end zone. Touchdown. Patriots. David Patton made a great catch.
And that's the guy they're going to work on is Dexter McLean. They didn't get him the first time. They got him that time. David Patton made a heck of a move, though.
Did he ever? And what a catch he made.
And what a throw Tom Brady makes. Watch him. He starts out, then he starts up. So it was a little out and up, and he threw it right to that second pylon. See the out there? He sells him in the out. McLean takes a step up. Brady throws her right over to a perfect spot for David Patton. Who would have thought that someone's going to explode on offense and it's going to be the New England Patriots in Super Bowl 36.
Here comes Bernie Kukar. This looked like a review maybe.
And remember, it's in the last 2 minutes of the half, so it would be a booth review. It's not a challenge by either coach.
Field of a touchdown.
I didn't see too much wrong with that touchdown.
Now they just have to see if both feet were in bounds. He has control. There's 1 foot. There's a hand. Then you don't need another foot. You got the hand.
Did he have the ball? Yes. This will be a short review, or should be.
He has control of the ball. He's down right there. That's a touchdown. You know, he could have lost control of it after, though.
I don't think he did.
Watch after. Watch when he's out right there. Right there. Looked like he started to lose control of it. But if they call it a touchdown, and what happens after doesn't make any sense anyway. It doesn't make any difference anyway. Because if he has it here, control, down, now he's in. Now it doesn't, and he still had control.
Still had control.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Like I said, I've always liked Bernie Kukar as a referee. You know, all the games that we've done, I've always felt when he referees a game, he has control of that game. And I don't think this will be overruled. I don't think this challenge will stand up.
After reviewing the play, it is a touchdown.
Something about Bernie Kukar, he doesn't leave any doubt.
No, he doesn't. That's what I like.
Yeah, it is a touchdown. He blurts out that touchdown, and what a throw by Tom Brady.
Yep.
And David Patton made a heck of a move. He sold Dexter McLean on the out. McLean took a bite, and then he runs the up, and Tom Brady makes a perfect throw.
Vinatieri for the extra point. 14-3. This is Shock Dome 36.
You know, that's a great thing about professional football and all football is you never know what's going to happen. You know, people can say this is going to happen, that's going to happen, and if you really knew, and if you really say what was going to happen, and it happened, there'd be no reason to come and play the game. Ultimately, eventually, they got to get out there and play it.
I've heard you say that a million times when someone inevitably asks one of us, who's going to win? Who's going to win? Who knows? And if you knew, you'd be in another business, I think, wouldn't you?
And this is a Patriots, Pat, after the ruling. I think that David Patton had to know that was a touchdown and know that he was in bounds.
Oh,
but
yeah.
He just liked to hear the assurance. He's a speed guy.
Ex-Giant.
Look who's deep for the Rams. You know, we saw him do this in practice yesterday, and I remember when Joe Gibbs used to coach Washington Redskins, you could always tell a big game when Darrell Green was back there as a punt returner. When I saw Marshall Falk back there as a kick returner in practice yesterday, I said the same thing, that if you get in a big game, you have Marshall Falk back there in case you need a big play on a kickoff return.
I would say they need a big return.
And if they need anything or anyone to get their offense going or get their team going, I think that spark has always been Marshall Falk.
Vinatieri will kick it off. Trying to get it away from Marshall Falk. Scampers up and steps out of bounds at the 6-yard line. Vinatieri did a heck of a job to get it over there like that, didn't he?
Yeah, Vinatieri's done a heck of a job for these Patriots all year. How about those 2 kicks he made against the Oakland Raiders in that snowball?
Unbelievable.
And then they kick it off, and you know, sometimes you have different heroes. I mean, you have quarterbacks and running backs and wide receivers, and this guy right here has been a pretty big part of this Patriot success.
What's wrong with having a kicker as your hero?
Well, no, I know you can't. Due respect to you, I usually say that. And there's no such thing as a chip shot on a field goal, too.
That's correct. The Rams are just going to run it out and go in and talk it over.
Go in, talk it over, and come up with a new plan, because this Patriot defense again, without a lot of blitzing and stunning, but using multiple defensive backs, I think have kind of thrown this Ram offense for a loop.
That is the correct score, 14-3. Mike Martz. And take a look at the first half statistics.
Well, you know, it was all about the Patriots defense, and I think using the 5, 6, 7 defensive backs, and then what they did with it. If you look here, they had 2 turnovers. One was Ty Law's interception, for a touchdown, and the other one was Ricky Pearl fumble, and they got 14 points off it. And that's the story, I think, of the first half is a job that Patriot defense did generally, but specifically matching up their speed guys, their defensive backs, and then those defensive backs not only covering, but the way they hit.
And they were sort of talking about the things that we have to do to win, and they've pretty much done those.
Well, yeah, I mean, we have to match up with their speed and then be more physical than they were. And in the first half, the Patriots were more physical than the Rams.
From a yard deep in the end zone, it's Patrick Pass. He gets away from one Ram. Pass heads up the sideline outside the 30. Let's go to Ron Pitts now, who talked to Bill Belichick at the end of the first half.
What's the #1 adjustment you're going to want to make with your team going in now?
Well, I think we need to stay out of long yardage on offense. That'll be the biggest thing that could help us.
All right, Coach. Good luck second half.
Thanks.
Not too many adjustments need be made. This is Antoine Smith. Past the 40.
Yeah, I think that's the key, Pat. When Bill Belichick's out there, he can't think of any adjustments that he has to make for the second half. That is a pretty good indicator that things in the first half have gone very, very well. I think their offense has 3 touchdowns, and their defense and special teams have 3 touchdowns in this postseason. And that was one of the things that he says. He said, we can't beat them just with our offense scoring touchdowns. We have to score touchdowns other ways.
Smith again. Into the Rams secondary.
He made some great moves on that play. Let's look at Tom Brady's pass chart in the first half. You see the gold ones are the completions, and he really hasn't completed a pass over 10 yards. But the big one was that touchdown, that out and up down there to David Patton, and that was the one that they needed. Everything else has been 10 yards and in, and so somewhere I expect them to go deep in this half.
They're at the St. Louis 47. Right now they've got the Rams reeling.
Right now wouldn't be a bad play.
Going deep and just overthrown. David Patton had a couple of steps.
Well, you look at that pass chart and see that you didn't throw many or complete many in that first half. So it's one of the things that you talk about and say, look, the next time we get good field position, let's go for the deep one. And then when you're going to go for the deep one, you're going to go to your speed guy, David Patton. So you could kind of feel that one coming right there.
2nd and 10. Brady pointing to the Ram defense. J.R. Redmond is the back, and he had no chance as Grant Wistrom, as we have often seen him do, whistled into that secondary and brought him down.
Well, we talk about the Ram defense and how they stunt, and you can see Wistrom, he just goes to the outside, and he goes to the inside of the tight end and gets penetration. That's what'll foul up any running game, is when a defensive guy can beat a down block and get in the backfield and get the penetration.
And penetration's the key word.
And Grant Wistrom does that a lot.
Yes,
he comes up, and as I said earlier, in this last month, he's come up with a lot of big plays for this Ram defense.
3rd and long, 3rd and 14. Here's that screen again to Troy Brown. They get yardage, but not enough for first, and not enough for Vinatieri.
But they did a good job. Tom Brady is doing a good job of managing this game. A guy, a second-year player. He's the 3rd youngest quarterback to ever start in a Super Bowl. If the Patriots were to win, he'll be the youngest quarterback to ever win a Super Bowl. But I'll tell you, he's playing out there with a heck of a lot of poise.
For a young quarterback, or for any quarterback, it doesn't make any difference if he's young or not. He is playing well. High
High kick. Dre Bly is pointing like I'm supposed to get a flag, but none comes flying. The Patriots kept the ball just over 4 minutes. And it's been pretty tough to come back in a Super Bowl. But the Rams have a chore in front of them. 1st and 10 at their own 16. Warner steps up. There's a flag on the play. The pass is complete to Holt. But there's a flag back down, back behind the line of scrimmage. That should be holding.
I was going to say that's in the area of offensive holding too, and that's going to go against the Rams. Rams caught the
Holding.
Patriots.
84 offense. Half the distance to the goal, still first down.
Ernie Conwell.
And Ernie Conwell is right here. You see that left hand. Now, sometimes when they're having trouble with pass protection, the Rams will keep Ernie Conwell, their tight end, in as a pass protector to help. That's what they did that time, and you could just see that he reached his left hand out there and grabbed. You see Ryan Tucker again is the right tackle now. Rod Jones has that groin injury and is probably out for the rest of the game.
1st and 18. Warner rolls right, going to throw back, and does throw back. That's Hakeem, and he scrambles for first down yardage and almost broke it.
Remember against the Green Bay Packers, Kurt Warner did that. He rolled right and threw back to the other side. Watch him. He's going to start out here, roll to his right. They take their pass protection that way. Then he looks to the right, comes all the way back and hits Hakeem on the left side. Hakeem is one of those punt returner type guys too. He started at the end, had that option to go back to the out that could do the same things running with the ball after he catches it as you can as a punt returner.
Warner on first. Pulls it down, picks it back up, and fires complete. Isaac Bruce, the receiver, hit by Lawyer Malloy.
I think he was trying to go deep to Torrey Holt, and we see Isaac Bruce very quick. He says that the thing that he could do is, he said, those guys don't take away a side so you can beat him with quickness, but Ty Law was there. I mean, Ty Law had pretty good coverage on him, and he just fell down.
You see how fast Bruce came out of that break, though.
Well, that's the thing that he can do. He can run in and out of a break at full speed, better than anyone in this game.
Warner, incomplete. There comes the flag. Torrey Holt was yelling. Otis Smith, the cover man.
Yeah, and Otis Smith was wet tight on him, and I think that they try and do that. You know, throw behind him, throw to his back shoulder.
45 defense. That's a first down.
And either get a pass interference or completion. You see, Otis Smith is up here tight. Torrey Holt gets a little in front of him. I think they're trying to throw to that back shoulder to either get pass interference or catch the ball. I mean, that was more to get pass interference, I think, than anything else.
They get a first down, and the Rams go in a hurry. Falk sacked at the 49. Vrabel, Seymour.
Oh, and I'll tell you, he had Torrey Holt down here on this sideline. If he would have just thrown it to Holt, I think he could have gotten a touchdown here. And he's on the left. He's looking at him right there. You see, he gets that pressure there and couldn't do anything about it. If you look on that left sideline, I think that Torrey Holt was running free. See, Marshall Falk comes and he throws a whiff at Seymour. And Seymour gets on Kurt Warner before he could even get that ball to Torrey Holt.
And the Rams call timeout.
Orlando Pace injured his knee last week in the game against the Philadelphia Eagles, and he wasn't supposed to go back in. The trainers and doctors didn't want him to go back in, and Jim Hannaford said the next thing he saw, he was in there playing. There's
going deep, out of bounds, out of bounds.
That was the one I was talking about, Pat. They had that to play before, and then that was the one that I think when Richard Seymour got to Kurt Warner, I think that's where he was trying to go on the play before. You see, because he had the same thing, and they're playing a form of cover two, and there is a hole right there, and Kurt Warner just throws it a little wide.
Well, he got hit just as he let it go.
And I'll tell you where they saw that again was on that play before. because they had the same thing, and Torrey Holt was wide open on that one.
3rd down, 17. 4 wide receivers set up again. Safety blitz coming. They pick it up pretty well, but the ball, Warner is hit. His arm was moving. Incomplete. Roman Pfeiffer.
I tell you, these guys are really something, this Patriot defense. Here's Pfeiffer right here, and you can see that he waits, and then he comes on a delay. You see, he lets the blocking set. He lets everyone get set. Then he comes on a delay blitz. He gets his both hands up there, and Kurt Warner can't throw through it. Watch, both hands up there. The hand is coming forward, but the ball is out after it comes forward.
Pfeiffer almost waited until Marshall Faulk made his block, and then here he came.
And that's exactly what he did. That's called a delayed blitz, and Roman Pfeiffer did an excellent job at timing it.
Flag on the play.
Delay a game offense. 5-yard penalty, still 4th down.
That's against the Rams.
I think the Rams probably wanted that. That's one of the things you want, five more yards so that you can get it. Let's watch that delay blitz again, and you'll see him wait and wait and wait until the block happens here. Now, once Marshall Faulk commits to that block, then Roman Pfeiffer is going to come, just like you said.
Troy Brown moves up 5. Baker back to punt. Brown chases it over, close to the sideline, and he is wrapped up by the Rams short of the 20-yard line by Jeff Robinson. There's a guy who's done just a whale of a job. The commissioner, Paul Tagliabue, next to his wife, Jan, enjoying an American soda.
And he's very proud of, having this game played today under these circumstances, because he had to, do a lot to get it changed. Remember, there was supposed to be a week ago, and they had a Car Dealers Association meeting, and I think he did what a lot of people thought would be impossible.
This is Antoine Smith, and he rolls out past the 35. Let's go down to Ron Pitts.
Guys, I talked to Mike March at halftime. Obviously frustrated. He said we got to do 2 things: hold on to the ball and finish drives. He said we're having a complete protection breakdown. That's what happened on the Ty Law interception. Some of that was on Kurt Warner as well. On the other side of the ball, the Patriots in the locker room, guys started to get fired up at first. Then some veterans said, hey, calm down. We got another 30 minutes of football left to play. Quick injury update. Matt Light, the tackle, is out of the game. Pat?
Thanks, Ron. Rams are coming safety blitz. Patriots are coming reverse, and this is David Patton. Patton still on his feet, fighting to the Ram 43. Patriot first down.
I'll tell you, Charlie Wise is opening up everything, isn't he, Pat? He has the run going, run right at him. He has a few Brady passes. He has the reverses. When we watched practice the other day, I saw them run about 10 reverses, and I thought, this team runs more reverses than any team that I've ever seen in my life. Look out, Tom Brady, don't get out in front of that thing. You're not going to block. But they have reverses right, they have reverses left, and they have passes off the reverses. You see Brady out there in front?
Yeah.
If you're not going to do anything, don't get out there.
Antoine Smith rips it up the middle for good yardage.
This whole thing of being physical, and the Patriots are all about that today, and coming in, that's what they thought they could do, and this is part of it too, where you just you run a reverse on them, you get some things going, and then you just pound straight at them, because, as I said earlier, the Rams aren't a big defense. They're a very fast defense, and they feel, the Patriots do, that they can bigger and stronger, and they can make some plays there. Look at this, 3 times to the left, 5 times in the middle, 6 times to the right, so they spread it out pretty well.
Smith again. Not much this time. For whatever it's worth, no team has ever come from this far behind at this point and won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's a surprise. And you think, a team like the Rams, you think if there's anyone that could do it, it would be an explosive team like the Rams. But I will say this: the Rams aren't explosive today. And some of it is a Rams, some of it could be Kurt Warner, some of it could be the line. But a big part, or the biggest part of it to me, is this Patriot defense.
Patriot defense. Here's Brady back to throw and fires to Troy Brown, incomplete. That was Dre Bly who knocked it away.
And you know what this offense is doing? They're just getting enough time of possession. They're just getting enough field position that they don't give the Rams good field position. That was pretty good coverage by Dre Bly.
Yes, it was.
I mean, watch him get that right hand in there and knock the ball away. I think they look like Dre Bly is expecting that slant. I mean, that's one of the things that, you know, you get the third down, you're probably going to go to Troy Brown.
With Vinatieri, you thought they might go for a field goal, but that would give the Rams too good a field position, so they punted, went into the end zone, and the Rams will start at the 20. Charlie Weiss talking to Brady, and Drew Bledsoe sitting by him. But here's the unit that's done the magic.
Right, and the Patriots are in their 5 defensive backs now on first down.
Caught by a pursuing Anthony Pleasant.
And we talk about the Rams and how their defensive line, and they pursue this defensive line of the Patriots has been pursuing too. And we've seen, you know, Richard Seymour make a lot of plays. We've seen Anthony Pleasant just make that one. Look at their defenses. They've had 4 defensive backs 12 times, 5 defensive backs 10 times, 6 defensive backs 15 times. And they had 7 defensive backs 3 times. So the regular 4 defensive backs is the smallest of the packages that they're using.
The Rams, who are trying to come from behind, only have 1 timeout left.
Yeah, and you see there they were playing 5 defensive backs. Yep. We saw Terrell Buckley just come off. They'll put Buckley in, they'll put McGinnis in to give him a pass rush and an extra guy, and then they'll take him out and go to base. So they keep changing that the whole game, and the Rams have never got a feeling for it.
Lawyer Malloy.
Lawyer Malloy's a player, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
You know, I like those guys that you know, are kind of half defensive back and half linebacker, that if you need a defensive back, they can hit in the open field, and if you need a linebacker, they can tackle like that. There's numbers 27 in there. Terrell Buckley, again, when he comes in, that means that they're in 5 defensive backs. When Antoine Harris comes in, they're in 6 defensive backs.
Now the Patriots don't like what they see, and they call a timeout.
We look at this, the pressure that they've gotten on Kurt Warner today, you know, and they've only really blitzed like 3 or 4 times, and you can see a lot of this pressure and a lot of these hits are just the front 4. When, of course, there was a blitz, that was a delayed blitz, but they've been getting to Kurt Warner today. I mean, they've been knocking him around pretty well, and again, without a lot of blitzing.
And one of the times they got him and got close, forced him into that interception that put the Patriots ahead.
You can see under pressure, he's been sacked twice, hit 8 times, hurried 6 times. He has 1 interception. He's had 2 batted balls. The guy that hit him on that interception was Mike Vrabel.
2nd and 4.
And he did hit him pretty good.
Yes, he did. Bruce goes in motion. Handoff is to Falk. Marshall Falk.
Yeah, if you watched that just 2 plays ago, watch Kurt Warner. It looked like he hurt his thumb again. You know, he hurt his thumb in his right thumb on the first game of the season, and it has never really healed up. In fact, we were talking the other day, and he said that thing won't heal up until a month or so after he quits playing. You know, it doesn't throw anymore. But I think he just hurt it on that play.
I think he did too. He keeps something almost all the time that he can squeeze and try to strengthen that thumb, but it never has been right all year long. Here he goes. This is Falk again. Falk right at midfield.
Anytime there's a run in there, there's a lot of blue jerseys around it too, aren't there? You know, sometimes you forget those defensive linemen and the job that they do, but look what they've done tonight. 3 points allowed on 3rd down to 3 out of 8. They have 2 sacks, an interception, 2 batted balls. And of course, the big one was Ty Law's interception for a touchdown. So this Patriot defense has done their job.
Terrence Shaw back in the game. Warner on second down, drops to throw it.
No.
And drops it out to Torrey Holt, who's slung to the ground by Otis Smith.
And we see those defensive backs here. We talk about the number of defensive backs. This time they have 6 defensive backs in there. Otis Smith is man-to-man on Torrey Holt. He just runs a crossing pattern, and Otis Smith runs with him. That's the thing. You know, there's a couple ways to use your speed. One is to go straight up the field. The other is to go across the field. I don't know who this crowd is for. Who would you think? I think they started out a lot more for the Rams, and now I think there's a lot more for the Patriots.
I agree. Warner picked off. That's Otis Smith. And Otis Smith gives it to the Patriots at the Ram 33-yard line.
Everything they had to do, they have done. There's Torrey Holt. He falls down. He goes to get up. The ball's thrown right over his head. Otis Smith, who maybe helped him down, is right there to pick it off. The Patriots are doing today everything that they said they had to do to win this game.
They get the ball at the Ram 33 with just over 3 minutes left. 3:25 left in the third quarter.
Mike Martz is watching the screen there and shaking his head because this is a timing and rhythm passing game. And you can throw the timing of the quarterback off or throw the timing of the rhythm of the receiver off. That time they threw the receiver's timing off.
Here's Brady going to work. Caught by Brown.
Boy, did he drill that one, didn't he?
Here's the way the Patriots wanted to be introduced as a team. That's what Bill Belichick said was so important. We're a team. Well, they came out of the tunnel as a team, and they played as a team. No question about that. Kevin Falk is the deep back behind Brady, 1st and 10. Pitch is back to Falk. He's going to throw a halfback pass.
He was trying to throw it.
Trying to load up.
That was the thing we saw them the other day, not only throwing reverse passes, but halfback passes. And you can see him come out here, and he has a receiver deep, and he's trying to throw it there. Now, the rule you always tell a running back, unless the guy is ridiculously wide open, don't throw the ball. And that's what Falk did there. The guy wasn't ridiculously wide open.
It was Grant Wistrom who came rocketing in and got him. 2nd and 14. Antoine Smith is back. Brady. Back to throw it again. Right through the hands of Wiggins. The sure-handed one. Something happened to the hands.
Torrey Holt over there just got pushed around, and we talked about the timing being thrown off, and his timing was thrown off, and Kurt Warner was looking that way and threw it anyway and got the interception. But this is kind of the Patriot defensive day so far.
Oh, man, is it?
Tom Brady's day. I mean, you'd never guess that this is the first year that this guy has ever started as a quarterback in the NFL.
3rd and 14. He's in the shotgun. He starts patting in motion. High snap, which he got. Whoa! The up back took it. Kevin Falk. It was a good fake by Brady.
And Brady faked, and they just snapped it. Instead of snapping it to Brady in the shotgun, they snap it to Kevin Falk. Watch, Kevin Falk is right there. See, they snap it to him. Brady goes like it's a high one, and Kevin Falk just runs it to the outside. They didn't get a first down, but they got better position for their field goal attempt.
Adam Vinatieri on from 37 yards out. Vinatieri certainly one of the best kickers. And that exhibition he put on in the snowstorm just added to his credentials, and so does that one. 17-3. Look at that.
Lawyer Malloy and Ty Law. Remember when we did a preseason game a year ago, and we went to the Patriots training camp?
Yep.
I remember watching Ty Law, and I was thinking, just in practice, he's one of the best defensive backs that I've seen. I mean, the way that he moves and covers.
The technique was so good.
Yeah, it was just something where you would just stand there in the sideline and you couldn't take your eyes off him. He reminded me a lot of Mike Haynes. Remember how Mike Haynes was so smooth? Kyle Law is a very smooth defensive back. Then the guy sitting next to him, Lawyer Malloy, you know, he's a card-carrying hitter.
Vinatieri's kick chases Joe Murphy over into the corner. Returning kickoffs is not a good time to dance. 1:05 left to play in the third. The football season doesn't end with the Super Bowl. Still one more game. Don't miss the best players in the NFL.
But the Patriots, what a story. You know, the last game they lost was to the Rams, and that made them 5-5. And that from that point on, they haven't lost another game.
8 in a row. Warner retreats. Gets Isaac Bruce. First down Ram. Less than a minute left in the third. 17-3 Patriots.
And you can feel that now the Rams feel that that there has to be some urgency in this. You can feel, you know, that we can't be horsing around here anymore. We have to get the ball and get it up the field, get in and out of the huddle, do those kinds of things, kind of speed this game up, change the tempo, because the Patriots have been controlling the tempo.
Get some points on the board. Here's Warner back to throw again. Looking and throwing to Falk. Falk, as only he can do, dodges the first man.
I'll tell you one thing: this Patriot team came here to hit today.
They are tackling hard.
This is hitting weather. I mean, they came in, and a guy's out in the open, and Marshall Falk, we know, is very dangerous in the open field. But look how they surround him. I mean, you know, they got him outside, inside, and then right in front of him. You always try and form a triangle against the guy in the open field.
17-3. The Patriots over the Rams.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought? I remember the first tape we looked at Monday, I guess. Looked at the Patriots and we thought, no way they could stay with the Rams.
Well, as we start our fourth quarter, Pat, it's our last fourth quarter together. And
yep.
I just want to say thanks for all the memories of a lot of great quarters.
They have really been. It's been terrific.
Yeah, 21 years, and then you multiply all those years by all those games, and then you multiply that by all those quarters, and it's been very, very special, and you've made it very special.
So have you, and I appreciate it. Fumble, and a flag as well.
There's no play, no play.
Referee Bernie Kukar said there's no play.
45 offense. It's a 5-yard penalty, still third down.
Jeff Robinson. But this one's not over yet, John.
No, it's not. I'm just saying, we're just starting the fourth quarter. There's Jeff Robinson there. And you see just that little wiggle. Once you get down there, you put that hand down, you can't have any more little wiggles.
3rd and 6.
Don't you feel like the Rams haven't really gotten offensively into any kind of rhythm today?
I really do. Here's Warner back to throw. And does throw up the middle to Oz Hakeem, and that'll move the sticks.
Here's Oz Hakeem. He starts in the left, then he comes in motion, then he starts up the field, and then he comes back in. He had Terrell Buckley was on him man-to-man, and he kind of got him turned around. But Oz Hakeem has that quickness. Again, he started the left side, came all the way across the formation. The right side, then he comes up, and then he comes in.
On first down, Warner has a lot of time. All kinds of time. Now he's chased. He gets away. Throws it to Ernie Conwell. Conwell fights on his feet. Fights down close to a first down, not quite.
That was either a real good pass protection or a really lousy pass rush.
Seemed like that play took a minute.
I know, but Kurt Warner, again, it is great pass protection. Look at him looking and looking and looking, and then he runs, and then he goes back the other way, gets out of a tackle. That's not very Kurt Warner type of guy. You see Ernie Conwell, he's just sitting there in the middle. He gave him that signal, put his arm up. If you need to throw it to someone short, here I am, Kurt.
2nd and 1. The handoff is to Hodgins. One of the few times he carries the ball.
Yeah, he'll catch a few now and then, and as you say, you know, when you put meat in there, old James Hodgins, 270 pounds, has a little trouble getting that whole head in that helmet.
Yeah.
But he's the blocker, and once in a while a receiver, and very, very seldom a runner.
1st and 10. Rams at the Patriot 31-yard line.
Things are boding pretty well for the Patriots with those numbers, aren't they?
Warner back again. Has time again. Throws to Falk. Falk is tripped up inside the 10 as he headed for the end zone. Marshall Falk is slow in getting up.
And watch Kurt Warner. These are the types of things, that throws that he can make. And these are the kind of moves that Marshall Falk can make. But he throws it where you don't have to break stride. You know, Marshall Falk didn't have to come behind. He didn't have to go in front. He didn't have to do anything. That ball hit Marshall Falk right between the 2 and the 8. Watch it. That's perfect. You know, you're perfect where you can just, you have a step or two in the guy, and in catching the ball, you keep that step or two in the guy.
Falk limped, but he's still in the game. 1st and goal, Rams. Here's Warner. Again, the protection's great. Pass complete to Jeff Robinson inside the 5 to the 3.
Again, this Ram offensive line is either really gearing it up for the pass protection, or this Patriot defensive line can't get off the line anymore. Look at this, and look at this pocket that they make for Kurt Warner. And he can wait up there and wait for Robinson to do something like that. On those last 2 passes, they gave Kurt Warner way, way, way too much time.
Rams led the NFL with 66 red zone possessions in which they scored. Here's Warner firing in the end zone, incomplete.
He almost made that play with Lawyer Malloy.
I know it.
Yeah, he saw that coming across there. He was going to go get it. Here's Lawyer Malloy right here. He's going to come out. Kurt Warner is looking to the right all the way. Lawyer Malloy gets a jump on it and knocks that thing down. Watch him get in there and stretch out. He almost caught it. There was no way that Oz Hakeem was going to get it. Kurt Warner is saying that Oz Hakeem or someone was held.
Falk is the deep back. Warner lofts it. Incomplete, almost intercepted by Ty Law. Do you settle for a field goal if you're the Rams, down 17-3 at this point?
Well, I look over there and I see that Mike Martz is not sending in the field goal team.
Rams ball, 4th and 3, just outside the 3. 4th down. They trail 17-3, and no sign of the field goal team. They're going to go for it.
On Mike Martz's play call sheet, he has an area called, must score and 4th down plays in the goal line. He's thought about this. He's visualized this, and he has the play that he wants for this situation.
He hasn't used that sheet, must score, too much today.
Or he's used it and it hasn't worked.
As Conwell in motion, here's Warner. He's going to try to scramble in. Lost the ball. The Patriots have it. They scoop it up. This could be the longest. This is to Bucky Jones. To Bucky Jones. To the 5. A flag on the play, I believe. He might have stepped out of bounds.
No, the flag is way back on the 5-yard line.
Way back.
Kurt Warner is going in, trying to score, fumbles it. The Bucky Jones picks it up and runs it all the way. The Rams are going back like the penalty is against the Patriots. The flag again was about the original line of scrimmage. See the official standing over the flag right now at the 6-yard line.
The flag was thrown while the Rams still had the ball.
You know, and if that's holding, which he signaled against the Patriots, that's not only the Rams ball back, but that's automatic first down.
Boy, that's a killer, isn't it? Holding.
Defense, 55. Half the distance to the goal. First down.
Willie McGinnis.
Watch, here he is right here. He just grabs Marshall Faulk and tackles him. And then he grabs him again for a takedown.
But he doesn't take him down.
Right, but that's exactly where the flag was. Willie McGinnis. And if we're a play fake, you could have said that he thought he was running with the ball and trying to tackle him. He just grabbed him and mauled him there. What a turn of events.
First and goal, Rams, after Tabucky Jones had picked up that fumble and taken it almost 100 yards.
Well, isn't that something? I mean, you know how things happen in a game and how it can change. And you know, you talk about the offense versus the defense versus the offense, the special teams. Well, then how about a penalty? How about a penalty on a touchdown fumble return?
Changes the whole complexion of the game.
Now the Rams are in their jumbo package here. Well, they have all tight ends, fullbacks.
Paul won't make it. He's hit right at the line of scrimmage by the Patriots.
You know, I was watching the Rams practice the other day, and from this formation, they're throwing a lot of play passing. I think they're setting it up here where they run the ball in here, and the Patriots are really selling out on run. Now I think what you can do in the next play here, or even on this play, had they faked the run and thrown a pass to one of those tight ends in there, it would have been an easy touchdown. But now on this down, the Patriots have just substituted 5 players. In fact, they only got 10 guys in there.
Timeout, Patriots. And they only have one left now.
I think the Patriots got caught a man short on defense, Pat. I think 5 guys came out and only 4 went in. So now you couldn't run that play pass because Bill Belichick's not going to let you do what he showed you on first down, where the play pass and the throw would have been successful. He's not going to give you the same defense on second down.
17-3, 9:33 left to play. In the contest, the Patriots lead it.
And the Patriots really would have let it had Willie McGinnis not had that holding penalty.
Second. Touchdown Rams. Kurt Warner. They waited, called timeout, and they got it. 17-9.
Yep, and watch Kurt Warner's just a quarterback sneak. That could even be one of those goose plays. You see, the tackles are both outside, and he just gets right in behind his big center, Andy McCullum. See, both tackles kind of took it outside, and there was no one over the center, so Kurt Warner could just take that quarterback sneak and just follow his center.
Wilkins, extra point is good. 17-10.
And they're firefighters, and
right.
we can salute the firefighters and the policemen of our country also.
Patrick Pass bringing it out. He's about 4 yards deep in the end zone when he brought it out.
Here's one of Joe Andruzzi's brothers there, and then the other 2 are sitting a little there, and there's an Andruzzi, and there's an Andruzzi. 3 Andruzzis being circled, 3 Andruzzi firefighters, 3 Andruzzi heroes, and to me they're all heroes.
First and 10 at the 25. Tom Brady, 9 out of 16, the 1 touchdown to David Patton. They did a couple of first downs down.
And the thing that Brady can't do is force anything here because you're still ahead. Don't let what happened make you think you're behind.
Mark Edwards caught the pass from Brady. Let's go down to Ron Pitts.
Pat, right before that Rams touchdown, Lovie Smith, the Rams defensive coordinator, got the entire defense together. He said, listen, This is it. Fourth quarter, we're down 3 turnovers. We need to rip it, strip it, do whatever you can to get the ball back for our offense. Definitely a sense of urgency in full effect on the Rams sideline. Pat?
Never heard it put quite like that. We're down 3 turnovers.
Well, that's the thing that they usually get, and they haven't gotten them today.
2nd and 8. Antoine Smith juggled it, regained possession, and circle the right side for about 5.
You know, we showed Joe Andruzzi and his brothers there, and Joe Andruzzi's doing a good job today. He and Damian Woody in the middle, and Mike Compton, and you know, that whole offensive line is doing a pretty good job of both protecting for Tom Brady and blocking for Antoine Smith.
Matt Light went out. His place was taken by Grant Williams, and he's done a good job.
Yeah, they've kind of controlled this line of scrimmage pretty much. This is the one where, again, Damian Woody goes to left guard, and the left guard, Mike Compton, becomes the snapper.
Brady fires incomplete, and they'll have to punt. The pressure was coming around from Wistrom.
Brady did get rid of the ball, though. Here we're going to see Leonard Little. He's coming from this left side. Wistrom came from the right side, and they both met at blue 12. You go to blue 12, I'll go to blue 12, and we'll meet there.
Dre Bly deep. Standing back about his 23-yard line. Good snap. Good kick. Chases him all the way back to the 15, but Dre Bly trying to turn something into something big. Gets it back to only about the 24. Flag on the play.
Now, I was saying earlier that historically there's not a lot of penalties in the Super Bowl, but there does seem to be an average amount. I wouldn't say an inordinate amount.
Well, we've seen more, certainly.
What's that word, inordinate?
Yeah,
I mean, not an inordinate amount, but there's just an average amount.
Yeah.
Holding
Against
57
the Rams.
of the return team during the kick will assess the penalty from the change of possession, half the distance to the goal, first down.
It was right there, and he was holding Larry Izzo. The Rams need a 93-yard drive here to tie this game. The Patriots have to stop him down here or get another turnover.
There has never been a Super Bowl that went into overtime. Warner 21 out of 34, 256 yards, 2 big interceptions.
And then this is a big area here. I mean, if the Patriot defense can hold up here and stop them, then they're going to get good field position. Of course, if they get a turnover, that would be really big. Now for the Rams, they have to think, you don't think of 93 yards, you start thinking just get first downs.
Falk shifts behind Warner. And Kurt Warner throws. Incomplete. Torrey Holt with Otis Smith, the defender.
They must think that they can get something out there when Otis Smith is up in tight coverage. You see how tight Otis Smith is? They must think that because he turns his head or something, that they can just throw the ball right over his hat. And they've tried that 3 or 4 times, and I think the most success they've had on it was a pass interference.
And he's also 36 years old. They must figure he can't run.
Yeah, but they're not taking deep, though. I mean, they're only throwing it about 4 or 5 or 6 yards when he's up there in that press coverage.
2nd and 10. Bruce in motion. Here's Warner back to throw. Has time and lots of it. And the pass is caught by Holt. Gets out of bounds and stops the clock with 7:34 left.
And Roman Pfeiffer was right there to make the tackle. Roman Pfeiffer's been in this league for 11 years and played all those years with the Rams when they were a bad team. He leaves and they get to be a good team. Watch Kurt Warner, Pat, how he moves the ball as he goes back, and that's all about a grip. He's moving it and rotating it to get the proper grip on it before he throws it.
He's only got one finger on the laces. That's the little finger. The index finger's over the point of the ball.
And that right thumb is still bothering him.
3rd and 3, and Warner started to leave, and he does complete the pass, and out of bounds goes Isaac Bruce. And if they mark it where he went out of bounds, which they won't, he got the first down.
As you said, Kurt Warner, just before he threw that, he looked like he was going to run, didn't he? He looked like he was going to run to the right. Isaac Bruce comes over here in motion, comes all the way, and then goes all the way back. Ty Law is on a man-to-man. Law came all the way across with him in motion, and then he started back crossing the way he just came.
First down. Warner back. Pump. Chase. Gets away from the pressure. He is really hit. Kurt Warner took a shot. Helmet came loose, but he is tough, some tough guy.
I think a lot of other stuff came loose on that one. That was Willie McGinnis, and that was the thing where it was no pass rush. It was good pass protection, but it was good coverage because he had no one to throw to. And then he had to wait and wait and wait for someone to get open. And while he was waiting, Willie McGinnis got in that position to put that thing on his helmet.
He got rocked and then sandwiched.
But see, he had time. I mean, he had all the time in the world, but there was no one open.
Patriots. Here comes a safety blitz. Warner throws, has a man open. It's Ricky Prohl, close to midfield.
These guys are something. What do you do against Kurt Warner? Are you going to blitz him? Here's Ricky Prohl right here. Here's the blitz. He knows that someone left that area. And we talk about guys that can run pass patterns and run full speed on their breaks. Ricky Prohl also did that.
He knows how to get open.
Yep, and he got open against Ty Law, too. I mean, that wasn't some backup safety or something.
1st and 10. Kurt Warner's been hit 11 times. Looking, gets it outside to Robinson, who gets out of bounds at the Patriot 40. Another Ram first down.
And you have to remember that this thing started on the 7-yard line. I said they had to go 93 yards to tie the game, and they're in that mode right now. And again, it's all about pass protection because Kurt Warner is getting way too much time. And then he's able to come off to someone short like he does to Robinson here, but his wide receivers aren't getting open. There's nothing there for him to throw to, and he has plenty of time.
Robinson was about the 5th option. The handoff is to Falk, and there's nothing there.
They were going to hit that one. Mike Vrabel read that one. And he said, you aren't going anywhere. I was talking about being out here early, about 3 hours before the game. Mike Vrabel comes out, and of all guys, he comes out with Drew Bledsoe. And Drew Bledsoe throws passes to Mike Vrabel, and he runs pass patterns.
And there's Drew Bledsoe getting loose.
Drew Bledsoe told me he had a vision that he was going to play in this game, and the Patriots were going to win.
Of course, Brady is loosening up also. Again, Warner has time. He's chased. Now he's down by McGinnis. Willie McGinnis. Warner looking and searching for somebody to throw to. Couldn't find anybody, and finally McGinnis got there.
And that's why you like the Willie McGinnis, the speed of it. You look downfield, and this is what he sees, and you can see that all his receivers are plastered. He had something maybe here. But again, you not only have to have it open, but you have to see it open. And the good thing about Willie McGinnis is he can run. And if you start to run and you're going to move in the pocket, Willie McGinnis can run and catch it. You see here, he's blocked. But watch right here when he takes off the speed that he has to make that play.
Big 3rd and 25. And New England takes their last timeout, so there are no timeouts left in this game unless we go to overtime. 4 minutes, 1 second.
When was that, Bob?
Warner's finger was jammed. You saw him flinch when the ball hit it, and he just walked away. Here it is, 4th down, 3rd and 25. Beg your pardon. Flag on the play. Somebody move. A conference. We're getting close to inordinate.
Neutral zone infraction, 93 defense. 5-yard penalty, still 3rd down.
Richard Seymour.
Richard Seymour has been very active. I mean, he's a rookie #1 draft choice. To see what Kurt Warner's done here today, the Super Bowl fact: the quarterbacks have thrown for 300-yard passing yards in a game 12 times.
Don't think too many of those were in a losing cause, however. Here's Warner with all kinds of time again and throwing incomplete. And no flags this time. Torrey Holt was the intended receiver. And the Rams offensive unit stays on the field.
And again, it's been about the pass coverage. I think they're going to punt here, Pat. I think that, you know, with 4 minutes, you want to put them down and then get a full set of downs.
You're right. Here comes Baker.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to take one more shot and then let the Patriots have this field position here. I think you punt and then you rely on your defense.
Troy Brown back deep. This is a high, good kick by Baker. Troy just going to watch it sail into the end zone, and the Patriots will take over at the 20. 3:44 left. The Patriots up by a touchdown. Highlights of the first half, turnovers. There's a big interception that put the Patriots ahead. At that time, the Rams led it 3-0. That made it 7-3. And here's the touchdown pass from Brady to Patton that put them up 14-3. Warner. Fumble. But there was a holding call, a violation against the Patriots. So the Rams got 4 more chances, and Warner scampered in. Antoine Smith.
Yeah, I think what the Rams did by punting is as I said, we know that they don't have any timeouts left, but there's plenty of time. I mean, they're going to get a timeout if they can stop them. They get a timeout at change of possession. You know, you get a timeout at the 2-minute warning. So even though they don't have any timeouts, there's still a couple of there, but they can't allow the Patriots to get a first down.
And the clock runs with 3:15. 2nd and 11. Antoine Smith lost a yard. Brady points. Smith's the deep back. And Brady's going to throw it. Throws it to Smith, who's hit immediately. Got just a few yards. London Fletcher brought him down.
And there's that swarming Ram defense back. Look there, there's no timeouts. Again, this is you see that the Ram defensive line, how they stunt, and now when you throw those checkdowns, London Fletcher, who's getting back, will let you catch stuff in front of him, but then they're all going to collapse on it right there, both Davis and Fletcher.
3rd and long.
This is a big play in this game.
It certainly is. They need 8 for a first. Brady's up under center. Brown goes in motion. The pitch is back to Antoine Smith. He won't get that first down, and the Patriots will have to punt.
They'll get a timeout here at the 2-minute warning, and then after the punt, they'll get another timeout at the change of possession.
There has never been a punt return for a touchdown in the Super Bowl. Back deep is Trey Bly for the Rams. End over end, tough to handle kick. Takes a Ram bounce, but there's a flag on the play.
Boy, and that flag was almost launched, wasn't it?
Yep.
He came flying about 30 yards across the field. What he has is a hold. He hasn't pointed in any direction yet.
But he's very, very positive about it.
And his eyes are very big.
Yep.
So he must have a good one. It was only a 30-yard punt.
Wasn't his best, certainly. Here's Bernie Kukar. It's holding against the Patriots.
holding 34 of the kicking team. That penalty is declined. First down, St. Louis.
Penalty declined. And so the Rams will take it over in pretty good shape. It was called against Bucky Jones. First and 10 for the Rams at their own 45.
And this Patriot defense has been doing it all day. They haven't been getting the pass rush lately. Kurt Warner, I was just watching him on the sideline, and that thumb is really bothering him.
He was flexing it, stretching it.
And when it bothers him, he can't throw deep because it affects his grip.
Three-man rush. Warner. Roz Hakeem, who's down the sideline. Picks up about 10 extra. To the 37.
Good move by Oz Hakeem. You know, you get to that sideline, a lot of times they expect that you're just going to go out of bounds. And if you stay in bounds, you can always make bigger plays. But you fake them the outside, don't step out of bounds, come right down that line. Here's what I was talking about, Pat, here with Kurt Warner. You can see that thumb, that he's trying to stretch it out, that he got it popped a couple times today.
Yo Murphy just checked in to the Ram offense.
83-14.
That's he deep. And they drop it out to Yo Murphy. And they get another first down.
I think they planned that all the way. That Yo Murphy was the guy. As you said, they bring him in and they put him in the backfield right there. They come on a blitz and they just dump it out. Yo Murphy, a wide receiver, line him up in the backfield and throw him on a loop. You see they have Marshall Faulk is there. He's the first guy. And then they put Yo Murphy on the outside of Marshall Faulk. Swing Marshall Faulk up and Yo Murphy outside.
First and 10 for the Rams at the New England 26. A minute 37 left. Warner lofts it. And Ricky Prohl is going to score. Ricky Prohl has come up with some big ones, none bigger than that one. From 26 yards out from Kurt Warner.
How about Kurt Warner's big ones that he's come up with? Maybe none bigger than that. Here's Ricky Prohl right there. You see it, it's a little pick. Start inside, yep. Ricky Prohl goes to the outside, makes a move there to Bucky Jones, and takes it back to the inside. Watch this move he makes on Bucky Jones right there. See, he stops, cuts, Jones reaches out, Ricky Prohl runs right through it and dives into the end zone.
Wilkins for the extra point.
This is what Super Bowls are supposed to be, Pat.
It's tied at 17. The Rams come roaring back.
You can see Kurt Warner here. Again, I think he is having a tough time gripping the ball. But when he gets a wide open guy like Ricky Prohl is so wide open there, he is not going to miss him.
Remember that catch of it against Tampa Bay in the NFC Championship game a couple of years ago. Which one is bigger? That one he just made or that one against Tampa Bay?
You're going to see it right out here. You see the two guys go with the inside receiver and no one goes with Ricky Prohl. You see that inside? So there's Ricky Prohl free. They had two guys go with one guy and no one goes with one guy.
And that guy knows how to get open and get in the end zone.
The other funny thing about that drive is Marshall Faulk, Isaac Bruce, or Torrey Holt didn't touch the ball on that drive. And the guys you'd think, well, those are the guys they're going to go to. They didn't go to those guys.
A minute and a half. The Patriots have no timeouts left. Wilkins kicks it off. Roy Brown shakes one tackler. Gets a good block. But the Ram coverage is good.
Look at this, Ricky Prohl and that play that he made. He's a fourth wide receiver, and when Dick Vermeil was coaching the Rams, he said he's one of our most valuable players. He's not a starter, he's not the third wide receiver, he's the fourth, but he lets us do a lot of things.
He's a guy we got to find a place for. And Mike Martz said the same thing.
And now with no timeouts, I think that the Patriots, with this field position, you have to just run the clock out. You have to play for overtime now. I don't think you want to force anything here. You don't want to do anything stupid because you have no timeouts and you're backed up.
Brady's in the shotgun, and he's going to throw it. Nothing stupid. He gets it up to J.R. Redmond. Pass complete. Gets out to the 21.
Now, I don't agree with what the Patriots are doing right here. I would play for overtime. If I had good field position, I wouldn't. But in this field position, I would play for overtime.
Now, just a minute. They have no timeouts left. Brady again throws. That's to Redmond again. And that'll move the sticks, but that doesn't stop the clock.
Well, Tom Brady, he wants to get him lined up so he can just throw the ball down and stop the clock as he did right there.
41 seconds left.
This guy is really cool, though. I mean, I've been impressed watching Tom Brady on film and in television games and so on, but the way he's playing this game today, he has been very, very impressive with his calmness.
Vinatieri loosening on the sideline.
Now they need about 40 more yards before they're going to be in field goal range.
Here's Brady. Not much pressure. Throws out to Redmond again. Redmond gets a first down.
I think more importantly,
Stop the clock.
Than getting the first down is that he got out of bounds and stopped the clock, and now I kind of like what the Patriots are doing.
Have some unpleasant memories in some ways and some pleasant. In that other overtime game back in 1958, because I was playing.
Well, the Rams are getting a little too loose, I think, with their defense. When they had them backed up, you think they would have pressured them a little more.
Here they come. Here they come. And Brady throws. Incomplete. He just got rid of it. Pressured by Tommy Polley.
You're going to see here that they're going to overload this side, and they're coming from the blitz right here. They have two free rushers, and Tom Brady better get rid of that ball. Wasn't happening since that fumble return was called back due to a penalty. 10:09 in the fourth, and the Rams have outscored.
To say that penalty was large.
And it's been 14-0 for the Rams since that point.
That's right. Here's Brady again. Up the middle, caught, and it's Troy Brown, and he gets out of bounds, and they might be in Vinatieri's range with 21 seconds left.
This is amazing. This is something, and I'll admit that as a coach and as an analyst, I don't think they should have done, but they had the guts. They have a young quarterback, and they did it. They were backed up. They were inside their own 20. They had no timeouts left, and they're calling these plays, and not only calling these plays, but making these plays. At some point, when you're in the Super Bowl, you have to let it all hang out. And I'll say this, Charlie Weiss and this Patriot team, they are letting it all hang out.
Right now, it would be a 53-yarder. Here comes the blitz, and here's Brady. He dumps it to Wiggins down to the 30, and now no question about it, they are in range, but they got to hurry. Maybe he can spike it right here and stop the clock.
That's what he'll do. He'll spike it here.
7 seconds. They got Vinatieri in range.
I'll tell you what Tom Brady just did gives me goosebumps.
He has certainly got plenty of distance. I was watching him before the game, and he was... Well, he pulled that one in pregame, but most of them he hit in pregame, and he doesn't miss many. This would be from 48 yards out.
And this has been a year about Vinatieri and making some great kicks against the Raiders. Two of the greatest kicks that I've ever seen in my life.
Here comes one of greater importance if he makes it, and it's right down the pipe. Adam Vinatieri no time on the clock, and the Patriots have won Super Bowl 36. Unbelievable.
That's the way you should win a Super Bowl.
To receive. Adam Vinatieri will kick it away for the New England Patriots. And on the receiving end, the deep man for the Panthers is number 32, Rod Smart. Averaging 23 yards a return during the regular season. He's stretching that to 26.5 in the postseason. He has a 100-yard return to his credit on a kickoff this year. The fans are ready. The teams are ready. Phil Simms, you're ready?
I am ready.
Here we go. This is Smart from the 5. Tripped up at the 20, falls forward to about the 23-yard line or so. Matt Chatham with the tackle after the 18-yard return. There is some question as to who has the football, or a little pushing and shoving on the field, but that's quickly broken up.
That's quickly broken up, and Ed Hockley, we talked to him yesterday. They want to make sure that players break them up quick. We don't want to see flags that are unnecessary. So let
Jake Delhomme. Only Kurt Warner, the other undrafted quarterback, to start in a Super Bowl. And what a long trip it's been for Jake Delhomme. Stephen Davis, Brad Hoover in the backfield. The pitch for Davis to about the 24-yard line, and Mike Vrabel racks him up there. Let's take a look at the Carolina Panthers starting offense. A 1-yard pickup on the run by Stephen Davis, 2nd and 9. Again, Davis busts his way out to the 29-yard line. And now a look at the starters on defense for the New England Patriots. Pick up a 5 on that last play. It's 3rd and 4, and we've gotten an early indication as to what the Carolina Panthers want to do. They like to run the football first and foremost. But Delhomme will throw it here. Has time. On the move. Throws to the sideline, and it's incomplete, overthrowing his intended receiver, Steve Smith, and that will bring on the punting unit for Carolina.
Well, Carolina got what they wanted on 3rd down. 3rd and short. They go with the 5 wide receivers. Jake Delhomme gets tremendous protection, but what we saw a couple weeks ago by the New England Patriots, they jammed them all at the line of scrimmage. Nowhere for Jake Delhomme to throw the football.
Kicking for Carolina is their Pro Bowl punter Todd Sauerbrunn, and Troy Brown is deep. Wobbles, and from the 26, it's Brown. 40. Midfield, and dragged down from behind, but not before he takes the football into Carolina territory. Carl Hankton made the stop. 45-yard kick, a 28-yard return. New England goes on offense. A look at their starting offensive lineup. Prime field position on the first series.
I'm sorry, Greg. New England likes to start fast, so it wouldn't surprise me to see do play action and try to go down the field.
Straight drop, pass over the middle, and that's complete inside the 35 to the 31. Deion Branch with the catch and a first down.
And it was just a guess by me. We were at practice the other day, and they did exactly this play. Play action up inside. Tom Brady under pressure throws a terrific pass to Deion Branch over the middle.
Deion Branch with 3 touchdown catches on the year, a 16-yard pickup and a first down at the Carolina 31. Brady, this time the handoff straight ahead, Kevin Falk. And Falk inside the 30 to the 26-yard line, and a check now of the starters on defense for Carolina. Second and 5 now for Brady and the Patriots. Play fake. Brady, quick pass, and that's complete. Inside the 20, inside the 15-yard line is Troy Brown, and another New England first down.
Well, Greg, when you see the New England Patriots line up and then all 3 of them get together, which they did that time, why they do it, so the Carolina Panthers can't come up there and beat up the wide receivers, give them some space, and that's why Troy Brown goes down the field. Nobody sees him, nobody covers him, and gets the catch for the first down.
From the 14, Brady throws it away. Dan Morgan applying pressure, and that's exactly what the Carolina Panthers want to do. They want to get to Tom Brady and knock him around a little bit.
And you know what? It looks like they can do it. The first play action pass he threw of the game, it was a really tremendous play. Troy Brown on the sideline looks like his nose is bleeding. But Tom Brady, the passes, the defensive line is getting in the backfield. They are getting around him, and it's a major concern.
So the discussion makes it an incomplete pass, and it's 2nd and 10. And we've seen in the postseason thus far, the Carolina Panthers go out and do just that. They rough up the opposing quarterback.
4 big, Mike Turkovac, the defensive coordinator, 4 big, good pass rushers on the defensive line for the Carolina Panthers.
Flags fly before the snap of the ball.
And what do? Oh.
Well, there's something that could set the tone early on in this game.
I was getting ready to commend Tom Brady. What a job. When you're going against good pass rushers as a quarterback, draw them off sides early, get them where they go. Okay, we better be careful. We don't want to jump off sides. So Ed Hockley must have been warned that Tom Brady bobs his head by the Carolina Panthers, and it cost him 5 yards.
This New England offense has had problems in the red zone, as you can see. 0 for their last 6 visits. It's now 2nd and 15. Brady to the end zone, incomplete. Dedrick Ward, the intended receiver. It'll be 3rd and 15.
One of the reasons why I think you're not going to see this New England Patriots team spread out and leave nobody in the backfield. Watch the pass rush by the Carolina Panthers. It is just overpowering. Julius Peppers. So the New England Patriots know this. They want to keep somebody in the backfield to help that offensive line out. And so far, 3 times, Tom Brady under pressure when he's trying to throw the football.
Once again, Antoine Smith and Larry Centers in the backfield on 3rd and long. This is Smith. Grabbed as he hit the 20, falls forward to the 18. Will Witherspoon with the tackle. And onto the field will come Vinatieri in the field goal unit.
Well, it might lead to points, but as you see Troy Brown on the sideline trying to get that nosebleed stop, but a victory for the Carolina Panthers. They give up the bad special teams play on the punt return. They give up the first play of the game. They hold here, and they give them a long field goal chance.
This will be a 36-yard attempt. And we get a flag. So that will move it up now to about a 31-yard field goal attempt. Matt Willig was the guilty party.
Couple things he could have been doing, Greg. Faking with the hand movement real quick like the snap was coming, or calling out signals, which is illegal too by a defensive man.
So Vinatieri from 31 yards. Kick on the way, and he pushed it to the right. Adam Vinatieri with the Super Bowl game-winning kick 2 years ago missed what many would feel is a chip shot. An attempt to get on the board early falls short for New England. Not score a touchdown on their opening drive. And Adam Vinatieri is the one who pushed the 31-yard field goal attempt wide. Stephen Davis, the lone back behind Delhomme, who calls the signals, and here's Davis. Running right into the heart of that 3-4 defense, and that means somewhere under there is Big Ted Washington.
Yes, Big Ted Washington, Mount Washington, whatever you want to call him. He is immovable, and both teams know that that Carolina's not going to have tremendous success up inside. They're going to go outside as they try to run the football. The Carolina Panthers on offense, it's running the football off tackle with power, and when they throw it with play action passes, they want to go down the field and get big plays.
The second time today, Davis has run for just 1 yard. Delhomme with time, throwing over the middle, and that's incomplete. Pass intended for Muhsin Muhammad. It'll be 3rd and 9.
And you know, you look at this New England defense, and so much is talked about how confusing they are. Romeo Crennel, the defensive coordinator, they do so much. It's so hard for a quarterback. I don't think they're going to do a lot here today, really, because the Carolina Panthers and Dan Henning, the offensive coordinator, they are going to protect the quarterback. So why take extra defenders and rush the quarterback when they're going to have guys sitting there waiting to block you?
Once again, Davis, the lone back. Delhomme under pressure and goes down at the 14-yard line. Mike Vrabel, the Patriots sack leader during the regular season with 9.5 of them, rings one up here.
Well, they come with a little pressure. Mike Vrabel is a linebacker slash defensive end. There were wide receivers open down the field, but when the quarterback does not have time, he is not going to find the open receivers. Boy, just good pressure. Vrabel starts outside, comes inside. Too fast for the Carolina offensive line.
Bloody nose or no bloody nose, Troy Brown is back in and deep for New England. Sauerbrunn. And Brown at the 36. Still on his feet, dancing, trying to find the outside, turns the corner and gets outfield to about the 50-yard line, and a flag comes flying in. 50-yard kick and a 13-yard return as it stands now, and here's Ed Hockley. Patrick Pass, number 35, is the guilty party in the hold. And with that, we take a break. 9-12. It's called a tease, Phil. From the 37.5-yard line, Brady goes to work. Has time, throws over the middle. It is popped up into the air and incomplete. Deion Grant came awfully close to picking it off and setting the Panthers up in New England territory if he hadn't taken it all the way.
I think Deion Grant has this football. You become a really, really good defensive back in the National Football League when your defensive front can pressure the quarterback. So the quarterback is off balance when he throws it, and he doesn't have as long to make that decision. Deion Grant read Tom Brady, just missed the interception.
2nd and 10. One man deep in the Carolina secondary. Here's Antoine Smith trying the left side and not much there. Maybe to the 40-yard line and not much further. The status of Troy Brown, let's check in with Armin Katayan. Armin.
Greg, Troy's running back on the field. As you said, he took a blow to the face. He was bleeding profusely from the nose area. The doctors actually stuffed some cotton swabs up into his nostrils. He lost a lot of blood, but he's back in the game. And back to you.
Oh, well, I can see why it would bleed when somebody puts their knee on your face.
Brady looking at 3rd and 8. The two teams so far are combined 0 for 3 on 3rd down this evening.
Tom,
and now Brady backs off.
I'm sorry, Greg, he's changing protection and the play.
From the shotgun. Quick toss over the middle, hits his man across the 40, forward to the 45 is Deion Branch, but that will be about 3 yards shy of a first down.
You know, a lot of stuff goes on. Tom Brady told us the other day, this is the most complicated defense I have played against since I've been in the league. And that play illustrated, instead of 4 rushers, they put 3. Brady had to tell everybody, alert them, change the play, change the protection, and Carolina still comes up with the stop.
Ken Walter to kick it away. Steve Smith, number 89, is deep for Carolina. Not a very good kick. Smith says leave it alone. It takes a New England bounce inside the 20, inside the 15, and when all is said and done, the Patriots are going to like this one. Rolls to a stop just short of the 10-yard line. 44-yard punt, no return. And we'll be back. Over with the Carolina offense from their own 11-yard line. Jake Delhomme, who not so long ago was a backup quarterback for Amsterdam in the World Football League.
Yeah, but don't now. Who was the starter? Kurt Warner.
Straight ahead, Stephen Davis. And Davis out to about the 13.
You know, it's interesting. Here you go. You got the Super Bowl. You got a quarterback, Jake Delhomme, first-year starter. So I talked to Dan Henning, the offensive coordinator, and I go, all right, Dan, I guess you're worried. You want to get this guy right into the groove of the game. He goes, no, I'm not worried about it. You know, we practice under pressure. I'll just call the plays whenever they come up. We don't script any. They don't know what's going to happen. Jake Delhomme doesn't want to know. He says, just call the plays into me, and I'll run them. So a loose guy when it comes to holding his emotions in check to do the right thing on the field.
Quick pass to the far side of the field. Steve Smith administers a stiff arm and gets knocked out of bounds. He went up against Ty Law.
Well, so far, we're halfway through the first quarter. What do we have? Defense, and a lot more of it. And it's hard for quarterbacks to have outstanding games when they go against terrific defenses. And, boy, that is some stiff arm against Tyrone Poole.
3rd and 7. Davis sat out the previous play. He's back in. Delhomme spreads the field. Just a 3-man rush. Delhomme can't elude. Now he does get away and throws it out of bounds. Jarvis Green almost had him at the goal line.
Amazing. Jarvis Green has been inactive in some games this year. 2 weeks ago in the AFC Championship game, he gets 3 sacks. Delhomme, they go outside to buy the extra time. And Jordan Gross, I think, is a little confused that Jake Delhomme is right behind him. That allows Jarvis Green to come in and put the pressure on him.
So the Carolina Panthers, 3 possessions, 3 3-and-outs. And Sauerbrunn to kick for the 3rd time. And they run out of time.
Well, when you got good defenses, there's Scott O'Brien, the special teams coordinator, but when you have good defenses, 5 yards is a big deal. Field position is going to be what this football game is all about. The Patriots moving around, they confuse the Carolina punt team. They take a delay of game.
Troy Brown sets up shop at his own 45-yard line, and this kick is going to be shorter than that. Fair catch, called for. He dropped it and fell on it at the 49-yard line, the 48-yard line of the Carolina Panthers. 39-yard punt. Troy Brown dropped it, covered it. 39-yard kick, no return, but great field position for Brady. 6:02 to play. And for the second time in 3 drives, New England begins in Carolina territory. Patriots have had the field position advantage. Charlie Weiss, the offensive coordinator, looks on as Brady starts first down just inside Panther territory. Antoine Smith, running room up the middle, inside the 45 to the 42.
You know, I want to go back and show what Tom Brady did on the last drive as he dropped back. We talked about this in the pregame show. The fact that he can move around the pocket, shuffle, buy some extra time, and find receivers down the field. That was not a good play, but I think it illustrates what is one of his tremendous strengths as a quarterback, and he's going to need that movement in the pocket today against his Carolina defense.
On 2nd and 3, quick pass out to the side, and that's Deion Branch. Branch makes a first down inside the 40 to about the 38-yard line. Reggie Howard going one-on-one made the stop out there.
Now that's a play that was not called in the huddle. That's Tom Brady just seeing that the defensive back is off of Deion Branch. They make eye contact. They throw that pass that way. They usually do that quite a bit. It'll be much harder today because this Carolina defense stays pretty close to the line of scrimmage.
That defense better stay tough, too, because on offense, the Panthers have managed just 3 total yards so far. This one wraps up just across the line of scrimmage. Big number 77, Chris Jenkins, who has the respect of everyone on the New England football side of the field.
Yeah, you're right. Did we hear enough about Chris Jenkins? Was there enough said by the New England Patriots? Their number one goal on offense. Who's the first guy we got to stop that could keep us from winning the game? There he is, number 77, Chris Jenkins. Big, disrupts the running game, and can rush the passer.
On 2nd and 9, Brady throwing outside, has his man complete out of bounds at the 31-yard line is Deion Branch, who is having a terrific game here early on, a pickup of 6, and it'll be 3rd and 3.
Yeah, that's interesting to watch Deion Branch going against number 21, Terry Cousins. And Terry Cousins is the extra defensive back. The Patriots, they have made a living throwing to the extra defensive back. The guy that's not a starter, well, Terry Cousins has been a starter, and he's very good at playing that inside receiver.
3rd and 3 now. Receivers stacked on the left side for Brady, and now Fourier comes in motion. On the reverse, and that one is stuffed in the backfield. Number 54, Will Witherspoon, nails Troy Brown.
There's a reason why this Carolina Panther team is in the Super Bowl. They got excellent talent, they're well coached, they're disciplined, and they got a lot of players, and Will Witherspoon is one that nobody knows nothing about. All we know is he's got a lot of respect from the coaches. You watch him play, he makes a lot of plays just like that.
That play also eliminated any possibility for a field goal, and Steve Smith is deep for the kick from Ken Walter. Low snap, he took it on a bounce and lofts it up. Fair catch is called for and made at the 7-yard line. Nice scoop by the punter, Ken Walter. Disaster in the making, and he averted it and nailed it inside the 10-yard line. 3:04 to play, first quarter. Ken Walter, shortstop, punter. No score. 0-4 to play in the first quarter of Super Bowl 38.
Yeah, look at those possessions. You look at this game right now. You're a quarterback. If you're Jake Delhomme, you got to know what it's about. You take no chances. Don't be concerned that you're not going to be a big part of it. Just be careful with the football.
Delhomme. That one's tipped and it falls incomplete. It'll be 2nd and 10. Well, the ground game is a big part of Carolina's offense, but Ted Washington is a big part of the defense here so far.
Well, when we watch Ted Washington in the middle, number 92, when we talk to the New England Patriot coaches about him, will Carolina be able to run the football up the middle? They laugh. They go, what, are you kidding? And as you watch Ted Washington, double-teamed, I know he's big, but this is just, he's not out there just because he's a big guy. He is a good athlete. Good hands, very good feet, throws people around, and he is absolutely immovable.
The pitch to Stephen Davis on 2nd and 10, cuts it back and falls forward across the 10, close to the 11-yard line. Bobby Hamilton and Teddy Bruschi in on the stop.
I tell you what, it's rough out there. Look at this angle from the top. See if you can see, is there any place for Stephen Davis to run the football? The answer is no. No other options. And Stephen Davis, Greg, we talked about him. This is a guy that is about getting tough yards. And about every yard he gains today, it's going to be a tough yard.
He always wants positive yards. He feels if he doesn't get 4 yards every time he touches the ball, he isn't doing his job.
Well, he's going to be disappointed in this game.
3rd and 7. Delhomme looks back this way, lofts it up, and it's incomplete, and there's a penalty marker. Muhsin Muhammad covered by Ty Law. Here's Ed Hockley. We talked to Bill Belichick on Thursday evening, and one of the last things he said was, boy, their receivers draw a lot of penalties downfield.
Well, Muhammad is a big, fast receiver, and it doesn't look like a lot of contact that time to me from Ty Law. The Carolina Panthers, they need some help. They got it on that play. But New England, and you know, there was a lot of talk about the holding that went on in the championship game between Indianapolis and New England, and I'll talk about it after this play.
On 1st down, the pitch to Davis, right side, and out to the 20-yard line.
And I talked to both coaches about this because they want to know how the game is going to be called too. And if you're a player and you're a professional athlete and you're in a big game, you've got to just see what standard the game is going to be called by and deal with it. It's like a baseball player or a baseball pitcher. Find out what the strike zone is. It's established in the 1st inning, then play. So don't worry, it's not going to change once the game goes along.
The ever stoic Bill Belichick on the sideline sees Deshaun Foster come into the backfield for Carolina on 2nd and 6. Play fake. Delhomme running out of time and throws incomplete.
See, these coaches, they should have come and asked me. I might eat these words later in the game, but I doubt it. The Carolina Panthers like to throw some screens. Greg, we have done many New England Patriot games. You can't fool them. They got all those linebackers. That time it was Roman Pfeiffer, Willie McGinnis, Mike Vrabel. They just understand when a defender or when an offensive player lets you go by too fast, they know something is wrong, they recognize it, and they make the plays.
3rd and 6. Carolina, -8 throwing the football. You figure Delhomme will put it up here. Nope, the handoff. Foster. And that goes nowhere. Stacked up at the 22-yard line.
Well, that was a successful drive by the Carolina Panthers. How about that? You're in the Super Bowl. You get a 1st down and you got a punt and you go, that's success.
We're getting better.
They're getting better, and you moved it out a little, and you have a chance to get back in the field position game. I know it's not exciting, but it's kind of fun to watch.
Well, Troy Brown was on the receiving end the first few punts, and now Deion Branch stands at his own 35-yard line. Drifts back to the 30. And is buried at about the 32 or 33-yard line with 35 seconds to play in the 1st quarter. It has been a little bit like a boxing match where the two fighters are feeling each other out, but they're still hitting pretty hard.
Yeah, there's a lot of body punches being thrown. You're right. No knockouts yet, Greg, and I can't wait to hear the halftime guys talk about it. What are they going to talk about? Watch this form tackle. Watch this. So far, not many exciting plays on offense, but I'll tell you the truth, and we talked about it coming up to the game. Couldn't wait to see some of these physical matchups because we haven't watched the Carolina Panthers that much, and they are very impressive when you see them in person physically.
Last 35 seconds of the 1st quarter. Smith and centers in the backfield. Brady from his own 32. Play fake to Smith. Brady with time, throws, crossing pattern and Brown incomplete.
Tom Brady said to us, he said a lot of positive things. He felt really good about their plan, even against this defense, which gives so many looks. But what did he say? This really I caught. He goes, but I'm curious to see, he says, about some of our physical matchups. He meant, can our wide receivers get open against a really tough man coverage by the corners? So far, they have not.
Brady hands it to Smith. Smith finds a hole across the 40 and is out across to the 41-yard line. That'll be just short of a first down. Mike Minter coming up and making the stop.
Well, the plan is if you're going to run with power, they want to run at number 90, Julius Peppers. He's the small guy on the defensive line at 6'6" and about 280 pounds. Here's number 90. They push him outside. That creates the hole inside, and good tough running by Antoine Smith.
With that, time runs down here in awe. It is just a magnificent stadium.
Tremendous. It deserves to have a Super Bowl here, Greg. It really is outstanding for the fans and the team. And we have a 3rd and short situation, and I've watched Mike Vrabel, a linebacker, running on the field for offense, and Richard Seymour. So this might be one big backfield.
Richard Seymour is number 93, and he goes 6'6", 310 pounds. The give is to Smith. He didn't get there. The Panthers stack that up short of first down yardage.
Boy, Dan Morgan in on the tackle. When you get a big fullback, you got to figure, okay, Richard Seymour's in there for a reason. Let's follow him. The fullback goes to the right. The defense goes to the right. Here comes the run that way, and there is nowhere to run the football. And Tom Brady having a tough time with the handoff.
Carolina defense has now rung up 13 consecutive third down stops. Walters' kick. Not very good. Bounces, and this time takes a Carolina bounce and rolls back across the 35 to the 37-yard line. That is a 22-yard punt. John Fox's team with a little better field position. Best field position they've had all night, not just starting, but just anywhere on the field. Teddy Bruschi starting this series on the sideline. Ted Johnson has replaced him on the field, and Jake Delhomme goes to work from his own 37. Going to look and go deep. Incomplete. Pass intended for Steve Smith. It'll be 2nd and 10. Jake Delhomme couldn't have been more emphatic when we were talking with him the other day, and he and Dan Henning are right in tune with each other. He says, Dan Henning says, if you see something you like, we'll try to take a chunk.
Oh, yeah, that's what they are. When you run the football, Greg, your way of getting those scoring plays or getting down the field quick, of course, it's going to be with big passes. They try the defense out 4 or 5 times a game with exactly throws just like that.
Jake Delhomme is just 1 out of 7 throwing the football and has 1 yard. It's 2nd and 10. Davis racked up behind the 35, back at the 34-yard line. Bobby Hamilton and Rodney Harrison combined for the 3-yard loss to make it 3rd and 13.
There's just 11 tough guys on the defense for the New England Patriots. It's hard to single anybody out. Rodney Harrison, he has really turned into a leader. Number 37, the bottom of your screen. Oh, man, he just throws. Ricky Prohl just throws him around, gets in on the tackle. Rodney Harrison, first year, came from the San Diego Chargers, and all the team, especially the defensive players, look up to the way he's played so far this year.
Bruschi back on the field for the Patriots on defense. 3rd and 13. Delhomme running out of time and goes down at the 25. Willie McGinnis registers the 2nd Patriot sack of the night.
Willie McGinnis has had an outstanding year, number 55. He's gotten healthy again. 2 years ago, you thought his career might be over. He got healthy, and he has been really outstanding all year.
Deion Branch stands at his own 30-yard line for the punt from Sauerbrunn, who's getting kind of used to this so far. This is a dandy. Drifting back, fair catch called for and made at the 25-yard line. So Branch makes the fair catch after a 51-yard punt from Todd Sauerbrunn. Steve Smith came that close to getting something started for the Panthers. 5 to play in the first half. Brady and the Patriots will go to work at their own 25-yard line. Patriots fans getting a little antsy.
No question he's changing the play.
And he's running out of time. Just barely got the snap off in time. The cutback to the 30, maybe the 31-yard line by Antoine Smith out of the University of Houston.
Well, it took a long time for Tom Brady finally to get to tossing the ball to Antoine Smith. And when you do that, I think Carolina was expecting pass. They're looking to get up the field. And when they do that, New England takes it inside. Good block up front, too.
Picked up 6 on the play. It's 2nd and 4. And Antoine Smith again to about the 32, maybe the 33-yard line.
You know, I watched this New England offense. I thought they would probably do more shifting and moving around. Charlie Weiss, the offensive coordinator, they wanted to do that. That was one of their plans, because when you move, the defense usually has to move too. And when they do, you catch them off guard, get them a little bit out of position, and give your guys, your receivers, just a little bit more of a chance of getting open.
Third down conversions have been hard to come by tonight. A jump at the line of scrimmage, penalty marker flies. Brady steps up, pulls it down, throws outside, and it's complete and out of bounds to Troy Brown. The catch is made. Let's check the line of scrimmage. It looked like Chris Jenkins was leaping over all comers.
Either he jumped off sides or he is the fastest man on the football field, or the quickest.
And is grabbing his left hand as he walks toward the sideline.
Just off sides, trying to anticipate the count in an obvious passing situation. To be a good pass rusher, you got to take some chances and you got to anticipate.
Don't know where he hurt that left hand, but that's what's being looked at on the sideline, and number 96, Al Wallace, has replaced him at right tackle. Carolina at 0 total yards. Brady rolling on first down, and the quick pass outside, complete, and banged out of bounds is Troy Brown.
Good job by the Patriots offense. Greg, when your quarterback is constantly under pressure, which he has been when he drops back, move the pocket around, and when you not only move in the pocket, they move receivers, and that allows Troy Brown to finally get a little space and catch a football before somebody hits him.
You know, Troy is over there saying, you know, I just got this bleeding stopped in my nose. 2nd and 4. Givens in motion. The give is to Kevin Falk, and Falk across midfield, dragging tacklers into Carolina territory to the 47-yard line. 9 yards on the play, and it's a first down.
Well, you got Antoine Smith, who's a big running back who likes to go inside, and then Kevin Falk, a little smaller and fast. That time again, they find where Julius Peppers is. They run at him. Mike Minter on the outside, can't stop it. Sorry, it wasn't Julius Peppers, it was Mike Minter. And it allows Kevin Falk to get outside.
So now from the Carolina 47, Brady gives it to Falk again, and Falk to the line of scrimmage and no more.
You know, you look at this offense by the Patriots so many times. We've done games, we talk about all they do. 5 wide receivers, all the shifting, the movement, the screens. And I talked to Mike Turkovac, the defensive coordinator for the Panthers. I said, well, what did you do? Get ready for the game. He goes, well, I sure as the heck didn't go over everything, because if you go over everything, all you will do is confuse your defensive players. So I told him, see what's out there and just react from what we teach you.
Brady throws, and that's complete, and that looks to be enough for a first down to Troy Brown. Well, so far, Tom Brady is yet to complete a pass to a running back or a tight end, and that's very un-Brady-like, because for as long as we've been watching him, he just throws the ball to everyone.
Watch Troy Brown going to rub off the receivers. It's a pick against Terry Cousins. That's why he is open on the outside. That's how you get open. Create a mess, make the defenders chase you through wide receivers and their teammates.
Well, on the far sideline, we are going to get a measurement for the first down. And it is that close. Tight ends and big backs into the lineup on third and very short yardage. Brady has all 7 of his completions to either Troy Brown or Deion Branch.
Well, I think this is a situation here where you don't even fool around. You just pick up the first down and try to continue the rhythm that your offense has finally gotten into. You know, you take away all those short passes, and you and I were talking during the commercial. You take away all those short passes that New England likes to throw, and it kind of hurts the rhythm from which they usually play by.
Brady can sneak for first down. Did he make it? We mentioned before these Panthers had stopped 13 consecutive third down attempts. And we're going to get another measurement.
Well, Tom Brady did sneak it, but he took a few hits on the way. And you go, we don't know what all those distances are, of course, on third down. But when you have a defensive front that's big, fast, and everything you want and strong, well, that covers the running game, and it covers rushing the passer. So that's why they're tough on third downs.
Let's see if Tom Brady got enough for the first down. He did not. That spot is exactly where it was on the sideline on the previous measurement.
All right, we got a big play coming up. No question. New England's going to go for it.
Now, Bill Belichick doesn't shy away from it. In fact, he said the other day, pressure doesn't bother me. I'm not afraid to make decisions. Coach, you got one here.
I tell you what, though, when you watch this New England Patriots team, a lot of people say they've never seen a group get more breaks. But when they get it in these type of situations, they seem to always come through.
Mike Vrabel is into the lineup. Richard Seymour into the lineup. 2 defensive players on this fourth down attempt.
The run did not work last time with Richard Seymour in there. You know they have a play-action pass with him in the backfield too.
Fourier in motion. Antoine Smith has the first down, or does he? He was hit at the line of scrimmage. That hole on the right side closed awfully fast.
It looked like an easy first down, and Will Witherspoon just flew up in there and made the hit and took him down instantly.
Bob Kraft, the owner of the New England Patriots, very interested in the spot of the football.
Well, what do you think there, Eagle Eyes?
Well, I know you're not talking to me.
No. Well, I don't know. I could give a lot of reasons why I could call you that. We won't go into those on the air. Yeah, I can see you.
Line of scrimmage,
nervous.
the 37-yard line.
I think he got it.
He did get it.
Well, we saw how Mike Turgevac thought about it. I got good enough eyes to read what he thought about the spot. But it looks like there's some movement up front. New England going off tackle. And a very good, there's everybody in there. Brinston Buckner underneath causing trouble. Dan Morgan. I thought he had it easy when I originally saw the play. But when you watch that replay, it doesn't look like he ever got back to the line of scrimmage.
Boy, Will Witherspoon filled that hole in a hurry. $8:52 to play in the first half.
I believe, nobody's told me, I think they're challenging the play.
We'll check this out and come back to Reliant Stadium in just a moment. We're back in Houston, and the Carolina Panthers have challenged the spot of the football, and Ed Hockley has just spent the last minute or so under the hood taking a look at replays like this one.
Boy, it's so tough. You're talking about a couple inches. Look where the football is. Get a spot on the field. Antoine Smith has it in his right hand, and it never really gets forward with it. Here's another good shot. But it's so close. How do you see something on that replay where you go, okay, let's scoot it back 3 inches or 4 inches and remeasure the spot?
You know, Phil, you're right. You're talking about just inches, and in a situation where you would have to have irrefutable evidence to overturn the call, I just don't think that's possible.
Yeah, whatever that means. So that's beside the point. But you know what it does too, Greg? It stops the rhythm of the drive by the New England Patriots. So even though they don't get the decision their way, the Carolina Panthers, they have a chance to regroup and rethink what they're trying to do on defense.
So it's a first down for New England at the Carolina 37. Brady to throw. Graham pulls it in inside the 35 to the 34-yard line.
Watching some of the pushing and shoving that's going on the field, but the play-action pass is on first down. That's going to give Tom Brady a chance to look down the field and see if somebody can get open before he's worried about getting hit.
Brady's numbers on the night as he looks at a 2nd and 7. And once again, Chris Jenkins comes a knocking at the line of scrimmage.
You know, I'm not going to overstate this, but that's big stuff. It's big stuff, these 5-yard penalties. You just make it so much easier for the offense and the play calls. And in a game that every yard is so vital, you got to get your emotions under control. Don't try to be a star. Just wait for it to be snapped and then make a play.
Brady continues to bark at the line of scrimmage and now hands to Antoine Smith, left side, first down yardage and then some to the 20-yard line and a first down. Morgan and Witherspoon with the stop after a 9-yard gain.
Well, so much was talked about before this game started, and I don't think I spent 2 minutes talking about the New England Patriots running game to anybody all week long. It was Carolina's running, New England's tricky pass offense, but so far the best plays they've had have been the power runs off tackle by Antoine Smith.
103 total yards for the New England Patriots to Carolina's 0 in 17 offensive plays. Coming up on 7 minutes to play in the first half. Brady straight drop, throwing, it is incomplete. That pass intended for Deion Branch.
Well, they got him a little off balance, the Carolina defense. They've got some first downs. So finally we see the New England Patriots come with 5 wide receivers. Look at them across the field, and Tom Brady's looking to get somebody up the right sideline. And, boy, that is good defensive coverage. If he would have thrown that football right on the money, the defender was right there to make the interception. And I couldn't quite tell, but I think it was Terry Cousin.
2nd and 10. Antoine Smith bulls his way to the 18, and now this will be an interesting conversation that John Fox will have with his team at halftime, because as he told us a few days ago, he believes the essence of the game of football is in the toughness of running the football and stopping the run. And his team has done a pretty good job of rushing the passer, but as you say, where the Patriots have made hay most often in this half is on the ground.
And they have definitely stopped Carolina's running game too.
On 3rd and 8, Falk is in the backfield. Brady fires to the 10, incomplete. David Givens, the intended receiver, had it and dropped it.
A lot of work by the Patriots. They go in motion. They do a lot of movement with the wide receivers. And Tom Brady finds the David Givens open down the field. And watch 87. He turns his head just before the football hits his stomach. That's why he drops it.
So Vinatieri, who missed a 31-yarder earlier, will try this one from 36 yards out. Looking for the first points of this game. Out of Walter's hole, the kick is on the way, and it is no. Got blocked at the line of scrimmage. Rolls into the end zone. Special teams playing a part on both sides of the football. Vinatieri's kick is away, and big number 98, Shane Burton, got it. OL, and look at this view of the blocked field goal.
98, Shane Burton inside. The Carolina Panthers, we talked about it. That kick just never gets up high enough. John Fox gets excited, but they believe they are the more powerful team, and you saw it on that field goal block.
A 7-minute, 5-second drive comes up empty, and Stephen Davis is stood up at the 25-yard line by Bobby Hamilton.
Yeah, I don't want to, rat you out, Greg, but before the game we were talking about the Patriots defensive front, and you go, oh, come on, I haven't said Bobby Hamilton's name in weeks. And I said, but that's what happens when you are a down defensive lineman in a 34 defense. You have to just protect the linebackers who are going to make the tackles, and Carolina going with the hurry-up offense.
Delhomme with time, over the middle, wide open at the 35-yard line. It's incomplete. Mangum had it and dropped it.
Well, just like Adam Vinatieri, he lost a little confidence and rhythm when he missed that first field goal. Chris Mangum wide open. You're having no success on offense, so you lose rhythm, Greg. You lose a little confidence. Now you try to be too perfect. It's not natural, and that's why the throw was a little off target by Jake Delhomme.
This is the longest we have ever gone in a Super Bowl scoreless. 3rd and 12 now. Delhomme hit from behind, lost the football. It's on the ground inside the 20-yard line, recovered by the Patriots. Mike Vrabel, who had a sack earlier, comes in from the blind side.
Well, they're trying to go down the field, and Jake Delhomme just takes too long to find the open receiver. You've got to know the pressure is on you, and you've got to make that decision quick and get rid of the football. Mike Vrabel, tremendous outside linebacker, and then Richard Seymour, 93. Nice pickup by the big guy inside.
So the break goes to the Patriots at the 20-yard line. They make their own break, and now Brady and company in position.
Receivers are open down the field for Carolina, but they have not been able to deliver the football to them.
Graham in motion. Antoine Smith straight ahead. What a burst inside the 15 to the 13-yard line.
If I was a Carolina defensive lineman, I'd dig in a little more, because the run game is where you're getting attacked. I know they came into this game, and we talked about it with them, Greg. All they wanted to do was get to the quarterback. There's the 5th fumble loss in the last 9 games by Jake Delhomme.
Now, Delhomme, plenty of reason to be upset. He had close to a first down out near the middle of the field. Mangum dropped a wide open pass, and now it's 2nd and 3. And Antoine Smith goes nowhere, wrapped up at the 17-yard line.
It's a little late now, but we heard it many times from Patriot players and coaches. The one consistent thing, or one that they have seen from Carolina's offense, is what, Greg? They put the football on the ground. And they were relying on that, and they finally got the offense in enough pressure where they made the mistake.
Kevin Falk into the lineup. 3rd and 6. New England still shooting blanks in the red zone. Brady with good protection, going to run it right up the middle to the 10, to the 5-yard line. It'll be 1st and goal.
This run by Tom Brady, it's just about being relaxed and playing the game the way you usually do. Don't force a pass. Nobody's open. They forget. They weren't even worried about Tom Brady running the football, and the space was so big, he saw it and took advantage of it.
Tom Brady waits until Super Bowl 38 to come up with his longest run of the season. Good for 12 yards, 1st down. Brady has it, throwing, touchdown.
Well, that is reason to celebrate this game because a touchdown is huge. Tom Brady, terrific play action fake. It fools the defense. Deion Branch wide open.
Branch's first postseason touchdown. Vinatieri has not been fortunate in the kicking game today, but gets the extra point through. 3:05 to play in the first half. The Patriots dent the scoreboard. Brady to Deion Branch, and the Pats are on top by a score of 7-0. And Tom Brady, return trip to the Super Bowl. Happy times in New England. For the moment, anyway. We're back to Reliance Stadium after this. When he does poorly out on the field. Not that he has been performing poorly. He's been under a lot of pressure, but he hasn't been getting the results he wants.
Well, that's right. That's always a good sign for a quarterback. When you make a mistake, you can't let it bother you too much because you got to shake it off and come back out and get going again. Because, Greg, you talk about situations like that. If you're an NFL quarterback, you're going to make some mistakes.
Rod Smart is deep. Vinatieri's kick. Couple of steps inside the end zone, and here comes Smart. Can't escape the pursuit. Penalty markers fly as he's dragged down at the 10-yard line by Chris Akins. And now another flag, and another flag. It's raining yellow.
Well, I had one coach tell me after they had played the New England Patriots, he says, you know what impresses me? They never talk on the field. They just play. They don't get involved in all these altercations. But Ed Hockley, again, we talked to him, Greg, and they were concerned about it. When you got a defensive game going on, it starts to get emotional because every play is so important. So the players start getting a little more revved up, and you got to be there to break it up when it starts.
When you got a defensive game going, you got some serious hitting going on the field. Conversation after conversation, and now Ed Hockley appears ready to deliver the verdict. Here we go. So the foul call on Lester Towns is declined. The one against Brian Allen, number 52, is accepted. And not an unfamiliar situation for the Carolina offense. They find themselves deep in their own territory. Delhomme going to throw it. Far sideline. It is batted down, incomplete. Tyrone Poole, stride for stride with the intended receiver. It'll be 2nd and 10. Steve Smith was the man the pass was intended for.
Well, Steve Smith is the home run hitter for this Carolina offense. He's explosive, he is fast, and they want to pick on Tyrone Poole, but that is not good. That is excellent coverage. Greg, your pet peeve, Tyrone Poole did it. He turned and looked for the football and made the play.
Delhomme just 1 out of 9 for a yard. Chris Mangum has moved into the backfield. Here's Davis. And Davis bulls his way out to about the 10-yard line. And again, a little more pushing and shoving after the whistle.
Yeah, there was a little extra business going on down there, and I just heard Ed Hockley say, I'm going to stop it.
It'll be 3rd and 5.
Let's watch this after the play. Now, there was a lot of movement, really nothing bad. Teddy Bruschi getting a little extra push as he gets up. Hey, it's a rough and tough game. You're allowed to push him around every once in a while. That's what I do up here in the booth.
Carolina's longest play of the day is a 5-yard gain. Delhomme with time, over the middle. Juggled and caught close to the 25-yard line by Ricky Prohl, the veteran. His 14th season out of Wake Forest, and that'll be a first down.
How tough of a catch was that for Ricky Prohl? That took points off the board for the New England Patriots, this first down.
At 1:54 to play, our 2-minute warning.
Well, watching this game, Boomer's probably sitting there going, well, heck, I could have played and done this. No, he couldn't. It's rough out there, as they would say. But Jake Delhomme, that was a huge completion by him. He needs it. He needs confidence. He's got to give confidence to his teammates and to the coaches, and especially to Dan Henning, who's calling the plays for him.
Delhomme has 2 completions today. He's been sacked 3 times. Stepping up, looking, throwing, it is caught. Penalty marker flies back upfield. The reception is made by Muhsin Muhammad, who turned this way and that before pulling it in. And now let's check the flag.
Well, it looks like it's going to be against New England, of course.
What did Ed Hockley say to us? If I go to the receiver, it looks like it's on the defense. If he comes to me,
it's on the offense. That's right.
Before the last 2 plays by Carolina, they have -2 yards. They're piling them up now. On first down, Delhomme. Throwing. Got his man inside the 40-yard line, Ricky Prohl. Second big catch by Prohl. And they move inside the 40 to the 39 of New England. Clock continues to move, coming up on 1.5 to play.
Those last completions got the confidence and settled down Jake Delhomme. A blitz, he just stood in there, relaxed, and made a nice throw.
Delhomme over the middle and a little bit too high. Intended for Muhsin Muhammad.
Nice movement in the pocket by Jake Delhomme. Oh, Ricky Prohl coming across the middle. Nothing illegal. Rodney Harrison. It's close. Oh, it's not even close. Hits him right on the shoulder pads and takes him down. And look, when you play the Patriots, you got to know. Number 37's back there. You catch it over the middle. Take the big hit. Big deal. Get up. Catch another one.
Carolina visits New England territory for the first time tonight. Delhomme, good protection, throwing into the 20-yard line, and a fine catch by Muhammad, and it's incomplete. Couldn't hold on to it. Muhammad appeared to lose his footing just a bit.
Well, the football is thrown behind him, and now I'm starting to understand what the New England Patriots were talking about. You cover him down the field, and Jake Delhomme just throws it. His receivers find the football fast, and then they come back and make catches. Greg, case in point, the championship game against the Philadelphia Eagles. Muhammad in the end zone, double covered, comes back before the defenders can make a move and gets the touchdown catch.
56 total yards for the Panthers on this drive. 3rd and 10, and we get a timeout called. Timeout is called by New England. 1:14 to play in the first half. Patriots.
Well, the pregame ceremonies were terrific, and I'm sure the halftime will be too. Romeo Crennel, I think the decision you make here, or you're trying to make, if you're New England, do we come after the quarterback, don't let them get a pass or get in field goal range with a completion, or do we play it safe and at worst give them a long field goal attempt?
This is a drive that began on the Carolina 5-yard line. Delhomme needs the 29 for a first down. Going to go deep down the far sideline. It is caught. Touchdown. Steve Smith.
Greg, you said something. What did Dan Henning, what's he tell Jake Delhomme? Don't be afraid to take a chance. So New England does blitz. It leads single coverage, and what an unbelievable release by Steve Smith. Tyrone Poole does not even touch him because he's so quick and elusive. He gets around him before he can hit him. He's open for the touchdown pass. Pretty good dance, too.
John Casey will look to tie the game. Extra point is good. Jake Delhomme accepting congratulations on the sideline for that touchdown pass of 39 yards to Steve Smith, and the way he got by Tyrone Poole was a thing of beauty.
Well, that's what it's about. The release for a wide receiver. If you don't get a good release, it throws the timing off for the quarterback, the offensive line, everybody. But Steve Smith, we've talked about it, Greg. They worried about him, and he won the one-on-one battle that time.
This is Bethel Johnson, speedster extraordinaire from the 6-yard line. Breaks through at the 20 and then is wrapped up. Number 28, Colin Branch, the rookie out of Stanford. And let's go back to the play.
Watch it. Tyrone Poole, blitz. You got him man-to-man. Really good fake inside. Then he goes outside. Now you're just playing catch-up. The ball is thrown high, outside. It's perfect. That is a perfect throw. When a quarterback throws it perfect, it's hard to stop. And Jake Delhomme, yeah, baby.
That 95-yard drive by Carolina, the second longest in Super Bowl history, by 1 yard to the 96-yard drive the Bears put together against the New England Patriots.
Out of nowhere, it comes. Big throws by Jake Delhomme, get it done.
Brady from the shotgun. Just under a minute to play in the first half. Has time, throws far side. Givens complete and out of bounds for a first down. David Givens, who hails from the city of Houston, spoke at the elementary school earlier this week at which his younger brother still goes. Said he thought he was just going to speak to about 15 or 20 kids. He spoke to the whole school.
The whole school. You know, pretty exciting for a guy to come home, play in his hometown. All the kids had his jerseys on, and so pretty uplifting moment for David Givens.
Givens' 12-yard catch, his first catch of the night. 54 seconds to play. Brady just got rid of it. It is incomplete. And Brady pulls himself off the turf. Pass intended for Givens.
Well, you know what, Tom Brady, he knows he's got a good feel. He's got a good time clock in his head, and he knows when trouble's about ready to get there. He excels at it.
Let me guess, the quarterbacks who don't have that good clock don't last very long.
Yeah, that's right. You're either hurt or on the bench for a lot of bad or for a lot of fumbles.
2nd and 10. Brady, time, deep, has his man, caught. Deion Branch inside the 15-yard line, first down, and the Patriots are back in business. 52 yards. 35 seconds to play in the first half.
Look how Deion Branch gets wide open up at the top, goes across the middle. Watch the deep safety. I think it's Mike Minter who's supposed to stay back. He's reading Tom Brady's eyes. Tom Brady looks left, then comes back to the middle of the field, and that's why Deion Branch is wide open. Ricky Manning Jr. expecting help in the middle of the field. It's not there. What a good job by Manning chasing the receiver and making a tackle to save the touchdown. And what a good job by Tom Brady. That's making a defense move by looking one way, influencing the defense. They move, and you throw it where they're not.
What an immediate turnaround in field position to the 14-yard line. Carolina now with as many total yards as Deion Branch claims. 1st and 10 from the 14. Brady steps up, corner of the end zone, and overthrew his man Givens.
Wow, wide open. Everybody was wide open that time for the New England Patriots. Tom Brady just plays it safe, and I think he gets a little anxious. That's why it goes so high.
Ricky Manning having a conversation with a teammate back there.
David Givens in the back of the end zone. He's going to go up the field. Manning lets him go. He thinks the safety's going to pick him up, and nobody did. And Tom Brady knows a touchdown was missed.
That's the conversation that Manning was having with Deion Grant. 2nd and 10. Brady throwing to the 5-yard line, and that's complete. That will be just short of a first down. And once again, David Givens on the receiving end. And timeout is called to stop the clock with 23 seconds to play. Jerry Richardson, the owner of the Carolina Panthers. You know, we talked about that horrible season that the Panthers endured 2 years ago, won their first game of the year and then lost the next 15. And players told us it's easy to get down on yourself and to doubt yourself. You think you're going to win and then you don't. And we said, well, where does that reassurance come? And Mike Minter says it all started with Jerry Richardson.
Yeah, he walked around and told all of his players, the ones that he knew that were going to be back the following year after a 1-15 season, don't worry, we're going to do whatever it takes to turn this around, and they did. The biggest step of all that we're finding out is the most important step in the NFL is hiring the right coach, and that was John Fox.
Jerry Richardson talked to his team this week about his own experiences as an NFL player. He played 2 seasons for the Baltimore Colts back in 59 and 60 and caught a touchdown pass in the 59 championship game against the New York Giants. 3rd and 1. Brady, play fake, throw, touchdown. Welcome home to Houston, David Givens.
That was some drive by this New England offense. It was some drive by Tom Brady. They got the drive going, and then they moved the pocket, the big pass down the field, and the timely play calling. 3rd and 1. Carolina reacted to the run again. Givens wide open for the touchdown. Almost the same play as before, but to the other side.
Vinatieri for the extra point and gets it through. Just as this game was getting into the habit of being scoreless, we've had a virtual explosion. For the 2nd time today, Brady throws a 5-yard touchdown pass.
Look at the defenders. Everybody near the line of scrimmage. Ricky Manning Jr. goes, where are the defenders in the middle of the field to help me out? Again, good fake by Tom Brady. But the most important thing about plays being successful is when you call them. So the play caller is so important to know when to call that play to deceive the defense. Wow, nice look at how the Carolina defense overplays again, and they get beat. You know, Greg, you get in a big game, and we hear this so many times from coaches. Just do your job. Don't try to do anything more. When you go outside your job, it always backfires. So don't be too aggressive. Don't run out of where you're supposed to be on the field. When you do, well, we have seen a couple plays where that happened.
Boy, how about David Gibbons, who told us the other night, yeah, I had a mentally tough, rocky road in college at Notre Dame when he played the game there.
Yeah, he went to Notre Dame as just an athlete, didn't even know what position he was going to play.
Along the ground, picked off at the 35-yard line by Chris Mangum, and Mangum up to about the 47-yard line, so there will be some decent field position as some pushing and shoving continues along the far sideline.
Well, you know, can I just say one more time how much I hate the squib kick? If I said that much? I say a lot of things. I know it's hard for you to keep count of them, but the squib kick, look what it does. They pick it up. Good job by Carolina. Recognize it, pick it up. Tremendous field position. Now you're looking at getting the chance for 2 plays to kick a field goal.
With a rejuvenated and newly confident quarterback in Jake Delhomme.
Absolutely. And 2 timeouts. So you can throw it anywhere on the field.
Davis and Hoover in the backfield. And straight ahead is Stephen Davis. Davis 40 inside the 35-yard line. And a timeout with 5 seconds on the clock.
What a call. If it didn't work, all of us would be going, what a stupid call. What are they doing? New England playing pass 100%. Good blocking up front. And Stephen Davis finally sees some open space to run the football in.
Rips off a 21-yard pickup all the way to the New England 32.
Can I tell you how much I hate the squib kick? Oh, I said that, didn't I? But Dan Henning, we just talked about play calling. It's all about the timing. Everybody runs the same plays in the National Football League. What makes the difference, of course, is skill and when you call them.
And John Casey will now try this one from 50 yards out. This season, he hit 53 twice. He has a 52-yarder in the postseason. Casey on the way. And it's good. The Carolina Panthers close out the first half. We had no points in the first almost 27 minutes of this game, and then 24 points onto the board in the last 3 minutes and 5 seconds of the first half. Casey, deadly from 50 yards out. On the sideline, John Fox probably saying, thank you for the squib kick. It backfired on the Patriots, and Delhomme finishes the first half on a positive note. 2 goals by Vinatieri. Again, one other thing that was just a little bit out of character for this New England team. He pushed one to the right on a 31-yard attempt, and then he had another attempt blocked. There's Adam Vinatieri. Panthers will kick it away to start the second half. Phil still with his dancing shoes on after the halftime show.
Oh, yeah. I'm a man of many talents. Thank you, Greg. I'm glad you noticed.
He had the boogie fever.
Oh, we have a surprise guest on the field.
Well, the halftime entertainment apparently never stops.
And what do you call that dance?
Silly?
Well, it's a bad body, I'll tell you that, and there's too much of it being shown.
Well, let's check out the halftime numbers. In second quarter yardage, you see the Patriots with 145 yards compared to 96 for the Panthers, but the 96 in the second quarter was a tremendous improvement over the way they started this game.
Yes, it was. I think what Bonnie Bernstein said, talking to John Fox, that Jake Delhomme may be a little nervous the start of the game. Well, of course. It's only the Super Bowl, your first season starting, but I thought he handled it very well, coming back at the end of the first half, making some big completions and a perfect throw on a touchdown.
Well, John Fox rallying his troops on the sideline, looking for them, I am sure, to start off defensively as decisively as they started the game. Well, the midfield disturbance has been dispensed with.
Well, I'm going to go back to what these coaches said. The start of the game is tough because you wait so long, the commercial breaks, everything that goes with the Super Bowl that's different than a regular season game. They handled it pretty well. They got in rhythm at the end of the second quarter. Let's see how it plays out now. Now you're relaxed. You should have a better chance of performing well.
Phil, I think we've had an omen that the second half is going to be a lot of raw, naked football.
And thank God it's not you.
Bethel Johnson and Kevin Falk are deep as Casey kicks it away, and we're underway in the second half. From the 8 is Johnson. 25 and hit hard, head on by Kemp Rasmussen, number 97, after a 19-yard return. In the first half, New England on offense. Brady, 13 of 21. The 2 5-yard touchdown passes. Antoine Smith racked up 43 yards on the ground. And Deion Branch had 88 through the air, including the TD.
Those are some good performances by 3 guys in this New England offense.
The last 2 drives for New England have produced touchdowns. And Antoine Smith will try it off the right side.
Now, I want to go back to watch. I didn't really answer your question at halftime, Greg. I was listening to you, but I just chose to say something else. But when you were talking about, you say, well, New England's not dictating the way they usually do. Maybe not. Remember, quality football team they're going against. You're used to seeing New England, the screens, all the little cute plays. Well, that's not there. But they're showing you that they're versatile, that why they're in the Super Bowl, they have more ways than one to win football games. And today, it's running it and throwing it down the field with play-action passes.
On the ground again, Smith tries the left side. And he's stacked up just short of the 30-yard line. Dan Morgan and Will Witherspoon on the tackle, and it'll be a 3rd and 6.
Yeah, you know what happens, too? You go in at halftime, and, all the coaches of the Carolina Panthers are going, hey, come on. Well, we took for granted that we were going to stop the running game. We let them get away with it. So that'll settle the front down by the Carolina Panthers. Make them get into the ground a little more, hold their turf, and when you do that, that usually says the quarterback has a little more time to throw the football.
Brady will operate out of the shotgun. He needs the 36-yard line for a first down. Stepping up on the run, flips it to Falk. Falk spun around at the 35-yard line and will be just short of a first down.
We've seen it so many times today. Tom Brady, not even close to being a fast quarterback, but what he does, moving around in the pocket, nice presence, very calm, finds Kevin Falk right in front of him and almost gets a big first down. Well, not a big one, but the first one.
They needed 6. They got 5. Walter has not had a magnificent night kicking the football.
Well, they're giving him too much respect. They're way too deep on the returns. And again, they can't even get up to make a fair catch.
Bouncing back toward the New England Patriots, and it's finally down at the 47-yard line. Only a 23-yard punt, and you know what? You can't blame all of that yardage on Ken. Well, special teams has been a disaster for the New England Patriots today. You look at special teams coach Brad Seeley. Adam Vinatieri has missed a field goal. He's had 1 blocked, and Ken Walter, the last 2 punts have gone 22 and 23 yards respectively.
Well, Bill Belichick told us he was very, very concerned about the punts, that how much yardage they were going to be giving up to Carolina.
Stephen Davis trying the left side and isn't going to get anything done there. Forward progress is going to be marked close to the 44, and in the first half, offensively, Jake Delhomme was just 5 out of 15 for 91 yards and a big touchdown pass. Davis chalked up 40 yards on 10 carries, and Steve Smith had 2 catches for 40 yards, and one of them was a 39-yard TD.
You know what? If you'd have told Jake Delhomme you're going to be 5 of 15, 91 yards and 1 touchdown, no interceptions, would you take it? And he says, absolutely. So even though it wasn't the prettiest first half you want to see, it was still effective, and he survived some very, very rough moments.
Delhomme started the game 1 of 9. He's been 4 of 6 since, and this is Davis again, and Davis bouncing off tacklers midfield. Penalty marker flies behind him as he moves to the 41-yard line. And this is going to come back. Geno James, the fourth-year guard out of Auburn.
Well, I wanted to say in this second half, Carolina is going to have to show some patience and continue to try to run the football, because that'll at least keep the defense honest. Maybe it'll give Jake Delhomme a little more time to throw the football. And Greg, as we got ready for this game, Stephen Davis, we know Deshaun Foster, if they just keep running, you don't even have to block sometimes really well for them. They're good enough to break tackles, make people miss, and get big yardage.
You saw Brad Hoover being worked on the sideline. Chris Mangum replaces him in the backfield. We get a penalty marker. That looks like offside for New England as that play goes nowhere, and looks like they're going to get some yardage back now.
Of course, I'm sitting up here watching. I want to see every single time that they leave Steve Smith.
Mike Vrabel a little too antsy on that snap.
I want to see every single time, though, they let Steve Smith be single covered on the outside.
Steve Smith was interesting when we talked to him the other day. He said,
yeah.
I'm not cocky, I'm not arrogant, but I am very confident.
That's right.
On 2nd and 13. Pass outside, and that is complete. Bouncing off the tackler is Jermaine Wiggins, and Wiggins looking for first down yardage and got it.
How about that? The ex-Patriot Jermaine Wiggins, just showing that he is so big. The play-action pass, that fools the defense just a little, lets him get open. Tyrone Poole can't make the tackle. And then Eugene Wilson says, oh, this big guy can't run around me. He jumps over him.
Jermaine Wiggins, a member of the Patriots Super Bowl team 2 years ago. 46-yard line of the Patriots, first down. Delhomme throwing, and that's complete to 40. And again, it's Wiggins, and this time Wiggins is brought to the ground by Rodney Harrison.
The one thing I like about Jake Delhomme, when I came into this game, I watched him, and everybody would ask me, well, what is it about him that gives him a chance to be so good? And we talked about this in the pregame. He throws the ball well, off balance, people all around him, falling backwards on his right foot, and still puts the perfect throw to Jermaine Wiggins.
As we watched game film, you described him, he flicks it.
He does. He's got tremendous. You know, I watched him too when he came into our meeting the other day. And of course, it's easy to flick the football when you got hands like, you know, about a foot long. So he's got those big long fingers, helps him throw the football.
Play clock down to 2 to 1, and he gets it off. Straight drop. Has time. Throws, and that's complete. Lost the football. Picked off by the Patriots. It's going to be ruled incomplete pass.
Wow, big break, really, for the Carolina Panthers, because that could have turned into a touchdown. Muhsin Muhammad catches it. Nice throw by Jake Delhomme. Sidearm across the field, right on target. Does he catch the football, have possession of it before he's hit? Everybody's crying in the stands. It's not going to be overruled no matter what you do. The Patriots can't get it because it was blown dead, incomplete. And if Carolina says they want to challenge the completion, the officials, even if it was, would say no.
Don't bother.
You're taking advantage of the rules. We won't give it to you.
3rd and 4. Delhomme pumping once, twice, throwing, and that's incomplete, coming up short of his receiver, Ricky Prohl.
Boy, Jake Delhomme is upset. And I got to tell you what we saw on film, Greg, is so true. That play, he can snap it. Off balance, 1 foot, goes sidearm, and throws a strike out there. But Ricky Prohl just doesn't recognize what he's trying to do too quick or quick enough.
Sauerbrunn now will try to pin the Patriots deep in their own territory. Troy Brown stands inside his 10. Pops it up high. Fair catch is made at the 9-yard line. Jake Delhomme, just when he's about to try to find a little rhythm.
Can look at that incompletion to Muhammad because both coaches are complaining, and Bill Belichick had Ed Hockley all the way over to the sideline. It comes across. You watch it, and I'll talk about it here in a second.
The Patriots start inside their own 10-yard line, and Brady will throw. Incomplete at the 25-yard line, intended for Deion Branch. Let's go to that play.
Well, Bill Belichick wants it to be a completion, then a fumble, which they recover. But the officials rule it incomplete on the field, so if it's incomplete, there can be no fumble, and that can't be reviewed. So he told him that. And as I was explaining, John Fox goes, well, maybe it was a completion, and they made a mistake, so let's review it. He can't either because the officials in the league will not let you take advantage of a loophole in the rule book.
Brady on 2nd and 10 has time. Quick pass over the middle out to the 14-yard line to Troy Brown.
Well, we just missed a play before. Reggie Howard had the coverage on the first play. Joe Andruzzi looks a little shook up. If he would have turned and looked for the football, he could have intercepted it.
3rd and 5. Andruzzi looking like he's trying to shake the cobwebs loose. Brady throws outside. That is complete. And Kevin Falk has enough for the first down out to the 22-yard line.
Well, the Patriots just mixing it up. Tom Brady looking to the right and makes a good, quick decision. Nothing open deep. Throw it short. Julius Peppers, number 90. This guy is a star waiting to happen. 6'6", 280, can run around people. Tremendous athlete. Just needs a little more time to really show that ability on the field.
Yeah, just still learning the game. First down at the 22-yard line. Smith bulls his way across the 25 to the 20, just about the 26-yard line. Dan Morgan in on the tackle. Dan Morgan, such a key ingredient to this football team. Missed 5 games and parts of 3 others because of concussions earlier in the year. And when he wasn't in the game, the rushing yards against the Carolina Panthers were up significantly.
Yeah, over 60 yards a game. It's the old domino effect, Greg. He goes out, then they got to move somebody else that's starting into his position, bring in a new player, and all of a sudden you got a couple extra guys in there who are not used to working together, and you give up big plays.
2nd and 6. Smith again. Dances his way across the line of scrimmage and out to about the 29. And it'll be a 3rd and 3.
And you know, I said it earlier, you look at teams, and teams that have success and go to the Super Bowl and win it, there's never one way that you do it every single game to win. There have been a few exceptions, of course, defensively, the Baltimore Ravens, but the Patriots' defense, short passing game, today it's been more down the field and good, solid running.
They're going to try to get it on the ground and straight ahead and out across the 30 to about the 32 is Kevin Falk, and this will be very close.
Boy, that's patience. That you use a lot more patience than you usually see from the New England Patriots. But I can tell you why they do that. And
this is short, by the way, 4th down.
4th down, I'm sorry, Greg. They do it because inside, Chris Jenkins and those defensive tackles on 3rd down, they want to rush the passer. So they're going up the field. They're trying to run between them as they go up the field. Chris Jenkins and company did a good job looking for it that time. It's kind of like what I do to you, Greg. I'll let you think every once in a while I'm not going to talk, but you know there's no chance. I'm going to.
Chris Jenkins looks on. Just a few inches short of a first down, but Bill Belichick has sent his punting unit onto the field. Ken Walter has kicked 4 times and is not averaging 31 yards, and Steve Smith is way back at his own 25-yard line.
How much does he have to see before he scoots up about 10 yards? If you catch one of them, you can return it. Well, he got one.
Got a decent one, drives him back inside the 20 to the 17-yard line. And he gets a penalty marker thrown as he returns to the 20. So all Ken Walter did that time was launch a 52-yard punt.
Yeah, he heard you talking bad about him. So he said, I'll show Ed Greg Gumbel.
Here's Ed Hockley with the call.
Terrible block by the Panthers. Not even a chance. I didn't see what number, but he blocking the back.
You're saying it was blatant.
That's a good word.
It's the second penalty of the night against Brian Allen, a reserve linebacker, number 52. Brian Allen will be the result or the cause of the ball being pushed back to the 10-yard line. Quarter, and for the 4th time tonight, the Panthers start inside their own 15-yard line. Just a few moments ago, the Patriots were starting a drive at their own 10. Now that's where the Panthers started their own 10-yard line. Back to Old Faithful on the ground, and this time Stephen Davis and their guys and gals.
I know once one of those guys takes his clothes off and go, hey, I'm out of here. Vote me off. I'm not looking at that nasty body any longer.
2nd and 9. Davis again picks his way across the 15 out to the 17-yard line, where it'll be 3rd and about 3.
It's tough. You're in the Super Bowl. You're down 14-10. It's getting late in the 3rd quarter to remain true to what you do. And that's run the football. You got to be patient. You got to know that you're going to have a lot of plays that are ugly, that don't work well. But if you stay with it, sooner or later we'll create a scenario for you where maybe you can take advantage of it.
Davis and Hoover in the backfield. 3rd and 3. Delhomme pulls it down a couple of times, and now he's on the move, tripped up, lost the football. He is ruled down back at the 14-yard line. Rodney Harrison tripped him up just as Delhomme got up ahead of speed.
Well, the old saying, the ground cannot cause a fumble. Yes, it can, but it cannot cause a fumble when there is contact that puts you to the ground. So Delhomme, tremendous protection, nobody open, and Rodney Harrison saves the 1st down.
That is the 4th New England sack of the game. Sauerbrunn to kick it away. Troy Brown deep. And he got off a good one. Brown from the 38. We have a marker down on the near side of the field, back up field. 49-yard punt and a 7-yard return, and now Ed Hockley will consult.
I've heard you say a lot of things, but consult?
Consult.
Well, you know, your brother was bragging on you, how you were so great with the English language. Oh, like I didn't know that. Like I don't hear that enough from you.
So this will back the Patriots up into less favorable field position. 3:57 to play in the 3rd.
It is warm in here. They closed the roof here at the stadium today because there was a pretty good chance thunderstorms as the evening wore on, and some chance of severe thunderstorms. So
the retractable roof has been retracted for the night. Brady with 5 wide receivers on first down from his own 29. With time, over the middle, has Deion Branch to the 45 and a first down.
Now you talk about how things have changed. The New England Patriots, usually when they go 5 wide receivers, it's gone already. He's thrown it. But look down the middle, look at the space. Perfect throw by Tom Brady. And the Carolina Panthers, usually when you go 5 wide receivers, they blitz you to make sure they can hit your quarterback. They didn't send one extra guy that time.
And we get a flag
Jenkins.
or two. Well, Chris Jenkins has spent almost as much time on the other side of the line before the snap as he has after the snap.
Well, I will say this too. They're playing a lot of plays. Chris Jenkins, Princeton Buckner, Mike Rucker, they've kept them in there almost the whole game.
Brady, deep drop this time. Going to go deep down the near sideline. Looking for Bethel Johnson. It is incomplete. Broken up by Mike Minter, who came over from his safety position.
Well, Mike Minter, I think, I'm pretty sure in the first half, he got out of position and gave up one big play. He's going to stay deep now and make sure no receiver gets behind him when it's his obligation. Tom Brady, when you want to go deep, you have to hold the football a little longer, and when you do, well, you might get hit by a Carolina Panther. Mike Rucker on the hit.
2nd and 5. This time Givens goes in motion, and the give on the ground game is Antoine Smith, and he bulls his way to about the 46-yard line, and that'll be about a yard short of a first down. It'll be 3rd and 1.
Greg, you talked about, too, the game, the Patriots not controlling the rhythm and the flow of the game like they usually do. Well, they're pretty close to it. And what really helps them so much, which helps all offenses, their defense goes out there, they get their work done quick, so you're always back on the field pretty fast. So you remember what you just did about 5 minutes ago.
Short yardage package. Vrabel and Seymour into the backfield on 3rd and 1. Smith, right side, looking for running room, has the first down and then some. Inside the 45 to the 40-yard line of the Carolina Panthers. It's a first down as we come up on 2 minutes to play in the 3rd quarter.
That's just mushing the football forward. The offensive line makes contact, and they do not let a defender get away. Look at the blocking up front. Daniel Graham, 82, to the right. Watch his block, 82. Just takes his man, stays with it, gets him to the ground, and a good run by Antoine Smith.
15 first downs on the night for New England from the 40.
Shotgun mixing it up.
Brady throws near side, complete, inside the 35, and out of bounds is Deion Branch. Now, Tom Brady has a bunch of capable receivers, but when we asked him, well, who do you feel most comfortable going to in your time of need, he said Deion Branch.
Yeah, you think it would be Troy Brown, but not anymore. Deion Branch, even though he's not tall, is fast and he's really strong. So when somebody tries to be real physical with him, they're not going to win that battle. He'll get away from them.
2nd and 2, back to the ground game. Penalty marker flies inside the 30 as Kevin Falk moves for first down yardage, but let's check the flag. That's Andruzzi.
Well, I was just getting ready to say some nice things about Joe Andruzzi.
You can.
Well, that's right. He's going against a lot of old pros over there, so you're allowed to try to cheat, but he didn't get away with it. Joe Andruzzi, Dan Morgan, right in the middle of your screen. Boy, the offensive linemen hate to get called for holding penalties like that, but this New England's offensive line, they are a group. They're just tough guys. I'm not going to say they got a great deal of talent, but they are willing to slug it out and fight you when they have to.
2nd and 12. Brady throwing up the middle, and he's got his man inside the 20. Inside the 10-yard line is Daniel Graham. Loose football, but the ball has been blown dead back at the 9-yard line.
Daniel Graham gets down the middle of the field. Again, the play action fake. Watch the linebackers. Nobody gets deep, and when they do decide to turn and run, it's too late. Look at the separation down the field that Daniel Graham has. Gosh, the old cliche, run it, then you can throw the play actions. It's really proved proper today.
Brady gives to Smith, and Smith inside the 5 to the 4. And with that, time will run out here in the 3rd quarter. We've played 3 in Super Bowl 38. New England with a 14-10 box. Wants to see a little heart out of his defense right here at the 5-yard line.
His defense is tired. 56 plays by New England's offense to 37 for Carolina. On that last drive, Chris Jenkins, after one play, just walked to the sideline because he's exhausted.
Tom Brady has 2 5-yard touchdown passes under his belt tonight. Is there a third one in the cards here? 2nd and goal. He'll throw it, pull it down. Corner, got his man, touchdown. Will he stay in bounds? No, it's ruled out. Christian Fourier says he was in. The officials say otherwise. Meanwhile, there's a penalty marker at the goal line.
Boy, what a job by Tom Brady. The play just disintegrates. There's nothing open. Christian Fourier keeps going across the field, goes through the coverage and gets open, and it looks like before any body part hits the ground, he hits out of bounds. Look inside, number 53 on the hold. That's Greg Favors. He turns the receiver, and when you grab them and turn them, they're going to call that holding. Tom Brady wants a replay.
Ed Hockley pointing out as they move the football to the 2-yard line. Let's take another look.
Well, Tom Brady wants a replay. Look at this, all the way behind the coverage. Just keep running. You never know when the football is coming to you.
Carolina's had 9 penalties for 53 yards. From the 2, right side, touchdown Antoine Smith. In his 7th season out of the University of Houston, that's a popular touchdown in this stadium.
And it's really, Greg, right now it's appropriate when you talk about this game. The biggest difference has been New England's offensive line. I didn't expect it. I don't think anybody did. Nobody did, that they would come out and be the more physical unit.
Vinatieri's kick is up and good. We're just underway here in the 4th quarter. But the Patriots on the ground put another touchdown on the board. Bill Belichick says, yeah, 21-10 New England.
The season's almost over for us. I am going to be one terrific couch potato coming up.
Patriots, red zone problems of late. Not tonight. 3 touchdowns on their last 3 visits to the red zone. 2 yards into the end zone. This is Rod Smart. 15, tripped up. And falls forward to the 18-yard line. 21-yard return. Let's go back to the touchdown.
The power running is going off the right side. Again, Julius Peppers pushed outside, and nobody can fill the gap to stop Antoine Smith from getting in for the touchdown. Richard Seymour on the lead block. Yeah, big fella. Oh, and Tom Brady, he loves to get in there and celebrate with his teammates.
So now let's see what the Carolina Panthers have. Deshaun Foster in the backfield. Delhomme over the middle, hits his man out to the 30-yard line. To the 32 is Muhsin Muhammad. 13 yards and a first down.
I'll just say this one more, Greg. New England has run for 89 yards today, Carolina for 52, but it seems like a lot more when you think of New England's what they've done with the football.
Whistle blows, this play won't count. Phil, you and I have seen the New England Patriots in person on a number of occasions, and we've never seen them this dedicated to the run. That's Kevin Donnelly.
Yeah, you're right, Greg. Usually they run the football just to let Tom Brady rest up and let the receivers get their legs back under them before they go back to some of their short passing game. But, again, the sign of a good team and good coaches, find a way to win the game that you're going to play that week. There's no really true system that they run on offense. They make it up almost week to week. They reinvent themselves, and it's one of the big reasons why they're in the Super Bowl and leading this game.
With 10 penalties, Panthers are not helping themselves. Delhomme scrambling, on the move, looking for some place to throw it, and lobs it, and it's pulled in. Close to the 45-yard line. What a catch by Steve Smith.
Unbelievable. And the Patriots, we said it already, they worry about this. That Jake Delhomme will just throw it because he knows Steve Smith and Muhsin Muhammad will just go up and take it away from the defender.
Delhomme looking downfield and throws and overthrows everybody. Brad Hoover was deep down the field and got turned around, couldn't recover his feet. Jake Delhomme wants a flag, but there is none.
I don't know why he never threw it to Stephen Davis. He looked at him wide open. He's going to catch it, and, Stephen Davis, big, fast, in the open field. Let's see you tackle him.
Stephen Davis was telling us about his track exploits back in South Carolina.
Makes you understand why he's so successful in the National Football League. As big and strong as he is, ran a 10.4 100 meters in high school.
Delhomme throwing, and that's pulled in inside the 35-yard line by Smith. What a show Steve Smith has put on. That's 22 yards and a first down.
Don't wonder Jake Delhomme throws them because he knows he can trust his guys. The worst that's going to happen is they'll knock it down. And Steve Smith got a little hurry-up offense going here, making some tough catches.
Delhomme tipped at the line of scrimmage, incomplete. Steve Smith has 4 catches tonight for 80 yards and a touchdown.
Well, Greg, you talked about it. We talked to him. He says, I'm not arrogant, I'm just confident. I said, what would you think about 8 or 9 catches in the Super Bowl? He goes, how about 10 to 15? And okay, whatever you think. So very confident and showing well tonight.
On 2nd and 10, Deshaun Foster. Foster breaks through, 30, still on his feet, 20, 10, 5, touchdown. That touchdown is so reminiscent of a touchdown he scored in the AFC Championship game against the Eagles where he looked like he had nowhere to go.
Well, we talked about these two runners, Stephen Davis and Deshaun Foster. They always don't need really good blocking up front to make big plays. And John Fox is saying go for 2. And there's 12 minutes and 39 seconds to go in the game, and I would not do it. I would kick the extra point, make it a 4-point game. If New England kicks a field goal and you don't make this, now you got to score a touchdown and get a 2-point conversion.
You call it chasing the points when you don't have to.
Wait till you have to. Don't chase them.
Foster in the backfield. Delhomme with time, throwing, missed his man in the end zone. Muhsin Muhammad, the intended receiver. They don't convert the 2-pointer. 12:39 to play. Patriots 21.
What started out as an unbelievable defensive game has loosened up a lot more than I probably ever expected it to.
Fatigue, a little bit of part of that?
Well, yeah, that and just settling into the game, and there's a lot of talent on both sides, so it's hard for one side just to completely dominate all the time.
Casey's kick. It's going to be short. From the 14-yard line, Bethel Johnson to the 25, out to the 27-yard line. 12 minutes, 32 seconds to play. Deshaun Foster's touchdown has changed this game around. It's 21-16 Patriots. Hey, post-game show.
All right, I'll be watching.
Carolina, slow starter today. They are within 5 points. Plenty of time remaining here in the fourth. Brady going to throw. In cut across the 40. Deion Branch's trusted receiver, first down.
Well, let's go back and look at Deshaun Foster's touchdown. Watch the right guard, Kevin Donnelly. He comes around and gets the block that really sends him free. And then the nice cut. Fakes out Eugene Wilson to get down the field for the touchdown. And the finish line, he is over. Beautiful shot and a terrific run by Deshaun Foster.
Brady coming right back with the pass completion and out to the 41-yard line. Going to throw it again. Under pressure. Got it away, and it's dropped by Troy Brown. It'll be 2nd and 10. Dan Morgan applying the pressure. Just an interesting note, the Patriots had not allowed an offensive touchdown of 30 or more yards all season long. As you see the hit on Brady.
Yeah,
they've allowed 2 today.
2 today, but comes free on the blitz. And if the Carolina Panthers get in a really nervous situation, they're going to blitz the quarterback. That's what they believe in, and it's what they do very well. And here they come.
Quick pass to this side. Brown holds on to this one across midfield and into Carolina territory. Enough for a first down to the 48-yard line of the Panthers. Julius Peppers all the way over to make the tackle.
You know what happens, though, when you do blitz, if you're covering a receiver outside, you have a tendency to back off. You see the defenders coming to the left, and you look to the right, and look at the space Ricky Manning Jr. gives Troy Brown. It's so much space, it makes it an easy throw for Tom Brady.
On first down, Smith. Lots of running room on the right side and fights his way inside the 41, close to the 40-yard line before Mike Minter makes the stop.
A game plan being carried out. When you want to run it with power, they're running it over the right side of their offensive line, and they are picking on Julius Peppers.
And let's make the point once again. This is a huge front line defensively for the Carolina Panthers. Mike Minter was handing out kudos to the New England offensive line. He said, I've never seen guys so tough on offense.
You know, we never hear that from a defensive player either. So it was quite a tribute to him. Changing the play, they are blitzing.
2nd and 4, pitch to Antoine Smith, looking for running room, and doesn't get much of it, just inside the 40-yard line.
You know, Greg, so much was said about Carolina's defense. And I think as many games as we've done this year, I have never read where the press or the opposing team gives any credit to New England's offensive line. And we talked to Joe Andruzzi, and I said, well, what do you think about this defensive line? He goes, hey, no disrespect to them, but we face guys like this every week. It's always another terrific defensive tackle, another pass rusher, so they just take it in stride and do their job.
3rd and 2. Brady going to throw for it outside, and that's complete, and that's a first down. Daniel Graham with the catch. Off of a practice session that we watched the other day, you thought it was entirely possible Daniel Graham would have himself a decent night tonight.
Yeah, it really could be a lot better. The play action fake, you know, it's all working. The rhythm is very good by this New England offense. And Daniel Graham, Greg, has been open about 3 or 4 times where nobody has covered him, but Tom Brady found somebody else to throw it to down the field and didn't get a chance to look short for Daniel Graham running.
Graham 3 catches for 42 yards on the night. from the 33-yard line, first down. This is Kellen Falk, 20, 15, all the way to the 10-yard line, just inside the 10. It'll be first and goal for New England.
Boy, the New England offensive line is showing some emotion and showing some power. Again, to the right side, they turn Julius Peppers out, creates the big hole. The right tackle, Tom Ashworth, very excited because he knows they're just coming right behind him, and he is doing the job.
Phil, I'll go back to something you've preached to me ever since we've been working together. When you run the football, you are absolutely dictating to the opposition.
Hey, it's the meanest thing you can do to a defense.
Antoine Smith for little or no gain. It'll be second and goal. Clock continues to move as we come up on 8:20 to play in the fourth.
Greg, you talked about it. John Fox says you want to just call out the manhood of a football team, then run the football on them. That's what it is. And right now, Jake Delhomme sitting on the sideline just going, hold them to a field goal. That's all you can hope for. Bunch receivers are going to run a pick play.
Brady steps up, throws, end zone, incomplete. Diving, David Givens couldn't catch up with it. Terry Cousin was on him. It'll be third and goal.
Anytime you're watching a football game and you see three receivers all get close together, what they're just trying to do is make it hard for defenders to get close to them and cover them. And Tom Brady, you had him, not by a lot, but for an NFL quarterback, that's wide open. You expect to make that throw.
Third and goal. Brady under pressure, throwing, and it's intercepted in the end zone. Reggie Howard back out to the 10-yard line.
If he didn't hesitate, there was a chance that could have been a terrific return. But pressure on Tom Brady. Initially, the coverage is good, and then Al Wallace gets to him, causes the bad decision.
Reggie Howard with the pick. The Panther defense stands up and stops New England.
You're up by 8, but Tom Brady under pressure. And I say this so much. When you put a quarterback under pressure, you make them make a really fast decision sometimes when they're not ready, and they'll throw either off target or throw to the wrong guy.
So Delhomme and the Panthers from their own 10. They had a 95-yard scoring drive earlier in the game. Not much pressure. He throws. Penalty marker thrown as the pass is completed out close to the 15-yard line to Ricky Prohl.
Well, I saw a Carolina receiver fall down.
And Willie McGinnis was not the least bit pleased with the conversation taking place. Check out what happened to Steve Smith.
Steve Smith, 89, going up the field. Oh.
At the very least.
How could you argue that call? Wow, that's like a knockout punch. Willie McGinnis trying to jam him, and what happens is, look at him. Willie McGinnis is 6'5". Steve Smith is about 5'9", so he goes to hit him in the shoulders, and he's just so much smaller, it makes him go up top and hit him in the face.
Can you use that as an excuse?
Wow. Well, you always plead your case.
But referee, he's short.
Yeah, that's right. He's too short.
So at the 15-yard line, first down. Delhomme under pressure. Got rid of it. Ed Hockley looking for a potential receiver. Penalty marker thrown on the near side of the field.
He threw it within a couple feet of Chris Mangum, who is right in front of him.
And Delhomme having to deal with all of this with Richard Seymour wrapped around his feet.
Boy, Richard Seymour late in the year has been a difference maker. First round pick out of Georgia. Awesome against the run when you try to run at him. And a good pass rusher, too, for an interior defensive lineman. They are going to call a penalty, I think.
The rookie, Jordan Gross, the rookie right tackle, was deemed too far downfield and is therefore ineligible.
You look at the time left. There's 7 minutes and 12 seconds. Carolina has all 3 timeouts. The one thing they must accomplish on this drive is change field position. It's not maybe about scoring, but get it out far enough where you punt it and you can hold New England and then have a chance to tie the game up with your last drive.
Well, Ed Hockley coming to the sideline to look like confirm something for Bill Belichick. You've known Bill Belichick a long time. When's the last time you saw him emotional?
That's what I thought he was doing. Bill Belichick wants to give him one less chance to pick up this first down. Greg, it's not about being emotional with Coach Belichick. It's just about thinking what's ahead. Don't celebrate or show emotion on something that's happened. Worry about what's coming up.
2nd and 10 instead of 1st and 15. Delhomme on the move, throws too high, incomplete. Pass intended for Steve Smith, and it'll be 3rd and 10.
That's so much. Just what you asked me about Bill Belichick. Romeo Cornell, the defensive coordinator, says everything about this game today. Neither team is big on celebrating, trash talking. There's no self-promoters trying to separate from their football teams. You don't see them getting demonstrative after plays. They don't do that because they're taught, let's go. Concentrate on what you're trying to do in the future, not what just happened.
Deshaun Foster in the backfield. 3rd and 10 for the Panthers. Play fake. Delhomme pulls it down. Looking. Gonna go deep. Has his man wide open. It's Muhammad. Muhammad to the 15. 10-5 touchdown.
Unbelievable play by Jake Delhomme. Never panics. He's been in so many overtime games this year. So he's looking down the field. Nobody's open. Ty Law is in zone coverage. He comes up. Eugene Wilson, a rookie, gets caught looking inside. Doesn't stay deeper than the receiver down near him. And Muhammad makes the catch and then shows that he's big and strong. Goes for the touchdown.
Jake Delhomme with Jerry Richardson looking on and applauding. Reggie Howard, remember he picked off Tom Brady in the end zone?
Yeah, what a turn of events for the New England Patriots and the Carolina Panthers.
Meanwhile, the rookie Eugene Wilson is still on the ground at the 5-yard line.
You know, Greg, that is so hard to do for the quarterback. You're backed up. You're getting pressured all day. You're moving around. You got to know somebody's going to hit you, but he doesn't panic. And then finally, you can tell he's looking down the field. That says so much about this team. Run the football, look for big passing plays. And Delhomme didn't panic, didn't throw the short ball, and that's how he found Muhammad for the deep touchdown throw.
Eugene Wilson is just now getting to his feet, and I'm at a loss to figure out just how he was hurt, but he is walking off under his own power. Tom Brady looking on. The New England Patriots find themselves behind 22-21.
Well, you know, and I'm not going to make this a big deal this second, but John Fox is wishing he would have kicked the extra point. Don't, Greg, I couldn't find the words, but don't chase the points. Never until you have to. They did not have to, but they can make up for it with a 2-point conversion here.
Delhomme going to throw towards the corner of the end zone. Incomplete. Pass intended for Kevin Dyson, number 85. The Patriots have now allowed 3 offensive touchdowns of 30 or more yards. The latest, Muhsin Muhammad. Casey ready to kick it away. The 2 sterling receivers for the Carolina Panthers. From the 3-yard line, Bethel Johnson. He can run. 25. And tripped up as he crossed the 30-yard line. Terry Cousin coming in to make the stop. The last time the New England Patriots trailed in a game was here in Houston against the Texans. Late in the game, they trailed 20-13. They forced overtime and won it then, but that was back on the 23rd of November.
Have you ever seen 2 long passes in a Super Bowl as perfect as Jake Delhomme has thrown 2 today? Long, high, perfect spirals, hit the receivers in perfect stride, and they take them for the scores.
6:47 to play in the 4th. Brady under pressure, he got rid of it. Just across the 30 to the 33-yard line, Kevin Falk made the reception, and Dan Morgan made the stop.
Chris Jenkins almost gets the sack. He's out there with the second win. He got some time off the field.
Just a 1-yard pickup on the play. 3 game-winning drives. You saw that for Brady as he operates out of the shotgun. On the move, throws incomplete. There's a penalty marker flying.
Oh, that was holding on the defense. No, tackling on the defense.
That's Dan Morgan.
Well, we should tell John Fox, watch the replay. Watch 55. He hits the running back, Kevin Falk. Never gets entangled, so it leads to the penalty.
Carolina has not been terrific in the penalty department here today.
Well, New England doing, I think, what is a smart decision. Going in the shotgun, spreading the field, and giving themselves at least a chance with at least 2 more possessions if it doesn't work.
No blitz here. Brady with time throws over the middle, and that's complete. Kevin Falk out of the backfield out to the 43-yard line. It'll be 2nd and 5.
You got to know, too, which I know they know. All you need is a field goal. That puts you back up top, but I don't know if the Patriots are feeling really confident about that field goal situation either.
Adam Vinatieri has missed a short one, had one blocked. Brady in the face of a big rush, and he throws it out of bounds. Number 21, Terry Cousin, right into the face of number 12.
Well, Greg, we talked about it so much. Coming off the slot, Tom Brady doesn't seem fast enough, but does a good job of avoiding the sack and getting rid of the football. But I look at this game, 5 minutes and a half to go. Bill Belichick said, if it gets in the 4th quarter and it's tight, we're going to put the football in Tom Brady's hands and tell him to get it done.
Tom Brady has not yet been sacked this postseason.
That's incredible.
3rd and 5. Brady, quick pass. That's complete out to midfield. Troy Brown, first down.
You know, that was some play. Pressure by Carolina. Tom Brady, somebody in his face. Troy Brown makes a tough catch just to pick up enough yards for a first down.
That's a New England trademark. They need 5 yards, you get 6. They need 12, they get 13. First down. On the ground this time. Falk to the 47. A gain of 3 on the play, and it'll be 2nd and 7. Clock continues to move, coming up on 4:45 to play. Panthers 22, Patriots 21.
How do you deal with the pressure? That goes for every player, not just the quarterback, defensive backs, defensive linemen.
On the blitz, Brady on the move, throwing out here and wide open, hits his man David Givens, knocked out of bounds inside the 25-yard line. First down, New England.
Excellent call by the Patriots. Blocking down against the blitz. It allows Tom Brady to go outside, and look how wide open David Givens is. Why is he? Because he's physical and just throws Ricky Manning Jr. down to the ground.
2 years ago, Adam Vinatieri won the championship for the Patriots in the Super Bowl with a field goal as time expired. He may have an opportunity here tonight. Smith changing direction and forward to about the 21.
You know, go back to that last play. Ricky Manning Jr. trying to be physical against David Givens. Hey, look, it's okay. You're allowed to fight back. And David Givens, Greg, you talked about him. The project, not really a tremendous receiver at Notre Dame. New England saw something in him. They've worked with him, and now they're getting a finished product, a guy who's catching big passes in a Super Bowl.
It would be a 39-yard field goal attempt from here. On 2nd and 9, Brady throwing. That one hit a lineman. That one hit Tom Ashworth in the back.
Illegal touching, but pressure on the quarterback.
Greg Favors and Dan Morgan applying the pressure. Ed Hockley has signaled over to John Fox. So it is 3rd and 9. Are you surprised they didn't back them up a little further away in that possible field goal attempt?
No, I don't think they want to give them another play, Greg, because there are opportunities. New England showing a lot of rhythm, so don't give them 2 chances. Put it down to 1.
Brady needs the 13-yard line for a first down. Rolling to the near side, has time, throws, complete inside the 10-yard line. David Givens out of bounds inside the 5, 1st and goal.
Here's what happens. The New England Patriots are guessing that it's going to be a pressure defense. It is. And they say, we're going to throw it to David Givens. And he does a good job. The out and up separates from Ricky Manning Jr. and picks up a huge first down.
You know, we've seen it on numerous occasions. Receivers and defenders losing their footing on the sides of the field. It happened to Manning there.
All over the field, Greg. I meant to say it earlier, but every time offensive players or defenders making sharp cuts, they're going to the ground.
Antoine Smith following Seymour to about the 2. Clock continues to move. 3:20 to play here in the 4th.
You know, on that 3rd and 9, I thought the Carolina Panthers would play it safe. In other words, make them throw it short if you can. So if you'd played it safe, David Givens would have been double covered to the outside. But you do what you are. And especially when it comes down to making a tough decision, they believe in pressuring the other team. They went with it, and they lost.
Brady looking to throw it. Touchdown. Mike Vrabel.
What a job by Tom Brady. They cover his first and second, and there comes Mike Vrabel, his third receiver, from the other side.
Vrabel coming across. Two Panthers bumped into each other, and Vrabel was able to break free.
That was just, that's a, Charlie Weiss, yeah, be excited. Really a well-called and well-executed drive by the New England Patriots.
This isn't new for Mike Vrabel. He caught a touchdown pass last season against the San Diego Chargers.
How many interchangeable players do the Patriots have? Mike Vrabel is an outside linebacker, big enough to almost be a defensive end. Good enough and athletic enough to come over and play tight end when he needs to. Richard Seymour, defensive lineman. He's playing a little fullback. We've seen Dan Klecko, another defensive lineman, play fullback, tight end.
And Vrabel, most likely, will be right in there on the kickoff team when they kick it away.
Smart player, aspires to be a coach someday. Graduated from Ohio State, and he says, yeah, I just hope one day they'll take me back there to be an assistant coach. I said, you know, I think your chances are pretty good.
So now Brady and the Patriots go for two. Falk with the direct snap. Got the two-point conversion.
You have special plays for times just like that.
Kevin Falk, a steady contributor to this New England team, but registers the first points for him this season. Play in the fourth quarter. Patriots lead at 29-22. Kevin Falk had not scored a single point this season, this postseason, until that two-point conversion. Steve Smith is deep for the kick from Vinatieri. Right at the goal line. Gets a block, turns it outside. 30, penalty marker is down as he's out of bounds right across the 37-yard line, and we get another flag. We have two markers on the field. Patriots are saying this is going to go against Carolina. Here's Ed Hockley.
Greg, let's go back and look at the touchdown by Mike Vrabel. He's on the backside. Tom Brady looks across the field. Nobody open. The defender runs into Julius Peppers, and then Tom Brady, nice fake, and they quick snap. They quick snap Carolina's defense, and they're not ready for this play.
So now the Panthers go to work from their own 19-yard line. Carolina 12 penalties for 73 yards in this game. Delhomme flips it to Foster. Foster, 25, and slips down at the 29-yard line. Players continue to have trouble with the footing. Eight game-winning or game-tying drives in the fourth quarter or overtime this season, engineered by Jake Delhomme. Foster across the 35 to the 36-yard line.
Plenty of time. They still have all three timeouts. He wants to get one more in before the 2-minute warning.
He's going to have to hurry.
Don't waste it, though.
Snap is away. Delhomme throwing this side, has his man, and out of bounds at the 45-yard line is Muhsin Muhammad. 19 yards and a first down, and with that, we reach the 2-minute warning. 1:56 remaining in the Super Bowl. Carolina driving for what would be a tying touchdown. We'll be back. They're working on Rodney Harrison's right arm on the sideline. 45-yard line, first down, Carolina in New England territory. Delhomme up the seam, got his man Ricky Proehl inside the 15-yard line, and a first down. Sean Mayer, number 39, with the stop after a 30-yard pickup. And we get a timeout on the field. The Panthers take timeout. That's the first one used here in the second half.
Rodney Harrison is out of the game. You bring in another defensive back. New England plays it safe. So when you play it safe, sometimes somebody gets out of position, and that's what happens to him on that play. Sean Mayer gets pushed too far to the outside, and that allows Ricky Proehl to go right up the inside seam for a big catch. Another terrific catch by the Carolina receivers.
Now, we talk about interchangeable parts on these New England Patriots, but the Panthers are well aware. Jake Delhomme said Ty Law and Rodney Harrison are the cornerstones of that defense.
Yeah, stay away from him. He's done a good job. And, you know, also, too, you saw that Jake Delhomme did a play-action fake. It's not that they're really trying to fool the defense. It just gives the quarterback rhythm to throw the football, and he throws it really well when he does those little fakes.
We're told that Rodney Harrison will probably return just inside the 15-yard line. Delhomme throwing for the end zone. Incomplete. Intended for Muhammad. It'll be 2nd and 10. There has never been an overtime in the Super Bowl. If you look at the numbers for the quarterbacks here tonight.
Well, that's really, that's in, for Jake Delhomme, what a rough start and what a comeback. Yards per completions, I can't even figure it up. It's a lot, over 20.
Second and 10, empty backfield behind Delhomme. All kinds of time, throws out to the side, and that is complete to Chris Mangum, and Mangum's forward progress will be marked at about the 12. Not much of a gain there. It'll be 3rd and 8, and Rodney Harrison being helped away from the field.
The New England Patriots rushed 2 defenders on the last play, 9 back in coverage.
Big blitz, throwing to the end zone, touchdown!
You're talking about playing unbelievably fantastic under pressure. Jake Delhomme has done that today. Under pressure that time, it's a blitz, but he knew exactly where he wanted to go, and he made a perfectly timed throw to get the touchdown. Boy, what a job by Jake Delhomme all day long. Staying cool when it started rough.
Casey's kick is good. This game is tied. 2 years ago, as a member of the Rams, Ricky Proehl tied the Super Bowl with 1.5 minutes remaining.
Oh, the New England Patriots completely blow the coverage.
And it costs them, at least right now, it's a Jake Delhomme, Ricky Proehl celebrating on the far sideline. It is ironic. 2 years ago, Proehl tied the game for the Rams, scoring a touchdown with 1.5 minutes to play.
Greg, Rodney Harrison being out, the New England Patriots were so confused and unorganized on that last play that caused them to give up the easy touchdown throw.
Casey's kick
Wow.
Way off to the side.
Before we talk about that kick, let's look at the touchdown throw. Here comes the blitzers. Watch Ty Law up top. He's expecting somebody behind him to help him. He lets the receiver go. Easy touchdown.
Well, Casey picked the wrong time to come up with a kick that goes out of bounds, because the Patriots are now set up at their own 40-yard line, all 3 timeouts, and 68 seconds on the clock to get Adam Vinatieri into field goal range.
Here comes the blitz.
Straight drop for Brady. Throwing outside, incomplete. He missed Deion Branch. It'll be 2nd and 10. 1:04 to play.
It's really easy for Tom Brady to tell when they're going to blitz. All he has to do is walk up to the line of scrimmage, and he's been taught by Charlie Weiss and the coaches, if there's a man over the center, if there's a big defensive lineman over each guard, then the Carolina Panthers are going to blitz. It's the old Buddy Ryan defense that he ran in Chicago and Philadelphia. Easy for a quarterback to recognize.
Comes the blitz. Pass this side. Troy Brown with the catch. Midfield, still on his feet. Forward progress will be marked to about the 47-yard line. Clock continues to move. 50 seconds, and now stopped at 51 seconds. Patriots use a timeout. That is their first. It has not been his night here so far. And there is where you want to go if you're the Patriots to give Adam Vinatieri a shot at a 48-yarder. Brady throwing. Back shoulder, got his man inside the 30, penalty marker flies. Troy Brown made the catch. And this one's going to go back.
You saw the official run into Ed Hockley, Greg. That immediately tells you it's against the offense. Terry Cousin on the coverage. Troy Brown going up the seam. They know it's a blitz. He extends that arm, and that's a good call. When you stick your arm and it gets all the way out, and you saw Cousin, it stopped him just enough. And we see it called all the time with defensive backs against wide receivers. The same holds for the offense. They can't do it either.
1st and 20 now. Brady rolling to his left, looking, throws over the middle. What a catch at the 45-yard line. Troy Brown comes back and makes a terrific catch. 30 seconds to play.
Greg, you said it early. Tight game. They're just going to let Tom Brady do it.
Brady throws, hits his man Daniel Graham to the 40. And we get a whistle and a timeout. You know, now you and I both know Jeff Probst. And
Yes.
I can tell you, he's probably getting a little antsy right now, but he's just going to have to wait until we're done here.
And who would he be?
He's the man who runs Survivor, and tonight, after the Super Bowl, they are the best of the best. 18 former survivors compete in the Ultimate Showdown. Don't miss the premiere of Survivor All-Stars with Jeff Probst tonight after the game.
Let me say this about this game. If I'm the Carolina Panthers, I do not try to blitz because the wide receivers for New England, they're hot. Tom Brady is in tremendous rhythm. Don't give him a chance to make the play. Sit back. If he completes it, make it be short, and make Adam Vinatieri come out here and kick a long field goal, a really long field goal to win the game.
Boy, you have to wonder, is it in the cards again for Adam Vinatieri, who has not had a sterling night here tonight? He's missed a 31-yard field goal. He's had a 36-yard attempt blocked. Brady looking at a 3rd and 3. Time, throws, has his man inside the 25-yard line. Deion Branch made the catch, and timeout is called with 8 seconds on the clock.
New England gets this right. They were expecting Carolina to play coverage. Here's what happens. He goes down here, the corner stays up, and they throw it in front of the safety. Good job, good read by Tom Brady. Look at the gap in between the safety and the defensive corner up down at the bottom of the screen, and Tom Brady makes the perfect throw.
Deion Branch, 10 catches, 143 yards and a touchdown, and there is the man, Adam Vinatieri, in his 8th season out of South Dakota State. He kicked the game-winning field goal here in Houston back on the 23rd of November. He kicked the game winner in the Super Bowl 2 years ago to defeat the Rams. 41 yards. Ken Walter will hold. And we get a timeout. The Panthers use their 2nd timeout. Carolina has 1 remaining. Here's what Vinatieri has been up against here today. Early on, from 31 yards out, he got it away, but he pushed it to the right. And then from 36 yards out, Shane Burton got his hand up, got a hand on it, and Vinatieri stands in at 0 for 2, and you know what? Those don't matter.
Well, that's right, and I tell you what, one of the toughest jobs in football, I think, is always the place kicker. Because if the team, the fans, everybody expects you to make them all, and when it comes to big moments like this, there just cannot be any more pressure on a football player.
How about that notation? The only misses Adam Vinatieri has had in his career indoors are all here at Reliant Stadium. The Patriots looking for a 2nd Super Bowl title in 3 years from 41 yards. Looks good.
What a pressure drive by the New England Patriots.
Perfect spot by Walter. The perfect kick by Vinatieri. The perfect kick on the kickoff is not what Carolina got from John Casey, which gave New England terrific field position to start this drive. Meanwhile, for number 4, there just isn't a better time for him than the final moments of a Super Bowl, is there? A stoic Tom Brady. And a sober Jake Delhomme. 4 seconds on the clock. Bill Belichick says we'll take that, and now we've got 4 seconds to deal with.
Thinking about the next play. What do we do on the kickoff right away? Don't celebrate yet because it's not over.
Rod Smart and Steve Smith are deep. Vinatieri kicks it deep. From the 1-yard line, it's Rod Smart. The 20. Runs out of room, and the Panthers run out of time. The New England Patriots claim their second Super Bowl championship in 3 years. We've talked about it. In this era of free agency and player movement, that's as close to a dynasty as you're ever going to find.
Well, it is, Greg. 15 games in a row. Such a tremendous job by the Patriots in so many pressure situations. But what's going to be talked about, and I know there was a lot of plays that happened after it, but John Fox going for 2 points changed the game around, and it might have been the difference in the outcome.
For Phil Simms and Armin Katayan and Bonnie Bernstein, Greg Gumbel saying so long for now from the Super Bowl 38 in Houston. The Patriots are winners. Stay tuned.
With the kickoff seconds away, standing by with Troy Brown. Let's go down to Chris Myers.
All right, thanks very much, Joe. With the most veteran Patriot, an intense look this close to kickoff. What's going through your mind?
Just coming out and playing a great game, you know, and we don't want to go out there and turn the ball over and have any mistakes and give them opportunities to put some points on the board. And
you are Mr. Versatility. What concerns you the most about this matchup?
A lot of things. This team is very good across the board, special teams, offense, defense. It's a very good football team, and we just want to go out and execute our game plan and play a good game across the board ourselves and try to match their intensity.
All right, have fun tonight. Thanks, Troy Brown.
Thank you.
All right, he will be catching the ball, playing defense, and also returning punts. Now let's go over on the Eagles sideline and Pam Oliver.
Hey, Chris, Donovan McNabb described the mood back in the locker room as relaxed and loose. He says, we're back there playing Rick James. It's hard to be uptight. As for the possibility of a quarterback first time in the Super Bowl, the game going too fast for him, he said he acknowledges that, but he's going to make it a point that when he steps on the field to consciously slow his mind down. A bit to worry about, or something to look for the Eagles. Left tackle Trey Thomas, some back spasms last night. He's apparently good to go, but something to watch throughout the game. Back to you, Joe.
All right, Pam, thank you very much. As we showed you earlier, the Eagles won the toss. They receive. They start with a football. And that means an early look at Donovan McNabb getting that first start at the age of 28 in the Super Bowl. Bill Belichick and that defense. Romeo Crennel, who is headed off to the Cleveland Browns, most likely after this game, as their next head coach. That'll be the matchup to start, and we play for the NFL championship. This is Rod Hood. Rod Hood with a great start for the Eagles as he takes it out across the 35. They will mark him down just shy of the 40. And Donovan McNabb heads to work. During the regular season, 31 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. The only quarterback in NFL history to throw for more than 30 and throw fewer than 10 interceptions.
And as good as he was during the regular season, Joe, he's been that much better here in the playoffs.
Terrell Owens making the start at the bottom of your screen. A blitz from New England to start. Eagles pick it up, and McNabb is flushed. In trouble. Gets rid of it. Incomplete. Terrell Owens, the intended receiver. And the Patriots were all over Donovan McNabb. Colvin was there. Pfeiffer was there. And he was getting chased and just able to get rid of it. You look at the offensive linemen for the Philadelphia Eagles, and a lot on the shoulders of Hank Fraley. Pam Oliver telling us about the back spasms that have bothered Trey Thomas. And the backs and receivers, Terrell Owens, 6 weeks after surgery to repair that broken right ankle, starting and right now in motion. Play action from McNabb, and the pass is complete to that man Owens. It gives a shove to Randall Gay and a pickup of 7.
Well, Terrell Owens is certainly getting a warm reception from this crowd, or at least half of it, going in short motion. And just off the bootleg action here, this is what Terrell Owens can do for this team. Just creating some opportunities in open space. And I've got to think, just catching the ball, getting his hands on it, getting hit mildly that first time, all of a sudden you begin to settle down, because remember, he has not played for a long time.
Injured December 19th against Dallas. Had 2 screws and a plate put in that broken right ankle. 6 weeks later, here he is starting. Blitz. McNabb somehow stays on his feet, loses the football. And the Patriots have it. Teddy Bruschi was the first one there. McGinnis knocked it away, and it's an early turnover as the Patriots will take over.
Well, you got to take a look at where the pressure comes from right here. Teddy Bruschi, number 54, he comes inside, and that's because the tackle, John Runyon, blocked out. Jermaine Mayberry blocks down, and it leaves the open void, and Donovan McNabb never sees him coming.
You know, McNabb and the Eagles come out in those spread formations, and every time they've done it thus far, the Patriots have come after them and attacked them with this blitz.
Philadelphia is challenged, but the quarterback's knee was down prior to losing the football.
Andy Reid and the Eagles hoping that tremendous athletic ability of Donovan McNabb, which somehow allowed him to stay on his feet, that his knee was down before regaining his balance and losing the football. It'll be an interesting look. We'll have the result when we come back. Well, as we went to commercial break, we gave you that replay with the angle that certainly looked to all of us in the booth that clearly Donovan McNabb's knee was down, and this should be easy to call and reverse the original ruling, which was that McNabb stayed up and then eventually fumbled with New England recovering.
Yeah, and the surprising part about it, I agree, Joe, clearly the knee's on the ground while he still has possession of the ball, and yet the defense right now is out on the field.
Well, I'm not so sure that they've ever shown it here in the stadium.
After review, the quarterback's knee was down at the 36-yard line. Philadelphia retains possession of the ball. It'll be 4th down. Philadelphia is not charged with their first timeout. No charged timeout.
Boy, just a fantastic job by Andy Reid and his staff to have seen that quickly, because it looked like everybody on the field had more or less just assumed that, yes, it was a fumble. They pick it up, and a huge start to the game for Andy Reid.
It was a 3rd down and 3 play. So it brings up 4th down and brings Dirk Johnson, a second-year punter out of Northern Colorado, out onto the field with Troy Brown, the versatile Troy Brown, waiting deep for New England. Mike Bartram, a former Patriot, the long snapper for the Eagles. And a good punt. Brown from about the 20. Labinjo downfield for Philadelphia, 7-yard return. And here comes Tom Brady, already a 2-time Super Bowl MVP, out onto the field. And if you ask Corey Dillon about Tom Brady, he says, when we get into the huddle, I just look at Tom Brady, we look to our leader, and he tells us how we're supposed to act.
Well, yeah, and especially when you're going into a Super Bowl, you're always concerned about how the players are going to react to the emotion and the magnitude of the game. Corey Dillon admits that he gets nervous before each and every ball game, and that Tom Brady has a calming influence on him.
On 1st down, a blitz. Patriots pick it up, and wide open is Branch. Deion Branch is wrestled down at the 44-yard line. Trotter was coming on the blitz, and a tremendous pickup by Corey Dillon.
Well, you think about all the things that Corey Dillon can do as a running back, but this time it's blitz pickup. He's a big guy and was able to pick up Trotter and give Tom Brady just enough time. Brady makes a nice little move out of the pocket, and if the Philadelphia Eagles are going to blitz, they have to get there. You can't give Tom Brady that much time.
15-yard completion to Branch, and movement by Matt Light, the left tackle.
False start, offense, number 72. 5-yard penalty, 1st down.
Well, you know his name for not a very good reason, but we look at the rest of the offensive line. They consider Matt Light their best offensive lineman. Copen is from Philly. Brandon Gorin, the right tackle. Gorin and Light were teammates at Purdue. Tight end is Daniel Graham, and the receivers, Branch, Patton. We'll see a lot of Gibbons and Troy Brown. This is Dillon getting it for the first time, and Dillon picked up 4. Javon Curse on that tackle, and it's Curse who's not headed to the Pro Bowl. but who had a fantastic season, starting at defensive end across from Derek Burgess, who was the NFL Defensive Player of the Week for what he did against the Atlanta Falcons. The linebackers, Trotters, made such a difference in the middle, helping to stop the run for Philadelphia. 3 Pro Bowlers in the secondary for the Eagles. The guy left out that list, Sheldon Brown. Belichick's more impressed with him than Lito Shepherd. Dillon gets it, trying to maintain his balance, and Dillon gets it to the 45, picked up 2. 3rd and long coming up for the Patriots.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised this early in the ball game. Jim Johnson electing to bring some pressure. Had a chance to visit with him a couple of days ago. He said he was reluctant to come after Tom Brady early. He wanted to see first if he could get pressure with his front 4 already early in this game. We've seen Jim Johnson dial up the blitz.
Well, I think the Patriots were anticipating a blitz to screen the perfect call, but still unable to execute it.
3rd down and 9. Eagles are coming again. Brady with all day down the middle of the field. The pass incomplete, with Patton the intended receiver.
Well, now you're seeing some of the strategy for Tom Brady and the New England Patriots. They know the Eagles are going to blitz. They're going to what they call their molasses count. They're going to go through the snap count twice at the line of scrimmage and try and force the Eagles to show the blitz first, show it early. That time Tom Brady had a great look at it. They still weren't able to hit him for the big play.
Michael Lewis, Rod Hood were defending for Philadelphia, and Patton is just happy to be able to get up and get off the field after that sandwiched hit. 2 return men are back for Philadelphia. As Josh Miller punts it, this one will head out of bounds, and it looks to be a brilliant punt. They're going to mark it at the 7. That's where the Eagles will get it early. Super Bowl 39, no score. Well, the New England Patriots and their fans have to hope this isn't a bad omen. It's one of the few mistakes this guy's made in years. He went to the wrong bench. After leaving the tunnel, he went over to the Eagles sideline, and somebody said, hey, coach, we're on the other side.
I think Philadelphia would take him, though, don't you?
Anybody would take him. They got a pretty good guy themselves.
Sure do.
Starting from their 7. McNabb hands it to Westbrook, and he is swallowed up. Seymour right in the middle of it, and here's a guy who hasn't played since injuring his knee at the end of December. Richard Seymour, Keith Traylor, who will show you how to move and shake, Ty Warren, and the linebackers. It's a 3-4 defense. Teddy Bruschi is headed to his first Pro Bowl. And the secondary, a couple of young corners. A young safety along with the veteran Rodney Harrison. Harrison playing in his 3rd Super Bowl. 2nd down and 12 after Westbrook lost 2. Quick throw. Terrell Owens. He has 2 catches already. And so much for him being a decoy as he's run out of bounds by Harrison. Gain of 9.
Well, I don't care if Terrell Owens can barely walk out there. Anytime Donovan McNabb sees him one-on-one against a rookie like Randall Gay, he's just going to raise up and throw the ball. The Patriots came into this game. They were telling us they were going to treat Terrell Owens just like any other receiver until he proves otherwise. Well, he's starting to prove otherwise.
Talked to Harrison. He said, we expect Terrell Owens, the all-pro, not Terrell Owens, the hobbler, as they hand on 3rd down to Westbrook. He gets only 1, and it's time for another Philadelphia punt. Mike Vrabel on the stop. One of their defensive leaders, Teddy Bruschi, heads off the field, and it's another stop for the Patriots defense.
Well, I think one of the real keys for Philadelphia offensively is not getting predictable within their play calling. The Pittsburgh Steelers certainly did that in the championship game. Andy trying to mix it up there on 3rd down.
Another good punt from Johnson. And a fair catch called for by Brown. Terrific punt by Dirk Johnson. 52 yards, no return, and the Patriots have the football. As we welcome you back to Jacksonville, you look at Tom Brady. Brady is a guy who has started his postseason career 8-0. That's the best start ever since the guy to my right, Troy Aikman, started 7-0. He is the youngest quarterback to start 3 Super Bowls. And if he should somehow become MVP of this Super Bowl, he would match the great Joe Montana, who is right now the only 3-time Super Bowl MVP winner. It has been a remarkable start for Tom Brady as he hands to Dillon. Dillon runs to his right and picks up 3. Take a look at the road to the Super Bowl for the New England Patriots. 14-2 during the regular season. They beat the Colts 20-3. The first time Indianapolis was held without a touchdown all year. The AFC Championship game, they put up all those points on that great Steelers defense. And it was Tom Brady right in the center of it who told Bob Kraft, the owner, during training camp of his rookie year, "I'm the best decision this franchise has ever made." That'll cost New England 5.
False start. Offense. Number 76. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
And what we've already seen is by the linebackers getting up in the line of scrimmage for the Philadelphia Eagles, they've had some false starts. Of course, they got Matt Light on the previous series, and this New England offensive line is a little anxious at the line of scrimmage.
And now you're getting back into blitz territory for Jim Johnson. Once you get second or third and long, he starts coming usually.
4 wide receivers for the Patriots. Quick throw, pass is complete to Branch, and Branch wrapped up immediately by Trotter after picking up 8.
You know, it's going to be interesting today. Jeremiah Trotter certainly has made a huge difference defensively against the run for the Philadelphia Eagles since he's come into the lineup at the midway point. This team is averaging giving up 50 fewer yards rushing in these games. But Tom Brady, when you play against him, he has a way of manipulating linebackers with his eyes and with his pump fakes. We'll have to keep an eye on how he does against the pass today.
3rd down and 4. Blitz. Brady fires, pass complete. Shepard on the stop. Lito Shepard, who is from Jacksonville, Florida, came up, made the hit, a gain of only 2, and a Patriots punt is coming.
And whenever Charlie Weiss, the offensive coordinator for the Patriots, whenever he anticipates blitz, this is what he'll do. He'll bring the formation down to pack it in order to try to create protection. Now he gets a guy out in the flat, a safe pass, but look at Lito Shepard, the job that he does driving on the ball to keep them from picking up the first down.
Westbrook and Mahe waiting deep for Philadelphia. Westbrook shows a good burst and gets it out just past the 26. 10-yard return by Brian Westbrook. He'll stay out there and go to work on offense. No score. A matchup of 2 teams that were top 10 defensive units during the regular season. 2 teams that gave up some yards but did not give up a lot of points. So far no scores. 7:31 left first quarter. 3rd possession for Philadelphia. McNabb's going to air it out. Kingston, the intended receiver, and he was underthrown. Let's go down to Pam Oliver.
Hey, Joe, nothing short of a Herculean effort to get T.O.'s ankle ready for the game this week. His personal chiropractor and massage therapist came in from Atlanta to work on him. Also, Owens had a hyperbaric chamber brought in. He spent a great deal of time in it this week, even sleeping in it overnight. He believes in its healing effects, Joe, although the Eagles approach it in a more conventional sense. Back to you.
All right, Pam, thanks. I think it was Austin Powers that made that hyperbaric chamber famous. And you see the legs and the running of Terrell Owens. Donovan McNabb said he only sees him limp when he's coming back to the huddle. Westbrook gets it as they drop it off to him. Brown misses on a tackle, and Westbrook picks up a first down. Troy Brown had a shot to bring down Westbrook, but whiffed.
Well, the Philadelphia Eagles, they like to run a variety of screens, a variety of ways. Watch Michael Westbrook. He'll come up, act like he's going to help in protection, just turns right back around. Donovan gets the ball right into his hands, Just nice execution there by the Philadelphia Eagles.
And what we're seeing so far out of the Patriots defensively, they're bringing both outside linebackers a lot.
Handoff is to Dorsey Levens, who already has a Super Bowl ring. Got that with the Green Bay Packers. He picked up 2.
You know, it's interesting. This is, in my opinion, Troy, one of the better screen teams in the Philadelphia Eagles and one of the better screen defending teams in the New England Patriots. They have so many veteran players at that linebacker position. A lot of times you'll see teams trying to sneak somebody out on a screen, and the defensive tackle who you think is rushing will just level the guy.
2nd down and 9 after Levens got a 1.5 yards. Westbrook now in the backfield. McNabb rolls, fires out of the reach of L.J. Smith. There wasn't much there anyway, but Donovan McNabb a little juiced up on that throw.
Yeah, I think he is, and that's understandable when you get into your first Super Bowl, and like I've talked about a little bit earlier as far as how you handle the emotional elements of it, and I think that that's why earlier on that 3rd down call, Andy Reid went with the running play rather than trying to force something. But a good job there by Donovan McNabb getting outside the pocket. Nothing there rather than force something, just unload it.
3rd down and 9. Blitz. Eagles pick it up, and the pass is caught by L.J. Smith. And it appears to be enough for an Eagles 1st down.
Well, L.J. Smith is going to get the credit for the catch, but it's Brian Westbrook, the outstanding running back, who's going to see this blitz coming right up the middle by Teddy Bruschi. He's going to take him, drive him out of the hole, give McNabb room to step up and complete a big pass, and he needed that one, Troy, to get a little rhythm going.
Well, he really did, and you got Roman Pfeiffer there who's on L.J. Smith, and when L.J. Smith is matched up on a linebacker in this game, that's a battle that he has to win, and he was able to win on that one.
What a catch by L.J. Smith, who really concerns Bill Belichick. Westbrook out of the backfield. Vrabel in open space, couldn't bring him down. Eventually a pickup of 3 as Randall Gay makes the stop. Let's talk a little bit about Brian Westbrook. I mean, this is a guy, you can't put him in the category of a Marshall Faulk, but the athletic ability, the speed, you can line him up as a wide receiver. He runs great pass routes. He is really the X factor, much more so than Terrell Owens coming into this game.
Well, he really is, because as an offensive coach, you're always looking for those types of players that create matchup problems, and he does that. They like it when he lines up against a defensive back as a wideout, obviously coming out of the backfield. Him along with L.J. Smith are the ones that create those problems.
On 2nd down and 7. McNabb with all day slings it too high for L.J. Smith, who was open.
And I don't think that L.J. Smith knew who the heck he was throwing that ball to. There was Smith low and another receiver high, and it went somewhere in between. So for Donovan McNabb, and we've seen this before with him, to be perfectly frank, early in games sometimes when he's getting overly jacked up, he tends to throw high, and I think on that one, LJ thought it was going to somebody else.
And when Donovan McNabb makes mistakes, it's not because of poor decisions. It's generally because of poorly thrown balls.
3rd down and 7. And whistles prior to the snap.
We'll reset it to 25 seconds.
So with 4:27 left in this first quarter, it's 3rd down and 7. Fresh play clock for Andy Reid and the Eagles.
You were talking about Brian Westbrook, and I agree he's such a big factor. Over the last 3 years, when he touches the ball 10 times or more in a ball game, the Eagles are 22-1. That's remarkable.
A play selection for the Eagles. Belichick will tell you this is a pass-first team. Owens, open space. Harrison chasing and out of bounds inside the 20, and a late flag comes in. A 30-yard catch and run by Terrell Owens, and this penalty is against New England.
After the play, personal foul, Unnecessary roughness. Defense, number 59. Half the distance to the goal. First down.
And what we saw there is Freddie Mitchell coming across on the pick, and that's what allowed Terrell Owens to become so wide open. He picked Gay, the corner, who was in coverage on Terrell Owens, and it looked like it was going to be initially a penalty for the pick.
They get Roosevelt Colvin for hitting Runyon. There wasn't a whole lot there, but by throwing his shoulder into Runyon, that brings the ball all the way down to the 8. On the heels of a 30-yard completion, Chris, on 3rd and 7.
And I've got to tell you, that was a major pick play that the officials missed on that one.
McNabb in trouble. Down he goes. Vrabel, after Colvin got there first, and a loss of 16 yards, taking it all the way back to the 24-yard line.
Well, remember, the one time that we've seen the Philadelphia Eagles look bad offensively this year was against the Pittsburgh Steelers and their 34 defense. With this scheme, the two outside linebackers are forcing a change in protection. Right now, the Philadelphia Eagles are taking both their tackles and their guards and fanning them to the outside, and that's the reason we're seeing so much blitz up the middle by Brewski and Johnson and some of those other guys.
2nd down and goal from the 24. McNabb, corner of the end zone, a flag is down, and the pass is eventually picked off by Asante Samuel. A flag is on the field as Samuel slides down at the 29. A helmet is off. One of the Eagles is injured.
Illegal contact. Defense, number 95. 5-yard penalty. Automatic. First down.
So with the illegal contact called on Roman Pfeiffer, it gives the Eagles the ball back and an automatic first down.
And they got away with one there, Philadelphia did, because Donovan just threw that ball up into the corner of the end zone, had no chance of completing that pass. The illegal contact, however, will keep the ball in Eagles' possession.
It was L.J. Smith who was injured. He's able to get up and walk off the field under his own power. It'll be first down from the 19 when we come back. 3:14 left in this. I guess it's an eventful first quarter. We don't have any score yet, but as we look at that last penalty on Roman Pfeiffer.
Really not much question about it. About 7 yards down the field, and the officials are very strict indeed this season. You cannot hit someone beyond 5 yards. It is a penalty and a huge turnaround in this ball game.
Already 4 penalties tonight called on the Patriots. This is the 10th play of the drive. And on first down from the 19, McNabb goes toward the end zone, and this one is picked off. Intercepted by Rodney Harrison. That's his 3rd interception of this postseason and his 5th overall in the last 5 postseasons, and that one was up for grabs.
But it looks like Rodney Harrison got hurt on this play, and that is the bigger story right now.
Well, watch Rodney Harrison. He's coming over the top the entire way. He's reading Donovan McNabb. He read him on the previous play. He reads him here coming out of the middle of the field, and he makes a big break on the ball for the interception.
Couple of poor throws by Donovan McNabb. This interception will stand as the Patriots take over. A look from our pylon cam right down the goal line as Donovan McNabb just threw his first red zone interception all year.
And here's Harrison right here. He's just going to read Donovan McNabb, who never takes his eyes off the left side of the field. And Harrison just reads it right over the top.
Harrison was able to get up and walk off the field under his own power as the Patriots start now from their own 3. Handoff is to Dillon. And Corey Dillon lowers his shoulder and gets it out to the 10. The excitement of Super Bowl continues as one of the biggest names in all of music. Paul McCartney performed some of his greatest hits live during the AmeriQuest Mortgage Super Bowl 39 halftime show. It's coming up at halftime, only on Fox. And there is Paul McCartney. With 2.5 to play in this first quarter, no score. Second down and 3. Brady down the middle of the field and incomplete. Givens the closest to it. He was overthrown, and then Michael Lewis was closer to it really than Givens for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, and coming into this game, Charlie Weiss and this offense really knew that if they're going to be able to create chunks of yards and get points, that they're going to have to take some shots down the field. And on that play, by motioning into an empty set, they forced the Philadelphia Eagles to go to a man-to-man middle safety high and get your shots, but that time Tom Brady just unable to connect.
Kevin Falk now in the backfield on 3rd and 3. And they hand it to Falk. And Falk is brought down at the 10, no gain. 4th down. Corey Simon making the play for the Eagles.
Well, we've seen very conservative play now on both ends as these two coaches opt not to take chances inside their own 20-yard line. And for the New England Patriots, this is just the way that they play. Under Bill Belichick in championship games and Super Bowls, they've only had 3 giveaways as an offense, and they just simply are not going to beat themselves.
Miller will start from the middle of his end zone. Line drive punt. From the Eagles side of midfield, it's Westbrook getting it to the 45-yard line, a 9-yard return. You have to go back to 1960 to find the last time the Eagles won the NFL championship. 21,688,169 fans have attended the Eagles game, 688 games played, 920 players. And the great Harold Carmichael was the Eagles wide receiver from 71 to 83 and played in their last Super Bowl in January of 1981 under Dick Vermeil. A Jacksonville native on the sideline for Philadelphia's McNabb throws. Pinkston. And with Randall Gay covering, a lot of contact, no flag. 2nd and 10.
And that's something that Todd Pinkston actually does pretty well. You know, this is what he does best as a wide receiver, is going vertical and then going up for the ball, but he never really got up. He just mistimed his jump, and Randall Gay gets in between it, and actually fortunate that that ball wasn't intercepted.
How good have these two young corners gotten? Asante Samuel and Randall Gay going in for Tyrone Poole and Ty Law midway through the season. Rodney Harrison was telling us when that happened and our 2 stars got injured, I said, oh, we're in big trouble. But these 2 young kids have played fantastic football.
The job they've done in the playoffs against Marvin Harrison and Plexico Burris. McNabb gonna run, and it's Rodney Harrison upending Donovan McNabb, a loss of 1.
That time there, Joe, they had a screen actually called, and what you're going to see is the way that this New England Patriots defense identifies the screen play, and Dorsey Levens just got clocked. I mean, they laid him out. You're going to see he's looking for him there, and then boom, he gets hit by Roman Pfeiffer, and then Donovan McNabb has to go try to make something happen. But Chris, you touched on it just a little bit earlier about how good this New England defense is at identifying the screen.
3rd sack for the Patriots. Play clock down to 1. McNabb over the middle. Harrison on the stop. And losing the football is L.J. Smith. It's recovered by New England. Eugene Wilson comes away with it.
Boy, one thing you have to know as a receiver, once you're making initial contact and guys are no longer trying to tackle you, they're trying to hold you up. They're clearly here trying to hold up L.J. Smith. Now the ball's exposed. Randall Gay comes in and knocks the ball free. There comes a point in time in a play, especially pass plays, where you can't gain any more yards. Get on the ground. This is a major shift in field position right now in this ball game.
They'll start at their own 38. Gay was the one that knocked it out, but it was Rodney Harrison that was holding L.J. Smith up. Harrison has had a very good start to Super Bowl 39. Brady fires, and his receiver Gibbons had slipped.
You know, when you talk about the kind of game so far that Rodney Harrison is having, these Eagles knew coming into this game he's a very aggressive player. He likes to read the quarterback, and they really felt that they could take advantage of them because of his aggressiveness with some double moves. So far, Donovan really has been staring a lot of plays down, and Rodney Harrison, being the veteran player he is, has been able to make some jumps on the ball.
2nd down and 10. Dillon trying to bounce it outside. He gets the edge. He's hit by Michael Lewis coming up from a safety spot, a gain of 4.
And I really think that this is their best run formation. As you watch the tape on the New England Patriots offense, the one thing that we've seen is that Corey Dillon this season with this football team has been able to make the edge. In practice, we watched Jim Johnson play after play on defense scream out, set the edge, make Dillon cut back, because when he gets it to the outside, he creates some real trouble for Philadelphia.
It will be the 6th scoreless first quarter in Super Bowl history, and the 2nd straight. Quarter number 2 from Jacksonville, Super Bowl 39 coming up right after this. Welcome back to Super Bowl 39, start of the 2nd quarter. 3rd down and 7 at their own 41 for the Patriots. Brady gonna go down. Sacked by Burgess. Derek Burgess, who has had a tough time staying healthy, has made a name for himself this postseason.
And Derek Burgess, last week for the first time, played on the offense's left side. He and Javon Curse switched positions. He played so well against Mike Vick and the Atlanta Falcons. They decided to leave him on that side, and already paying dividends here in this game.
Yeah, 2 sacks last week and now a sack in this game.
So another punt coming from Josh Miller. And a fair catch called for by Lito Shepard. Let's go down to Chris Myers.
Joe, Tom Brady is playing with a heavy heart. May not be showing it outwardly, but he really had a tough time with the passing of his grandmother just a few days ago. Brady's father, Tom, is here in attendance, but the Patriot quarterback always speaks so highly and proudly of his close-knit family. He felt badly that he was the only member of the family who was not able to attend the vigil for his grandmother's passing due to his preparation for this game.
Grandmother Margaret, who passed away at the age of 94. To have a Super Bowl party at the nursing home where she lived. And so a big fan for Tom Brady. First down and 10 for Philadelphia with a ball at their own 19. Handoff is to Westbrook. Neither team has been able to establish any kind of a running game to this point. Fox Tuesday, don't miss an all-new American Idol when television's #1 show takes you to Hollywood, and the competition is about to get brutal. Who will make the cut? Who will go home? It's all new this Tuesday, 8 Eastern, 7 Central, right here on Fox.
You know, it's just been so impressive thus far watching these two defenses go at it. Reminds me a little bit of last year's Super Bowl that started so slowly and then exploded in the last 3 quarters.
2nd down and 8. And off Westbrook, nowhere to go. He gets only 1 as Vrabel is there to make the stop for the Patriots.
And you're right, Joe. So far, I mean, the Eagles just have not been able to get anything going on the ground. Even though they're a team that doesn't run the ball a lot, they typically do a good job running the football when they do run it. Over 4 yards per carry in the season, in the regular season, which was good for 8th in the National Football League. But it's smart, in my opinion, that Andy Reid is still sticking with it. And you've got to remain balanced against this defensive team of New England. You can't get one-dimensional.
Troy Brown, an extra defensive back, in there for the Patriots on 3rd and 8. McNabb with time over the middle, fires, completes it to Pinkston. First down, Philadelphia.
And when the Philadelphia Eagles really want to shore up protection inside, this is what they do. They run it off of play action, which washes everything down. It's the best way that they can protect Donovan McNabb, and they certainly do a good job of it there.
It's one of the few times they haven't brought a blitz, and that gave Todd Pinkston enough time to run a deep crossing route. Generally against this Patriots team, which had 45 sacks on the season, you don't get that kind of time. Choosing not to blitz may have cost him there.
And a great throw by Donovan McNabb.
One of his few good throws in this first half as Westbrook gets the corner and then slides down. Or was he hit along the sideline? No penalty flag comes in, a gain of 5 as Westbrook ended up on his back. The New England bench forced out by Wilson. Philadelphia's road to the Super Bowl looked like this: 13-3, clearly the best team all year in the NFC. They beat the Vikings, the divisional playoff. Freddie Mitchell 2 touchdowns. And then the NFC Championship, they beat the Falcons. That's what they did to Michael Vick. Finally, their 4th time was the charm for Andy Reid.
And really, they were 13-1 because they didn't even try the last 2 games.
Second down and 5, a blitz coming from the Patriots. McNabb steps up, down the middle for Pinkston. What a catch! Pinkston is down inside the 20. They'll mark him at the 17.
Boy, this is Donovan McNabb at his very best. They come with the blitz, and he's going to move around and buy just enough time to get this thing off. This is what he can do that a Peyton Manning or someone like that can't do. Just buy that time and find the wide receiver in man coverage down the field.
And Todd Pinkston, who was unable to go up on the previous deep ball and make a play, does a great job there using his size to go up and make a play on the ball and bring that one in.
When you blitz, it means man coverage, and McNabb took advantage.
That was Jeffrey Lurie, his wife Christine. Jeffrey, the owner of the Eagles, as Westbrook bounces it outside. And Brian Westbrook is starting to get his legs underneath him as the Eagles are able to run the ball better. This possession, a gain of 10. And it is enough for a first down for Philadelphia. That's us. This is Super Bowl 39, and this has been a defensive struggle up to this point as the Eagles have had a couple of big plays on this drive, and they have a 1st and goal. Trying to score the first points of this game. Hand off to Westbrook, and he gets flattened out and then knocked down, no gain.
Boy, a great read that time by Teddy Bruschi coming through the middle. He's a guy that is unquestionably the leader of this defense, just a dynamic personality. And we talked with him, and he really doesn't even look at the backs half the time. He's watching fullbacks, he's watching guards. He feels like they lead him to the football. And sometimes even when you think he's out of position, all of a sudden he comes in the back door with his speed and can make a play just like that one. Fantastic play.
He is smart. Penalty flag on the play on 2nd and goal, and that's out of the reach of L.J. Smith with Pfeiffer on him. We'll check the marker. It's against Philly.
Illegal formation. Offense. Number 69 was on the end of the line. Penalties decline. 3rd down.
3rd and goal.
Yeah, and you look at this Eagles offense and what's happened here in the first half. They've had opportunities. Of course, they threw the interception when they were in a position to try to at least come away with a field goal. Now they're knocking on the door, and because of penalties, they've backed themselves up, and now 3rd and goal from the 7-yard line.
T.O. at the bottom of the screen. Blitz. Pump fake from McNabb over the middle. Touchdown. Smith.
Just really a good play here by Donovan McNabb. Initially, he's looking for Terrell Owens, and he's working against Asante Samuel. That could have been illegal contact, should have been actually. And then he gets back inside to the tight end. L.J. Smith just fighting through a double team.
Boy, that was just a fantastic effort by L.J. Smith. I mean, he absolutely got hit by 3 different guys trying to find an opening, and somehow McNabb stayed with him.
So the Eagles strike first. It's 7-0. Patriots are trailing for the first time this postseason. Now we know why L.J. Smith concerned Bill Belichick so much coming in. He's had a good start to this one. He has the touchdown, and the Eagles are on the board first. L.J. Smith had 5 touchdown receptions during the regular season. He gets his first of the postseason. Chad Lewis been the starter. L.J. Smith played a lot anyway, and there's Chad in the background. You see the sock on his left foot. If you look at the scoring drive, Chad Lewis was injured, put on IR. Liz Frank sprain in his left foot. That happened in the NFC Championship game on his 2nd touchdown. And the classy Chad Lewis cheering on his teammate L.J. Smith, who got into the end zone. A penalty flag comes down on this return by Bethel Johnson. An 18-yard return, and we'll check the marker.
During the return, holding, receiving team, number 51. 10-yard penalty, first down.
It's Don Davis, guilty of the hold. There's the hold that costs New England some yards. Patriots have it, down 7. Offensive line for the Eagles has been good enough. Certainly on that touchdown throw gave Donovan McNabb a lot of time to find L.J. Smith, Bill Belichick, and Rodney Harrison trying to figure out what's going on. And Andy Reid and Terrell Owens, all the news about them during the past couple of weeks. With the decision to play, he's looked good so far. As they drop it off, the Patriots do, to Corey Dillon. And Dillon has a New England first down. He picked up 13. Sheldon Brown on the tackle. That is only the 2nd New England first down of this game.
Yeah, and so far, in my mind, this has been a pretty good whooping by the Philadelphia Eagles, and especially the great play of their defense. Remember, the Patriots last week put 41 on the board against the #1 defense in football, and so far, Philadelphia has just dominated this game.
First down, New England. Another Philadelphia blitz. Perfect call against it as they screen it to Dillon. And Corey Dillon has a first down out across the 40. He got 15.
And right now, New England's starting to sense that Philadelphia's getting pressure. Hollis Thomas, he just shoots the gap right there. Immediately gets in Tom Brady's face, but he's able to get the ball out to Corey Dillon and pick up a big gain.
Boy, Joe Andruzzi had a fantastic block that time. They were in man coverage, and Dillon came out. There was only one blocker that was possible for Dillon out there, and he knocked his guy to the ground.
First down, New England. Falk out to midfield.
You know, to me, as you analyze this game, Troy, I thought the biggest difference in these two teams, maybe the only difference, was the fact that New England could run the football so much more effectively than could the Philadelphia Eagles. And maybe now they're beginning to establish that.
Well, I think right now, you know, the thing Philadelphia defensively wanted to stop was the outside stretch play, but we're starting to see New England have some success running the ball inside.
2nd and 2. They hand to Falk. Falk's got a first down. And he's inside the 45-yard line, picked up 5. Trotter on the tackle.
And I think when you look at Kevin Falk and his contributions to this team, he was their leading rusher a year ago. And then obviously when they go and they make a trade and they bring in Corey Dillon, then he has to take a back seat. But there's not a more unselfish player on this team than Kevin Falk, and he's become more of a third down back. And then he's obviously used also as a changeup to Corey Dillon as he is here.
That's Falk in motion on first down. Quick throw. Pass is complete to Gibbons. And he's got a first down inside the 35 to the 31. The ball came out, and they're letting this play continue. Sheldon Brown on the return, and this ball belongs for the moment to the Philadelphia Eagles. And now the officials are going to get together as nobody has made the signal. You've got members of the offense of the Eagles going on the field, and the offense for the Patriots are staying out there as we get another look at Givens.
Play was ruled a fumble, recovered by Philadelphia. First down.
His knee was clearly down.
Well, it was if the ball wasn't moving. Now let's see if we can get the other angle. Good call, Joe.
Looked like his knee was down. A challenge has to be coming from New England. As we were going to break, Bill Belichick threw the challenge red flag out onto the field as we look at Givens. Again, there's a little movement with the football there. Givens' knee is clearly down before the ball is eventually wrestled out by Sheldon Brown. As Terry McCauley will give it a look under the hood, and we'll see if that bobble and potentially a loss of control could end up giving the ball to Philadelphia. It's either a 1st and 10 for Philadelphia at their own 36 or a first down for New England at the Philadelphia 32.
After review, the runner's knee was down prior to losing control of the football. It will be New England's ball, 1st and 10 on the 32-yard line. New England is not charged with a timeout.
And at least by not ruling him down initially, it allows then the officials to go in and clean it up, which they are instructed to let the play go, which is what they did. The only downside to that is then Bill Belichick and the Patriots have to lose a challenge in order to get it right.
But instant replay has been huge thus far in this ball game.
So we have seen a Donovan McNabb play, which initially was ruled a fumble, reversed as McNabb's knee was down, and the same there with Givens, his knee going down before Brown ripped it out. First down, New England. Dillon inside the 30, still going. Dillon down inside the 10. Down at the 7. 25-yard run by Corey Dillon.
I don't know what more Jim Johnson can do as defensive coordinator. You're going to see Michael Lewis here drop down, and he's going to be right in position along with everybody else to make a play. They got an 8-man front, but Corey Dillon just bounces it out, and then, Chris, there's nobody on the backside for the cutback.
That's exactly right. Derek Burgess got cut off on the backside and created a huge void on the play. He's supposed to be trailing there.
Patriots trying to answer the Philadelphia touchdown. Quick throw. And a good open field tackle made by Rod Hood as Deion Branch is wrestled down, a gain of only 2.
And this is the area of the field where the Eagles defensively have been very good all season long. And I know that the New England Patriots, we saw it in the championship game, they like to get the ball into their receivers' hands quickly, allow a one-on-one matchup, make a guy miss, get into the end zone. But the Philadelphia Eagles, as we just saw with Roderick Hood, are pretty good tacklers.
2nd and goal. Brady loses it on the play action. And now the pile.
They're not so sure that Tom Brady got on it.
It looked like at the very end Brady lost it again.
I don't know how they're going to tell now. Darwin Walker came out of the pile with the ball.
And they're still down there looking for it. Walker's got it.
Darwin says, hey, I got it.
Unbelievable.
And when you're at the bottom of the pile, it's not necessarily who initially has possession. It's who ultimately comes out of the pile with the ball.
And for now, they have ruled the ball belongs to the Philadelphia Eagles as Brady lost it twice. First on the play action, then here it looked like he had it, and it started to squirt away.
Yeah, I don't think he ever had a good job by Javon Curse getting on top of him. But just a very simple maneuver blown by the Patriots there with Kevin Falk knocking the ball out of Tom Brady's hands. That play action is something they've done 1,000 times together.
So the turnover gives it to Philadelphia. From their own 13-yard line, Westbrook. Bruschi made him cut it back inside, and Brian Westbrook lost one. Willie McGinnis on the tackle.
You know, Hank Fraley on that particular play is pulling out, and he's a very active center, and that's one of his strengths. I mean, he's not the most gifted athlete, obviously, as an offensive lineman, but a tenacious player that goes until the whistle, and had a great game in the NFC Championship game, and probably the most underrated offensive lineman on this Philadelphia team.
But against this 3-4 defense, typically there's somebody on his nose, and that's a little different look for him.
The Eagles have turned it over twice in this game. The Patriots have turned it over once. Their first turnover of this postseason as the pass is incomplete. Westbrook, the intended receiver. 3rd down and 11 coming up.
And I think you got to go back to the job that this Eagles defense has done. You know, you start out the game and the Eagles offensively struggle. They turn the ball over, but yet each time along the way, the Eagles defensively stepped up and have made plays. New England Patriots start a drive on that last possession, and they create the turnover. Just a magnificent job here in this first half by the Eagles defensively.
But this Patriots defense has made a lot of plays, and it looks like they're coming with pressure on this one.
On 3rd down and 11, McNabb buys time and fires, and the pass from Mitchell.
Boy, he had him. That would have been a first down too. Freddie Mitchell made a nice move on the outside on the scramble, and Donovan just threw it in the dirt.
And Chris, you got to wonder, because I know from my own experience having played in Super Bowls, and the same thing's happening here. They rotate in a brand new football every single snap, and those things are slick. And we have seen balls get away from Donovan McNabb already, and we've certainly seen that from Tom Brady.
Bethel Johnson is waiting deep, and it's an ugly punt. So the up man, Troy Brown, gets it. And great field position for New England inside the 40. Only a 29-yard punt. Brady and company back to work down 7. Former President Bill Clinton, former President George Bush, part of that fantastic pregame ceremony. So John Travolta, congratulations to the new Hall of Famer Steve Young, Jeff Gordon, Paul McCartney, who will be a part of our halftime show. 4 minutes, 25 seconds off the game clock from now. From the Philadelphia 37. The Patriots down by 7. Start with play action. Daniel Graham, his first catch, makes a move. Gets it just inside the 31. The excitement of the Super Bowl continues as the aforementioned Paul McCartney will perform some of his greatest hits live during the AmeriQuest Mortgage Super Bowl 39 halftime show, which is coming up.
Had to be a thrill of a lifetime for Paul McCartney to get a chance to sing with Terry Bradshaw.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah. Anytime you can hear Terry Bradshaw, it's a thrill of a lifetime.
Yeah.
2nd down and 3. Terry did a little better on the words this time. Brady pulls it back and fires incomplete. Corey Dillon, the closest to it for New England.
Little man underneath coverage that time for the Philadelphia Eagles, and that's a bit of risk taking down the field. You know, that it opens up the field. There's some room to run for Tom Brady, and yet you're seeing Jim Johnson open up the book a little bit now defensively. I think he's really gaining confidence that his guys can get it done.
Yeah, and so far, this is where the Eagles defensively have been very good. So far, New England has not converted a 3rd down.
3rd down and 3. Brady throws wide open, and with a first down is Deion Branch. Forced out by Sheldon Brown, and they have talked about how calm Tom Brady is on the playing field since, well, really since he took over for Drew Bledsoe.
Yeah, and I think when you start listing his strengths, obviously he's got arm strength and he can do various things at this level like other quarterbacks can. But I think his greatest asset is his demeanor. You never see him flustered, regardless of what the situation is in a game, and that's what the players respect about him.
So that was the first 3rd down conversion for the Patriots as Deion Branch gets it again, and not only could the footballs be slick, but obviously the grass is as well as Deion, as his legs go out from under him, a gain of 4.
And Deion Branch is a young man that Tom Brady trusts most. Anytime they start bringing the blitz, that time they go empty formation. They play off Deion Branch. Tom Brady feels like Deion is his most trusted guy. And so when they start getting those hot read situations, look for number 83 to get the football.
2nd and 6. Brady over the middle. The pass caught. Troy Brown. And Brown picks up 12 and a New England first down.
Yeah, and Troy Brown, a guy who's not been used much as a wide receiver this year, but look at him in the slot. He gets inside technique on Sheldon Brown, and you got to take that away if you're Sheldon Brown.
And Tom Brady, just time after time with pressure coming in his face, you never see his throwing motion change. When you watch the tape on Tom Brady, it is just always the same, even if somebody's hitting him right in the face.
2 minutes left in this first half. Patriots down by 7, knocking on the door. Have a 1st and goal when we come back. The light shining brightly in Jacksonville. It's 7-0 Philadelphia. 1st and goal. 2 minutes left in this first half. The Patriots have the ball at the 7. Coming up on the Visa Super Bowl halftime show, JB, Terry, Howie, and Jimmy will have first half highlights and analysis. Super Bowl, I would say over the past few years, people said, well, it's become such a corporate event. It takes a lot of the emotion out of the stadium. This is a crowd here in this stadium that is excited. A lot of Eagles fans are down here. I think they would outnumber the Patriots fans in the seats, and this place is alive. On 1st and goal, handoff is to Dillon, and Dillon gets it down inside the 5 to the 4.
There's the stretch play again, and that's really what this Patriots offense does best. I was wondering whether or not the Patriots, after turning it over, trying to go play action, would come back and just try and pound the football. It's like Daniel Graham going off and with an injury, and that's a little bit significant down here on the goal line when you want the extra tight ends in the game. Like Corey Dillon may have just landed on the back of his legs at the end of that run.
Yeah, because one of the things that the New England Patriots like to do down here is they like the play action pass to Daniel Graham and to Christian Fourier, and that's something they like to do.
2nd and goal. Brady fires, and it is caught. Givens, touchdown. Fifth straight postseason game for David Givens with a touchdown catch. 2nd longest streak all time. John Stallworth caught one in 8 straight. 7-7.
I don't think Lito Shepherd could believe that Tom Brady threw that ball all the way across his face to the outside. Brady, a great manipulator with his eyes. He knows how to work a defense. Look, he's looking left, he's looking down the field. He looks at the slot receiver, and last second goes all the way wide for the touchdown.
Yeah, but take a look at Lito Shepherd right there. He's waiting, and he had nowhere to really else go. I mean, David Givens over there on the sidelines was clearly his man, and just because he anticipated that Tom Brady could not make that throw, he's unable to make a play on the ball. But that should never have happened. Lito Shepherd should have been over there on David Givens.
You know what's funny about defensive backs, though, is sometimes they just lean. You know, all they have to do is be leaning on the wrong foot, and all of a sudden they can't make the break on the ball. Would you have ever anticipated that Brady was going to try and hit that one all the way on the outside? Typically, the outside receiver is just a bit of a decoy, but Brady made it work with his eyes that time.
So Tom Brady talking with Charlie Weiss, who is the departing offensive coordinator, about to take over at Notre Dame as their head coach. The unflappable Tom Brady gets the team down the field into the end zone to tie it at 7. With 1:10 remaining in this first half, the Eagles about to get it back. This is J.R. Reed who can fly. Good return by Reed. Penalty flag on the return as Reed crossed the 40, got it out to the 41. 38-yard return, but a flag is down, and so is one of the New England Patriots.
During return, holding, receiving team, number 85. 10-yard penalty, first down.
Eugene Wilson is down and injured, covering that kick.
And he is the starting safety for New England. One of the things that Bill Belichick likes to do is play his starters on special teams. And unfortunately, when you do that, you open them up to the risk of injury.
So you come in, guys, talking about Tom Brady, the great year that Corey Dillon has had, the offense for the Eagles and Donovan McNabb, but this has really been a defensive struggle, and I would say Philadelphia's come out and matched everything that the New England Patriots has tried to do here in the first half.
Yeah, I think that if you're the Philadelphia Eagles, you got to feel pretty good about the way this first half has gone, even though early on offensively they didn't play as well as what they're capable of playing. But how about the New England Patriots and the job that they do once they get behind? They just have shown an ability all season long to answer and come right back and tie the game right here before the half.
Well, remember, these two defenses were the number 2 and 3 defenses in the league this season, just behind Pittsburgh in points allowed. And Wilson, as we've seen a lot of players, seem to lose his footing a little bit and then whacked his leg on Larry Izzo's helmet.
It looked like the right shoulder of Eugene Wilson was just left out there, and the body of J.R. Reed and the legs of J.R. Reed slammed into that right arm. And obviously this is a secondary, Troy, that's been ravaged by injury all year.
Yeah, this is significant. I mean, when you consider the fact that they're already playing with a couple of corners that didn't come into the season as their starter. Granted, they've played well in place of Ty Law and Tyrone Poole, but now you take another piece out of that puzzle in Eugene Wilson, and now you're either having to go with Dexter Reed or Gerard Cherry, the backup safeties, to fill in for him. And this is a thin group. I would expect at some point in the second half for Andy Reid and this Eagles offense to try to take advantage of some of these young players.
And based on the fact that Eugene Wilson is headed straight for the locker room, you probably think some kind of I won't speculate on the injury, but usually not a shoulder or something like that in that situation. Looks like they're going in for x-rays, maybe his arm, forearm, something like that.
So we'll get the word on Eugene Wilson with 1:04 remaining. You saw Ty Law. He was lost on Halloween on IRs. Tyrone Poole on IR, the two starting corners. And they have had to use just about everybody, mixing and matching in the secondary all year. Patriots come on a blitz, and Westbrook has nowhere to go. Swallowed up by McGinnis. You name it. Jarvis Green, Vrabel, they were all there.
Yeah, and I'm a little surprised right now that the Patriots aren't trying to call timeout and maybe get one last shot at trying to come away with some points here before the end of this first half. But clearly Andy Reid, by running the ball there, is just going to be very content going in with a 7-7 tie ball game.
Well, just as you say it, New England spends their first time out. So they have 2 remaining. In just 2 weeks, NASCAR on Fox returns for the 47th running of the Great American Race. 43 drivers will clash in the fastest event in the world. NASCAR coverage begins with the Daytona 500, February 20th, in high definition only on Fox. Second down and 13 for the Eagles.
Super Bowl of racing comes right after the Super Bowl of football. It's kind of unusual in NASCAR. They have their Super Bowl first.
There's Jeff Gordon, who is here at the stadium enjoying this game, a 7-7 tie. And now with the ball at the 16-yard line, it's second down and 13 for the Eagles. McNabb hits Pinkston. Pinkston goes down immediately, picked up 10, short of a first down. Asante Samuel on the tackle. And right now the clock continues to run.
Surprises me that Philadelphia is going to a no huddle. That's something you always got to weigh when you go to throw the ball. Do you try to pick up the first down and risk an incompletion and stopping the clock? Philadelphia got the completion, though.
And here's another completion to Pinkston. That's a first down out across the 40, and now Philadelphia will think about using one of their 3 timeouts.
Well, if Asante Samuel is going to play 12 yards off of Todd Pinkston, they're just going to take this. I mean, this is pitch and catch in the backyard. It's just not difficult. And of course, Samuel not wanting to give up a big play. And I think once they saw that on the first down, why not come right back to it?
Philadelphia, Troy, uses their first timeout, so the clock is stopped with 10 seconds remaining. And how about Pinkston? There's a guy who's had one critic after another jumping on his back, especially when Terrell Owens went down. And last year in the playoffs, he's had a good game.
Well, he really has, yeah. And you talk about critics of Todd Pinkston. I mean, you got to get in line if you're a critic of this Philadelphia Eagle receiving core. I mean, of course, Freddie Mitchell drew a lot of attention to himself this week, and it had not necessarily been a real dominant player during the year. But yes, Todd Pinkston's endured a lot, but he is playing well here in the first half.
10 seconds left. And McNabb trying to buy time over the middle. The pass incomplete. Mitchell couldn't hang on. And now 4 seconds remain.
Let's take a look at Terrell Owens and see just how that leg is holding up. He was a factor early in the ball games at the top of your screen. One of the things that is tough when you have some kind of a leg injury is trying to get off the jam. But Troy, while he limps back to the huddle every once in a while, I haven't seen anything that looks like the leg is any major factor for him so far.
Yeah, and I thought with the right ankle injury that we would expect to see outside breaking routes from the right side because of his left leg pushing off, and then the opposite when you're
New England just using their second timeout here.
The opposite when he lines up on the left side of the formation, then he would be able to run the inside breaking routes, pushing off his good ankle, that being the left side. And yet in talking with the Eagles offensively, they said, hey, we're going into this game. He's got the full repertoire of routes. We're not worried about where he's breaking or his ankle or how that affects his play. And so far, that's how they've shown it.
Looked like Donovan McNabb may have been shaken up on that hit we showed you, delivered by Richard Seymour. Stepping up, trying to buy time, and then Seymour slams him to the ground.
You know, we didn't talk about Richard Seymour, but he's had a bad knee, and he hasn't played thus far in the playoffs. And he is, without question, in my mind, their best defensive lineman. They don't expect pass rush out of their defensive lineman. They want them to play the run, but Seymour has the ability to play the run and get pressure.
Troy circles Terrell Owens. The Eagles hand it off. Ryan Westbrook. And with that, the first half of Super Bowl 39 will come to a close. So that's the end of the first half. The score, 7-7. Stay tuned for the Visa Super Bowl halftime show with JB, Terry, Howie, and Jimmy. One half in the books. A 7-7 defensive struggle so far. We'll be right back after these messages and a word from your local Fox station. Teams are back on the field and getting ready to go. Let's go down to Pam Oliver.
Hey, Joe, very interesting watching Andy Reid. He came out of the locker room early just so he can get in a position to greet each and every Eagle as they came on the field. As for on the field matters, he told me that his biggest concern is about the run game, his and theirs. Philadelphia only accounted for 37 yards on the ground in the first half. He says we have got to do a better job. Against the Patriots, he talked about the running game, and it was only 57 yards on the ground for them. He said defensively, we have to do a much better job. Now for more on the Patriots, let's go over to Chris Myers.
All right, thanks, Pam. Even after the lengthy halftime, the last guy out of the Patriot locker room was head coach Bill Belichick, a rather stoic and not very talkative, concerned about the penalties, also the blocking, protecting more of the blitz. Eugene Wilson's right arm injured and maybe more, went in for x-rays. Looks like he is not likely to return in the second half. Let's go back up to the booth and Joe Buck.
All right, guys, thank you very much. The New England Patriots will start with the football here in the second half. By the way, that other battle within the battle, Rodney Harrison, 5 tackles, a sack, an interception in that first half. Freddie Mitchell, shut out, no catches. What are you cackling about, Aikman? On a bounce from inside the 15, it's Patrick Pass, and the fullback crosses the 30. They're going to mark him just outside the 31, a 17-yard return. And we'll look at the first half statistics, and there are some of the numbers Pam touched on. Only the 37 rushing yards for the Eagles, the 2 turnovers, and as you circle that, it got a little better for the Patriots at the end of the first half.
Yeah, and that's the point. Not so much by the yards that they accumulated there in the first half, but they had a good yard per carry average, so I wouldn't get away from that if I'm New England here in this third quarter.
Blitz coming from the Eagles. Trotter was picked up and the pass caught. That's Branch, and he had to adjust as the pass was behind him, a gain of 8.
And really, Tom Brady feels like that offensively they can pick up any blitz that the Eagles throw at him as long as there is a free safety in the middle of the field. One of the things that he's done in this ball game is gone to a secondary snap count. They'll come out and go 34 set, hut, and then start all over again. 34 set, hut. And by doing that, he's forcing the Eagles to show their blitz and then be able to figure out whether or not he can do something with it.
Dillon gets it on the toss, and that's Trotter. Loss of 4.
Well, and that's how you stop the outside running game for the New England Patriots. Jeremiah Trotter does a great job of play recognition, the middle linebacker, and he's a downhill player. I mean, he doesn't run lateral to the line of scrimmage, parallel that is. He comes downhill, he shoots the gaps, and makes a great play there when they needed one.
Trotter with 4 tackles so far in this game, brings up 3rd down and 6. Blitz again from the Eagles. Brady steps up and fires wide open, and with the catch is Branch inside the 40. Marked down at the 38, a completion good for 27.
That time Brian Dawkins, he shows the blitz early, and so he gives this offensive line a chance to recognize it and pick it up and give Tom Brady time to get the ball down the field.
But that's exactly what we were talking about just a second ago. Brady realizes that they can pick up any blitz they're throwing at him as long as there's a safety in the middle of the field. He stood there confidently, knowing that he had time to throw the football, and took advantage.
And the other side of that, right now, nobody has been able to match up one-on-one with Deion Branch.
11 of his last 12, a red-hot Tom Brady backpedaling as he throws it, and he hits Branch in the back as he let that one fly, and Branch wasn't looking for it at all.
Yeah, he wasn't expecting it. You're exactly right, Joe. I don't know if Brady felt that he needed to get the ball out, but Branch certainly wasn't expecting it to come to him to the inside. You saw Branch there pointing to the outside receiver. That's where he thought Tom Brady was going to go with it.
I just wonder if Brady saw some sort of a hot read and Branch just simply didn't see it, just miscommunication there.
2nd down and 10. Brady stands in, fires, and the pass incomplete. Great coverage by Ware on Patton. There's another defensive back, Matt Ware, and he was blanketing David Patton.
Well, let's start up front here. Javon Curse, we haven't heard much from him all day, and it's because Matt Light has just had a fantastic game on him.
I'll tell you what, on the back end of it, Patton actually might have had an opportunity here. You see, the corner reaches for him, but then Patton's still able to get around him and get into the void, but because the throw was a little bit behind, they're unable to connect.
3rd down and 10. Brady over the middle, fires and hits Branch, who's had a terrific game. Deion Branch good for 16 more.
You know, Deion Branch is so good. He missed so many games this year, and it kept him from having the impact on this team that he normally would have. But watch him as he recognizes zone and then sits down in the hole and gives Tom Brady a big target to deliver the football. That's what you want from your wide receiver, sitting in the zone between 2 defenders. Good job by Deion Branch.
And once again, Tom Brady looked off Ike Reese in the middle of the field and created that opening.
That matchup with Jim Johnson, the defensive coordinator for Philly. Charlie Weiss, the offensive coordinator for New England. That's Rayburn, who got his hands on the legs of Dillon, no gain.
Well, the biggest difference really with this Philadelphia team is from the time that Jeremiah Trotter came in the lineup about halfway through the football season, this team started playing on the other side of the line of scrimmage. They're getting penetration now. They're shooting the gaps. They're playing in the backfield. And that's the reason they really haven't lost a game that they've tried to win since he's come in.
Opening possession, second half. 8th play of the drive. Blitz, Trotter comes again. Brady throws. Pass is caught. And they will mark Branch out at the 2.
Well, right now, Philadelphia, they bring the safety blitz. They bring him late, though. There's no way he's going to be able to get here in time. Actually, it's this guy here coming up the middle, but he starts from so far back, there's just no way you can get to the quarterback, and then you got one-on-one across the board on the outside. And again, Deion Branch, he's going against Ware, and they just have not been able to find an answer to slow Deion Branch down.
Mike Vrabel on the end of the line, the left side. Brady play action, fires, Vrabel catches it. No signal of touchdown as there are penalty flags down. They have not signaled touchdown. Vrabel, who had one in last year's Super Bowl, able to juggle it, hang on as he's going to the ground, but there are flags down.
Well, Mike Vrabel made a wide receiver release off the ball. It was fantastic.
Holding defense, number 93. The penalties decline. Touchdown.
They get Curse on a hold, and Vrabel has his second Super Bowl touchdown.
Watch the release off the ball. The quick move outside. He's working against Javon Curse, who they say, all right, you're going to play a linebacker. We'll play our defensive end on you. Makes a great release. Gets open again. What a job Vrabel has done in these 2 Super Bowls. Don't forget he had 2 sacks in that game last year as well.
Vinatieri to make it a 7-point game. It's 14-7. Vrabel, who had 2 receiving touchdowns during the regular season, had a touchdown last year in the Super Bowl. He got Carolina. This time he gets Philly. It's 14-7. It's no longer in the category of a surprise when Tom Brady tries to find Mike Vrabel in the end zone. His 5th career catch, 5 touchdowns. He had one in last year's Super Bowl, now one here to make it 14-7. And with 11:04 remaining in the 3rd quarter, New England now is up 14-7, and the Eagles trail for the first time this postseason. Reed on the return, and J.R. Reed hurdles his way out to the 35-yard line. So this has been a Super Bowl hookup. Vrabel, the outside linebacker, playing tight end. Brady gave it to him. Great catch. 14-7 New England. You look at two-way players, Super Bowl history. Super Bowl 20, William Perry. The Fridge, a 1-yard touchdown run. Super Bowl 30, Aikman found Deion Sanders for a 47-yard catch. He also had one pass defended in that game. And last year, the 1-yard touchdown catch by Vrabel. And Vrabel made a terrific athletic grab of this ball that he hit off his right hand, adjusted, and then made the catch going to the turf. So now the Eagles get it for the first time in this second half, trailing for the first time, and it's Owens, who was busy in the first quarter, and Terrell Owens has enough for an Eagles first down.
You know, one of the things that New England wanted to try to do is to disrupt the timing of this 3-step passing game by the Philadelphia Eagles. But when you've got Terrell Owens out there, and Randall Gay comes up and wants to put a jam on him, but that's what Terrell Owens gives you. He's such a big, physical, strong guy that he can run through those jams, and then the challenge is getting him to the ground after he makes the catch.
First down, Philadelphia. Westbrook ran into a wall, picked up 1.
Well, the running game just doesn't appear to be the answer today against the New England Patriots, and really it hasn't been for at least the second half of the season, because Patriots, especially their defensive line, has just been so good. But when you look in the secondary right now for the Patriots, they have 2 rookies back there because of the injury to Eugene Wilson. Dexter Reed, Randall Gay, both rookies. Asante Samuel, just a second-year player. So it looks like now if this game's going to be won, it's going to be won by Donovan McNabb throwing the ball.
Westbrook is split out to the bottom of your screen on 2nd down and 9. Blitz coming from the Patriots. McNabb brought down. Donovan McNabb is sacked. Seymour, McGinnis, Brewski. A ton of pressure on Donovan McNabb.
Yeah, pick a guy. I mean, there was so much pressure coming off the edges and then up the middle that Donovan takes a short drop. Seymour beats his man. He gets up inside and then meet everyone else at the quarterback.
And the difference was Asante Samuel on the outside did not go for the double move. They tried to go a hitch and go. McNabb did the pump fake, but Samuel was right there. He played it perfectly. McNabb had no choice but to take the sack.
Patriots fans making noise on 3rd down and 15. McNabb, Pinkston, incomplete. And a punt coming from the Eagles. Randall Gay was back deep with Todd Pinkston.
Well, these young corners just continue to impress me. It's amazing when you think about kids playing in a Super Bowl in their first year and one-on-one coverage. They're not given help. That time you saw Dexter Reed getting over there late, but Asante Samuel and Randall Gay, 2 young players on back-to-back plays, really making a difference.
And isn't that really part of the brilliance of Bill Belichick, finding guys, plugging guys in, getting the most out of them? Penalty flag on this return by Troy Brown. What a move. J.R. Reed chasing him down. He can't bring him down, and Brown is inside the 40, but a flag is down. And this looks like it's coming back. A return of 45 yards, but there was a penalty early on that return.
Holding, receiving team, number 42. 10-yard penalty from the end of the kick. Timeout.
That's on Dexter Reed. Take a look at the penalty. That wipes away a 45-yard return by Troy Brown. Patriots with the ball and the lead. Fans, this year you have a chance to help decide who the Super Bowl MVP will be during the 4th quarter. You can cast your vote at foxsports.com on MSN or text the letters MVP to 88288 from any mobile phone. Then watch the post-game show to see who the winner is. So far, Brady has got a leg up on that competition. Branch is right behind him, a lot like last year. Starting from their own 8. Handoff is to Dillon. Dillon out to the 14-yard line, got 6. We look back. Eagles defense, 2 sacks, a takeaway. The Patriots defense, 4 sacks, 2 takeaways. A touchdown throw to L.J. Smith, 6-yarder. Then it was Gibbons. And then Vrabel. And it's 14-7. 2nd down and 4. Blitz coming from Lewis. Brady is hit and the ball up for grabs, incomplete. Michael Lewis coming on the blitz.
Boy, are they lucky. Tom Brady saw that blitz coming all the way. You saw him signal to his wide receivers out to the left side, but Michael Lewis just got there so fast, there was nothing Tom Brady could do. He sat back there and tried to get it out. Just lucky that ball wasn't intercepted.
This is a big play right here for this Eagles defense because of the penalty on the kickoff return, pinned them back. If they're able to hold them here, they'll get good field position for their offense.
3rd down and 4. Brady looked right, throws left, and the pass incomplete. David Patton, the intended receiver, and Bill Belichick ends up with a football. But isn't that Brady, guys? He looks one way, he looks to his right, and then at the last moment comes back and throws to the other side of the field.
Yeah, that's really what he does, and he just trusts that by him looking a safety off or pumping a safety and getting him to move, that's going to then create the separation to get the one-on-one matchups, and typically it does. But what a great job there by the Eagles defense after a big run there on 1st down by Corey Dillon, getting pressure on Tom Brady and then forcing a punt.
And they're really not giving Corey Dillon much of a chance to establish anything.
Waiting for the punt, Shepard and Westbrook, and this ball will end up out of bounds off the arms of Westbrook. A penalty flag is down on the field on that punt by Josh Miller. And this should cost Philadelphia some yards.
During the kick, holding, receiving team, number 24, 10-yard penalty, first down, timeout.
Sheldon Brown. They get Sheldon Brown on the hold. The ball is backed up at the Philadelphia 26. They have it down 7. City of Jacksonville should be proud of the job they've done hosting Super Bowl 39 and the tremendous work by law enforcement officials here and beyond brought in to help make sure that this Super Bowl site is secure. McNabb with all day finds Westbrook out of the backfield, and Brian Westbrook with a big gain after the 41 picked up 15.
And that's really what the Eagles need to start doing. They're not running the ball particularly effectively. They're trying to stick with it to stay balanced and not let the Patriots get a key. But look at the protection here up front that Donovan McNabb gets. And now you sneak Westbrook in behind that and you get the ball into the hands of a ball carrier that can make some things happen. But I like the call there, throwing it on first down. It's obviously the best down in football to try to throw it.
McNabb fires and wide open is Owens. Terrell Owens picks up 8. Let's go down to Pam Oliver.
Hey, Joe, just wanted to set the scene for you. The defense needed that lift because before that, the defense came off the field after that touchdown with their collective heads down. And despite the efforts of guys like Jeremiah Trotter and Brian Dawkins, that group just looked shocked. Then offensively, they go 3 and out. And a fan yelled out to Freddie Mitchell, "Hey, Freddie, catch something." Mitchell heard him and indicated that he's trying. Maybe things will pick up for him today.
All right, Pam, thanks. So far, he's been shut out. 2nd down and 2. They try to run it with Westbrook, who gets to the edge. Brian Westbrook with a first down for the Eagles to the 45 of New England.
Well, the one thing that Brian Westbrook felt was that, hey, these guys on defense are bigger than we are, but we are faster than the New England Patriots on the defensive side. And as you watch tape over the course of a season on the Patriots, they very seldom are able to get outside of these 2 outstanding outside linebackers. But the Eagles last year in the game against these guys did it. And so far, Westbrook now is starting to have some success here, too.
Terrell Owens at the top of your screen. McNabb with time, fires the pass, caught. Greg Lewis, who, by the way, Bill Belichick said presented more problems for New England than Freddie Mitchell presented.
Yeah, and we look at Terrell Owens here at the top, and they're giving him some cushion. I mean, they can throw this every single down if they'd like. That's the respect that he's getting. Now you got Greg Lewis, and as you mentioned, Joe, because of his speed, he's getting the same kind of respect on the other side there against Randall Gay.
McNabb throws. Owens had slipped and still, bad leg and all, is able to get back up and make the catch. Gain of 6.
You know, I don't care who you are as a young defensive back. When you're out there looking at Terrell Owens, you're not thinking about him having a bad ankle. You're seeing all the highlights that he's had during the course of his career.
And I think the reason he slipped there is because he had to plant off the bad ankle. That's his right ankle, whereas on the other plays, we saw him running out routes, pushing off of his left ankle, and that's the concern with Terrell Owens right now.
Owens comes out of the lineup as the Eagles are getting it rolling. They hand to Westbrook, and Brian has a Philadelphia first down. Bruschi on the tackle.
And you just can't emphasize enough how important it is for the Philadelphia Eagles to begin to establish something, whether it be through the air to Brian Westbrook or handing the football to him with the running game. Once that gets established, those linebackers in the interior no longer can help those outside corners, and they're used to getting a lot of help this season.
Well, we saw New England answer when Philadelphia took the lead on them, and now we're starting to see Philadelphia answer once New England got up on them.
McNabb, that ball is tipped and incomplete. Looking in the direction of Terrell Owens.
There's no question these 2 young corners have been just simply fantastic out here thus far in this ball game. But they're young, and inexperience begins to tell as you go through a Super Bowl game, as we head now down towards close to the end of the third quarter, and you start thinking about, can we win a world championship? Oh, look at that. There's Terrell Owens over on the other side. I don't want to be the one to give up a play. It gets tougher as you go.
Offensive team leaders scrolling across the top of your screen for Philadelphia. New England showing blitz. They come. Quick throw. Pass complete. That's Lewis again. And Greg Lewis gets 7. 3rd and 3 coming up.
You know, I tell you, it's a whole different game right now with Terrell Owens on the outside, and then when you put Greg Lewis on the other side of him, you can see these corners, they're not playing with the same type of confidence that they were earlier in the ball game. They're not coming up and jamming these receivers, which is something that everyone outside of Terrell Owens has struggled with over the course of this season. They're playing soft, and right now McNabb has his pick on the outside throws.
Westbrook at the bottom of your screen, out of the shotgun. McNabb fires behind Westbrook. What a catch and a huge first down. What a grab by Westbrook, who reached behind him to get it.
Really a great catch by Brian Westbrook. He's going to be running across the field, as you're going to see, but after we see him make the play, watch where Freddie Mitchell was coming the other side. Nobody goes with Freddie Mitchell, and if Donovan McNabb had had a chance to see him, Freddie Mitchell's probably walking into the end zone.
But what a great job by Westbrook using the umpire as a pick there to just create enough separation to pick up that first down.
First and goal. Blitz. McNabb throws. Touchdown Philadelphia. Westbrook. Akers to tie it. Tied at 14. A lot of McNabb, a lot of Westbrook. McNabb getting hot. Westbrook getting more and more involved and getting 6. Tied at 14. Rodney Harrison, part of that secondary for New England. He doesn't have his usual partner next to him, Eugene Wilson. Dexter Reed was lined up across from Westbrook on that touchdown throw. 3.5 minutes left, third quarter. And Brian Westbrook, 40 total yards on the drive. And the Eagles had 6 first downs on that drive to tie it at 14. Impressive throw by Donovan McNabb. Terrell Owens has certainly been much, much more than just a decoy. Bethel Johnson, he can run. One of the fastest guys in the NFL, and that kick is covered. Bethel Johnson gets it out very near the 34, a return of 27 yards.
Mike Vrabel's going to fake a blitz right here and then try and drop back underneath the route. But by taking that one step up to fake the blitz, he just simply didn't get there.
And then look at the route by Westbrook. By him keeping it vertical, he keeps separation away from Vrabel so the ball's able to get in there. And then, of course, Donovan McNabb falling backwards for him to have the arm strength to fit that ball in there. Unbelievable throw by Donovan McNabb.
And don't forget, too, that was Dexter Reed, who's in the game for the injured Eugene Wilson, who gave up that play.
5 wide receivers in the game for New England. And that'll cost New England 5 yards as Troy Brown flinched.
Offense, number 80. 5-yard penalty, first down.
First and 15. Next weekend, Tom Brady, Donovan McNabb, Corey Dillon, Brian Dawkins will join the rest of the NFL's best in Honolulu, Hawaii for the 2005 Pro Bowl. Coverage begins next weekend. Check local listings for the start time in your area. 7 Patriot penalties. The guy who was guilty of the last one, Brown, gets it. Troy Brown gets 4, and let's go down to Pam Oliver.
Hey, Joe, Todd Pinkston wasn't on the field for that Eagles touchdown. He was on the trainer's table as they tried to help him with a case of the cramps. Pinkston has now gone to the locker room for an IV. His return is questionable. Back to you.
All right, Pam, thanks. And there's Todd leaving. Todd, who had a very good first half. Guy who's had the big second half receiving for New England is Deion Branch. Up to 109 yards on the day. They're racking up 143 last year against Carolina. This is Falk. And Kevin Falk picks his way for a New England first down. Hollis Thomas downfield to make the tackle.
You know, in that time, Philadelphia defensively expecting the ball to be thrown down the field, and Jeremiah Trotter, the linebacker, he's the one guy who had an opportunity to make a play. The middle linebacker, he sees it, and he comes up and tries to make the play and tries to go around the blocks rather than take them on, and Kevin Falk's able to get inside of that.
First down, Patriots. Dillon to midfield, got 3.
They're trying to disguise coverages in the back. Michael Lewis, that time lining up in a 2-deep safety formation, and he's trying to run down and catch the run from that far back. And anytime you see that as an offensive coach, you have to begin to think, run the football with Corey Dillon. Remember, Dillon is a guy that was just 62 yards away from the rushing title this season and really hasn't gotten it going thus far.
Second down and 7.
You see the 2 deep safeties back again.
They fake the reverse. Brady completes it to Branch. And Deion Branch is out of bounds 2 yards shy of a first down.
Deion Branch last week had a couple of huge plays against the Pittsburgh Steelers in the championship game. This time they come with the fake reverse to him and swing it out to him in the flat for a nice completion.
Does a good job by Tom Brady. He was wanting to take a shot down the field on the deep post, but well covered by both Brian Dawkins and Michael Lewis, which forced him to have to come back to Branch on the swing.
And a timeout called by Philadelphia.
Philadelphia, there will be a 30-second timeout.
Talked about Deion Branch and what he's been able to do. So much a part of that drive that got them down the field to take was a short-lived 14-7 lead, and that's what he did last year. The last 2 Super Bowls. Got 20 receptions, and that is the most back-to-back Super Bowls. Deion Branch has that record.
Well, you hear so many times, you know, when people talk about the wide receivers of this New England Patriot team, they say that they don't really have any marquee name players, but it's an awfully good group. Deion Branch, we talked a little bit earlier about the games that he's missed this season and how he's been limited, but when healthy, probably the best receiver on the team. And then David Gibbons and David Patton, and you combine that with Troy Brown. This is a talented group of skilled players that they have.
Really big play in the ball game right here.
Third down and 2. Blitz coming from the Eagles. It's Dillon trying to pick it up, and Corey Dillon has a first down for New England.
There's Corey Dillon getting to the outside again. That's what Jim Johnson did not want to see, but Patrick Pass, the fullback. Watch him get this corner. This is a very difficult block for a fullback. He gets to the outside, maybe even grabs and holds just a little bit, but just enough for Corey Dillon to pick up that big first down.
Patrick Pass, the fullback, leading Corey Dillon to a franchise record 1,635 yards during the regular season. This is Falk trying out the right side, and Falk brought down by Burgess with a little help from Brian Dawkins, a gain of 8.
And Daniel Graham that time got just enough of the blitzing linebacker or safety that was coming through there. I mean, he literally just got a couple of fingers on him, but it was just enough to open up the outside. Number 82, you see blocking the tight end position. He's going to realize that Dhani Jones was coming through the middle, and that allowed this one to bounce out.
Super Bowl 39 will be the first Super Bowl tied after 3 quarters of play. 14-14 with a quarter to go. Super Bowl 39 on Fox will continue after a word from your local Fox station. We welcome you back. Super Bowl 39, fourth quarter. Wayne Weaver and President Bill Clinton watching a good one, a 14-14 tie. Second down and 2 for the Patriots. Fault. First down and more. Marked down at the 16-yard line.
Yeah, right now, Philadelphia just doesn't really have an answer for what New England's doing within their running game. They brought the safety up to create the 8-man front defensively on the outside, and then all of a sudden New England hits it up inside where the tackles are, and those two tackles have got to be able to hold their ground and play better against that interior run.
You could hear the Eagles yelling out, watch the screen. The Patriots do screen it to Falk, and Falk is going to be marked out of bounds short of the end zone and just shy of the 2. You could hear the Eagles call that out prior to the play, Chris.
Yeah, they knew exactly what was happening here. But over here you have all the receivers on this side motion back here, and then they're going to screen the other way. Brady's going to look left, and then just drop it back off. And you can see there's nobody on that side of the field because all the defensive backs were on the other side covering the wide receivers.
Mark Semino, the only linebacker out there to make a play, absorbed the block rather than going after the back.
Vrabel is in. Hochstein is blocking for Dillon. Corey Dillon, touchdown New England. And the Patriots are back on top.
And for Corey Dillon, a guy who once said he would rather flip hamburgers than play in Cincinnati. He was considered a malcontent. He was called a cancer on his own football team in Cincinnati, but he was just miserable with all the losing. Is now in with the go-ahead touchdown in the Super Bowl.
Extra offensive lineman Russ Hochstein is there blocking and got just enough of Dawkins to get Dillon into the end zone. 21-14 New England. Charlie Weiss, the offensive coordinator, threw it up. Robert Kraft, the owner, high fives in the owner's box. Donovan McNabb and the Eagles are forced to answer. Answer the touchdown from Corey Dillon. Reed from the 6. Stumbled a bit, crossed the 20, and that's all. Mark him at the 22.
Well, Russ Hochstein, an offensive lineman's dream, a little bit like the fridge, getting a chance to line up and play. And we've seen him on tape several times with that opportunity and taking advantage. And if you ever wondered what it was like to watch a Super Bowl touchdown as a pylon, there you go.
If you were an orange foam pylon, that's what it would look like right down the line. 21-14.
Cameras everywhere.
13:38 left. McNabb with all day finally fires and throws low to Dorsey Levens out of the backfield.
Yeah, we talked a little bit earlier on the previous drive by the Eagles and how New England was playing soft on Terrell Owens and Greg Lewis. This time they give him help. They roll a safety over the top, which allows Asante Samuel to jump the route, and that's where Donovan wanted to go with the football. Of course, he had to get off of it, and right now what we're starting to see at least is New England wanting to play a little bit more coverage because they've done a pretty good job shutting down this running game.
And I agree with that strategy.
Second down and 10. They handle Westbrook, and what a play. Roosevelt Colvin.
And how about Roosevelt Colvin? A young man who got a big free agent contract a season ago, came in here with high expectations, injured his hip, had to go through a long rehabilitation process, was salivating over the opportunity to come back and play in this game, and he has come full circle now, getting the opportunity and taking advantage.
Yeah, that hip injury that he came back from for a lot of players, that's a career-ending injury.
Loss of 6 on that play by Colvin. 3rd down and 16. Blitz. McNabb's going to air it out. Downfield and incomplete. And it's Randall Gay, the rookie, covering Greg Lewis.
A pretty good idea there by Philadelphia, at least taking a shot down the field. The only problem is Donovan's got to keep the ball on the playing surface. It's no good if you throw it out of bounds, and he just didn't give Lewis a chance to try to make a play for him.
Well, I know Tom Brady's good, but when you go back and you look at what's happened for the first 3+ quarters of this game, to me the storyline has been the play of these 2 young cornerbacks, Randall Gay and Asante Samuel. Yes, they've given up a few plays here and there, but they played a lot of single coverage and gotten the job done.
Dirk Johnson hangs a good one. Just inside the 40, it's Bethel Johnson on the return, and he crosses midfield, gets it into Philadelphia territory to the 47, a return of 12 yards. Pinkston limping off. New England with a ball and a 7-point lead. We welcome you back to Super Bowl 39. Since Andy Reid has been in Philadelphia 6 years, the Eagles have gone 10-0 when they have had extra time to prepare for an opponent. And a big part of that, you see Quentin Michael, who was hurt on that punt return, defending it. Big part of that success with extra time is defensive coordinator Jim Johnson. Well, his defense is in a spot here where they are being asked to hold. It is right now a very hot New England team. They come on a blitz, and Corey Dillon is wrapped up in the backfield and thrown down by Darwin Walker.
You take a look at how it all started, though. Jeremiah Trotter, they like to just have him blow up the center. He's middle linebacker, and he likes to come in, take on the center, the guard, whatever's there, just blow it up and get some penetration there in the backfield, and then get a little help from your friends. And good play by Jeremiah Trotter.
Loss of 3, 2nd down and 13. Play action, Brady down the middle. What a catch by Branch. Deion Branch took it away from Sheldon Brown, and that was good for 19.
Boy, I tell you, for Sheldon Brown, you just simply can't cover anybody better than that. He runs right underneath the route. He knows he has help over the top, and simply has the ball taken away from him. He's right there in perfect coverage, and for Tom Brady, how does he fit that ball in there, Troy?
I tell you what, Chris, I've always believed that a great throw beats great coverage.
Man.
That's a great example of it right there. You're right. As good a coverage as that was by Sheldon Brown, the only place that Tom Brady could put it,
an eligible receiver.
At the very end of the play, the referee, Terry McCauley, threw a flag for roughing the passer. And so at the tail end of that reception, by the way, tying the Super Bowl record with his 11th is Deion Branch. They got Simon on roughing the passer. It brings the ball down to the 16. Dillon, plenty of room to run, and Dillon is down to the 9. Nice pickup of 7 yards on 1st down for Corey Dillon.
Yeah, and what we're seeing right now from Jim Johnson and this defense is that they realize down by 7 here with 11 minutes to play in the 4th quarter, they're trying to do everything they can to keep from giving up any kind of points. And so they just continually bring the blitz. That time they brought the backside backer, and because he didn't hit the hole right, it opened up a pretty good running lane there for New England.
Russ Huckstein is having one big game out there playing tight end. Fullback on the other.
2nd down and 3. Dillon again. Bouncing it to the outside. Corey Dillon with a 1st down inside the 5. Out of bounds at the 4.
Right now the Eagles are just getting outflanked over there on their defensive left side. Huckstein out there on the outside, and they're just caving down that side, and Corey Dillon knows it. He starts inside and bounces it back to the outside. But that kind of speed to go along with the power that he's displayed. Nice block by Christian Fourier as well.
I think right now, whatever New England's doing, whether it's trying to run between the tackles or bounce it outside, Philadelphia just has been one play off and doesn't know exactly where they're trying to hit the holes.
Coach Stein at fullback, Vrabel at tight end. Kevin Falk with the football, and he gets nothing. It's actually Patrick Pass, the fullback, and Pass just got it back to the line of scrimmage, no gain. That'll bring up 2nd down and goal. Dillon gets a chance to catch his breath over on the sideline.
Well, I can tell you this is a huge series right here when they get down in here inside the 5-yard line. A huge difference between going up 10 points as opposed to going up 14.
And we have seen a lot of the Philadelphia Eagles with cramps or leg injuries, and now it looks like Javon Curse, when you hold your calf, yep, they're pulling the toe up. That generally means cramp.
So Pinkston is dealing with cramps, and now Javon Curse doing the same. The Eagles backed up. Deion Branch should be all smiles. Big part of a 7-point lead for the Patriots. New England with the ball. 2nd down from the 4-yard line. 2nd and goal for the Patriots. There's the day for Deion Branch. Brady throws, and the pass incomplete. Gibbons, the intended receiver.
We talked a little bit about what Tom Brady does and the command that he has at the line of scrimmage. Watch how he gets underneath center, and he goes into his cadence, sees the blitz start to come up to the line. He stops, pulls out, and then he'll point out the middle linebacker, Jeremiah Trotter. He sets protection there to get it all blocked up inside. Unfortunately, no one got open to get the ball in their hands, but a good job of getting it blocked up so that he had protection.
Be careful here. No turnovers. A field goal is just as good.
3rd down and goal. It's Dillon going nowhere.
I think that's a good play call that time by Charlie Weiss. You look at the score, you look at the way your defense has been playing. Take the 3 points here. Give your team a 10-point lead. Rely on your defense.
Michael Lewis came up to make that last stop to bring up 4th down.
Sorry, Joe, but there's no question it changes the mindset then for Philadelphia only being down 10 as opposed to 14, knowing that the first thing they've got to do is just get down the field, whether it's a field goal or a touchdown, and they're right back in the ball game, not having to go down and score twice.
This is Patriot football. This is the way they generally do it.
The first field goal attempt of the game is a 22-yarder hit by Adam Vinatieri. That makes it a 10-point lead for the Patriots with 8:40 left. If you look back at teams winning 3 championships in 4 years, George Halas's Bears, led by Sid Luckman, won NFL championships in 40, 41, and 43. Vince Lombardi's Green Bay Packers won the 65 NFL championship, the first 2 Super Bowls, 66 and 67. And then the Dallas Cowboys won Super Bowls in 92, 93, 95. Our own Jimmy Johnson, our own Troy Aikman.
But did you ever throw a jump pass? Did you see that one? That was pretty cool.
By who?
You. Did you ever throw one?
No. No, I never threw a jump pass. Not in football, maybe in basketball a couple times.
How about the day that young man is having?
I tell you, I said it many times. I really believe it that if the New England Patriots go on to win this game, I think it's a greater achievement them having won 3 and 4 years than when we did it in the 90s.
These would have to be considered the 2 best teams at managing the cap, scouting players, getting the most out of their rosters. As Reed carries it out to the 26, a return of 19 yards, and we look at the offensive leaders for Philadelphia in the day for McNabb. 2 touchdowns, an interception, 241 yards. Just so you know, the biggest comeback in Super Bowl history, the Redskins trailed by 10. That was early, and then won 42-10 against the Broncos in Super Bowl 22.
But I think going back to the defense holding them to a field goal there, at least now the Eagles, they got to get points here. But whether it's a field goal or a touchdown, it gets them right back in this game.
Saw that graphic. It hasn't happened. Coming back from 8 or more points down in the second half in Super Bowl history, as Westbrook carries it for 2 yards.
And I think you got to be careful about running the ball right now. I think that what Andy has shown throughout the game, trying to stay balanced even when they've not gotten a lot out of their running game, I think at this stage of the ball game, you've got to start being a little bit more aggressive with your play calling.
And if they can get things spread out here a little bit, because clearly now New England has gone to trying to help these corners a little bit now, you might be able to work Westbrook underneath and do some different things short to him.
2nd down and 8. McNabb fires the pass to Terrell Owens into the open field. Look out. Terrell Owens getting it into Patriot territory. They'll mark him out at the 37.
And you take a look at Terrell Owens on the outside. Again, the respect that he gets. The corner's going to turn and bail, and he breaks to the inside on the slant route. And this is where Terrell Owens is most dangerous. Get the ball in his hands. He's a hard guy to get down, and he's showing us a little something there, Chris, with the speed.
Yeah, I agree. And as soon as I come out and say they're out there helping the corners, they go right back to that single coverage that they gave up the long drive on the first time. You can't do that on the outside. Stay balanced out there. Keep helping those guys. It was working.
Levens in motion on 1st down. McNabb fires high, and the pass is intercepted by Bruschi. Levens flashing across the middle. McNabb was too high, and Teddy Bruschi, one of the defensive leaders for the Patriots, was there waiting for it.
Well, Chris, they did. They went back to the 2-deep coverage. They got safeties over the top, taking away the outside receivers. So now the vulnerability of this defense is in the middle. You're going to see L.J. Smith go down the middle, but there's no one there to throw the football to. You've got linebackers there. Donovan McNabb makes a poor decision, throws a flat ball. Just not a good decision or throw on his part. Great play by Teddy Bruschi reading Donovan McNabb.
And we talked about how Tom Brady manipulates a defense with his eyes. That time, Donovan McNabb knew. He stared down the receiver all the way. Teddy Bruschi, who was freed up in the middle, got a great break and made the play.
1st down, New England. They hand it to Dillon. And Corey Dillon, who's playing for the first time in the postseason in his 8-year career, carries it for 3, brought down by Hollis Thomas.
And how about Teddy Bruschi? Here's a guy that was a pass rushing defensive end in college. In his 3rd year, a linebacker, Todd Collins, an inside linebacker, goes down, and they come up with the brilliant idea, how about if we move an inside linebacker? He said he'd never taken a pass drop in his life until his 3rd year in the pros, and right now, as we saw last week against the Pittsburgh Steelers and now coming back here, he has gotten pretty darn good at it.
2nd down and 7. They stay with Dillon. Dillon stays on his feet, gets it out to the 29, picked up 2. Brought down by Javon Curse, who really has not been a factor, and that says a lot about the night that Matt Light has had.
Well, this time Javon Curse coming back, and I can tell you, once you get cramps in your legs, it is awfully tough to get back on the field, but Curse is still out there battling. They call him the freak, and maybe football is the only game in the world where you can go up to somebody and say, you're a freak, and they say thank you.
Well, you can just about say right here that if the Eagles don't stop him on this 3rd down, game's pretty much over.
3rd down and 5. Blitz. Brady chased, and he throws it away, and the Eagles defense stiffens up on 3rd and 5 and comes up with a huge stop. Burgess with pressure.
Yeah, really good job there by this Eagles defense of getting the ball back into their offense's hands, and they bring pressure once again. Derek Burgess just doing an outstanding job on this play, taking on 2 blockers and still able to get to Tom Brady and force him to throw the ball away.
And you really can't blame Brandon Gorin on that play. He wasn't expecting Brady to roll out that way. He actually did a pretty decent job.
So the punt coming from Josh Miller with 5:48 to play. Decent punt. And the fair catch called for and received by Lito Shepherd. So back to work goes this Philadelphia offense, and Donovan McNabb will try to shake off that last throw, Troy, and get it going again.
Yeah, and that's what he's going to have to do. And I think when you look at what happened here in the 2nd half, and you talk about how well the defense played there in that 1st half, and New England just methodically was able to put some drives together here in this 2nd half. to put some points on the board and get a little bit of separation. But this game's a long way from being over right now, but they've got to be able to get some big plays, Chris, to get some points right now.
And McNabb has waited so long for this opportunity. All the championship games where they had an opportunity to get here, couldn't do it. Now he has to come out and make plays, put this team on his back.
So has the city of Philadelphia waited a long time. L.J. Smith hit immediately by Harrison. Gain of 3. Moments ago over on the sideline, Terrell Owens and Donovan McNabb. Owens telling McNabb just to relax.
Well, that's always easier said by a wide receiver. You know, I mean, it's hard to relax when you're the quarterback and you're playing in a Super Bowl and you're trying to come back from 10-point deficit with just over 5 minutes to play.
2nd down and 7, and they throw it quick. A juggled catch is made by Greg Lewis. A gain of only 4. That'll bring up 3rd down.
Yeah, I think they're calling that incomplete. It looks like the ball came off and hit the ground, and good call there by the officials. Well, did it ever get to the ground?
I'm not so sure. I think that ball was juggled, but I'm not so sure that hit the turf. Let's take another look. His hands are underneath it. That should be a catch.
Yep.
So instead of a 4-yard gain, it's ruled incomplete, and Andy Reid brings Terry McAulay over to the sideline.
Yep.
Philadelphia has challenged the ruling on the field that the pass was incomplete.
That's a catch. A great catch by Lewis. It's just a difference of 4 yards. It's still shy of 1st down yardage, even if they reverse the call, which, by the way, would give Andy Reid 2 for 2 in this game.
Which would mean he would have another challenge.
Right.
He has 2 timeouts right now, and this one does not appear to be too tough to call, with Lewis keeping it in the air, making the grab, and then securing it. It appears Philadelphia will keep their 2 timeouts.
But especially in a game like this, when Donovan McNabb has an opportunity to get the ball into Greg Lewis's hands and get it up around his chest so he can make an easy catch, make one guy miss, that could turn into a big play. And right now, those are the kinds of throws that are needed by Donovan McNabb in order to get this thing moving down the field.
They reverse the call. It'll be 3rd and 2. Well, we will get the call eventually here from Terry McAulay, who gives it a look, and now he makes his way back onto the field. And it would seem it'll be 3rd and 2.
The receiver had both hands under the football. It is a completed catch. It'll be 3rd down on the 29-yard line. There is no charged timeout.
So Reed's 2 for 2. He gets the extra challenge, and it's 3rd and 2. It's Bruschi who came away with that last interception.
Yeah, and you've got to believe that they're in 4-down territory right here, and much easier to try to convert 3rd and 2 than 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7, which is where they would have been.
And you think run, but this really is not much of a running team. You have a Corey Dillon, maybe you try and pound it in there twice, but I've got to believe the ball's going to go in McNabb's hands.
Yeah, that, and you're contending with time on the clock, so I would fully expect a pass.
On 3rd down and 2, the pass is caught. Owens started the play in the backfield, then was in motion. And Terrell Owens gets 5 and a big 1st down for Philadelphia.
And I got to tell you, I mean, we talked about Terrell Owens all week long and the speculation as to whether or not he would play. And the night that he's had, of course, thrown 10 times with 8 receptions and 112 yards, I don't think anybody, the most optimistic of persons, would have thought that he would have been able to come in here and have the impact that he's had in this game.
I bet you Terrell did.
McNabb hits his fullback Perry coming out of the backfield, and Perry ends up fighting for 2 yards.
And again, another errant throw by Donovan McNabb, and Josh Perry going to the ground keeps the clock running, where otherwise he's at least able to get more yards and get out of bounds and conserve time.
But that's classic Belichick right there. They're going to give you your last option, and there's no question that Josh Perry is the last option in this offense right now.
How many Philadelphia fans are screaming at the TV saying, hurry up? And the pass is too high for Freddie Mitchell, who has still been shut out. Only 3:42 remaining and 2 timeouts left for Philadelphia. Second half highlights, a touchdown catch by Vrabel. The throw to Brian Westbrook. A beautiful throw from McNabb, and then Corey Dillon gets in. The interception by Bruschi. Vinatieri hit a 22-yarder to make it a 10-point game. Now it's 3rd down and 8.
Terrell Owens at the bottom of the screen.
Blitz coming from New England. The pass is caught. An unbelievable catch by Terrell Owens. Unbelievable.
Terrell Owens, as we were talking about, has really shown up big. I mean, you're talking about a guy basically playing on one leg, 5 weeks removed from having screws put in his ankle, and coming out on this out route with Asante Samuel blanketing him with coverage. That's good coverage right there by Samuel. Good throw, too, by Donovan McNabb, but good job of Terrell Owens stretching out and pulling that one in. Big first down.
First down for Philadelphia. Play action, McNabb in trouble. Using his legs down the middle of the field, and he underthrows Owens with Bruschi thinking about his second interception.
Boy, and Jarvis Green that time brought the pressure, and McNabb really just never had time to set his feet. He had an opportunity here, but because of the pressure by Green, he just couldn't step into it and get the ball there.
Yeah, they're trying to get a home run throw here to Greg Lewis over the top, but I mean, New England, they're so well coached and they anticipate situations so well, they're not going to give up a big play.
They missed an opportunity to Westbrook on that one down the other sideline.
2nd down and 10. That was ugly from the beginning. They don't throw a flag as McNabb got it. It looked like before he was ready to get it. And no gain on the play, and now the clock will continue to run.
Well, McNabb was trying to signal for motion from one of his backs, and Hank Fraley snapped the ball. And they are letting a lot of time click away here.
Unbelievable how much time they're spending in the huddle.
I don't understand this at all, not getting into a no-huddle offense and trying to keep as much time on the clock as possible.
Just walking up to the line of scrimmage. It's 3rd down and 10. Another blitz from New England. McNabb over the middle. Pass is complete, and that's another first down. This time it's Freddie Mitchell, who is understated with really no celebration. That's his first catch of the night.
Well, even Freddie's walking around. You got to get him lined up and get on the ball, and they're still going to the huddle.
This is remarkable. I mean, Hank Fraley, the center, was saying, come on, get up to the line of scrimmage, and then Donovan called him back into the huddle.
Just looks like they're worn out.
I don't know. There's no excuse for being worn out. This is a Super Bowl.
McNabb throws, and the pass incomplete. It was behind Westbrook.
And there was a ton of room to run if Westbrook makes that catch. They're going vertically down the field. There had to be a 20-yard gap. If Westbrook catches that ball, he's going to be running for a while. Yeah, buying time once again, and you're going to see they're just nobody there. Dexter Reed was probably the closest guy, some 25 yards away. Look at all the space in behind Westbrook here.
Teddy Bruschi ends up injured on that play, and they look at his left leg. Bruschi, who is playing in his 4th Super Bowl, a guy who did his own contract, signed for $2 million a year for 4 years just because he wanted to be around what is becoming a machine in the NFL, the New England Patriots.
And he gets hurt doing what he always does, just throwing his body around, trying to roll into McNabb.
I mean, Chris, this is a guy that before the game was on the field with his kids running around just soaking it all in.
Yeah, it was really just so cute to watch him. And by the time you get to the Super Bowl, you think maybe nerves are going to overcome you, but looks like he has some young linebackers in training out there.
The three of us were talking, watching this team practice yesterday. The Eagles practice went through a typical walkthrough. The Patriots had their family on the field. They took a team picture. It was more of a family moment than a football moment. And here they are doing their thing in the Super Bowl, leading by 10 with just over 2 to play. Westbrook gets it on the dead sprint, has a first down, and that will take the clock to the 2-minute warning. 2 minutes left in the game. Philadelphia 2 timeouts remaining, and they trail by 10. Trying to catch their breath are the Eagles. 2 minutes left. Philadelphia with a first down at the New England 31, and the ball is in the air and now to the ground, incomplete. Coming up on the Cadillac post-game show, JB, Terry, Howie, and Jimmy will have highlights and analysis, as well as the trophy and MVP presentations. We can talk about New England, but whatever happens the rest of the way to button up the Terrell Owens situation, a lot of people were critical of Terrell Owens, saying he's forcing his way back onto the field. Andy Reid is in a no-win situation. The critics were wrong. Terrell Owens was right, and he has been miraculous in his effort and his recovery with what he has shown here tonight.
Well, you know, the funny thing, what did they expect Terrell Owens to do? As a player, your obligation to your team is to go out and do everything you can to get on the field. If Andy Reid doesn't want to play him, don't play him. But how could you be critical of Terrell Owens in that situation?
2nd down and 10. Minute 55 remaining. Westbrook at the top of your screen. Down the middle of the field. Lewis, touchdown, and Philadelphia's not finished yet. We said early that Greg Lewis concerned Belichick much more than Freddie Mitchell, and it's because of his speed.
Yeah, Freddie Mitchell just does a great job running the route. He gets Reid turned and just does a terrific job there. Actually, it's Greg Lewis on the touchdown, but does a great job getting the safety turned and getting the touchdown.
1:48 remaining, and it's a 3-point game.
And the injury once again to Eugene Wilson showing up here. Dexter Reed, really no match for the speed of Greg Lewis. Eugene Wilson is a guy that, had he been in the game, he's someone they feel comfortable playing on any receiver. But again, not helping, wanting to bring pressure, leaving single coverage in the secondary just surprises me a little bit. Every time that they've helped these cornerbacks, they've played much better. Why do you give up an opportunity to go down the middle of the field when you got a 10-point lead? Let them go the slow way.
Well, I think Bill Belichick's asking the same thing. He doesn't quite understand it. You're right that they should have had help over the top. All of a sudden you go across the board, man on man, and Greg Lewis is able to beat Reid for the touchdown. Not a difficult route, and certainly not a difficult throw.
Well, don't forget now, Philadelphia had to burn one of their timeouts in this half. So when you're trying to decide, do you want to go onside kick or kick it deep, I think the fact that you had to burn one timeout and waste that one timeout now means you have to go for the onside kick.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think there's any question that Andy Reid has to attempt the onside kick because of that fact. They have 2 timeouts left.
John Harbaugh is the special teams coordinator for Andy Reid, one of the best in the business. There are the timeouts in the top right-hand corner of your screen. Donovan McNabb, by the way, has thrown for 356 yards in this game. That's the 4th most in Super Bowl history. But he and the Eagles trail by 3 with 1:48 left.
Boy, just when you think you're comfortable and things are going just right, all of a sudden you get burned with a big one. And you kind of go back to that Miami Dolphins game earlier this season where it looked like it was going to be just a comfortable win for the New England Patriots, and it slipped away on a major mistake by Tom Brady at the end of that game. But right now you'd almost have to believe they've got to recover this onside kick to have a shot.
Akers will try to get that good bounce. Get it up into the air. And it's right into the arms of Christian Fourier. The New England Patriots take over. They lead by 3 with 1:47 remaining, and the ball will be marked at the Philadelphia 41.
Boy, did the Patriots execute that perfectly. Everybody on the front line didn't even go for the football. They simply went for the block and allowed Fourier to make an unobstructed catch in behind.
Well, that and Akers didn't get the typical roll and then hop that you'd like to get on the onside kick. It took one bounce and immediately got in the air. which made for an easy recovery.
Christian Fourier looks like he's a passer standing in the pocket. Look at that protection.
Hochstein is in at fullback. And a timeout is called by New England. Bill Belichick could join the elite company of Chuck Noll, Bill Walsh, and Joe Gibbs. Coaches who have won at least 3 Super Bowls. Chuck Noll won 4 with the Steelers, Bill Walsh 3 with San Francisco, and Joe Gibbs 3 with Washington.
You know, it's so amazing, Joe. I know you're in the family business, but Bill's father, Steve, was a scout at the Naval Academy and a coach there. And at age 5, he was watching flickering images go across the screen as his father screened game films. And he just fell in love with the game. At age 7 and 8, he was memorizing game plans. And to see someone go from that sort of an upbringing and now be Super Bowl champion twice, especially in light of the rough beginning he had with the Cleveland Browns.
Falk, the tailback. And he gets it running to the left side down to the 39, and Philadelphia will spend their second timeout. And just one other point with regard to Bill Belichick and his father, his relationship with his father, Steve, who's 86 years old. His dad had opportunities to move on beyond the Naval Academy and move away from Annapolis, but he was a family man. Bill Belichick, their only child. He was in a good environment. And what really struck me talking to Bill's dad, Steve, was not just the one side of it, where he said Bill always wanted to be around me when I was looking at film and dissecting game plans and what have you. But Steve said, I wanted him with me. So it's a mutual relationship there where both wanted to be with the other. And you look at the winning percentage, it would be the best in postseason NFL history. Bill Belichick and the New England Patriots can hang on. Belichick for much of the game stands over there without any paper in his hand. How many coaches can say that? It's all in his head. 2nd down and 8. Falk gets it. And Falk is to the 36.
But if they don't pick up this first down on this next play, they're going to have to, well, maybe they won't have to punt the football. Conceivably, they could go for it in 4-down territory, but you would think they would punt the football. But if they don't pick it up here, the Eagles are still going to get the ball back with about 45 seconds or so to work. And all they need is the field goal, Troy, because of what you talked about. They didn't get the touchdown there. They got the field goal.
So then it goes back to an offensive strategy. If you're Charlie Weiss, do you run the ball and try to take as much time off the clock, or do you throw the football risking that you're going to stop the clock on an incompletion? Obviously, if you run the ball here, even if you don't pick up the first down, you're well within range of Adam Vinatieri, who obviously the most clutch kicker in playoff history.
Well, you've got to think maybe screen draw here, something like that. If you're going to put the ball in the air, you certainly don't want to do it. But Tom Brady, this playoff year, has not thrown an interception. So Belichick's a guy that believes in his quarterback and may give him the opportunity here.
A 4 wide receiver set for New England. Third down and 5, and they hand to Falk. So they tried to spread him out and then run it. Falk brought down by Curse, no gain. And that will bring up 4th down and the decision by Bill Belichick. They're going to bring their punter, Josh Miller, onto the field.
Yeah, and by not picking up any more yards than what they were able to there, good decision here by Bill Belichick. Just trying to punt it down inside the 10-yard line and make Philadelphia go the distance to try to come away with a field goal and tie this game up before the end of regulation.
And my guess is they'll probably just let the play clock expire, backing you up 5 yards at this part of the field might actually help the punter.
Instead, Larry Izzo, their special teams ace, turns around and calls timeout.
Charge timeout.
So 1 timeout remaining for New England. No timeouts left for Philadelphia. And the Eagles will try to march down after getting it back and get into field goal range for a guy, David Akers, who has a terrific left leg.
Well, I tell you, for Donovan McNabb, you simply can't ask for a better situation than this. It looked like with 2 minutes to go, this game's over, and all of a sudden the Patriots come out and play man coverage with a rookie safety in the field against the fastest receiver of the Philadelphia Eagles and give up about a 40-yard touchdown in one of the real questionable decisions of this game. And now you're going to get an opportunity with about 45 seconds or go. Pretty good shot. Awfully young back there in the secondary for New England.
The wind is blowing from our left to our right. The NFL record, just so you know, you saw Akers' career long, 63 yards for a field goal. Dempsey and Elam share that record. And Akers is a guy who believes he has that type leg.
Not even anyone back for the Eagles.
And it's up to Miller to try to pin it down inside the 20. It takes a New England bounce. And not trying to get too greedy. Down there, 2 down it is Dexter Reed. They'll mark it at the 4. And when I say not trying to get too greedy, you're inside the 5. Don't try to go too crazy and let it get down near the goal line, make a mistake, and put the ball back at the 20.
I hear what you're saying, and I agree with you totally. I was saying the same thing, take it. But if he had been able to back up a little bit and had that ball roll, because there was no one back there, they probably could have run another 5 or 6 or 7 seconds off that clock.
So 46 seconds remain. And Donovan McNabb, a guy who was booed when he was drafted out of Syracuse, the 2nd overall pick in '99, will try to get the Eagles into field goal position here in Super Bowl 39.
And they're going to be in 2 deep safeties this entire drive, I guarantee it.
He'll have to throw from his end zone, chased down by Seymour, drops it off, and the pass is complete, but that's the bad news.
Should have just knocked that pass down.
Westbrook hauled it in. A gain of only 1, and the clock continues to run.
The receivers were all the way down the field, and now they've got to come back. And once again, this 2-minute offense looks like a disaster for the Eagles.
Extra men on the rush. McNabb throws down the middle of the field, the direction of Terrell Owens. 17 seconds remain.
Well, now they get a chance to get into the huddle and regroup. But what you got to do in that situation, rather than trying to call a play at the line of scrimmage on 1st down before they broke the huddle, they should have called 2 plays in the huddle at that time so everybody knew what was going to be run on 2nd down. When you've only got this kind of time on the clock, you don't even have time to communicate that much on the line of scrimmage, and anytime you can minimize it, you try to do that.
It's going to be almost impossible for them to have a completed pass and run another play. They're going to have to really hustle.
They got to throw 2 Hail Marys.
Down the middle of the field, and the pass is picked off by Harrison. Rodney Harrison takes it in, and 9 seconds remain, and the New England Patriots are on their way to solidifying their team as an NFL dynasty.
And Freddie Mitchell started the week by saying, "I got something for you, Rodney Harrison." Rodney Harrison finishing the week saying, "I got something for you, Freddie Mitchell."
In the 60s, you think of Green Bay. In the 70s, the Steelers. In the 80s, the San Francisco 49ers. The Cowboys in the 90s. And the New England Patriots will be the first dynasty of the 21st century.
And I think the thing, Joe, that was so impressive to me watching the New England Patriots here tonight is, you know, yeah, there were some things that went against them early in this ball game, but every time they had to step up and make a play, they made a play. Now they just got Bill Belichick and his father with the Gatorade bath.
How about that? Even Steve got to experience the Gatorade bath here.
That's it. And it's another 3-point victory for the New England Patriots in a Super Bowl.
Just remarkable. If you knew Bill Belichick when he was coaching with the Cleveland Browns, they had 1 winning season there, and to now say that his record in the playoffs would be better than the great Vince Lombardi, I don't know if there's a person in Cleveland that's not scratching their head a little bit and saying, "Are you believing what we're seeing?"
There's no better coach in the game today than Bill Belichick. Second year in a row, and for the third time in the last 4 years, the Patriots celebrate winning the Lombardi Trophy.
I tell you, there were so many players that had a hand in this game. But one of the guys at the top of my list, Rodney Harrison, who said that nobody disrespects me in the way that Freddie Mitchell did. He came out and was absolutely huge in this ball game, as were so many guys.
Rodney Harrison, 7 tackles, 2 interceptions, and a sack. Take a break and continue. Owens did all he could, but it's Bill Belichick and the New England Patriots, NFL champions again. Back after this. Finally, football. Patriots will kick it away. Gostkowski will get rid of it. And Dominic Hickson, who has been a nice addition to this Giants team and has been very good returning kicks during the postseason, is waiting for it. He had that 74-yarder for a touchdown in Week 17, final weekend of the regular season against the Patriots. Starting from inside the end zone, crosses the 20 and not much more. Pierre Woods on the stop, 25-yard return. And we now know, Mr. Aikman, where Eli Manning will start his day. And what's it like? You remember that time when you lined up in a huddle for the first time in a Super Bowl as these guys congregate ready for their first play.
Well, I know for me, Joe, it was a very emotional day, and you get out there on the field and you're not really sure how your body's going to react. I know for me personally, I was hyperventilating in the huddle. I was having a hard time calling the plays. You know, Eli, I don't know we're going to get a good read from him just because of the nature of his makeup.
Giants start with a handoff to Brandon Jacobs. First was met by Vrabel. He gets out to the 25 and just beyond, picked up 3. We look at that defense for New England. It ended the year 4th best in the NFL. They play a 3-4. Their linebackers, Troy, are not young, and as Vrabel says, when we play awful, we're old. When we play well, we're experienced.
Well, and most of the time they're experienced because they typically play well. They are the playmakers for this 3-4 scheme.
2nd and 7. Delayed handoff to Jacobs.
We're done.
Picked up a yard. That is it. Brandon Jacobs had a 1,000-yard season. He was inactive for 5 games and basically didn't play in 6. So he had a 1,000-yard year in just over 10 games. And there is Bill Belichick, who tries to tie Chuck Noll with his 4th Super Bowl win here tonight. 3rd and 6. Low snap. Manning fires to Burris. First down.
Well, a nice way to start for Eli Manning, completing his first pass to convert a 3rd down. He's there in the slot to the 3 wide receiver side. Randall Gay just sits on the route. Easy job for Plexico Burris just getting inside. I mean, that's just pitch and catch, not contested whatsoever.
Ball at the Giant 42. Play action from Manning. Hedgecock, the fullback, still fighting out across the 45. Troy, they have picked apart the performance. Heck, we have the personality, the leadership ability, the body language of Eli Manning. And yet here he is, has not turned the ball over this postseason. Turned it over a league-high 27 times during the regular season. And if there has been that imaginary corner, he seems to have turned it.
Well, and you know, you look at how he played during the playoffs. If he had turned the ball over in any one of those games, he's probably not here today playing in the Super Bowl.
2nd and 7. Play clock clock at the top of your screen down to 1. Jacobs off the right side picks up a yard. Another third down coming up for Eli.
And I think right now there's no question that the New York Giants want to be able to run the football. So much of what they do within the passing game is built off their ability to run the ball, play action. You think back to the last time these two teams met, they were able to run the ball, but most of it came in the second half. In fact, Brandon Jacobs in that game had 7 carries in the first half for only 7 yards. And so typically in a game like this, the running is very tough sledding. As you stay committed to it, things will start to open up more as the game progresses.
3rd and 6. Manning with time, completes to Smith, first down New York. And Eli Manning has converted 2 third downs. He's 2 for 2.
Well, they do a good job up front. They're going to bring pressure to Eli Manning's front side, but they blocked it up, and that's why Eli Manning was comfortable in the pocket, confident, a good route. Again against Randall Gay. Steve Smith, the rookie who missed 11 games this season.
Here's the injury. Both Randall Gay and Rodney Harrison were banged up. Both got up and walked off the field. First down for the Giants. Jacobs. More room to run, and he lowered his shoulder as he crossed the 40. He just blew right through Brandon Merriweather and lowered that right arm as he picked up 7.
They do a good job up front of holding ground with Vince Wilfork in the middle. He's the big guy that they've got to be able to keep from being a factor within the run game. And Brandon Jacobs for the last couple of weeks, and you virtually see it every single time he runs the football, going right through Merriweather, and he's bigger than virtually every player on the field except Vince Wilfork.
Rodney Harrison back in the lineup for the Patriots after being banged up. Here's Ahmad Bradshaw, who darts and ducks and is very close to first down yardage. Depends on where they mark it, and we'll go down to Pam Oliver.
Well, Joe, I got a new word with Giants offensive coordinator Kevin Gilbride. He told me how he hoped to call this game in the early going. He said if he felt his quarterback had a handle on his nerves, he wanted to take some shots early. Otherwise, he'd play it conservatively until Eli got into a groove. Back to you.
Yeah, and you look at the way that he's calling the game right now. I mean, with the way Eli is throwing the football, converting a couple of third downs, I mean, that for a young quarterback against a veteran team, that goes a long way. I mean, you're talking about coming out here on your first possession in a Super Bowl, and to be able to get in this kind of rhythm, I got to imagine Eli Manning is feeling pretty confident right now.
Third down and inches. Delayed handoff to Bradshaw, first down, and he still won't go down inside the 30. How about this rookie?
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Ahmad Bradshaw did not play in that last game of the season against the New England Patriots. So this is their first time to get a chance to see what he's all about. I mean, for a little guy, you can see the explosion that he is. That's Ty Warren, a defensive tackle, that he's moving out. I mean, he's got unbelievable power, great quickness, tremendous elusiveness within the pocket. Just a nice run and a nice first down.
10th play of this drive. First down at the New England 29. Manning throws. Boss juggled it and couldn't hang on. It wasn't going to be much of a gain anyway on that completion had Boss hauled it in, and Eli says, my fault. 2nd and 10. A blitz from Harrison. Jacobs runs away from it, and Brandon Jacobs picks up 3. He also told us more than once, defensively, we have to bother these receivers getting off the line of scrimmage, and we have to bother and disrupt Eli Manning. And whether you talk about these 4 games or not, 3 or 4 games for a defensive coordinator or a coach like Belichick, that's not enough. It's not enough to strike fear in a defense. Manning needs to show him he can do it here tonight.
Well, the one thing he's getting already here in this first possession is pretty good protection.
Third down and 7. Another blitz. Manning throws and completes for another first down. 3 for 3 on third down.
Well, the New England Patriots try to bring pressure with Eugene Wilson, the safety. You're going to see him back here. And Eli Manning is able to slide to his right and still find Steve Smith for the first down. I tell you, Steve Smith, we spoke about him just a moment ago, and he just has a great feel for knowing where the holes are within these zones. And Eli Manning, no question, he has great confidence in knowing where he's going to be.
Word on Randall Gay, who left with the arm injury. His return is questionable. That's a big piece of this defense that could be missing for the Patriots. Manning throws, end zone, Burris, tipped and incomplete. Ellis Hobbs got his hands on it.
Well, you got Plexico Burris, who's going to go to the post, and you see Ellis Hobbs. He was able to beat Ellis Hobbs the last time these two teams played. Double coverage, Eugene Wilson underneath. You know, the only place that Eli had a chance to even fit that one in was up high, where only Plexico could get to it. Fortunate that that ball wasn't intercepted.
Already the Giants have done what they wanted to do with his first possession. They've had it for just under 8.5 minutes. 14th play of this drive, trying to keep the ball away from Brady. Jacobs to the edge, can't get there. Hobbs was there. He had help from Adalys Thomas.
Well, you think back to that championship game for New England when they played the San Diego Chargers. For much of the year, they had struggled in stopping teams once they got down inside the red zone. However, very few teams got inside the red zone against them, but in that Chargers game 2 weeks ago, that's really the reason why they were able to win that ball game. They kept them out of the end zone, and I know that going back to the last game between these two teams, the reason that the Giants were able to build the lead that they were able to was because they were able to get the touchdowns down here.
Hobbs and others on that defense breathing hard. 3rd and 10. Manning with time, completes to Smith, but short of a first down. So again, Troy, this New England defense lets an opponent into the red zone, and then they shut it down, and a field goal try is coming from Lawrence Tynes.
Yeah, that's a good job for New England defensively. I'm sure that Bill Belichick is not going to be happy about the fact that the Giants were able to convert those third downs and move the football, but you know, when it was all said and done, to hold them to 3 points, that was a win for them.
Tynes, who hit the overtime winner in the NFC Championship game in that unbelievably cold night in Green Bay, will try from 32. Good snap, good hold, and a good kick. A long drive put together by Tom Coughlin's offense. Kevin Gilbride is the offensive coordinator on the left. He's really had a hot hand during the postseason, and Eli Manning put together a drive that lasted just under 10 minutes, which is a big deal, Troy, when you're taking on Tom Brady in this very diverse offense for the Patriots.
Well, you got that many young players for the New York Giants, and to be able to move the ball the way that they were able to, I mean, I've got to believe that everybody was able to settle down quite a bit.
This is Maroney, who's back returning kicks now during the postseason, taking it from just outside the end zone and getting to the edge. Tynes forces him out. Big return by Maroney. 43 yards and good starting field position. Well, a good start now for New England after the return of 43 yards by Maroney. Patriots will start at their own 44, and for this Giants defense, they don't want to start trading 3s for 7s, field goals for touchdowns, and we'll see how they get on here against this New England offense, which was the highest scoring offense in the history of the league. 589 points, 50 touchdown passes from Tom Brady. They fake a reverse, and Brady in trouble, throws low from Maroney. Good pressure on Tom Brady, who just, Troy, got that ball away.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you start a game with a play like that, you've got to be able to have some time. They're anticipating that the Giants are going to overplay the run there, the misdirection, but you got Barry Cofield, who gets right up inside. That's one of the things he's done a great job of all season long, of getting an inside push. It's going to be important throughout this game so that Tom Brady does not have a place to step up in the pocket.
2nd and 10. picks up 8.5. Let's talk about this defense, and you can't say enough for the job done by Steve Spagnuolo, the first-year defensive coordinator who learned at the foot of the master of the blitz, Jim Johnson, with the Eagles.
Yeah, and he hasn't veered very far from that philosophy. I mean, there's a lot of people who would say, well, the Giants need to get pressure on Tom Brady by rushing 4 people and then dropping 7 guys into coverage. But, you know, Steve Spagnuolo, he's going to do what he does, and a big part of that is bringing pressure regardless. I know that Bill Belichick said that he could have had 3 weeks to prepare for this team and they wouldn't have been ready.
Maroney picks up a first down for the Patriots.
We're done.
Good push up front by the Giants defense, but Maroney took it to the left side, picked up 5, and gets the first down of the night for the Patriots.
Yeah, and Lawrence Maroney, I mean, he's had an interesting year because he missed a little time with a groin injury earlier in the season, and then he went through a period to where the Patriots were throwing the ball so much that he wasn't getting utilized, but he has been effective, and he has run hard here over the last 3 to 4 games they've played.
Brady with all day over the middle, throws low. 2nd and 10. Brady, stalwart to the 35. Picked up 7. Antonio Pierce on the tackle, the very active middle linebacker for the Giants.
You know, and to follow up on that, Joe, what's interesting is that he said going into this game that the ankle is not a factor. I know when we had a chance to visit with him, it was bothering him a lot. I mean, I was surprised by that. I thought that, you know, all the talk about his ankle a week ago, that we would sit down with him and he'd say, nah, it's fine. But it was a real factor, and I've got to believe that even though he's saying it's okay, that it's still going to be cumbersome for him. But like you said, I mean, moving around is not part of what he does.
Play clock at 2. 3rd down and 3. A floater for Welker, first down, New England. Inside the 30, down to the 27-yard line, and Wes Welker was incredible in his first year with the Patriots this season.
Well, and this is what he does so well. I mean, you can see the quickness. He gets a guy over pursuing there, Dockery, and then back outside. And, you know, Kevin Dockery is a guy who's missed a lot of time. He did play in the Tampa Bay playoff game, but prior to that, he had missed about 4 games. And they feel that he has the quickness to match up with Wes Welker. Sure didn't look like it there.
Handoff is to the fullback, Heath Evans. A gain of 2. Let's go down to Chris Myers.
Well, Joe, Troy was talking about Tom Brady's ankle. He tried to practice with a brace but didn't like it, didn't think it was comfortable. He has no special wrap on that particular ankle, and according to the team, they thought he was healthy. He told us that when he planted his feet, it might affect the deep throw. Offensive coordinator Josh McDaniels told me in pregame warmups, though, that each day in practice since Wednesday, Troy, when he talked to us and Joe, that he felt better, his mobility was better, but the Patriots will be watching closely throughout the game the way he plants his feet and how painful that ankle might become as the game wears on.
Thanks, Chris. 2nd and 8. Out of the shotgun. Falk out of the backfield. What a weapon. Tripped up and marked down right at the first down marker. Madison made the tackle. And it depends on the spot as to whether it's enough for a first down.
You know, the Patriots ran so many of these types of plays in that first game. Sam Madison doing a good job of fighting off Jabbar Gaffney there and making a play. Had he not have been able to get him down there, I'm not so sure that Aaron Ross would have been able to make that play. But the Patriots, they get you thinking deep down the field, and you get so concerned about dropping people deep that then they come out with a quick hitter like that. As we well know, they're very difficult to defend because of all the things that they can do.
Falk got it up for the first down. Now it's the Patriots in the red zone. Brady fires high for Benjamin Watson, the tight end. Troy, if the safeties are going to be bothered in this game, well, certainly with Randy Moss, I would imagine somewhat with Wes Welker, you would think the middle of the field could be open for a guy like Benjamin Watson.
Yeah, I mean, so many times you focus on those other guys. I mean, you can't double everybody, and we know that. And Randy Moss is going to get a lot of attention, Wes Welker, as you said. So when you do that, now you're getting one-on-one in the other positions, whether that's Ben Watson or whether that's Kevin Falk. Those are the guys that then become key.
Moss with only 1 catch per game so far in the postseason, and Falk was surprised by that pass from Brady and then got surprised by Kavika Mitchell.
Yeah, and here's what they're doing to Randy Moss right now. They're playing inside out on him. They got Corey Webster who's going deep, and then they got safety help with Eugene Wilson. Tom Brady was looking for him, wanting to get the ball into his hands, and then had to come underneath. You know, we talked about it when the Giants had the ball. These are the areas of the field. These are the downs that become critical.
3rd down and 10. Brady, time was running out, end zone and a flag. Benjamin Watson, the intended receiver, and he was face guarded by Antonio Pierce.
Well, that was an easy call, too. You're going to have Antonio Pierce who's running with him up the middle.
Pass interference, defense, number 58. The foul occurred in the end zone. The ball will be placed at the 1-yard line, automatic. First down.
You know, contact, you have to be able to get turned and play the football. You cannot just run into a defender or run into a receiver and not be playing the ball. Now, when Antonio Pierce got up, he turned to James Butler and acted as if he thought that he should have been getting some help from him. And I know going back to that last game between these two teams, James Butler busted coverage a couple of times, which were costly in that one.
Linebacker Mike Vrabel is in on offense as Brady hands to Maroney.
We're done,
Maroney
we're done,
does
we're done.
not get in. Maroney inches away as the Patriots look for the first touchdown of Super Bowl 42, and if it does happen on this drive, it'll happen in the 2nd quarter. Fewest in Super Bowl history, only 2 possessions in the first quarter. There were 10 last year between the Bears and the Colts. The Giants had a 16-play drive in New England so far, 11 plays, 55 yards, and just over 5 minutes off the clock.
Well, and then that plays to the Giants, because in talking with Tom Coughlin and a number of the players, I mean, they want to shorten the game. I mean, it's that was pretty short.
Maroney right side, touchdown New England.
This offensive line, the last time these two teams met, Stephen Neal and Nick Kazir did not play. That's where they took this one. Kyle Brady was able to shield him just enough, and then some tough running by Lawrence Maroney.
Low snap, extra point good, 7-3 New England. The New England Patriots gave up 3, turned around and scored 7. Josh McDaniels, the offensive coordinator, going over things with Brady and the offense as Gostkowski kicks one sideways out of bounds, and that means that the Giants will start at their own 40.
Kickoff out of bounds. Kicking team. The ball will be placed 40-yard line. First down.
She's here with the quarterback, Gisele Bundchen. Got some flowers last week, and there's Jim Carrey and Jenny McCarthy. They're all out. The Super Bowl, Troy, it brings them out.
You gave me a look like Gisele should not be with the quarterback.
No, I know who I'm standing next to. 3 rings to my right. 1st and 10, starting at their own 40. Brandon Jacobs picks up 3. 2nd and 7. Manning has started 5 for 7. A blitz was picked up, and Plexico Burress makes the catch, and now they're saying incomplete as the ball popped out. Incomplete pass instead of either A, catch and fumble, or B, catch and down by contact.
Well, they run Mike Vrabel trying to get him underneath Plexico Burress. He has the ball, but he's just not able to hang on to it. You know, the Giants came into this game leading the National Football League in drop passes. You know, that would have been for a first down.
Ellis Hobbs, the one who knocked it out. There was word during the week that Burress, who's been dealing with a high ankle sprain and some ligament tears, was dealing with a knee injury as well. They need him to be healthy. He's their big play guy, as he proved in Green Bay. 3rd and 7. Another blitz. Brandon Jacobs picks it up, and Manning just airs it out for Toomer, who makes the catch. Manning just heaved it, and Amani Toomer made a play on the sideline for 38 yards.
Yeah, we'll take a look and see if he had his feet in bounds. And he did. Nice job by Amani Toomer. He's had a couple of those receptions here in this postseason this year. You know, Brandon Jacobs, this ball doesn't get out if he doesn't get over and pick up the blitz.
That was Merriweather coming on the blitz, and Jacobs, who has worked hardest on blitz pickup, just drilled it. Now Jacobs gets to carry it to the 15, picks up 4.
You know, that looked a lot like Tom Brady earlier in the year when he'd just throw it up there to Randy Moss. I mean, Eli Manning was on his back foot just throwing it as best he could. Toomer getting away with a hand to the face mask there to create separation. That's an excellent job on Amani Toomer's part, making the catch, locating the football, but more importantly, keeping his feet in bounds.
2nd down and 6. Play clock is about to expire. A blitz, and they're going to throw the flag. A little too nonchalant getting up under center was Eli Manning.
Delay, offense, 5-yard penalty, remains 2nd down.
I tell you, I don't know that I see a team more than the Giants get more delay penalties. It's unbelievable. I mean, the plays have got to get in, first of all, but then secondly, the quarterback has to be able to know where the play clock is and how much time is left. Sometimes that even means you can't change the play at the line of scrimmage or make any protection call changes.
Well, they had the play clock down to 5, and they reset it. And big brother Peyton was saying, come on, Eli, speed it up. And he got under center, and by the time he got the snap, it was too late. Play clock now at 10. 2nd and 11. Extra men on the rush. The pass is complete. And a quick hit by Asante Samuel. David Tyree on the reception, good for 5. 3rd down coming up.
I'll tell you right now, these backs for the Giants are doing an excellent job of picking up the blitzes. Ahmad Bradshaw steps up. That was Junior Seau that was trying to get through the gap. We saw it earlier with Brandon Jacobs, and you know, at least now they've gotten it to a manageable 3rd down.
Third and 5. Manning throws. It's tipped into the air and intercepted by Ellis Hobbs. Ahmad Bradshaw forces him out. And that is the first interception thrown since Eli Manning threw an interception to Ellis Hobbs in week 17 of the regular season.
Yeah, and this ball, you can see Steve Smith just getting out of his break, and it was a ball that was coming in pretty hard.
Aerial coverage tonight presented by Budweiser. Ferris wheel in the distance, and we have University of Phoenix Stadium all lit up on the outside. It's a shame the roof is closed on what is a cool, pretty night here in the Phoenix area. Eli Manning throws the pick off the hands of Steve Smith. A screen for Maroney. Out across the 40 to the 41, picked up 8, and we go back to the interception off the hands of Steve Smith.
Yeah, this is a little better look as far as what Steve Smith was dealing with. He runs a pretty good route here, starts to the outside and then comes underneath. There's a void there, but the ball gets on him awfully quick. A ball that he certainly could have caught. But you can tell there, a fast ball down low, and trying to pick it up from that distance as a wide receiver, not an easy catch, but one he could have made.
For Ellis Hobbs, his 3rd interception in his last 4 games. That includes the end of the regular season finale at Giant Stadium. 2nd and 2. Maroney tries the left side, and there's nothing there. First guy there was Jabril Wilson, who is playing the free safety spot. Jabril, during the week, asked his coach Steve Spagnuolo, who was with the Eagles, for the cell phone number of Brian Dawkins, who's one of the best safeties in the NFL.
Yeah, and Eugene Wilson, he has been playing pretty well. I mean, I know that the Patriots want to try to match him up in coverage and see if they can't take advantage of him, but in run support, he has been outstanding.
3rd down and 1. Tight formation, handoff to Maroney. Good pressure up front by the defensive line, and Osi Umenyiora was the first one there.
That's a great stop right there for the New York Giants on 3rd down. After the interception, you're going to see the push right here in the middle. You got James Butler coming off the corner, which kept him from being able to get to the outside. Just an excellent stop by the Giants defensively.
Chris Hansen will punt it. McQuarters waits for it. Line drive punt. Chance for McQuarters to run a little bit. Good return. Out near his own 37. Derek Manning putting those pieces together. The ball at the 36 for Eli Manning, fresh off that interception. Put it right back in his right hand, and he's got nowhere to go except down. Jarvis Green was in there along with Lee Keevan Smith.
They do a pretty good job on the outside on Plexico Burress. Again, Ellis Hobbs on coverage with him. Trying to get to the inside, unable to, and as Manning not able to go to Plexico Burress, then just trying to find somebody. And when you start running around in the pocket, you know, like that against an aggressive defensive front like New England, you're going to have some problems.
Loss of 3 on that sack, 2nd and 13. And a fumble on the handoff. No signal yet. It looked like Pierre Woods got on top of it. And this is exactly what the Giants had not done this postseason, turn it over. Manning says it stays with the Giants. Still no signal. Now there is, and the Giants maintain possession. And I don't know how Pierre Woods, number 58, didn't come away with it. Bradshaw fell on it after not securing the handoff from Eli Manning.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how the Patriots weren't able to recover this one either. It's put in the right place. You can just see Ahmad Bradshaw just does not secure the exchange. And Ahmad Bradshaw, obviously a rookie, but a guy who's been pretty sure-handed with the football most of the season. Hasn't had a fumble since the 2nd week of the year. But right there, I mean, Wood has a chance to make a play on it. You know, that's just great hustle by Ahmad Bradshaw being able to get that one away from him.
Yeah, it slid out a little, and Ahmad Bradshaw ripped it the rest of the way. Giants trying to set up a screen, and it's not there. Ahmad Bradshaw, the intended receiver, and Richard Seymour was in the face of Eli Manning, and that drive for the Giants went nowhere.
Well, no, it went nowhere, but I tell you, they got to be pretty thankful that at least Jeff Fiegels is coming out to punt. I mean, the one turnover down in the red zone is one thing. You fail to come away with any kind of points. You give the ball to the New England Patriots down here, you can pretty much count on them coming away with 7.
8:44 left in the half. Still a 4-point game as Fiegels will punt, and Wes Welker is waiting deep. Fiegels now the oldest player ever to participate in a Super Bowl. Drives Welker back to the 15. Welker out to the 29-yard line. New England will start at their own 30. Last time they had the ball, it was a 3-and-out. There's Bill Belichick in the middle of that defensive huddle over on the Patriots bench.
Yeah, and that's where you'll always see him when the defense comes off the field, making adjustments in game after each possession.
Handoff is to Maroney, and he's brought down by Justin Tuck. A gain of only 1. I mentioned that 3-and-out the last time the Patriots had it. It was only the 3rd time that's happened this postseason. 2nd and 9. Brady in trouble. Down he goes. Kavika Mitchell was in. Strahan. And they converged on Brady, who almost got out of there.
Yeah, well, you're going to see Kavika Mitchell. He's going to act as if he's not coming. He starts up, then he throws back as if he's going to go into coverage. And by doing that, then he's able to get pressure because the offensive lineman didn't know that he was going to be coming in on the blitz. Strahan then off the edge. You know, initially, before the snap, the Giants were showing they were going to bring everybody. Some of those guys dropped into coverage. Kavika acted as if he was going to do the same, and then he was able to get a clear shot at Brady.
3rd down and 17. Brady in trouble again. Justin Tuck. Steve Neal is having a tough time getting back up.
Well, watch Justin Tuck. He's in here in the middle. He does a great job. They overload the side with Osi Umenyiora and Justin Tuck, and he's able to get a clear shot as well. Good job defensively right there by the New York Giants.
Now Hansen will punt it away, so it's back-to-back 3-and-outs. And Hansen hits one off the side of his foot. McQuarters picks up that dangerous bounce, and the Giants will start with it outside their own 40. Not only has Randy Moss been shut out, Troy, they haven't even thrown to him tonight. He has 1 catch in each postseason game coming into this Super Bowl. So the Giants are doing to him what the Jaguars did, and then the Chargers did.
Yeah, but it's not all about just saying, well, he's getting double covered, because every game he ever plays in, there's going to be 2 defenders over the top of him, and yet, you know, he still had a heck of a season. So they can find ways to get him the ball.
Handoff is to Jacobs, and Brandon is inches shy of the 45, picked up 2. Let's go down to Chris Myers.
The defensive-minded head coach of the Patriots, Bill Belichick, is watching closely now. After the initial Giant offensive series, he spent the entire Patriot offensive series huddled, going over things with his defense. In fact, the last 2 series, when his offense has been out on the field, he's been going over things with his defense on the bench, working his way, talking to the defensive line, the linebackers, going over the chalkboard. And even when Tom Brady went down, Bill Belichick did not look up.
Bill Belichick, who spent 12 years as an assistant with the Giants. His defense facing a 2nd and 8. Handoff to Bradshaw, and Ahmad Bradshaw breaks loose for a 1st down. To the 42, a 13-yard run. Harrison on the tackle for the Patriots.
Yeah, they do a good job of picking up Junior Seau. They're inside. Again, he's going to try to shoot the gap, which is something that he likes to do. They seal it off, and that allows Bradshaw then to get on the corner. You can see some of the quickness that he has. Not a big hole there, but he finds it and then finishes the run.
Under 5.5 to play in the half. Giants scored first. They trail by 4 as Jacobs takes it down inside the 40. 4-yard run. So Bradshaw on the sideline watching Brandon Jacobs, who is 6'4", 264, and bigger than all the linebackers for the Patriots except Adalys Thomas, carry it for 4. Coming up at halftime, Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers will rock the Super Bowl. The Bridgestone Super Bowl 42 halftime show is coming up less than 5 minutes away on the game clock. 2nd and 6. Jacobs on the left side. Bowls his way for a first down. Ran right over Teddy Bruschi. First down, New York.
Yeah, New England was anticipating that they were going to run the football, only run it to the other side. They dropped the safety down, creating the 8th guy. The Giants ran away from him, and as a result, were able to pick up a big gain.
When you take a step back and you realize how this game has unfolded, the Giants couldn't have hoped for a better first half of football. I know they trailed by 4. They've done the job for the most part defensively, and it's a low-scoring game as Bradshaw, his left knee went down as he got it inside the 30. They'll mark him just shy of the 27-yard line.
I agree with you, Joe. I mean, you look at the way that this first half has played out. Obviously disappointed that they weren't able to come away with any kind of points, with the interception. But, unlike the first time these two teams met, which was pretty much an offensive assault, it's been more defense. But the Giants have been able to move the football. I think that, they felt good coming in with what they would be able to do. And they're doing a nice job, and because their defense has played as well as it has, they're right in this game, which is where they want to be.
38-35 was the final. Patriots winning in Week 17. We're not headed toward that type of score tonight. Bradshaw started to the right, cut it up to the 25-yard line. Third down coming up after a gain of 3. Seymour on the tackle for the Patriots. 3 minutes left in the half. Pat Flaherty is the offensive line coach for the Giants, and he has done a terrific job for Tom Coughlin. This is a very underrated group, and they are showing just that here tonight. Third down and 4. Out of the shotgun, Manning in trouble. He has it knocked out of his hands. Batted forward, and Smith rolls away with a football. A penalty flag is down on the play. Adalys Thomas knocked it out. Steve Smith ended up with the football, and a flag came in mid-play.
Well, here it is. Adalys Thomas, he just gets right around David Dill, and Eli Manning never sees him coming, and Thomas does what he does best and goes right for the ball.
By New York. However, there's a legal bat by the offense, number 44. From the previous spot, 10-yard penalty, remains third down.
So they get Ahmad Bradshaw when the ball was loose, and it looked like might have been heading out of bounds. Right here, Bradshaw with an illegal bat forward, and then it was a heads-up play by Steve Smith, being alert, seeing the ball, and rolling to the sideline with it in his arms.
Well, no question, and Ahmad Bradshaw trying to bat it out of bounds. He didn't intend for it to stay in play, but Steve Smith being alert and then going after it. So they've had, if they turn the ball over there, then again another missed opportunity. Not that the penalty, that's going to hurt them enough as it is, but they've gotten down in here now a couple of times, and you think at how tight this first half has been, and just missed opportunities once they've gotten inside the red zone.
Brings up third down and 18. And if you consider that the Giants have to get the ball to the 21-yard line of New England, instead of going for the first down and all of it, you may be more content with biting off some yardage and giving Tynes a better opportunity at a makeable field goal.
Yeah, I think that's got to be the approach for Eli Manning right now. Unlikely that he's going to be able to get enough for a first down, but it's conceivable that they can hit something at about 10 yards and then be in his range.
With 2 minutes left, Manning throws, and it's nearly picked off by Randall Gay, who is back in the game, and now he gets up, grabbing his left arm. 4th and 18 for Feagles, who's the best ever in this category, downing the ball inside the 20. The Giants now have had 17 plays in New England territory and come away with a total of 3 points. The Patriots, when they get it back, will have all 3 of their timeouts remaining, and one of the best ever at operating in a 2-minute offense in Brady at the controls. Falk with a fair catch at the 11. Patriots have it at their own 11, leading by 4. And for New England, last 2 possessions, 6 plays, -7 yards. And you have to credit the Giants defense, and in particular Steve Spagnuolo, of putting these guys in the right spot.
Well, there's no question. I mean, already the Patriots have punted as many times as they did in the entire game the last time these two teams met. Right now, this is very critical. It's critical for the New York Giants that they not give up any points going in at halftime. I mean, you look over the stats and what teams are able to do if they are able to come away with points at the end of a half, specifically the first half. I mean, it's huge as far as changing the momentum of a game.
How about Brady in particular during the regular season? This offense scored 90 points in the last 2 minutes of each half, by far the most in the NFL. This is where they are in some ways at their best. Brady is hit as he let it go, and it does not get to Randy Moss, and Brady ends up on the ground, hit by Jabril Wilson, the safety coming on a blitz.
Yeah, and that's part of what we talked about earlier is Jabril Wilson, 28. I mean, he comes in there, they bring 2. They bring Dockery inside as well, which is why Kevin Falk has to pick him up. And then Brady has to try to get the ball out quick and just not able to get enough on it. But Steve Spagnuolo, we saw in the previous possession that Justin Tuck was able to get pressure. We saw Osi Umenyiora getting pressure, and yet he still is dialing up the secondary blitzes.
It's going to be really interesting to see how the Giants handle the rest of this half with their timeouts. If they get a big play here, which they get. And now the Giants can spend a timeout, which they do. That's only their first timeout taken, as Justin Tuck brought down Maroney, a loss of 3, and now it's shifting back to the Giants, who may get a shot to get some points before the half. 1:35 left. Our Sobe Lifewater halftime report is coming up. Kurt, Terry, Howie, and Jimmy have showered and toweled off from that long pregame. They'll have their analysis of the first half, and then Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. And Coughlin got the stop defensively. Burns his first timeout. And now the Patriots are faced with 3rd and 13.
Well, you just look at this defensive front. They have won inside the trenches. The Patriots hoped they could get a shot down the field on first down, get something, get a first down. They didn't want to have to give the ball back to the Giants here before the half.
They fake a handoff to Falk. They throw it to Dante Stallworth, who's got a first down. And now the Patriots go back on the attack. They hurry it up and get to the line as there's under 1:20 left in the half.
And that's how quickly it changes. I mean, all of a sudden the Patriots are hoping that they can pick up some kind of first down, not give it back, and now they're right back in striking mode.
Brady hit again as he let it go, and too far from Moss. And obviously no problem for Brady to step into that throw. That was a laser down the sideline, and Tuck had pressure on Brady.
Yeah, and here's the quick wide receiver screen that picked up the first down. Dante Stallworth, and then Welker comes across. That's legal, and makes the block. They were in man coverage underneath. And because he's able to take the guy covering Dante Stallworth, that's why there was so much room to pick up the first down.
That was an 18-yard completion to Stallworth on 3rd and 13. Inside handoff to Falk, and a penalty flag comes flying in. Strahan on the tackle. We'll get the call from Mike Carey.
Holding. Offense number 84. 10-yard penalty. Remains 2nd down.
So now you tack on a 10-yard penalty. And the Giants have to think about another stop here on 2nd down and maybe hope to get the ball back. There's the hold right there on Antonio Pierce by Benjamin Watson.
Yeah, what a good call, too, by New England. I mean, that was a big gain there on their part. And then now it comes back. If they're able to make, if they're able to hold them here and not give up many yards, then you've got to believe that the Giants are going to look at trying to maybe get the ball back into their hands and give it one more shot themselves.
Second and 12. And now a timeout taken by New England. With 59 seconds left in the half. And Brady will come over and talk about it. You look at the Giants in their Super Bowl history. You go back to Super Bowl 21. Giants beat Denver 39-20. The MVP was Phil Simms, who was on fire. 25 passes, 22 completions. Super Bowl 25, the Giants 20, the Bills 19, and then Super Bowl 35, the Ravens 34, the Giants 7. And that's the Super Bowl that obviously Michael Strahan still has the taste of in his mouth, and the same for Amani Toomer, who told his teammates before this game, don't just be happy with getting in the Super Bowl, go out there and win it. 2nd and 12. Kevin Falk was shaken up on that last play, so New England took a timeout to keep him out on the field. 2nd and 12. Low throw for Welker. Makes a good catch, crosses the 30 and gets popped. And the clock continues to run as Fred Robbins made the play. Gain of 8. 3rd down coming up, and both teams letting the clock run.
Well, because of this being 3rd down, if the Patriots are able to pick it up, then you can bet they're going to have some urgency.
Falk makes the catch and has a 1st down for New England. And now the Patriots will spend the timeout. Patriots with their Super Bowl history. Super Bowl 20, that 46-10 loss to the Bears. Super Bowl 31, the loss to Brett Favre, but then the roll. Super Bowl 36 over St. Louis, 38 over Carolina, and their last try was Super Bowl 39 in Jacksonville, a 3-point win over Philadelphia. What a run it has been with this combination of Robert Kraft with his son Jonathan to his left, chairman and CEO, and a great partnership, Troy, with his head coach Bill Belichick. And the nexus of this team, you add Tom Brady into the mix, and as Brady says, we're not going anywhere.
No, they're not, and Bill Belichick's not going anywhere. I know in visiting with him, you know, a lot of these coaches, you know, after they've had the success that he's been able to have, they start looking to retire. He thoroughly enjoys every part of his job.
1st down, New England. Brady has to step up. Throws from Moss, who has his 1st of the game. And out of bounds with a 1st down at the 44-yard line.
You're going to see Moss. He starts to the inside. They've got Kevin Dockery, who's on him, and all the room out there to the sideline for Tom Brady to lay it out there. And great protection up front. Strahan was coming off the edge, but because there was no inside push, he could step up and deliver the ball.
20 seconds left in the half, and the ball's knocked loose. Strahan was in there, Tuck was in there, and Umanura's fighting for the football. And the Giants take over. Umanura won that fight for the ball, and with 10 seconds left in the half, now each team, as Tuck knocked it out, each team has turned it over once.
Well, what a great job by Justin Tuck. They've just not been able to control him. No matter where they put him, he's been able to take advantage and get pressure on Tom Brady. They needed a play. Justin Tuck is able to provide it. And now you've got to believe that the Giants are going to at least take one shot, you know, trying to get in a position to where they can attempt a field goal before the end of the half.
10 seconds left. Giants have 2 timeouts remaining, just so you know. The ball is at the New England 49.
I mean, really remarkable. As much success as this Patriot team had against the Giants the last time they met, the Giants defensively are having their way right now.
Patriots come on a blitz. Manning over the middle, and he threw behind Steve Smith. 5 seconds left in the half, and let's go back to that hit on Tom Brady.
Well, Justin Tuck, I mean, he has been the MVP of this defensive front. You know, nobody's really been able to block him here over the second half of the season. He comes off the corner, and then as Tom Brady brings his arm back to deliver the throw, he goes for the football.
How about his night here in Super Bowl 42? 6 tackles, 2 sacks, and now a forced fumble.
They just got him signed up to a long-term deal, rightfully so. He would have been the starter this year had Michael Strahan not come back for training camp, and this year they're happy Strahan did. But now they found themselves another great player to rush the passer.
You saw Randy Moss, who is deep, as we expect a Hail Mary, and now a timeout is taken by New England. And you talk about pressure on Tom Brady. It has been there pretty much since the start.
Yeah, and what's been typical, though, Joe, is they've done it a lot of different ways. I mean, Justin Tuck obviously has been a big part, but as we saw there with Jabril Wilson, they've brought Kevin Dockery. I mean, they kind of do what they do, and they don't worry so much about the skill players. I know when this team played the Dallas Cowboys in the divisional game, you know, Dallas had a bunch of weapons, and yet they still came after them, and that was with a depleted secondary. And now, against the best offense in all of football, you know, they're finding ways to get pressure, and they don't care if at times that means they're going to be one-on-one outside.
Steve Spagnuolo, their defensive coordinator, said, we didn't show New England everything, by the way. We had a postseason game the next week against Tampa Bay, and we kept some things close to the vest. The Patriots are seeing it all tonight. 2nd and 10. Should be the last play of this first half. They roll Manning to buy him some time, and into the end zone. Jump ball, incomplete. And in a rematch of a game that ended in week 17, 38-35 in favor of the Patriots. It's 7-3 New England at the half in Super Bowl 42. The Sobe Life Water halftime report is coming up. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers will be a part of that. Kurt, Terry, Howie, and Jimmy.
Troy, we've talked a lot already about this defense for the New York Giants. This was a record-setting offense in so many different ways for New England during the regular season, but what a job they've done so far halfway through this game.
Unbelievable. I mean, New England takes their first possession, they go down and get a touchdown, and after that, they've just not been able to do anything. Held them to 81 yards total offense here in the first half. A team that averaged over 400 yards of offense in the regular season. A big part of that, clearly, is the pressure that they've been able to get on Tom Brady. You can tell that he's out of his rhythm. He's not able to set up and make the throws, and on the back end they're doing a good enough job until the pressure can get to him.
And the defense evened up the turnover ratio in this game. Each side now has turned the ball over one time, and the Giants during the regular season, that was something that was just a killer for New York. They were -9 overall in turnover ratio. They were fortunate to get on a couple of fumbles, and that helped keep this score down like it is.
Yeah, and I think that if you look at the Giants, I mean, this game has unfolded the way that they would hope that it would. I mean, if they had been able to come away with points when they got down in there, even if they were just field goals, I mean, they're leading this ball game. But I've got to believe when you look at the New England Patriots, all the weapons that they have, the explosiveness that they have from the offensive standpoint, that they are happy coming out in the second half with where this game is.
Well, this record-setting offense, as we talked about just a moment ago, this was a New England group that put up 589 points during the regular season. That's an NFL record. Tom Brady, an NFL record 50 touchdown passes during the regular season. So far, they've been held in check by the Giants defense. Let's go down to the field and Chris Myers.
Joe, I just walked out with a very calm and relaxed Bill Belichick. He said, hey, it's basic fundamentals. Our defense is doing some of the things we wanted to. We're improving on third down. Offensively, he said, Tom Brady is fine. Probably the biggest problem is what the Giants pass rush and what they're doing to him up front. Their starting right guard, Stephen Neal, unlikely to play in the second half. They need a little more production out of their offensive line. Is this the kind of game, when I asked him, I said, is this the kind of game that your defense will have to win for you? He said, it looks that way.
Another look at the relaxed Bill Belichick as Chris Myers described him. He wasn't relaxed on Wednesday when he lit his team up after a lackluster practice that we witnessed. He really lit into this team. Tom Brady told us that really allows me to just be one of the guys. Bill Belichick can handle the discipline. He's respected in this locker room. Then I can just go, I don't have to break guys down and try and get them to focus. Belichick handles that, and I can just be one of this roster, and you get the feeling that this is a team that would do anything for Tom Brady, and they better start doing something around him because they're not moving the ball at all.
Well, we'll see what kind of adjustments they were able to make there in the first half that may afford Tom Brady a little bit more protection.
Maroney already has a 43-yard return in this game. He takes this one, and Chase Blackburn meets him around the 20, and they'll mark him at the 21. Let's go down to the field and Pam Oliver.
Well, Joe, Tom Coughlin spoke glowingly about his defense. He says, though, we got to keep getting those hits on Tom Brady. Offensively, he wasn't so complimentary. He said he liked the tempo, but we can't get in the green zone and come away with no points. He says we've got to settle down in there. As for special teams, he says that's a unit that we've got to get something from. He said we need a game-changing play from our special teams. Back to you.
All right, Pam, thank you.
Yeah, and as far as the special teams goes, that is the one area of this team throughout the playoffs that they have gotten a big play in special teams. So far, they've not been able to.
Starting at their own 21, up by 4. Another blitz from the Giants over the middle. It's Welker on the catch and then doing what he does best. First down at the 36, a 15-yard catch and run.
Yeah, you called it, Joe. They bring Jabril Wilson off the defensive left side. You're going to see him here. But as a result, then you got O.C. Umenyiora, 72, who's going to try to come underneath and then keep Wes Welker from being a factor on that short, shallow cross. I mean, you just can't have it. And those are the things that when you bring pressure, you're exposed in some area. That time, New England was able to take advantage.
Maroney. Nice run on first down. Picks up 7. James Butler on the tackle. We look at a first half comparison, week 17, and the total points, the total yards compared to tonight. 3 points for the Giants, 7 points for the Patriots, and so far it's been the Giants with more total yardage, but they have not been able to get points after getting inside the 30, except for that first field goal. Second down and 3. Brady, that pass is tipped by Strahan. It's an incomplete pass. It was not a lateral. Kevin Falk, the intended receiver, and now it's 3rd and 3.
You know, usually a tackle will try to take, well, he did there. He went low, but Strahan not going to the ground, and that's the problem with that quick screen to the wide receiver. If you're not able to get the defensive end's hands down, then he's able to bat the ball the way that Strahan was able to there. The Patriots have had some success with that play in the first half.
3rd down and 3 as the Patriots play without their starting guard, Stephen Neal. Umenyiora got there too late. First down Patriots. Kevin Falk out of the backfield, and Umenyiora was a step too late.
I'll tell you, they're getting plenty of hits on him, though. I mean, Umenyiora just goes right around Matt Light, and you're right. I mean, if he had hold the ball any longer than what he did there, they would have been able to come away with a sack. But you look at Kevin Falk. I mean, between Wes Welker and Kevin Falk, those are the two guys that Tom Brady is looking for on 3rd downs most of the time.
Been knocked down 8 times, and this is Maroney in the backfield and Umenyiora. A loss of 2 for O.C. Umenyiora, a play in the game following an NFC championship at Green Bay where he wasn't much of a factor.
There's O.C. Umenyiora, Kyle Brady trying to make the block, and he just sheds him. And, you know, O.C. Umenyiora, who was able to get hits. I mean, this is a defense that was not able to create a lot of sacks in their first 3 playoff games. They have been able to do that here tonight. But throughout that time, they were getting hits. O.C. Umenyiora playing very well in this ball game.
Second and 12. Over the middle, Welker makes the catch, takes a seat, picked up 7. And you could hear the pop as they hit Welker hard over the middle of this field.
Yeah, but the one thing about it, Joe, is he just gets a free release. He goes right to the inside, and then Sam Madison lets him go. And when he passes him off, there's got to be a linebacker then looking up Wes Welker. I can't imagine a defense going into a game against the New England Patriots and not being more aware of Wes Welker.
Third down and 5, another blitz. Brady throws. Falk makes the catch, but he's wrapped up short of a first down. And a good play by Antonio Pierce, a middle linebacker who holds Falk 2 yards short of a first down.
Well, that's a great job by Steve Spagnuolo. As you know, it's a medium length conversion is what New England's trying to get. They bring pressure, force Tom Brady to get the ball out short, and not able to then make the catch and get enough for the first down.
Well, I tell you, the Giants were just fortunate. Here's McQuarters making the play. It looks like Bill Belichick, with that challenge flag in his hand, is thinking about challenging, and he is. Chase Blackburn getting off the field in time. As I said, going to break. Troy circles him. If he doesn't get off the field before the snap, it's 12 men on the field, and the 5-yard penalty is enough for a first down.
And before Bill Belichick decided to challenge that, he was trying to get clarification during that TV timeout as to exactly what the rule is, because he may have had 1 foot still in the field of play before he got to the sideline.
During our break, he was talking to Larry Rose, the side judge, about it. Here's Mike Carey.
New England is challenging that there were 12 men on the field.
We'll get the call from Mike Carey. It looks, based on that replay, like New England is going to get the penalty called against the Giants and get the ball back.
After review, the Giants had 12 men on the field. That's illegal substitution, 5-yard penalty. The challenge is upheld. New England will not be charged with a team timeout. It will be 1st and 10 on the Giant 39-yard line on this hash first down.
Well, mark this time down in your diary. 11 minutes left in the third quarter, and because Chase Blackburn could not get off the field, this high-powered New England offense gets a first down by penalty at the Giant 39-yard line.
Yeah, and Bill Belichick, I mean, he doesn't miss a trick. I mean, you got to give him credit and the staff credit for seeing that and then being able to challenge it and get the ball back. And then, I mean, you look at Tom Coughlin and you got the pass interference on Antonio Pierce, which sets up that first touchdown for the New England Patriots. And then now your defense does a good job, stops them in special teams, which is where Tom Coughlin thought that they would have an advantage. So far in this game, I mean, it's really hurt them.
First down at the 39. Play action from Brady, who sets up a screen for Maroney. And a good job by Pierce to get off a block and make a play. Gain of only 4. Chase Blackburn is left to stand there and think about what could be a big penalty against New York. 2nd and 11 as Matt Light jumped.
False start. Offense number 72. 5-yard penalty, it's still 2nd down.
When you talk about penalties, Troy, that's what Tom Coughlin came to the Giants preaching. We're going to be a low penalized team. We're going to try and avoid injuries. 2 years ago, they set a franchise record for the most penalties in a 16-game season. This year, only 77 penalties, which was the fewest in franchise history. So that hasn't been a problem in 07. It's been a problem tonight. 2nd and 11. Welker, what a good play. Ross, after Webster made him shift.
Yeah, and this was a part of the game plan for the New York Giants, where when Wes Welker got the ball into his hands, they would then be able to make a play on him and get him to the ground. Good job of execution. You know, and right now the Patriots just really have not been able to find their rhythm. I mean, it's so rare that we've seen this from them throughout the course of this year. You know, as explosive as they have been and being able to move up and down the field, but every play has been a struggle here tonight.
Third down and 13. Pressure on Brady. Falk underneath. Makes the catch. And falls forward for a first down. The hit by Johnson pushed him across the marker. 14 yards on third down.
That was the missed tackle out in the flat. They get the ball out here to Falk, and you see there Johnson, he misses, and if he's able to make a tackle there, then there's no question that the New England Patriots are probably going to try to settle for a field goal. Maybe they go for it on 4th down, but a great job of running by Kevin Falk to pick up that 1st down.
14 yards on 3rd and 13. Most career completions all time in Super Bowl history as Maroney goes nowhere. Reggie Torber, outside linebacker, made the play. It's 2nd and 10.
Well, this is quite a challenge for this New York Giants defense. I mean, you consider how well they have played. I mean, stopping the Patriots at any time is pretty challenging, and they've done a good job throughout this game, and to be able to do it and then see the New England Patriots get the ball back, especially with this kind of field position, if they're able to hold them, that'll be a monumental effort.
2nd and 10. Kyle Brady, the tight end, doesn't get much. Torber out there to make the stop. Brady to the 25, a gain of only 3. 3rd and 7 coming up. The offensive leaders for the Patriots, 131 yards for Brady. Look at what they've done to Maroney, who had really gotten in a groove. 16 yards on 11 carries, and Welker again the leading receiver.
And I think the fact that they've been able to shut down Lawrence Maroney running the football has been the real key. I mean, because they have not had success on the ground, they've been able to pin their ears back and really come after Brady.
3rd down and 7. Good jump off the line by Strahan, who gets the sack. Boy, he came flying off the ball, Troy, at the snap. A loss of 6.
Well, he's got such quickness coming off the edge. You can tell working on Nick Kazzer, and it was just no contest. Kazzer not able to get out of his stance in order to get in front of Michael Strahan, and a great job of running Tom Brady down from the backside.
Well, now the defense for the Giants gets another chance, as on 4th and 13 the Patriots will go for it. 15 of 21 in this category during the regular season. 1 for 1 in the postseason. Brady goes to the end zone for Gaffney, and the Giants take over. So New England got another chance, but so did this Giants defense. The penalty on Blackburn does not hurt New York. It's still 7-3. Aerial coverage presented by Budweiser. Outside and up above this retractable roof dome. Meanwhile, controversial decision for sure by Bill Belichick to pass on a 49-yard field goal by Gostkowski. His career long is 52 yards. Last year in the postseason made a 50-yarder at San Diego. The season long, however, this year 45 yards. So no 49-yard try, Troy.
Well, you just got to believe that he didn't have confidence he could make it and didn't want to give up the field position to the Giants.
As it is, the incompletion, they turn it over at the Giant 31, and we go back to that last play, and Troy, it looks like a big weapon here for the Patriots, Falk. And he comes up limping, and you wonder if it's a pulled hamstring.
Well, that's what it looks like, and if he's not able to go, or if he's not able to go at full speed, I mean, that's a huge loss for this team. Now, they're able to absorb it in a lot of different ways, but you know what we've seen of him tonight, I mean, he's been one of the few guys who's been able to make some plays for this Patriot offense.
2nd and 6 for Eli Manning and the Giants. The throw, Toomer. Oh, almost broke free as he got out of a tackle between Harrison and Samuel. Amani Toomer almost had a shot at taking it down the sideline.
Yeah, it's a simple curl route here against Asante Samuel, and does a good job. Eli Manning putting it on his outside shoulder away from coverage. You know, here Amani Toomer, who had his knee reconstructed last year, finally has started to feel pretty good once he's gotten into postseason play. He's had a very good postseason.
On 1st down, Bradshaw doesn't go down easy, picks up 2. NFL.com is the only place online for video highlights of Super Bowl 42. Game highlights exclusively at NFL.com. And now we'll see how this New England defense responds. A number 4 defense in the NFL, and I think, Troy, a group that gets overlooked with all that the offense did during the regular season.
Yeah, and then when would you think that a Bill Belichick coached team would ever have a defense that's overlooked? And I think it speaks to, how great the offense has been. And the defense, you're right. I mean, they've been spectacular throughout the season.
2nd and 8. Manning throws, and Toomer with the catch. Forward progress to the 45-yard line, and it depends on the spot. Mike Carey's going to call for a measurement.
So that's going to be a close one there as to whether or not he was able to get enough yardage. He's right on the line, but you got to like what Eli's doing right now. Comes back with the exact same throw, the route that Amani Toomer had just a couple of plays ago, and just enough to pick up the first down. I mean, for a defense with New England that has been outstanding throughout the regular season and has been outstanding in postseason play, the Giants have been exceptional here tonight on 3rd downs.
Toomer, a torn ACL last year. Prior to that, had really been a security blanket for Eli Manning, but this year had a tough time hanging on to the ball. Made a tough catch there. After getting a hit from that man, Samuel, it's 1st and 10 from the 45. Play action from Manning, who has all day. Down the middle for Burris. Incomplete. Asante Samuel on coverage, and he had help.
Joe, they try to take the shot over the top to Plexico Burris, but watch Amani Toomer. They were so concerned on the other side with Burris that he runs the square in here, and there was nobody around him. That's an 18-yard gain minimum if they're able to get the ball into his hands. They wanted to take a shot. If he's able to get a little more on it, maybe they get it. But they missed an opportunity for a real easy completion there to Toomer.
Asante Samuel, a free agent to be. One of the best in the NFL. 2nd and 10, a handoff to Bradshaw. And Bradshaw's wrapped up eventually by Rodney Harrison. Let's go down to Chris Myers.
Well, Joe, just in case it comes up later in the game, we checked with the medical staff on the Patriot bench, and the kicker, Stephen Gostkowski, is physically fine. He was hitting 50-yarders in pregame. It's not uncommon at that part of the field of the Patriots for them to go for it, so they felt they had a play that worked. Obviously more confidence there. And Kevin Falk, who went to the locker room with a leg injury, has come back on the Patriot bench.
3rd down and 6 here for the Giants. In and incomplete for Burris. Good coverage by Randall Gay.
Well, it was a good stop there for the Patriots defensively. They went too deep, man under coverage. And there you got Randall Gay on Burris, and it looked like maybe if the ball had been thrown a little bit more to the inside, he might have had a shot, but that's great coverage right there by Randall Gay. They were able to get some plays on him earlier in the first half. Does a nice job there with a key stop for this Patriots defense.
41-year-old Jeff Fiegels hits a spiral toward the sideline. We'll see where they mark it. Another good job by Fiegels. Last time the Patriots had it, they passed on the 49-yard field goal try. 14-play, 48-yard drive. They covered over 8 minutes off the clock. Came away with nothing. Worst starting field position for New England in this game, and that call could go either way.
False start. Offense, number 84. Half the distance to the goal. Still 1st down.
They called it on Watson, but watch across from Watson as that movement caused it on the part of the Giants, but Watson backs his team up. And they move it to the 5-yard line, 1st and 15. 19 of the first 41 plays for 0 or negative yardage for this attack by the Patriots. pressure on Brady, and the ball is tipped. As he got rid of it, Kavika Mitchell was coming on a blitz.
Right now, New England just cannot do anything to slow down this pass rush or the blitzes of the New York Giants. You're going to see Kavika Mitchell just come right over the middle. You know, they put Justin Tuck over the nose. They get those guys occupied, and then they bring Kavika Mitchell right up the middle on Tom Brady.
So far for Mitchell, 6 tackles and a sack, and he was really the only free agent of note that this Giants team added over the offseason. 2nd and 15. Brady throws. Welker with a big catch for New England. They wrestle for the football, and that simultaneous catch would go to the offense. First down, New England. 16-yard completion.
Well, what a huge first down there for the Patriots. Backed up on their own goal line, and long down situation, and again, Welker's just able to come off the ball, and they're not challenging him too much at the line of scrimmage. And you give a guy like him a free release. Great hands there, being able to catch a ball that was thrown behind him.
He is just fantastic. 5'9", 185, adjusting on that ball. He's got great, quick feet. One point of his life as a soccer player, and it has paid off in his estimation. Maroney over the right side. Picks up 9. Kavika Mitchell on the tackle. We go down to Pam Oliver.
Well, Joe, the Giants are working hard to help the players avoid cramps. When I was standing outside the locker room in halftime, I saw someone rush in a box of bananas. They've also put plenty of them on the sideline, too, to get the players some potassium. Jay Alford, the Giants' backup defensive tackle, has already fallen victim to cramps. The building is pretty humid. It's comfortable, but humid.
Thank you, Pam. 2nd and 1. Maroney left side, nowhere to go. Back to the line of scrimmage, maybe picked up half a yard, and then it depends on the spot. You're going to give him enough forward progress, it appears, for a first down, but no signal yet. And now there is from Mike Carey, first down, and there are some of the bananas trying to stay hydrated and trying to figure out a way to beat what is a rather humid night inside this building.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Joe, I mean, as well as the Giants have played defensively here tonight, you just wonder how long are they going to be able to hold up. I mean, they've not gotten a lot of help from the offense. You know, the Patriots are still leading this ball game, and you just sense that at some point the Patriots are going to be able to take advantage.
Here's Welker with a catch into Giants territory to the 49. 19 yards for Wes Welker. He beat Aaron Ross on the play.
Well, this is the guy that Tom Brady's been looking for all season long, and then again here tonight he comes off, and you just can't match up with him with one guy. Aaron Ross, they've tried Kevin Dockery, and he's so quick, he's so good at running routes that he's able to get to the inside. Even when you don't want him to get to the inside, you try to keep him from getting in there. He can use a head fake and get across the field, and then pinpoint accuracy there by Brady.
Patriots starting to move the ball now. The 49 of the Giants, first down. Brady to the sideline, and that one got away. Took off out of his hand and over the head of Welker, who was open.
You can tell that ball, you know, it came out high, and it looked like because of his reaction that a route was run that was not the right route, and clearly upset about what just happened there on that play.
It's Matt Light again who moved.
False start. Offense number 72. 5-yard penalty. It's still second down.
The word is the sideline for the Giants is working on Corey Webster. And there he is. He has been brilliant in the postseason. 2 interceptions during the postseason. He had the one in overtime at Green Bay that set up the game-winning field goal. He was the first pick, second round by these Giants in 2005. 2nd and 15. Play action. Brady airs it out down the field, and even with the contact, looking for Randy Moss, incomplete. Justin Tuck with late pressure on Brady.
Well, Brady's trying to get the ball into Randy Moss's hands. You see he's by the corner immediately. Now you're one-on-one on a safety. Goes by him, and Tom Brady would have been able to get that ball where it needed to be, but again, he gets hit just as he's letting that ball go. You know, so many times you talk about, well, they're rolling coverage to Randy Moss, but he's so fast that he can get by a corner within 5 yards, and now he's one-on-one on a safety, and that's a mismatch. But they've not been able to take advantage of that coverage tonight.
3rd down and 15. They fake the handoff. They throw it to Stallworth. Madison gets off a block and helps on the tackle. It's 4th down. Butler on the stop. And with 3 seconds left in this 3rd quarter, the clock will wind. It'll be 4th down when we start the 4th quarter. We go to the 4th quarter, and Hansen will punt it. Quarters is waiting deep for the Giants. 7-3 New England. Snap. The punt over the head of McQuarters and into the end zone. Some of the celebrities who are here tonight: LL Cool J, Kate Hudson, Kurt Russell, Jordan Sparks, who did a great job with our national anthem, Giselle Bundchen, and Frank Caliendo, who has the ability to freak out his kids every morning by waking them up to a different voice. And then Peyton Manning, of course, who won it last year over Chicago, watching his little brother Eli take part in this. Super Bowl 42, the 10 combined points through 3 quarters, the 2nd fewest in Super Bowl history. Super Bowl 9, Pittsburgh and Minnesota, 9 points. Manning over the middle. Pass is caught. Kevin Boss tripped up at the 35 by Harrison.
Well, they had a great pocket in front of Eli Manning. You're going to see he had plenty of time to throw the football. It's off play action. They get the linebackers then sucking up, which is what opens that lane then there for Bosch. You see the route that he runs, a well-run route. He shapes it to the middle of the field. Eli Manning throws it perfectly. You know, you look at what this rookie has been able to do this postseason. I mean, there's really some great chemistry for no more than they have played between Eli Manning and Kevin Boss. He likes the way he runs routes. He turns the ball loose on time.
That was good for 45 yards. 1st down at the 35-yard line as Bradshaw is tripped up. Knocked down just outside the 31. Jeremy Shockey is here tonight, and his stomach's got to be all torn up as he's watching his teammates take part in this Super Bowl, and he's not available with a broken leg, watching his understudy Kevin Boss come up with a 45-yard catch.
Well, there are some that have suggested that they're a better football team with Kevin Boss and not Jeremy Shockey. I disagree with that. I think Jeremy Shockey is an explosive player that defenses have to worry about, but Kevin Boss has stepped in and he's done a nice job.
2nd and 7. Handoff is to Bradshaw. And Ahmad to the 29-yard line, good for 3. 3rd down coming up. The leaders for the Giants prior to this 3rd down and 4. Eli Manning. He and his offensive teammates went down and got 3 points to start the game and nothing since.
I think it'll be interesting here if they are able to get any kind of yards but come up short, whether Tom Coughlin would take the field goal or whether or not he would maybe go for it on 4th down.
3rd and 4. Manning slings it to Steve Smith. 1st down at the 12.
Well, he sure doesn't play like a rookie, does he? It's amazing that a guy who missed as much time as he has this year and has just begun playing again over the last few weeks has been able to have the impact that he's had for this football team. Runs a great route, gets inside of the coverage. Eli Manning knew exactly where he wanted to go with the football, and when he knows that, he delivers the ball very, very well.
Smith played in 2 BCS championship games, well schooled coming out of USC. Handoff to Bradshaw. Pushes the pile down near the 5, a gain of 7.
You know, Joe, I think we need to give some credit to this offensive line and the job that they have done. For the most part, they've kept Eli Manning upright against an awfully good defensive front and linebacker core for the New England Patriots, and then they've been able to do a good job in the running game for Ahmad Bradshaw, not unlike what they've been able to do for most of the season. This is a group that a lot of people overlook. They don't have any real big names up there that draw a lot of media attention, but they have played well, not just this year, but for many, many years.
2nd and 3. Play action over the middle. Touchdown Giants. David Tyree.
Watch where Eli Manning's able to put this throw. Anything less than a perfect throw there could very easily have been intercepted by Asante Samuel. It's a great drive for the New York Giants.
Giants have regained the lead. 10-7, the Giants leading here in the 4th quarter. David Tyree, who did not have a touchdown all season long, regular season, postseason. Been to a Pro Bowl as a special team standout, just made the biggest catch of his life. And now Lawrence Maroney trying to get it started for the Patriots. Penalty flag comes flying in as Maroney got it out to the 33-yard line. And David Tyree made that tackle.
During the return, holding by the receiving team, number 71. 10-yard penalty, first down.
After a hold on Russ Hochstein on that return by Maroney, under 11 to play. David Tyree, who made the tackle on that last kick return after the touchdown catch, huffing and puffing over on the bench, wondering if his touchdown will be the difference in Super Bowl 42. Let's go back to the penalty right there by 71 Hochstein. Moves it back to the 11. Instead of the Patriots starting at their own 33. Brady throws for Randy Moss, his second catch. And Moss is out to the 28, 17 yards from Tom Brady.
Well, they continue to roll coverage to Randy Moss, but this time he comes off. He's able to run just a lazy slant route and then off the action in the backfield with Tom Brady. It opens up the lane in order for him to put it on him. You got to believe that if the Patriots are going to be able to have any kind of success moving the football, that Randy Moss is going to have to start having a bigger role.
Kevin Falk is back in there. Next to Brady. Pass is caught by Welker. Making his moves. Matt Light got out there and threw a block, and Welker picks up 3. Madison on the tackle. This drive starting at the 11. It's the 3rd time in the last 4 drives that New England has started inside their own 12. 2nd and 7. And you go back to week 17. Patriots took the lead at 11:06 of the 4th quarter. Giants trying to reverse it here tonight at 11:05, taking the lead, regaining the lead at 10-7. Umanura can't get home, and Moss was open. Brady overthrew him. Tom Brady has been under fire all night, and he has been hit a lot. And now 3rd and 7. Brady under pressure again. Stays on his feet. Incomplete. Looking for Welker. No flag.
You're going to see OCU Manure being able to get the pressure here. They're just not able to give him any help. You'd like to keep a back in there and help out, but because the Giants are bringing blitzers inside, you cannot give help to Matt Light. And then because the throw was coming late, they were fortunate there. Dockery in coverage, but Sam Madison came from the outside and almost intercepted that ball.
Hansen to punt with 9.5 left. Good punt. McQuarters stays in bounds. And they're going to mark him out at the 29. A comparison of the two quarterbacks. Brady has completed 21, thrown for 195. The quarterback rating about even. The only stat that matters in this Super Bowl 42 is 10-7. Giants on top with 9:20 left. Eli Manning was 3 for 3 for 67 yards and a touchdown on that last drive as Brandon Jacobs runs into a pile and picks up a yard. And so now, as we've talked so much, Troy, about the Giants defense, this is an opportunity for this New England defense to come up with a stop as the Giants try and chew up some of this clock.
Well, there's no doubt. I mean, you look at the score in the game right now, and the last thing they can have happen is for the Giants to methodically move the football down the field. I mean, they come away with a touchdown. Now you've got real problems. It's a two-possession game. And so, I mean, this is a critical possession for both teams. I mean, they're not going to be given that many more opportunities, both teams, to have the football and do something with it.
Second down and 9. Manning in trouble. Spins out of it. Dumps it off for Burris and missed him. He was wide open. Eli Manning knows he missed a big one as Plexico Burris had no one around him.
Yeah, Burris let up just a little bit, Joe. I mean, it was a good job of Burris recognizing that Eli was outside the pocket. Scramble rules then apply. And the guy on the outside takes it up the sideline, which is what Burris does, but he throttled it down. And Eli thought that he was going to keep running. But you're right, that would have been a huge gain if they're able to get the ball into his hands.
Instead, the incompletion stops the clock at 8:24, and it's 3rd and 9.
I'm not so sure he doesn't even score if he catches that ball.
A blitz from the Patriots. Manning over the middle for Toomer.
Okay, we're done.
And Amani Toomer is a yard shy of a first down. Tom Coughlin will send his punt team onto the field and watch his defense go back to work. It's 4th and 1.
Well, good fortune there for the New England Patriots defensively that they were not able to complete the pass there to Plexico Burris. But having said that, a good stop. I mean, when your defense comes out, you got to make a stop and get the ball back into your offense's hands. That's exactly what they did.
That's a sure-handed, solid tackle by Rodney Harrison, which avoided an extra yard and a first down. And now whistle stop play. And it's a clock issue as they now wind the clock. It had stopped, and now it starts up again. And what the Giants can do if they want is let another 19 seconds elapse off the game clock. So much time's left on the play clock, and instead they snap it with 13 seconds left. Feagles hits it, and a fair catch called for just inside the 20 by Welker. We at Fox Sports salute John Johnson, who since 1948, 60 years, has been a Giants athletic trainer on the sideline, taping ankles, doing everything that trainers do to get these players ready, and he will hang it up at the conclusion of this Super Bowl. While the Giants lead it by 3 points. John Mara watching from a luxury suite while his defense is back on the field. What a job they've done tonight. Quick throw low and caught by Welker out to the 25-yard line. A gain of 5. Mitchell on the tackle for the Giants.
I'll tell you, they're doing such a good job of getting pressure on Tom Brady that he is very quick to get the ball out. He just knows that he's not going to be afforded any time to be able to sit back there and find anybody down the field. If he had had more time throughout this game, there's some things that they could have potentially got to with Randy Moss that would have taken advantage of even the rolled coverage in his direction. But this defensive pass rush has been relentless.
The touchdown came on their first drive for New England. Here's Moss, third catch, makes a move, has a first down. Welker leads the way with 9 catches for New England. And that time, Tom Brady had a little time to find the open receiver.
Yeah, they did a good job of shoring up the middle there with Justin Tuck trying to come up inside, and then Randy Moss. I mean, there's very few coverages that he is ever going to get that he hasn't seen. You know, you talk to Bill Belichick, he said he's the smartest wide receiver that he's ever coached. There's not a route that he can't run or a ball that he can't catch.
Maroney over the left side. Gets to the edge, stays on his feet, and is out of bounds right at the marker. They'll mark him half a yard short of a first down. Picked up 9+, and Butler there to force him out. Troy, Tom Brady has 28 career game-winning drives to lead his team to a victory from a fourth quarter deficit or tie, and he's done it in all 3 Super Bowls that he's won. And you can go to NFL.com after the game for live exclusive post-game coverage, game highlights, interviews, analysis, and much more, only at NFL.com. On 2nd and 1, Welker over the middle, down inside the 45-yard line of the Giants to the 43. 10th catch for Wes Welker.
And most of the catches that he has made just have been very easy receptions on his part. Aaron Ross is in man coverage on him, and he just stays off, I guess just worried that he's going to be able to run by him, or he's expecting some inside help. But whatever it was, there was a huge void there in that area where Wes Welker was, and if there's a void in the middle of the field, Wes Welker's going to find it.
Umanura just gassed coming off the field. Tom Brady 3 for 3 on this drive. Brady to the sideline, hits Falk, who's forced out by Pierce after a gain of 4.
Well, now you're finally starting to see New England get into some kind of rhythm. And as you said, Joe, this is not uncharted territory for them. I mean, you think back to, yeah, the Super Bowl games that they've been a part of, some of the playoff games, but also this year. I mean, the pressure mounted each and every week for them to go out and find a way to win games. They did that against against Philadelphia late. They did that against Baltimore. I mean, they have been battle tested in these situations.
Part of the reason why Brady has time might be that this defensive line and pass rush is worn out. As Welker makes the catch and has a first down inside the 30. 10 yards, catch number 11 for the dynamic Wes Welker.
And it just goes back to what Steve Spagnuolo said the other day, that, you know, we have got to be able to get Wes Welker on the ground when he catches the ball. He came into the game this season. He'd led the National Football League in yards after the catch, and they, for the most part, have not been able to do that, particularly on this drive.
Third catch on this drive for Welker. First down, New England. Four-man rush. Brady throws low for Stallworth. You know what's at stake. The Patriots 18-0 on the season. Trying for the second perfect season in NFL history, and Tom Brady within that. As you look at his numbers, is trying to win his 4th Super Bowl, which would tie Terry Bradshaw and Joe Montana for the most Super Bowl wins ever by a starting quarterback. So far he's 3 for 3. But having to come from behind here tonight late. 2nd and 10. Play action. Brady lobs it from Moss. And Moss is tackled inside the 20. First down, New England. Antonio Pierce on the stop.
Yeah, that's that area of the field where they have been able to get the ball into the hands. That's play action there to Lawrence Maroney. And because of that, you're able to get the linebackers up. They've had some success off the play action, and it creates that lane for Tom Brady to be able to get the ball into his hands.
And now Tuck has to come off and catch his breath. First down, New England, over the middle. There's Falk. First down inside the 10. Butler on the tackle, a gain of 12. And now Fred Robbins can't get up.
Well, you'll see Wes Welker, he just comes up, or excuse me, Kevin Falk, he just comes up and then runs an option route. And so he's running an option route on Antonio Pierce, and you see the move that he's able to make on him there. It's just not much of a matchup for the New York Giants trying to stop Kevin Falk, who runs routes basically like a wide receiver.
So much left to be determined in this game. 10-7 the Giants lead, 3:12 left. Brady 7 for 8 for 65 yards on this drive. 3 to Welker, 2 to Falk, 2 to Randy Moss. They fake the delayed handoff. Brady throws. He had Moss open and missed him. 2nd and goal.
Pretty good play fake there by Tom Brady. They're trying to work the back line in the slot. He comes back late to Randy Moss, had him open. You see Corey Webster, the move that Moss was able to put on him, but Tom just rushed that throw. There's Gaffney. That's where they were trying to go with the football. Just good coverage. They thought off the play action they could get not only the linebackers but safety as well to bite on the action.
2nd and goal. A blitz. Brady throws behind Welker. It's 3rd and goal. With 2:45 remaining in this game. And James Butler can't get up. And not only is the left forearm or wrist a problem for Butler, but you have to believe these defensive players for the Giants, who've been out there quite a bit tonight and have done a terrific job, are happy for this little break to catch their breath.
Yeah, no question. I mean, you look at Tom Brady here, and it's just remarkable, you know, how cool and calm he is when the game's on the line. I mean, on the biggest stage. And we talked about some of the comebacks that he's been a part of, you know, in these Super Bowls and playoff games, but you watch him enough times, it's amazing. You know, they're down 3 points, and you don't know that you're going to get another opportunity to come away with any more points or another drive, and yet he's out there throwing it just like we've seen if they had been leading by 14.
This will be the 12th play of the drive. 10 passes, 1 run. So the run isn't working, and they've all but abandoned it down the stretch, and now they're faced with 3rd and goal with the ball just inside the 7. I'll say it again. Brady, 28 career game-winning performances to lead his team to a victory, a 4th quarter deficit or tie, and he accomplished that in all 3 of his Super Bowl wins to this point. It's 3rd down and goal. Brady throws. A methodical drive put together by the game's best, Tom Brady. Patriots lead by 4. These two hooked up a record 23 times during the regular season, and now this to take a fourth-quarter Super Bowl lead.
Well, Corey Webster was in trouble as soon as he started backpedaling off the line of scrimmage. They doubled Wes Welker on the inside, and they left Corey Webster one-on-one on Randy Moss. And it just wasn't a match. You know, Corey Webster, you said it, Joe, the guy's been terrific throughout the postseason. He's been phenomenal. He's made a lot of big plays. But just not able to match up one-on-one on Randy Moss in that situation down there in the goal line.
We saw Junior Seau, who unretired 2 years ago. He lost Super Bowl 29 with San Diego to the 49ers 13 years ago. He was injured last year with a broken forearm, and now here he is with his team up by 4 with 2 minutes 42 seconds left, and the Giants about to get it back with all 3 of their timeouts remaining. How about that for the Giants?
And I think when you look at Eli Manning and some of the things that he's been able to do in those situations, I think that he really tends to shine in the no huddle. I mean, when he's able to call the plays, he is very good at it for most part.
Hickson on the return. He had a touchdown returning a kick against New England during the regular season as Ray Ventrone makes the play after just a 14-yard return. He came in like a missile.
Yeah, it's a great job by New England with their kickoff coverage team, not wanting to give good field position to the New York Giants. They needed to have a play, and they were able to get one.
They mark Hickson down at the 17-yard line, and here comes Eli Manning trying to answer Tom Brady.
Well, every quarterback dreams of being in this position. The Super Bowl on the line, down 4 points, trying to take your team down and win the game.
Extra men on the rush as the pass is complete to Toomer. He's got a first down with an 11-yard gain from Eli Manning.
And the good thing for the New York Giants is there's still plenty of time. They're going to get the 2-minute warning. They still have all of their timeouts, and that's why you don't see them in any bigger hurry than what they are right now.
Low snap. Manning over the middle, too high for Plexico Burress, who has only 1 catch all night. He's their big play threat. Been bothered by an ankle and now a knee, and he has been shut down by this New England defense.
Yeah, this was a little bit of a dangerous throw where he put that one with, you got Merriweather who's coming down on it as well. Anytime you start throwing the ball over the middle of the field like that a little bit late, generally some bad things can happen.
2nd and 10. 4 seconds away from the 2-minute warning. Manning backpedaling as he throws high and incomplete. Harrison making a play on the ball. Pass intended for Burress. Aerial coverage tonight presented by Budweiser. Here at Super Bowl 42, it's a 4-point game. Tom Brady just took the Patriots down the field, Troy, and now we see what the response will be from the Giants offense and Eli Manning.
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously a big down, but it's a big down if they get the first down. Obviously, they keep it, but if they don't and they're able to get some big yards and just short of the first down, then I think Tom Coughlin's going to be faced with the decision. Now, they do have 3 timeouts left. If they don't think it's realistic that they can convert then on 4th, I got to believe that they're going to punt. But, what happens on this play, even if they don't get a first down, is going to be big in determining what they do on 4th down.
3rd down and 10. Another low snap. Manning backpedaling, completes to Toomer. And it depends on the spot.
And in this situation, I know as a quarterback, you'd like to run, you want a spot, you want a measurement on this to see whether or not you got the first down.
Mike Carey has initially signaled 4th down, but he will grant a measurement. It's close enough. It looks like on our line, which is unofficial. As you see the replay of it, our line is unofficial that Toomer was just inches short. He's short by that much, and here is that decision. It's 4th down.
Yeah, and they're going to go for it, and I think this is the right decision. You know, I mean, you get here, you have one shot at it, and you'd like to think that 4th and 1, with the game on the line, that you can come up with the necessary yards to pick this up.
A slow motion, super slow motion replay of the catch by Toomer. Here we go. Brandon Jacobs looked like he got it with that last effort with his right arm.
And I'm not so sure that if they're not going to measure here, you don't call timeout if you're the Giants to preserve some time.
1:22 left. They do stop the clock. They have not signaled that it's a Giant timeout, and Mike Carey signals 1st down. So by this last effort with the right arm, Jacobs got it.
Yeah, and they benefited by the fact that Mike Carey had to look and determine whether or not they picked up the 1st down. The clock now is, well, they still haven't started it up. It looked like they had started the clock, but that kept the Giants from having to burn a timeout.
They actually put more time back on the clock, 6 seconds, as Manning steps up and is brought down by Adalys Thomas from behind. The ball came out, and the Giants keep it. A 5-yard run by Eli Manning, and the Giants keep the football. Adalys Thomas caught up to Eli Manning.
Yeah, and you see that Eli's loose with the ball as he's running out, and Adalys Thomas, when he was coming in behind him, he was trying to go for the football to get it loose. You see there, I mean, how Eli Manning's then able to recover. This thing's in the back of his legs once he goes to the ground.
Manning had it, lost it when he hit the ground. And Tom Coughlin all the way out onto the field to signal for the timeout. Let's talk about Coughlin. Here's a guy who basically at the end of an 8-8 year last year and a loss in the wild card round to the Eagles had to go in and tell the powers that be with the Giants why he should keep his job. They start 0-2 this season. They're losing big at Washington week 3. There's been a lot said and done about the turnaround. They win 6 straight. They're a number 5 seed here in the Super Bowl. He has done a brilliant job, and these guys have completely bought in as he has taken them to the Super Bowl.
Well, you look at what he did when he was at Boston College, what he did there for the Jacksonville Jaguars. I mean, he's won everywhere he's been. It was only a matter of time before he was able to do it here.
Time almost ran out on him. 2nd down and 5. Manning hit as he let it go, and Asante Samuel came close to a game-ending interception.
Well, that's about as demonstrative as you're going to see Eli Manning. I mean, it looked like he was expecting something else on the outside on that route. I mean, Eli, he's going to get some pressure. You got Rodney Harrison coming off the edge. He floats it up, but I don't know if he thought that Tyree was going to take it a little bit deeper or should have taken it deeper, but they're fortunate that Samuel didn't intercept that one.
3rd down and 5. Pressure from Thomas off the edge. Eli Manning stays on his feet, airs it out down the field. It is caught by Tyree inside the 25, and a timeout taken.
Oh my God. This ball's thrown, and Tyree just goes up for it like a basketball player. Harrison trying to knock it down. And Eli, man, I don't know how he got out of there. I thought he was on the ground, and and then he came out of the pile and just slings it. That's a great catch by David Tyree.
And now with 59 seconds left, the Giants needing a touchdown. The ball is at the New England 24. Pressing it against his helmet as he goes to the ground and not dropping it is David Tyree, who has the only touchdown tonight for the Giants.
Well, Rodney Harrison was in position behind Tyree, and when the ball came out, it looked like it was going to be overthrown and that Rodney Harrison was going to have an easy interception. And David Tyree went up and somehow was able to make the catch. And that was after somehow Eli Manning was able to avoid the sack.
32-yard completion to Tyree on 3rd and 5. First down at the 24. Four-man rush, Eli Manning. Adalis Thomas brings down Manning. No gain as Manning got back to the line of scrimmage, and the Giants used their final timeout with 50 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that one hurt. Adalis Thomas is able to come around the edge. He's been working David Deal pretty good throughout this game. He comes underneath, and Eli Manning just hung into the pocket a little bit too long. You know, sometimes you start getting a false sense of protection, and once that clock goes off in your head, you got to get out of there. And had he have gotten out of the pocket sooner than what he did, he had some open space to pick up a pretty good gain. But, you know, because he goes down, then they're having to burn their last timeout.
Second down and 11. As they marked Manning down at the 25. Eli Manning tonight, 17 of 31, 230 yards, a touchdown, an interception, sacked 3 times, knocked down 4 times.
And all Michael Strahan and Antonio Pierce can do is stand there and watch.
Same with Brady on the other sideline. Thomas coming again. This one flutters up and somehow nearly caught by Tyree, who lost it on his way to the ground. It's 3rd and 11.
You know, here on this possession, they've been able to get some pressure on Eli Manning. There's Tyree, and the ball came out after he got hit. You're right, he almost able to make the catch, but you know, right now I think it'd be a good time for a screen. As much pressure as what they've been able to get on Eli. They haven't run many screens here tonight, but I know they've got an inside screen to Brandon Jacobs that has been successful for them, but it might help neutralize some of this rush.
3rd down and 11. Manning to the sideline, completes. And Steve Smith is out of bounds right at the marker.
Now Steve Smith doing a great job of knowing exactly where he was on the field and being able to catch that ball, stay in bounds, watch where he is there, and know exactly where he had to get the first down before going out of bounds and being able to stop the clock. Great play, great awareness by a young player.
So Smith got the first down. The ball inside the 14. 39 seconds left. Manning lobs it. Burris alone. Touchdown, New York. 17-14 Giants.
Tell you, Joe, you take a look at this route here by Plexico Burress. A great job. Ellis Hobbs in coverage. He starts to the inside just enough to sell the slant, and then he goes to the corner. They call that the slant and go route, sluggo route, and it worked beautifully. Eli Manning puts a little pump fake on him to get him to bite, and then goes to the corner. I tell you, Peyton Manning, when Eli Manning talked to him about, got any advice for me, and Peyton Manning said, I think you're beyond me giving you any more advice. And that shot of Peyton Manning, as much as that win last year for the Colts and him winning his first Super Bowl a year ago, I get the feeling he's a little happier tonight than what he might have even been back then.
Plexico Burress had been held down all night. As big a reason why the Giants got past the Packers in the NFC Championship game with his 11 catches, 151 yards. Did not have a catch the entire second half, 2 all night, but none bigger in his career. With 35 seconds left, the Giants lead by 3. However, Tom Brady and this Patriots offense will have all 3 of their timeouts remaining, needing a field goal to tie. Maroney on the return. Gets to the 25, and that's all. Zach Diassi. His dad, Steve, was a starting linebacker for the Giants in Super Bowl 25, is downfield to make the tackle. And with 29 seconds left, here comes Tom Brady.
And these will be the longest 29 seconds of Eli Manning's life. And 29 seconds with 3 timeouts is an eternity for Tom Brady.
For a 52-yard field goal, the Patriots would have to get it to the 34-yard line of the Giants. On first down, Gaffney, the intended receiver, incomplete. Aaron Ross was in coverage. 25 seconds left. At stake is the perfect season, 18-0. At stake for the New York Giants, their 3rd Super Bowl win. Tom Coughlin finally getting past a conference championship game to get to the Super Bowl. We've seen 3 lead changes here in this final quarter. 2nd and 10. Brady goes down. Jay Alford, a rookie. And the Patriots take their first timeout with 19 seconds left.
Yeah, another rookie for the New York Giants. You think about Steve Smith, Ahmad Bradshaw, now Jay Alford. He comes right up the middle. You know, they've been rotating these defensive linemen throughout the game, keeping them fresh, bringing in Jay Alford, Justin Tuck, Osi Umenyiora, and they have been able to get the pressure on Brady as a result of keeping these guys fresh and coming after him.
Steve Spagnuolo, who just backed out of the picture. His defense continues to play well. Bill Belichick got the Cleveland Browns head coaching job mainly off his efforts and the Giants' defensive efforts in Super Bowl 25 in that victory over Buffalo, slowing down Jim Kelly and company. Spagnuolo has done a brilliant job to this point. 3rd and 20. Brady rolls, heaves. Moss downfield, broken up by Webster. 10 seconds left. And Corey Webster's outstanding postseason continues.
Yeah, they moved Tom Brady so that he can buy some time to allow Moss to get down the field. And you just run out of arm strength. I mean, as you can tell, Randy Moss he had a couple steps and he still had some left. I mean, he could have gone after that ball if it was able to get out further in front of him. But you're talking about a 70, 75-yard throw. I mean, I don't care who you are. Tom Brady can throw it as well as anybody, but it just got out of reach for him.
And so now, even with the clock stopped with 10 seconds, Brady spends the second timeout of the half for New England. Brady steps up, throws, downfield, broken up. 2 seconds left as the Giants take over. They run out the clock. They put 1 second back on the scoreboard. Bill Belichick is willing to jog out to the middle of the field. Again, 1 second is remaining on the scoreboard. The celebration started and now will stop as Eli Manning in the offense is trying to get everybody off the field. There is 1 second left on the scoreboard.
Good luck getting everybody off this field.
I mean, there are fans out there, there are photographers, and this officiating crew is trying somehow to restore order before Eli Manning gets one last snap and kneels down to win the Super Bowl. Bill Belichick is leaving the field. And nobody from New England right now is out on the field, just the Giants offense. Now a couple of defensive players trickle on. The official word from the NFL is a play has to be run. But it appears it will be run with Bill Belichick up the tunnel. And the New York Giants 1 second away from pulling off this upset. Eli Manning, 19 of 34, 255 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 to Tyree, 1 to Burris, 1 interception. Toomer 6 catches. The Giants defense 5 sacks. The Giants have won the Super Bowl. Down there in the middle of all that is Pam Oliver. Pam.
Yeah, Joe, with all the confetti and Plexico Burris. Plexico, you did your thing, coming up clutch for your team when they needed it most. How on earth does this feel?
Man, it's the greatest feeling in professional sports. I mean, for us to come out here and win a world championship tonight, nobody gave us a shot. I mean, can somebody give our defense some credit? I mean, them guys went out there and played phenomenal. Well, we just hung in there on offense, kept executing, never got down on ourselves, and you know, it came down to one play and we made it.
Chris Snead gave you the biggest compliment. I said, who's the MVP? And he said it's Plexico Burris. He's been hurt all year. How have you been able to muster up, you know, just everything you need to not only be effective, but be just huge for your team?
I mean, you know, I got to give credit to God. I mean, for him to be bringing me out here every Sunday, keeping me healthy, just healthy enough to go out and compete. And I just said, God, if I can go out here tonight and compete, I just love it. I just be so thankful. But for us to come out here and get a win, man, it just means so much.
Thank you, Plexico.
Jeff Fiegel's taking it all in with his family. Eli Manning winning the Super Bowl a year after his big brother Peyton won the Super Bowl with the Colts. It will go down as one of the biggest upsets in Super Bowl history as the Giants win it by 3. Well, you heard Plexico Burress before emotions got the better of him, saying nobody gave this Giants team any credit or any hope coming in. We had seen too much during the postseason with the 3 wins at Tampa, at Dallas, and then at Green Bay to write them off, and they played a brilliant ball game here tonight.
There's no question, Joe. I know coming into the game we thought that there was a chance this could be a heck of a football game, and it turned out to be that because all the things that had to happen for the Giants really happened. Defensively, they were spectacular in getting after Tom Brady, pressuring him, taking advantage of the opportunities they had. And what can you say about Eli Manning? I mean, when the game was on the line and he had to take the team down the field and score a touchdown to put them ahead, he was able to do that. For a guy who's been so heavily scrutinized throughout his career, this season has the big game the last week of the season against the Patriots. That gets him on track going into the playoffs. He's been brilliant, and it's a great win, obviously, for this New York Giants franchise.
This ultimate game, this treasured prize, this certain Sunday. It lives across the seasons in so many places like Pittsburgh and Green Bay, and today among Giants and Patriots. It lives in the meaning of a trophy named for the sport's defining coach. It lives in the desire of those who emerge to reach for greatness. It comes from deep in the heart and requires an unconditional determination. It lives in eyes sparkling with a child's unabashed delight. In our shared sports history. This certain Sunday, where does it live? Everywhere, all the time, and especially tonight at a sports palace in Indianapolis. Super Bowl 46, now.
Under the roof at Lucas Oil Stadium, the AFC champion winning the coin toss. Bill Belichick, the last time he won a coin toss and did not defer was 2008, the opener. Before the first quarter was done, Tom Brady was on his way to knee surgery. So whether superstition or whatever, that's 30 coin tosses now that he's won and deferred. Steven Gostowski will kick off for New England. In this stadium this year, 77% of the kickoffs, as you look at Gerald Jernigan to receive, 77% have resulted in touchbacks. It's been the year of the quarterback, the year of the tight end, and the year of the touchback, but not here at the 1-yard line. Jernigan fights his way out to the 24-yard line. Eli Manning led the Giants to the Super Bowl championship in 2007. Such eerily similar paths that team has taken and this team has taken. And that all ended with the incredible catch against David Tyree's helmet, followed by the pass to Plexico Burress to wreck New England's undefeated season. First play of the game from the 23-yard line. And the Giants on the ground where they had the last rated rushing attack in the league. Give it to Bradshaw. He's tackled there by Brandon Spikes. It's a game of 1. It'll be 2nd and 9.
Brandon Spikes is a guy you're going to love watching tonight. The minute the ball snapped, he's flying downhill, and he was looking forward to the matchup against these two running backs. He loves a physical game, and he's going to get one tonight against the Giants.
These two teams meeting on November the 6th. Bradshaw was hurt, did not play. Bradshaw and Jacobs both healthy tonight. That's Bear Pasco setting up in the slot. And Manning for his first pass of the night. And he goes to Pasco, who gets taken down after a short gain by Devin McCourty, who can play the corner. They've also moved him to safety. He's been very valuable in a defense in which Belichick has had to mix and match this season all year, especially on the back end.
That's a great point, Al, and you're going to see it right now because McCourty will go back to the safety and the dime defense now, and they bring in a couple of corners on the outside that have been cut by other teams. So let's see if Eli takes his shot at some of these outside cornerbacks.
3rd and 6. Manning hangs in the pocket. pocket, then throws, and that's going to be a first down to the Southern star, Victor Cruz. And it's a predominantly Giant-oriented crowd here, unless you hear the Cruz right off the start. First down.
Well, protection is going to be the key, and that Kevin Booth is going to have the big assignment. Vince Wilfork right inside. Nice job. If they did indeed go right after the cornerbacks on the outside, Sterling Moore, number 29, the first target.
From the 35 now. Off play action. That gives him time. And the pass is caught, and that's going to be close to a first down, depending on forward progress. Jake Ballard, who won the game, caught a touchdown pass in the waning seconds at Foxborough in November with a catch.
Yeah, and for Jake Ballard, he could be a really key component. He's had a knee injury over the past several weeks and hasn't been much of a factor. But when you went back to the first Giants win this season against the New England Patriots, it was Ballard who came up with a lot of big plays.
Second and inches from the 45-yard line. Little toss to Bradshaw. Tries to cut it back inside. Gets hit, but should have the first down. Mayo making the tackle. We've always heard coaches say you have to be able to run the ball. Well, think about this. In the Super Bowl after the 08 season, Arizona was last in the league. They got there. Indianapolis was last in the league in rushing. In 09, they got there. And Coughlin's team was last in the league in rushing, yards per game, yards per carry, and here they are. First down at the 45-yard line with Brandon Jacobs. At 6'4" and 265, the Giant back. And through the middle, he goes for a gain of 3 to the 48.
One of the real keys for the New England Patriots defensively is they're going to have to be able to stop the Giants' running game that you talked about, Al, with just their front seven, because they're not good enough in the secondary to sit back there and to bring safeties up to help against the run. So the big guys up front have to dominate the game for the New England Patriots.
New England here in a base 4-3 on second down and 7. Good job up front, and then the pass is caught by Nix, and Nix for a first down. Nix with Antoine Molden covering him, makes the catch. That's a gain of 19. First down, New York.
Well, again, going after the inexperienced corners on the outside. Antoine Molden in single coverage against Nix. Thought he was in great position and really was. Just somehow missed the football. Eli early on's under a little bit of pressure, but let's give Nix some credit. That ball looked like it was dangerously thrown, and he still came up with it.
Eli so tough under a ton of pressure in San Francisco. Play fake, but the secondary does its job, and then down he goes, and that's Brandon Ditterick, number 71, seeing more and more playing time as the season progressed. 7th-round pick last year out of Alabama, who knocks him down.
Well, let's take a look at the coverage down the field. Just a simple zone, and Cruz unable to get open there. Nix on the other side. Ballard running down the middle of the field. Maybe had the best shot. But for Eli, scrambling around, he took 6 sacks last week or 2 weeks ago in the game against San Francisco. So keep an eye on it.
Sack tonight for Ditterick. Now you've got Bradshaw going to the outside and gets taken down. That's Kyle Arrington, who tied for the league lead in interceptions, playing the run just perfectly. Coming up, knocking him down. Loss of 1, 3rd and 13 now.
The one thing that Bill Belichick was concerned about was the New York Giants backs love to bounce it to the outside. He said we have to be really good on our contain. And here's Kyle Arrington, about as well as you can play it.
Belichick made a point. He said, look, our defense is much better through the middle. We have to be very good on the outside, both against the run and against the pass. And Manning will go down again. So after a great start on this drive for the Giants, 2 sacks. This one, Mark Anderson, who had 10 during the regular season. The former Chicago Bear, and the Giants will have to kick it away.
Well, DJ Ware is going to miss the chip block on the outside against Mark Anderson. You've got your back, and David Deal was expecting help from DJ Ware, who really just fanned. You'll see him just slide right by and left deal all by himself.
Now Weatherford, a great offseason acquisition, will try to pin New England deep, and he bounces it at the 2-yard line, and it's a great punt. Weatherford so instrumental in so many wins this season, 12 punts against San Francisco, and a great hold to set up Tynes' field goal. Here comes Brady in New England. Aerial coverage as you look at downtown Indianapolis, brought to you by Bud Light. At 6:45 in Indy, Gisele Bundchen, otherwise known as Mrs. Tom Brady, watching her man out on the field for the first time in the game tonight, and he starts from the 6-yard line. And the Pats start with play action. Brady, a lot of time before he gets hit deep downfield, and the pass is incomplete, and that's Justin Tuck who got there late and knocks him down. And now they're going to throw a flag because there's nobody conceivably for intentional grounding, even though the pass was still 40 yards downfield.
Intentional grounding. The throw. That penalty results in a safety.
Who's in the end zone.
Wild. Nobody in the middle of the field, so intentional grounding can be called even when the play is deep downfield. A safety. How about that? That is a call you rarely see. When it's intentional grounding, normally the quarterback's just trying to throw it away. He's in the pocket, maybe he throws it 8 yards or 10 yards. This one, Brady's under pressure, wants to get rid of it, but he was in the end zone. He was in the end zone and in the pocket, and thus it's a safety, and it's the first safety in a Super Bowl game since Bruce Smith sacked Jeff Hostetler. Bills against the Giants in Super Bowl 25. Now a free kick, and Zoltan Mesko sends it down into the arms of Will Blackman, and that is terrific coverage by the Patriots special teams to the 23-yard line, and back we go to the safety.
Well, you have to be inside the tackle box, and I think you're going to see Tom Brady is that. You have to be in the end zone. Tom Brady is that, and you have to be under pressure. That's the key. If there had not been pressure from Justin Tuck, that would have been allowed. But Tuck stayed with this. The Patriots had 6 offensive linemen in to block. He still gets there and scores 2 for the Giants.
And the only receiver even remotely close was Deion Branch, running a crossing pattern, but he was 15 yards under it. So John Parry makes the call. The ball for the Giants as they get it back is at the 22, and Ahmad Bradshaw is the running back in this set. Takes the him to the outside he goes, and breaking the tackle and getting the first down is the fullback Henry Hynoski, who was stopped about 4 yards shy of the first down and then turns it into a 13-yard gain. Rookie out of Pittsburgh, a free agent.
Well, Hynoski doesn't run the ball, but he is a pretty good receiver coming out of the backfield, and high school coaches everywhere are cringing at the way Kyle Harrington tried to make that tackle. Lower the shoulder, no arm wrap whatsoever. Cost his team a first down.
Caught 12 during the regular season. Eli is now 5 for his first 5, and he's taken 2 sacks. Inside, and this one goes to DJ Ware, who would be their number 3 running back, and sees a lot of action on 3rd down. Here he's in on first, tackled by the middle linebacker Gerard Mayo, gain of 8.
Well, they go motion that time, and they see Mayo go with the running back, so they know that it's man coverage, which sets this play up. Then you're going to see Akeem Nicks kick out Mayo, and here we go up the field. Well-designed play there by Kevin Gilbride, the offensive coordinator.
Halfway through the opening quarter. On 2nd and 2. Bradshaw swinging to the outside, and what a difference he makes for the Giants when he is healthy. Despite surgery on both feet, both ankles in his career, his practice time is very limited. Gain of 24 for Ahmad Bradshaw.
Boy, watch the block here by Kevin Booth pulling out. He is going to catch the corner by surprise and put Kyle Harrington on his back. And then it's Bradshaw, who in a very rare situation got a chance to practice twice in 1 week. There's a good stiff arm on Patrick Chung, and right now the Giants looking like the more physical team up front.
From the 33-yard line on first down. A little toss to Ware. And Ware gets popped as he crosses the 30-yard line to the 28 by Mayo. The Giants with Ahmad Bradshaw. He was a 7th-round draft pick back in 07. Had a huge run in a game against Buffalo toward the end of the season that propelled them into the playoffs. And if they can keep him healthy, he makes a gigantic difference. Didn't play in that game at Foxborough in November, so it was up to Jacobs. But you have that two-headed monster here of Bradshaw and Jacobs, and that could be very, very good. Here's Jacobs in the game right now. To the outside. First down, Bear Pasco. And Bear Pasco is out at the 18-yard line. And to this point in the game, the Giants have gained 86 yards. The Patriots none with one play.
Well, Kyle Arrington came down thinking that he was going to cover the inside receiver, and nobody was in the flat to pick up Bear Pasco. Now, I'll give you that they don't throw it to him very often, but if you don't cover him, they're going to do it. And if the Patriots have had a problem, it's been with communication in their secondary.
From the 18-yard line is Jacobs. And Jacobs will fight his way for a gain of 3, getting to the 15. So the Giants took the opening kickoff. Were driving, 2 sacks, then the punt. Patriots had it for 1 play, intentional grounding in the end zone, and that's why the score is 2-0. And right now the Giants will run their 17th play of the game to New England's 1.
And this is sort of the MO of this Patriots defense. They will give up yards, but they're usually pretty tough down here.
And 2nd and 7. Manning gets it away, and that is caught. And that is Nix at the 11. Well, as Bill Belichick told us the other night, Chris, he said, look, we're 31st in defense. I get it. We're next to last. But as far as I'm concerned, it's all about, do you keep the other team off the scoreboard? And in that category, there they are. They're in the middle of the pack, 15th.
Yeah, they are. And he starts firing a few bullets down here. Kyle Arrington, the corner, came on the slot blitz, and Eli really didn't see him. Barely got that one off.
3rd and 3 now. Bradshaw is in the backfield.
Boy, the Patriots are messed up in the secondary.
Yep, moving around. Little confusion there. And Manning is able to find Cruz, and then the ball is ripped loose. If there's no whistle, it will wind up with a flag down on top of it. So for the moment, John Parry will come in and sort everything out.
I think there's 12 guys on the field.
And that'll end all discussion here if it is. Sterling Moore is the guy who knocked it away, made the big play last week in the end zone.
But really on the field, there's a catch and a fumble. However, 12 men on the field at the snap. Defense, 5-yard penalty. Result of that penalty, automatic first down.
There's your confusion.
Well, yeah, they're confused because they had somebody lined up in their position. I think it was Antoine Molden, and he was the guy I was kind of watching. He's scrambling around, and everybody was sitting there in his position. But here's Sterling Moore, who came up with the big play in the championship game, would have had a big one here, but the huge mistake nullifies it.
The Patriots, coming into this game, had only 3 penalties in their 2 playoff games. Here, a huge one. Inside handoff, Bradshaw. And Bradshaw picks up 4. Takes it to the 2-yard line. 2nd down and goal for the Giants. Bradshaw's already carried the ball 5 times now for 28 yards.
They're going to come around here with the trap, but really it's Bradshaw who breaks off of it. Really doesn't run to the hole that it was designated to run into. But Vince Wilfork can't make the tackle. Runs right back into Wilfork, who's in great position, but couldn't make the play.
2nd and goal. Now you bring the big man in. Again, New England getting guys in a little bit late defensively. 3.5 to go in the quarter. 2nd down and goal. Play clock all the way down to 0. And the pass in the end zone is showing them caught by Victor Cruz for a touchdown. very un-Patriot-like through the years, but again, it's that back end that's been the problem this year, and it was on that drive.
I can't believe it. Trod Mayo, they've got the play designed for him to run underneath this slant. He runs right to it, but never turns around and looks for the football, and so it ends up a touchdown. Mayo is right there. That's the design of the defense, to run underneath the inside slant, but he couldn't find the football.
Lawrence Tynes for the extra point. Weatherford to hold, DiAssi to snap it, and the New York Giants have had the ball for 19 plays. New England's had the ball for 1 play. 9-0 Giants. Check out Super Bowl Extra on NBCSports.com and NFL.com. Pick your own camera angles, chat with Mike Florio, watch Super Bowl commercials on demand, have full DVR control for instant replays. Super Bowl Extra on NFL.com and NBCSports.com. Talking to the guys upstairs, Bill Belichick, a defensive genius through the years, but guys running in and out. They had the 12 men on the field penalty, give up the touchdown. Now Brady will finally get the ball again with less than 3.5 to go in the quarter. You've got Danny Woodhead to run the kick out from the end zone. And Woodhead takes it out to the 29-yard line. Brady, the offense, back on the field. 9-0 New York. Coming up at the half, 7-time Grammy Award winner Madonna makes her Super Bowl debut performing in the Bridgestone Super Bowl 46 halftime show. Saying the other day in her press conference, she's never been more nervous.
I know the feeling.
You're right. That's some company. There it is, New England with that 1 play. Intentional grounding out of the end zone now from the 28-yard line. Let's see if the Patriots can get something started. Down by 9, and the toss goes back to Benjarvis Green-Ellis. And a great tackle. Aaron Ross up from the secondary to knock them down in the backfield.
Hey, that is some play by Aaron Ross, a corner on the outside right here. They're going to come up and try and get the safety. Kenny Phillips instead, they leave Ross alone. He slides underneath. That's sensational. Boy, it has been all Giants so far. I've never seen the Patriots look quite this unsettled to start a game.
2nd and 12. All eyes now on Gronkowski and the wrapped left ankle. Patriots in a ton of 2 tight end sets with Gronkowski and Hernandez. And Brady will dump it off on a screen to Green-Ellis. And Benjarvis takes it out to the 35-yard line. Benjarvis Green-Ellis is their key running back. They did some interesting things, though, today. They activated Stephen Ridley, who was not active in the last couple of games because of fumbles. Then they had a chance to put Kevin Falk in the game, but didn't. This might be the end of his career. Who knows? There is Falk. And the other back is Danny Woodhead, the 5'8", 195-pounder. 3rd down and 4. But Woodhead in the backfield. He slips out, and the pass is over the middle, and it's caught by Deion Branch. Brady's won 2 Super Bowl MVP awards, and the other time the Patriots won, it was Branch who was the MVP.
I'll tell you what, we're seeing already Jason Pierre-Paul down in the defensive tackle position, but Brian Waters just whipped him on that one. If Brian Waters is going to be able to handle Jason Pierre-Paul inside like that, you start feeling pretty good about Tom Brady's chances.
Brian Waters, longtime Kansas City Chief, 12th year in the league. And then the pass to the outside, and that's caught by Wes Welker, who led the league in catches this year by a mile. Caught 122, or about 8 per game. Sent out by Boley, a gain of 19.
I don't know why the Giants are staying with their 2 linebacker set. I mean, clearly now Tom Brady's starting to get it going, and yet Michael Boley and Chase Blackburn still in the game, and Brady's wearing them out over the middle now.
And Brady going quick-paced. Patriots like to do that a lot. Here's Green-Ellis. Green-Ellis to the 28. A lot of no huddle through the year for New England, not only to change the pace in the game, but that stops the defense from making substitutions. We saw that done magnificently in the Sunday nighter against the Jets in November.
You know, the one thing the Giants were afraid of in this game from the Patriots was their play-action pass. They were really worried that they would get their running game going early. So maybe that's why we're seeing Blackburn and Boley in there to focus on stopping the run early in this game.
2nd and 6. Blackburn's going to blitz, and the handoff goes to Welker. And Welker gets stood up, but not until he crosses the 20. Picks up the first down. Aaron Ross makes the tackle. That's a gain of 11, and that should probably take us to the end of the first quarter. And that is the end of the first quarter. With the score, the New York Giants 9, New England Patriots nothing. Super Bowl 46 on NBC continues after these messages. Back in Indianapolis, Al Michaels, Chris Collinsworth, Michelle Tafoya. You look at Gronkowski, everybody keeping an eye on his ankle. Of course, the Patriots have hardly had the ball, so haven't had much of a chance to look at it, the effect of it. Hurt 2 weeks ago on a tackle by Bernard Pollard in the Raven game. First down for Brady on this drive. To the outside he goes, and that catch is made by the other tight end. That's Aaron Hernandez. Both Hernandez and Gronkowski picked in the same draft in 2010. Leave it to Bill Belichick to do something extremely unconventional, then make it work perfectly.
Yeah, he has two tight ends that can basically play inside like tight ends or outside like wide receivers.
And they go no huddle again here. They give it to Green Ellis. Ben Jarvis over left guard. Plows his way to the 11-yard line.
And we're really already seeing a bit of a different game plan from the earlier game this season. In that game, the Patriots tried to bunch everybody else up to help against these pass rushers. In this game, they've spread them out and really let Tom Brady just be his own best blocker by getting the ball out quickly.
Third down and 4.
Hernandez in the backfield. He has run it from there.
Just as Denver. And Brady to the outside has that batted and incomplete, and that is Jason Pierre-Paul, who bats away passes and blocks kicks as well. Did it in Dallas that night on December 11th. A huge win for the Giants.
Well, great play by Jason Pierre-Paul, but for Bill Belichick, it's an I told you so. They had paddles in practice, big fan-like paddles that they use for defensive linemen to knock down balls. They wanted Brady to get used to the fact that the Giants were so good at doing that, and it shows up early.
Steven Gostkowski, one of the best in the league from 29 yards away, and the kick is good to get the Patriots on the board. In the second minute of the second quarter, 9-3 New York. Giants 9, Patriots 3 in Super Bowl 46 with Gostkowski to send it down. And this one is taken 7 yards in the end zone by Jernigan, and down there JPP in his second year, 16.5 sacks, knocks down that Brady pass, and they have to settle for a field goal. Halftime, 7-time Grammy Award winner Madonna making her Super Bowl debut, performing in the Bridgestone Super Bowl 46 halftime show. The rehearsal was over the moon, off the charts. Wait till you see it. Meanwhile, Eli Manning, 9 straight completions to start the game. That's a record for the start of a Super Bowl game. He's 9 of 9 for 77. They're averaging 5 yards per carry on the ground. He has a lot of time, and finally he has to throw that ball away. Brandon Jacobs over on the sideline, and Eli with that look, second down and 10.
One of the things I love watching is Brandon Jacobs with his chip blocks. Watch this on the outside. Here comes Jacobs. Just a little nudge there on Rob Ninkovich. But it is brutal. These pass rushers, they come around the edge and they think they're going to have a shot at Eli, and all of a sudden they take a face full of that.
His chip block is assault and battery. Second down and 10. Jacobs, and he cuts it back. There he goes for a gain of 11 to the 31-yard line. No fun when you see a guy that big, 6'4", 265, 7th year, coming at you.
Patriots not good enough on their run defense. The double teams are taking hold right here against Vince Wilfork. Coming out, creating some lanes. They got Kyle Love as well. And coming into this drive, averaging 5 yards a carry, and that number's going up. If the Giants can continue to do this, there's no way the Patriots are going to win it.
right, takes that low snap. And then Bradshaw drops it. Out in the flag. You know, it's so funny. The Patriots slightly favored coming into the game, quite in contrast to the way it was in Super Bowl 42. But around the country, you get the feeling that everybody said, well, why aren't the Giants favored? Well, right now they look like they should have been.
Yeah, they should have been. And Eli Manning, let's give him credit once again on the biggest stage. He looks like he certainly is ready for it.
That is Travis Beckham, one of the Giant tight ends. Injury timeout. Robert Kraft, the owner of the New England Patriots and a man used to going to Super Bowls. Third year in the league he went to one. And John Mara of the Mara family, founders of the Giants, the president and CEO of the team, both been so instrumental in avoiding that lockout that almost ended the season before it started. From the 31 after the Beckham injury, it's 2nd down and 10. And the handoff for a gain of 4 to Brandon Jacobs. He's up to the 35-yard line.
One of the interesting stories for me so far is that Vince Wilfork is not playing over the nose. He's playing over here on the Giants' right side because the Giants' running game is so much better behind Chris Nee and Kareem McKenzie and Jake Ballard. They're essentially taking their best defensive lineman over there to try and offset it. And until they can slow this run down, they can't get Vince in some pass rush situations.
Now it looks like he's coming over the other side.
Yeah, he's going to come back, probably work on the center a little now.
3rd down and 6. That's David Boss in his first year with the Giants. And Manning dancing in the pocket, but has time. Throws. What a catch. Nix with those huge hands. Goes up in the air. Has it in Patriot territory. 1st down at the 47-yard line. That's a gain of 18.
So many good things to watch here. First of all, watch this offensive line play. They're going to come with a blitz with Mayo coming around the edge. Pick it up at Chris Nee right there on Gerard Warren. And what a catch. I tell you, the more I watch Hakeem Nicks and these monster hands of his, just remarkable. Going up and completely snatching it out. Total control, brilliant catch.
3 catches now, 42 yards for Nicks. Bradshaw in the game. Off the play fake. Eli throwing into traffic and the pass is incomplete. Giant fans want a flag, won't get one. Patrick Chung, hurt for a good part of the year, but a key figure defensively, breaks it up.
Well, here's why the Patriots are not doing so well against the run, because they're leaving these 2 safeties back here. But obviously you want to do that to help against the pass. And really Patrick Chung, if he's not in that position here, is not going to have a shot to make the play.
Crowd watches his arm around the waist. Wants a flag. 2nd down and 10. And now
illegal huddle.
Illegal huddle, right? Yeah. Illegal substitution here.
Offense. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Against the Giants. That was Nicks. So Nicks had come back into the huddle. He was going to come out on the next play. And he's the guy.
You know, all we hear about from these 2 coaches and their trademark is their discipline. And yet really early on in this game, we've seen some big mistakes. And while there are a lot of players on both teams with Super Bowl experience, there are even more players that have never been here. And I can tell you firsthand, it is unsettling. It is an important aspect of this game to get yourself grounded and playing football again.
Giants' first penalty of the game. 2nd and 15 now, back on their side of the field. And here's Bradshaw, and he can go nowhere. Swallowed up by a bunch of blue shirts. And it will be 3rd down and long.
Yeah, that was a good job by Rob Ninkovich on that one. So many times, and especially in this Patriots defense, you hear the phrase so many times, do your job. Don't try and do somebody else's job. Right out here on the end, his job is contained. Stay outside, kept his arms extended, didn't give Bradshaw the bounce out.
Bill Belichick used to love John Wooden. That's what he would say. Do your job. 3rd and 15. Manning sliding left. Hits Bradshaw, but he's going to come up about 4 yards short of the 1st down. Taken down at the 40-yard line by Kyle Arrington. And the Giants will come in with the punting group.
Well, and don't forget, it was a Giants punt that was a huge play early on that backed up the Patriots and led directly to the safety.
Well, Steve Weatherford, one of the big pickups this season. Remember, last year was Matt Dodge, had all kinds of trouble. They had to get him out of Dodge after that punt to Deshaun Jackson that wrecked the season. So they get Weatherford from the Jets. He was a free agent, sought by several teams, and he has been a big difference maker. Last time he pinned him at the 6. This time they can't stop it from going in to the end zone. Touchback. To the 20 go the Patriots on their next drive. 10 minutes left of the half. Aerial coverage being brought to you by Budweiser. Tell you what, people said Indianapolis is going to get a Super Bowl. We've been here all week. Awesome. This thing's worked out really well. It's one of the few towns where you can just walk to everything. Indy, New Orleans, it's all walking distance. All the good stuff. They're doing a great job here. From the 20 on first down, Brady has that one knocked down. So that's back-to-back batted down passes, and that's Pierre Paul again. Second year out of South Florida. #1 draft choice in 2010. Made the Pro Bowl then with the Perry Fuel, and he said, that's a good thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and here he is again. He knows he can't get there. Nice job by Matt Light. So what do? You know Tom Brady wants to get the ball out quickly. Once you're blocked, get settled and jump. And there's his father, and that's quite a story.
Yeah, his dad blind. They came from Haiti. He's listening to the game in his native French. In the stands, it's the first time he has been to a game as Danny Woodhead takes it up to the 23-yard line. So they come from Haiti. They grow up in Florida, does Pierre Paul. His son, of course, makes a huge splash here after being drafted by the Giants #1. 16.5 sacks this season. And knew so little about football and what everything was about. That's when he said to Fuel, hey, the Pro Bowl, that's a good thing, right?
It's such a remarkable story that even as a baby, Jason Pierre-Paul was watched by his blind father who could make his way around the house effortlessly and never had an issue.
3rd and 7, and Chad Ochocinco comes into the game. The one-time Johnson, the one-time Bengal. And Brady will throw, and that is Welker who one-hands it, but he's going to come up apparently a little bit short.
Though.
Oh, yeah.
He bounced a little bit. Was he touched before he bounced across that line?
They're going to spot the ball just short.
Not sure he was touched early on there, just before the line. That's a good call by the officials.
Right. Would have been a very tough challenge to get overturned. There's Umanura making the acquaintance of Brady, and now Zoltan Mesko, the Romanian-born punter who came here when he was a kid and went to Michigan to send this one deep into Giant territory, where Will Blackman falls for and makes the fair catch at the 23-yard line with 8:24 left in the half, and we check in with Michelle.
Al, the Giants are telling me that tight end Travis Beckham is out with a torn right ACL. He came to the sideline, you saw in their previous series, their previous drive. He quickly went to the ground, and he was surrounded by about 6 of their medical staff. Immediately was determined that they needed the cart to take him in, and it wasn't long thereafter that they told us he is done, torn ACL, out, Al.
Wow, thank you, Michelle, and that could be very important because Ballard's had his issues health-wise. They've got Pasco that like to bring those 3 tight ends in certain situations, and Beckham is done for the day, and well, obviously into rehab tomorrow and surgery maybe, as Bradshaw picks up a couple, taken down by Mayo.
It's kind of interesting. I don't know exactly what Kyle Love was doing on this play. It looked like he was stunning outside as Wilfork was going the other way, and that hole was gaping inside and too big for Brandon Spikes to athletically come up and make the play.
9-3 Giants. 2nd and 5. Running back is Bradshaw. Stays in the block. Pass comes to the outside, and they go to Hynoski again, the fullback. Tackled by Mayo, his second grab. Let's look at the Giant offensive line here.
Well, there have been some early sacks in this one, but if you had to pick a winner so far between the Giants offensive line and the Patriots defensive line, I would give the nod to the Giants. And what we're seeing Eli do now is run, and then play action pass, and it has been tough for the Patriots to handle.
Giants have 11 first downs, and New England has 3. Here's Bradshaw for 3, tackled by Brandon Spikes. 2nd and 7.
There's Wes Welker, who, because of the injury to Gronkowski, who really has been a non-factor so far in this game, he is going to be the man now, and he is going to be the man as far as the New York Giants are concerned as well. They said if we get the feeling that Gronkowski is not going 100% out there, we are going to be paying attention to Wes Welker.
Coughlin saying that unequivocally the other day, and there's a big hole for Bradshaw, who picks up the first down. Tackled by Chung. McCourty is there as well. And Ahmad Bradshaw giving the Giants some nice yardage on the ground. 9 carries for 44 yards.
Henry Hynoski, the fullback, going to take out Brandon Spikes, who was filling the hole, but the double team is getting it done. Kyle Love got buried on that one with the double team. So the Patriots, feeling like they were pretty secure on their defensive right side, are getting run over there now.
6 minutes left in the half. Eli on first down. Sliding right. Here's Bradshaw. It's taken down by Spikes to the 48-yard line. That Giant offensive line, well, you take a look at McKenzie and Deal, Snee, Boss, and Booth. Snee is the son-in-law of Tom Coughlin. We asked Snee a couple of years ago, hey, if your coach gives you a bad day at the office, do you go home and complain to your wife? And he says, yeah, I'll do it once in a while. And I said, well, what does she say? She says, suck it up. Her father's daughter. Here's Jacobs to the 45-yard line, just a little shy of it.
You know, the one thing that Brandon Jacobs does that frustrates, I think, the New York Giants is occasionally he wants to play tailback instead of power back. And when he bounces outside, you can almost see Tom Coughlin occasionally giving it the cringe. He wants his big, powerful guy to power up inside, and he may not get another shot here, and I bet you he doesn't bounce this one.
3rd and 1. That means Jacobs is in the game as the fullback Hynoski for leverage, and that'll be a first down. And about 8 more, and there's a flag down. Flag down, and the way Eli is reacting, it's going to be against the Giants. John Parry.
Holding. Offense. Number 77. 10-yard penalty. We'll replay. 3rd down.
That's Kevin Booth, the left guard.
Interesting. Here's Kevin Booth. He's going to get his arm outside, but does he really hold? Let's get a look. Yeah, he gets him turned. Usually when they see a guy as big as Vince Wilfork getting his body turned, they're going to make that call, and that was a big one.
So you go from a first down on the 3rd and 1 to a 3rd down and 11.
See if they attack these outside corners again.
Eli, he's going to launch one deep, and it's incomplete. Intended for Mario Manningham. First time he's targeted him tonight. And the rookie Sterling Moore with the coverage. So the penalty cost him a first down, and now they'll kick again.
It's a great read by Eli. They ran quarters coverage. He threw the post, which is the right way to go. And I thought Manningham had a shot at that one. Let's see if he gets, Sterling Moore kind of gets his hand in there. But Manningham had a chance.
Weatherford, his 3rd punt of the game. And you've got Wes Welker back to receive it. He angles the kick, and that is a beauty. Tom Coughlin said it's all about directional punting. Perfect. Ball at the 4 with 4 minutes to go in the half.
Rob Gronkowski's been the biggest decoy in the Super Bowl so far. No catches thus far in this one. Here's a guy with 17 touchdown catches on the season, struggling with that ankle. You can clearly see he's not himself, not nearly as agile as he usually is. Can't find his way open down the field, and it is having a major impact on Tom Brady so far.
Now Brady will spread it out. Patriots have started drives from the 6 and the 4. The one from the 6 resulted in the safety. And there's a flag for a false start.
Yeah, last time we were down there, gave up 2.
False start. Number 70, offense, half the distance, first down.
Four-time Pro Bowler Logan Mankins.
You know, this is a really significant part of the game right here. You've got 4 minutes to go in the half, and this one can go either way. You get a team backed up like that, like we saw the last time, it can be points for the defense or the offense. You've got Tom Brady, one of the great quarterbacks of all time, but you can't make another mistake like he made last time.
Penalty half the distance. That's a 1st and 12. Giants come on the blitz, and the pass is caught at the 8-yard line. Welker takes it out to the 9-yard line to give Brady some breathing room. 2nd down and 5.
It's a good blitz that time, but Brady did a better job reading it. Going to come right off the edge here, and it opens up. He's got a clear lane. That's Aaron Ross. But that was a good read by Wes Welker. Just simply saw the blitz, turned around in the hole, and took advantage.
The hot receiver with 3.5 to go in the half. Another handoff goes to Woodhead, and Danny takes it out to the 15-yard line. Michael Boley making the stop. You have the Smurfs in Woodhead and Welker, and then you take a look at that Nate Solder, the right tackle, their number 1 draft choice, 6'8", 319. He looks like he's about 9 feet tall. There he is. Brady, this time he has time, and this time it's Gronkowski who makes the catch out at the 35-yard line for a 20-yard gain. So they go to him, he makes the grab, he gets tackled by Phillips, and the Patriots are on the move.
Matthias Kiwanuka trying to bang on Gronkowski coming off the ball, but that time he gets down, just turns around, and that is a great sign for the Patriots there.
2.5 to go. Pats have all of their timeouts plus the 2-minute warning. Here's Danny Woodhead. Couple of yards.
I really like watching how Tom Brady's doing this. He's just such a smart quarterback. Taking his time, knows 2 minutes is plenty of time. You also want to eat up the clock so the Giants don't get the ball back. Running the football, staying balanced. This is the right tempo here.
Well, he's got those 3 timeouts, so he will take this one all the way to the 2-minute warning. 2 minutes to the half in Super Bowl 46. 2nd and 6 when we come back. 9-3 Giants. Coming up at the half, Bob Costas and the gang with Dame Tony and Rodney. The Toyota halftime report from Lucas Oil Stadium in its 4th year, home of the Indianapolis Colts. Pretty much the house that Peyton built. 2 minutes, 2nd down and 6. And Brady, quick throw, that's going to be a 1st down. Out to the 49-yard line to Hernandez. This is big. Patriots starting back at the 4, then the penalty took them to the 2. And now trying to go into the half by putting some points on the board. Hopefully for them, they hope 7, but at least 3. Minute 40. Brady, and he's going to throw that one. And does the ball come out before he's down? They're saying he's down. They're whistling him down as Hernandez made the catch. Down by contact. Then it's loose. Hit by Blackburn.
First question is it a catch?
Right. And again, no challenges. This is all upstairs.
Clearly a catch. Ball knocked out as he's going to the ground.
And upstairs, they'll take a look at this. Larry, numbers
really on the field.
Elbow down.
And down by contact.
Good call. The elbow was down before the ball came out.
2nd down. Clock to start. I'm ready for play.
Don't think they'll even look at that. Once that elbow hit the ground, it was over. It was good.
Got it right. They looked upstairs. They don't have to stop it. It's 2nd down and 2. Brady throwing this one to Danny Woodhead. Now you have another flag. John Parry, a native of the state of Indiana, reffing his first Super Bowl.
Yep. Well, Brian Waters had a good one.
Holding, number 54. Offense, 10-yard penalty will replay. 2nd down.
Right here, you're going to see Brian Waters with a hook shot to the head. Jason Pierre-Paul just so fast, and because the umpire was standing in behind inside of 2 minutes, he was able to get a good view of that one.
It goes back to the old position from a couple of years ago. Pat's third penalty and only the 6th of postseason. And on 2nd and 12, the pass to the outside is caught. This is the tight end, Aaron Hernandez. He gets taken down, and that will stop the clock at the 45-yard line with 65 seconds and a 3rd and 4 the next snap.
This gets pretty interesting right now on a lot of different fronts. Would you make this 4-down territory if you could get close here? You don't necessarily have to get it all on this one.
And one Bill Belichick knows what it's like to go on 4th down in this building. 3rd and 4. Won't have a decision to make right now at the moment because that's Hernandez moving the chains. So he turned it into 3-down territory with 61 seconds.
They're leaving the linebacker Michael Boley on Hernandez. Hernandez is a boatload for any linebacker in the league. They have not gone to their dime package yet, but if he keeps making plays, they may have to.
This will be the 9th play of this drive.
93.
That Blackburn's number. Inside handoff. Here goes Woodhead, but not very far. Michael Boley is right there to stop him. And Belichick's going to let the clock continue to run down. They have all of their timeouts. 10th play of the drive coming up at 2nd down and 9. 40 seconds. Brady almost goes down. Then the pass outside. That's caught by Welker. He gets taken down. He'll pick up the 1st down. And now they can use a timeout. They're first with 28 seconds. 1st down.
Giants defensive line hasn't gotten the sacks yet, but they are creating problems inside for Tom Brady. Of course, we remember the first play of the game was Justin Tuck coming around and forcing Brady to throw it away for the safety there. But Jason Pierre-Paul is jamming the tight end, which is slowing down his pass rush. But by getting his hands up late, that's creating issues for Tom Brady.
.29 seconds, 2 timeouts, very much obviously in field goal range, but looking for more in a 6-point game on a drive that started in the shadow of their goal line. Giants running stunts up front, and the pass is caught on the outside, and that's Woodhead who's able to step out of bounds and save a timeout, and Woodhead should be able to move the chains there. A 1st down at the 12-yard line.
Jaquan Williams, the cover linebacker, number 57's in the game, and he's going to take Woodhead in man coverage coming out of the backfield now.
Stacking Welker and Branch off to the right. Giants coming across the line in a hurry. Brady throws over the middle, and that is caught by Woodhead, and he'll get stopped at the 3-yard line, but there's a flag down. Giants jumping on the defensive front. Look like human Ura.
Yeah, I thought he's been close a couple of times. And this is an interesting call here.
Right, you want to save the down. That doesn't
Offside,
mean much
defense,
here.
number 72. Penalties declined. 2nd down.
So the penalty is declined because they'd rather have the extra yardage. The ball goes to the 3-yard line. That was good for 8. So the down really doesn't mean anything with 18 seconds to go. They'd rather have the 3 extra yards.
What a drive this has been so far.
2nd down and 2. Woodhead flanking Brady. And he gives it to Woodhead, and Woodhead gets taken down in the backfield by who else? JPP. Jason Pierre-Paul, play after play.
He's not a normal human being. This guy is too athletic to weigh 285 pounds. Right off the edge, they don't block him because most defensive ends can't get there. He is simply going to be unblocked by the design of the play, and he runs down Danny Woodhead. What a remarkable player that young man is. You remember the whole story about him? He didn't even want to play football. He thought football players were crazy. He didn't understand the game. So they finally talked him into coming out there. He had no clue what he was doing. And finally one day his coach said, listen, just go get the quarterback. That's it. That's all you have to do. He's been doing it pretty well since.
In the category now with Lawrence Taylor. So here is a 3rd down. 3rd and 3. They can't get a first down without getting a touchdown, and Brady in the gun. Brady moving and looking and has time and then throws, and that is caught for a touchdown by Woodhead. Tom Brady had all that time, and Brady telling us the other day, he said, I'm tired of hearing about the Giants' pass rush. I've got the best offensive line in football. That may be an overstatement, but they really looked like one on that play.
And on that play, I think it was Jason Pierre-Paul who drops into coverage, which really eliminated all the pass rush for the Giants. Right here, he's going to fall off and drop back. And look how much time Tom Brady has. Well, Tom Brady, with that much time, is about as deadly as you can be. And I tell you, that was one of the great drives I've seen in the Super Bowl in a long, long time. Off their own goal line, Brady was magnificent.
Ties for the longest drive in Super Bowl history. Touchdown drive. In effect, it's 96 yards, but it was 98 at one point because it started with a penalty. And the kick by Gostowski is good. 8 seconds to the half. And remember, the Patriots won the coin toss and deferred, and that means they will get the ball when we start the second half.
One thing we've seen from quarterbacks all year is that if you come with that 3-man rush, their job really is to buy time. Understand your offensive line should win the battle. There's nobody close, so keep working around. Give those receivers 6, 7 seconds to finally get open, and that's exactly what happened. Brady, with a full understanding, he saw JPP dropping out of there and took advantage. Jason Pierre-Paul got stuffed and now tries to drop into the underneath coverage, but there's nobody to force Tom Brady to throw the football.
And how many touchdown catches did Woodhead make in the regular season and postseason combined this year? None. That's his first.
Good time for it.
"14 plays, and down the field they go."
But that ties a record for the longest drive in Super Bowl history, and we were talking about back on the other end, make sure you don't let the Giants score points. That was brilliant.
Now Gostowski, he's going to send a bouncing ball down to the 10-yard line to Jernigan. And he gets popped up at the 26-yard line by Dane Fletcher. Bill Belichick leaving nary a stone unturned. The other day in practice on Wednesday, their big practice this week, he actually had the players come off the field for over a half hour so he could replicate the delay at halftime in the Super Bowl, because of the Super Bowl halftime show that goes about a half an hour as opposed to 12 minutes during the regular season. So he sent him back for half an hour and then back out for the rest of practice. From the 26-yard line, Manning will take a knee, and that will be the end of a first half in which the Giants dominated early, but then the Patriots with that huge drive at the end. Bob Kraft saluting his team as they walk off the field. And the New England Patriots are on top at halftime of Super Bowl 46 by a score of 10-9. Coming up, the Bridgestone Super Bowl 46 halftime show featuring Madonna. Next, the halftime show with Bob D'Antoni and Rodney after these messages from your local NBC station.
This is our moment. How many of y'all want it today?
Whoa. In the end zone.
A safety. The pass in the end zone is shut and caught
play by Jason Pierre-Paul.
Throws, and that is caught for a touchdown by Woodhead. Thus the scoring play, Super Bowl 46 halftime, New England leading by a score of 10-9. The Giants, the first 9 points in the game. Eli Manning was 9 for his first 9. The Patriots have scored 10 unanswered points. Brady finishes the half with 11 consecutive completions. But if you go back to one key play, it would be when the Giants had the lead. They're driving for what would probably have been at least a field goal. You had a first down on the 3rd and short. Holding on Kevin Booth, don't make it, punt. Brady leads him 96 yards.
No question about it. Kevin Booth with the hold, and it was Vince Wilfork with a good shot coming off the ball that forced Kevin Booth to hold as he got buckled. That well could have been one of those 12-3 kind of scores at that point. Instead, turn it over to Tom Brady, who was simply masterful. Started with his 2 tight ends, getting the ball off his own goal line, and then started to work to Danny Woodhead, who had man coverage this time against Quan Williams, the linebacker, and then finally Michael Boley when they decide not to rush, to drop 8, and it cost him. Woodhead with the big touchdown, and after what was a slow start for the Patriots, they certainly came on in that final drive, and now they're going to get the ball to start this one.
Not a lot of scoring in the first half, but you go back to the regular season game 3 months ago, the score at halftime was 0-0. And the final score was 24-20 as the Giants won it at the end, and that's the last time the Patriots have lost a game. So Bill Belichick in quest of a 4th Super Bowl trophy as a head coach. Starts the second half, and this is Julian Edelman, who will run it back from the goal line. And Mr. Do-It-All for New England to the 21, and we check in with Michelle.
Al, I just spoke to Bill Belichick, who told me they've got to make better of their opportunities in the red zone. And he said, we've got to stay out of long yardage, 3rd downs against this Giants team. He thought they did a pretty good job of that in the first half. The big question, Rob Gronkowski, he thought he did fine in the first half and expects him to be fine in the second half. As for Tom Coughlin, he was relatively calm, given his offense scored just 7 points after possessing the ball nearly twice as long as the Patriots. He pointed to that Kevin Booth holding call as a drive killer. He told his team at halftime, Al, we've come too far to play like this.
And we're set up for a pretty good finish. You talked about Gronkowski, 1 catch, 20 yards, but that's the longest pass play of the game. And now Brady on first down throws, and that's caught on the outside. Chad Ochocinco, whose whole career has been headlines up to this year. Now he's been nothing but agatype, trying to make some headlines tonight.
They come out in a pure run formation, bring in the extra offensive lineman, go play action, and so Chad Ochocinco finally gets the one-on-one coverage on the outside. And I don't think there's anybody happier on the planet that Ochocinco has contributed to the Patriots season.
Because this year he's been just another guy. From the 42 on first down. Brady throws over the middle, and that is caught by Benjarvis Green-Ellis, the #1 running back, who will pick up 8 yards. He's carried the ball only 3 times tonight. Little recap, Manning with 9 straight completions to start the game. Nobody's ever done that in a Super Bowl. And there's Brady on that final drive, perfect. 10 of 10, and ends the half with 11 consecutive completions. Now he has 13 with 2 more here. To the outside goes Green-Ellis. And Green-Ellis will get chased out by Bowling and Phillips behind a Sebastian Vollmer block. Vollmer's been hurt, has been inactive. There's some question whether he even be in the game tonight, and lays down the good one here.
All right, we're going to get a double crack, and Vollmer out and around here, and this is perfectly done. They get the edge, Vollmer with the kick out, and Dan Conley, the center, out in front. So now the Giants struggling. They get hit with 2 play-action passes, come right back with a big run, and the Giants, after the end of that first half, on their heels.
From the 33, their defensive coordinator, Perry Fewell, has had to do a lot of adjusting throughout the course of the season and the course of games. We'll see what he's got up his sleeve here from the 33-yard line. Brady throws, short pass. Wes Welker making the catch, a pickup of about 4, tackled by Deion Grant. And 14 straight completions for Brady. That is a Super Bowl record.
Well, every once in a while, you can see this guy just get locked in. And right now, the Giants defensively are chasing their tails a bit.
Breaks Joe Montana's record. He had 13 in Super Bowl 24. And this is Danny Woodhead. And ironically, with Brady, who grew up in the Bay Area, Northern California, went to a lot of 49er games at Candlestick Park. He loved Joe Montana. In fact, Tom was in the stands with his father when Dwight Clark made the catch. Sent them to the Super Bowl, and that ended Chris Collinsworth's rookie season on the other side.
And the comparisons between those two are going to go on for a long time. Tom Brady's certainly brilliant. But Joe Montana was too. I got to see that firsthand in 2 Super Bowls, and he got us both times.
So 3rd down and inches now. The MHK, of course, is from Myra Kraft, the widow of the Patriots owner Robert Kraft, and they dedicated the season to her. And it's not just lip service. You talk to some of these players and they say, hey, we want this from Mr. Kraft desperately. And there's Robert and his son Jonathan.
Fullback Lusaka Polite in now.
3rd and inches. And they hand the ball to Green Ellis, and he gets taken down, but not until he picks up the 1st down. Kenny Phillips is right there to move the chains for the New England Patriots.
It's a good job. I think it was Matthew Slater who came across in motion and ends up with the hook block over on the other side and got just enough of the outside. But you see Ben Jarvis Green Ellis lowering the shoulder and picking it up.
The Patriots picking up the pace on 1st down. Over the middle, reaching for it is Welker. He makes the catch. Wes Welker, a couple of years ago, suffered what looked like at the time might be a career-ending knee injury. Came back and played the next season, much like Brady had suffered a season-ending knee injury in 08.
Well, it was Welker the last 2 times these teams have played. They just simply have no answer for him. Antrell roll on him now, going to try and jam him off the line of scrimmage.
2nd and a deuce. And over the middle, getting free. Touchdown, Hernandez.
Can't do that. Can't leave a linebacker on Aaron Hernandez. All those runs have set this up. They had to leave Blackburn in to play against the run. And now he's got to handle Aaron Hernandez one-on-one. Absolutely, positively no chance of that happening.
His 6th catch of the game. He had to assume a bigger role with Gronkowski not at 100%. Gostowski comes in for the extra point. So the Patriots have back-to-back drives of 96 and 79 and lead it by 8 early in the 3rd. Aaron Hernandez, 2nd year. They drafted 2 tight ends last season. Gronkowski and Hernandez together. The offense looking a lot different than almost any other offense with those 2 guys emerging and having spectacular seasons combined this year. Gostowski to kick off. This is Jernigan. He's going to have a run back from the 1-yard line. And Jernigan brings it all the way out for the Giants to the 35-yard line to set them up. Run back to 34 yards and back to the TD we go.
Tom Brady so calm in the pocket, sees the man coverage, knows there's no chance Hernandez is going to be covered by Blackburn. Right, no emotion at all. Not so much.
And watch Brady. You'll see Brady. There it is, touching the MHK, signaling to the heavens. There's Bob Kraft. You talk about the Patriots. Vince Wilfork in his 8th year, the nose tackle. As the ball is handed to Jacobs, Wilfork said, I've only been nervous before 2 games in my life. The Baltimore championship game and this game, because I want this so badly for the Kraft family.
Yeah, he called Myra Kraft Mama, and he said that instead of the 1 kiss for Myra, he now gives Robert Kraft 2 kisses, 1 for him and 1 for her, and he is emotional about this one.
2nd and 5. Fake to Bradshaw. Pressure is put on. Pass on the outside and getting away from the tackle was Ballard, but not for long with a helmet coming off. And he stopped there for a minimal gain. 3rd down and 4.
Well, we talked about Brandon Spikes and the way that he explodes up the middle, but not this time. Son-in-law got him on this one. Chris Nee takes him out. Sets up a big 3rd down. The Giants have not been too good on 3rd down thus far in this game.
3rd down conversions 2 out of 5. 5 minutes into the 2nd half.
Victor Cruz has been getting doubled a lot in these situations.
Eli's got the time, and this time over the middle. That's Hakeem Nicks who gets free. Gets inside of the corner, Molden, and a 3rd down conversion here.
They're trying to bang so much on Victor Cruz that Hakeem Nicks on the outside is able to play off of that almost like a pick as they continue to pick on Antoine Molden inside. But you can see Arrington just trying to beat him up coming off the ball, but they're letting other receivers run free. That was a big 3rd down.
Cruz, such an instrumental part in getting them here, but been bottled tonight except for the touchdown catch. 2 catches for 10 yards for Victor Cruz. Now to the outside goes this pass to Bear Pasco. Again, the Giants down to 2 tight ends because of the injury to Beckham.
Here's a little what we saw from Victor Cruz in the first half. Doubled almost everywhere he goes. This time it's Brandon Spikes jumping him from the inside. On this one, Patrick Chung is going to come out of the safety position to come up for the double team. They want somebody other than Victor Cruz to beat them in this game.
Cruz had that gigantic first half in San Francisco. Then the 49ers were able to bottle him in the 2nd half, bottle him up. Here goes Bradshaw through the middle, and that'll be 1st down for the Giants at the 36-yard line.
Well, the Patriots in the first half of this game did not play anybody over David Boss, the center, and they've come out here in the 2nd half and made more of the even spacing front now. So you get the feeling they're going to try and get some pressure and get a push back into Eli Manning against David Boss.
Kevin Gilbride calling the plays. Gilbride was with Tom Coughlin when he started the Jacksonville franchise back in 1995, an expansion franchise. And that pass is caught over the middle. And that is Nicks again. So he calls number 88 again. That's a 1st down. Tackled by McCourty. Gain of 12.
Just a zone inside, and they come with the blitz with Spikes again. And we've seen this before from the Patriots. Again, their game plan is we're not giving up big plays. You're going to be able to hit some of these slants, some of these underneath routes. And Eli, as difficult as it is going to have to stay patient with it and then make a play in the red zone.
Which is why they're down at the bottom in yardage allowed, but halfway up the chart in points allowed. And throws, and that is caught on the outside, and it's dropped for just for an instant. It looked like Nicks was able to make the catch and maybe come in bounds with it, and he is hurt. He had his shoulder hurt in San Francisco 2 weeks ago.
Tell you, this is some shot by Patrick Chung because Nicks is going to make that catch. And that's one of those you remember for a long time. And if Hakeem Nicks can't make it back in the ball game, this is going to be huge.
There he is again with Devin Thomas, who had the 2 big special teams plays in the 49er game, taking his spot. He's number 15. And Manning, under pressure, throws as he's moving forward. Ninkovich put the pressure on, and the pass is incomplete, setting up a 3rd down and 10 for the Giants. And here comes Nicks back into the game.
Ninkovich off the edge here. Pretty amazing. This guy was just trying to make a roster spot as a long snapper, and all of a sudden now he's turned into one of the leading sackers. Victor Cruz here getting the double teams again, so they're trying to force the Giants to beat them on the outside with the passing game.
Nicks comes wide to the right. Cruz, per usual, is in the slot to the right. Manningham is wide to the left. 3rd and 10. 4-man rush. Pass caught at the 20, and that is Manningham who gets decked 5 yards shy of the 1st down by Sterling Moore, the rookie out of SMU.
They roll back, but Sterling Moore, you remember him last week with the huge play against Lee Evans, was what looked like the game-winning touchdown catch for the Baltimore Ravens in the championship game. But it was Moore that stripped it out of there, and he has continued to play well.
38-yard attempt to try to make it a 5-point game for Lawrence Tynes. Rutherford puts it down, and Tynes' kick is just inside that left upright. 6:43 remaining in the third quarter in Super Bowl 46. The Patriots 17 and the Giants 12. Aerial coverage from Indianapolis, Indiana. Brought to you tonight by Budweiser. Lucas Oil Stadium. It's got the rolling roof. Now you've got Abby Manning on the left, wife of Eli, and Olivia off her left shoulder. Archie is in the back pacing around, and that was figured. As always. I assume Peyton's in the building somewhere. 4 yards in. Here comes Julian Edelman. Out to the 17-yard line he goes. So Brady, 2 long drives in a row. Comes out here with 6.5 to go in the third. Well, the NBC Sports Talk app is now available on your tablet and smartphones to get all the news from pro football talk and more. Download the free NBC Sports Talk app tonight. Indianapolis on this first Sunday night in February. This drive begins with a Green Ellis takedown, and that is Chase Blackburn, who wasn't with the team at the start of the year. They had no room for him. They let him go. He was teaching school. Ooh, and down on the ground is Jason Pierre-Paul. So Blackburn knocks down Green Ellis, but Pierre-Paul winds up paying the big price here.
Yeah, Pierre-Paul was chasing the play from behind and took the brunt of the hit.
Injury timeout. Giants fans holding their breath as JPP was down, but he's able to get up, walk back, puts his helmet back on. Has to be out for at least a play. Here it is.
Blackburn hit Ben Jarvis Green Ellis so hard, just as Jason Pierre-Paul was coming in there, luckily up, moving around, and jogged off the field.
2nd down and 8 after the 2-yard gain. The fake to Green Ellis. Brady being chased by Canty, and then he just throws it short, incomplete. Nobody really there to receive it, but he was out of the pocket, so there's no grounding. NFL championship game appearances going back pre-Super Bowl era. You'd have Otto Graham and Paul Brown in 6 championship games. Starr and Lombardi in 6 championship games, lapping over pre and post Super Bowl eras, and then 5 championship games, most in the Super Bowl era for Brady and Belichick. 3 wins, 1 loss. Bill has also been in 3 other games as an assistant coach, winning 2 of them with the Giants in '86 and '90. That ended Brady's streak. He had completed 16 straight. 3rd and 8. Nowhere to go. And Tuck will finish him off.
Looking for Wes Welker inside. He's surrounded by Antrell Roll. On the other side, Gronkowski, Prince Amukamara, and Grant on that side. And here's Deion Branch. Just a 3-man rush, but nobody open, so Brady had to eat the ball.
First sack of Brady tonight. Mesko to punt it. Blackman is back. Giants should wind up with pretty good field position. And they will as he's across the 50, and Blackman takes the ball to the 48-yard line. 5.5 to go in the third with the Patriots up by 5. Tom Brady took a shot as took on him at the end. To the bench he went, and the whole medical staff came over to take a look.
With good reason. Watch that left shoulder. He's had an issue, an AC separation in that one the whole time, and he's kind of giving it that thing. We won't speculate on the injury, but he does have a history with that left shoulder.
There's some practice time this year because of it. Jacobs is the back. This is the best starting field position tonight for the New York Giants, and Brandon gets a yard to the 47-yard line.
I tell you, Sean Ellis has come in the game here and done a pretty good job holding up just a little bit better against this run game. Right in here is where he is, and that substitution has helped. They're a little stouter now on that edge, and we're not seeing the Giants running the ball quite as effectively.
Longtime New York Jet, 12th season in the league out of Tennessee as Ellis. Fake to Jacobs over the middle. Nix. And Nix loses the ball, but the Giants are there. Hynoski is there at the 34-yard line. Big break for the Giants. Nix over the middle, losing it, and the loose ball recovered by his fullback.
Here's Nix down the field. Good catch, but he's going to get the ball stripped from behind by Mayo, and it's good hustle by Mayo, who was really fooled on the play. He came flying up to play the run, but hustles back to get in on the play and strips it out, but Patriots cannot come up with it.
No turnovers in tonight's game, either team. Ball at the 33-yard line. Jacobs rumbles through the middle for a gain of 7. Brandon Spikes making the tackle. Brandon Jacobs tonight, and the Giants running game has gotten a heck of a lot better in postseason. 8 carries, 34 yards.
Well, now that they're going to this 3-man front, we're seeing a lot of one-on-one blocks with Chris Nee and Kevin Booth on the linebackers as they're getting down the field, and it's going to force the Patriots to try and come up quicker, which is also going to open up play action behind them.
2nd and 3 to the ground again, and this is Jacobs seeking that first down. Should have it. Brandon Jacobs, upset about his role earlier in the season. He's had some really good years with the Giants, but he finally got his opportunity in that New England game. I mean, that was the game where Bradshaw was gone, and he and Bradshaw get back together and they get healthy again, and the Giant rushing game looking a heck of a lot better since about early December.
Jacobs makes no bones about it. He finds somebody to get mad about. Sometimes it's his own coaches, and he doesn't care who it is when he's getting ready for a game.
From the 23, over the middle, that is caught by Bear Pasco, and that'll be a first down. The tight end taking the ball to the 12-yard line.
Well, Eli's doing a nice job in this half. He's not forcing the ball down the field. He knows what the Patriots are going to give them. And certainly Bear Pasco is about number 5 on the list of guys you're going to defend. So take those short, quick throws, and it's slowing down the pass rush too.
6th play of the drive. Bradshaw dancing. Helmet coming off. One of the Patriots. Ball to the 8-yard line. Quickly we go to Michelle.
Well, Tom Brady sitting on the bench here. They really aren't paying attention to him, the medical staff, but as he's sitting here occasionally rotating that left arm, Chris, you mentioned that left shoulder. He's rotating that left arm in the shoulder socket to sort of see how it's feeling. Other than that, no medical attention.
Well, one thing I can tell you when you get any kind of injury, but especially something like a shoulder, you don't want to sit too long and cool off. The more you play, the better off you are.
They may not be paying attention, but the medical staff probably fondling some beads right now. 2nd down and 8. And no gain. Bradshaw taken down by Gerard Warren with 1:45 to go in the 3rd.
Bradshaw's got to stay on these blocks. They're coming around and blocking here, and he's going to cut back where there is no blocking. It was really a pretty well-designed play, but Bradshaw's too quick to cut the thing back. Stay on the play side. Let it work.
3rd and 8. Manningham left. Nix wide right. Cruz in the slot. Ballard shifts over to the right side. And Eli's going to get sacked at the 15-yard line. Ninkovich and Anderson are both there, and the Giants will have to settle for a field goal attempt.
Well, Eli had to get the ball out of his hands, and there simply was nobody open down the field. They were trying to work it underneath the Cruz, and he just simply could not get open. On the outside, McCourty does a good job on Nix, but this one was really designed for Cruz to work underneath, and Dane Fletcher was right there waiting on him.
3rd sack of Manning, but the first is the first drive of the game.
And they're not scoring touchdowns in the red zone, and that's really been the story of this one so far.
33-yard attempt for Tynes, and that kick is good to make the score 17-15. Well, one thing we know with Manning this year, Eli with 15 fourth-quarter touchdown passes, that's a record. A lot of big comebacks were set up for a beauty at the finish here.
Yeah, and we've seen it between these two teams. It really happened the last two times they played, earlier this season and in the Super Bowl. Final drives going up and down the field by both quarterbacks, and Bob Costas had the interview and was asking Tom Brady, would you rather be down with the ball? And he said, absolutely. I've already seen what Eli does late in games.
And there is Brady. We saw him on the bench. We saw him with that left shoulder. Warming up here with a half a minute to go in the third. Take a look at this tonight. These guys are on target. 2 touchdowns for Brady. 1 touchdown pass for Manning. That's to Cruz. Ratings are good. Guys are getting pretty good protection, all things considered, even though those 3 sacks, 2 of them coming on that first drive.
I think Phil Simms holds the record for completion percentage, about 22 for 25, something like that. And both of these guys have a shot at that record the way they're going.
Bill Belichick with a shot at a few other records as well. Taking over in 2000 after he spurned the Jets. They had a press conference to announce him as the head coach of the New York Jets, and he had a little piece of paper left on the lectern that said HCNYJ to remind him, head coach New York Jets, I ain't gonna be here. And Bob Kraft knew him because Parcells was in New England, and that didn't end particularly ceremoniously with Kraft after we went to the Super Bowl in '96, but he got to know Belichick for a year, always kept him in mind. And Kraft told me at one point he wanted Belichick to succeed Parcells after the '96 season, but just felt he needed a little time to redo the regime. From the 20-yard line, Pierre-Paul is back in the game. The ball is at the 20-yard line, and Brady throws, and that's incomplete. Intended for Hernandez. It'll be 2nd down and 10.
Yeah, a lot of combination coverages on the inside now against Aaron Hernandez, in and out with the 2 linebackers, Michael Boley and Chase Blackburn on the outside. You'll see him come up between these 2 linebackers, and they're sitting and waiting, and then Michael Boley with the shot. Big drive here for Tom Brady.
2nd and 10. There's a quick flip to the outside to Deion Branch, who will pick up the 1st down. Branch, the Super Bowl 39 MVP, contract dispute, went to Seattle for 4 years, then back.
There's nobody on Deion Branch. He's out there. Tom Brady's sharp enough to figure that out and flips it out there for the big 1st down. So you make a good play on 1st down, and then you give one away on 2nd down.
Waning seconds of the quarter. There's Corey Webster with 6 interceptions this season, lined up on the receiver on 1st down. And they do get the playoff before the end of the quarter, just barely. Green Ellis takes it up to the 38-yard line, and from that spot will the 4th quarter begin. In Super Bowl 46, and Indianapolis ended 3. New England 17 and the Giants 15. Super Bowl 46 continues after these messages from your local NBC station. 46, Indianapolis, Al Michaels, Chris Collinsworth, Michelle Tafoya. The Giants led 9-0 at one point. New England led at the half 10-9. Now it's 17-15. New England with 15 minutes left in regulation. No Super Bowl has ever gone to overtime.
And now if you want to take a shot, this is a pretty good time for it. 2nd down and 3.
Nope. He's going to give it to Green Ellis, and Green Ellis will pick up the 1st down, taking the ball to the 43-yard line. The tight end comparison with Gronkowski. The whole thing for the last 2 weeks. What about his ankle? Well, they've thrown to him 1 time tonight. 20 yards, 2nd longest pass play of the night. On the other side, you got Hernandez, who's had a good night. 6 catches and a touchdown. Here's Brady, and Brady for the moment avoids the sack. slips away. He's going to launch it deep. And it's going to be intercepted by Chase Blackburn. The linebacker is all the way down the field. That play is over at the 8-yard line. But you got Brady throwing it all the way down the field. You had Gronkowski all the way down the field as the receiver. And Chase Blackburn, a linebacker who was teaching school in November, and they brought him back, goes all the way down the field to make the interception.
Well, Linval Joseph beats Logan Mankins, and this is like the opposite of the last Super Bowl when Eli scrambled and hit the ball to David Tyree. This time Brady scrambles it, and ordinarily Gronkowski against a middle linebacker, you take it every time, but maybe Gronkowski just not able to do what he could do athletically, and it is remarkably Blackburn who makes the saving play.
Blackburn, they got rid of him before the season, worked him out after the opener against Washington, told him to go home again, and then brought him back. He's had a lot of injuries at linebacker. Now you've got Manning throwing, and that pass is low through a sinker at the feet of Hakeem Nicks, and that turned out to be the first turnover of the game.
What a remarkable ride for Chase Blackburn, and what a solid catch that is to go up. He was beaten, had to chase him down from the backside, still got his head around and made the play. That was fantastic. Can you imagine? On Monday he was teaching school, on Tuesday told to get on a plane, and he started the next Sunday.
Well, it was only a substitute teacher. They didn't listen that much over there. And then the ball is loose. Bradshaw fumbles, and the Giants again get a big break. Once again a fumble, and it's recovered by them. Brandon Spikes with the forced fumble by Spikes, and then the recovery is made by the Giants.
Great hustle by Spikes coming across the outside, gets his hand on the ball, and it is game on from there. Boy, that would have been a game changer. We saw a few punts botched in the championship games, and I'm sure Ahmad Bradshaw is barely breathing right now.
And that's Chris Snee, Coughlin's son-in-law. We'll get an extra special Christmas present next year after that one. 3rd down and 7, and now you've got the clock running out and a timeout called by the Giants. Patriots spikes. Giants, after using their first timeout of the second half, will have a 3rd down and 7. Early in the 4th.
Kyle Arrington has been on Victor Cruz all night when they go in this dime defense, and he's done a pretty good job out there in the slot again.
Slot left. And 3rd and 7. There's a flag. And Manning will throw one wobbly and incomplete. Intended for Cruz. Ninkovich put the heat on Manning. We'll get the call here from John Parry.
Yeah, it may have been Ninkovich who got the heat because he was offsides.
Offside, defense. Number 50 is lined up in the neutral zone at the snap. 5-yard penalty, and we'll replay. 3rd down.
And that will make it 3rd down and 2 after the penalty.
Watch Eli here do the foot stomp, and then there's a delay. These offsides penalties in the NFL don't happen by accident. You just alter that count slightly on 3rd down, and now that 3rd and 8 and incomplete pass turns into a 3rd and 2.
Bring DJ Ware into the backfield, flanking Manning on 3rd down and 2 from the 16-yard line. And Eli steps away from the pressure and hits Hakeem Nicks for a 1st down.
I am not sure how Eli got that ball in there. He threw it directly over the top of Brandon Spikes, right in the middle of the path, and somehow he got it up and down in time to complete that 1st down. Spikes is going to be right in front of the play. He just wasn't on balance to jump, or I think he would have had a shot at that ball.
Gain of 12 yards. That's 7 catches tonight for Nicks. This is Bradshaw. Cruz has 2 catches tonight, but none since his touchdown catch at 3:24 the 1st quarter. Eli Manning in the 4th quarter, 15 touchdown passes, the most in league history, 6 game-winning drives. And the Giants won 9 games this year, so that's 2/3 of the time he's led him from behind. The passer rating in the fourth quarter, second only to MVP Aaron Rodgers. Second and 8. Four-man rush. Pass to the outside. And this is Cruz's first catch since early in the game. And that's going to make it 3rd down and 1. And you got Jake Ballard, who is down at the 40-yard line. And
oh boy, that changes everything.
Well, they've already lost Beckham.
Exactly.
And now Ballard is hurt. Injury timeout. Aerial coverage being brought to you by Bud Light. Indianapolis, the state capital. Meanwhile, there's Ballard. Ballard injuring his left knee here. He had a torn PCL in his right knee, so he has to come out of the game. Beckham's done for the night. They're down to one tight end, and that would be Bear Pasco. 3rd down and 1. They have Hynoski in the game, the fullback. And Manning will throw into a lot of traffic, and he's able to thread it to Victor Cruz for a big first down at the 45-yard line.
I tell you, Victor Cruz is something special. Not only does he make big, spectacular plays, 4 catches over 70 yards, but he makes the tough ones when you know you're going to get hit. That time Spikes got Arrington instead of getting Cruz. Big, big play. 3rd and 1, conversion, and Eli can keep it a drive alive. And boy, have we seen him do this all year in the fourth quarter.
11 minutes left. Clean pocket. And there is Mario Manningham making the catch. And Manningham making his 2nd grab of the night. Gain of 12.
Dream scenario really for the Giants, because they have to take some pressure off of Victor Cruz, especially now with all the tight ends out. Mario Manningham is getting the single coverage on the outside. So if he can start catching a few balls, maybe Victor Cruz starts getting some space to work.
This time they send Cruz to Manningham's side. Bolt to the right. Nix to the left. Hynoski fronts Bradshaw. Quick toss to the left side. And Nix gets forced out of bounds after a very short gain. 8th catch of the night. Here's Michelle.
Well, Jake Ballard, they have taped up that left knee. It is a knee sprain. He is questionable, but I'm also told by the Giants that he is going to try to give it a go. The trainer's still taping him up, Al.
Thank you, Michelle. You see him standing up on the sideline again. He had that torn PCL, the other knee. Trying to work through it here. Under 10 minutes to go. 2nd down and 5.
Hynoski, not a bad option, though. Pretty good receiver coming out and can handle all those blocking assignments, too, the fullback.
Already caught a couple tonight. 3-step drop. Down the sideline and out of bounds. Manningham was there, but he was on the white. 3rd down.
I've seen Mario Manningham have this issue in the past. He fades his deep routes, and when he does that, he leaves Eli nowhere to throw the ball. He's got plenty of room. Inside technique by Moore, but watch how he goes straight to the sideline. And by doing that, he drives himself out of bounds. Here's the line he needs to hold just outside the numbers. Instead, he squeezes all the way to the sidelines and costs the Giants a big play.
3rd down and 5. Play clock at 1. And now Manning has to take another timeout. So in the fourth quarter of the Super Bowl,
team timeout, New
the
York,
Giants, who are
32nd
normally
timeout.
brilliant with Tom Coughlin through the years, watching him manage the clock as well as anybody inside the game, but all of a sudden now, because of 2 plays that went all the way to the end of the play clock, they've had to use 2 timeouts and only have 1 left.
Ultimately, that can cost them the game. Sure. There's no question about it. You cannot burn these kind of timeouts. Now it's 3rd and 5, huge play in the game. You have to take it. Eli just notices late that he's going to get the 5-yard penalty, takes the timeout.
Meanwhile, here's Ballard trying to cut. Ooh. Nope.
Have to admire his courage for trying.
You do. But he's still down, so You can count him out. Ware is in the backfield now. 3rd down and 5 after the timeout that they had to take. And the whistle before the snap. Everybody pointing at everybody else.
The line judge is saying the Giants.
Ball start, number 77, offense, 5-yard penalty, 3rd down.
It's Kevin Booth who had that holding call that was so instrumental in the way that first half ended up with a New England lead.
It's kind of interesting because the Giants or the Patriots did move, and that's really what caused Booth to flinch, but they didn't cross the line of scrimmage, so it's incumbent upon him to stay still. It's a good call.
3rd and 10. Four-man rush. And in
That's
the
interference.
Is there a flag on it? It's incomplete from Manningham. Hit by Moore. Coughlin is crazy. Wants to see the flag and doesn't.
Let's take a look.
Reaching for the ball. Has his left hand on the left shoulder. So a huge non-call to send Weatherford in to punt. And a fair catch will be called for at the 8-yard line by Wes Welker. Giants bogging down, and on that drive as Ballard goes off the field, they had to burn 2 timeouts in a 2-point game in Super Bowl 46. Coming up after the game, the Chevrolet post-game show of the presentation of the Lombardi Trophy and the Chevy Super Bowl 46 MVP. And you can cast your vote on NFL.com/MVP or vote on your mobile device by texting MVP to 69635. Vote now, messaging data rate supply. Once again, New England starts a drive from deep in its own territory. They started from the 6. That resulted in a safety. The 4, they went all the way down the field for a touchdown. And now at the 8-yard line. And Brady chased, and it's incomplete. Linval Joseph was in his face, and let's go back to the non-call.
Well, one thing you have to remember that they're going to look at this in real time and real speed. Probably gets his left arm on that shoulder a little bit early, but does not grab and turn him. Everybody's going to have their own opinion of that one, but not a bad play by Sterling Moore. Close enough. Again, remember, in real time is how they're going to judge that. Pretty bang bang.
2nd down and 10. Boy, had Sterling Moore has had some odyssey this year. Brady escaping again and flips it out to Wes Welker. Takes it to the 13-yard line. 3rd and 5.
Well, the Giants haven't done a lot so far tonight with this pass rush, but they're starting to get a little pressure, and they're forcing Brady around. Good job by Sebastian Vollmer pushing Tuck by on the outside.
Vollmer playing well for a guy who didn't even know basically he was going to be active until maybe yesterday.
Solder was struggling in the first half, and I think they just made the switch.
3rd down and 5 from the 12-yard line. Giants come on a blitz from the corner. Brady gets it off to Danny Woodhead. Woodhead out past the 30 to the 31-yard line. Grant makes the tackle. That's a gain of 19. Brady feeling the pressure on his left. Gets it off to the right, 1st down.
So many times the back will see it and go that way. Instead, he goes that way as the blitz comes the other way, and you get the defensive end dropping out. Brady read it perfectly. Huge play to get off of their own goal line on 3rd down.
That Antro roll coming off the corner. Now to the 32-yard line. Under 8 minutes to play in the 4th.
Here's that tight formation where they've been running that pitch.
4 receivers all bunched up. Toss it to Green Ellis. From Jarvis. Green Ellis, who has never fumbled. He's carried the ball almost 600 times in regular and postseason play combined. Never fumbled.
He lost family members in Hurricane Katrina. Lived in that 9th ward in New Orleans. Said it was just so devastating to go home and look at that.
Now you've got Antrell Roll, who is down for the Giants. So Roll on the turf. The two veteran coaches, 65-year-old Tom Coughlin, oldest coach in the league. Bill Belichick is 59, fifth oldest. Prince Amukamara, who was their #1 draft choice but was hurt in training camp and missed the first half of the season, comes in for the moment. You've got Roll out. There he is on the sideline. And his play resumes at 2nd down and 7 for Brady and company from the 35-yard line.
Puts Aaron Ross in at the nickel position.
And they'll flip it back to Welker. And he'll pick up the first down. Wes Welker taking the toss back on a run around to the left side, and that's a gain of 11 yards for a first down.
Yeah, nice job by Deion Branch on the outside with this block. They're going to come with the reverse. Going to attack Amukamara early on because they're able to block him on the outside with Branch. Tell you, it's the one thing you will see from these Patriots receivers. They will block, and even their quarterback will block. It's a piece of OC.
Brady to Woodhead to Welker. On that play, the ball at the 46-yard line.
White 20! White!
Woodhead. Gain of 1.
Antrell Roll back in the game now, and that is certainly good news. He's been their leading tackler so far during the playoffs, and really a big part of the run they made late in the season. They kept shuffling people back and forth. He's really a safety by trade, but has basically been forced to play in that corner slot position, which I think is the toughest in football, and has had Wes Welker all night.
2nd and 9. And Brady to the outside, and that'll be caught by Gronkowski, tackled by Amukamara, setting up a very big 3rd down.
Just got to think that Amukamara is going to be the target repeatedly here. And 3rd down, probably no exception.
This is even bigger than it would normally be on 3rd down at midfield because of the Giants' timeout situations. They cannot afford to let New England continue to keep the ball and run 40 seconds off between plays. This is big. Aaron Hernandez lines up in the backfield. It's 3rd down and 3. And Brady will throw, and they'll get it out to Hernandez, and that's a huge conversion for a first down. Tackled there by Boley.
So tough. Lines up in the backfield. He's going to run the little flat route. All the receivers come down, get a little rub against Michael Boley. And we've seen it consistently through the night. And really, I haven't seen it all season. A linebacker that has the ability to cover that guy right there, Aaron Hernandez, who had to step up today with the injury to Gronkowski, and he certainly has.
And now Brady can slow it down. He can milk the play clock. The Giants with just 1 timeout plus the 2-minute warning. The ball is at the 43. Green Ellis, and he'll get stuffed in the backfield by big Chris Canty, 6'7", 317, 7th year out of Virginia.
Working against Logan Mankins, just fights off the block and avoids the fullback and comes right around to make the play in the backfield. And on 1st down, that's exactly what you're looking for, because now it allows your pass rushers to get on the field and take a shot at Brady.
2nd and 11.
Still 2 linebackers out there, though, for the Giants, and they're confused.
And Brady's going to launch it deep, and it's incomplete because it's a little bit behind Welker. Tried to reach up behind him and couldn't. Haul it in. 3rd and 11.
Giants were confused on the play. Nobody down the field, and Welker makes that catch 100 times out of 100. Stunning to see him miss that one, especially in that situation.
That must have been the 101st.
Yeah.
Look at that Patriot bench, and that's big too. On another level, it stops the clock. 4 minutes remaining. 3rd and 11 from the 44. Brady buys time off the play fake. Look at that protection. And then the pass is incomplete. Deion Branch Gets covered by Corey Webster. Webster having a great year. He's the veteran in that secondary. 6 interceptions, the most by a Giant in a decade, and Webster breaks the play up.
It's a poor throw by Tom Brady. Really, Branch could have helped him by slowing down in the middle of the field. There's space in there. I think Michael Boley scared Brady off of throwing that thing ahead of Branch, and Branch really should have seen that, settled in the hole, and made that an easier throw.
Now Zoltan Mesko with a kick that will be fair caught at the 12-yard line by Will Blackman.
Here we go. Eli Manning time. Unbelievable it's going to come down to this again.
He's been here before. Those 6 fourth-quarter comebacks, 3:46. 1 timeout and the 2-minute warning for Eli. And in a position, obviously, where you just need a field goal to take the lead. John Mara pacing. Giant defense resting.
Wow. We should just have these 2 teams play all the time.
On Sunday night. The Giants start from the 12. Manning 25 out of 34. 222 yards. 4-man rush. Eli throwing into traffic on the sideline. They're going to rule it a catch by Manningham. Along the sideline, they're going to spot the ball at the 50-yard line.
This is absolutely brilliant. If he makes this play, let's watch his feet. Clean catch. I think he got him down, and Eli's sprinting to the line of scrimmage.
You think he got him down, but if you're Bill Belichick, you almost have to have it reviewed.
The previous play, the completed catch versus incomplete. We'll review the play.
Right.
And remember, there is no force out, so you have to make the catch cleanly and get both feet down in bounds.
Contact doesn't matter at all. Even if you're contacted out of bounds, it used to be that was a force out. Those rules are gone. Does he have possession? And does he keep both feet in bounds is the question.
Possession of the ball all the way to the ground as far as I saw it.
There's possession.
1 foot down, 2 feet down.
Looks like he has it.
Let's see. Almost have to stop it as this catch is made because the first foot is the key one. Both feet off the ground. The catch, 1 foot, 2 feet.
Right. When does he get possession? He has possession. There it is. They're showing the crowd the same thing that you're seeing. And, of course, every Giant fan is exultant. But Belichick was almost forced into a situation, and there's Bill right in front of it. Before you can get the call from upstairs, it's so close, you're almost compelled to challenge that play. If he loses the challenge, it costs him a timeout. There he is, bird's eye view.
I tell you, the remarkable part of that play was that he maintained control of the ball, or at least every angle I could see. Let's look at Eli. Does he look off the safety? He looks down the middle of the field and comes late. Complete control. What a catch. That, in that situation, it's not quite David Tyree, but that is pretty close. That is everything you have to ask from a wide receiver. He's going to take the hit, make the catch cleanly, get 2 feet down, maintain control all the way to the ground. Simply remarkable. For the next 50 years, you'll be watching highlights of that catch if the New York Giants come back and win this thing.
That is the longest play of the game. It's 38 yards. And you talked before, Chris, about Manningham not giving Manning enough room skirting that sideline. He was out of bounds on a previous play on the other side. This time able to give him enough on the inside.
But Al, those 2 plays are different because on this one they had the rolled up coverage, so he had to go to the outside because they had other routes going down the middle, so he did it exactly right that time.
Here's Parry.
After reviewing the play's been confirmed as called. Clear possession, 2 feet. New England starts the first team timeout. We'll start the game clock on the snap.
Game clock starts on the snap. It was an out-of-bounds play within the final 5 minutes of regulation. And there is, speaking of David Tyree, you probably don't recognize him without the helmet and the Velcro, but there he is on the Giants sideline. The ball is at the 50. Clock starts on the snap. 3:39 left in regulation. Four-man rush. Manning to the outside, and that pass is incomplete. Intended for Manningham. It'll be 2nd down and 10.
Boy, they had another opportunity. Got the back shoulder throw. It's wide open, and it just is completely mistimed. I don't know if Manningham didn't see it the same way that Eli did, but just completely mistimed on the play.
Second and 10. And that's a 1st down, Manningham, and he'll get taken down by Moore. And the ball is inside the 35-yard line, so they're already within field goal range 4 times.
Well, Manningham gets the deep throw, so now Sterling Moore is going to give him a little extra space. Manningham comes back, and now the game changes, Al. Now you pay attention to the clock, because what you don't want to do is turn the ball back over to Tom Brady with too much of an opportunity to go the other way.
Especially if you only get a field goal, which lets them get a field goal. If you get a touchdown, then you make New England get a touchdown.
And now the pressure might come.
Pass to the outside. Here's Manningham. And Manningham will not be able to travel very far. He'll spot the ball at the 32-yard line.
You can ask Scott Norwood. A field goal from here is no cinch, believe me.
Tell me.
That was a good read, though, by Eli Manning. The Patriots came up and showed blitz, and he just took the hot read to the outside, was probably hoping for a little better than that. Now the Patriots, you have to play a little bit more high risk here because you got to try and knock them out.
2nd down and 8. Manning chewing up the clock, already in field goal range. Here comes the blitz. He gets it away. It is caught by Nix, and he takes the ball to the 18-yard line, and that's going to take us to the 2-minute warning.
Great read by Eli, throwing right behind the blitz. That was brilliant.
Here he goes again. Big finish ahead in Super Bowl 46. New England by 2. 2 minutes left. New England on defense, 2 timeouts. Giants have 1. They want to milk the clock as much as they can. Now the ball at the 18, already in field goal range. And Manning will keep it on the ground. They'll give it to Bradshaw. And that's a big play on 1st down. It's going to set up a 2nd and short. And they really put New England in a box right now where New England might want to use their timeouts on defense. But when you get down to a 2nd down and 3, can you do it here?
And Al, this is one of those weird situations that if your running back breaks out, you may actually tell him fall down on the 1-yard line so you can run out the entirety of the clock, kick a field goal late. Tough decision, tough to say, but it is a strategy.
Another huge play here on 2nd down and 3.
East go! East go!
Manning letting the clock go all the way down. And that appeared to be tipped, but winds up in the arms of Nix, and Nix will get the 1st down. He's out of bounds. That stops the clock, right, and now New England will be compelled to use its timeouts, but it's already 1st down and goal.
But that is going to give the Patriots a chance here because it does preserve the timeout. I thought he was going to have the 1st down regardless. Should have fought for his life to stay in bounds on that one.
But the Giants are going to get to use, if nothing else, if they don't get into the end zone before the field goal attempt, almost 40 seconds, and that's because of the challenge that cost New England a timeout, and they're left with only 2. Ball is at the 7-yard line on 1st down. Here's Bradshaw. Stopped at the 6, and they have to take a timeout here. The Patriots do. They can take another one, and then remember, that's when you can run the clock down again before you run the field goal unit out there. And at the end of the day, you're left with maybe 20 or so seconds for Tom Brady. Manningham, boy, has he come through in the 4th quarter.
Was simply sensational. Had every element of a tough catch that you could possibly have. You've got Moore pounding on his shoulder, Chung coming over for a big hit. Got to get the 2 feet down, and you have to maintain control throughout the entirety of that catch. Absolutely brilliant. And Eli Manning, what else can you say about this guy? Every time he gets in one of these fourth quarter situations, he is incredible. Beginning of the season, was asked, do you think that you're in Tom Brady's class? He said yes, and didn't back off of that comment.
Yeah, sort of innocuous. He was just answering a question. He is the coolest guy in the room right now. Second and goal. And Bradshaw, he wanted to stop. He wanted to stop, and he gets into the end zone. That's exactly what New England was doing. They were letting him go into the end zone, and Bradshaw had such a big hole, and he's trying to fall down at the 1-yard line, but at least he gets into the end zone. And at the end of this sequence, the Patriots are still going to need a touchdown and not a field goal.
And there was time to talk about it here, and I guarantee you, Bradshaw had been told to get down, and he just didn't do it. It is basically game over if you can convert an extra point at that moment, and now it is going the other way, and Tom Brady is going to get a chance. It's a big mistake, Al.
I don't think he expected to see the Red Sea part to that level. He saw the goal line. He tried to get down. He goes into the end zone for the touchdown that he doesn't want. It's a 4-point lead, and they're going to go for 2 points here. You might as well make it 6. And hope that even if New England scores, then you block the extra point. Anyway, crazier stuff has happened. So they go for 2. Up by 4. 57 seconds. Patriots have 1 timeout when they get the ball back. And they give the ball this time to DJ Ware. He doesn't get in. Not that important, all things considered. Back to the touchdown we go. The touchdown that you never want to score.
Yeah, and let's give the Patriots credit. I think they essentially just let this happen. It's good strategy on the part of Bill Belichick. He knows what's going on. You could tell almost by the way Brandon Spikes played it that he wasn't going to try and make the tackle. As a matter of fact, I think Spikes was coming back to knock him into the end zone.
And what Belichick's thought process there was, it was simple. So if they get a field goal, I only need a field goal, but because of that timeout that he had to use on the challenge, he would have had 20 seconds that Brady get down the field. So he took the calculated risk of either having Brady left with 20 seconds to get him in field goal range, or Brady having almost a minute to get a touchdown.
And they preserve a timeout. They have 1 remaining, so there are a lot of things in play here for Tom Brady. Do remember, though, he banged up that shoulder, and we haven't seen him quite as hot here lately.
Robert and Jonathan Kraft, their team, trying to win a 4th Super Bowl in the Brady-Belichick era.
Ira Kraft as well.
Times kicking off. And it'll be down by Edelman in the end zone. So Brady's got to lead him 80 yards in 57 seconds.
Go back to that Costas interview one more time. Brady said, if I had the choice, I'd rather be down with the ball. There you go. One of the great players that has ever put on a helmet in the NFL. Has 57 seconds and 80 yards.
I think Bob said down by 3. Down by 4. A different story. Gronkowski is not in the game right now. You got Chad Ochocinco in the game. You go 4 wide on first down from the 20-yard line. The Giants with a 4-man line. And Brady stepping up, looking over the middle, and it's dropped by Branch. Branch for what would have been at least a 20, 25-yard gain. It's incomplete. That took 5 ticks.
Jaquan Williams, the middle linebacker, is going to drop down, but watch these safeties. They're coming in. They're expecting something over the middle of the field, and Brady's still almost able to get it in there. Kenny Phillips got his hands just in position to force the bad throw.
Phillips just taking it. 2nd and 10. Giants with 2 deep safeties, and the pass is dropped at the 29-yard line by Aaron Hernandez.
Back-to-back passes with a chance. Boy, that was dead on. You've got to convert this first down, and Hernandez, who's played so well, takes his eye off the ball. And now you have to start thinking of getting the first down first. There is no way to simulate the pressure of this situation.
3rd and 10. Brady, he's going to get sacked at the 13-yard line. That's Justin Tuck.
Take the timeout.
Have to take a timeout, and it's going to be 4th and forever here with 36 seconds. Tuck with 2 sacks in the game.
And Justin Tuck working inside just as he did back in 2007. OCU Manure on the outside is going to force him up. Justin Tuck there to deliver. And the 2 old heads on the New York Giants front line combine for the play of the game so far defensively.
And it comes down to getting 16 yards now just to keep the game going. No timeouts. The New York Giants with 9 regular season wins. Last year they had 10, didn't get to the playoffs. The Patriots with 13 regular season wins. Bradshaw, who scores the touchdown. It's the game-winning touchdown. Then it'll be talked about forever. 4th and 16. Have to get to the 30. Brady slipping away. Throwing, and it's caught by Branch, and that keeps the game going.
Boy, what a play by Tom Brady. Jason Pierre-Paul had him dead to rights, and he escapes that and finds a way to get the play on 4th down. Coming off the edge, Danny Woodhead can't help with a chip. And Tom Brady with a brilliant play. And they got out of bounds.
To the 33, you need 67 yards in 32 seconds. The shoulder shake and the pass.
Gotta go.
You got to get up to the line of scrimmage. You have no timeouts. That'll be a first down. That's Hernandez, and the clock ticking down. Brady's got to get up there and spike it, which he does with 19 seconds. So now you need in 17 seconds as the clock stops, and the Patriots are trying to get a couple of seconds put back on the clock. The ball at the 44-yard line.
Well, optimally here, you would like to take your Hail Mary from a little closer. This is a long throw. Brady has a big arm, but you'd like one more completion out of bounds if you could.
Brady. Flag is down on the play. The Giants may have had too many men on the field, and the pass is incomplete. But that takes it down to 9 seconds. They do have too many men on the field. That's going to move the ball to midfield with 9 seconds.
12 men. Defense. 5-yard penalty. We'll replay. 2nd down.
Replay 2nd down, but more importantly, it works to the Giants' benefit, obviously, is it took so much time, you're now down to 9 seconds.
But you do move it up the 5 yards, which is going to help here in this situation. 12 men on the field, but you're not up closer now to midfield. And so now if you're Tom Brady, you want to be able to scramble around and buy a little time and set it up down the field. You've got a chance possibly at 2 Hail Marys here if you're quick with the first.
Into the game, and they don't have Gronkowski anymore. You got Branch and Welker at the top of the screen. Oso Cinco at the bottom. Brady to the outside to Branch, and Branch is out of bounds. And now you're forced to go deep downfield with 5 seconds remaining.
Inside pressure that time forced the quick throw. Brady really had no chance, and that's Canny coming up the middle and really had no chance to try and work this thing down the field. So here's Rob Gronkowski in just to try for the jump ball and the Hail Mary here.
From the 49. Brady, barring a defensive foul, the game ends here to the end zone. Hernandez is there, tipped and batted. Gronkowski can't get it. Incomplete. And the New given last rites by many in December, are the Super Bowl champs in February.
Rob Gronkowski came close. And Eli Manning has done it again. What an incredible year by Eli Manning.
Two coaches who shared Super Bowl rings and Super Bowl 25 on the same staff. Another Lombardi Trophy going to the Manning family. That'll make 3, 2 for Eli and 1 for Peyton. Here's the last play.
Hernandez goes up, but watch Gronkowski. He's got a shot. Just can't get there. That ball, if it had been tipped another foot higher, Gronkowski could have been there. Now, I cannot say enough about what Eli has done this season.
John Mara, son of Wellington Mara. He exults. It's the 4th time that the Giants have won the Super Bowl. And Eli, and who will be the MVP of this one, with the Giants winning by a score of 21-17. Chevy postgame show, presentation of the Lombardi Trophy. Super Bowl 46 MVP and all the hoopla. Coming up on the other side of the break. And for Tom Brady, it ends again the way it did 4 years ago in the desert in Arizona. The Gatorade shower for the 65-year-old Coughlin. They were running him out of town 8 weeks ago. Now we'll head up the parade. Post-game coming up.
Chevrolet post-game show. Here now, Al Michaels.
Well, another Super Bowl that goes right down to the end, as was the case 4 years ago in the Arizona desert. The Giants won the game by a score of 21-17. There was Victor Cruz, who scored the first touchdown of the night. That defense with Tuck and Umanura doing what they had to do to win. Second Super Bowl in 5 seasons. Manningham had that phenomenal catch to keep the drive going, to set it up, and we go back to that Manningham play, which will live in Giants lore.
Mario Manningham escaping to the outside, as he should have on this play, but watch this catch. Absolutely unbelievable. Will go down as one of the greatest catches in Super Bowl history. And it reminds you just a bit of David Tyree and the last time Eli Manning had the unbelievable drive. The Velcro on the helmet, as Al Michaels described it, and for Eli Manning, how brilliant can easy Eli be? And he will never again have to answer the question, do you consider yourself an elite quarterback and in Tom Brady's class?
And he wins it in the house that his brother built. And the New England Patriots will have another Super Bowl tape that they won't want to look at. 42 and now 46. And you know, I think back the Giants season at 1.6-2, then they were 6-6. They go into Dallas on December 11th. They're down by 12, 3.5 minutes to go. Lose that game, forget about it. Maybe have a change in the coaching staff, who knows? John Mara said no, but who knows? They go to 7-7, they beat the Jets, they beat Dallas the last night, roll through the playoffs, and away they go.
I think they believe in Tom Coughlin right now.
I think so. 2 Super Bowl titles for him. So that's our wrap from here, but a lot more to come from Indianapolis.
Welcome back to the Chevrolet Post Game Show. Introducing the all-new Sonic. Let's go do something awesome.
Wow, what a Super Bowl, and a reminder, as soon as our coverage from Indy ends, the search begins for the next singing sensation with the season premiere of the NBC hit show The Voice. That's coming up next on NBC. Right now, though, we send it down to the voice of Lucas Oil Stadium. PA announcer Alan Roach.
Ladies and gentlemen,
This Colts Hall of Famer had caught a championship record 12 passes in the greatest game ever played, the 1958 NFL Championship game. Please welcome Raymond Berry and the Vince Lombardi Trophy.
Colts Hall of Famer Raymond Berry dropping off the hardware. Here to present the Vince Lombardi Trophy to the world champion, New York Giants, the commissioner of the NFL, Roger Goodell.
It's been an extraordinary NFL season for our fans. You deserve it, and we thank you very much for your support. Tonight's game was a fitting end to that season. An extraordinary game tonight, and a great ending. To the Giants, to the mayor and the Tisch family, you're now world champions once again. Congratulations.
Well, John, are you getting used to this?
No, you never get used to this, but I want to tell you one thing. A lot of teams around the country brag about what great fan support they have, but we know who the most loyal fans in the league are, Giant fans, and this is for you.
The confidence that you talked about with your relationship with Tom Coughlin during the year, it had to be pressure-filled to a certain degree. You said you got letters, you got phone calls, you got emails saying, are you going to make a coaching change?
Well, that's just part of this business, but listen, there's not one coach in the league that I would trade Tom Coughlin for. I'll tell you, we're blessed to have him. We're blessed to have him, and he's a two-time world champion now.
John, congratulations. Let me bring in Steve Tisch, the other owner of the Giants. I know you got your hardware on. You got the ring from 4 years ago.
Hey, guys. I've never been involved with a group of guys who have played with more heart, more passion, and more love for each other and for the game of football. We got the greatest fans in the world, the greatest players in the world, an unbelievable coach in Tom Coughlin, and I want everybody in New York, New Jersey, around the world, this is for you guys. This team played their hearts out for you.
I know when you and John both came up to the podium, I could see you guys finally exhale.
Oh, man, what a game. I mean, I thought 4 years ago was exciting. That was a dress rehearsal. This was one of the greatest football games I've ever seen. And to share it with the city of Indianapolis, they did an amazing job, and I just want to thank everybody. I'm looking out at my players right now, and I've never seen smiles that big.
Steve, congratulations. Let me get over here to Coach Coughlin, holding the hardware. Come on over here, Coach.
How about it, Dan?
Congratulations.
Thank you. You know what? You share this with all the players, all the coaches, all the people that really did a tremendous job to get us here, to play against a great team like the Patriots and have a finish like that goes down in history. That's a marvelous feeling.
You seem to dominate the first half until Brady goes 10 for 10. They score. They're up 1 going into halftime. What did you tell your guys?
Well, we had a couple of penalties that I thought took points off the board for us there in the first half. But when we got into halftime, I said, we can play better than this, guys. We're better than this. Everybody agreed. We kind of got energized again. We came out with conviction, and the rest is history.
2 Super Bowls for you. That matches your mentor, Bill Parcells. How's that feel?
Well, I'm not about comparisons or anything of that nature. I'm very thankful, very grateful for the opportunity that I've had as the head coach of the New York Giants, the wonderful players I've had to work with, the coaches that have surrounded us, and the support from ownership. That's what this is all about.
Congratulations.
Dan.
Let's bring up Eli Manning. Oh, there you go. You snuck in behind me there, buddy. You're the MVP. Congratulations. You able to exhale here?
It's been a wild game. It's been a wild season, but we got a great, tough bunch of guys. The guys who never quit, have great faith in each other, and I'm just proud of our team, the way we dealt with everything all season and came out strong.
Any point in the game where you thought we could be in trouble?
No, just stay positive, and I knew offensively we were moving the ball. We just weren't getting touchdowns. We kept getting close, but our defense was playing tough. I knew eventually they'd get a turnover, they'd get us a break. Sure enough, they did, and they played great there at the end, getting us the win.
You have that final drive, and I know that Mario Manningham played an unbelievable role. Akeem Nicks had a great game. The play calling, how much was that you with maybe changing plays?
No, that's Coach Gilbride. He called a great game plan. There at the end, they had a couple blitz zeros that we checked to a couple plays. Receivers were on the same page. Guys made some big-time plays. Mario Manningham on the go route. Akeem on some great throws. Victor Cruz, all those guys. Our tight ends, a couple of them getting hurt, bringing in some new guys and different guys playing different spots. So a great effort by the whole team.
How's it feel to win this Super Bowl in the building that your brother built?
You know what? It just feels good to win a Super Bowl. It doesn't matter where you are or what stadium. Indianapolis has been a great host of the Super Bowl. But, I feel it's great for my teammates, my coaches, the Giants organization, for all the dedication they put in this year to make this happen.
I know you flew here. I don't know if you want to drive home, but you'll notice the wheels over there. That's yours. Congratulations, Eli. On behalf of Chevrolet Motor Division, proudly present you the 2012 Chevrolet Corvette Grand Sport Convertible Centennial Edition, which commemorates Chevrolet's 100-year anniversary. Chevy congratulates you on winning the MVP award. Hope you drive it proudly. Hey, Eli, I got to give you the keys first here. Eli. Eli, you might need the keys to drive your Corvette. All right. Drive home safely. Akeem Nicks, Mario Manningham. Tony Dungy said in the pregame he thought you were going to play a big role. Thought they'd take away what Akeem Nicks could do and Victor Cruz. At what point did you feel like you were the man that they had to stop?
Oh, man, we just trying to be patient, man. You just got to be patient with this game, man. We knew big plays was going to come. We had to take advantage of them.
Akeem, you're holding the ball like you did most of the game. You had 10 catches. How do you feel?
Hey, man, I feel good, man. Blessed to be a part of this team. Blessed to be in this situation, man. I'm just very happy right now.
Well, congratulations to the New York Giants. Once again, the world champion New York Giants. Let's go back to Bob Costas. Bob.
All right, Dan, Eli Manning, the MVP, 30 of 40 for 296 and a touchdown, no picks. More to come from Super Bowl 46 in Indy, including, we hope, more interviews. That's when we come back on post-game coverage of Super Bowl 46.
But both will play today as Haskell gets ready to kick off. Super Bowl 49 underway in Glendale, Arizona. We'll start with a run back by Amendola from 5 yards deep, and to the 18-yard line he comes, and that's where New England will set up shop. Tom Brady. He said to us yesterday, after what's been going on over the last 2 weeks, he said there would not be a game I would want to win more than this one.
No shortage of red meat in front of Tom Brady for this one, is there?
He has Shane Vereen as his running back. Meanwhile, now you've got Gronkowski flanked way out to the right near the sideline. Sherman on him. Brady starts from the shotgun. That's Edelman in short motion. And the first play is a pass to the outside. It's caught near the sideline, but only a minimal gain now for Gronkowski. Bruce Irvin making the tackle, 2nd and long. Brady, 6th Super Bowl start. He's thrown 197 passes in those games, 1277 through the air, all Super Bowl records. 3 wins, 2 losses. And one of those losses came here after the 07 season to spoil the perfect season as the New York Giants did him in. LeGarrette Blount is now in the backfield. 2nd down and 8. This is Amendola coming in motion. Short drop, pass caught on the outside, breaking the tackle, and coming up about 2 yards shy of the first down is Amendola as he gets away from Richard Sherman, and that will set up a 3rd down and 2 for the Patriots.
Well, clearly one of the things we talked about right off the bat is how can you handle these pass rushers? That's one way. Get them on the ground with some quick throws, and then it's Richard Sherman on the outside. We have to keep an eye on that elbow. Will he be able to tackle? Will he be able to jam the receivers the way that he typically can?
In that Green Bay game, it looked like he was playing with an invisible sling. 3rd and 2. Brady, good clean pocket throws, and that'll be the game's first down as Shane Vereen makes the catch, and he's tackled there by the outside linebacker, KJ Wright.
One of the things that's very difficult when you play against the Patriots, if you clear zones, you have to handle the likes of Julian Edelman and Shane Vereen with inside linebackers. Their quickness, very tough to deal with.
New England can beat you either way in the divisional game against Baltimore, 53 passes and then 40 runs against Indianapolis. This is Blount. The Seahawks expect them to be more balanced, the Patriots today. So here is Blount. He was a Patriot last year. He scored 4 touchdowns in a playoff game against Indianapolis. Then he signs with Pittsburgh. Doesn't like his role there because Le'Veon Bell was clearly the #1 back. Walks off the field before the end of a game in November and then winds up signing after he cleared waivers with New England. So he returns home, and he is their stud right now because Jonas Gray, their other running back, is inactive tonight. 2nd down and 8. And here's Blount. And Blount gets it up to the 35-yard line. Right makes the defense. The Seattle defense becoming legendary right now. Their ranks this year, fewest points allowed, fewest yards allowed, 3rd against the rush, tops against the pass, and they've been doing this for the last 3 seasons. 3rd and 6. Dan Quinn, the defensive coordinator, who in the next 36 hours or so will be announced as the head coach of the Atlanta Falcons. But first things first for him here as New England comes up spread out. 5 receivers. Play clock is down to 2. 3rd and 6. Brady able to survey, throws low and incomplete. So they got 1 first down, and now they'll have to punt. Byron Maxwell covering Vereen, and Seattle will get the ball.
One of the things that's so important for the Patriots in this game is to force these defensive ends to run the loop. Go all the way around Tom Brady and then try and secure it up front to make sure that Tom Brady can step up. That time a little antsy in the pocket, got rid of it quickly, missed the throw.
Ryan Allen, the left-footed punter. Good high, deep punt. Flag is down as it's taken at the 15-yard line. Jerron Johnson came in and may have run into the kicker. If he ran into the kicker, if it's a 5-yard variety, it's still not going to be a first down. Bill Vinovich will make the call. Because that's a 5-yard penalty, it would be 4th down and 1. Roughing the kicker is a first down. Big call here.
I think he got his plant leg.
Into the kicker. Kicking team number 23. 5-yard penalty, still 4th down.
All right, so that's the garden variety, as it were, which means that the line of scrimmage will now be the 40-yard line. Another look here.
The rule is if you hit the plant leg, this leg, that's supposed to be 15 yards. I don't see running into the kicker right there.
Football, 1st down. Timeout.
So they decline the penalty, and Seattle gets the ball when we come back. The kicker, it would have been a 15-yard penalty and a 1st down. Here it is again, Chris.
So the non-kicking leg, when you hit that leg, that's 15 yards and an automatic 1st down without question. Bill Vinovich's call, and he missed it.
So it would have been 4th and 1. New England declines the penalty. They'll take the play. That was a 49-yard punt. The ball is at the 16-yard line, and Lynch carries beast mode up to the 20-yard line before he's tackled by half of the state of Massachusetts. Russell Wilson, when he faces Super Bowl winning quarterbacks, his career now 3 years old, he's 10-0, including a win against Tom Brady when these two teams last met in Seattle early in the season in 2012. Seattle won the game coming from behind, and Wilson said that really got us going. They had a good year in 12. Of course, they won the Super Bowl last year, and this year NFC champs again. 2nd and 7. Stacked 3 receivers to the left. Wilson had to reach down for the snap, and that's Marshawn Lynch picking up a couple. About 2 yards shy of the first 3rd down and short.
Well, one of the things that we've seen is sometimes when Max Unger, the center, is moving to his left, the snaps go to the right. They had an issue with that in the championship game, and here we go with the early snap with the same issue.
That's a particular import. They're trying to run the read option to throw all the timing off.
No doubt.
3rd and 2. They go 4 wide here. And Lynch is going to get stacked up and stopped. So after Seattle gets that break and gets the ball after what should have been a roughing, it's a 3-and-out to get the ball back.
Big Vince Wilfork right here. You need your superstars to play huge in the Super Bowl. There you go. He stands him up. It looks like he's bench pressing Justin Britt off of him. He makes contact, those huge arms. He extends them out, gains control, and makes a big play.
John Ryan to punt. It was Ryan who was holding on a fake field goal that turned into a touchdown when they were down 16-0 to Green Bay. That was a humongous play in that game. Nose down with a lot of backspin, fairly short kick. Fair catch called for and made by Edelman at the 33-yard line. Brady going back to work for his 2nd series. No score early. Super Bowl 49 today. That was
formal wear.
Quite a scene at media day. Brady to work. Starts from the gun, from the 32. Pressure put on. Vereen with some help out in front. Takes it out to the 35-yard line. That's a short gain. Keep an eye, Chris, obviously on Cam Chancellor, who got banged up in practice the other day, hurt his knee, and wearing a brace.
Yeah, and he's not a speed player anyway. He's essentially, as Bill Belichick calls him, a linebacker. He's so close to the line of scrimmage. But he is the hammer on the back end, the guy that delivers those big hits. And you just have to wonder now, if he does get in man coverage situations, will he be the same?
Chancellor plays down low. Earl Thomas plays deep. Now you've got Devlin in at fullback. The fake to Blunt, and Brady flips it to the side for a 1st down. Julian Edelman taken out there by Byron Maxwell.
And this is exactly the kind of game that the New England Patriots and Tom Brady wants to play here. You have to get the ball out of your hands quickly whenever you play against Seattle. As a matter of fact, Seattle in practice this week, at 2.3 seconds, the coaches blew the whistle. They said you will not have any more time than that to get to Tom Brady.
.8:12 left in the opening quarter. Patriots line up Cameron Fleming, a tackle, as eligible. They did that 28 times in the AFC Championship game. And a nice little hole here exploited by Blunt, taking it across the 50 to the 49-yard line. And that'll make it 2nd down and 5 for the Pats.
Ryan Wendell, one of their best run blockers, are going to lead the way on the power play here. And this is what the Patriots are hoping to do. The buzzword for them this week was control. We have to control the game. They're hoping for 30, 35 runs in this game with LeGarrette Blount.
And Blount in again. Now you've got Devlin as the fullback. He scored a touchdown in the championship game. Blount says something to Devlin at the end as the snap from Brady to Blount. And he gets gang tackled as he reaches the 48-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and 3. Tony McDaniel right in the middle for the tackle. Josh McDaniels is the offensive coordinator. He had been in New England. Remember, went to Denver. That didn't work out. Went to St. Louis for a little while. Now back as the offensive coordinator. We thought he would be much in demand with the coaching vacancies, and he was. But he has chosen to stay in New England at least for another year. 3rd and 3. Brady, a quick toss. Inside slant. Can Gronkowski get the first down? He can. Chancellor is there to make the tackle. Needed 3, got 4. First down, New England.
Julian Edelman on the inside, just going to run out here. And there's a collision and a first down. Tom Brady never even got a chance to find the laces on that one. He didn't care. He found the big guy, number 87. One of the things we knew was going to happen is that they were going to challenge Nate Solder with that spin move inside. 2 years ago, 2012, they played Chris Clemens, had a lot of success against Nate Solder with that move.
Edelman in motion to the outside. Brady identifying the Mike or middle linebacker. Brady flips it again to the outside. Vereen. Shane Vereen to the 40. Boy, it's been a merry-go-rounded running back for the Patriots this year. They started with Stephen Ridley. He got hurt. Then Vereen. Then Jonas Gray came on and was spectacular for a while. Missed a meeting, and then they benched him and put in Blount.
There goes Vereen out. But watch after he catches this ball, how everybody comes down. 3 guys right there to make the tackle. One of the big points of emphasis in this game is no yards after the catch. If they can tackle like that all day, they'll be fine here.
Gronkowski sets up on the right side for leverage. And Blount fighting his way, trying to pick up those extra 2 yards to get the first. He's about a half yard shy as he takes it inside the 35-yard line. It'll be 3rd and 1.
That was the question in this game. Which of these big backs could control the game? Marshawn Lynch, LeGarrette Blount. The Patriots say we're a long drive team. We've got to be able to string these together like this, and so far in this one they are.
Oftentimes Brady likes to sneak, but normally it's when they get to the line earlier than this. 3rd and 1. Hands it to Blount. Swings to the outside. Turns the corner. Picks up the first down. LeGarrette Blount takes it to the 25-yard line. Earl Thomas with that dislocated shoulder. He told us he couldn't have played if this game had been last week. Makes the stop.
Bounce out all the way. They're going to come with the fullback Devlin here, who's going to get that outside edge. It looked like an inside run, but the whole way that was intended to go out on the edge. And there was Byron Maxwell, jumped inside and picked up a big first down.
Patriots 4 first downs in the game. Seattle none. They had a 3 and out. Simple play through the middle, not much there. Taking it to the 24-yard line through the middle is Blount. In postseason play, the Seattle defense, which is spectacular, but in the regular season, as you can see, 3rd in the league, but in the 2 postseason games, and those would be the games against Carolina and against Green Bay, and Eddie Lacy had a big first 3 quarters, 133 and a half. 2nd down and 8 from the 24. The fake to Blount. The pass to Amendola, and he has a first down. Danny Amendola makes his 2nd catch.
So far, they're completely neutralizing the rush of Seattle. Here we go, just right out in the flat. Looked like Brady gave a little look inside. Jeremy Lane bit on that. And so far, this drive could not be going any better for Josh McDaniels, the offensive coordinator. Exactly what he hoped for. Be able to pound it, quick passes.
Brady has missed only one pass, 8 of his first 9. The ball is at the 14. Tom again protected well, throws to the outside to the 10-yard line. That'll be about a 4-yard gain as Ho'omanawanui makes the catch. In the red zone, the New England Patriots, they've been inside the 20-yard line on 10 occasions, have scored 9 touchdowns. And you're talking about Brady, Chris. Look, most quarterbacks obviously will be better in a clean pocket, but Tom, the difference between him in a clean pocket and getting contacted is enormous.
Yeah, it's easy to have a clean pocket after about a second and a half.
Part of the game plan. 2nd and 6. And it's stuffed in the backfield. LeGarrette Blount, that's Michael Bennett, number 72, a guy who, in what is pretty much a standard type of defense, they let the guys just do their jobs. He's the one guy who moves around on the line.
Right there. Will play all 5 defensive line positions, and it's his quickness that is the biggest concern for Bill Belichick and the New England Patriots. He is a guy that they are going to try and double team and hit on a secondary shot from the center or somebody else, because his quickness creates real problems.
They've had the ball 7.5 minutes, half the quarter. 3rd and 6. Brady dancing, and it is picked at the 5-yard line. Jeremy Lane still on the run, tripped up. Pete Carroll right there to salute him. So the drive ends on a 3rd and 6 as Lane picks it off. And he's down. So they look at him, but he gets the ball back for these guys. And Russell Wilson back to work, intercepted at the goal line.
Hard to believe that Tom Brady just made that mistake. Under pressure, yes, but really just threw that one up.
New England's run 19 plays, Seattle's run 3. All of them runs by Lynch. This time it is Wilson looking downfield. Takes care of Ninkovich with a good fake. And there he goes, sliding to a stop at the 21-yard line. And that's where Russell Wilson can really kill you, not only with his arms, but with his legs. And back we go to the interception.
Well, here comes Bennett. Schofield's going to go down inside. Watch how long Bennett waits. Wait. Here he comes, and now attacks Tom Brady. And as soon as Brady sees him, he basically tried to just lean back a little bit and threw it right into the arms of Jeremy Lane. Huge mistake.
2nd down and 3. Wilson gets to throw a pass. Here's Lynch. And look at Lynch. So typical of Lynch. Turns his shoulders. They call him a split-legged runner. You see how he's built. Powerful. Knocks over people. Has had some of the greatest runs we've seen in the last 5 years. First down here.
Yeah, in the last 4 years, no one's has more rushing yards, 100-yard games, or rushing touchdowns than this guy. They call him beast mode, and you see why. These are large human beings, and they simply cannot get them on the ground. You see it game after game that we do.
Now Wilson with 5 receivers. Just a 3-man rush for New England, and a spy on Wilson. Has time, can't get any pressure on him. There he goes again, looking for the first time, but coming up to make the tackle is Darrelle Revis. And that is a very fast first quarter that has just come to an end. End of 1. In Super Bowl 49, New England nothing, Seattle off the pass. That's the 1 turnover. You know, we talked to Pete Carroll yesterday. Before we talk about that, let's go to Michelle for an injury update.
You mentioned Jeremy Lane. It was a costly interception, Al. He is doubtful with a left wrist injury. He has gone back for x-rays. You saw him carted back to the locker room, but that may be the only play he makes tonight, Al.
All right, thank you, Michelle. Hit by Julian Edelman at the end of the play. 2nd down and 12. Here's Lynch. You know, Chris, we talked to Pete Carroll yesterday. I said, Do you think this starts like the Hagler-Hearns fight where the guys come out and just try to kill each other at the outset? Or is this more like, you're parrying, you're trying to feel your way through? That's the way it started.
Yeah, these two great coaches, they want to see what the other one's going to do. And we've seen it in Super Bowls before. Somehow Bill Belichick has a way of playing it a little bit close to the vest. But that's a huge miss right there. When you're playing against a defense like that, you can't turn it over when points are sitting there for you.
3rd and 9 with 5 receivers out there. Wilson is under some pressure. But there he is escaping and surveying. Now he'll go back the other way. He gets a nice block. And the pass is incomplete. Downfield intended for Brian Walters, so nobody could get open. Pressure was put on. 4th and 9.
Well, here's the key. The Patriots are going all man-to-man coverage. Look, across the board. There's Revis right there on Doug Baldwin. That's going to be his match throughout the course of the day. The receivers are scrambling around trying to make a play. There just was absolutely nobody open anywhere. And for Russell Wilson, he really needs to find a little rhythm throwing the ball, but so far this coverage too much.
0 for 1 is Wilson. The other play was a sack. Revis got credit for a sack on the play that ended the first quarter. Now the kick here by John Ryan. Julian Edelman, short kick, fields at the 34. Does a little dancing to the outside. Tackled after a run back of 2 by Brock Coyle. Early second quarter in Arizona. No score. He starts the stride from the 35-yard line. Blunt is the back, an errant snap, but he collects it and then hits Amendola, who's now caught 3, and that's the first down before Earl Thomas runs him into the Patriot bench.
Well, we've seen Michael Bennett have an early impact on this game from several different places. Dan Conley unable to get his hands on him. Then in the run game, Ryan Wendell, who can't block him. And then the stunt, where he's going to come all the way around, and this pressure leads to the big interception.
That was a gain of 17 on the last play. Good play fake, good play action, but good coverage on the other side, incomplete. Harold Simon makes a nice play. Brandon LaFell, the intended receiver, and Simon is in for Lane, who is most likely done for the day. So there is your new nickel. And boy, that Legion of Boom right now. Lane, who's kind of a supporting actor, is out. You got the elbow for Sherman. You got Chancellor's knee, and you have Thomas's shoulder.
And Simon's got a brace there. I mean, it's that time of year, Al. You just have to strap it on and go play.
Vereen is the back in this set. There goes Edelman out of the slot. Brady, quick flip over the middle, caught. That's Brandon LaFell. Had a nice year, came over from Carolina. Played 4 years there, was an unrestricted free agent. Going to make it 3rd down and 3.
Here's the changeup right here. Now you see what's called a bull rush. So they set him up with a spin move inside Nate Solder. They've been outside, and that time they try to go right down the middle. So far, Nate Solder's holding up well.
Solder, the only first-round draft choice starting for the Patriot offense. 3rd and 3. Brady out of the pocket. And he connects here, and that'll be a first down. Vereen to the outside, and Bobby Wagner clapping his hands. Should have stopped him, couldn't. First down.
Well, here's what's happening, Al. They are just basically, you know, in basketball, you clear a zone, you let a Michael Jordan or somebody go one-on-one. It's the same sort of thing that's happening here. Shane Vereen, they're clearing out a zone, letting him get into a zone with one of those linebackers and just try and make some adjustments, get him the ball, and allow him to break a tackle and pick up a first down.
Surgical. Sherman on the outside lined up at the bottom against LaFell. Brady, good play fake, good time. Deepest pass of the day for him, and it's incomplete. Gronkowski with some contact at the end of the play, but there is no flag. It'll be 2nd down and 10.
Well, that's a good sign for Seahawk fans, because here's Cam Chancellor's first shot running down the field against Gronkowski. Almost came back underneath and made the play. But so many times we see this New England offense really get a jump start when Gronkowski starts to get into the game, and so far, not a factor.
You know, in all of Brady's Super Bowls, 3 wins, 2 losses, on passes that he's thrown more than 20 yards from the line of scrimmage. He's 1 for 22. So he's been great on the short stuff. Here he hands the ball off on second down. It goes to Shane Vereen to the 35-yard line. Gain of 1. It'll be third down.
Well, some of the quickness now starting to show up, and for Pete Carroll, has to be so proud of his defense. You think of what they did in that championship game against Green Bay, surviving all those turnovers. And here comes Bennett again inside, flying through there. Even when they're on the backside, you have to be ready for that quickness.
3rd and 9. This will be the 26th play run by New England. Seattle has run 8. Brady protected again, throws, caught on the run by Edelman. He'll take the ball to about the 10-yard line. Julian Edelman gets free over the middle. On a 3rd and 9 play, that's 23 yards.
So the injury showing up already here now. Jeremy Lane would be in that position. Now it's Daryl Simon and Julian Edelman too quick. So you wondered whether or not they would attack down the field against the Richard Shermans. Clearly they have not tried to do any of that. But these inside routes, the quickness of those two guys, Shane Vereen, Julian Edelman, now showing up.
So the second deep surge by New England. The first ended with the interception. And this is Blunt going nowhere. Gain of 1 to the 11-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and 9.
Well, we've got our first little tackle eligible play here. Of course, that was a big part of the conversation earlier. So you get Cameron Fleming in there. He would have been eligible, but that one's just sort of a bluff. Will they come back and have some sort of a play where he's eligible, receiver's ineligible? We've seen them all from Josh McDaniels.
Yes, we have. Fleming over 24 times, reporting as eligible against Indianapolis. 2nd and 9. Brady throws, caught, LaFell, touchdown. Brandon LaFell from Carolina to New England as a free agent makes the catch, and New England strikes first.
Going right after Daryl Simon. You knew it was going to happen. Hard slant inside, and then watch the tail end of this play. It is Earl Thomas that comes over, and Simon ends up holding his arm or shoulder after taking the brunt of that hit. They don't have many corners left to play, so they need all these guys to stay healthy.
Gostowski for the extra point. So Brady puts Simon, he's the Lombardi Trophy last year, and told us when he put it down, all he could think about was doing it again next year. Well, here is next year, and he's going to get sacked again for the 2nd time at the 18-yard line. Chandler Jones comes in to take him down to make it 2nd down and 12.
Don't know exactly what happens here, but Russell Okung's going to pull out, and Chandler Jones is going to end up on the guard, James Carpenter. And Marshawn Lynch, when he was coming out for the route, kind of knocked Carpenter off. So far here, Russell Wilson has got nothing going at all, sort of like the beginning of the championship game against Green Bay.
Yep.
0 for 4 in that one, 4 interceptions until 4 minutes to go in the game, a quarterback rating of 7.
Wilson hasn't completed a pass. Brady's completed 14. To the 21-yard line goes Lynch, tackled there by Jamie Collins, setting up a 3rd down and long, make it 3rd and 8.
It's one of the really interesting moves here. They're bringing Jamie Collins here to the middle of the field because they wanted to be able to go sideline to sideline with him. The feeling was that not only could he end up sniffing out the runs of Marshawn Lynch, but if Russell Wilson starts to get loose on the edge, he could run him down as well. A very significant player in this game, Jamie Collins.
8.5 left in the half. 3rd and 8. Wilson going deep down the sideline and broken up. Logan Ryan, the nickel, knocked it away from Jermaine Kearse, and it's another quick 3 and out for the Seahawks.
You're going to ask me what the storyline of this game has been so far. I will tell you the utter domination in man coverage of the Patriots coverage people all over the place. There's been nowhere to throw this football. I've been watching it on almost every play. There just is nothing there. They're spying. They're taking care of Russell Wilson in case he wants to run, and the coverage people down the field are winning.
Game is almost 22 minutes old, and Wilson has not completed a pass. John Ryan, good, deep, beautiful kick. Fielded at the 17 by Edelman, runs into his own man, and then runs out of room and is taken out of bounds at about the 27-yard line. 8:05 remaining in the half. Patriots the next year.
Well, defense can't win anything, though, if your offense isn't doing anything on their side. 140 to 22, the total yards.
Crazy.
Goodness gracious.
They've got Gronkowski outside. LaFella's on the slot to the left. Well, they start to pick on Simon again. Edelman now sets up on the left side. He's got three guys coming out of the left side. Looks that way and has it batted down at the line of scrimmage. It's Tony McDaniel, 6'7", 305 out of Tennessee. Batting, second and 10.
Yeah, and I think that's a good strategy because now Brady has got them so frustrated with these quick throws. You're not seeing the pass rushers of Seattle even making moves. They're basically having to just go push into the offensive lineman and then try to get their hands up because there's no way they're going to get there.
Three receivers are set on the left side again. Brady checking the middle, throws, cutting over the middle is Julian Edelman. They tackle him. It'll be 3rd down and 3. Bobby Wagner, the middle linebacker, who was so instrumental in the success of this team when he got healthy, makes the stop.
All right, here's Bobby Wagner right here. And what they're doing is they're running Shane Vereen out of the backfield. Then they're running the tight end or slot on that side up the seam. So all they're doing is clearing out an entire zone and leaving Edelman one-on-one with Bobby Wagner, and they're winning the game with that strategy.
3rd and 3. Vereen, motion to the inside. Brady escaping, turns the shoulders in. The pass was deflected and incomplete. So it's 4th down.
Looked like Tom Brady was looking down the field and his receiver got knocked down, so he basically just tried to hold on to it. He saw his receiver on the ground. Couldn't tell who that was. Maybe Edelman? Every receiver is on the ground. Gronkowski and Edelman kind of ran into each other, and Brady said, I better not throw this one.
So that's the first 3 and out. Ryan Allen to punt. Brian Walters set to run it back. And it bounces at the 29-yard line. And Arrington is there to have it whistled dead at the 30. Wilson back to work. Seattle looking for something on offense. Now, from the 30, they start this drive to the Seahawks with Lynch. And Lynch with some tough running, always tough running from Marshawn up to the 35-yard line, gain of 5. Matt Patricia is the defensive coordinator, has done a great job. And one of these guys who maybe next year will be in line to be interviewed for a head coaching spot.
So many of these runs of Marshawn Lynch, when they start left, they go back right. And the Patriots are kind of crashing in from that side and trying to take away that cutback lane, and it's been working pretty well so far.
Let's see what happens here. This time straight ahead, but just backs his way for an extra yard, a yard and a half to set up a 3rd down and short.
Dante Hightower right here, the big guy in the middle, just going to try and come in there, and they're just trying to occupy every single lane that there is. Just don't allow that big guy to get started, because when he starts with those jump cuts, Hightower, Jamie Collins, none of them are going to get him.
3rd down, a yard and a half. And a whistle here. We've had a penalty-free game. We had one penalty and it was declined. Bill Vinovich will finally take the mic.
False start. Offense number 82. 5-yard penalty. Still 2nd down.
So a 3rd and 1 becomes a 3rd and 6. That's Luke Wilson, 82, the tight end. And that's the 2nd longest into a game without a completion. New England in Super Bowl 20 going all the way back. It's against the 85 Bears. They got their first completion with 5 minutes to go in the half. We have 5:44 here, but a 3rd down and 6 now. From the 34-yard line to the outside. Caught. Can he get the first down? Well, we'll see where they spot it. They're going to give him a pretty good spot here as Browner is able to tackle Curse. And they're going to spot it right at the 40, and that will be a first down.
And desperately needed here at the top of the screen, going against Brandon Browner, of course, a former member of the Legion of Boom. Does he get that thing turned over? I think he does. Pretty good spot there. And that was a big one. You get the penalty, you get knocked back from a 3rd and 1, and finally Russell Wilson steps up and makes a play.
So Curse catches Wilson's first completion. And now Lynch to the 45. You know, you look at these Seattle receivers, Chris, it's a funny group. I mean, they don't get a lot of headlines. None of them were drafted, none. Remember last year they had Golden Tate, he went to Detroit. They had Percy Harvin. They thought he would be a star this year for them. And then he ran his way out of Seattle and they traded him to the New York Jets. Paul Richardson, a rookie, got hurt. So all 5 of the guys who are receivers are free agents.
Yeah, and they get upset when anybody says negative things about them. But here's their moment. This is when they're going to have to win the game, and Luke Wilson needs to help as well.
The fake. Wilson, who's got a great arm, downfield, turning and making the catch. Twisting and turning is Chris Matthews. Another of those free agents, a guy who has played very little offense this year, but the guy who recovered that onside kick that was so huge in the NFC Championship game.
And he's a big guy. I remember watching in practice the other day how great Russell Wilson was at throwing the deep ball. Finally, now he gets one completion, they take a shot, and now this substitution is happening, and the referees are holding up play so they can't get that quick snap.
They race to the line. Here's Lynch. And Lynch takes the ball to the 7 as the crowd chants beast, at least the Seattle portion. Another catch, a look at the catch by Chris Matthews, who did not catch a pass this season.
Look at that. How about that one? Arrington all over him in perfect coverage. But the one thing I love watching with Russell Wilson, not only does he throw the deep ball well, but he throws them high. He has enough strength in his arm to get it up high so a big, tall receiver like Matthews can go up and get it.
Tuipulotu is now in the game at fullback to provide leverage for Lynch. Here goes Lynch to the left side. He gets it down to the 2-yard line. Chandler Jones makes the tackle. It'll be 3rd down and a long yard.
Well, I tell you what, Chandler Jones just took the helmet right off of James Carpenter on that one. There is some fights going on inside in this football game. This is just man on man. Here we go right here. I mean, this is up and down the line. You can almost pick out any battle you want to see. Hightower, Jamie Collins, Chandler Jones. It's like that all the way up and down this line.
3rd and 2 from the 3. Wilson to Lynch. Touchdown. Marshawn Lynch, who led the league in touchdowns this season, with 17. 13 on the ground. It's all set up by the pass to Matthews, and we're an extra point away from a tie game.
And once you get Vince Wilfork contained, they get the double team on him, and then we've seen it so many times. Marshawn Lynch, you give him a little space, they hit the big pass, and now the running game finally opens up, and Seattle, after doing nothing, answers in a big way.
Yeah, got a little brawl, helmets flying off on just about every play.
Hey, we got a Super Bowl going now.
Yep.
You know, and just like Green Bay, you wonder, does it come back to haunt them in some way, not being able to convert early in this game?
You know, Dante Hightower got hurt, and he's being assisted off the field. There's the linebacker right there. Back to the bench he goes. 2:16 left in a very, very fast first half. A lot of that has to do with the fact we've had only one accepted penalty and one declined penalty.
Well, if you're a Patriots fan, Dante Hightower could not be more significant in this football game because of Marshawn Lynch.
Hightower battling a shoulder injury for much of the season. That was a 70-yard, 8-play drive 6 rushes, 2 passes. Extra point by Hauschka is good. And the Hawks finally getting it rolling with Matthews making that catch to set it up. Lynch in for the end zone. 7-7.
There you go.
Foley, Alabama.
There you go.
Down by the Gulf. So much made about the footballs and where they'd be and under lock and key, and they've been well taken care of. There they are. All of them 12.5 to 13.5 pounds. You know, Chris, I was thinking, well, you knew Neil Armstrong. Not since Armstrong stepped on the moon have more astrophysicists been interviewed on television than this week. I think we know all we ever need to know about pounds per square inch.
I tell you, that was an interesting day with the Patriots this week, though, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I could not have been more direct with my questioning of Bill Belichick, Tom Brady, Robert Kraft. They all absolutely denied any knowledge, any involvement, any possibility, anything they said could have led to intentionally deflating those balls.
And you saw Robert and Jonathan Kraft. Investigation is ongoing. But Bob Kraft put all of his chips on the table when he said he wanted an apology from the league when they found out there was nothing there. Meanwhile, Amendola, before he steps out of bounds, picks up the first down at the 31-yard line. So it all started, you all know it. I mean, unless you were, I don't know, someplace, some other planet, but the deflated footballs, which they discovered at halftime in the Indianapolis game, and all of the wackiness and craziness that led up to tonight. But meanwhile, it's a pretty good game to this point. 2-minute warning. 7-7 in Super Bowl 49. Into the end zone, and thus at the 2-minute warning, we are knotted at 7.
Well, this is when the Patriots are at their best. They led the NFL with 66 points in the final 2 minutes of the first half. See what they can do here.
And they have all of their timeouts. Starting the drive from the 31-yard line. Begin on the ground. Blunt, avoiding tacklers, fighting his way for a first down. Gets to the 41-yard line. Let's see where they're going to mark it, though. Now they're going to mark it a little bit short, inches short. Second and inches.
Yeah, they've been starting a lot of these drives with Cameron Fleming in at tight end. That time they ran right behind him. Great drive start.
Second and inches. Brady flips it quickly. That converts. Vereen gets taken down. Bobby Wagner, the linebacker, covering him on the outside. First down.
Yeah, and that's what they've been doing. They've been taking Vereen right out of the backfield and then working him wide and creating some space inside, so that time they finally throw it to him.
Ticking down to a minute. Brady, good protection, deep on the outside and over the head, and incomplete of Danny Amendola. Byron Maxwell covering. 2nd and 10 for the Patriots. Patriots, the 66 points in the final 2 minutes of the first half.
And now you want to know why Gronkowski hasn't been much of a factor. We're starting to see some of these lurk coverages where Cam Chancellor now is walking down into the middle of the field with really no responsibility, number 31. And so if Gronkowski comes on one of those crossing routes, he's right there to pick it up.
Yep. The defense crowding the line. Sherman's going to go to the outside, mirroring Edelman, who gets it, and then he's just tripped up after a short gain. You had Edelman going across the formation and Sherman following him.
The old jet sweep, right? You just turn around and it's right there, and then Bruce Irvin, as athletic as he is, he just can't react to it that quickly. Nice to have somebody like a Julian Edelman on your team that can do so many things. Of course, one of the big plays of this playoff run was his touchdown pass on that double pass to Danny Amendola.
In the game against Baltimore, where they erased 2 14-point deficits. 3rd and 3. Oh, and jumping across, and they whistle at Debbie's. He could have gone unabated to the quarterback, was Cliff Averill. So he's offside, and that is a free first down.
Neutral zone infraction. Defense number 56. 5-yard penalty.
Still third down.
It just doesn't get worse than that. When you're in a 3rd and less than 5, everybody on that defensive line should be yelling, don't jump, don't jump, don't jump. And then it's the veteran Cliff Averill, who was so big, I thought, in the game against Peyton Manning last year, but really has been a non-factor so far here.
Seahawks were the most penalized team in the league this season, and their opponents drew fewer penalties. It was like a 2-to-1 ratio for the Seahawks this year, their penalties against the opposition. Costly one there, the ball at the 44, first down. Brady. Low throw, but caught off the shoe tops of Shane Vereen, who gets the ball to the 26-yard line. New England with all of its timeouts, and they will elect to use their first right here.
Here we go, out of the backfield. Again, clear the space, clear the zone, one-on-one route, just let them go to work. They're dropping down Earl Thomas that time in the middle of the field, but he just couldn't quite get there. You're going to win that battle against a linebacker like Bobby Wagner, but Earl Thomas kind of got picked off and might have been able to get there.
All right, coming up on the Toyota halftime report, the guys will break down the first half, tell you what each team needs to do in the second half. Two coaches who certainly know how to make adjustments. Coming up on the Toyota halftime, Bill Belichick. He's won more postseason games than any coach in history, 21. 20 of those with the Patriots. You forget he won one of those with the Cleveland Browns. Coached there for 5 years and went to New England in 2000. You got Gronkowski matched up with Sherman at the bottom of the screen. And the pass is flipped to the outside for a short gain. Vereen gets shoved out of bounds. And it will be second down.
You know, one of the problems is if they keep going to these quick plays, you have the option, if you're Seattle, to maybe bring in some extra corners. But because of the injury to Jeremy Lane, really it's Harold Simon. They're all out there on the field already. So options limited. So right now the Patriots saying we're going to stay with this spread out look and all these receivers because we like the defensive backs on the field right now that they have.
Meanwhile, you have Sherman. You can see him. He's in the slot. And Brady's going to throw deep down the right side for Gronkowski and a touchdown. And the earthquake spike. So you've got the linebacker covering him. And Gronkowski is able to haul it in. K.J. Wright couldn't hang with him. 22 yards for the score.
Al, it's amazing is that the Patriots knew coming into this game that if K.J. Wright walked out, he was going to be about 8 yards off and way inside, and that signaled man coverage. It always signals man coverage when they're in there. There was no doubt at the snap of the ball where that one was going. Gronkowski against K.J. Wright, a mismatch. Chancellor, maybe. That one won't work.
A minute and 45. They went 80 yards in 8 plays. Gostowski for the extra point. We have 31 seconds. Seattle has all of its timeouts. Gronkowski, who had a bad ankle the last time when they were in the Super Bowl against the Giants. Touchdown here, 14-7. Patriots.
Team.
Great point. Lose a guy like that. Try to work around it. And now this will be out of the back of the end zone. So with 31 seconds, they have all of their timeouts. Not that they'll be able to get them in with 31 seconds, but let's see if Wilson can get them into field goal range.
Nate Solder right there. Handled the spin move pretty much. And then on the other side, Sebastian Vollmer going against Michael Bennett. But the ball's out of there so quickly. He knew pre-snap. All he was going to do is look off the safety. It was so easy to read the coverage. And the one thing about the Seahawks is they don't change. They've never changed. You know which coverage they're in, and I don't think they care.
Robert Turbin now in the game. Wilson is going to give it to Turbin. And Turbin's going to get free and take it out to the 39. It's a 19-yard gain. Seattle will take a timeout here. Meanwhile, back to the last drive, because how big was the jumping offside of Cliff Averill. It was a 3rd down and 3 at that point.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know. I mean, is it possible that they would have picked it up anyway? Possibly, but one thing you do not want to do is make anything too easy on Tom Brady.
So Tom Brady, 20 of 27 after the wackiest 2 weeks of his career. 37. You all know the story. Drafted in the 6th round. He was the 199th pick. Got a chance to start in 2001 when Drew Bledsoe got hurt in a game against the Jets. That was Belichick's 2nd year. And the rest is history. He's written most of it. 24 seconds. From the 39 now. Wilson getting away. And Wilson is out of bounds at the 45-yard line. So now you have 17 seconds. Hauschka is their field goal kicker. Good range, but Hauschka did miss 3 field goals in this stadium against Arizona in December.
Jamie Collins, one of the most athletic defenders the Patriots have, could not get a hand on Russell Wilson. And the sad part about it is all the Patriots have been talking about this week in the final 2 minutes of the half of the game or in big moments. Believe me, Russell Wilson's going to pull the ball down and run with it, and they still let him get out.
17 seconds. They need about 10 yards or so and either a timeout or out of bounds. Wilson rolling away, and then he has to throw it away. So now you get down to the math. You got 11 seconds. You can still use all of the field because you have the timeouts. Hauschka's had a good year, but Hauschka, as I said, we did a Sunday night game in here in December, and he missed 3 field goals.
And he only missed 6 all year. And you just wonder, golf, right? There's a few holes, you stand there on the tee and you go, I'm not feeling too good about this one. Wonder if it happens to field goal kickers too.
Happened right here to Tiger Woods on Thursday and Friday,
Sure
didn't it?
did.
2nd and 10 now. Wilson throwing, and that'll be caught, and that'll set him up for a field goal, but a flag here. Colonel Lockett makes the catch, but it's the first time we've had a flag in the secondary. And if it's holding against the defense, they'll decline that, put him into field goal range. 6 seconds. You had
Personal
Kyle
foul.
Arrington.
Face mask. Defense number 25. That penalty will be added on to the end of the run. After this is the goal. Automatic first down.
So that's at the end of the run. It gets tacked on. So if you're the Seahawks, do you dare? I mean, you have 6 seconds. I don't think you can afford it. What do you think, Parker? To go for it.
I think you want to make sure you get these 3 points out of here. But it's interesting, Al, that we've talked about these receivers. It has been basically the backups, Ricardo Lockett and Chris Matthews, who have made the plays here in the first half.
So the field goal unit came out. Now the offense comes out. Now they call a timeout. So, I mean, if you think about it, to run a play in 6 seconds.
Charge timeout.
And then you run the risk of nothing left on the clock, and you are going to get the ball. Seattle will to start the second half.
Well, and I'll tell you this as well. The Patriots aren't a bunch of dummies. So you're over there with 6 seconds. They know, what do you got to do? You either got to throw a slant, you got to throw something where you catch it and throw it. So now do you want to take a chance against Bill Belichick and Matt Patricia's defense of sort of tipping your hand as to what you're going to do in this situation? We're going to try it.
Yep. Very risky. Very fascinating.
Obviously, you can't take a sack, can't scramble around. It's got to be a catch and throw, and I'm going to guess Russell Wilson's been told unless it is perfect, throw it away.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the NBA, catch and shoot time.
Yeah.
Get it and get rid of it. So Pete Carroll going against the grain, all things considered. 6 seconds, that's the key here. Wilson lining up in the shotgun, and now New England's going to take a timeout.
Second charge timeout. New England.
So they took a look at that set.
Timeout.
And now Wilson will come over and discuss things with the guys on the sideline. Little recap of the game. Jeremy Lane with that big interception to stymie the drive, but then he got hurt. Chris Matthews, who didn't catch a pass all season, a 44-yard reception, setting up a Lynch score. Then Gronkowski beats KJ Wright, balls it in from Brady, and we get to 14-7 in that manner.
You know, if you are going to take a shot here, you would think maybe Chris Matthews. Here's a guy that's 6'5", 218 pounds, red zone threat. Throw it up, give him a chance going against one of these smaller corners.
We'll see. You got Lockett and Curse going to the right.
There's Matthews at the bottom.
Yep, Matthews outside. Baldwin in the slot. He's got to get rid of it in a hurry. And he does, and it's caught! Touchdown! Chris Matthews! How crazy. Another one of the Seattle free agents. You don't even hear about him until he recovers the onside kick against Green Bay. Tonight, a 44-yard reception, and here a touchdown reception. What a gutsy call.
Yeah, and you go, okay, Chris Matthews is the fourth receiver, and Logan Ryan's your fourth corner, but the size differential alone at that moment said maybe Chris Matthews should be the number one guy that we cover here. What a great call there by Pete Carroll.
Extra point is good. So instead of it being 14-10 or 14-7, each team with a touchdown in the final 2:14, and we're knotted at 14.
All Russell Wilson had time to do was catch it and throw it. I'm not so sure that if he had tried to throw a fade into the back of the end zone that the clock wouldn't have expired. Instead, what they do, they throw a bullet. Back shoulder play as Logan Ryan backed into the end zone, and Tom Brady, the wry smile. Well, it is what we thought it might be. One of these kind of games. Two great coaches, gutsy calls. Wow.
You know, both of these teams, they have their superstars, but they just add these guys. They come out of nowhere. You don't hear very much about them. New England's done this for years, and Seattle with Pete Carroll and their great GM John Schneider. You know, people say, well, how can you draft Russell Wilson in the third round? We know how that turned out. Picks up guys like Chris Matthews. What a difference it makes.
Yeah, and they have specific roles, right? Chris Matthews, one of those guys, a big receiver. I bet you he'd be good down in the red zone. Let's see if he can make a play. Look what happened.
And a bouncing ball will be fielded at the 31-yard line. And that's Devlin, who takes a knee. And that will take us to halftime with a lot coming up at the half. Seattle's going to get the second half kickoff. What a drive there. 80 yards, 5 plays. They ran it twice, threw it 3 times. It took 29 seconds for the Seahawks. Another look at the touchdown here.
Just a bullet throw, back shoulder, knew exactly what he wanted to do with it. Get it up high to the 6'5". Chris Matthews, no chance for Logan Ryan.
Well, the Pepsi Super Bowl 49 halftime show featuring Katy Perry coming up when we come back to Super Bowl 49 in Glendale, Arizona. Hurt. Chris Matthews, who didn't catch a pass all season, a 44-yard reception, setting up a Lynch score. Then Gronkowski beats KJ Wright, pulls it in from Brady, and we get to 14-7 in that manner.
You know, if you are going to take a shot here, you would think maybe Chris Matthews. Here's a guy that's 6'5", 218 pounds, red zone threat. Throw it up, give him a chance going against one of these smaller corners.
We'll see. You got Lockett and Curse going to the right.
There's Matthews at the bottom.
Yep, Matthews outside. Baldwin in the slot. He's got to get rid of it in a hurry. And he does, and it's caught! Touchdown! Chris Matthews! How crazy. Another one of the Seattle free agents. You don't even hear about him until he recovers the onside kick against Green Bay. Tonight, a 44-yard reception, and here a touchdown reception. What a gutsy call.
Yeah, and you go, okay, Chris Matthews is the fourth receiver, and Logan Ryan's your fourth corner, but the size differential alone at that moment said maybe Chris Matthews should be the number one guy that we cover here. What a great call there by Pete Carroll.
Extra point is good. So instead of it being 14-10 or 14-7, each team with a touchdown in the final 2:14, and we're knotted at 14.
All Russell Wilson had time to do was catch it and throw it. I'm not so sure that if he had tried to throw a fade into the back of the end zone that the clock wouldn't have expired. Instead, what they do, they throw a bullet. Back shoulder play as Logan Ryan backed into the end zone, and Tom Brady, the wry smile. Well, it is what we thought it might be. One of these kind of games. Two great coaches, gutsy calls.
Wow. You know, both of these teams, they have their superstars, but they just add these guys. They come out of nowhere. You don't hear very much about them. New England's done this for years, and Seattle with Pete Carroll and their great GM John Schneider. You know, people say, well, how can you draft Russell Wilson in the third round? We know how that turned out. Picks up guys like Chris Matthews. What a difference it makes.
Yeah, and they have specific roles, right? Chris Matthews, one of those guys, a big receiver. I bet you he'd be good down in the red zone. Let's see if he can make a play. Look what happened.
And a bouncing ball will be fielded at the 31-yard line. And that's Devlin who takes a knee. And that will take us to halftime with a lot coming up at the half. Seattle's going to get the second half kickoff. What a drive there. 80 yards, 5 plays. They ran it twice, threw it 3 times. It took 29 seconds for the Seahawks. Another look at the touchdown here.
Just a bullet throw, back shoulder, knew exactly what he wanted to do with it. Get it up high to the 6'5". Chris Matthews, no chance for Logan Ryan.
Well, the Pepsi Super Bowl 49 halftime show featuring Katy Perry.
Have highlights here, and here's Jeremy Lane picking off Tom Brady. Michael Bennett was putting some pressure on him, but Lane got hurt on the play, and his replacement is Thorold Simon.
And they went right after him, Dan.
And this is what Tom Brady does. He sees that one guy gets injured, he's going to attack the replacement guy.
Julian Edelman there, and then it's Brandon LaFell on Thorold Simon, the 11-yard touchdown, the first score of the game. As for Seattle's offense, struggled. They shut down just about every option there. And then you got Russell Wilson to Chris Matthews, his first career reception.
Once again, attacking Kyle Arrington, the cornerback.
And then it's Marshawn Lynch. He's in. He had 45 yards in the first half. So you got 2 minutes to go. And Brady, plenty of time, and he takes advantage of it.
Yes, and that was the matchup John Harbaugh was talking about. KJ Wright on Gronkowski. They found him.
But then with 31 seconds to go, Seattle doesn't sit on it. It's Russell Wilson to, of course, Chris Matthews. Matthews
first half, though.
Gostowski's kickoff goes through the end zone. Seattle will take over the 20, and we go to Michelle.
Well, I just spoke with Pete Carroll, who said after the injury to Jeremy Lane, they will not make adjustments in that secondary. He's happy with the players they've got. He just said, we got to go beat the hell out of some other players and do what we came here to do. As for Bill Belichick, he said this game is no mystery. It's a player's game. Whichever players play best in the second half will be champions, and that's the way it should be.
All right, thank you, Michelle. Great chess match Two guys who have only faced each other twice before. Believe it or not, these two guys faced each other in 1994. Belichick, the head coach at Cleveland. Pete Carroll in his 1 year with the New York Jets. And off we go in the second half. Starting with Lynch. They've done a good job bottling him up tonight. He goes to the 23-yard line, his 13th carry, but only for 48 yards. The buzz, Brady, his numbers, 11 career Super Bowl TD passes, including 2 in the first half. Russell Wilson, took him a long time to get started, didn't have a completion until there were about 5.5 minutes left in the half. Through that TD pass at the end. Chris Matthews didn't make a single catch this year or in his career. 4th player to make his first catch ever in the Super Bowl. 3rd Super Bowl game of the 49, tied at the half. Lynch in the backfield. Give it to him. Marshawn Lynch off and running. His biggest carry of the night, his biggest gain out to the 38-yard line for a first down. Carroll happy about that.
Got to be careful. You're trying to step up here and come around here, and you just create a lane. If you get the first linebacker blocked, which J.R. Sweezy does, now you get that big guy in the secondary, and look out. The Patriots knew that to start the second half, the Seahawks are a team that want to come out and pound the football, and so far that's exactly what's happening.
As they did against Green Bay. Now they run play action. Wilson going deep, and it's caught again. Chris Matthews. Can you believe what's going on? This is a guy working at a Foot Locker store. When the Seahawks called him and said, come on and try out, he had to tell his boss, let me get out of work early. I have to fly up to Seattle.
Well, I'll say one thing for Chris Matthews. He knows how to subtly work it. A little nudge in the back right there against Kyle Arrington, but enough for him. Just a little. Got Arrington going forward, and his size is the difference. Look at the height that Russell Wilson puts on that ball. Perfect. We saw him make so many throws like that in practice.
From the 17, now it's Lynch. Typical Lynch right here. Moving the pile forward. Taking it to the 10-yard line.
Now this is what I love about Seattle's offensive line. They love Marshawn Lynch, and at the end of plays so many times, you'll see the offensive lineman come down the field and sort of get on his back and start to push him, almost like a rugby scrum of some kind, and just push him right down the field. But if that guy gets going, everything starts to work. The read option, the bootleg game, all that starts to work for this offense.
Lynch out, Turbin in. Baldwin in motion. Fake it to him, give it to Turbin. And he'll get wrestled down a yard short of the first down. Spot the ball at the 8-yard line. Third and 1.
I'll tell you, he's having a really nice game so far is J.R. Sweezy. We have seen him right on some big blocks. He's had to take on Vince Wilfork most of the night. A very solid run blocker all season long. And this former defensive lineman's coming out here a little angry to start the second half.
You got a stack at the bottom of the screen, including Matthews there. You get Lynch back in the game. It's 3rd down and 1. And Lynch is going to get stopped, and that is Rob Ninkovich. He couldn't get by Ninkovich there, and that's going to set up 4th down, and here comes the field goal group.
Right off the edge, nobody blocked him. Come right down the line here, and that's just a veteran player understanding the situation. Going to give the ball to Marshawn Lynch, and he just beats him to the punch.
And that sets up a 27-yard field goal attempt for Stephen Hauschka. 2 for 2 at the Meadowlands last year. And that gives the Seattle Seahawks their first lead. Hauschka's kick results in a touchback. So Brady, who's 20 and 27 for 177 and 2 TDs, back to work after the Matthews touchdown catch tied it. This one set up the field goal. Previous 5 have been determined by 4 points or fewer. Right now we have a 3-point game. Early 3rd quarter. Brady quickly to the outside. He's taken down as Edelman after a gain of a couple. Cam Chancellor right there. 2nd down and 8.
Here we go, Cam Chancellor right over here, who has been sort of the underneath coverage guy, and they're trying to just isolate those big guys. Edelman has been the quickness. Shane Vereen has been the quickness. And so far, everything's going fine, and yet they look at the scoreboard, and it's 17-14 Seattle.
That's Gronkowski. Sets up on the left side, providing leverage here. Blunt can barely get out of the backfield. McDaniel is there to stop him. It'll be 3rd down and 6 for New England.
Yeah, and now comes the situation. It's big if you can get them back 3rd and 6 and keep them out of those 3rd and 2s and 3s, because now your pass rush has a chance. But so far, it has been Tom Brady's ability to get rid of the football before that pass rush can get there that has allowed them to move the ball up and down the field.
3 receivers set to the right side, and 1 LaFell up on the left side on 3rd and 6. Showing blitz. Here they come. Brady gets knocked down but gets the pass away, and Gronkowski has the 1st down. So Brady gets taken to the grass but gets it away and converts.
It's unbelievable. Michael Bennett could not have gotten to Tom Brady any faster than this. Right around, right in on him, and he still doesn't get the pressure that he needs. Gronkowski on the outside, we've seen it already. If they're going to play man coverage, Seattle is going to lose those battles. Cam Chancellor, KJ Wright, this guy is just too good. Unanimous All-Pro.
Another set here with the guy lined up on the end at the right. Cameron Fleming is eligible. They run in that direction with the unbalanced line, and Blunt picks up a yard. Chancellor coming up to stuff him. 2nd down.
Now, don't you get the feeling that the Patriots have to be a little disappointed? I think they thought they were going to have a better day running the football. They've been bringing that extra offensive lineman / tight end in, and Cameron Fleming, and they just haven't been able to establish it. So it's all Tom Brady.
Definitely. They've had that one drive stymied on the interception, and then to get beat by a guy named Chris Matthews who's not caught a pass, and then to give up the 5-play 29-yard or 29-second drive at the end of the 1st half. Brandon Bolden is now the running back. Haven't seen him. Fake to him, and then the pass is incomplete. Brady tossing it over the middle. Pressure put on by Bennett. Was anybody in the area?
He was definitely under pressure again from Michael Bennett. Here we go, right down inside, and he's going to get there again.
Could this be grounding? Look at this here. Okay, pressure. Who's he throwing it to?
Well, that's a good question.
Hello. 3rd down and 9. Play clock at 1. Brady over the middle, and it's picked off at the 42-yard line by Bobby Wagner. 2nd interception. Bobby Wagner over the middle. There's a flag on the play. The flag is up to the 41-yard line. Averill is down. Lane had the early interception, and he got hurt and is out for the game. You've got Averill down. You got a penalty flag downfield, and Vinovich will let us know. In the meantime, Brady's already walking off the field.
Here we go. Watch Wagner as this comes across. He goes that way and comes back. Brady thought that he had cleared Wagner when Gronkowski settled down. Wagner athletic enough to jump back underneath it for the huge play.
And the penalty is after the play.
During the return, illegal block in the back, intercepting team number 25. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. Seattle keeps the ball. 1st down.
After the pick, the penalty is on Richard Sherman for the illegal block in the back.
We're going.
And so that moves the ball back to the midfield stripe, right on the 50-yard line with 8:07 left in the 3rd. And there's Sherman and Wagner.
You know what, Al? Sometimes, even though you don't get the sacks, if you get the hits, it accelerates the process in the quarterback's mind. And I think that they hurried the clock of Tom Brady on that throw. at Bobby Wagner. What a difference, though, when he came back in the lineup, right? Under 10 points a game.
Missed 5 games turf toe. Picked in that same draft just ahead of Russell Wilson in 2012. Now Wilson slings one to the left side. Matthews again. This is just amazing. 41-yard line. He played in the CFL for 2 years. Was the Rookie of the Year in the Canadian Football League back in 2012.
Now, Brandon Browner is one of the biggest, baddest corners I've ever seen in my life. And Matthews at times just threw him off. I mean, these are 2 huge men going at it on the outside. I think they make the switch because Browner has more size. He can jump up and handle those jump balls, but now can he handle his quickness?
2nd and 1 from the 41. And Lynch to move the sticks. You know, you were talking about Chris Matthews. Darrell Bevel, the offensive coordinator, nicknamed him Hardball for Chris Matthews of MSNBC, who's here at the game today. And Chris Matthews, the Seahawks Chris Matthews says, I can't believe it. Every time I Wikipedia myself, it keeps coming up the other guy. Tomorrow, he may supplant MSNBC's Chris Matthews in the #1 spot.
Just jump right over. He may be there right now. I would say he's trending. You and I are so hip, but I would say he's trending right now.
No question. From the 38-yard line, off the pistol formation. Wilson has time. Look how elusive he is. There's a flag down, however. There it is. You saw it at the 31-yard line. And Wilson will slide to a stop at the 21, and we'll get the call from Vinovich.
You cannot get a hand on Russell Wilson.
Holding. Defense number 39. 5-yard penalty from the end of the run. Automatic first down.
Well, that's Brandon Browner, and that's nothing new because he draws a ton of penalties.
Now, this is hilarious. Chandler Jones, look at this. Dead to rights, right? Can't even get a finger on Russell Wilson. Wilson saw it coming the whole time. He just very casually looked like he was looking downfield, but it saw him out of the corner of his eye. Then that little move of his and takes off. This guy is something special.
Browner 39. There's the penalty, holding on to Curse and shoving him. Setting up a first down at the 18-yard line. Lynch still going to the 4. He's just a runaway truck. Tackled by Ninkovich.
Watch the move in the middle of the hole. Right in the middle of this run, I think that's Jamie Collins that came down there. He is, Al, you described him earlier as a split-footed runner. He runs with his feet so far apart, it allows him to make these lateral cuts, and people, really good tacklers, can't get their arms wrapped around him.
Tukuafu's the fullback. From the 4, give it to Marshawn. To the 3-yard line, he goes gain of 1, 2nd and goal. The Hawks' last 4 drives have been touchdown, field goal, touchdown, and in progress right here.
Now here's where you really, for Tom Brady, you kind of got to just keep it together, right? Okay, you made a big mistake to start the first half. You make a big mistake here in the second half, but these two teams have played from behind during the entirety of these playoffs. No big deal.
2nd and goal. Play fake. Little lob. Wide open. Touchdown. Doug Baldwin. After the Wagner interception, 6 plays, 50 yards. Flag went down. There'll be a celebration penalty, which will be assessed on the kickoff.
Play action, you get it, the run game going, but let's give credit to Doug Baldwin. A veteran player.
Unsportsmanlike conduct. Offense number 89. 15-yard penalty on the kickoff. Touchdown is good.
veteran receiver knows how to use the umpire in the middle of the field to pick off the man coverage. He did it perfectly. Brilliant play by Doug Baldwin.
Doug Baldwin, his first catch, played at Stanford. There's a guy who hit the mother load. How about catching passes from Andrew Luck in college and Russell Wilson as a pro? Hauska for the extra point. Cash in. Touchdown after the turnover. 4:54 left in the third. The Seattle Seahawks trying to go back-to-back in the Super Bowl. Up by 10.
I got fired. I don't think they realized what they were losing. May prove prophetic here if this score holds.
3 years there, then on to SC. And 5 years now there. And Brady throws, and that pass is caught. Edelman. Flag is down. Could be a hold at the 48-yard line. Vinovich will make the call right now.
Offense number 66.
Coming back.
10-yard penalty. First down.
Brian Stork, that's the center.
Right here. You can't block this guy. And Michael Bennett has simply taken over the football game. Got Brian Stork, a rookie in there. Voted the Remington Award best center in college football. Nobody's been able to block Michael Bennett all night.
You're talking to Pete Carroll the other day, fired by the Jets, fired by the Patriots. And sometimes, you know, it's a little dicey bringing it up. And he said, my therapist tells me to talk about it. 1st and 20 from the 25-yard line. Brady going deep down the left sideline and throws that one on the chalk. Intended for LaFell. We go to Michelle.
Well, Seattle's starting defensive end Cliff Averill took a heavy hit. He has gone to the locker room for a concussion evaluation. Questionable with a head injury. He was escorted off the field and to the locker room by the team internist as well as the league's unaffiliated neurotrauma consultant. So on his way to that concussion protocol, Al.
All right, thank you, Michelle. That means O'Brien Schofield, who wears number 93, comes in to take over that spot there. He is fifth-year guy out of Wisconsin. Played here with the Cardinals a couple of years ago. 2nd down and 20. And Brady will dump it off underneath. Edelman looking for room. He picks up about 6 extra yards after he was initially stopped. Gets the ball out to the 36-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and 9 for the Packs.
Well, here we go. Down the field, Brandon LaFell. Richard Sherman. Obviously LaFell not even really looking for a pass. That's one of those underplays where he knows all along his job is to block.
Key 3rd and 9. Amendola comes this way and that way. And Brady will fire, and it is Amendola can't make the catch. Amendola with Wagner right there. And 4th and 9, and in comes the punting group.
Amendola right here, and then I think he gets a glance at Bobby Wagner coming right for his chin strap. But that's a miss by Brady. Just had a chance there. Looked like it hit him pretty good, but maybe a little flinch.
We have Wagner already with 11 tackles and an interception, and the punt cannot be saved before going into the end zone. Back comes Wilson, taking over at the 20 with a 10-point lead in Super Bowl 49.
Defensive lineman up front, put Jamie Collins in the middle of the defense and let him run sideline to sideline and make plays. He's made some pretty nice plays inside, tracking down Marshawn Lynch. But it was the play right before the half that really made the difference. He did not get the proper leverage on Russell Wilson. Wilson's quickness has been a factor all night, and that one right there set up that touchdown right before the half. Big, big, big mistake.
Lynch has carried for 88 yards. Wilson only 3 carries, but for 39. Look at the time he has. And then caught up at the 45-yard line. Ricardo Lockett making the grab. That's a gain of 25 yards.
Ricardo Lockett kind of makes me laugh. So they go the bootleg play out of here. And watch Russell Wilson. They say he doesn't read defenses by foot. He must have looked at 4 different receivers on that play until he finally comes all the way across, back to the backside. Russell Wilson is getting very comfortable. 3 touchdowns and a field goal the last 4 drives.
After no yards, no completions in the first quarter and most of the second period. Lynch, 2 tough yards, 2.5 minutes remaining in the third.
You know, you watch a player like Chandler Jones have a free shot like he had on that play against Marshawn Lynch, and he barely slowed him down. You know, and as you get into the second half, defenses and defenders, especially the big guys, get tired. And Marshawn Lynch, if you're tired, he's hard enough when you're fresh. You're tired, it gets really difficult.
A lot of speculation as to whether they'll keep him, whether they can afford him, and some speculation that they're ready to make a big long-term deal with him going forward. Catch made on the outside. That's Jermaine Kearse. Malcolm Butler makes the tackle. Kearse, the big hero at the end of the game against Green Bay with the overtime catch. His only catch of that game after he'd been targeted 6 times. All 4 Wilson interceptions were on passes intended for him. The other one was incomplete.
How about a guy that had the game-winning touchdown in back-to-back championship games?
Amazing.
Right? NFC championship games against San Francisco on that 4th down play the year before. Comes right back with another one.
And how about a quarterback who keeps going to a guy who keeps getting intercepted every time he's targeted? 3rd and 3. Wilson surveys, and it is bobbled and dropped. That time it's Kearse again. Malcolm Butler, one of the extra defensive backs, comes in to help break it up. It'll be 4th down and 3.
Going to go here and back around, just a little rub route, and they got it. They had the rookie, Malcolm Butler, and that time Kearse just could not hold on to it. Huge play. That is in scoring position, or your punter comes on the field. And here comes John Ryan.
Julian Edelman sets up inside his own 10-yard line. Ooh, low snap. Picks it up and gets it away. Edelman says stay away from it. And it downs out of bounds at the 11-yard line. 24-14. You know, you look at the path that each of these teams took. 2-2 was New England going into week 5. They lost in Kansas City on that Monday night. The sky's falling. Seattle was 3-3. Then they were 6-4. Had that big meeting that began to turn things around.
Yeah, and go figure. Here's a team, down 16-0 against the Green Bay Packers, but their defense hung in there so well, all those turnovers in the first half to give them a chance to get to this game. And now their defense again delivering. And Russell Wilson, Marshawn Lynch putting on a show as well.
And New England knows what it's like to come from behind. They were down twice by 14 in the divisional round to the Ravens. They start this drive with Vereen taking the ball up to the 17-yard line for a short gain. Chancellor makes the tackle. That knee seems to be fine, playing with that brace today.
You know, interesting here, Al, that now we're getting Shane Vereen in the backfield. They've been trying to pound it in there with LeGarrette Blount, and here he comes back in the game now. But you wonder now, as a play caller, is Josh McDaniels getting a little frustrated? Sometimes Vereen, I've seen him come in at the end of other games and give him a little burst. Maybe that he's thinking it may be time.
Well, he's got Blount. They also put the fullback in there, Devlin. And Brady off play action, throws, caught. It will be a gain close to a first down. Devlin makes the catch. He scored a touchdown in the AFC Championship game. That's going to take us to the 4th quarter. So 3 in the books in Arizona, 24-14 Seattle. Super Bowl 49 continues after these messages. On the 23-yard line in a 10-point game. Blount got him by the shirt tail. Can't get away. Tony McDaniel was able to bring him back. And that the punt on a 4th down.
We don't talk about him much, but Tony McDaniels, Kevin Williams, right up the middle, the big guys, when you have to have a stop in a 3rd and 1 situations, you have to get in the backfield to be able to slow down a LeGarrette Blount. They got the job done there.
Whatever happened to the tearaway jerseys? Low line drive kick. Coming up the field, it is Walters at the 31. And he gets tackled at the 35-yard line.
All right, here we go. A little hard ball with Chris Matthews down the field. This is the one. This offense was stuck in the mud until Matthews made that play right before the half. 6 seconds to go. Who do you throw it to? Of course, guy doesn't have a catch on year. And then down the field against Arrington. Up, maybe a little push off. Gets away with it. He has been the difference in the game. Finally jump-starting that passing game.
Rod Smith of the Broncos, most yards by an undrafted free agent. Matthews played those 2 years in Canada, was the rookie of the year in the CFL. So working in a sporting goods store selling shoes when Seattle called and said, get up here for a tryout.
Can't make this up.
Yeah, right. You cannot make this up. From the 36-yard line. That's what we love about sports. Gain of 3 for Marshawn Lynch.
Now I think you're starting to see some run blitzes here out of the New England Patriots. Here comes Jamie Collins. This is not expecting a pass. That is so they can clog up the middle against Marshawn Lynch and create some opportunities for the other linebacker there, Dante Hightower, to come over and help make the tackle.
2nd and 8. A little over a minute into the 4th quarter. Lynch. Oh, he gets popped. Branch is right there, former Seahawk, to make sure he goes nowhere. 3rd down.
Big old Vince Wilfork. You run in there at your own risk. Just going to make a play. Look at trying to block that guy. J.R. Sweezy's had a nice game, but anytime you see Vince Wilfork contact, arms fully extended, that means he's totally under control in there and just stymied Marshawn Lynch.
Wilfork and Brady, the 2 remaining guys from their last Super Bowl championship team in 2004. 3rd and 7. Wilson with a ton of time, and then all of a sudden, here through the middle comes Rob Ninkovich. Found the crease, gets in there, big sack. And happy birthday to Ninkovich. He's 31 today.
Coverage sack here. Drell Rivas on the inside on Doug Baldwin. Maybe a chance there if that pressure really took a long time to materialize. You just wonder if Russell Wilson was probably looking on the outside there than Ninkovich, the old veteran. 8 sacks on the year for the 3rd straight year, and now the Patriots have got to get something going on the offensive side.
3 sacks for the Pats. Ryan's kick collected at the 18. Edelman. Good run back out to the 33-yard line. The 2 TDs tying him with Montana all-time with 11. 2 interceptions, and we're getting a little bit closer to serious crunch time.
No doubt about it. And for Tom Brady, it has been a week of distractions. He's had good moments in this game. He's made some big mistakes. Sure, it's been tough to focus this week.
2 full weeks. He starts from the 32. And he's going to get sacked. Everybody covered, and Bruce Irvin comes in to knock him down.
Coverage all over the field. Richard Sherman, who gave up the first pass of the game, and that has been it. Gronkowski, when he ended up in one-on-one coverage against K.J. Wright, had a play, but just nowhere to throw the football.
8-yard sack. That's Seattle's first sack of the game. Patriots have 3. 2nd and 18. Slings it to the outside to Brandon LaFell. Not a lot of room. Sherman there. For Tom Brady, you know, I think it started out chronologically. He couldn't believe what the deal was the day after the Indianapolis game. Then he played a lot of defense the first week. Then they get here. He did that interview with Bob on Tuesday.
Which looked a little
right. He was all
uncertain.
over the place. But then he told you, as you look at Roger Goodell, he told you on Wednesday to your face.
I said, Tom, look me in the eye and tell me you couldn't have possibly said anything to a ball boy, an assistant coach, somebody in the organization that would lead them to believe that you wanted air let out of that football. And he said, absolutely not. He could not have been more emphatic.
3rd and 14, and Brady's going to step up, fire over the middle, and it is taken by Edelman. And Edelman was knocked down, even though hit by Chancellor. They're going to say that his knee touched, but the officials are going to spot the ball inside the 40-yard line.
What a great play here by Edelman. Chancellor hit him hard, and then the forearm looks to be down, so I think they're going to bring that one back.
I think the knee was down too.
Forearm, elbow, knee, we're going to get it all right there.
And now one official comes in and says, no, he's down. So they'll spot it at the 49, but that's still a first down, a gain of 21 on a 3rd and 14. So very big play for the Patriots, obviously. Clock ticking down to the 10-minute mark. First down at the 49.
I tell you run a route across the middle against this defense, you do so at your own risk with Cam Chancellor in there.
Brady has to dump it to Vereen. He swings to the outside, skirts the sideline, close to a first down before he's thrust out. Late hit, flag on the play.
Personal foul. Unnecessary roughness. Defense number 29. Late hit out of bounds. 15-yard penalty from the end of the run. Automatic first down.
Earl Thomas.
Eddie played by Nate Solder here. Watch him set outside to invite Averill inside, which really sets the space for the screenplay on the outside to Shane Vereen.
And there's Thomas knocking him down. He had help as well. Earl number 29. Calling on him. Pats have it at the 27. Fake to Vereen. Brady going for 6. Knocked away. Brandon LaFell, the intended receiver, and Tharold Simon, who came in for the injured Jeremy Lane early, and a guy they were picking on with the defense.
Fantastic play by Tharold Simon. Under so much pressure in this game, having to come in, having to deliver, gets his right hand on the ball just enough to feel a receiver on the outside. Great play. Sometimes, Al, in these big games, it's the guys you least expect, right?
Absolutely.
You've been playing that game all week. Who's going to be the surprise MVP?
Oh, Chris Matthews. We all knew that, didn't we? 2nd and 10. Vereen cuts it back, takes it to the 25. We go to Michelle.
Well, you mentioned how Jeremy Lane is out of this game, and now defensive end Chris Averill is out with a concussion. And remember, under the concussion protocol, the Madden rule prevents anyone diagnosed with a concussion from coming back out of the locker room. And even if they win this game, Al, Cliff Averill will not be able to talk to the media.
Thank you, Michelle. There he is. You saw the play on which he was hurt. Ball at the 25. Clearly, they're already in field goal range. They spread it out here. So at worst, they should, even with an incompletion, be able to make it a one-possession game. But Brady looking for more. Stepping up, 3rd and 8. Throws first down and more. Edelman takes the ball to the 3-yard line to set up a first down and goal. And Edelman, bothered by a hip early in the game against Indianapolis, a little slow in getting up.
Which I think this is DeMarcus Dobbs, drops back in coverage, and Brady brilliantly just waits for him to get on the other side of the defensive lineman. Edelman, nice read, gets right across the backside there of Dobbs. Huge play.
Ball just inside the 5-yard line. 8:20 remaining in regulation. Edelman has now caught 24 passes in the 3 postseason games. Vereen is the back. The fake to him. Brady fires and incomplete. Edelman was backing up. Simon covering on the play. Incomplete, 2nd down.
Oh my goodness, what a move by Julian Edelman here. Watch this one. In, stop on a dime, back out, could not be more wide open, and Brady missed the throw. That's as open as you will ever get down on the goal line. No reason to hurry that one. That was Game, set, and match. That was total victory for a wide receiver on the goal line.
Blunt is back in. The fake to him. Brady dances, throws, and it will be caught. Amendola for the touchdown. So New England goes from a 2nd and 18 after the first play on this drive to go 68 yards in 9 plays and an extra point away from making it a 3-point game.
Danny Amendola is poor as the last throw was from Brady. This one's that good. He just has to work on the other side of Earl Thomas. He sees it, throw it to the right shoulder. No way Thomas can get there. Woo! This game is turning into something here.
We thought it would. You never know.
So did the odds makers, right?
Toss up. Just about. 5 catches for Amendola for 48 yards. Gostowski for the extra point. Converted on a 3rd and 14 and a 3rd and 8 on that drive. Well, are we set up for a finish? In the history of this game, a dozen. Gostowski's kick will not be run back. 7:55 remaining in the 4th. Seattle trying to go back-to-back with 2 Super Bowl wins. Up by 3. Have the ball. Wilson off play action. Surveying. Ton of time. And then the receiver falls down. Lockett looks around. He says, "Where's the flag? I got knocked down." There is no flag. 2nd down.
Well, it looked like Butler trips here. I don't know if they trip over each other's feet, but then he reaches out and basically trips the receiver. That should have been some sort of interference. That was definitely an intentional act. Got away with it.
He did. 2nd down and 10. Trips left. 3 receivers there. Lynch fighting. He's always fighting. To the 25-yard line, gain of 5:35.
What makes Russell Wilson great? One, his escapability. Even when you think you completely have him under control, you don't have him under control. You've got him dead in your sights. You can't get a hand on him. And then the deep balls, high arcing throws, giving his receivers a chance. Those 2 components have been the difference here for the Seattle Seahawks so far. And as you get to this point in the game, Russell Wilson running the ball always becomes a big threat.
And 3rd and 5, Wilson sliding right and then throws that one out of bounds. Lynch going down the sideline and incomplete, so it's a very fast 3 and out, exactly what New England was looking for.
Well, Lynch is going to do a little out and then up, and really he was wide open. Jamie Collins came underneath that little pick, but looked like Marshawn Lynch just sort of hesitated and stopped. Didn't really believe he was going to throw it to him, I guess.
John Ryan, who's averaged 46 yards a punt. You see Amendola backing up as the short man. Points back to Amendola. He'll call for a fair catch and haul it into the 36-yard line. With 6:52 remaining in regulation. Brady back. His club down by 3. Who knows what the next few weeks will hold. First things first. From the 36-yard line. Brady starts out of the gun. Vereen flanks him. Four-man rush. Brady dumps. One-handed grab by Vereen. Gain of 8 yards. Wright and Chancellor are there. It'll be 2nd down and 2.
Tom Brady really wanted to go to Gronkowski. Basically, they can pick a side because these corners don't flip. He looked out there and thought better of throwing it over to Richard Sherman's side and then got a brilliant catch from Vereen. It is Shane Vereen time in this game, and really that's when they were having success early, when they were working that Edelman-Vereen combination over the middle.
2nd and 2. Brady to the outside. That's enough for a 1st down. There's Vereen. Chancellor makes the tackle. That moves the sticks. 1st down to the 48.
Well, that time Gronkowski knew it was man coverage, ran up the field, just made Cam Chancellor shuffle a little bit, and athletically, you like Vereen on Chancellor if you get that matchup. So we'll see if they come back to that.
As we go down the stretch, each team with its full complement of timeouts.
Chancellor one-on-one on Gronkowski.
Edelman out of the slot, send it to him, breaks a tackle, then another, takes the ball close to a first down. Julian Edelman, quarterback of Kent State. What a player, what a find this guy was. 7th round draft choice in 2009.
And he's strong and he's athletic, but the thing that I appreciate more than anything about him, the guy shows up at the complex at 5 a.m. every day. Studies, catches extra balls on the jugs machine. He's made himself a great player in this league.
Under 5 minutes. Swing it out. Vereen, first down. Flag comes down. Vereen lost the ball, but he was down already. And we'll see about the call. Bill Vinovich reffing his first Super Bowl game. Only 8 accepted penalties in the game.
Pass interference. Offense number 11. Blocking downfield prior to the catch. 10-yard penalty. Repeat second down.
So the call is on Edelman. It backs.
Actually,
might be on Amendola. He said 11,
I think
but
right here.
Amendola.
But here's what happened, Al. Because of the pressure, Brady had to lob that pass up over the top. So this is one of those design plays where you're going to go down the field and intentionally block, thinking that this pass is going to come out quickly. But because he had to lob it up, the blocking got there too soon, so it's pass interference.
Yeah, he just changed it. They did call it on Amendola. Bruce Irvin almost got a hand on it. So instead of 2nd and 1, it's 2nd and 11. We got Sherman on LaFell. They haven't gone Sherman's way. They're staying away from him, much as Aaron Rodgers did on opening night. Brady hit as he throws, caught by Gronkowski. And the big bull takes it to the 32-yard line.
They're rolling the dice here. They're putting their big safety, Cam Chancellor, on Gronkowski. Earlier, they got burned with KJ Wright. You want to go man coverage, and I think a little bit because Shane Vereen's been effective coming out of the backfield. They've had to change up their secondary coverage a little bit, and right now, Josh McDaniels got it going with this play calling.
Brady hung in under pressure. Ball at the 32. Already within Gostowski's field goal range. Brady will swing it out. Vereen. And there's Richard Sherman, whose girlfriend is pregnant. She's due in about 2 weeks, but she's here. He's ready to go to the hospital in uniform if need be.
Yeah, and Richard was telling us that she said, you go play the Super Bowl. So don't worry about me. I've got all that set up if something gets accelerated here.
Look at that. Throwing that one time, once. Richard says, you know, it's everything I can do to keep from getting bored.
Well, I'm going to guarantee he's not bored right now.
2nd and 10. A little more than 4 to go. Brady fires, caught, first down, and again they go to Gronkowski out at the 20-yard line.
Al, here it is again. They're just telling Tom Brady, this is man coverage. He's off. He's inside. He's looking right at Gronkowski. Everybody in the building that knows anything about football knows that's man coverage. And 1,000% of the time now, they are going to throw it right there when they get that look.
Half a dozen catches for him. Now through the middle, big hole for Vereen, and he takes the ball to the 12-yard line. Bobby Wagner is there. You know, it's 3:20. You begin to think about using the clock. They're already in field goal range, but Seattle still has all of its timeouts. You still have the 2-minute warning. You're still going to have 4 opportunities to stop the clock.
This is about scoring a touchdown.
Correct.
Right here. This is
any way you can.
No
at
clock
any time
management.
Not yet. Not yet. 3 minutes to go. 2nd and 3. Brady to the outside, caught, and that's LaFell before he steps out of bounds. He is out of bounds at the 6-yard line, and that makes it 1st and goal with 2:52 on the clock.
Now they finally come out of that man coverage and go a zone, but they were really lucky that LaFell on that one couldn't get himself under control, because I think he would have scored.
7-1 is reported as eligible. 7-1 is an eligible receiver.
You hear the announcement. Fleming comes in to tackle as an eligible receiver. 71. Earl Thomas play in the middle. Brady looking at the clock. Brady says, I'll take a timeout. Play clock was all the way down to 2. Tom will go to the sideline.
First charge, timeout.
Tom Brady tonight has put it up 49 times. The 36 completions is a Super Bowl record. Crazy 2 weeks. Great game. Who knows what the immediate future will hold?
You know, I think everybody, we know the ramifications of what Ted Wells' investigation is going to be. Somebody is going to come out of this with egg on their face. Either the Patriots, league office, the people that have accused the Patriots, all that stuff's in play. But isn't it glorious just for these 3 or 4 hours here that you can just enjoy a football game?
Well, as the old coach John Madden always said, you know, a game breaks out.
Yeah,
and it broke out tonight.
But it is going to be big in the following month.
Again, Fleming, an eligible receiver. Number 71, 1st and goal. The ball at the 6. Devlin, the fullback. Blunt is the running back. Blunt powering his way to the 3-yard line. Stop there, gain of 3, 2nd down and goal.
Well, they're going to try and load up and go with the big power runner, even though it's basically been Vereen and the matchup problems that he has created that's gotten him down the field here.
Under 2.5. Blunt out. Vereen in. Second and goal. Brady caught. Touchdown. Julian Edelman.
Came back to it, Al. It came right back to it. Down, back out. Worked brilliantly before. Brady missed the pass. Come right back to it. And Edelman gets it done. No push off, no foul, no nothing. And Tom Brady takes him right down the field.
And there again, they go to work on Thorold Simon, who took the place of the injured Jeremy Lane. They picked on him early. He got his feet under him, played well for about 1.25 quarters. They go back that way again and burn him. Gostowski for the extra point. And that makes it a 4-point lead. Meaning Seattle's going to need a touchdown. Last 2 New England drives. 9 plays for 68. 10 plays for 64. And the Kraft family, Robert and Jonathan. We've seen a few exciting games. Again, you've got a close game. Every Super Bowl that New England's played in since Belichick and Brady took over has been decided by 4 or less. Russell Wilson's been here before. Heck, he was down 16-0 2 weeks ago.
I can't help but think of what Russell Wilson told us. He said, the minute I pulled that trophy down, I held it up in the air and I pulled it down and I started thinking about the next one. I started thinking about the next Super Bowl opportunity. He said he wanted 6. He grew up remembering Michael Jordan holding up 6 fingers. Sure. He said, I'm looking for 6. The second one is going to be on his shoulders with 2 minutes to go.
So 2:02. If the kickoff is a touchback, they're going to get a play before the 2-minute warning. Otherwise, the clock's going to stop. They have all of their timeouts. And Gostowski will send that one deep into the night. So they will get one play off before the 2-minute warning. That'll stop the clock, and they'll preserve their 3 timeouts. Patriots overcoming a 10-point deficit. And again, we go back to Brady telling us yesterday there would not be a game I would want to win more than this one. Lynch gets flanked out. The empty backfield. Wilson down the sideline. Lynch makes the catch, and he'll get tackled by Jamie Collins, but that's a big gain, taking us to the 2-minute warning. They still have their 3 timeouts. That's a gain of 31 yards. Puts the ball in Patriots.
Jamie Collins slant and go to a running back. That is confidence in the ability of not just Russell Wilson, but Marshawn Lynch, and a trust with the season on the line. Brilliant call, brilliant throw, and now they're at midfield. Could this game be any better?
20 left, too. 1:55. That was Lynch's first catch of the game. They blitz. Wilson fires, and that's incomplete. Intended for Curse. Looks around for a flag. Gets done. Malcolm Butler, the rookie out of West Alabama, a free agent with the defense.
Can you imagine what this rookie's thinking? And he could not have played this better. Perfect position. Going to come, jump inside, knock it away. Brilliant play.
From the 49. 2nd and 10. Play clock at 1, and now Wilson has to take a timeout. So they have 3, so he takes one here. Play clock was all the way down.
First charge timeout. Seattle. 30-second timeout.
You know what's interesting? This Chris Matthews, who's had the unbelievable game, because teams work on packages of plays, and so when you get in the 2-minute offense, they've practiced with the guys that they have in there, Baldwin and Lockett and Curse, and so he hasn't been a part of this, you know, and yet if you've watched the game, you know he's the one that sort of broke it open.
Sure. Now he's coming in. He'll be a part of this next play here on 2nd down and 10. Matthews has got 4 for 109 yards and a touchdown. 2nd and 10. 2 timeouts now left for the Seahawks. Key guys on the field. Wilson, the tight end, has not caught a pass in this game. Deep drop. Ton of time. Going for it all. Knocked away. Browner is back there. There was Matthews, and Brandon Browner, who was a Seahawk last year but was suspended at the end of the season and had to watch the Super Bowl. Has a ring, and then left for New England in free agency.
Going to go right up the seam here. The Patriots came with a 3-man rush, and they made this switch early, and I think for Matt Patricia, it's been a good one. The jump balls now that you have a 6'4" cornerback are a little more fair, a little more favorable for the Patriots.
3rd and 10. Flank Lynch again. Wilson hangs in there, throws. That's caught. That's going to be a first down. 38-yard line, Ricardo Lockett. And then they'll hustle up to the line of scrimmage, preserving the timeouts. Under a minute and a half to go.
Well, we've seen when Logan Ryan has been in the game, the play right before the half, and now they're coming back to him. Lockett's a guy with brilliant speed, so Ryan has to be careful.
Russell in the pocket. Russell for Curse, and it's broken up again. And is it, but somehow, did he wind up with a football?
I think Butler hit it, and it fell right back down to the ground. Unbelievable. That's exactly what happened, isn't it?
Well, Curse goes for it. It's still not on the ground. It's still not on the ground. It's still, well, look at that.
Oh, my,
Phenomenal.
I can't believe he didn't get up and get in the end zone in time.
And then Butler takes him out. So he breaks up the play. But at the end of the day, look at that. Does a juggling act. Has it at the 5, first and goal, 33 yards. And now, by the time they get down there, the play clock has run out again.
Second charge timeout.
And Seattle takes a timeout.
Seattle.
Crazy.
How many different plays are the Patriots going to have like this?
Yep.
Mario Manningham, David Tyree.
Right. This was,
and now a Curse.
This was where Tyree had the helmet catch. This was the scene of the crime for New England.
And Tom Brady had that look on his face like, you got to be kidding me, not again.
Here you go back to Super Bowl 42. Tyree makes the catch. Our buddy Rodney Harrison had a bird's eye view. Plexico Burress winds up with the touchdown to win the game and end what would have been a perfect season for the Patriots. They were 18-0 coming in.
You know, Al, you play 16 games, couple of playoff games, and it comes down to one tip ball that falls on the ground to somebody who's lying on his back.
Paul Allen has seen it all, but not that. Look at that.
But they're not in yet.
And there's Deron Harmon, who comes over the top. He had a chance to maybe kick it away. Curse comes up with it. Amazing, the ball at the 5.
Now you have to stop Marshawn Lynch.
Here he goes, beast mode to the half-yard line. And now New England has to think about taking a timeout.
Boy, the last time we called a Super Bowl, Al, remember?
Ahmad Bradshaw.
Do you let him score?
Yep.
Do you put the ball back in the hands of Tom Brady? And I guarantee you, Bill Belichick is sitting here thinking about it right now.
It's on his mind. It has to be. Do you bleed the clock all the way down? They're bleeding it right down to half a minute. 2nd and goal. Baldwin sets up on the left. Play clock at 5. Pass is intercepted at the goal line by Malcolm Butler. Unreal. Malcolm Butler, who almost made the phenomenal play that wound up in Curse's arms. There are flags on the field for a celebration. Amazing. Butler, a rookie free agent out of West Alabama.
They tried a pick play, Al. They tried to go here, but he beats them to the punch. And I'm sorry, but I can't believe the call.
Me neither.
I cannot believe the call. You've got Marshawn Lynch in the backfield. You've got a guy that's been borderline unstoppable in this part of the field. I can't believe the call.
And there is Brady. As demonstrative as ever, and Richard Sherman going, what? I agree with you. I mean, why make that call? You're down on the half-yard line.
Unsportsmanlike conduct against the New England bench after the interception. The penalty would be half the distance of the goal. New England keeps the ball. First down.
Well, it's half the distance of the goal, which is next to nothing. And now Seattle had to use 2 timeouts, so they can only stop the clock once. And barring complete insanity, and I mean complete,
I don't believe
it's going to be a
it.
win for the Patriots.
I'm sitting here, and I absolutely cannot believe that play call. If I lose the Super Bowl because Marshawn Lynch can't get it in from the 1-yard line, so be it. So be it. But there is no way. I don't believe the call. You know, you think you got it. You think you understand. Other team practices too.
It's now barring a fumbled snap. Well, let's see. Brady's got to be able to get the ball out of the end zone. Otherwise, it would be 2 points, and they'd have to have a free kick from the 20. That's Seattle's first turnover of the game.
New England.
You can figure out a way. Well, Brady's so good at the sneak. Just take it and start plowing forward. Just make sure you don't wind up with the ball in the end zone.
So you got the pick play. All right, it's you know, you think you're going to have it. You're thinking, but why? You know, how about Malcolm Butler? Gives up the fluke play down the field. Looks like he's going to be partly responsible and makes an incredible play. You got to get it out of here, though.
Yep.
And Belichick would say, make sure these guys fire off. Look at everybody inside.
Seattle ready to jump up now. Of all things, if they jumped off and weren't drawn, that'll take them to the 6-yard. Super Bowl 49.
Can't be any better.
20 left, too. 155. That was Lynch's first catch of the game. They blitz. Wilson fires, and that's incomplete. Intended for Curse. Looks around for a flag. Gets done. Malcolm Butler, the rookie out of West Alabama, a free agent with the defense.
Can you imagine what this rookie's thinking? And he could not have played this better. Perfect position. Going to come, jump inside, knock it away. Brilliant play.
From the 49. 2nd and 10. Play clock at 1, and now Wilson has to take a timeout. So they have 3, so he takes one here. Play clock goes all the way down.
First charge timeout. Seattle. 30-second timeout.
You know what's interesting? This Chris Matthews, who's had the unbelievable game, because teams work on packages of plays, and so when you get in the 2-minute offense, they've practiced with the guys that they have in there, Baldwin and Lockett and Curse, and so he hasn't been a part of this, you know, and yet if you've watched the game, you know he's the one that sort of broke it open.
Sure. Now he's coming in. He'll be a part of this next play here on 2nd down and 10. Matthews has got 4 for 109 yards and a touchdown. 2nd and 10. 2 timeouts now left for the Seahawks. Key guys on the field. Wilson, the tight end, has not caught a pass in this game. Deep drop. Ton of time. Going for it all. Knocked away. Browner is back there. There was Matthews, and Brandon Browner, who was a Seahawk last year but was suspended at the end of the season and had to watch the Super Bowl. Has a ring and then left for New England in free agency.
Going to go right up the seam here. The Patriots came with a 3-man rush, and they made this switch early, and I think for Matt Patricia, it's been a good one. The jump balls now that you have a 6'4" cornerback are a little more fair, a little more favorable for the Patriots.
3rd and 10. Flank Lynch again. Wilson hangs in there, throws. That's caught. That's going to be a first down. 38-yard line, Ricardo Lockett. And now they'll hustle up to the line of scrimmage, preserving the timeouts. Under a minute and a half to go.
Well, we've seen when Logan Ryan has been in the game, the play right before the half, and now they're coming back to him. Lockett's a guy with brilliant speed, so Ryan has to be careful.
Russell in the pocket. Russell for Curse, and that's broken up again. And is it, but somehow, did he wind up with a football?
I think Butler hit it, and it fell right back down to the ground. Unbelievable. That's exactly what happened, isn't it?
Well, Curse goes for it. It's still not on the ground. It's still not on the ground. It's still, well, look at that.
Oh, my, I can't believe he didn't get up and get in the end zone in time.
And then Butler takes him out. So he breaks up the play. But at the end of the day, look at that. Does a juggling act. Has it at the 5, first and goal, 33 yards. And now, by the time they get down there, the play clock has run out again.
Second charge timeout.
And Seattle takes a timeout.
Seattle.
Crazy.
How many different plays are the Patriots going to have like this?
Yep.
Mario Manningham, David Tyree.
Right. This was,
and now a Curse.
This was where Tyree had the helmet catch. This was the scene of the crime for New England.
And Tom Brady had that look on his face like, you got to be kidding me, not again.
Here you go back to Super Bowl 42. Tyree makes the catch. Our buddy Rodney Harrison had a bird's eye view. Plexico Burress winds up with the touchdown to win the game and end what would have been a perfect season for the Patriots. They were 18-0 coming in.
You know, Al, you play 16 games, couple of playoff games, and it comes down to one tip ball that falls on the ground to somebody who's lying on his back.
Paul Allen has seen it all, but not that. Look at that.
But they're not in yet.
And there's Deron Harmon, who comes over the top. He had a chance to maybe kick it away. Curse comes up with it. Amazing, the ball at the 5.
Now you have to stop Marshawn Lynch.
Here he goes, beast mode to the half-yard line. And now New England has to think about taking a timeout.
Boy, the last time we called a Super Bowl, Al, remember?
Ahmad Bradshaw.
Do you let him score?
Yep.
Do you put the ball back in the hands of Tom Brady? And I guarantee you, Bill Belichick is sitting here thinking about it right now.
It's on his mind. It has to be. Do you bleed the clock all the way down? They're bleeding it right down to half a minute. Second and goal. Baldwin sets up on the left. Play clock at 5. Pass is intercepted at the goal line by Malcolm Butler. Unreal. Malcolm Butler, who almost made the phenomenal play that wound up in Curse's arms. There are flags on the field for a celebration. Amazing. Butler, a rookie free agent out of West Alabama.
They try to pick play, Al. They tried to go here, but he beats him to the punch. And I'm sorry, but I can't believe the call.
Me neither.
I cannot believe the call. You've got Marshawn Lynch in the backfield. You've got a guy that's been borderline unstoppable in this part of the field. I can't believe the call.
And there is Brady. As demonstrative as ever, and Richard Sherman going, what? I agree with you. I mean, why make that call? You're down on the half-yard line.
Unsportsmanlike conduct against the New England bench after the interception. The penalty would be half the distance of the goal. New England keeps the ball. First down.
Well, it's half the distance of the goal, which is next to nothing. And now Seattle had to use 2 timeouts, so they can only stop the clock once. And barring complete insanity, and I mean complete,
I don't
it's
believe
going to be a
it.
win for the Patriots.
I'm sitting here, and I absolutely cannot believe that play call. If I lose the Super Bowl because Marshawn Lynch can't get it in from the 1 yard line, so be it. So be it. But there is no way. I don't believe the call. You know, you think you got it. You think you understand. Other team practices too.
It's now barring a fumbled snap. Well, let's see. Brady's got to be able to get the ball out of the end zone. Otherwise, it would be 2 points, and they'd have to have a free kick from the 20. That's Seattle's first turnover of the game.
New England.
You can figure out a way. Well, Brady's so good at the sneak. Just take it and start plowing forward. Just make sure you don't wind up with the ball in the end zone.
So you got the pick play. All right, it's you know, you think you're going to have it. You think, but why? You know, how about Malcolm Butler? Gives up the fluke play down the field. Looks like he's going to be partly responsible and makes an incredible play. You got to get it out of here, though.
Yep.
And Belichick was saying, make sure these guys fire off. Look at everybody inside.
Seattle ready to jump up now. Of all things, if they jumped off and weren't drawn, that'll take them to the 6 yard line, but the officials will confer.
Michael Bennett jumps off sides more than anybody else 10 times this year. And in this critical last chance moment, he does again.
Unless he was drawn.
Encroachment.
And he wasn't.
Defense number 72. 5 yard penalty. Go first down.
Give Brady credit. He just drew him. They were going total scrum in behind. And Bill Belichick knows after all the heartbreak, we saw it, Al. Tyree, Mario Manningham, fluky plays. This time, after all the stuff of these 2 weeks.
And then a scrum, of course. Here you go, flags. So you'll have an ugly ending to what was a pretty terrific ball game. Well, a lot of frustration out there. And the guys in blue.
You know, from Seattle's standpoint, whatever. From New England's standpoint, you're 18 seconds away from a Super Bowl championship. You don't throw a punch at anybody here. Gronkowski takes a shot from Bennett, who I'm sure is frustrated. Then Gronkowski throws one back, and here we go. Every once in a while in the NFL, you think you've seen it all.
No, you haven't.
I will never get over throwing the ball in that situation.
Seattle.
Neither will
Second timeout. After the play.
Seahawk fans.
Personal foul. Unnecessary roughness. Instigator number 51. He's been ejected. 15-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
That is Bruce Irvin. You know, think about Butler. This kid is a free agent. Played at a smaller school. He's from Vicksburg, Mississippi. Played at West Alabama. Pat signed him last May. Transferred from Hines, Mississippi Community College. Super Bowl hero.
And Al, you could tell he had done his homework. He saw the pick play coming. The minute his receiver came inside, he fired. If there was anything else on, he wasn't going to get there. He was going to give up the game-winning touchdown. But he did his homework, and he fired his shot and made the play of the year.
So the Patriots on the cusp of making it 4 in the 21st century. Belichick's already taken the shower. His team down by 10 in the fourth quarter. Bob Kraft and Jonathan Kraft are already down there. And one kneel down should end the game. What a journey. Well, the sky was falling in early October. There's a lot of bright sunshine right now in Foxborough and all over New England. And after the wackiest lead-up to a Super Bowl ever, the New England Patriots are the NFL champions.
A lot of respect between those two.
Let's go to Michelle.
Well, guys, I'm running now with Malcolm Butler. We had him in front of a camera.
You know the matchup by now for Super Bowl 51. The New England Patriots and the Atlanta Falcons. Bosher to kick it away with Dion Lewis waiting deep. Glad you're with us on Fox. And now it's time to play football. The three-time Super Bowl MVP, Tom Brady, who has virtually every record for a quarterback during Super Bowl play, is out guiding this offense. You think he's fired up? Usually is on the sideline. He's got a record of 4-2 as he plays in his 7th, and he's already pumping the fist and yelling on the sideline before this Super Bowl start. All right, Aikman, here we go, starting from the 25. Starting with a throw, and the pass incomplete for Edelman, and he got popped. Last guy to hit him was Devondre Campbell, the rookie linebacker, and we'll give you the lineups. And we'll give you a look at the skill players. You'll see kind of a three-headed monster at the running back position for the New England Patriots. And then up front, a much improved offensive line with David Andrews in the middle at center. Improved from a year ago, 2nd and 10. Brady finds Edelman. And he's knocked down short of a first down. He gets 9, brought down by Philip Wheeler. 3rd down and 1 coming up.
Well, you see Tom Brady, he's able to slide in the pocket. Certainly one of the big keys for this Atlanta Falcons defense is, will they be able to get pressure on Tom Brady? He slides and maneuvers within the pocket as well as anybody. Not a threat as a runner.
Here's Blunt on 3rd and 1 and didn't get it. Dion Jones, the rookie linebacker, is in there to make the stop for Atlanta. And it's 3 and out to start the game for the Patriots.
Well, Dion Jones, number 45, right in the middle. He has really come on strong here at the end of this season. He's able to shoot the gap. He makes a play on LeGarrette Blount. That is a great start for this young defensive unit to get off the field with a 3 and out.
Ryan Allen will punt it with Eric Weems, a veteran, waiting deep. There has never been a punt return for a touchdown in Super Bowl history. There has never been a punt return for a touchdown in Super Bowl history, and flags are down. Nate Ebner, who was an Olympian on the rugby team, down there to make the stop after a 10-yard return.
5 receiving team. 10-yard penalty. First down.
Sounded like 55, and that's Paul Warlow, who was guilty of a hold. That's who it's against. And here's Matt Ryan. And Troy, you know better than anybody, it's what you do in the big games. It's what you do in a game like this. He came into this postseason with a career record of 1-4. He's been outstanding getting to this Super Bowl.
He really has. He's done a great job protecting the football. He's been awfully good through the 2 playoff games, and you can just imagine the emotion that's going through him right now as he's about to take his first snap in the Super Bowl. And when you think about Matt Ryan, the only thing that has kept him from being mentioned with the greats in the game on a consistent basis is not having a Lombardi trophy.
Named as the NFL's MVP last night, starting from the 8. Freeman on a toss, running left. Blocker in front of him, Matthews. Good start, and Freeman breaks loose.
Devontae Freeman, welcome to the Super Bowl, out to the 45. Brought down by Malcolm Butler and a carry of 37.
Excellent blocking here. Jake Matthews comes out. You're going to see Julio Jones. He seals the inside. They're able to stretch it, and then Devontae Freeman hits it going north and south. That's one of the things about this running game for the Falcons. In visiting with Kyle Shanahan, he says he's got to be able to run it on the perimeter, and that's hard to do against this Patriots defense, but they do it on the first play.
From the 8 to the 45 in one play. Gets another crack at it, cuts upfield. And Devontae Freeman on first down gets 3. Let's go back to that previous carry by Freeman and see the blocking by Julio Jones.
He's a complete receiver, and all the things that he's able to do within the passing game, and then to be able to come up and make key blocks like that. He's a terrific player. He's played through a lot, but that was a great start for this Falcons offense.
So now Freeman comes out in the other half of this great tandem. Tevin Coleman, second-year player from Indiana, comes in. Second and 7, pass caught. DeMarco, the fullback, takes it into New England territory. Patrick Chung on the stop, a gain of 3. Let's look at the skill players, and they've got a lot of them. Touchdown passes from Matt Ryan to 13 different players during the course of the regular season. That's an NFL record.
And you talk about Matt Ryan and the year that he's had. Well, why is that? Because they went out and really brought in some quality players at the skill position with Mohamed Sanu, Taylor Gabriel, and then, of course, pairing them up with these running backs. He's got a lot of weapons on the offensive side to get the ball to.
Tevin Coleman at the top of the screen on 3rd and 4. Ryan in trouble, and down he goes. Ball is out, but they're going to rule that Ryan was down. This is no fumble, but Trey Flowers made the play, and it's 4th down for Atlanta. A loss of 12 on that sack, and Trey Flowers has been playing brilliant football.
He sure has. He came on awfully well as the season progressed. Guy who was limited last year and just physical with these wide receivers. Initially, Matt Ryan was working to his right, and then Flowers just able to beat Jake Matthews and get to Matt Ryan.
Yeah, the knee clearly down, so no fumble. Good call. And it was Carl Cheffers, the referee, who made the call. So now the punt from Bosher. The drive that started at the 8 stalls, but Bosher hits a beauty back inside the 10, right around the 6. Edelman stopped short of the 10. And the first guy there was Justin Hardy after a 55-yard punt. Each side's had it once. There's no score early. Back to work. Tom Brady serving as an NFL Play 60 ambassador, encouraging kids to get active for 60 minutes a day. They marked Edelman down at the 10. Here's a handoff to Edelman. Got away from one, but not much, and he gets popped out of bounds. No flag. And Edelman gets up yelling at the official. A gain of 2.
Well, it's interesting. You watch New England, and as you see the end of this play here, Deion Jones comes in and is able to get a hit on him at the end of it. The crowd didn't like it, but to open up this game, New England spreads out the Falcons. They try to throw the football. They come back on that first down there with 2 tight ends, hand the ball to Edelman. The Falcons play it well.
Second down and 8. Brady hangs in and finds his top target, Edelman. Rather, Amendola for 13 yards and a first down. It's Edelman or Amendola, 2 little guys, and this time it's Julian Edelman for 13.
I mean, we talk about the Falcons and the weapons that they have on the offensive side of the ball. These receivers for Tom Brady are awfully good, and they create some challenges of their own. Danny Amendola, it's been a tough year for him. He's been limited in a lot of ways with some injuries, but he is coming on, and if he can be a factor, it makes things a lot tougher.
He missed about a month with an ankle injury. Here's Brady, has a man on the sideline. It's Hogan. Hogan, who starred in the championship game against Pittsburgh. 9 catches, 180, and 2 touchdowns, has 15 here.
Yeah, Chris Hogan, you know, what a story he is. And he's an excellent route runner working against Jalen Collins. Good timing. The Falcons are getting a little bit of pressure there on Tom Brady, but with that kind of timing, no way to defend that.
I thought it was interesting when you talked with Josh McDaniels, Brady's offensive coordinator, and you said, I don't see Brady's eyes leaving his targets or going down to the pass rush at all, even at the age of 39. It's impressive. Here's Blunt. Play gets strung out, and Blunt ends up with a 2-yard gain. Keanu Neal on the tackle, the rookie safety, and we'll look at this defense. The numbers don't knock you out, Troy Aikman, but this is a defense that is on the rise. They're very young, and they got much better as the season went on.
Well, they sure did. And how about the NFC Championship game when they were able to shut out the Packers there in that first half? And we've seen a lot of growth, a lot of young players, but they're going to be tested unlike ever before in this ball game with Tom Brady.
2nd and 8. Brady has a rookie, Mitchell. And Mitchell went backward a bit. He's going to be short of a first down. Malcolm Mitchell, who missed 2 late season games with a knee injury, gets 7. It'll be 3rd down and 1. Well, the combination is the best combination in the history of the league as far as head coach and quarterback. And Bill Belichick, in his 7th Super Bowl as a head coach, he passes Don Shula here tonight. 3rd down and 1 for the 2nd time in this first quarter. Out of the shotgun, Brady. Pass was behind but caught by James White. Good move. And White to the 40. Nice catch by the young running back, good for 11.
Well, James White, he is a real threat as a receiver. Was 2nd on the team this year with 60 receptions. They split him out. He's capable of doing a lot of things, and they motion him back in towards the formation. And he's able to get a pretty good release and convert the 3rd down.
Tom Brady has started 5 for 6. He's had 5 different receivers. Cameron Fleming, an extra offensive lineman, comes in. And with that, they play action. Brady sacked at midfield. And it's big Courtney Upshaw, who has a Super Bowl sack. And he says that's 1. A loss of 9.
Well, they're trying to get verticals through here, but the Falcons play it well. And you're going to see Courtney Upshaw off the play action. He's able to come in and off the edge as well with the pressure that's back in his face. Shaq Mason. The Patriots trying to go play action, take a shot down the field. The Falcons secondary plays it well, and then they get home up front.
2nd and 19. Brady floats it downfield. Pass is incomplete for James White. Got his hands on it, couldn't secure the catch. Deion Jones in coverage.
If you're going to play the Patriots, you better be able to cover this route right here. They like being able to get White down the field, and that's a good matchup right there between 2 guys that can really run. Deion Jones is as fast as any linebacker in football. White just unable to make a play on that one.
2nd round pick from LSU. 3rd down and 19 now. Brady has to move. And down he goes again. This time it's Grady Jarrett.
Well, 3rd and long, and the Falcons decide to go too deep and then man underneath, and they cover it up awfully well. And with time, Brady just unable to find a receiver, and then eventually the protection breaks down on him. It's an excellent job of getting off the field once again.
Allen hits the punt, kind of a knuckleball, and a fair catch called for and hauled in by Eric Weems. 37-yard punt. Falcons have it for the 2nd time in this game. No score early in Super Bowl 51. Tom Brady sacked 19 times in 14 games this year. 2 on that drive by the young Atlanta defense. Both backs in there. To the right and left of Matt Ryan, and it's Tevin Coleman running to the right. Has an alley. And a nice carry on first down of 9 yards brought down by Devin McCourty.
You go back and take a look at Grady Jarrett and where he travels from all the way around to the left side. He keeps playing and circles back and is able to make a play. And talking to Dan Quinn, he said, I think Grady Jarrett can be a guy who can certainly put some pressure on Tom Brady inside. That was a long way to travel to get home.
2nd down and 1. Wide open is the fullback DeMarco, and he's got a first down across the 30. Let's give you a look at the Atlanta Falcons, their season in review. They finished with a record of 11-5. They scored 540 points, the most in the NFL. They had 6 players selected to the Pro Bowl. And so far in the postseason, they have defeated Seattle. They defeated Green Bay. Advanced to their 2nd Super Bowl in their 51-year history. Freeman on a toss. Well played. Branch was in the middle of it. Flowers, you name it, a gain of 2. About the defense for New England is coordinated by Matt Patricia. And up front, you see a bunch of the names, not just the starting lineup, but names that you will see within this game. Flowers already has a sack in this game. The linebackers, they added Kyle Van Noy during the course of the season. The secondary, very underrated. 2nd and 8.
I think this entire defense is underrated. It's an awfully good group.
Here's a toss to Coleman running left. And a nice play made by Logan Ryan. Coleman was looking for first down yardage, got knocked down short of it, a gain of 5, 3rd and 3.
Tell you what, Kyle Shanahan, he's got to be awfully happy with the way that the Falcons are running the football. They've been able to get on the perimeter. That's what they opened the game with right there. With Jake Matthews pulling out, they cracked down to seal off the edge. But a number of times already here in this first quarter, they've gotten on the edge, and that's typically difficult to do against this Patriots defense. They want to funnel everything inside to those big guys, but the Falcons, they've been able to get on the perimeter.
3rd down and 3. Ryan steps up and is going to slide down with a loss on the play. Alan Branch was there for the Patriots. And now each defense has made 2 stops, a loss of 2 on the play.
Got a little zone action with the defense. They drop defensive linemen underneath to cover up some of those underneath throws. So on 3rd downs now, when it looks like these offenses have started to get something going, defenses have been able to step up and make a play.
Patriots defense now has 2 3rd down sacks. Under 2 to play first quarter. Bosher hits another high hanging punt. Edelman from just inside the 10. Out of bounds across the 15. They'll mark him at the 18. 55-yard punt. 9 yards on the return. Hard to believe that with Tom Brady at quarterback, no first quarter points. In the previous 6 tries in the Super Bowl have been shut out so far.
Alert! 96! There!
Start at the 18-yard line. Brady, good protection. Edelman, first down across the 30. Tackle made by Alford. Gain of 13.
Now they go man-to-man coverage in the secondary, and Julian Edelman, this guy is a great receiver, and you see the move that he's able to make on Robert Alford, and that's the guy who's going to be matched up with Julian Edelman, and that is a tough task. Watching Julian Edelman's career, he had never played wide receiver. He was a quarterback in college, and he has made himself into one of the game's greats.
Late handoff to Blunt. Some room to run finally for LeGarrette Blunt. Alford on the tackle after a gain of 7.
You talk about these running backs, Joe, for the New England Patriots, and there's some pretty strong tendencies when each one of these backs is in the game. And when LeGarrette Blount's in the game, most of the time they're going to run the football, and any passing they do is play action. So when he's in the lineup, Falcons load up expecting the run, but the Patriots have a nice play there.
Hand off again to Blount. It's going to be a yard shy of a first down, maybe just a little bit more. On 2nd down and 3, and that will likely be the end of quarter number 1 in Super Bowl 51. Well, it's a 0-0 game after 1. The Atlanta Falcons, the New England Patriots. Fans have had fun so far. Back and forth, no scoring. This is the 3rd time the city of Houston has hosted, 2nd time this stadium has, back in 04, the 2003 season. New England Patriots won here over Carolina. See what's happened here, no scoring. 8 scoreless first quarter in Super Bowl history between both teams. This one, Edelman, first down and more. Edelman downfield, and Brady with plenty of time finds him for 27.
Well, this is what pass protection allows you to do. Initially, Tom Brady's trying to work Danny Amendola down here at the bottom of the screen, but good coverage. And so he gets off of him, and with time in the pocket, he signals to Edelman right here to take it up the field, knowing he's in man coverage, and then he beats him with the ball.
319, 319, 45, 319,
From the 33, Blount gets it on the handoff. Ball's out. That ball is out. A flag is down. And now the fight for the football. And it belongs to Atlanta, but a flag is on the field. Bill Belichick told us.
Holding number 88 offense. Because the result of the play is a fumble recovered by the defense, that penalty is declined. First down, Atlanta.
Bill Belichick told us this is the best strip team we will face all year, and it's the rookie Deion Jones. What a play in the first turnover. It belongs to Atlanta. How about the rookie? 2nd-round pick out of LSU, and this is a Falcons team that practices. 2nd guy in, try to strip the ball, and that happened with Deion Jones forcing the fumble. LeGarrette Blount fumbled in the Patriots' first 2 games of the year. Hadn't fumbled in the previous 16 straight. But it gives Atlanta the football at their own 29. We'll go back to it in a minute. Play action. Ryan fires, and the pass is fought for. And Julio Jones somehow comes down with a football, showing how strong he is. 19-yard completion. What a catch.
It was unbelievable because the ball is just a little behind with good coverage from Logan Ryan and clearly contested, and he's just able to make a play on it. And those are the kinds of things that he does. He doesn't surprise anybody on this Falcons team. They watch him in practice. He's an amazing athlete, and he just made one heck of a catch.
First time he's been targeted in this first half. Ryan sideline, there he is again. Jones backs out of bounds with a first down inside the 30 at the 29, good for 23 yards.
This is why he's so dangerous, because once he gets so far down the field with his speed, you're threatened that he's going deep, and you've got to open it up yourself. But the timing with Matt Ryan coming off of it over to the sideline, you just can't stop it.
First time the Falcons have been inside Patriot territory. Good cutback by Freeman. Leads to the 14-yard line. And another first down for Atlanta.
Well, Alex Mack, we talked about his fibula and how he would hold up. He's at center. He does an excellent job of blocking, and then Freeman reads the cut off of the zone blocking scheme and just knifes it in the middle.
He ran Allen Branch out of the play. Here's Freeman again. What a cutback. Down near the 6, maybe the 5, and they're going to mark him just inside the 6, a gain of 9.
Devontae Freeman, he can cut on a dime, and he's perfect for this Kyle Shanahan running game. We saw it on the previous play. Now they come back with it the other way, and he sees the cutback once again and makes some people miss.
And now Hightower's trying to call a timeout, and they finally grant it as Atlanta kept coming up to the line in a hurry. And the Patriots trying to catch their breath, trying to make the turnover turn into points here in Super Bowl 51. The Atlanta Falcons during the regular season rushed for over 120 yards per game. That was good for 5th in the NFL. They're averaging over 11 yards a carry here in the first half against New England. 2nd and 1. Freeman, what a cut! Touchdown, Atlanta! They put Julio Jones in the backfield. They're going to show it looks like they may go play action and then throw the ball to him. They get defense flowing a little bit. Mohamed Sanu, excellent job of blocking on the perimeter and an easy touchdown. And the Falcons have gashed this defense on the ground. Bryant now for the point after. Seven to nothing Atlanta. It started with a strip. The rookie, Deion Jones, forced the turnover. Dan Quinn thrilled. His team turns it into 7 and a lead. Compliments of Freeman. On that drive, Julio Jones had the first 42 yards. Devontae Freeman had the last 29, including the 5-yard touchdown run. For Freeman, his 10th rushing touchdown over the last 9 games. These two teams tied for the league low with 11 giveaways offensively, and a fumble by Garrett Blount leads to the points by Atlanta. Taking it out of the end zone is Lewis, and Dion Lewis tripped up as he crosses the 15. Now you can be the player and see the play through the quarterback's eyes.
You see Matt Ryan and what he sees off the play action, and he looks out there and he sees that he's got man coverage with safety help over the top to Julio Jones, and it's just a matter of beating him with the ball, and that's the big play that Julio had when he got strong at the catch and hauled that one in. And right now, Joe, this New England Patriot team, this is the first time that they've trailed in a game since week 12.
That was against the Jets, and now here they are starting at their 16 down 7. Brady floats it toward the sideline, broken up. Mitchell the target, and good coverage by C.J. Goodwin. A former receiver in college, and he's really been learning the position of cornerback in the NFL.
Yeah, and now he gets to do it on the biggest stage here in Super Bowl 51, and played sparingly. Mitchell initially looked like he had the ball, but Goodwin, he comes in and makes a play. I know in visiting with Dan Quinn, he said Goodwin could be a factor in this game, but he expected it to be more with him matched up on some of these running backs as receivers. He makes a play there on Mitchell.
Delayed handoff to Dion Lewis. Not much initially. Deion Jones couldn't bring him down, but then the Falcons swarmed to the ball. Ricardo Allen was in on the tackle, a gain of 3. Brian Poole there as well. 3rd and 7. And they're the first 3 possessions for Bill Belichick's New England Patriots.
Well, we talked about it coming into the game, Joe, as to how this young Falcons team, especially this defense, was going to hold up with the emotion of the game. And they are flying around, and they have made some plays. That play by Deion Jones, he's had a heck of a first half already, but that forced fumble was big.
3rd down and 7. Brady steps up, finds White, and he's brought down immediately. And there's Goodwin again. It's 4th down. And after falling behind, the Patriots go 3-0.
Well, they go Julian Edelman in motion, and because Alford follows him, Brady knows he's got man coverage. He comes underneath to James White. You'd think that's a good matchup, running an option route against C.J. Goodwin, and Goodwin comes up 2 big plays now on that drive. Makes an open field tackle to force a punt.
And over end, short punt. And it checks up. Good starting field position for Atlanta. They lead by 7. They'll start outside their own 35. And the 4-time Super Bowl champion frustrated. 10:37 left on the scoreboard clock, and you see the ball control. That battle's being won by New England, but the Falcons lead by 7. Starting at their own 38, play action. Ryan, wide open. Gabriel inside the 40. And the young receiver who was cut from the Cleveland Browns, who has had a big year, gains 24.
Yeah, so you see Julio Jones, he goes through the middle, and because he's puncturing the middle of that defense, it softens up a deep safety, and it allows Gabriel to get in there uncontested for a nice completion.
Ryan keeps it, rolls out to his left, has to get rid of it to the sideline. It's a catch, Julio Jones. What a throw and what a grab by number 11. Gain of 18.
The body control as he gets both feet down and is able to secure the catch. Eric Rowe in coverage, and this is with safety help. It's not one-on-one, so he's able to trail, and he's been doubled throughout this ball game, and yet he's still making big plays.
Matt Ryan is 6 for 6 for 96 yards. Falcons have been able to run it and run it well. Tevin Coleman this time, Scott, with a gain of 1.
Yeah, you look at this running game for the Falcons, and as I said, this is a New England defense that has been really good in run defense. They're only giving up just under 90 yards a game, and heck, the Falcons almost have that with 9 minutes to play in the second quarter. So this is a defense that's not accustomed to teams running the football the way that the Falcons have, and when you're able to do that, all the things that the Falcons have done well all year continues to be in play, and the play action stuff and the big shots down the field.
Second down and 9. Ryan unloads the tight end. Cooper fought for the ball. Chung in coverage. And it's incomplete. 3rd down and 9.
Well, that was Hooper playing defense right there. Patrick Chung, he's in a great position, and when that ball came out, it looked to me like Chung was going to be able to make an interception on the ball, and Hooper's able to get in there and break it up.
Falcons are easily inside field goal range for the big leg kicker, Matt Bryant. 3rd down and 9. End zone. Pass is caught for the touchdown, Austin Hooper. But a flag is down. And it's going to be against New England. The touchdown will stand.
You're going to see Julio Jones and Devin McCourty, the safety. They're doubling him inside out. When you do that, you go one-on-one elsewhere. And Austin Hooper, he's able to beat Chung.
Penalties declined. Result of the play.
And really the throw
touchdown.
Threw him open on that play. It looked a little bit to me like Hooper might have gotten away with something, you know, on the grab to be able to get inside and make a play on that ball.
Well, he's a rookie, Austin Hooper, a 19-yard touchdown. He had 3 during the regular season. A knee injury cost him the final 2 games of the regular season, but he's got a Super Bowl touchdown. And the Atlanta Falcons have an extra point. A flag is down, and it looked like the player, Shane McClellan, who jumped over, may have mistimed his leap. So Bryant, he was right in Bryant's face to the point where Mack couldn't even attempt the extra point. Here's a call.
Number 58, defense. He was on the line of scrimmage at the time the ball was snapped. 5-yard penalty, retry.
Mike Pereira, the call was an illegal formation against the defense.
Yeah, I really don't like the call, although he tries to time the leap. If he's on the line of scrimmage directly over the center, then that's an illegal formation. But he came through over the gap, and so really, to me, this is not a foul.
Well, it moves the ball up to the 10. You can see Bill Belichick saying he's not on the center, he's on the guard, with maybe a word or two left out. It's a 14-0 game. Well, Matt Ryan's playing like a superstar. And this young Atlanta team leads by 14. Lead by 14. It's the largest deficit in a Brady Belichick Super Bowl for the Patriots as they play in their 7th together. 8:48 left in the first half. And Tom Brady and the offense will set up at the 25. Coming up, it's the Alfa Romeo halftime report. As Tom Brady comes back onto the field. Kurt, Terry, Howie, Michael, and Jimmy. First half highlights and analysis. And a social media check-in with Katie Nolan. Well, now Brady is in a 14-point hole. You look at the total yards this quarter with 8:48 left. Over the middle, the tight end, Bennett. A Houston native has got a first down. And just to add to that stat about the largest deficit for the Patriots in a Brady Belichick Super Bowl, no team has ever come back from a 2-touchdown deficit to win a Super Bowl. 10 points is the biggest comeback multiple times, but this is a 14-0 game and an impressive start by Dan Quinn's Falcons. First down, New England. Brady passes short of Edelman, and he was well covered.
The way that this Falcons defense has been flying around the ball, they've done a lot of good things. And even with that being said, the Patriots, you know, they've moved the ball. That the one turnover in this game is really, you know, when you look at the offense for the Patriots, they were rolling then and just unable to come away with any points, and that kind of ignited the Falcons offensively. And there it is right there with Deion Jones, and Jalen Collins made a similar play that kind of got that game turned around against the Green Bay Packers in the NFC Championship game.
On second down, Brady throws in the pass behind Amendola. And Brady was under pressure yet again, 3rd and 10.
Yeah, overall, they have been able to do a good job of getting to Brady, and they've been able to do it without having to start relying on bringing extra rushers. So with that, they're able to still play coverage. A 4-man rush. Brooks Reed, he's coming off the edge, and Brady feels the urgency to get the ball out. And they've been able to make him uncomfortable.
He's been hit 5 times, sacked twice. 3rd and 10. 4-man rush. Brady fires. Pass caught. Flag is down. James White with a catch short of first down yardage. Brady got hit after he let the pass go, but flags are down.
Boy, Dwight Freeney, he got home. You see Tom Brady, he's signaling that the penalty is against the Falcons.
It's a hold which carries with it an automatic first down.
The pass, holding, number 23 defense, 5-yard penalty, automatic first down.
It's on Robert Alford, the hold. Got a hold there of the right arm of Julian Edelman. Dwight Freeney, he put the spin move, his patented spin move, and was able to get a hit on Brady just as he was letting go of the ball.
Freeney with 122.5 sacks, 18th all time. Playing in his 3rd Super Bowl, went 1-1 with Indy. On first down, handoff to Blunt, and he is stood up at the line of scrimmage. Milano, a former Patriot, was in on the stop with Jonathan Babineau. There's Rob Gronkowski. He's been out since week 13 with a back injury. He's had surgery. He's excited, obviously, with how he feels right now going into next year. But when the Patriots lost Gronkowski, they lost a major down the middle of the field weapon.
A great player. Other people stepped up. Chris Hogan, you know, Malcolm Mitchell, but you just don't replace the threat of a guy like Rob Gronkowski and what he means to a defense and having to defend him.
They fake the handoff. Brady gets rid of it to James White. And White gets tripped up by Robert Alford. Had a lot of room if Alford doesn't make that stop. A gain of 7, 3rd and 3 coming.
And that's one thing that the Falcons defense has done a pretty good job of. Both of these offenses are outstanding in yards after the catch. But for the most part, when the Patriots have gotten the ball in their hands, they've been able to come up and make some pretty good open field tackles.
Third down and 3. Brady, flag is down. Pass incomplete. But a flag was thrown in the secondary, and it's a hold against Atlanta. That'll be another New England first down.
Prior to the pass, holding, number 34 defense, 5-yard penalty, automatic, first down.
That's on Brian Poole, and he gets caught with the hold, grabs a face mask on Danny Amendola, and Brady gets hit right at the end of that play. Devondre Campbell, he acts like he's going to rush, and then he backs out. He comes late, seeing Brady had time in the pocket. But with time, it's, as we talked about, with the speed and the quickness of these receivers, it really stresses these defensive backs.
2 first downs by penalty on 3rd downs during this drive. Here's Blunt right side with Devlin in front of him, not much. Takes it to the 45, a gain of 1 where Tyson Jackson makes the tackle.
What, the Patriots have not been a great running football team this season. And the Falcons haven't been a great run defense, this season, and which was going to prevail. And here in this first half, this Falcons defense has done a good job stifling the running game of the New England Patriots.
Dion Lewis in the backfield with Brady on 2nd and 9. Brady, Lewis dropped it. Ricardo Allen was right on his back anyway, but now 3rd and 9 for Tom Brady. Timeout taken by Atlanta. Went out there a couple of different times. 3rd down and 9. So we were talking about earlier, the largest comebacks in Super Bowl history, 10 points 3 times.
Well, right now the Falcons are showing an all-out blitz.
3rd down and 9. Brady throws incomplete, but another flag. And it happened in the secondary, and it's another hold against Atlanta.
Prior to the pass, holding, number 34 defense, automatic, first down.
That's 3 defensive holds on this drive against Atlanta, and an easy call.
You see the release there by Malcolm Mitchell, and then it causes the hold. Devondre Campbell, he just went right through Shaq Mason at right guard, and Brady has to get the ball out. But now, like you said, another penalty, another one on Brian Poole, and whether it's been Amendola or Hogan or anyone else, they've put him in a bind.
All 3 of those holds have come on 3rd downs. Delayed handoff, it's Blunt. Well played by Atlanta. And Hageman came through and was the first one to greet LeGarrette Blunt. In the rushing yardage column, dominance by the Falcons. LeGarrette Blunt so far just 2 yards a carry, 8 for 16 with a fumble.
45. 319. 45. 319.
2nd and 10, play action. Brady fires passes, caught by Bennett, and he's got a New England first down. And again, Tom Brady just able to get rid of it before the pressure got to him, completes it for 13.
Yeah, Martellus Bennett, he comes off the ball and he's able to get some separation there and they get the ball into his hands, and he's had to do a little bit more with Rob Gronkowski going down as well. He's bounced around a little bit. The Patriots give up a 4th-round pick for him, and
45.
He's come through with some nice plays throughout the season.
Fake the throw. They hand it off to Lewis. And he'll take it inside the 25 to the 24, a gain of 3.
Well, that's a nice drive right now by this Patriots offense. Been aided, as we said, by some penalties with this Falcons defense. Kept some drives going, but down 14 points and first half winding down, needing to come away with something to get a little momentum back on their side. Now they're threatening.
Remember, the Falcons won the toss. They deferred. They'll get the ball to start the second half. 2nd and 7.
19.
Lewis. A spin, can't get away for extra yardage. 3rd down coming up. A gain of 1. And Brady Jarrett is there to make the big hit. The first guy there was Dwight Freeney.
Well, I think this defensive front for the Falcons was really challenged coming into this game. You see Grady Jarrett, I halfway expected to see a flag. When you start body slamming guys, you start looking for yellow flags coming out. But they have played really well, whether it's been getting pressure on Brady with a 4-man rush or playing the run. They have risen to the challenge here in this first half.
3rd down and 6. Falcons overload the right side of the Patriots offensive line. Pass is picked. Intercepted. Robert Alford. He's gone. There are no flags. And the Falcons add to their lead. Alford with a pick 6. Yards on the return by Robert Alford.
They're trying to run a rub route with Amendola, then coming underneath, and you're going to see Alford. He's deep, and he just reads Brady. He drives underneath it. He makes a play, and Tom Brady's not able to slow him down. That's a great job now with the Patriots down in scoring position with 2 takeaways defensively, and this time it's a pick 6.
2:21 left in the first half, and this young defense on the biggest stage, shutting down Tom Brady. They've forced 2 turnovers, and they've turned those 2 turnovers into 14 points and lead by 21. Second-year head coach Dan Quinn. His group up by 21. Well, Dan Quinn, the head coach of the Atlanta Falcons, is in his 3rd Super Bowl over the last 4 years. 2 times as defensive coordinator for the Seattle Seahawks, and his young defense is looking Seahawk-like, able to get pressure with 4. Secondary flying around, good active linebackers. 2nd down and 7. Brady gets hit as he throws it, somehow caught by Bennett. Unbelievable. That ball was up for grabs, and it drops into the arms of Bennett for 15 yards.
Yeah, Beasley does a nice job of coming underneath the block and getting a hit on Brady, and what typically happens on those types of balls are intercepted, but Bennett in the perfect position to make a play on the ball.
Wow. Now Devondre Campbell, the rookie linebacker, is down for Atlanta. We'll take a break here in Houston. Timeout had to be taken by Atlanta with the injury to Devondre Campbell. They're left with 1. Patriots have 2. Brady with protection misses Julian Edelman, who was wide open.
Well, they finally are able to get Edelman across the formation, and he's open. A perfectly designed play, and Brady just simply misses him. This time he is afforded a little more time in the pocket to deliver the football, and Dwight Freeney, who hasn't gotten home yet, has certainly been in the backfield a lot. He has had a heck of a first half, and it hasn't been lost on the Patriots. They worked him over pretty good on that last play.
Brady 4 for his last 10, 2nd and 10. Good protection again, and Brady finds a receiver. It's White. Nice move for a first down and more. Inside the 30. And with the clock running, they elect to keep their timeouts. A 28-yard catch and run.
Yeah, one of the few times we've seen the Falcons over pursue and unable to make a tackle after the catch.
First down from the 29. Quick setup and throw. Pass caught. Hogan. He's to the 21. Tom Brady has rallied the Patriots from a 21-point or more deficit to win a game 3 times in his career. So stay tuned. He's got the Patriots with a 2nd down and 2 with under 40 to play. Sideline not close for Hogan. Now 3rd and 2 with 30 seconds left, and go back to the catch and run by White.
And James White, he's in the backfield. Deion Jones in coverage and gets him running, and then Jones just not anticipating that White's going to get the ball thrown to him and not then there to make the tackle. We're able to pick up a nice gain, but this is a nice drive here. We'll see what the Patriots are able to do on 3rd down, but trying to come away with a touchdown at the same time, not leave too much time on the clock for Matt Ryan and the offense.
3rd down and 2. Pass is caught. First down. White to the 15, and a timeout taken by the Patriots, who scored on 6 of their first 8 possessions in the AFC title game against the Steelers. This is their 6th drive in this Super Bowl. No points so far, but they're in good position now. Down 21. Visit NFLshop.com after the game for the largest selection of Super Bowl 51 championship gear at the official store of the NFL. NFLshop.com. Brady has been under a lot of pressure against this Falcons defense.
Well, he sure has, and like we've talked about, it's been predominantly with a 4-man rush, and they've been able to get home. And you start getting hit like that and rushed, it has a huge impact then on a quarterback. And now as we look at this drive, this is a Falcons defense that last in the league, keeping people out of the end zone down here in the red zone.
23 seconds left in the half. First down. 1 timeout remaining. Patriots trying to get on the board. Brady hangs in, finds a receiver, and Edelman had it knocked away. And that's one of the stars of this first half, Robert Alford, who got his hand in there and avoided the completion right there.
And the ball was just thrown enough behind Edelman to where he couldn't catch it on the move, because he had a couple steps on Robert Alford. You see if he's able to hit him in stride, it's a touchdown. But Alford, with the ball slightly thrown behind Edelman, he's able to make the good play.
Now 2nd down. A screen for White, gets 1 block to the 5, inside the 5. And now 12 seconds left, and a flag is down outside the 10. There's Martellus Bennett.
Holding.
Hold.
Number 88 offense. 10-yard penalty. Repeat 2nd down.
Of Olatoye.
He had his shoulder pads lifted up like he was taking them off. It's a costly penalty. David Andrews, the center, he gets out and makes a big-time block that springs it. And now it's all coming back.
Yeah, and the killer is for New England is not only do you lose the yardage, you lose the time.
That's it.
Only 12 seconds left now. And 2nd and 15 from the 20. Second hold against Bennett in this half. Brady setting up a screen for Bennett that's going nowhere. And instead of going out of bounds, the clock continues to run, and Bill Belichick, as you can see, is there to call a timeout. And instead of putting up 7 before the half, it looks like the Patriots will have to settle for a Gostkowski field goal try.
Yeah, I don't know about that call by Josh McDaniels. You know, it was designed well, but if you get the ball with such little time to Martellus Bennett, it's unlikely that he's going to get it too much out of that play. So I think that's one that he'd like to have back.
Brady Jarrett got in there and made that play. It'll be a 41-yard try by Gostkowski, who is 29 of 31 all time during the postseason, and he has hit 20 straight. Good snap, good hold, kick is good. And with 2 seconds left in the half, the Patriots are on the board. They trail by 18. Not what Tom Brady had in mind when that drive was knocking on the door of the end zone. Brady is trying to make history here tonight, become the first quarterback to ever win 5 Super Bowls. Is on the short end of this one, and the Atlanta Falcons, not a lot of believers coming into this game, especially about this defense, but man, have they played great. And Troy, there was so much talk about the New England defense, and they were the top scoring defense in the NFL this year, but this is the first time New England's defense is facing a quarterback that ranked in the top 10 in quarterback rating all year, and they happen to be facing the guy in Matt Ryan, who ended first with an incredible number of 117.1.
Well, it's been a defense that has been questioned for that reason for much of the season in terms of who they've played against, and we certainly knew that this was going to be their toughest test, and the Falcons have done an excellent job. And I think for most people, though, if you'd have said the score would be 21-3 at halftime, I think most everyone would have thought that it would have meant the Patriots were the team with 21 points. This Falcons team, both sides of the ball, they've done an outstanding job, and really it just kind of seems like they've been playing at a little different speed than what the Patriots have been.
To the credit of head coach Dan Quinn, who brought his young team to the stadium here yesterday, let them get inside the locker room, take their pictures, have those moments, and then, as he told us during the week, once Sunday comes around, it's time to pop the trunk and go play. Squib kick, and that's the end of the first half as it's recovered by DeMarco. Falcons have turned 2 takeaways into 14 points.
This opening possession for both of these teams, I think, is big to start this second half. The Falcons, of course, they want to continue with momentum. Great job to end that half by the defense. Can the offense run the ball, the play action pass, and the things they did so well there in the first half? But more importantly, can the Patriots defense make a stop and let this Falcons offense know that, hey, they're going to have to continue to play and get the ball back to this offense?
Gostkowski kicks it away, and it's Weems from around the 5. And well covered by New England. Nate Ebner on the stop. Let's go down to the field and check in with Chris Myers.
Well, Bill Belichick said if you wait until halftime to make adjustments, it's too late. He started juggling things in the opening quarter, like how he was covering Julio Jones because they couldn't stop the run. And then when he did that, Julio Jones set up a touchdown. When I asked him about how his offense could get him back in the game, I got kind of a blank stare. But he did indicate turning this game around starts with stopping Matt Ryan and the Atlanta offense.
1 hour, 8 minutes. Since we last saw the Atlanta Falcons offense, they take over at their own 19, leading by 18. And they hand it off to Freeman. Nowhere to go. Hightower made the play. A loss of 3, and back down to the field. Here's Aaron Andrews.
Joe, you mentioned how long it's been for the Falcons offense since they've been on the field. Dan Quinn saying, look, it is what it is, and that's why our mindset starting here in the second half has to be, we're pedaling downhill. We just have to attack. Did ask him what he told his team. Reset. Forget about the first half. He mentioned what concerns him the most, this ball-hawking defense from the Patriots and their explosive offense. Joe?
Aaron thanks 2nd and 13 after the 3-yard loss by Freeman. Ryan underneath, Freeman on the reception. Can't make the 25, and a good play made by Logan Ryan. A gain of 7, so 3rd and 6 coming. An opportunity for this Patriots defense to get a stop and get Brady right back on the field.
No doubt this would be a big statement by this New England defense. And Kyle Shanahan, he comes out on 1st down, tries to run the ball. Dante Hightower makes a great play on 1st down, and that's something they were unable to do with this running game by the Falcons there in that 1st half.
3rd down and 6. Sideline broken up. Pass intended for Taylor Gabriel, and out there Eric Rowe, who was added in a trade week 1 of the season, a former 2nd-round pick by Philly.
Eric Rowe, he's young at the position, and looked like there was a little contact at the top of it, but they go after Eric Rowe one-on-one in a 5-man rush by the New England Patriots, and that's a big-time 3-and-out. That's hard to do against this Falcons offense. It's rare that they don't pick up a 1st down.
Well, it's the first Atlanta drive in this game without a 1st down attached to it. 4th down and 6. Bosher to punt. Goodwin. Edelman. From the 21. Breaks 1 tackle. Down the sideline. Bosher in on the stop. And a big-time return by Julian Edelman. Of 34 yards after a 56-yard punt. Here comes New England, down 18. During the break, a challenge flag thrown by Dan Quinn. We're going to get the call right now from Carl Chuffers. It was for that, the left foot of Edelman along the sidelines.
After review, the returner stepped out of bounds at the 47-yard line. That's where New England will have it, 1st and 10. Please set the game clock to 13:07.
The ball sitting at the 45 of Atlanta. And I assume with that tight look, it's the 47 of Atlanta. And they're going to move it back to the 47 of New England. So some yardage taken away. 8 yards on the return by Julian Edelman. And here's a better look at it. Right there. So starting from their own 47, down by 18. Pass is off the hands of Chris Hogan. Good throw that time by Brady, and Hogan couldn't make the catch. Collins in coverage.
Yeah, good coverage by Jalen Collins. A lot of field there with man coverage to get the ball out on that boundary, and Chris Hogan just unable to make a play on that ball. Perfectly thrown ball by Brady.
Just 2 catches for 23 yards for Hogan. After that incredible performance against the Steelers in the championship game, 9 for 180. 2nd and 10. Here's Amendola. Well played. Flag is thrown from the secondary. Brian Poole made the stop. The undrafted rookie out of Florida. And it's against New England.
Well, Brian Poole, he played that ball awfully well. A guy who had a couple holding penalties.
Pass interference, number 15 offense. That penalty is declined. 3rd down.
So they decline the penalty. Instead of 2nd and 20, it's 3rd and 12.
There's the call on Chris Hogan, but you know, Brian Poole, he's anticipating the quick passing game. That's one of the things that the Patriots like to do in defense. That you have to be aggressive in attack, and that's what he was able to do. It makes a big time play.
3rd down and 12 for Brady.
Confusion there by this Falcons defense.
And Dan Quinn on the sideline, the head coach, called the timeout. So Dan Quinn's defense, which is coordinated by Richard Smith, will have a chance to talk about this 3rd down and 12. Last night, all the awards were handed out around the NFL. The NFL's assistant coach of the year was Kyle Shanahan, who it appears is headed to the 49ers to become their next head coach, with our former colleague John Lynch in the spot of general manager. And in that little head-to-head against Josh McDaniels, Kyle Shanahan's winning that battle. There he is upstairs. Right now it's Atlanta's defense out there, and McDaniels trying to find a way to get a first down. Third down and 12. Pass dropped, Edelman. And so despite the great starting field position for New England, nothing doing.
Well, as soon as they move Edelman down and Alford goes with him, he's in man coverage, and Tom Brady knows that, and this is where the Patriots are really dangerous most of the time. When you get Edelman running the shallow crossing routes, can't keep up with them with tremendous quickness and speed, but 2 drop balls there by Edelman and Hogan on that drive.
And over end punt by Ryan Allen, and a fair catch hauled in by Weems. So the Falcons have it for the second time in this second half as they lead 21-3. Drive will start for Atlanta at their own 15 as they lead 21-3. First time in their last 21 possessions, the Falcons went 3 and out. That's how they started this second half. Coleman in the backfield. Pass is caught. Gabriel out across the 30. Taylor Gabriel, who has become a major weapon for Matt Ryan, gains 17.
Yeah, off the play action passing, and Taylor Gabriel, he gets in there, and this is the guy that can really fly. And the fact that he became available when the Cleveland Browns let him go, and Kyle Shanahan had some background with him when he was with the Browns as offensive coordinator. He picked him up, and boy, what a key acquisition he has been.
Toss to Coleman running right. Tevin Coleman out across the 35. We haven't talked much about Alex Mack, who was the free agent added from Cleveland to really solidify this offensive line. He got hurt in the NFC Championship game. There are some reports out there that this fibula injury is actually a break. He didn't really want to talk about it much with us when we met with him during the week, but he's held up well.
Well, he sure has. He's made some big-time blocks, too, to get this running game going.
Ryan down the middle, wide open. Gabriel. And a busting coverage by this Patriots defense.
Well, Taylor Gabriel, he puts a heck of a move on this route that frees him up. Malcolm Butler in coverage right there and trips him up. And then he's got to make the catch, knowing he's got the safety on the other side who's going to put the hit on him. It's a big-time route.
Handoff is to Coleman running left, and Chung is there to force him out. That 35-yarder to Taylor Gabriel was the longest pass play tonight, and here it is again.
Yeah, you see the release off the ball with speed. As soon as he starts to the boundary with the head fake, it trips up Malcolm Butler, and it gives Matt Ryan just an easy completion. But you talked about Kyle Shanahan and what he has meant to this offense. Those are the kinds of things in terms of route running. There's not a lot of teams in this league that really teach some of the fundamental things of route running. When you watch these wide receivers, they do an excellent job. They're talented, they're well coached, and that's why they move the football the way they do.
On second down, Ryan in trouble out to his left, throws, pass is caught. That's Sanu. And Mohamed Sanu is to the 15-yard line with another Atlanta first down.
How about that catch?
How about the year for Mohamed Sanu, who played second fiddle to A.J. Green in Cincinnati. Now he's second fiddle to this guy, and he's had a great season.
He really has. He's just another weapon in Matt Ryan's arsenal.
His first catch for 13 yards. Freeman right side, hits the hole hard, and he's dragged down inside the 10 at the 7 by Trey Flowers.
Well, you think about this second half, Joe, and the Falcons open up the second half. They go 3 and out. The Patriots get a great return from Julian Edelman, and they do nothing with it. With great field position, the young Falcons defense forced a 3 and out, and now this Falcons offense on the move and threatening for more points.
back near the 10. And this Patriots defense is looking for a takeaway. That's what they need, a loss of 2 by Devontae Freeman. And there's the defensive coordinator, Matt Patricia. He's called the defense for Bill Belichick since 2010. He's been the official defensive coordinator since 2012 entitled. And he has his hands full.
Well, keep an eye on Mohamed Sanu down here. He's the most targeted receiver for this Falcons offense on 3rd down. He's right here on the line.
3rd down and 4. Ryan, pass is broken up, but a flag. Butler in coverage on Gabriel, and a flag is thrown right in that spot.
Pass interference. Number 21 defense. Automatic. 1st down.
Take a look at it and see what happens in the left arm. The left arm is kind of around him and gets the pull. He gets the penalty there to keep this drive alive. And then, of course, the big play to Gabriel when he got crossed up. A tough series.
With 3 catches, 76 yards in the game. Never had a 100-yard game in the NFL. Here is Coleman, end zone, touchdown.
Well, this is not what you want to see. Rob Ninkovich, he has to cover Coleman as he comes across. He gets caught up in the traffic. As you see, he's trying to then get out there. He gets outflanked. And there's no way you're going to be able to make a play on Coleman.
It's a 6-yard touchdown catch by Tevin Coleman. This to make it 28-3. Nearly blocked. Bryant knocks it through. New England stopped Atlanta first time they had it in this 2nd half. Not this time. Down the field they go. Coleman into the end zone. Arthur Blank loving it. Up by 25. And Robert Kraft, who has had an unprecedented run of success as owner of the New England Patriots with his son Jonathan Kraft to his left, our right. He has never experienced anything like this in a Super Bowl. In his 8th as an owner of New England. Dion Lewis takes a knee. Well, it's a Super Bowl, so might as well show him. Mark Wahlberg, huge Patriots fan, and Chrissy Teigen and John Legend. John can cause a stir in a hotel lobby. Take my word for it. Elton John is here. John Travolta is here. Mel Blount, Tony Dungy, a Super Bowl champion in that 06 season. Roger Goodell. And there's James Baker, former Secretary of State, former Secretary of the Treasury. Bob McNair on the far right. Vice President Mike Pence in the middle. Bob McNair has to be thrilled with the way his city has stepped up with the challenge of hosting a Super Bowl. The way his stadium's all lit up. The hole is deeper for Tom Brady in New England. Underneath, pass is caught. Dion Lewis, in this offense isn't going anywhere right now.
Well, what we're seeing, Joe, really is the speed of this Falcons defense, and that's what Dan Quinn wanted to address when he came in and took over as the head coach of this team. This defense was last in the NFL the year before Dan Quinn took over, and at every position other than defensive tackle, he'll take speed over size every time, and we're seeing guys like Deion Jones who are flying all over this field and making plays.
Second down and 7. Brady, pass is caught. Tackle is missed, and a first down for James White. Gain of 12. They really can't get anything going downfield, and that's not atypical of New England. They'll chip away and just drive it right down your throat, but not tonight against Atlanta yet.
Yeah, some self-inflicted punishment too, you know, with the turnovers, and like we said, I mean, Tom Brady, 3 turnovers, 3 interceptions in this postseason, one more than he had all year. But then with the drop balls and just some uncharacteristic things by this Patriot team.
And to back up your point, half the points have come because of the turnovers by New England as Dion Lewis carries it over the right side and picks up 8. There's a fumble by LeGarrette Blount. There was an interception return for a touchdown by Robert Alford as he picked Brady and returned it 82 yards to make it 21-0 in the first half. Now 2nd and 2. Hand off to Lewis. Nothing. Lost a yard. 3rd down coming up. Deion Jones right in the middle of it yet again for Atlanta.
Boy, he's been everywhere, hasn't he? And they talk about Deion Jones and the year that he has had, and as the middle linebacker, that's kind of new for him when he got here, and he's had to be the signal caller and take over as the leader, and initially that was not something he was overly comfortable with, but as Dan Quinn said, he began to find his voice as the season went along, and boy, the last month of the season he was terrific.
3rd down and 3. This is a lateral. Throw is to Lewis and incomplete. As the Patriots try a little trickery on 3rd down and 3, and now on 4th down, we'll see if Bill Belichick goes for it. I don't know about that play call either.
Yeah, they're just trying to create some big play ability and maybe catch the Falcons off guard, and it looked initially like he had a chance to Dion Lewis, but the ball just not getting there fast enough. Unable to make the play, and I'm not surprised at all they're going for it here on 4th down.
From their own 46, down by 25. Brady has a man. 1st down. Big conversion. Amendola out of bounds inside the 40. That's why that play call on 3rd down and 3. I mean, you want the ball in Brady's hands throwing it, not Edelman, but in this case they convert on 4th down with a completion of 17 to Danny Amendola, who has 3 catches for 28 yards.
45, Rita! We're Rita right here.
Blitz. Quick throw. Amendola brought down immediately. Play made by Jalen Collins, a gain of 2.
Devondre Campbell, he was coming off the edge, and another one of those speed rookies that they picked up at the linebacker position. I think if you look around this league, the Falcons possess the fastest linebackers in all of football.
Patriots in the first half took it inside the Atlanta 35 3 times and came away with a total of 3 points.
Gold 67! Hey, 22!
2nd down and 8. Pass is incomplete for Edelman. 3rd down and 8 with the clock stopped at 4:49 left. 3rd quarter.
Just a little bit off, Joe. You watch Brady, and in that first half they were getting some pressure on him, and really wasn't able to settle in. That time with plenty of time in the pocket and just not a very accurate throw, and he's been off just a little bit, and then when he's kind of been on the mark, they've had a few key drops, but it just hasn't been as in sync as I'm used to seeing from this team.
Now 3rd down and 8. Brady flushed out, will run and get it and slide at the 20. He doesn't do it much, but that's a 15-yard carry by Tom Brady.
Yeah, and because of that, then when you're rushing him, you tend to lose sight of contain. So they come underneath, they're trying to get inside pressure, and Tom recognizes it, and he gets outside looking to throw, but once he sees open field, he takes it. And obviously not a guy who runs very often, just 28 rushing attempts on the regular season, but a big run there for this Patriot offense.
Ties his season long with a 15-yard carry. Here's Blount, has a fumble in this game, driving the pile close to the 15. Keanu Neal on the stop. Neal, 1st-round pick from Florida. And how about this? Helmets are stuck between Martellus Bennett and Dwight Freeney. And all the while the clock's running.
That clock's been running on this drive. It's Patriots getting a nice drive going, but certainly time right now is what they're contending with, as well as points. And
officials reset the play clock, but every second on the game clock is precious, and that's been running ever since that last play. 2nd and 5. They run it again. Blunt, right side, is going to get the first down and hang on to the football after a couple of big hits. Alford on the tackle. He wasn't alone out there, and a carry of 10 yards by Blunt.
Some tough running there by LeGarrette Blunt. Just trying to climb back into this thing and know that they got to come away with a touchdown on this drive. And Alford trying to bring down a big man, and that's not easy to do.
To the 5, that's it. And I would imagine Patriots fans are saying, throw the football. I mean, they're getting yardage with Blunt, but we're under 2.5 left now in the 3rd quarter, and a lot of time is coming off the clock on this drive.
You see how much time the drive has taken, over 6 minutes right now, and I think Dan Quinn is perfectly happy, you know, allowing them to drive the football and take time off the clock, and they've done a good job not giving up big plays.
Now they'll throw. Pass is caught. That's White. Touchdown. Brady takes his team into the end zone. A long drive with 2:06 left in the 3rd quarter. First touchdown of the game for New England.
Brian Poole, we've seen, or excuse me, Jalen Collins, that was him on the outside. And look, look, that's a touchdown. And James White, he's been one of the real positives for this offense. He's the leading receiver for the Patriots in this ballgame.
Gostkowski for the extra point. And this one hits the upright. And there's not much going right for New England. They get the touchdown, and Gostkowski misses the extra point. That's his 5th miss of the season. And Atlanta's about to get it back. We'll see how Bill Belichick wants to play this. And it's an onside kick. That's going to be a penalty flag. It looked like it hit Gostkowski before it went 10 yards. It's recovered by Atlanta anyway. But it looked like it hit Gostkowski. It's got to travel 10 yards untouched by the kicking team. And that's why they threw the flag. But it's Atlanta's ball anyway. Leroy Reynolds. Let's watch and see where this comes up and hits Gostkowski right there on the right knee.
Leroy Reynolds, he comes in, and how he's able to get through all those bodies and get on. That's really great work by him. Well designed, I mean, but job there with it hitting Gostkowski. And now you're setting a Falcons offense that a defense has not had a great deal of success against with outstanding field position.
Leroy Reynolds is a 4th-year pro out of Virginia, has a moment.
Touch on the kicking team. The ball hit the kicker. That 5-yard penalty will be added to the spot of the recovery. First down, Atlanta.
So a moment for the special teams coach, Keith Armstrong. The Falcons. There's the missed extra point by Gostkowski. It's a 28-9 game. Atlanta with a football and all the fun so far. Well, Matt Ryan has a perfect passer rating so far at 158.3, 12 of 14, 193 yards. Now after the failed onside kick try and the 5-yard penalty starting at the New England 41. Up by 19. Ryan finds his receiver. That's Hooper, the tight end, who has a touchdown in this game. He picks up 9. We know that Matt Ryan is now the MVP of the NFL. Born in 1985, Exton, Pennsylvania, attended Boston College, was the 3rd overall pick in 2008 behind behind Jake Long and Chris Long, and now the MVP. Regular season, 38 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. Career year, and he gets the MVP, and now flag flies. Good play there. Landon Roberts, Flowers was in there as well. Tevin Coleman, no gain, but a flag flew early.
Holding, number 70 offense, 10-yard penalty, repeat second down.
It's against left tackle Jake Matthews.
Right there. And this Patriots defense, they've done a much better job in the second half. There's no doubt that Kyle Shanahan would like to run the football like they did in that first half, wind this clock down, but the Patriots have gotten much more physical out on the edges. Yards have been harder to come by. But to follow up on Matt Ryan, yeah, I mean, right from the beginning, the guy he said that he loved this offense, and it was really a matter of getting comfortable with calling the plays. There's a lot of verbiage within the offense, and this year, as the season began, he had weapons. He felt comfortable with what he was doing. Another year in the system, and boy, the results speak for themselves, and congratulations to him on being named the league MVP.
Oh, we'll welcome you inside our broadcast booth, and you keep waiting because of their history, because of his history. Talking about Tom Brady and talking about the New England Patriots to jump back in this game, get a key stop, get a turnover. It's not happening, and that's in large part to the play of the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, they really have. They've grown up as the seasons progress, but this was another big step against this Patriot team, in this ball game. But one of the real key turning points, I think, for the Falcons defensively was in this second half when Edelman gets the nice return and sets up the Patriots offensively with great field position. The defense forces a 3-and-out. That was a big-time stop.
This Atlanta team has not turned the ball over this entire postseason. Against Seattle, Green Bay, now New England. Ryan gets away from a sack, throws. That ball is incomplete for Austin Hooper. New England almost forced the turnover they were looking for, but Hooper didn't have it long enough for it to be considered a catch. Good job by Matt Ryan to get away from a sack from Sheard.
It's Ball Sheard. He's the one who came off the corner, and Matt Ryan, he's just trying to get Hooper to throttle that thing down. There was a lot of field right there, and he made it tough on his quarterback trying to get him the football with him under pressure. Good play by Chung to knock that ball out. Now 3rd down and 11.
Low snap. Ryan is sacked. Back on Atlanta's side of the 50. Kyle Van Noy, an in-season pickup from Detroit, a loss of 9, and it's 4th down.
As Sheard, he's able to get home again against Ryan Schrader, and Van Noy then finishes him off, and they make a key stop. I mean, they get good field position with the missed onside kick. Defense for the Patriots does a good job not surrendering any points on that possession.
Yeah, after, as you said, not just the failed onside kick, the 5-yard penalty, and now with the play clock down at 0. Flags fly for delay of game. Carl Cheffers checks with Bill Belichick to see if he wants to accept.
Game, offense, 5-yard penalty, remains 4th down.
The answer is yes. Meanwhile, for Belichick's defense, they have 3 sacks in this game, and all 3 have come on 3rd down. So now 3 seconds remain in this punt. Will be the last play of quarter number 3 in this 51st Super Bowl. Edelman waits for it. And now more whistles.
Of the 3rd quarter.
And they start the game clock, and that's it. For the first 3 quarters, the punt will start quarter number 4 after this from your local Fox station. It's a 28-9 game. The Patriots about to get the ball back as we begin the final quarter here in Super Bowl 51. It would be an unprecedented comeback if the Patriots climb out of this hole to win their 5th Super Bowl. Right now, it's Atlanta in charge. Bosher has had a good night punting. Hits one end over end. And it is hauled in inside the 15. That was Patrick Chung. And they'll mark him at the 13-yard line. There have been miscues for the Patriots despite all the experience. A fumble in the first half by LeGarrette Blount. There have been some drops. There's been a pick 6. Robert Alford returning one 82 yards. Another drop. And then after their only touchdown of the game, Gostkowski hits the right upright. It's 28-9. From the 13 as you look at the takeaways and the points off the takeaways. Brady, big hill to climb. Pass is caught by Malcolm Mitchell. And Mitchell with a first down at the 28, gain of 15.
Just a lot of those miscues that we just showed that you don't do what the Patriots have done and have those kinds of things happen, especially on this stage. It's just not expected, and it's not just one thing. Brady hasn't been as sharp as what we've seen from him this year, but drop balls, balls on the ground, fumbles.
Pass is caught here. That's Mitchell again. Gain of 7. So that brace on the elbow of Malcolm Mitchell. Broke his elbow during the preseason, and he's been dealing with a knee injury of late. Second straight game he's been active. 2nd and 3 now. White bounces it, has a first down as he's able to cross the 40. Brought down by Keanu Neal. Gain of 6. Super Bowl 51 most valuable player voting is now open. Go to NFL.com/MVP and vote now. First down, Patriots. NFL record 9th Super Bowl in franchise history. Brady all day. Edelman downfield, can't hit it. It'll be 2nd and 10.
They had a chance once again for a big play down the field. Call that the wheel route. You see that Edelman, he's a couple steps there on Brian Poole, and just another one just unable to connect when the opportunity has been there. And we showed that shot of Matt Ryan. You look at this offense for the Falcons and just 33 offensive snaps in this game. I mean, that's really unheard of.
Now 2nd and 10, pass caught. Mitchell again. They're going to the rookie. He's got a first down. The usual weapon for Tom Brady, Julian Edelman, has been targeted 10 times in this game. He has only 3 catches, and now the Patriots, they get up to the line, but then they're spending a lot of time up here getting a snap away. First down at the 41. Brady from the shotgun, pass is caught. And out of bounds is James White. They're going to give White nearly 10 yards. Looks like they stopped him just short, so it's 2nd and literally inches.
I do think this Falcons defense has done a good job in this game of mixing things up between zone coverage and man coverage, just trying to keep Tom Brady from knowing exactly what they're doing on every snap.
Brady, pass is incomplete for Amendola. Now it's 3rd down and 2 inches as Amendola comes away talking to the official, and he got grabbed. That's why by Poole.
Poole, he gets away with it here. Hasn't gotten away with all of them. He's been penalized a couple times, but Amendola got up immediately. He was looking for the flag, as was Brady.
third down. Pass is caught inside the 10 by Bennett. There's life for New England, as Martellus Bennett is good for 25.
Tom Brady knew exactly what he had, and Martellus Bennett at 275 pounds, I mean, he can run. Keanu Neal, he can run as well. He's the rookie safety, but Martellus Bennett is able to get a step and a perfectly thrown ball by Brady.
Now first and goal. Brady is sacked. Jarrett. Brady Jarrett has his second of the game.
Couldn't see who it was, but he drops out. It might be Jonathan Babineau. He drops out underneath, and that took Brady initially thought he was going to be able to get the crossing route, and it's not there. And by the time he sees it and gets off of it, Brady goes down.
That brought the ball back outside the 12, second and goal. Underneath, it's White. Well played by Collins. Now third down and goal.
Called it a little bit earlier, Joe, when you watch this defense, just the way they swarm to the football and the way that they fly around, they do look a lot like that Seattle defense, and it was the one that Dan Quinn coordinated there for a few years under Pete Carroll, and that's the template. He certainly has got some good young players that have done a nice job in this ball game.
Third down and goal. Brady's in trouble again, and it's Jarrett yet again. What a night for the second-year pro out of Clemson.
This was the guy who was challenged. He was going to have to be able to play well in this game for this Falcons defense to have a chance, and he has. He comes up big. He goes right past Shaq Mason, the right guard, and he gets inside, and Brady has no chance.
This is exactly the same distance as an extra point. 33-yard try, and Gostkowski has made this a two-score game. It's a 16-point game. Brady cannot get New England into the end zone on that drive. The Patriots not able to get it into the end zone. Had a first and goal. Tom Brady has been hit 14 times. Meanwhile, Grady Jarrett, the second-year fifth-round pick out of Clemson, had 3 sacks all regular season. He's now tied a Super Bowl record with his 3 sacks here against New England. Little pop-up kick. And back inside the 20, it's Hardy on the return in what is now a 2-score game. It's a 16-point game. Disbelief. And Josh McDaniels back to work on offense, Atlanta.
It's pretty amazing when you look at it and how efficient he has been. He's only thrown the ball 16 times, but he has just 3 incompletions, so he has been awfully efficient. Not only that, this Falcons offense only has 33 snaps. That's pretty amazing in an era right now when offenses are running 80 and 85 snaps. The Patriots have twice as many offensive snaps as the Falcons.
But it's a 16-point Atlanta lead. Toss to Coleman running right. Tackled by Patrick Chung, and he was trying to rip the ball out during the tackle, a gain of 8.
Well, that's what they kind of started this game doing. Getting out on the perimeter, and then the Patriots tightened up. But that's what Kyle Shanahan and this offense, they'd like to get that running game going once again and run this clock down.
Falcons are at 6.8 yards per rush. Second and 2. Our toss, Coleman didn't get it. So third down and 2. Maybe Coleman got half a yard at the most, and now Tevin Coleman is down. And that stops the clock with 8:48 left. So they'll check on their second-year running back. For Tevin Coleman, first he gets stepped on, but that's not the issue. It's right there on the tackle by Trey Flowers. And they're going to take Coleman in for x-rays. Third down and a long one. Out of the shotgun, Ryan gets hit. Ball is out. This is a fumble. New England has it. Hightower knocked it out. And Branch recovers for the Patriots. It looked like Devontae Freeman should have picked him up. He doesn't block him, and Matt Ryan, because he's expecting Hightower to be blocked, he's looking the opposite way, and Hightower makes a big-time play right here and getting the ball loose on Matt Ryan. You see Freeman as he reacted when Hightower ran by him. That is the first Falcons turnover this postseason. None against Seattle, none against Green Bay. A big one here. Under 8.5 to go from the 25. Brady, he goes down. Dwight Freeney. Well, Dwight Freeney, he's been getting close throughout this game, and he's going against Solder there at left tackle, and he gets the speed rush, and this time he gets home. His first sack since October, but he has really played well, even though it wouldn't show up other than that one sack. He's been applying pressure throughout this game. The Atlanta Falcons added Dwight Freeney for a sack just like that in his third team over the last 4 years. In his third Super Bowl, he's 36. Big play, 2nd and 15. Brady over the middle, pass is caught and then well covered by Keanu Neal. James White made the reception. A gain of 4. Third down and 11 coming. This play that's coming right here could render forthcoming point moot. You wonder if down by 16 points with just over 7 to go, if this is 4-down territory for New England. No doubt. 3rd and 11. Brady, pass caught. That's Mitchell. First down. And it's been the rookie, Malcolm Mitchell, who has really played well in this second half. Yeah, after this play, though, Mitchell makes the catch, and he stops. He puts the ball on the ground. It looked initially like to me, that he was not touched when he comes back to make a play on that ball, and yet he slams it down as though he was in college. From the 14, Amendola. They're going to say that forward progress was stopped. They keep the game clock running. Ricardo Allen on the tackle, and Amendola got 7. Brady, end zone touchdown. Amendola. And Brady tells the world they're going for 2. A 6-yard touchdown for Danny Amendola. And Jalen Collins, he's in there playing the slot. He gets caught looking inside. Amendola just runs a speed out on him, and it was uncontested. An easy completion and touchdown for this Patriots. Costly fumble there on the missed block by Devontae Freeman. Gives the ball to the Patriots. This is a big 2-point conversion here to really apply the pressure on the Falcons. They were 1 for 2 during the regular season on 2-point tries. A direct snap, and it's good. James White, 8-point game. Brady and the Patriots take advantage of the takeaway. And it's a 1-score game in Super Bowl 51. Atlanta led this game 21-0. Led 21-3 at the half. The biggest lead was 25 points at 28-3 with under 2.5 left in the third quarter. And with the turnover and the subsequent touchdown, this is an 8-point game with just under 6 minutes left in the Super Bowl.
Things got a lot tighter over there on that Falcons sideline, and the turnovers in this ball game for both teams have proven very costly.
Another kick from Gostkowski that drives Hardy back inside the 5. That was good work. Perfect kick by Gostkowski. Kept it out of the end zone. He made Hardy field it, and then the Patriots got downfield and covered it out of bounds at the 10. And with this touchdown by Danny Amendola and then the 2-point conversion, Robert Kraft, Jonathan Kraft, and New England celebrates with Gisele Bündchen, Mrs. Tom Brady, and Mr. Bill Belichick. First time in a long time there's been pressure on this Atlanta offense from the 10.
That's right. We'll see what they're able to do here, backed up, and this crowd is alive.
Play action. Ryan Freeman is wide open. Nobody went with him. And Devontae Freeman makes a move out across the 45. Roberts downfield to make the stop, but a 39-yard catch and run.
Yeah, you're going to see nobody goes with him. I couldn't tell if it was here in the middle. Landon Roberts, who should have been going then with Freeman, but clearly a bust. They're man elsewhere, and they leave a zone completely wide open, and Matt Ryan exploits it.
39-yard play, longest play from scrimmage in the game. Freeman gets a yard. Chung in on the stop with Jabal Sheard. Now player is down for Atlanta, and this is their right tackle, Ryan Schrader. Second down and 9 with over 5 to play. And Tom Compton, a fourth-year pro out of South Dakota, will take over for Schrader at tackle. You look at a comparison of the two fan bases and a history of the championships, and Atlanta's tired of hearing about futility. It's been nothing but success over the past decade for the 4 major sports franchises in the New England area. 36 total championships, and for Atlanta, 1 in 168 seasons of the 4 major sports. And that belongs to the 1995 Atlanta Braves. Here's the injury to Schrader. The legs of Sheard kind of tripped Schrader, so Compton is in at right tackle. 5 minutes left, 2nd and 9. Extra men on the rush. Ryan steps through it, throws on the run, and Jones with a catch. Phenomenal catch by Julio Jones on the sideline.
I have no idea how Matt Ryan gets this ball in there and how Julio Jones is able to make that catch and keep his feet in bounds and secure the football. I mean, that's unbelievable coverage by Eric Rowe underneath him. And when Matt Ryan broke contain, I thought he was going to run. There was just nowhere to put this football, and yet he finds a spot that only Julio Jones can make a play on.
It's a 27-yard completion. And now a timeout on the field. That was incredible. And considering the circumstances, with all the momentum with New England, the biggest catch of this second half.
You're going to see to the right of the screen as Matt Ryan takes off, you know, what he's looking at. And Eric Rowe is underneath that throw, and anything short of perfect ball placement, it's intercepted. That's pretty incredible stuff right there. I mean, this guy It seems like every time I watch him play, he comes up with a play that's better than the one I'd seen previously, and that's as good as it gets.
We're under 5 minutes. The issue is the clock. It didn't stop. He was out of bounds, so now 4:40 left in the ball game. That was incredible.
Eric Rose wondering just what he has to do to make a play on the ball.
Toss to Freeman running left. Nowhere to go. And coming up is McCourty on the stop, a loss of 1. In a position where a field goal makes the task really difficult right now. A 1-score game coming up. The Ford postgame show with Kurt, Terry, Howie, Michael, and Jimmy. Presentation of the Lombardi Trophy and interviews from down on the field. 2nd and 11. Ryan is sacked. What a play. Trey Flowers. And a timeout is immediately taken by New England.
Well, Trey Flowers, he goes right through Alex Mack, and this is what Matt Ryan just couldn't afford to do. Once he starts to scramble, you just can't take the sack there. It doesn't knock him out in terms of being in field goal range, but that's a costly sack by Matt Ryan.
It would be a 53-yard field goal from this spot. Matt Bryant has plenty of leg for that, but that sack makes the field goal try just that much more difficult if the Falcons don't come up with any yardage on this 3rd and 23.
Yeah, and then Matt Ryan's got to be smart here. Can't afford another sack. Try to pick up some yards, make it easier for Matt Bryant. 3 points is big right now in this ball game.
A loss of 12 on that sack. Pass is caught, Sanu, and that's exactly what happened. A flag is down back in the area where Matt Ryan went down, and we'll check the call.
Holding, number 70 offense, 10-yard penalty, replay 3rd down.
That's Jake Matthews, the 3rd-year first-round pick out of Texas A&M, guilty of this hold on Chris Long. And that is a massive call against Atlanta. And then on the back end of it, on the tackle of Sanu, they may have missed a face mask. Really both ways on Sanu and Logan Ryan. And now the ball's back at the 45, and they are out of field goal range after the hold by Matthews.
Well, we'll see what Bill Belichick elects to do here, because Matt Ryan's got the same approach. Now you're just trying to get yards, get back in field goal range, and give yourself a chance.
Stunt up front defensively. Pass is incomplete. Gabriel the target. And with the sack and the hold, the Falcons are not in position to add to an 8-point lead. Opportunity missed after that incredible catch by Julio Jones.
Oh, it was such a good drive for Atlanta, starting with the completion to Devontae Freeman out of the backfield, and then of course Julio Jones along the sidelines. Looked like, okay, they're going to probably come away with 3 points, which makes it awfully difficult on New England. Now they're giving the ball back, no attempt on a field goal, and they're going to put Tom Brady in position to tie this game up.
Just got it away, end over end punt. Edelman inside the 10. Let's give you a recap of Super Bowl 51. Come along for the ride, won't you? Austin Hooper, the rookie tight end, with a touchdown that made it 14-0. This, the 82-yard interception in return by Robert Alford made it 21-0, and then Tevin Coleman. This was all Atlanta. The last time the Patriots had it, and a touchdown by Danny Amendola from Brady. James White punched in a 2-point conversion. It's a 1-score game with a touchdown and a successful 2-point try. And look at the NFL postseason, not Super Bowl history. The lead was a 1-point, 25 points for Atlanta. They lead by 8. Brady gets hit as he throws, and the pass Incomplete. And Brady slow to get up. They've been in Tom Brady's face since the opening kickoff.
I think that was Grady Jarrett again right here. 97. Yep, sure was. He's able to get back in on Tom Brady. He's had himself a heck of an afternoon.
The Patriots' longest drive this season is 91 yards. If they go 91 yards here, they'll have a chance to tie it. Sacked 5 times, hit 16. 2nd and 10. Brady going to air it out. Hogan on the sideline, incomplete. Collins in coverage, it's 3rd and 10. One of the rare downfield shots we've seen from Tom Brady tonight.
Yeah, they had the one-on-one look, and you've seen Chris Hogan make a lot of these plays, and contact there at the end of it. And I like that there was no call. They let him go after. They're both trying to make a play on the ball. 3rd down.
Blitz off the corner. Pass is caught by Hogan. Can't get out of bounds. Strong tackle by Collins. But a big 1st down. Gain of 16.
Well, they're flying all around Tom Brady, and he's hanging in the pocket and delivers a strike to Chris Hogan to convert.
Pretty good block there by James White, the running back, to give Brady just enough time. Patriots 2 timeouts. Ball at the 25. Over the middle, broken up. Coverage by Alford. The target was Edelman. 2nd and 10, and that was a dangerous pass.
A lot of grabbing going on there.
Boy, I'll say.
Saw Edelman as he got up. Matt Ryan sees the ball get deflected up in the air. He's hoping someone can make a play on the interception, but Alford with plenty of contact down the field on Julian Edelman.
Brooks Reed was shaken up on that play. Clock was stopped anyway at 2:34, and Reed has to come out. 2nd and 10.
He goes with it. Whenever you see Alford right here go with Edelman, then Tom Brady knows immediately they're in man. Otherwise, he's playing his side. We'll see if they can run some kind of rub route and free someone up for a big play.
Near sideline Mitchell. What a half he's had. And he's out of bounds with another 1st down. This 4th-round pick out of Georgia. Grew up in Valdosta, Georgia. Fell down, got up, and made the catch. What a play.
He's played well, and you talked about his season, Joe. 26 of his 32 receptions in the regular season came in the last 7 games, and that's when they really needed somebody once Gronkowski went down, and he became that guy.
Here's Edelman broken up, and the pass is no sign yet. Edelman comes down with a football, and they're saying it's a catch. And we'll get another look at this. Alford knocked it up into the air, and let's see who comes down with it. Oh, that's a catch.
Oh, my God.
That's incredible.
That's amazing concentration by Julian Edelman to be able to make a play on that.
Is challenging the ruling on the field of a completed pass. We'll review the play.
The ball was resting on the arm of Ricardo Allen, and Edelman able to re-grab it before he hits the ground. I checked with Mike Pereira in our booth. He thinks it's a catch, and the play's being challenged by Atlanta.
And it should have been an interception by Robert Alford. I mean, he makes a play on this. He's in perfect position right there. to intercept that ball. Instead, it gets popped up, but Julian Edelman, it's outstanding.
Mike Pereira's in our booth. You saw the same thing we did. You think it's a catch?
Yeah, what I do see is that there is the bobble, but he gets control, and then the ball looks like it does touch the ground, but he had control first. So since he had control first, and then he maintained the control, I think they stay with this as a catch.
Every look we've had makes it look like a catch. Makes you think of the Super Bowl at the end of the 2007 season, which was Super Bowl 42, when Asante Samuel had a shot at an interception. Then the David Tyree catch followed. Giants eventually won that Super Bowl. Here's Cheffers.
After review, the ruling on the field is confirmed. The receiver's hand is under the ball. The ball never hits the ground. Atlanta will be charged with their third and final charge timeout. It is also their second challenge. They have no
Asante
challenges
Samuel
remaining.
earlier had a shot at an interception. Somehow on this play, Eli Manning stayed upright and then throws it downfield, and there's Rodney Harrison, who makes the defensive play, and Tyree, who catches it against his helmet. And now this from Edelman. Incredible. Here's Amendola down near the 20. And we are at the 2-minute warning, which will allow everybody, including the two guys talking throughout all of this, to catch their breath. 1:57. Wow. In a season that started with a 4-game suspension, Tom Brady is in a position now with the ball resting at the 21-yard line of Atlanta to try and finish off this comeback, but it would take a touchdown and a 2-point conversion as he looks for his 5th Super Bowl win, which would be a record. On first down, Brady underneath, finds White. White down inside the 10. Tom Brady now somehow is over 400 yards passing in this game. I mean, it's been a complete reversal of fortune here. He's got 410. That's the second most all time. First and goal. From the 8, Brady finds his man. That's James White. What a game he's had. And White is down to the 1.
Been working James White when they spread him out. The last couple times they have him in the backfield and he's working underneath. They've been in that zone coverage and it's been easy. We'll see if they punch it in right here.
22, Alabama, 319,
Handoff. Touchdown, James White. The biggest 2-point attempt in the history of the Patriots franchise.
Well, Marcus Cannon, you see the right tackle. He just collapses it right there in the double team with Martellus Bennett. He punches it in before Campbell's able to make a play. And great job. And here we are, the 2-point play.
This is it. The time left, even if it is time for Atlanta. Pass, Amendola, flag is down. Amendola's in, but it depends on the penalty. And the indication is it's against Atlanta.
offside, number 93 defense. That penalty's declined. Touchdown.
This is a tie game. Amendola for 2.
Brady, he's trying to get a jump on him, but he goes too fast. They get the 2-point conversion, tie this thing up, and don't ever count Tom Brady out.
Best ever?
Best ever in my book. I said it this week. Regardless of what happened tonight, he's the best I've seen, and he's put on a show here in the last 30 minutes of this ball game, and to climb back in it And you think now for the Atlanta Falcons how costly the sack on Matt Ryan, the holding penalty, left tackle Jake Matthews knocks them out of field goal range that would have made this a 2-possession ball game.
25 unanswered points put up over the last 16+ minutes by New England. Tom Brady told his owner, Robert Kraft, who we've seen multiple times in this game, when he was drafted in the 6th round out of Michigan, it's the best decision that this organization has ever made. He took over on September 23rd, 2001. The Patriots were coming off a 5-11 season, the first year under Belichick. And Tom Brady, after a hit on Drew Bledsoe by Mo Lewis in a 10-3 loss, took over. Brady won his first start, lost the following week, talked to the team, said we're 1-3, this isn't where we want to be, follow me. They end up winning the Super Bowl as a 14-point underdog against Kurt Warner, Marshall Faulk, and the greatest show on turf. They've won 3 more since, and now they've tied Super Bowl 51. Nothing on the return from Eric Weems. The penalty for the offside was enforced on the kickoff, so the kickoff was from the 40, and is Super Bowl 51 going to be the first overtime game in Super Bowl history? Not if Matt Ryan and this highest scoring offense in the NFL during 2016 has anything to say about it.
Well, there's plenty of time with 52 seconds left. No timeouts. At the same time, Matt Ryan has to be smart with what he's trying to do here.
Pass is caught. That's Sanu, and he is able to survive the big hits. No timeouts left for Atlanta. It's a 12-yard gain and a first down out to the 23. Extra men on a blitz. Pass is caught. That's by Hooper, but a short gain. And the clock continues to move. Gain of 4. And they'll clock it. But now it's 3rd down. .18 seconds remain.
I don't like the clock there. I think if you get them set, you get them lined up, you get the play called. A lot of times these offenses these days, they got one word. You get guys lined up. One word tells everybody what they're doing. You're able to get a play off. But like you said, now 3rd down. Patriots with 2 timeouts. A lot can happen in 18 seconds.
On 3rd and 6, just 4 men on the rush. Ryan got hit. The pass is incomplete. It ends up in the waiting arms of Duron Harmon, but now it's 4th down. And here's the pressure as Flowers almost got home in time.
Yeah, Ryan really did not want to turn it loose when he did, but he was forced to because of Trey Flowers, and knowing with the clock and how little time was left, got to get a big chunk. He takes a chance. I would imagine that they're going to bring everybody here and try to make a play on this punt.
11 seconds left in regulation. Timeout taken by New England. And Bill Belichick has seen his team put up 25 unanswered points to tie this game at 28, and even with the missed extra point earlier, they're able to convert twice on 2-point tries. And this is just shocking. You okay over there?
Yeah, shocking. There's a lot of words. Yeah, disbelief.
And that timeout's taken by New England here just to make sure that the feet of Duron Harmon did come down out of bounds, and he was out of bounds. So Bill Belichick called that timeout to make sure that the booth would have time to maybe review it, and we're in a booth review as we're inside of 2 minutes.
After review, the ruling on the field is confirmed. It's an incomplete pass, 4th down.
So now the punt by Bosher, and what Atlanta wants is obviously a good snap from Josh Harris. And then see what Bosher can do. He will not take his time. Good snap. Not much of a rush and a high hanging punt. Fair catch by Edelman at the 35. And there are 3 seconds left. The end of that play. 6-time Pro Bowler Matthew Slater got dropped to the turf. No penalty flag, and Julio Jones is going to come in, and he'll be one of the deep men. As we'll see what Tom Brady and the Patriots want to do. Do they want to heave it, hope for a penalty, get a shot at a field goal, or just be content with the first overtime game in Super Bowl history? It took 50 of these things to find an overtime game, and sure seems like we're headed into extra time.
And you think about the Falcons, I mean, you say shocking, disbelief, all those words, and I mean that's what the Falcons have got to be thinking over there. They got to pull it together.
Here's Brady with a fake. It's Dion Lewis with just a little excitement before the end of regulation. And we'll just hope that Dion Lewis is okay. Came down hard on the turf at his own bench, and maybe the answer to that question is no.
He hadn't moved since he went to the ground.
Watch how he hits the turf. Oh, he kind of stuck his leg into the ground, and that's why he went down as hard as he did. Right there. That looks like a lower body injury. I'll say it again. Falcons led this game 21-0 at the beginning as they made their way through the early parts of this game. 21-3 at the half. The biggest lead was 25 points at 28-3 with under 2.5 minutes left in the third quarter. And the Patriots had tied it with 2 touchdowns and 2 two-point conversions. It worked.
Gentlemen, we're about to begin an overtime period that will continue until the winner is determined. It is sudden death unless the first team to possess kicks a field goal, in which case the other team will have an opportunity. Each team gets 3 timeouts. We basically begin a new game as far as timing goes, and all the replay challenges will be initiated by the replay official in the booth. This is heads. This is tails. New England gets to call the toss. Heads. They have called heads. It is heads. New England has won the toss. Elected to receive this end of the field. Good luck.
Off we go into overtime. Super Bowl 51. We'll keep the party rolling in Houston. 28-28. The 2 head coaches who are involved in the first ever overtime game in Super Bowl history. Dan Quinn in his 2nd year, and Bill Belichick in his 17th with New England. Bosher to kick it away. Brady will start at the 25, and again a touchdown. The game is over. Experience the game like never before from every angle. And the key play on that drive was the throw to Danny Amendola. And then the touchdown. It was James White. Danny Amendola on the 2-point conversion, and we're tied at 28.
Yeah, and this is the Falcons defense that they're reeling. I mean, this second half, when you look at what the Patriots have done offensively, they've scored the last 4 times they've had the ball.
And it's White out of the backfield. James White trying to tiptoe. Deion Jones on the stop. White just turned 25. 4th round pick out of Wisconsin 2 years ago. He's had a big game.
Boy, he sure has. He's been Brady's go-to guy here in this ball game.
13 catches, 113 yards, and 1 huge touchdown. Saw those numbers for Brady in this 4th quarter. 2nd and 4. Sideline. What a throw! Amendola on the reception. One of the best of the game for Tom Brady.
Well, you called it. You got to lay this ball out on the sideline. Amendola again with the speed out. Brian Poole in coverage, and Brady lays it out perfectly. The ball's just dropped right in.
14-yard completion and a 1st down at their own 45 in a blink. Brady. Pass is caught. Hogan. Inside the 40. Chris Hogan has had a quiet game, but a big catch for 18.
And time in the pocket for Tom Brady. You're going to see Chris Hogan at the end of this as he works back through the ball. He's able to work back through to the quarterback and make a play with Jalen Collins then in coverage. But Tom Brady on the last 2 throws has had a clean pocket and he's delivered perfect balls.
Gun to White and a perfect play by the rookie Deion Jones. And if Tom Brady doesn't use his best fastball, that's a dangerous pass out there to White, who was waiting for it from Brady.
Tried that a couple times, and the Falcons have been aggressive on that quick throw.
James White now with 14 catches. That's a new Super Bowl record. A loss of 3, 2nd and 13. Brady down the gut. Pass is caught. Julian Edelman. 1st down at the 25.
You can see this offensive line there. They're doing a good job right now of giving a clean pocket inside for Brady with no pressure. And then Brady, he allows Julian Edelman. He's in man coverage. Alford is on him, but he's got to clear a free guy. And with protection, Brady's able to hang on to it and again makes a good throw.
The Patriots win Super Bowl 51 with a touchdown right here. Anything less, Atlanta gets to possess. Fake it to Hogan, flip it to White, looking for blocks. Getting blocks inside the 20, out of bounds at the 15. And it's a 1st down.
Well, this is really well executed by the Patriots. They get linemen out. Right guard Shaq Mason, he gets a man on the ground. Julian Edelman, he's blocking out in front. Falcons need somebody to step up and make a play.
On 1st down. Here's Bennett. Flag is thrown. Martellus Bennett tried on the underthrown ball for a spinning catch, and a flag is thrown right in the spot where Bennett came down. Devondre Campbell in coverage. We'll see if it's against number 59.
Yeah, they're going to get Campbell for the pass interference, and I think it's the right call. A ball that was a little underthrown, but Campbell never is able to get turned around to make a play.
Pass interference. Defense. Automatic. 1st down.
It's going to set up 1st and goal from the 2. And LeGarrette Blount checks in. He rushed for a league-high 18 touchdowns during the regular season, has 19 when you include the postseason. A touchdown here. And it's a Patriots win.
And they got the big fullback, James Devlin, leading the way.
Play action. Bennett broken up, and Beasley got his left hand on it. Dangerous throw. And that's the play the Falcons have been waiting for. Almost got it.
Beasley played it pretty well. He was in position, and he's knocking it down. But boy, when the ball went up, I'm like you, Joe. I thought that's a risky pass by Brady. And boy, Beasley had a chance to make the key takeaway that they're looking for down here.
The great Tom Brady had completed 10 in a row. Now second and goal.
319.
Toss to White. He's in! Patriots win the Super Bowl! Brady has his 5th! What a comeback! Another look to make sure. James White driving. They've already shot off the confetti. Fans are on the field. And it looks like a good touchdown.
Yeah, it does to me too, Joe. When the knee goes down, where's the ball? I don't know what they'd do if they had to overturn this, but it looked to me like the ball was across. And what an effort by James White, who's had himself a heck of a ball game. There was contact by Ricardo Allen, and yet he's able to get across the goal line. What a game by the New England Patriots and Tom Brady.
34-28, the final in overtime, and the Patriots have redefined the word momentum here tonight.
Two weeks of hype, and as the great John Madden used to say, it's time for a game to break out. And not soon enough. New England kicking off. They won the toss. They have deferred. So we'll see the Philadelphia offense. You've got Warner and Clement back deep. Tom Brady over on the sideline. Foles will go right to work after the kickoff. And with the flashbulbs popping in Minnesota, here we go on a line drive kick fielded by Clement at the 1-yard line. To the outside he goes, and he gets run out of bounds by Patrick Chung up at the 25-yard line. What a story for Nick Foles. A lot of you have been reading about it, hearing about it over the last month or so. Took over when Carson Wentz got hurt. What an odyssey. But during the postseason, he has been tremendous. Started his career with Philadelphia, went to the Rams after his release, spent last year as the backup to Alex Smith in Kansas City, and then came here. LeGarrette Blount starts in the backfield. They have 3 good running backs. Ertz repositions and sets up in the slot to the right. They go right to the air, and the pass is caught by Nelson Aguilar for a gain of 5 up to the 30-yard line, tackled there by Kyle Van Noy.
Just a little zone defense to start things off for Aguilar, and I love what Doug Peterson did. Instead of coming out and being cautious, letting Nick Foles come out and just get settled with a run play, come out and throw it right away. Get him in the game.
Matt Patricia, who will be named head coach of the Detroit Lions in a couple of days, was on the left. Blount is the back, and again a pass out here is caught by Aguilar. Foles ended the championship game by completing his last 15 in a row, so that's 17 straight.
Yeah, and you know, he seemed so confident, didn't he, Al? It did not seem too big. He played great in the championship game. I thought his vision, his focus down the field, some of the scrambles in the pocket were tremendous.
And you can look at that during the regular season, not very good. In postseason, tremendous. Postseason, the 2 games against Atlanta and Minnesota. From the 32, 3rd down and 4. Foles flushed out, keeps his eyes downfield, and completes it to Alshon Jeffrey. First year with the Eagles, came over from the Bears, and Philadelphia with the game's first down.
Alshon Jeffrey, who's been coming up big, is going to come in, loop back out here, and because the Patriots had an inside stunt, that allowed Nick Foles to scramble just a bit to his left, buy that extra time.
Jeffrey had 9 touchdown receptions during the regular season. From the 49. Here's their first running play. It's Blunt, and he will get stuffed by Kyle Van Noy. Blunt looking for his second Super Bowl ring in a row. Won it with New England last year and then came over to Philadelphia in the offseason.
How about this play by Kyle Van Noy? Just hammering off the edge. This is exactly where they're trying to get the run game going. You can see the reduced look inside. Off tackle runs are going to be huge, but if Kyle Van Noy plays like that all night, you could forget that option.
Loss of 2. Now you've got Jay Ajayi. He was picked up in midseason from Miami. He's in the backfield. And here's the first of the run-pass options, the RPOs as they are called these days, and the pass is incomplete. At the 38-yard line, Torrey Smith could not hold it in. It's 3rd down and 12 for the Eagles.
Yeah, for Doug Peterson, he is not going to get beat tonight because he's afraid, because he's nervous about his quarterback. We saw it in the championship game. He is going to dial up some shots. And we also know from Nick Foles that he likes that style. He does not want to apologize to Bill Belichick or anybody. He's coming out firing.
3rd and 12. Foles deep in the pocket, fires downfield, and that is hauled in at the 38-yard line by Torrey Smith, the former Raven, former 49er, tackled there by Eric Rowe, a former Eagle, gain of 15.
You need some time for this one. Watch the center here, Jason Kelsey. It looks like he's going to get beat on this stunt, but he recovers just in time to allow Foles to make the turn and pick up that first down. Kelsey, one of the better athletes that you will find playing that center position. Nice catch.
A lot of folks think he is the best center in the league. Ajayi in the backfield from the 38-yard line. Again, the RPO, and the pass is caught by Ertz, the tight end. He was their leading receiver during the regular season, caught 74 and had 8 touchdowns.
Yeah, they caught Kyle Van Noy in a coverage where he was going to drop back over the middle. And that time Nick Foles, who seems to have his eyes working out here. You know, sometimes, Al, early in a Super Bowl, early in a real pressure situation for the quarterback, you don't quite get that focus going. But we saw in the championship game, and what a drive he's putting together here.
There's Carson Wentz, who might have been the MVP had he stayed healthy. Hurt against the Rams in December, and that got Foles into the lineup. 2nd down and 3, and this time they hand it to Ajayi on an inside run. Ajayi picks up a ton of yardage after contact, as does Blunt. And Ajayi kind of worked his way out of Miami. There was a lot of sturm and drang down there. We were there in midseason, and you know, he has a different idea as to why he was released. The Dolphins will tell you another thing, but Philadelphia thrilled to have him.
Al, he is a violent runner. He is a violent finisher. He is the guy that is on the other half of that RPO. If he gets going to the outside, this offense is going to work.
Opening drive of the game. This is the 9th play, and there he goes, and he gets tripped up and tackled to the 21. That's Van Noy, already off to a great start, who makes the tackle, gain of 6, 2nd down and 4.
So interesting to watch these RPO plays. You'll see the defense basically split. These people going here, they're going there, and it leaves a big gap right up the middle. Once again, Jason Kelsey out front with the key block.
Patriots 29th in yardage allowed defensively, so that was bad. Points allowed only 5th. The old saying, bend not break, and they've been great in the red zone. 2nd down and 4, a little flip out here to Corey Clement, and Clement gets inside the 10 and sets up a 1st down and goal. Clement, rookie out of Wisconsin, undrafted.
Once again, the stunt catching up. You see the Patriots looping inside, so the perfect play call there by Doug Peterson. And these screens have been fantastic, not just for Nick Foles, but for the Eagles throughout the course of these playoffs.
Chris Long reacting as he takes a look at the big screen. Here comes the 11th play of the drive. To the 1-yard line. He goes. Lawrence Guy makes the tackle there.
Now this is some impressive start, isn't it?
Beautiful.
I'm
for
telling
Philadelphia.
You got to wonder over there. Bill Belichick and Matt Patricia are probably thinking, "Oh, that's fantastic. Give them the ball first. We'll get it to start the second half." Nick Foles is going to be nervous. Not yet.
Patricia, that familiar red vest. Blunt is the running back. He already has 10 postseason touchdowns in his career. Now you've got our first whistle. So Gene Steratore will take the mic for the first time tonight.
False start. Offense number 86. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
Zach Ertz, the tight end, making it second down and goal.
You know, Al, how many times have we talked about this Patriots defense this year? They are the classic bend, don't break. You will always pile up a lot of yards against Matt Patricia's defense, but scoring touchdowns, it's a different story.
They allowed only 6 rushing touchdowns all season, second fewest in the league. Now a little fake toss. Foles goes the other way and throws that out of the back of the end zone. Aguilar the closest to it, and it will be third down and goal. Just talking about that Patriot defense and how good they have been in the red zone. 4th in touchdown percentage, 1st in takeaways. Points allowed only 3.9, second best in the league. So they give up a ton of yardage, a lot of it early in the season. Then they got it together, and they're very tough down here. 3rd and goal.
Yeah, and now you have to start watching the tight end, Zach Ertz, and you watch Alshon Jeffrey. They love those little skinny posts in the back of the end zone thrown up high.
That's Ertz back and forth. Off play action to the back of the end zone and broken up there by Rowe. Alshon Jeffrey, the intended receiver, and it's interesting that Rowe got the start instead of Malcolm Butler tonight. So they'll have to settle for a field goal attempt.
Well, I think you're going to recognize this name. James Harrison coming off the edge. In no way in the world you're going to get a Ajayi to come out there and make that play. And then here's Rowe on the back end. They try to get it up high, let him jump ball, but Rowe got just enough of him to not allow that jump to take place. Good stand there by the Patriots.
Jake Elliott, a rookie, had to get him early in the season when Caleb Sturgis got hurt opening day. 25-yard attempt is good. So they go from their own 26 into field goal range, 14 plays, and Philly leads 3-0. The Hall of Fame class, Randy Moss and the old Eagle, Brian Dawkins. Everybody thrilled about that. Ray Lewis says Bobby Beathard, and congratulations to him. Spectacular career as a general manager. And down the line we go. The brand new Hall of Fame class for 2018. So the Eagles had the ball for almost half the quarter. And now a touchback here as Dion Lewis takes a knee. Rowe with that pass breakup. When we come back, Brady and company going to work. Those records figure to stand for a long time. First of all, how many quarterbacks are going to get to play in 8 Super Bowl games? So passes, completions, yards, touchdowns. He owns all of those. So Brady 5-2 in his 7 Super Bowls. His first play tonight from the 25-yard line. They start with a fullback, Devlin, along with Lewis in the backfield. Off play action, slip it to the other side, and Brandon Cooks incomplete. Bouncing ball, second down and 10. And of course, Tom Brady, 17 days ago, that collision with Rex Burkhead in practice, and the gushing cut. He wore that tape during the championship game, but not tonight, Chris.
No, he said he was ready to go with it. Might stick a little glue on there just to toughen up that hand. He had a pad on it in the last game, and he felt like that messed with his grip a little bit on the football. So no glove, no tape, nothing.
Got used to it by the 4th quarter, though.
Yeah.
Brady throws, and that'll be caught, and that is James White, who had a tremendous day in the Super Bowl last year. He's run out by Jenkins. And that'll be a first down on a gain of 15 yards.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see that Jenkins is going to be on White. Watch this in and out route here. It is the quickness of the New England Patriots at the wide receiver position that has taken them in many ways to so many of these championships.
To the line quickly, set up a screen, but a flag is down. That's James White making the grab. Might have been 12 guys on the defense. That seems to be the initial call from Gene Steratore. Brady's so good at creating those situations.
Defense, 12 men on the field at the snap. 5-yard penalty, replay, first down.
Well, if there's one guy that knows all about Bill Belichick and what he likes to do, it's that guy right there, Jim Schwartz. He basically got his first job with Bill Belichick in Cleveland, and he was offered an unbelievable deal. He got to work 100 hours a week for no pay.
And brought coffee to the secretary.
That's right, went shopping for the secretary. Said they were too important.
Trips to the right on first down and 5. Lewis is the running back. Off play action, good protection. Wide open, Chris Hogan, who gets inside the 30 and takes the ball down to the Philadelphia 27-yard line. Amendola with a great block, and Brady's going to take him right up to the line after a gain of 28.
Yeah, and this is going to be an issue, I think, tonight for the Philadelphia Eagles. This is a team that lost their signal caller in Jordan Hicks. Can they keep up with the pace of Tom Brady?
End around, give it to Hogan, who just made that last catch, and he'll get spun out of bounds at about the 23 by Jalen Mills.
How about Rob Gronkowski? You think he's back from the concussion? Check this one out. Goodbye. Welcome to the Super Bowl, rookie Derek Barnett.
Got hurt. Yeah, got hurt against Jacksonville and didn't pass the concussion protocol until this week. They had the 14 days off. Lewis and the fullback Devlin in the backfield on second down and 6. 6.5 minutes to go in the quarter. Philadelphia on top 3-0. Brady fires over the middle, caught at the 14-yard line. Rob Gronkowski led the team in catches this season. Rodney McLeod makes the stop. First down New England.
Play action an issue. You put the big fullback in, James Devlin, and the middle linebacker reacts and they get in behind him. That is going to be a problem. This defense, especially this run defense of Philadelphia, is predicated on those linebackers coming down hard and making plays in the run game. Very susceptible to play action.
They split the fullback Devlin out this time. You got White in the backfield. White caught 56 passes this season. And Brady will check it down to him, and the ball at the 8-yard line as he's able to haul it in there. White had 20 points in the Super Bowl last year. 3 touchdowns, including the game winner in overtime and a 2-point conversion. There's Josh McDaniels, offensive coordinator. In a couple of days, he will be the head coach of the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah, James White has more receptions out of the backfield than all the Eagles running backs combined.
Eagles defense, 6 drives, only 1 touchdown allowed. Patriots have gotten into the end zone 8 times in 9 jaunts, and this is White stopped at the line of scrimmage by Nigel Bradham, making it 3rd down.
Yeah, now we come down to it. Same situation, right? Both teams go up and down the field. Here are the Patriots now with a 3rd down inside the 10-yard line. Can they convert?
They've run 7 plays, 2 runs, 5 passes.
Gronkowski split out wide. That's your first option. If in fact he doesn't get help, maybe leaning that way a bit now.
3rd and 4. And they send White into the slot. Brady looks that way, then fires over the middle. Broken up at the goal line. Jalen Mills intended for Gronkowski, and it's 4th down.
Yeah, Brady got away with one there. That ball was well behind Gronkowski, coming on the slant, coming across the middle. And Mills, I think, if he had been able to get in front just a bit with his other hand, might have had an interception right there. A break for the Patriots.
Steven Gostkowski in his 12th year in the league. Boy, have they had a pair back-to-back. Anna Vinatieri there for so long. Gostkowski a dozen seasons. 26-yard attempt. Ryan Allen to put it down. And the two teams with similar opening drives, each ending with field goals. 3-3 in Super Bowl 52. Super Bowl I, you could have gotten into that game for $12. Robert Kraft. It's the 9th time his team has been to the Super Bowl. Got there once before Brady and Belichick. Jeff Lurie watched his team in 2004 lose in Jacksonville. You did the game on Fox to New England.
It was an exciting game then as well. As a matter of fact, that first Super Bowl for $12, you spent $24 on that one, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. 49-yard line seat. It was perfect. Gostkowski to kick off. And this is returnable to Barner from the 2-yard line. And Barner back up to the 24. We used to call it the run-pass option, but now in the vernacular, RPO.
Yeah, and basically all it means is the quarterback has the option. He's going to look at a linebacker or a safety or somebody, and they have gone to that and basically decided that Nick Foles is just so much better running that offense than what he was before. So during the bye week, he was able to make the conversion, and we see the Patriots, they have struggled a bit against it.
So Foles going to work here. Starts the game 6 of 9 for 61 yards. Doug Peterson in his second year as the Eagles coach, and he calls the play, sends him in to Foles, who throws over the middle, and that is caught, and staying on his feet and picking up some extra yardage, about 8 total, is Nelson Aguilar, who had 2 pretty mediocre seasons and then had a breakout year this year.
I'll tell you what, how about that action after the catch and made somebody miss? This team in general is very good at breaking tackles after the catch. And there goes James Harrison back in coverage. He's going to take a big shot and miss the much shiftier Nelson Aguilar.
Harrison, 39 years old, oldest defensive player in the league, long-time Pittsburgh Steeler. Blunt is the running back. LeGarrette Blunt over the right side, breaks free into Patriot territory and spun down at the 33-yard line by Deron Harmon. The former Patriot off to the races for 36 yards.
Big guys right up here. This is the strength of the offensive line for the Philadelphia Eagles on that right side. Nice job by Wisniewski as well coming down. And for LeGarrette Blunt, how much do you think he enjoyed that particular run? He was asked to take a bit of a pay cut if he wanted to stay in New England. He said, no thanks. I'll take my shot to beat you in Philadelphia.
And there's Brandon Graham saluting him from the Eagles sideline. Ball at the 34. Off play action. Going for it all into the end zone, and it is caught. Alshon Jeffrey for the touchdown. He beats Eric Rowe, who made the big play on the first drive to hold him to a field goal, but not this time. The former Bear, 34 yards and a touchdown.
And Nick Foles told us, he said, early in this game, I want to be able to take my shot. And there goes his big guy. As we have seen, these Philadelphia Eagles have a way of playing above the rim. You watch these receivers come on the field, you think you're getting ready to watch an NBA game. They go up, box out, rebound, and they've been putting points on the board with that formula all season long.
Every scoring play, of course, gets reviewed. Looks pretty good to us from this point as they check it out. You know the phrase these days, can you survive the ground?
Can any of us survive the ground?
Right. Not the underside.
Confirmed. Here we go, here we go, here we go.
And you heard Steratore say it's confirmed. So Philly with the game's first touchdown, and Elliott now for the extra point. Donnie Jones puts it down, and that kick is no good. He missed it. Once more, the Foles pass into the end zone, but they missed the extra point, and it's 9-3. music's biggest moment of the year, the Pepsi Super Bowl 52 halftime show featuring Justin Timberlake, who released his new album, Man of the Woods, this weekend, getting ready to perform at US Bank Stadium in Minneapolis as you look at downtown Minnie on this frigid Sunday night. Oh, please.
Hashtag, and that is taking over the world, by the way. Everywhere. It's everywhere. You already did a little dance, and you thought you got out of it in the pregame show. I'm just telling you right now, your hashtag has flown around the world and back 25 times.
That is a career ender. I'm telling you right now. 1 yard line, Dion Lewis. He'll bring it back to the 19-yard line. Tackled by Good. Is a man down for the Patriots at the 25-yard line. Jeff Lurie exultant along with the actor Bradley Cooper. So Brady goes to work. Second possession. Lewis is the tailback. Through the middle. Breaks a tackle and picks up about 8 yards, getting to the 26-yard line.
Well, one of the things you have to do is slow down the pass rush of this team. One of the great ones, Fletcher Cox right there. They're going to trap him early. Why do you do that? To give him a lot of different looks inside. You don't want him just flying up the field and getting after Tom Brady. Nice play call.
Whoops. 2nd and 2, and that's Gronkowski moving around, and that'll cost him 5 yards.
False start. Offense. Number 87. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
That's the first penalty against the Patriot offense in this entire postseason.
I think Gene Steratore has more fun at football than you do.
He does. Brought his index card tonight.
Yeah, had us sign it.
He did. The one that got the first down for Dallas against Oakland in December. 2nd down and 7. Brady stays in the pocket, and then the pass is incomplete. Intended there for Chris Hogan, covered well. 3rd down and 7.
One of the big matchups on the outside is going to be Vinny Curry going against Nate Solder at that left tackle position. You know the Patriots are going to want to try and help inside where Fletcher Cox and company, Brandon Graham, can really cause some damage in there. So that means probably Nate Solder has to stand up all night.
Rotate Chris Long, number 56, into the defensive front. James White is the back. Brady under pressure, slips away deep downfield, and getting free is Danny Amendola, and breaking tackles and taking it all the way to the 29-yard line. Danny Playoff Amendola is his new nickname.
Here we go, right down the sideline. It's going to be right there, and this is just a blown coverage. You saw Ronald Darby moving inside. It was a zone defense, and Tom Brady knew it. His wide receivers on the outside flip-flop spots. The Eagles didn't adjust. He knew exactly what he had.
A minute to go now in the quarter from the 29-yard line. Off play action. Fires, caught. Hogan backhands it and picks up a first down on the gain at 12 to the 17-yard line. Tackled there by Corey Graham.
Well, we have seen this Eagles defense all season long lead the league. Highest percentage of 3 and outs, and yet they are really struggling with this pace of Tom Brady.
No huddle again. Big hole again to the 11-yard line. We've had a lot of offense. I mean, we haven't even played a quarter. New England has 149 yards, and New England or Philadelphia has 149, and New England has 138.
And Tom Brady is like, do not get in arguments or fights out here on the field. These guys are tired. Let's wear them down. Get out of those altercations.
Don't let them rotate. 2nd and 4. Slipping through the middle, taking it to the 8, and that'll take us to the end of the quarter. James White is there. So the next period begins with a 3rd down and 1. End of 1, 9-3. Philadelphia. Super Bowl 52 on NBC continues after these messages. Second quarter. Al Michaels, Chris Collinsworth, Michelle DeFoya there are your stats. The update there with 289 yards of total offense, and each quarterback has thrown for over 100 yards already. Right now it is 3rd down and 2 as we begin the second frame. Brandon Bolden comes into the game, and now they move him into the backfield behind Brady. And the ball is handed off to Brandon Cooks, who tries to hurdle and can't. Tackled by McLeod. So Cooks, who came over in a trade with the Saints in the offseason on the end around, McLeod is right there.
Jet sweep's going to come right over here, and this is the first time I've ever seen a straddle into a tackle. He tries to jump and split, and he just does not get there. So once again, the Eagles defense makes a very unique stand this time inside the 10-yard line.
Edwin Moses or Ronaldo Nehemiah, that was not.
Woo!
Gostowski for a 26-yard field goal attempt, which is juggled, and then he hits the upright. Cardona was the snapper, so each team has missed a kick. Philadelphia an extra point, and New England missing a field goal attempt.
It's going to be bobbled inside somehow. Allen gets it back on the tee, and Gostkowski tried to slide back to the right, but caught the upright. And for Bill Belichick, what a disappointment. He was telling us he felt like that special teams were the strength of this team, and that one hurts.
Special teams coach Joe Judge doesn't see that very often. Peterson loves it, of course. And it's 9-3.
Boy, remember that tackle on a 3rd and 2 to set up that field goal, to set up that miss.
So now from the 20-yard line, Nick Foles, who is 8 of 11 for 102 yards, and tosses it to Ajayi trying to get around the corner, runs into his own man, and that's a tough 2 yards. He's 2nd down and 8.
One of about 3 really core defenses. You're going to see these 3 guys playing inside. So now you run off tackle, or you run outside, or you throw the football. And so the Philadelphia Eagles and Jay Ajayi. And now I thought one of the huge things that came out of this trade with Ajayi was the fact that it gave them that outside speed. LeGarrette Blount, we saw him run up the middle. He's a big, strong guy, but Ajayi's speed has really made a difference on this Eagles team.
2nd down and 8 from the 22. And Foles surveying, under pressure, look out, and he throws that one away. Seems like a million years ago. We were there opening night in Foxborough. Remember how it started? Everybody thought New England did so much during the offseason, they might have a perfect season. That ended in 3 hours.
Yeah, that was pretty short-lived there. But this is a defense for the New England Patriots that has made tremendous strides. Gave up 32 points a game the first 4 games of the season, 300-yard passers the first 6, and yet they pieced it all back together, and now the pressure's on to find some answers here tonight.
Started 2-2 and counting postseason. They've won 13 of their last 14. Only a Monday night loss at Miami, the only blemish. 3rd down and 8. Foles backing up, backing away, escaping, keeps his eyes downfield. The pass is incomplete at the 30-yard line. Intended for Ertz. Philly crowd wants a flag and don't get one. 4th down.
Yeah, I think that Nick Foles had a chance here. Let's take a look. It's man coverage, so everybody's chasing everybody here. He escapes. Look out to the right. Probably would have run for the 1st down.
So the first 3 and out. Donnie Jones, 14 years in the league. First time he's been in the Super Bowl. The clock is down to 2. Both punters in this game left-footed, and that's fair caught at the 37-yard line by Danny Amendola. Early in the second, Eagles by 6. The Eagle D, they're the first team since the 2002 Buccaneers to reach the Super Bowl after allowing fewer than 10 points per game in the playoffs. Those were the 2002 Buccaneers, coached by John Gruden, who went to Tampa Bay that year and turned around and beat his old team, Oakland, in the Super Bowl in San Diego.
And then went back.
Yes, he did.
It's good to have him back in the
I heard
game.
he's back.
Yeah.
Dion Lewis is the running back. This drive starts from the 37-yard line. Brady stepping up, deep downfield, wide open. Brandon Cooks, and he gets smacked down at the 40-yard line, taking some shot there by Jenkins, who was spinning around, and he is down. Brady was bent over a little bit during the commercial break. First down and 10, but Tom, none the worse for wear, throws, almost picked there by Malcolm Jenkins, intended for James White. Second down and 10.
Boy, this was a bit of a surprise for me that Malcolm Jenkins is coming out and playing man-to-man on James White. Well, he caught 14 passes in the last Super Bowl. Maybe it shouldn't be a surprise, but I think most people anticipated that Jenkins was going to be on Gronkowski, but so far that matchup is working in the Eagles' favor.
Meanwhile, McDaniels and company have to wonder about Cooks, their number 2 receiver. They have only 4 wideouts dressed for the game. He's one of them. And through the middle, nice gain there. Helmet flying. Dion Lewis picks up about 5. You take a look at Brady to Cooks. He was the deep threat. Picked him up in a trade with New Orleans more than 20 yards downfield. 16 completions. Brady's most by one teammate in a season.
Yeah, the next closest, to give you some perspective, was Randy Moss in that unbelievable year he had. He did not match that number of Cooks.
Philip Dorsett will take his spot, Cooks' spot, number 13. Meanwhile, third down and 5 here. And now you got it flipped back here to Danny Amendola, who throws, and it's Brady who can't haul it in. So Brady was free, looks over his shoulder, trickery and deceit, fourth down.
Has to be out of the shotgun or this play is not legal. It obviously is. Tom Brady is just going to hand off and then ignore, he's not doing anything, and there he goes. And immediately Chris Long knew he was in trouble, and Brady with the bad hand and no tape. You wonder if maybe that had a little something to do with why he didn't want that pad on that hand. They had that play in the back of their mind.
You do. So it's fourth down and 5. They'll go for it from the 35-yard line. And Brady down the sideline, and that's incomplete. Gronkowski, the intended receiver. Jalen Mills covering on the play, and Philadelphia will take over. 11:53 to the half, 9-3 Philly. What's really interesting here, Malcolm Butler, hero 3 years ago in the Super Bowl, has not played a defensive snap tonight. The Patriots are telling us a coach's decision. Of course, it was easier to get information out of East Germany before the wall went down than to get injury information from New England. But Butler has not played a defensive snap yet. Eric Rowe has taken his spot. Here's Ajayi. It's wrapped up 1 yard behind the line of scrimmage. This was during America the Beautiful. Butler was very emotional on the sideline. I can't guess what this was about, but he's played on special teams tonight, but not on defense.
Well, it was a beautiful rendition, so you never know, right? But you have to think that maybe he was hurting a bit, and you just wonder when it was that he got the news, or maybe it was just a reaction to it, and maybe it wasn't any of the above.
Final year of his contract. Looked for a while as if he would be sent to the Saints in the offseason. Didn't happen. Here's Ajayi trying to break tackles, which he does with regularity, and turns nothing into a little something up at the 38-yard line. Devin McCourty makes the tackle. Third down and 7.
I tell you, this Jay Ajayi runs that lead draw about as well as anybody. They end up pulling Lane Johnson around, one of the most athletic guys, and blocking him in there. But so far, this 5-man line of the New England Patriots has been doing pretty well, at least in the last couple of series now, in shutting down that run.
Ajayi averaging 3 yards per tote. 3rd down and 7 now from the 38-yard line. Foles over the middle and wide open, and into Patriot territory goes Zach Ertz, the tight end. Gain of 19.
Yeah, I think Zach Ertz took a little page out of Gronk's book here. Going to go down the field, a little bit physical, and then make the break. A little bit of a contact, not enough for a flag. I think that was the proper call there, a little juke. And I tell you, if there's one guy that could be an explosive element of this game, Zach Ertz.
His wife Julie, if you follow soccer, you know she's a key member of that U.S. women's team. From the 43-yard line. Foles keeps it and then didn't have a grip on it. It looked like Alshon Jeffrey, the intended receiver, will be 2nd down and 10.
You got to work to overthrow Alshon Jeffrey. And sometimes it's interesting. I wonder if it happened to Nick there that sometimes those running backs don't know if they're getting the ball or not, and they can tend to grab at it a little bit. Maybe it jostled it just a bit before that throw.
It looked like he didn't have a good grip on it, so it's 2nd down and 10. U.S. Bank Stadium in Minneapolis on this Super Bowl Sunday night. 2nd down, 10 from the 43-yard line. Pressure coming, and that pass intended for Jeffrey at the 21-yard line. Great catch. Over the shoulder, along the sideline, threw it over Stephon Gilmore. That's a gain of 22, 1st down.
Yeah, watch this late adjustment to the ball here, and Al, I'm a little surprised. Chung that time ended up being on Alshon Jeffrey, and we all anticipated that Stephon Gilmore was going to be the matchup. Gilmore all season long has taken the bigger of the receivers, and yet for whatever reason they're not matching him against Jeffrey in this one. He already has 1 long touchdown, big play there.
2 touchdowns in the championship game against Minnesota. Blunt is in the backfield. LeGarrette Blunt swings to the outside, inside the 10. Blunt to the end zone. Behind a Selleck block. His 11th career postseason TD.
Most athletic center in football. Watch him get out in front of this play. Not only gets the initial cutoff, which you have to have on those outside zones, stays with it. 1 more push down the field, gets a Landon Roberts out of the way, and there you go. For LeGarrette Blunt, how sweet is this payback? Now they're going to go for 2.
Right after missing the extra point, that makes the difference. Trying to make it 17-3 instead of 16. Eagles go for it a lot, 6 of 9 for 2-point conversions, both most attempts and conversions in the league. So from the 2-yard line, now they send 4 receivers out to the right side. Whole bunch there. Naturally, you go to the left, and it's Jeffrey, and he can't make the catch. That's Eric Rowe able to bust it up. 8:48 to go, 1st half. Now 15-3, Philadelphia. Well, you recognize J-Lo and A-Rod taking in the action. Mike Trout, the great California Angel, huge Eagle fan, goes to all their games. There he is. You know you're a fan when you're standing up the whole game.
Love it.
From the 25-yard line, the back is Burkhead. Double fake, and then Burkhead makes the catch, and Rex Burkhead gets free. Has a block from Amendola out in front, but getting him from behind is Corey Graham. So they put Burkhead in the game, and right off the bat, he's good for 47.
A lot of pressure around Tom Brady, but just enough distraction. Just as that defense thought they were going to get number 12, he flips it out, and another big play down the field.
29, off play action. Brady under pressure, and the wobbly pass is incomplete. You know, it was Burkhead, as we take a look at the replay. It was Burkhead who makes the catch here. He was the guy that collided with Brady 17 days ago, which caused the massive cut. We asked Brady about that the other day. We said, what was your first thought? He said, my season is over.
And Burkhead probably thought his career was over.
Right. 2nd down and 10 from the 29-yard line. Danny Amendola, and he'll get stuffed before he can get untracked. Making it 3rd down and 8.
Now, they've worked this play a couple of times, and they whistled it right past the ear hole of Vinny Curry twice. He might end up intercepting one. You can see Brady didn't even have the laces. That is the second one he has barely missed. They are trying to slow down this pass rush. These hits are starting to pile up just a bit on Tom Brady.
Went 5 wide initially. Now White comes into the backfield. 3rd and 8. Amendola comes into the backfield, and that pass goes nowhere. So a lot of action, a lot of movement, nothing. 4th and 8.
I mean, these are screen passes that they can't get off. Chris Long comes flying around the end there, and for Josh McDaniels, he has to think, well, I knew these guys were going to be pretty good coming after my quarterback, but I didn't think it'd get to the point where we couldn't run a screen pass. There he was, making a play on the outside against James White, had to throw it away.
Now a 45-yard attempt. Gostkowski. This time the snap is good, hold is perfect, and the kick is likewise. Halfway through the 2nd quarter, it's Philadelphia 15, New England 6 in Super Bowl 52. Back with the score 15-6, and we talked about New England. Perfect season went away on opening night. They still wound up with a mark of 13-3. Tom Brady going over things with McDaniels, and we go to Michelle.
Well, Brandon Cooks, the Patriots wide receiver who took that hard hit from Malcolm Jenkins, went back to the locker room. Al, he will not return. They are calling it a head injury. They haven't called it a concussion, just a head injury. Back in the locker room, will not return, Al.
So they're down to 3 wide receivers, Michelle. You know, Chris, we were talking about how New England's season started, but they rebounded. You look at Philadelphia's season. I mean, they were 7-9 last year. They started out a house on fire. They were number 1 in a lot of the power polls until they went to Los Angeles and lost Carson Wentz in December.
Yeah, and to be fair, we saw a couple of good games out of Nick Foles, and then at the end of the season, 2 very poor games. And then it was Doug Peterson and Frank Reich, both of whom had been backup quarterbacks for extended periods of their careers, going back, having that extra week, and taking a good long look at what it was that Nick Foles did in 2013 with Chip Kelly that was so successful. They incorporated some of that, and then by the time the playoffs started, he was rolling.
So Frank Reich, author of 2 of the greatest comebacks in football history, one in college in Maryland, and of course one with the Buffalo Bills against the then Houston Oilers.
A little surprised he didn't get some action in the head coaching derby.
Sooner or later. Gostkowski's kick is taking 2 yards into the end zone. So let's look at the quarterbacks to this point in the game. 143 yards off the hand of Foles, and 191 already for Tom Brady.
You know what's the most bizarre stat not shown there? Maybe the biggest play, 1 drop by Tom Brady.
By Brady.
Go figure.
On the pass from Amendola. Brian Hoyer, his backup quarterback, going over the tablet with him. So here is Foles. Almost quit after he was released by the Rams. Went on a camping trip with his brother-in-law, and said when he was going to come back, there's only one guy he was going to play for, Andy Reid. And Reid brought him to Kansas City last year and backed up Alex Smith. From the 25-yard line. And you got movement. Ertz. Second time for him.
Offense number 86, 5-yard penalty, first down.
Yeah, he took him from the 2-yard line to the 7-yard line on the other false start.
Yeah, and that one took probably 4 points off the board there with that one. But believe me, Zach Ertz And these inside receivers, I keep thinking this is going to be an inside game throwing the ball. The other one, Nelson Aguilar, inside as well.
First and 15. Clement picks up one. Clement getting an opportunity to play a lot this season when they lost Darren Sproles to a season-ending injury in week 3. Undrafted rookie out of Wisconsin. He's done a great job.
Well, I don't know how many times we've done this with the Pittsburgh Steelers, but James Harrison, you want somebody to set the edge on your defense, and of course that's the very fundamental part of Bill Belichick's defenses. Who better than that guy? He is a hammer. You'll see him lift weights sometime.
Second and 14. Harrison, 39 years old, and says he's still playing next year. Foles gets it away. Caught. It's Torrey Smith. Spins his way up to the 31-yard line. Tackle there by Gilmore. That makes it 3rd down and 3.
I love what Nick Foles is doing. Sees the blitz, throw it right behind it. If you see the blitz coming, just throw it right over his head. There he is. Nice pickup. Nick Foles is seeing the field.
3rd down call at 4. 6 minutes to go in the opening half. Ajayi on an inside handoff. Look at him go. Jay Ajayi to the 40-yard line. Knee goes down there. Tons of yardage. He and Blunt both massive amounts of yardage after contact. Case in point there.
3rd and 4. How many times do you see? Here's Wisniewski right here, but also on the outside we had Nelson Aguilar with a great block. But how many times, Al, have we seen this year Doug Peterson on 3rd and 4? It's a pass down for everybody in the league. Pick up big plays running the football like he just did.
He's got those 2 backs. From the 44 on 1st down. Foles going deep down the sideline. And it is juggled and intercepted by Harmon at the 3-yard line. Jeffrey couldn't handle it. And New England gets the takeaway on a deflection into the arms of Harmon. First turnover of the game. He couldn't one-hand it. New England has the ball.
Two college roommates from South Carolina going at it on that last play. Stephon Gilmore finally got his shot against Alshon Jeffrey. Good coverage, but Jeffrey really is the one that's going to flip it back to the middle of the field to Deron Harmon, who led this team with 4 interceptions. Career high for him, but watch the tail end of this. He's got it maybe, and then just flips it back to the middle of the field, and Harmon said thank you very much. Exactly what the Patriots needed.
They start this drive from their own 10-yard line. Lewis is the running back behind Devlin, the fullback, and he gets crunched after a gain of 4 by Kendricks, and we go to Michelle.
Well, I spoke with both Alshon Jeffrey and Stephon Gilmore before the game. You know, Jeffrey was Gilmore's a groomsman in his wedding. They each talked about the fun they had in college competing, but this is their first meeting as pros, and Jeffrey told me their battle tonight would be a good one, but he said it's been a long time since college, and I'm pretty sure he got better just like I got better, Al.
No question. Jeffrey already off to a good start with a touchdown and 3 catches for 73. Second down now and 6 from the 14-yard line. Brady over the middle, and that's dropped at the 19-yard line. Incomplete. Gronkowski could not handle it. Gronkowski's caught 1 tonight for 9 yards. That's it.
Yeah, this has been a little bit of an unusual game, and I think that right now the Patriots have to reconsider a little bit what they're doing. Gronkowski needs more, and I think these backs need a little more action coming out of the backfield. James White's going to come out wide, but once again, Malcolm Jenkins on him. Maybe not quite the matchup that Brady liked with Jenkins.
3rd and 6. Fired. That's incomplete. Flag comes in, though. Chris Hogan with Jalen Mills on the coverage. First flag on a pass play.
Prior to the pass, holding, defense, number 31. 5-yard penalty, automatic, first down.
Here's the matchup right inside there, going across. Let's take a look and see if Mills hooks that hip and turns him. That's what they're going to call, I believe.
There's the hold.
Yeah, well, it's a chokehold, wasn't it?
It was. And it's a first down after a 3rd and 6. Now scooting up to the 25-yard line goes Dion Lewis, who was the leading rusher this year with 896 yards. 2nd and 5.
Well, we've talked about him before, but Fletcher Cox, just one of the real stars in the National Football League. And the thing, Al, that I appreciate more than anything about him, he's not just a pass rusher. That guy has a way of finding the ball carrier, devastating initial punch, and then finds the ball carrier.
To the outside, picking up the first down. Up to the 32 goes Dion Lewis. Devlin with a block. Yeah, there's a reason why Cox is the highest paid guy on the team. You don't see that very often for an interior defensive lineman.
Yeah, we've got a few good ones around the league. Aaron Donald named the Defensive Player of the Year, right? And this guy is pretty much right there behind him. We haven't seen a ton from Brandon Graham. Brandon Graham is the leading sacker on this team and a guy that gets a lot of pressure as well. This defensive line now, these are some of the moments they need to win the battle.
Graham had 9 sacks during the regular season, but there he was on the sideline. First down now. Play clock at 1. Brady with good protection throws into traffic, and that's incomplete. Well covered. Rodney McLeod on Gronkowski to make it 2nd down and 10.
Interesting. That was sort of a bang play right at the top end of that route. Let's watch McLeod come down. I think they're going to say he's going for the ball. And there have been a few like that. It is always so difficult. They are not going to give you the benefit of the doubt, not in the Super Bowl.
White is the back on 2nd and 10. He stays in the block. Brady going deep down the right sideline for Hogan, who rolls it in at the 25-yard line. Got past Jalen Mills. Another big play for Hogan.
Anytime the Patriots want to go down the field, they're going to chip with these guys on the outside to buy Brady a little more time. And I've been waiting for this one to happen because the New England Patriots knew that Jalen Mills has given up a lot of these double moves on the season. A little hesitate and go, and now the Patriots have a great long drive going.
Gain of 43. Hogan's already caught 3 for 83. Brady's thrown for 234 to this point. Big hole left side. James White inside the 10, takes it to the end zone. Touchdown Patriots. 26 yards, 90-yard drive, kept alive by a holding penalty. And in they go in 7 plays.
Really nice job. Anytime you get big runs, you need plays on the backside. Watch Shaq Mason here go get the linebacker. Watch Cameron Fleming with the cutoff block on Jernigan. And that is going to allow James White to get in the open field. And that guy just keeps doing it. Super Bowls, holy smokes.
That's 7 touchdowns for White in his last 4 postseason games. The extra point is no good. Go figure. We've got 2 missed extra points and a field goal, and with 2:04 it's 15-12. Once again, go back to the snap. Good. Hold looked pretty good.
Looked like there was a little bobble on the tail end of that hold, and maybe just a half a, oh boy. You know, and when something goes wrong early, kind of gets you in your head a little bit, and now you have to wonder, should this thing come down? See that little readjust right in the last second? But now you start to think, boy, this looks like it's going to be one of those back and forth close games that the Patriots always seem to play. Well, now we're confident they are kicking those field goals now.
4 seconds from the 2-minute warning. 15-12. Clement and Barner. This time it is Barner. And Barner with a nice run back, and then he gets popped by Gostkowski. Kicker knocks him down. 2-minute warning. Eagles by 3. Downtown Minneapolis. This building on the old footprint of the Metrodome. Tore that down. They played for 2 years over at the University of Minnesota Stadium. Architectural marvel built in the shape and image of a Viking ship, home of the Vikings.
Doug Peterson is getting ready to unleash right here.
And Foles flips one that's caught by Ertz. He gets run out of bounds after a gain of 7 yards by Jordan Richards. 2nd down and 3.
We've seen the Patriots play from behind a lot, right? They did against Jacksonville in the championship game, of course, the Super Bowl last year, and I think everybody in the National Football League, especially Doug Peterson, has been watching, and they know they have to play this one all the way out like they're either tied or behind, and they will be firing here.
2nd down and 3. Foles to this side. Hold in, 47-yard line, but incomplete. Didn't get to the ground with it. Torrey Smith couldn't complete the process. Eric Rowe with the coverage. Makes it 3rd down and 3.
That's why you keep playing. Watch Rowe here. Just keep fighting and keep fighting as he's going to the ground. The ball comes out. It's a good call. At least under the old rules. We'll see what the new rules are going to be.
Who knows?
That's a big drop, though. That should have been a 1st down.
Yeah, they don't want to give New England the ball back and have them go down the field. New England's going to get the 2nd half kickoff as well. 3rd and 3. And that is floated and caught down the sideline by Clement. Corey Clement breaks the tackle inside the 20. Makes it 1st down and goal. A little floater. Perfect touch. Corey Clement for 55 yards.
Jordan Richards overly aggressive, gets hit with the swing route right there. They're going to try and pick inside. Didn't have to, but you could tell that Richards felt like with that possible pick coming, he had to loop underneath, and that's what created the opening out there for Clement.
Harmon could not make the tackle. He got stiff-armed. Ball is at the 9-yard line. Look at that. Over 600 total yards in the game. Under a minute. Through the middle. Still on his feet. Clement. Boy, he's the 3rd down back, but he's been a bull here at 2nd down and goal. And Brady with Belichick. Timeout is taken here.
You know, this is a stuff. This is a stuff. They should have had this for about a 2-yard game, but Clement just kept driving, and he is really making a statement so far in this game. He got a lot of practice time this week because of the ankle injury to Jay Ajayi, and he's been sensational. He really has come on here at the end of the season.
The timeout was taken by New England, trying to conserve some time if they can get the ball back and limit it maybe to a field goal. 2nd down and goal.
Well, you know what the Patriots love, those double ups, right? Get the ball at the end of the half and then be able to take advantage, and certainly they hurt Jacksonville with that score at the end of the half in the championship game. Now they've got the full house backfield going, but I bet they shift.
Check this out, at least for the moment. A lot of shifting.
Yeah, but Aguilar's still in the backfield.
With Clement. Playing the role of fullback. He's going to get to the 1-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and goal, and another timeout is taken here by New England. Toyota halftime report coming up. Guys break down the 1st half. Tell you what each team needs to do in the 2nd half. Coming up at the half. In addition, of course, to Justin Timberlake.
Yeah, I was going to say, as much as everybody wants to hear what they have to say, they might be hanging around for Justin Timberlake and what you're going to do at halftime.
Oh, no. No, there's no
The
booty.
challenge, hashtag Al Michaels.
I can see.
Shake your booty. No, not going for it.
Justin's killing me, I'm telling you. Doesn't go with spinal stenosis, you know.
Big moment right here.
3rd down and goal from the 1. 5 receivers.
And coverage. Watch the picks.
And to the outside, and Jeffrey gets taken down in the end zone by Gilmore, and no flag. So 4th and goal.
Let's take a look right there. Just one-on-one on the outside. I don't think there's enough action there. I thought that's a good call. Looked a little bit more like Jeffrey was just falling back for the ball. Peterson wanted a call and did not get it. Are they really going to go for this?
Well, they're lining up to go for it anyway from the 1-yard line with 38 seconds.
Whoa, baby.
He's a gambler.
And they're good at 2-point conversions. So they probably have a play they really like.
Philadelphia, 30-second timeout.
Taking a look at how the Patriots were lining up 17 4th down conversions. That's the most by any team in almost a decade. 1 for 1 in the 2 playoff games. Doug Peterson, what a job he has done. Long-time backup. Dan Marino was in front of him in Miami, and then for many years Brett Favre on Andy Reid's staff when he got into coaching in the NFL. A decade ago, he's coaching high school in Louisiana.
This is an unbelievable call. This is like going for the onside kick against Peyton Manning, because you don't want him to get the ball too many times. You don't think you can hold him out. And here we go. This could decide the game.
4th and goal. And they're going to snap it, and it's Trey Burton who throws, caught. Foles, touchdown. How do you figure? They go to the very, very, very back of the playbook for the touchdown.
Trey Burton, a college quarterback, and watch all the action. Foles is going to sneak over here, direct snap, everybody comes up, and here we go. What a play call by Doug Peterson. This play call has a chance to be remembered as one of the all-time greats, just going for it and to complete the pass that the Patriots could not.
Wow. To Burton, to Foles, Elliott for the extra point.
Wow.
34 seconds.
What a call.
That's Deuce Staley, longtime running back coach.
Here we go. They've got all these signals. Shotgun, he would not have been eligible but for the fact he was in the shotgun, not under center. And there's the old basketball player. They talk about Nick Foles. He's more comfortable playing quarterback like a point guard, and here he is receiving the pass that is going to be shown a billion times.
There's Mike Trout of the California Angels, the LA Angels of Anaheim. You know, Chris, we started out by talking about, as you look at Patricia on the other side, about Doug Peterson. He's going to be aggressive. That's as aggressive as you could possibly be. You go for it on 4th down with the all-time trick play.
One of the all-time gutsy calls right there. You don't make that, give it back to Brady right there. That would second guess forever. What a call.
Down in the end zone here. So the Patriots are going to get it with 34 seconds, trying to at least to get into field goal range. 1 timeout. So the pass to Brady did not work. The pass to Foles did.
We saw it. They had their own trick play, set it up perfectly, had Brady wide open, could not make the play, and on the other end, much younger, Nick Foles did. Breathtaking. That's breathtaking. In a Super Bowl, that's a breathtaking call.
323 yards in the first half for Philadelphia. So Brady with a little time to try to get him down the field. Protection is outstanding. Deep down the field into double coverage and incomplete. Intended for Danny Amendola. You had Mills back there with Corey Graham. That took 7 seconds off the clock. Second down.
Anytime, if you're going to take away Gronkowski, you have to take away this seam route. Look at all the action out here, and I think it's making Brady crazy. This is their go-to play when you're talking about Gronkowski, and yet they have been right underneath it all night long. It's a good play there by Amendola just to break up the interception.
Brady hitting only 50%, 10 of 20, but for 234. And he fires, and that's going to be hauled in at the 45-yard line. Philip Dorsett makes his first catch, and New England will take its final timeout with 20 seconds.
Well, you have to remember now what the loss of Brandon Cooks is going to mean to this team. Nick Foles over there enjoying that little play. But you've got Brandon Cooks, who was the best deep threat, had the most yards of any deep threat in the National Football League over the last 2 years, and they made the deal to bring in Philip Dorsett to this team. He's a very similar player, but doesn't have anywhere close to the skill set or the experience that Brandon Cooks has.
They'll have to play the whole second half, the rest of the game without Cooks. He's gone. They played the entire second half against Jacksonville 2 weeks ago without Gronkowski and still pulled it out. First down. Brady under pressure, gets jostled. Now he's going to take off. Can't get to the sideline. Tackled there by Brandon Graham. Michigan against Michigan. They got to race up to the line and maybe spike it and then throw a Hail Mary, because the clock is now down to 5, 4, and he just spikes it there. Too far, of course, for a field goal. One last probable Hail Mary with 3 seconds.
Yeah, unfortunately, they had Chris Hogan all the way down the field there, and he had to hustle all the way back. And being short at wide receiver, maybe they didn't have the natural substitution pattern that they might have had to leave a little more time on that clock. I tell you, we've seen all the trick plays coming out here. I don't know what we're going to get here, but we'll see.
Remember, a defensive foul would extend the half.
Yeah, and Doug Peterson wanted to talk about it. He knew something strange was coming. Boy, what a first half this has been.
It's been crazy.
Fantastic.
It's been very entertaining.
Just fantastic.
Yeah. I mean, you know, all of the talk before the game and everybody's, you know, yakking away and the stories and all of that. Who could have predicted this?
You know, we have seen the underdog Philadelphia Eagles all season long. That little chip on their shoulder, wearing the dog mask. They have worn that well. Patriots came in, they were awfully confident about this game. But it has been the big plays that have really eluded the Patriots just a bit, and Eagles have made them, and that's been the difference.
Well, they've relished that underdog role. They were the 1 seed, and they were an underdog to the 6 Atlanta in the divisional playoff. Half ends here, barring a defensive foul. And New England will get the ball to start the second half. Send it out here to Danny Amendola. And that will take us to halftime. 276 passing yards for Brady in the half, 215 for Foles. The Philadelphia Eagles trying to win for the first time ever, trying to win the big game for the first time ever. Belichick back to the locker room to begin to make his adjustments, which he makes all game long.
And he's pretty good at halftime, too.
I'll say.
28-3 last time around. They came back and won. 10-point deficit, nothing.
Let's go to Michelle.
All right, with Coach Doug Peterson, 4th and goal from the 1. You call a play that results in a touchdown pass to Foles. What inspired the decision to go for it with that call?
Well, we had just gone all the way down the field, and I wasn't going to stop. I wasn't going to let our offense be stopped on the 1-yard line. It's a play we've been working the last couple of weeks, and our guys executed brilliantly.
No lead is safe against Tom Brady. What's your message to your team at halftime?
We got 30 minutes of football. we got to refuel, we got to recharge, and we got to play for another 30 minutes. They're too good on that side of the field. And the message is we got to play for another 30 minutes.
Coach, thank you.
Thank you.
Al.
All right, Michelle. Well, Sean McVay won the honor, but Doug Peterson, I'm sure, came close in the Coach of the Year balloting. Stay tuned. Going for it all into the end zone, and it is caught. Alshon Jeffrey for the touchdown. Great catch over the shoulder.
Big play there.
Swings to the outside. Blunt to the end zone.
For LeGarrette Blunt, how sweet is this payback?
Big hole left side. James White inside the 10, takes it to the end zone. Trey Burton, who throws, caught. Foles, touchdown.
Wow.
About as entertaining a first half as you can possibly see. 22-12, Philadelphia on top at the break. First Super Bowl, both teams each gained 300 or more yards in the first half. Foles and Brady, first Super Bowl, each quarterback passing for 200 or more in the first half. Foles, the first ever in 52 Super Bowls, first ever quarterback to catch a touchdown pass. 9 different players with a rush or a catch of 20+ yards. Plenty of offense, 673 yards worth of offense against one team that was number 4 in defensive scoring and the other team number 5.
We're just warming up, Al.
Here we go. Second half in Minneapolis underway, and New England will take a knee there. Dion Lewis, we go to Michelle.
Well, I got a chance to speak with Bill Belichick, and I asked him why he did not start Malcolm Butler and why Butler's not playing on defense. And he said, I made the decisions that give us the best chance to win. And as far as trying to stop their run, he said, we got to do better in all phases, Al.
All right. A little bit more semantic samba there, right, from Bill? What else is new?
That was about what we expected.
Of course. Thank you, Michelle. From the 25-yard line. Brady begins this drive. Tom, 12 of 23. Play action. Fires and errant. Intended for Gronkowski. Can't connect with him. Gronkowski tonight, 1 catch for 9 yards, period.
Brady's missing these throws. This is wide open. Here's the seam against the single safety look. This is their bread and butter. This is Tom Brady and Rob Gronkowski. 25 throws out of 25. They're going to hit that. And we have seen tonight Tom Brady miss some of these throws. I don't know if his hand's an issue, but he has missed some throws tonight.
Playing without that tape tonight. White is the back. Again, Cooks out of the game. Head injury. Lost in the first half. Brady stepping up. Avoids the pressure. Throws, and this time it is caught by Gronkowski. He gets free. First down. Graham with the tackle. 25 yards.
Let's take a look at Rob Gronkowski in the first half. He's had plenty of opportunities and just not been able to come up with some of those trademark big plays. That last one thrown a bit behind. That was a back shoulder. But it has been this Eagles defense that has continued to make big plays.
Take the inside handoff. Brady throws, and that's Gronkowski. So back to him after that 1 catch in the first half. He scored 2 in a row. Graham makes the tackle, and that's good for 24.
If at first you don't succeed, it's the exact same play. Exact same play. And if you think they're going to call Gronkowski on that little nudge, forget about it.
325 passing yards now for Brady. White slicing through over the left side to the 23-yard line.
You know, it's so interesting. Doug Peterson probably looked at the scoreboard. See, it looks like everybody's okay getting up. Probably looked at the scoreboard when he made that decision to go for it on 4th and 1 down there and said, with the way these guys start the second half, I'm going to be behind by the time I get the ball back. So he went for it. I still can't get over that. That was so bold.
Gutsy, as gutsy a call as you'll see. But Doug's been doing that a good part of the season. 2nd down and 6. Brady, good protection again, and throws that one out of bounds, intended for Devlin, the fullback, incomplete. 3rd down and 6.
That was nice on the outside there by Malcolm Jenkins. They've been setting that play up with James White flanked out wide. He's going to fake like he's going to go in for the pick. Jenkins did not fall for it. So far, the decision by Jim Schwartz to take Malcolm Jenkins out there on James White has been paying dividends.
They've got Gronkowski split wide to the left on 3rd and 6. Brady firing in that direction, hits him, and Gronk gets it inside the 10, takes Graham with him, sets up a 1st down and goal.
Yeah, and Brady saw the pressure that time and knew he was going to get the one-on-one coverage on the outside and took advantage. That was one of the few pressures we've seen so far out of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Opening drive of the 2nd half. This is the 7th play. Breaking the tackle, taking it down to the 5-yard line goes James White to make it 2nd down and goal.
You know, if you're wondering about the strategy, think back to what happened to the Atlanta Falcons in the Super Bowl last season. Of course, they wore down late and in overtime looked exhausted. But this Philadelphia defense can go about 7 or 8 deep along that defensive line. Shouldn't happen to this bunch.
Four-man rush, and then it's caught. Gronkowski for the touchdown. So he goes from a silent night to a big drive here and gets in for the score.
Now they're starting to get the combination going. He's going to fake outside, come back inside. Darby's going to slip just a bit, but now the combination. You go back to that game against the Pittsburgh Steelers when everything was on the line, and what did Tom Brady do? He just went after Gronkowski almost every single throw.
Gostkowski for the extra point. So Gronkowski catches 4 passes on that drive. They quickly go 75 and turn it into a 3-point game in Minneapolis. Most championships by a player. Herb Adderley, 6 with the Packers and Cowboys. Fuzzy Thurston won 6 with the Colts and the Packers. Most Super Bowls won by a player. Brady with his 5. And then Haley with the 49ers and the Cowboys won 5. Tom trying to break that tie tonight. Took New England 2 minutes and 45 seconds to turn it into a 3-point game. This is Barner. And Kenyon Barner with a flag thrown. Barner, a guy whose cousin is the mayor of St. Paul. Gene Steratore. Only 1 penalty against New England tonight, 4 against Philadelphia.
On the return, illegal block in the back. Return team number 54. 10-yard penalty. 1st down, Philadelphia.
So far, the difference in this game has been the trick plays going to the quarterbacks. First of all, Tom Brady, a little short arm, couldn't quite get there, and then Nick Foles making the biggest play so far of this season. And so far in this game, we have seen more passes to quarterbacks than punts.
We have only 1 punt in the game by Jones of the Eagles. This drive begins now with Blunt forcing his way through the middle for a gain of 3 up to the 18-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and 7.
Yeah, and you really get the feeling that the difference in this game could still be the play of this offensive line. The Philadelphia Eagles had a great first half running the football, and those big guys up front are as good as they can be. I think arguably the best in football.
No sacks in the game. Foles eyes downfield, fires, and it's dropped Nelson Aguilar going into the kicking net, covered there by Harmon. Incomplete, making it 3rd down and 6.
Boy, that was one of those take your breath away kind of throws right there out of Nick Foles. You think he's confident? Look at this tiny little window. There's people all over this throw. Should have had it.
Third and 6. Clement comes into the backfield. They swing him out. Pass goes up to the 23-yard line. Aguilar breaks away and picks up the 1st down, and plenty more. Got away from Johnson Batamosi for a gain of 16 yards.
And it did not look like he was going to pick it up. Batamosi right here is in perfect position. If he makes the tackle, they're off the field. He misses the tackle, game on. Big miss. Missing tackles in the open field on 3rd down are absolute killers.
Seen a couple tonight. Aguilar 4 catches, 30 yards. Blunt turns it back upfield, taken down by Lawrence Guy after a gain of close to 5.
Yeah, you have all kinds of people on the outside. Remember Kyle Valianoy in the beginning of the game? Now they put this extra offensive lineman in there. Let's go get an extra big body on him. You know you're going to have to work the edges of this New England Patriots defense. Now a few extra big guys in there to try to get that done.
Blunt stays in. He and Ajayi have each carried 6 times tonight. Blunt again. Bulls his way through. Breaking tackles again. Takes the ball into Patriot territory to the 48-yard line. Malcolm Brown makes the tackle. 1st down.
Got to be able to handle the nose tackle. Here it is. Jason Kelsey going up against Malcolm Brown, their best along that defensive line. And I've got to think that something is going on with Jay Ajayi. He had the ankle issue this week, missed a bunch, but he is back in there now.
Here he is. 6 carries for 41 yards for him. Lines up deep in the backfield. Fake toss to him. Foles fires low, incomplete. Smith, the intended receiver. Chung covering. 2nd down and 10. Butler still on the bench. One of the stories, and again, it was a coach's decision. Bill Belichick telling Michelle, hey, we put the players in, we think can best win the game for us. Go figure. The big hero 3 years ago with the interception of Russell Wilson, only playing special teams tonight.
But also remember, he came off the bench to make that play in that game.
Yes, he did. 2nd down and 10 from the 49-yard line. Ajayi swings to the outside, starts to stumble, keeps his balance, takes the ball to the 40-yard line. The former Dolphin setting up a 3rd down and 1 for Philly. And Chung is down. Patrick Chung on his knee. And Steratore calls for the training staff.
Patrick Chung, one of the toughest guys on this Patriots defense. But let's take a look at Jay Ajayi. He has one of the great jump cuts, and then he just finishes runs. He has just been violent at the end of runs. It has been something to watch this team since he's come over, what he's been able to do. But this is a big, big loss right now for the New England Patriots.
Chung out, got popped. Wisniewski also limped off. Isaac Seumalo goes into play left guard, so you're missing Philadelphia as their starting left guard. Chung is out. Jordan Richards comes in to spell him, 37 for the Patriots, and it's 3rd down and 1. Seumalo's the extra lineman. Chance Warmack now comes in at left guard.
And right now they have Stephon Gilmore, instead of playing his side, is now traveling everywhere with Alshon Jeffrey.
3rd and 1. Fake to Blunt. Foles fires down the sideline. Caught, first down. Zach Ertz having a nice night. Leading receiver on the team this year. Gain of 14. He's caught 4 for 47.
Play fake it, hit the swing. Doug Peterson is unbelievable. You know, every once in a while, you see somebody for the first time in a big moment, and you wonder, okay, he's been bold all year. Is he going to continue to play that way? If anything, Peterson's ramped it up a little bit more.
Matt Patricia with that familiar red pullover. He'll be the coach of the Pistons within 48 hours. Of the Lions, of course.
That would make news.
That would make a lot of news. LeGarrette Blount to the 22-yard line. He'll get season tickets to the Pistons, I'm sure.
Well, he's hoping to solve this thing because young Nick Foles, the story all week and the story since the injury to Carson Wentz is, could he hold up? Emotionally, could he play against Tom Brady? This has been some showing by him so far in this one.
So Wentz on the sideline. He hopes to be back for the start of training camp after the knee injury. 2nd down and 6. Trips to the right. Foles dancing around and throws that one out of bounds. Trey Burton the nearest to it. 3rd and 6. Remember how, you know, morose the entire city of Philadelphia was. They won a huge game against the Rams, but they lose the guy who might have been the MVP. Nobody really knows what Foles can do. Played well the next week against the Giants. Not so well the next 2 games, but very well against Atlanta and terrific against Minnesota.
He's played in 3 playoff games, this being his 4th, and he has been tremendous in all of them. Doesn't turn the ball over. Put the kiss of death on him. I think I'll shut up now.
3rd down and 6. That line does a good job to pass into the end zone, and it is Corey Clement. Yes, touchdown. Two officials check with each other back of the end zone. 22 yards on what was a 3rd down and 6.
Straight down the field. That's Marquise Flowers, a 4-5 sprinter out there on him. And how many times, Al, do we come into the Super Bowl and we say, who is it? Who's the unknown?
Take a look here. Starts to lose control. And then that left foot is clearly out of bounds. But did he get the left foot down first with control? Takes it through the ground. Ball begins to wobble a bit.
The previous play will be reviewed.
Can you say definitively this last step? That's out.
It's out, definitely. Under review. Back after this.
Wow.
After review, the ruling on the field stands. Touchdown.
I'm stunned.
Yeah, we looked at that. It looks like it can go either way. He begins to lose control, but he's got to get that left foot down there. They contend that he has control here, pins it with his arm, starts to come out. Clearly the left foot, the second time it came down, was out of bounds.
I give up.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
I give up. If that ball's not loose in his arms when that last foot came down, I give up. I don't know the rules.
Elliott for the extra point, so it stands on a 3rd and 6 play. 7:18 left in the 3rd. 29-19 Eagles. Temperature outside hovering around 0 all day long. Nice and comfy in US Bank Stadium in its 2nd year of existence. Home of the Minnesota Vikings.
Take what you get against the Patriots, I guess.
You bet. Kickoff is going to be brought back. Dion Lewis brings it back out to the 25-yard line. Back we go to the catch once more, Chris.
To me, here's the question. When does he gain control of the football? When does this start? Does he have control there? I would argue no. That foot steps out of bounds. Obviously, close call, tough decision, made in New York. Actually made here in the stadium tonight.
Al Riveron.
I would have called that incomplete.
We've seen that called incomplete, I would say, the majority of time. From the 25-yard line. Gain of 1 here for Dion Lewis. Taken down by Mills. It'll be 2nd down and 9. When Matt Patricia watching his defense, pretty much getting shredded. It's 408 yards tonight in 2.5 quarters. Gisele Bundchen misses Tom Brady. Looking on, wondering if her man has another big comeback in him. Of course, that would not be man bites dog news.
No.
Brady throws, and it's incomplete. Having to adjust on it was Hogan. Covered there by Corey Graham. He got a flag down. And a little conference here with Gene's territory. Got a hold, it appears, against the defense.
To the pass. Holding. Defense. Number 95. 5-yard penalty. Automatic. First down.
Michael Kendricks.
Michael Kendricks right here. Watch the grab on the top end right there, and nobody can sell it like Gronk. I mean, you see him, and, you know, he's a big, strong guy. I do think he was definitely held there. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying Gronk is the best in the NFL at selling those holds.
Maybe not an Oscar, but probably a Golden Globe. Dion Lewis through the middle.
I tell you, it's amazing to watch how fast that defense closes. And Bill Belichick says, I need my guys to do this. Watch how this looks like this is going to be one of those jump cuts to the outside, a little gap in there, and things just close so fast. Vinny Curry that time coming ripping off the edge. This Eagles defense now, they're not wearing down. It's not happening the way it did with the Atlanta Falcons. They're still on their toes and fresh.
Able to rotate 7 guys in and out. 2nd down and 9. Brady fires over the middle, and that is caught near midfield, taken in by Hogan. Ronald Darby makes the tackle, and that moves the chains.
Look what happens for Tom Brady when he goes to that play action. There is just nobody underneath, and he is so quick getting that football out. It's buying him that extra 1/10 of a second. And every Super Bowl, it seems like somebody becomes the favorite, right? And now it's beginning to look like Chris Hogan is making some plays for him.
Over 850 total yards in the game, and getting bounced down there by Malcolm Jenkins after a gain of 4. 2nd down and 6.
Watch Malcolm Jenkins. You want to know why he's the leader of this football team? Watch this play. You're talking about one of the toughest players in the open field to tackle in Dion Lewis, and Malcolm Jenkins has been making plays like that all season. He's been covering James White on passes. Just made a big play on a run stop.
Won the Super Bowl as a rookie with the Saints. 2nd down and 7. Through the middle. Nice little hole there, and then stopping him shy of the 1st down was Mills, setting up a 3rd and 2. Lewis to the 44.
Patriots, one of those teams that maybe don't audible so much, but they call 2 plays in the huddle some. And when you see Tom Brady kind of give it the old, I used to say, think about it look, but that means we want play number 2 now.
3rd down and 1 from the 45-yard line.
Sees that motion back in, knows he has man coverage.
Great protection again, down the middle, open inside the 30-yard line. Danny Amendola for a 1st down as the clock ticks down under 4 minutes to go in the 3rd.
Soon as he knew it was man coverage, goes right to Amendola. But this motion, James White comes back inside, and Malcolm Jenkins, who's played him in man coverage all day, goes with him. So Brady knows at that point he's going to his best man coverage option, and there it was, Danny Amendola.
377 passing yards for the 40-year-old wonder. Play fake on first down. To the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. Hogan. Chris Hogan from 26 gets position on McLeod to turn it back into a one-possession game.
This is just unbelievable offensive football. You're going to see Hogan is going to work to the outside and then back in. What a patient route this is. This is a veteran player understanding he has time. He understands that Tom Brady is going to sit there, look off the free safety, get him back in the middle of the field, and this is turning into fast break basketball out here.
Gostkowski for the extra point. 3.5 to go in the third, and Tom Brady has already thrown for 403 yards. 29-26 Eagles. It's the Super Bowl, so of course you've got Gwen Stefani, Blake Shelton here tonight. A left and a right and a left and a right. Floyd Mayweather. Jimmy Fallon. Bradley Cooper, longtime Eagle fan. Guest of Jeff Lurie. What a game we are seeing. 29-26 Philadelphia. And Gostkowski to kick it away. Yard deep down in the end zone for a touchback. 3:23 left in the third in a 3-point game in Super Bowl 52. They're going to snap it, and it's Trey Burton who throws, caught. Foles, touchdown.
Wow.
How do you figure?
This play call has a chance to be remembered as one of the all-time greats.
They win the game, and it will be 55 total points. Still have 18 minutes of regulation to play. Over 900 yards of total offense in the game. Chung and Wisniewski, both injured on the last series, are both back in the game. Jay Ajayi starts as the running back. Foles puts it in his stomach, then throws to the sideline. Hauled in along the sideline by Aguilar. Perfect throw. Nice catch. First down. Gain of 24.
This is another great adjustment here by Peterson, because you end up with everybody thinks that RPO, those run pass options, that you're going to throw slants. So what have we seen tonight? Just the opposite. The Patriots line up a bit inside to take away those slants, and then Nick Foles goes to the other option, that fade from the inside position.
Peterson and Reich have really come up with a great plan tonight.
I'll tell you what, though, we have not heard much from Alshon Jeffrey since they made the move and put Stephon Gilmore on him.
He caught 3 early on. Foles fires, caught over the middle. Torrey Smith gets free down the seam and takes the ball to the 33-yard line. Tackled there by Devin McCourty. First down.
One more time, just that RPO action, and you can see that Nick Foles, since he started running this play about 2 games ago as the playoffs started, his comfort level and his confidence has just shot through the roof. I don't think I'll ever get over what he did against the #1 Minnesota Vikings defense 2 weeks ago, and now he's doing it to the Patriots.
Shredded them. 2 minutes to the end of the period. Blunt to the outside. He'll get taken down there by big Malcolm Brown. Number 98 for a gain of 2. It'll be second down and 8.
Boy, Malcolm Brown is so good. What a great battle that is with he and Jason Kelsey going at it inside in the middle. But Malcolm Brown has long been the centerpiece to me of this defensive line. He has the quickness. Kelsey is quick, but he just fought through the inside gap there and made the play. And Wisniewski back in the game as well.
At the 32, second down and 8. Running back is Clement. End around. Aguilar tries to get the first down. Is very close. They'll give it to him at the 23-yard line. He's tackled there by Eric Rowe.
Yeah, we had not seen much of Nelson Aguilar on these reverse plays during the course of the regular season. But since the last game of the regular season and into the playoffs, he has 3, 4, 5 of those plays now, and they have been picking up some big first downs.
Most total yards in Super Bowl history already, with over 15 minutes to play. 955 total yards. Foles goes to the end zone and incomplete. Had a couple of receivers down there. He had Burton and Ertz, both tight ends. 34 seconds now, and it's second down and 10.
Tell you who continues to impress me in this game, and that's Patrick Chung. I really felt like the 2 tight ends would be such a factor in this ball game, and one of the unknowns was Trey Burton, who really is an excellent route runner. We know what Zach Ertz can do, but for the most part, Patrick Chung has had a good feel for both those guys.
Yeah, we thought Burton would play a bigger role in the game, but he has thrown a touchdown pass.
Yeah, other than that,
in case you forgot.
Other than the biggest play of the game.
Right.
Thank you.
Second and 10. To Smith on the outside. A little stiff arm there. Gets taken down by McCourty. Third down. Back to the trick play now.
Yeah, you know what made this so interesting was when they went to the direct snap on 4th and 1. I thought Clement was going to just run power off tackle or something, and then it was a circus after that. What a well-orchestrated play that Doug Peterson has so much guts to try that in that situation.
That's right off the street. Waning seconds of the quarter. Third down and 3. And they're going to run it out. That's the end of the quarter. So we played 3 exciting quarters. Philadelphia 29, New England 26. Super Bowl 52 resumed after these messages from your local station. Live shots, 2 of the great sports cities in the country, Philadelphia and Boston. Al Michaels with Chris Collinsworth and Michelle Tafoya. Start the 4th quarter. Philadelphia Phil Basser, 99 years old. Eagle fan since they first started playing in 1933.
He said, I thought if I ever lived to 100, I would see this kind of up and down the field.
So here we go. 15 minutes of regulation left. It's third down and 3. And Foles will swing it out and getting blasted right now. Marquise Flowers hits Nelson Aguilar to make it 4th down.
It's really a great job by Flowers because it looked like one of those motions, but he's going to stop and go back out, and then Flowers is going to come up and recognize what was going on. So let's just give him credit. His speed, able to get out and make that play.
That's a loss of 8. Turns it into a 43, make it a 42-yard field goal attempt now. Jake Elliott, longest field goal made by a rookie. In the Super Bowl, he would break that here, and he does. Inside the right upright. So just a few seconds into the 4th with a flag now down. There's a flag down. That was a 4th down and 11.
Yeah, it looks like it's against the Patriots.
Offside. Defense number 94. That penalty is declined. The result of the play, successful field goal. Timeout.
Don't take those points off the board. Would have made it a 4th and 6. 6-point game. Some team will win some nice jewelry tonight as we take a look at most Super Bowl wins. The Steelers have won 6. Did that in a 34-year period. And the 49ers won 5 along with the Dallas Cowboys. And the Patriots also with 5, trying to make it 6 in 17 years. The Steelers won their 6 in twice as many years, 34. Touchback here, and New England will begin its next drive from the 25-yard line. Last 2 Super Bowls against Seattle, and last year, of course, in overtime. 370 yards, 127 rating. You know, we've said it before. Father Time has no idea where Tom Brady lives. None.
None. And the other part of it is no sacks in this game at all. Now, we've seen the Philadelphia Eagles. They got some pressure in the first half on a pretty consistent basis, but they didn't finish him off. You have to finish off Tom Brady.
Brady now starts this drive, handing it off to Burkhead, the former Cincinnati Bengal. Picked him up in the offseason, picks up 6 here. Make it second down. Let's call it 2nd and 5, gain of 5.
And the other thing that Tom Brady has done so effectively here in this ball game so far is take advantage of those aggressive linebackers. 43% of these passes now in the first 3 quarters off play action.
Burkhead again, up to the 40-yard line. They mix and match. I mean, they have so many guys who can do so many things. Get a whole bunch of Swiss Army knives, running backs, guys on defense, multiple roles.
Nice double team on the outside right out here. Watch as Nate Solder gets the double team, then gets up to the next level and takes care of Nigel Bradham.
Brady from the 39. Burkhead again swings to the outside, his 3rd run in a row. Good one here, picks up 5. Tackle there by Jalen Mills. 2nd down.
Just when you think you know what the New England Patriots are going to do, they come out and start running the football. Rex Burkhead has really been known as much as a receiver when he got in the game. Remember him against the Denver Broncos? We saw him, played so great out there catching passes. So let's see if they're setting the hook here just a little bit and start looking for Burkhead as a receiver.
Those 3 runs on the last 3 plays, his only runs of the night. Keep him in with the fullback Devlin. Swing it out quickly to Hogan. Nice catch there. And a good tackle to stop him well short of the 1st down.
Well, it's amazing what that field goal felt like in that last drive. It felt like a huge success for the New England Patriots. I mean, that's the way this game has been going, and now Jim Schwartz needs to return the favor on this 3rd down. He has not blitzed very much at all, and when he did, he got burned. I don't expect it here.
3 receivers set to the left. White is in the backfield. It's Amendola moving. And Amendola backhands it for a 1st down. Run out by Jalen Mills, converting on a 3rd down.
Nobody does this better right here. When they put Amendola in motion and you see Jalen Mills go across with him right now, Tom Brady knows exactly where he's going to throw the ball. His best receiver in the clutch, in the big moments, in the 4th quarter, Danny Amendola.
Burkhead back in. Brady fires open at the 30-yard line. Amendola again. Danny Amendola, and the ball comes out, but the play was whistled dead. McLeod is there. Man, that offensive line, fabulous job.
Yeah, no question. Look at how quickly Nate Solder got out there on Barnett, and that gave Tom Brady plenty of time. Even though there was some pressure, he just casually steps up, and now they're starting to do that play-action pass against a single high safety where Amendola is going across the formation, and because the protection is there, Brady's winning the battle.
He's barely been touched tonight. Swings it out here. Amendola again. That's going to set up a 1st down and goal. You know, it's funny, Chris, we both know that the Giants won those 2 Super Bowls because of all of the pressure they were able to put on Brady. So everybody's talking about, well, Philadelphia can do that with their 4 guys, but they haven't tonight.
They haven't, and they haven't at least in part because of the pace. The pace just wears defenses out. It doesn't give you a chance to get set. It doesn't give you a chance to run exotic looks. And Brady has seen everything. Whatever you show him, he takes it and extrapolates it out and makes it into a big play.
No sacks for either team in the game. 2nd down and 1. Picking up the 1st down, taking it to the 3 goes James White. Down to 10 minutes in the 4th quarter.
We saw it in the Super Bowl last year. But when Tom Brady can get a game into the fourth quarter, all those sacks, all those pressures, all those hits start to go away because the defense wears down a bit. And I think it's even happening to Philadelphia. I didn't think it would. But the interior pressure of these tremendous football players, Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham, Tim Jernigan, all those guys in there, they've been non-factors against Brady.
9th play of the drive. And Brady will throw, and it's a low throw, and it is incomplete. Headed there for James White.
You say, boy, that was a low throw, but in reality, it was exactly what Tom wanted to do. Only his guy has a chance at this ball, just one hop in there, but there's no way he was going to give those two defenders a chance for it. You miss it low, no big deal, come back here on 2nd down.
2nd and goal, over 1,000 yards in total offense tonight. 567 for the Patriots. And Brady lost one for Gronkowski, reaching for it, touchdown. They look unstoppable right now. And New England has its first lead of the game. Gronkowski beats Darby for the touchdown.
One more time, Al. Amendola goes across the formation. And what does that do? That signals man coverage, and you know you have Gronkowski with a tight split, being able to go to the fade route in the corner of the end zone against a much smaller cornerback and Ronald Darby. It's a chess game.
And they will have their first lead of the game if they make the extra point. But tonight, you don't know.
Yeah, and we've
Plenty of drama.
These kickers look a little unsteady on both of these logos in the middle of the field. Apparently there were some issues for these kickers, and there were a lot of people out inspecting that area before the game, so we'll see.
Yeah, there it is. The 52 logo. Boy, that can get into your head. So the extra point to give New England its first lead of the game. Puts it down, and the Patriots are on top. 33-32. Mrs. Brady happy. Rock with the spike. New England by 1. Well, the most valuable player voting is now open. Go to NFL.com/MVP or the NFL app on your mobile device, and you can vote for the Super Bowl 52 MVP. Have an idea who might be in front at the moment.
Win or lose?
Well, just at the moment.
At the moment.
33-32. It normally goes to somebody on the winning side. A lot of football to be played. 9:22 left in regulation. That's the mantra. Do your job.
Somewhere over there, somebody has to make a play. One turnover, one sack, one something. They have to make a play.
Won't be here because the touchback will take it out to the 25-yard line. Dante Scarnecchia is going to turn 70. He had retired. They bring him back to run the offensive line. One of the great assistant coaches in recent NFL history.
There's a lot of greatness associated with the Patriots. I'm not sure that guy's name is quite as well known as everybody else's, but when he left, the Patriots were a different team. When he came back, the Patriots were what we're seeing tonight.
Trying to win back-to-back Super Bowls, trying to win 3 out of the last 4. Jay Ajayi is the running back. Philadelphia begins this drive from the 25-yard line. Play clock at 1. Ajayi bangs his way up to the 29-yard line. Gain of 4, 2nd down and 6. McCourty in on the tackle.
Yeah, anytime you watch Doug Peterson's play calls, he takes advantage of 2 great athletes on this offensive line. Jason Kelce at center, Lane Johnson. You'll see those 2 guys pulling, misdirecting, leading the way on so many of these run plays. Tremendous athletes playing up front.
Ajayi stays in, 2nd down and 6. Foles buying time. Deep downfield, one-on-one, adjusting but incomplete. Torrey Smith and Eric Rowe, one-on-one downfield. That's going to make it 3rd down and 6 with 8.5 to go.
Well, James Harrison's a guy they're going to get the education from, but I have to say, Halapoulivaati Vaitai on the outside for the Philadelphia Eagles has grown as much in the last month as any player I have seen in a long, long time. Yes, Harrison got him a little bit there, but that young man right there has turned his game around.
And he replaced the All-Pro Jason Peters when he went down with an injury at the midpoint of the season. 3rd and 6. And whistle before the snap.
First charge timeout, New England. A 30-second timeout.
New England takes a timeout. Timeouts are precious, but whatever it was, they wanted to get the right personnel, the right scheme in there. Take it now, 3rd down and 6 upcoming.
Yeah, that's one that whatever reason they probably got stuck in man coverage and didn't like what they were looking at and didn't want to give this one up. They get off the field here the way that Tom Brady and this offense is going. You have to think the Eagles have problems. We haven't seen them stop them yet.
No. 21 points for New England in the 2nd half.
I'll tell you, Alshon Jeffrey needs a place. Stephon Gilmore has tied him up since he's made the move out there.
They empty the backfield. They go 4 by 1. Foles fires over the middle, and that is caught. Big 1st down. They all become big right now. Zach Ertz makes the catch. 1st down.
Now they played the lurk coverage. They had a lot of coverage in the middle of the field with the 2nd slant in. Goes out and then back in. They drew that lurking coverage in the middle of the field away and gave Ertz the chance for the one-on-one.
Foles 315 yards through the air tonight. Blunt back in. Give it to Blunt. Not much. Up to about the 39-yard line. 2nd down and 8.
Boy, you do not see LeGarrette Blunt go backwards like that very often. That was some play coming down the line. Wasn't sure exactly who it was, but for Matt Patricia, that now gives him a chance. Right down the line, and there we go. That's Lawrence Guy. The one guy we haven't heard a whole lot from tonight is Trey Flowers, and I would have said he, along with Malcolm Brown, were their 2 best along that front 7.
Agreed. Talking about a guy with 2.5 sacks against Matt Ryan in last year's Super Bowl. Clement is the running back. Play fake. Foles drops it off underneath to him. And Clement tries to charge his way to a 1st down. He's going to be stopped a little short. For the moment, Chung able to prevent the 1st down to make it 3rd down and 1.
One of the really underappreciated parts of the New England Patriots in this secondary is their ability to tackle in the open field. Some teams don't practice that so much. I'm almost always amazed early in the season, you will see these safeties having to make those open field tackles time after time, and they made it in a big moment right there in the Super Bowl.
3rd and 1 with Ajayi in the backfield. Smith in motion. Pass caught on the outside by Smith, but he cannot get to the line to gain. McCourty with the tackle, and it's 4th down.
Big play there by James Harrison. They were in trouble. The veteran saw this thing coming across and got just enough of Torrey Smith here to give his coverage a chance to get across the field, and McCourty able to make the tackle. But that was all James Harrison. What a heads-up play, veteran play right there.
For the moment, they're going to leave the offense on the field. Do you dare?
Have to.
Well, Doug Peterson, you got 5:48 ticking down. The ball is at the 45. It's 4th and 1. The play clock is down to 4. And they go for it. And Foles under pressure throws, caught just enough for the first down. Zach Ertz, forward progress, nets him the first with 5.5 to go.
Nice pick play inside. Those big tight ends working together on that one. 2 tight ends on the left, and Ertz coming around the other way. One of the most dependable pass catchers in the National Football League. Didn't drop a pass all season. And when they needed it most, he hangs on.
6 catches, 56 yards for him.
Well, you have to start paying a little bit of attention to the clock now, too.
Under 5 minutes to play. And a whistle here.
Timeout. Philadelphia.
And a timeout for the Eagles. Might be set up for a fantastic finish. 4:52 remaining in regulation. It's a 1-point game. Eagles at their own 47-yard line.
Now, you know what was interesting? By going for it on 4th down there, you're Doug Peterson, you'd almost prefer to have given New England the shorter field. Even if they score a touchdown, it's an 8-point game, right? And you're still going to get it back. You couldn't have them bleed the clock. This is crazy for the Philadelphia Eagles. Obviously, best case scenario now, establish your running game, milk the clock a little bit, but you can't imagine a scenario where Tom Brady's not getting this back.
Peterson knows no fear. We've seen that in evidence plenty tonight. Blunt is the running back. LeGarrette Blunt into a lot of traffic. End of a yard, maybe 2, a little shy of the first down, 2nd and long.
But that really gives you some options now. Matt Patricia, the defensive coordinator, to make that first down run stop. Now you have everything on the table. James Harrison, the old wily veteran out there on the left-hand side. Does he have one trick up his sleeve? We've seen him with some late moment success. Late in games to win them with big sacks.
2nd down and 9. Foles flushed out, throws, and that is caught. And staying in bounds is Aguilar. And that will move the chains. Covered by Chung. Good catch.
James Harrison was coming off the edge, and Nick Foles had no choice. He had to escape, get out, but he has made these throws on the run tonight. Harrison now starting to size up Vitae with this bull rush. Just get ready. He's going to give him a changeup. He's going to grab that outside arm and bend it, and we'll see. I've seen this changeup before.
From the 43. Four-man rush. Foles fires, caught over the middle. To the 22 goes Nelson Aguilar. Another first down.
I just can't tell you how impressed I am with Nick Foles and what he's doing. He stared right down the barrel. There was another tiny little window to get that one in with plenty of coverage all around it. And yet Nick Foles just continues to play like he's been doing this his entire life, battling against the likes of Tom Brady.
Meanwhile, Chung is down on one knee for an injury timeout. Torrey, Foles, and little Lily at 7 months old with the headset on, playing with one of the toys there. And there is Dad with 307. What a night he has had. 352 yards, 1,081 yards tonight so far, most in any NFL postseason game ever.
Nick Foles, when asked questions about his wife and child this week, got choked up and couldn't finish the answer. Said, "She is my rock, my wife."
Patrick Chung is out. Johnson Batamosi stays in. Harmon at safety now on first down. Aguilar chased out by Harmon. Chris, you know what's so great about this game is that the game has been terrific from start to finish. I mean, last year people say, well, great Super Bowl. Overtime, it was 28-3.
The game has been relentless. Just relentless. I mean, as great as the halftime entertainment was, and it was fantastic, this game has been as good as Justin Timberlake.
Start to finish. Only one punt all night. Very few penalties as well.
That was a big force out of bounds right there, though.
2:37. Ball at the 14-yard line. Through the middle. Jai backing up. Gets the ball down to the 12-yard line. And the Patriots are going to take a timeout. So they've now taken 2. They have 1 left plus the 2-minute warning.
Which makes everything on the table here. Let's say that they go down inside and get inside for a first down. Boy, things start to get really interesting from there because of that lost timeout early in the half by the Patriots.
But how much time do you really need for Brady to work his magic again? Anyway, first things first, 2nd down and 7 with the ball now at the 11-yard line.
Depends on when the first down happens.
Yep. Clement in the backfield. Big night for him, 100 receiving yards. Fake it to him, throw to the end zone, and it's incomplete. A little pushing and shoving there with Alshon Jeffrey, the intended receiver. Covered by Gilmore. Collins' roommate, 3rd down and 7.
This has been the story right there. Gilmore has been fantastic. They did not start the game with Gilmore following Jeffrey. He made a few big plays, made the touchdown. They've switched back, and he is taking over the game on the outside.
Huge play here. Of course, they can take the lead with a field goal. If they get a touchdown, almost certainly go for 2 to try and make it a 7-point game. First things first. 3rd down and 7 from the 12.
Zach Ertz out wide, one-on-one.
Clement flares out to the right, caught over the middle and into the end zone. Zach Ertz for the touchdown. And again, all you can think back to now is the Jesse James play with Pittsburgh. Does he complete the process?
I don't know. That ball comes loose. He does catch it. But at what point is it loose on the ground?
Gets inside McCourty, who stumbles. Ball pops out.
I'm not even taking a guess.
No.
It as he was rolling over, it looked like that's when the ball came out. Does he control it when it gets off the ground? There is. Does the ball actually make contact with the ground?
He has control of it here. Ball pops out. Al Riveron is the head of officiating. You know, I'm sure in Pittsburgh they're going, are you kidding me? If they call Jesse James back, what are they going to do with this one?
I think they have to overturn it. Now, the question was he a runner? Was he going to the ground in the process of the catch? If he were a runner and crosses the line and dives, it would have been a touchdown. But if he's still a receiver going to the ground in the process of the catch, I think this is incomplete.
Yep. If I had to guess, I'd say it's going to get overturned. This drive began with 9:22 on the clock, taking off 7 minutes. Now, if it gets overturned, it's going to make it 4th down. And in all likelihood, the field goal unit comes in.
I cannot wait for them to change this rule.
Hopefully by the end of the game.
Oh my goodness, that is so close. Because he had control on the ground for a second, and then he rolled over, and then it popped up. So was it the ground that popped it up, or did he just lose control of it?
Well, you knew that the catch, no catch thing was going to rear its ugly head before this night was done.
The question in my mind was he going to the ground in the part of the catch?
If they rule him a runner, it stays as a touchdown. The whole thing is do you rule him a runner at this point?
Move,
but they call him a runner. He breaks the plane as a runner. If it stays, that's going to be the reason.
I think he was running and diving for the end zone, but what constitutes going to the ground? It's always close. It's subjective.
But it's always, if you're a runner, it's one thing. If you receive it, it's another thing. If they rule that he was a runner, it's going to stand.
After review, the receiver possesses the football, becomes a runner, breaks the plane of the goal line. The ruling is confirmed. It is a touchdown.
They have to go for two. Julie Ertz, soccer star, just watched her husband get into the end zone.
Here we go. Well, we know what their first two-point conversion play was. It was the reverse. They scored the touchdown on the pass to Foles. You know they have at least 3 in their hip pocket. We're going to see number 2 right here.
.221 in a 5-point game right now. That man will be back shortly. Burton comes in motion to the inside. Foles rolling, throwing, and it's incomplete. Intended for Clement. He was covered there by Van Noy, so it remains a 5-point game.
It's a good play here by Van Noy. He's made a few tonight. Forced him up underneath and didn't give a real angle for Foles to make this play here. Foles looked back for his inside receiver, that option not there, and just took a shot. Ooh, a little early contact on that one. Was he a runner? Would he have gone to the ground? I think there was contact on the part of McCourty there. In the process of that play, if McCourty wasn't there, would Ertz have been going to the ground? That's a hard call.
Very. But they ruled him a runner at that point, and the call stands. You knew there would be something crazy at the end. You knew it.
Always. And now guess what? Tom Brady with 2:21.
Might as well have a month. 2:21, the 2-minute warning, and a timeout. He's got all day. 3 possessions for New England in this half. All 3 have resulted in touchdowns.
What a game.
11 game-winning drives, fourth quarter or overtime. 5. In other words, all of the games that he has won, the Super Bowl games he has won, he's had a comeback. Does he make it a half dozen?
3 straight 75-yard drives for Tom Brady for touchdowns. Can he do it a 4th?
White in the backfield. Starts with a pass to the outside, Gronkowski, and he will step out of bounds. Bradham stops the clock. Brady and Gronkowski, after Gronk had only 1 catch for 9 yards in the first half. Whole different story here.
Missed the early seam and then just got hot. Really took over. Anytime it was Gronk one-on-one, the ball was going to him, just as it does in all big situations, and I have no doubt in my mind it'll happen again.
2nd and 2.
Uh-oh.
Brady gets hit, the ball is out, and Philadelphia has it. Derek Barnett comes away with it. Brandon Graham was one of the guys who got in there. And it's New England's only turnover of the game. And it's the first sack of the game.
Just like the New York Giants back in the day, taking an outside pass rusher in Brandon Graham and putting him inside against the guard, Shaq Mason, pays huge dividends with the first sack fumble of the game. No question, that ball is out.
That stands absolutely no question. The rookie Barnett, their #1 pick out of Tennessee.
Number 73 is reporting as an eligible receiver. 73 is eligible.
So 2:09. New England has a timeout. The clock can stop twice. They can take a timeout. You can also have the 2-minute warning. They can limit Philadelphia to a field goal. It would still be a 1-possession game. It would be 8 points. New England would be out of timeouts. 2:09. Ball at the 31-yard line. Keep it on the ground. Make them take the timeout. LeGarrette Blount to the 28-yard line. 2:03. That took 6 seconds. And there's your final timeout. It will stop once more at the 2-minute warning.
Brandon Graham has been their best all season at getting pressure. Here he goes from the defensive tackle position. Ordinarily, he plays outside. They have been working him more and more on the inside for that very reason. Get your best pass rushers on the field. That allowed Chris Long to get on the field, Barnett on the other side, and it has been so frustrating all night long for this Philadelphia Eagles defense, and yet with everything on the line, they finally get to Brady.
Nick Foles on the sideline. Brady checking the replay.
I've seen this movie too many times to think this game is over.
2nd and 7. Swinging to the outside. And still charging is LeGarrette Blount. So that takes us to the 2-minute warning. It comes with officially 1:56. It'll be 3rd down and 5 on the other side of the break in Super Bowl 52. One Michigan Wolverine on the left, the other on the right. Graham creates the turnover. Brady gives it up. Here it is again.
I'll tell you, Brandon Graham has a reputation of relentless effort. And Jerry Lurie said, yeah, we're playing the Patriots. This is not over.
Yeah, he was in the movie business. You're right. He's seen this movie before, too.
Now, do you have the guts to throw it one more time, or are you just taking that clock?
3rd down and 5. See what Peterson calls here. Keep it on the ground, give it to Blount, and stuff him at the 28-yard line. So that's Butler. Now they can take the clock all the way down to a little over a minute and try to make it an 8-point game with a field goal attempt.
Yeah, with a field goal with a rookie kicker and Jake Elliott, you miss it. You're going to place the ball out around the 35-yard line, something like that, and turn it over to Brady with a chance to win. How much pressure could be on this kick for Jake Elliott?
Well, this rookie kicker in his 2nd game as an Eagle kicked a 61-yarder at the gun to beat the Giants back in week 3. So Peterson says take the clock all the way down and take the timeout right here with 70 seconds.
30-second timeout.
There it is, the Lombardi Trophy. Does it make its way to Broad Street, the main drag in Philadelphia?
They have had some parties for championships there, but I've been around Philadelphia football fans. This might be the biggest one of all. They bring this thing home.
This is the capper. I mean, the Phillies and the Flyers and the 76ers have all had big-time parades. This would be the capper.
You can assume nothing here. The snap, the hold, you know whatever rush the Patriots have, you're going to see it right here.
46-yard attempt. Lovato to snap it. Donnie Jones to hold it.
Clutch.
And it is good. Big time. 65 seconds. So Brady has to get it all the way down the field and then a 2-point conversion.
You just cannot imagine the amount of pressure and to rotate that ball with the laces straight back. We saw that in a playoff game before and a missed field goal. To calmly spin those laces around and give the young rookie a free swing at it. It's a great job by Jake Elliott, but nice job by Donnie Jones too.
41-33. Robert Kraft. His team has gone to 9 Super Bowls.
It's
counting this one.
Same situation, right, as last year. They needed 8.
Yep.
They go down, they score, they get the 2-point conversion, they win it in overtime.
So Elliott to kick off. Dion Lewis, and he's a guy, we saw him on a Sunday night in Denver. Run one back for a touchdown, and this is returnable from the 6-yard line. And he's going to flip it back to Burkhead, but he's going to get wrapped up and knocked down back at the 7-yard line.
That is a really interesting call. You go for the home run shot, I guess, but that play almost took the ball right out of Tom Brady's hands. Going to come with the reverse, back the other way, short kick, gave him an opportunity. But oh, baby.
Yep. And you took several seconds off the clock as well.
I think that was part of the reason they kicked it short. They wanted that clock running.
So from the 9, he's got to go 91 yards and convert a 2-pointer. And Brady begins by slinging one to an open receiver, and that's Hogan, but he can't make the catch. Got free down the sideline. 2nd down.
Chris Long with a little pressure here on this one, and the significance now of being able to protect the boundaries. We've seen that in the playoffs with Stephon Diggs' play. You need to keep them in bounds now because it's going to be very difficult to get up there and get that next play going.
Chris Long, son of Howie, trying to win back-to-back Super Bowls. Did it with the Patriots last year. 2nd and 10. Brady under pressure, flushed out, slings it across his body and incomplete. Intended there for James White. It'll be 3rd down and 10. It was Derek Barnett putting the pressure on.
I can remember in the Super Bowl, I can't even remember which one it was now, but there was a play at the end of it where Brady was sort of in this situation. I think it was against the Giants. He sort of looked right, pump fake, moved a little bit right, and then threw a go route back across the field to Randy Moss streaking down here, and it was close.
That was the first game against the Giants. Brady now under pressure, almost gets sacked, incomplete. Pocket collapsed. They're down to their last play to try to keep it going. 4th and 10.
Fletcher Cox finally with the pressure that made a difference. So these big guys, it's taken them all game. But back to back, their 2 best pass rushers, their 2 best players on this defense coming up big. Chris Long's been a factor too.
This is it for New England. 4th and 10 from the 9. Brady fires, and that'll keep it going. Amendola up at the 20-yard line, but the clock keeps on ticking. What a catch. Yeah, tremendous. Now Brady's got to get up there, clock it here. 26 seconds now, and still 78 yards away.
Well, you desperately need something to at least give you Hail Mary position. And I'm sure that Josh McDaniels has to be thinking, what do we have to do to win this football game? We've been going up and down the field. But here it is. You need something around the 50-yard line to just have a few shots into the end zone.
Brady, short pass. Gronk was just trying to get out of bounds, and he does. Now you got 20 seconds. Ball at the 33, 67 yards away.
Still time to throw something over the middle if you had to. Hustle up, spike it, and still have a shot at the end zone.
And that would go down in history, let me tell you. Brady. Now he's going to throw short. Gronkowski needs to get out of bounds and does.
There he is.
Boy, oh boy. Almost pulled a little Stephon Diggs routine there.
Wow.
Stayed in bounds. That took 7 seconds off. Now you got 13.
Boy, when he dipped inside, took your breath away. But here it is. And you've got one of the great rebounders in football history running down the field. Gronkowski is going to get a shot at the very least for the jump ball, but not before the Eagles talk about it.
30-second timeout.
The Philadelphia Eagles, a guy whose name we need to mention here too is Howie Roseman, the general manager who did a phenomenal job. Free agents, trades, worked the salary cap. There he is, the guy who was kind of the odd man out when he lost a power struggle with Chip Kelly a couple of years ago. Brought him back in. Phenomenal job building this team.
Absolutely is. I kind of thought that we might end up seeing one of the receivers come in and play DB at the end of this game in case you got the jump ball, but nobody in.
Well, they got 3 DBs back at the 20. Brady fires and it's almost picked off. That took 4 seconds. That's Darby, intended for Philip Dorsett. And you've got 9 seconds.
I would rather have 2 shots in the end zone here than that 9 yards.
And then you pray for, if not a completion, at least maybe you get a defensive pass interference call.
There is nobody anywhere close to as tall as Rob Gronkowski. I would jam him at the line of scrimmage. I would not let him run freely off this ball.
Brady under pressure, escapes the sack, launching one for the end zone. It's a jump ball and it's incomplete. And Gronk was there. And time runs out.
This is the end of the game.
And for the Philadelphia Eagles, the long drought is over. Finally. Last championship, 1960, pre-Super Bowl era. And the Philly fans, the dream has finally come true.
Ready at long last, the Patriots and the Rams defer. Jim Nantz, Tony Romo. We've seen the Patriots the last 2 games take that opening kick, keep it for a half, a quarter, lead to a touchdown, and the Rams say, go ahead, try to do that against us.
This is risky. I like it because that tells your defense that you believe in them and they're going to be fine. But it's also the last 2 games, Tom Brady went out and almost won the game on that first drive.
So this game is being broadcast in Spanish where available using the SAP button on your television. Greg Zuerlein is going to handle the kickoff chores. Cordero Patterson standing about 3 yards deep. Tony, one of your great sayings is, here we go.
Super Bowl. Let's have a day, Jim.
All right. Down to the goal line. It's Patterson. He's dangerous. He's going to try that left side. He's taken off. Down the sideline, and finally, it's Zuerlein, the kicker, who got hold of him. But a big return to open things for New England and Tom Brady. 5 Super Bowl wins, 0 chance, he says, that he would retire after this game, regardless of the outcome. More grateful, he says, in his heart than ever to be back at a Super Bowl again.
They doubted him all year. He loves it when he gets to play the underdog role. It's been a long time. He wants this one bad. We talked about it in the opening. He wants this one as bad as he's wanted anyone. That's what he told us.
Right, boosted by the 38-yard return. Edelman starts in the backfield and then jogs to a slot on the left side. They run it. Michelle rips off a good run for about 13. Challenged him right up the middle,
And LaMarcus Joyner, the safety, brings him down.
Look at Ndamukong Suh right in the A-gap. They don't even block him, and the fullback Devlin has to take him on. But that's how you use his energy early in the game. Last week he came out, went right into the backfield against the Saints in their game 2 weeks ago. New England uses his skill against him. Oh, Jim, I don't want to do this, but don't hand the ball off early in this game.
Burkhead steps back and now shifts over. Devlin also on a wing. They give it to Patterson, who's able to break free, and then Johnson has hold of him. It was Suh who had a play on him, but could not bring him down. Gain of 6. So the Patriots offense doing what it's done now throughout the postseason, and that's opened the game with an impressive drive already in just a couple of plays down to the 42-yard line of the Rams. They have had an opening drive touchdown in 6 of their last 8 games. And again, including the last 2. Double tight end set. Michelle, the running back. And a 3rd straight running play. Picks up the first down at the 37. A gain of 5.
Well, and this is exactly why it's risky to give New England the ball. We were going to go into it a second ago. Their ability to run the football with new runs each game kind of puts you behind early in the game. You've got, both these teams have to play from in front. I really believe the team who gets out to a 10-0 lead gets to play for 3 quarters without having to drop back and have their quarterback make play after play. The team who gets the lead early, huge advantage in this one more than normal.
Out of the eye they go. Back to Michelle. Little jog to the left, and he is brought down by Aaron Donald after a gain of 3.
And you see the ISO on Donald and Suh inside. This is a matchup that I am excited to watch. Aaron Donald, the best defensive player in the National Football League, going against some of the smartest coaches in the National Football League. How are they going to double team him over and over again?
2nd and 7.
You see him right there. We'll see if he's one-on-one or if Belichick has come up with a plan to double team him.
Brady's pass. Ball in the air, and it's intercepted. It's picked off on his first throw by Littleton.
Well, Roby Coleman gets his hand on the ball, and it's a zone drop out, and the ball goes right into his hands, and he hits it up, and Littleton is there. Let's see if he comes down with it. Oh, that looks pretty good from there.
No question. And Wade Phillips, the D coordinator, the 71-year-old defensive genius, 41 years coaching in this league. His team makes the play, gets the takeaway at the 27-yard line.
And the key to this game coming in, Wade Phillips wanted to present Brady with a matchup that looked like man and play zone. Looked like zone and play man. And Brady, right at the end, knew he was making a poor decision. That ball came off his hand poorly because he knew it right when he was letting it go. Huge start for the Rams.
Here's Goff. First snap for the Rams. It's a running play, and flying out to about the 30 is number 30, Todd Gurley. Goff threw for nearly 4,700 yards in his 3rd season. Go with 32 touchdown passes. Kid out of Northern California, 24-year-old quarterback, raised in Novato, about 47 miles north of Tom Brady's hometown of San Mateo. 2nd and 8. And Goff rolling out. Van Noy has the angle on him and forces him out of bounds.
Well, you saw the first play. We call it a stretch zone. And you see, you're going to see Gurley get wide and then cut all the way back across the field, and they have a bunch of people going back and forth. This is the #1 play the Rams beat people. How you defend it, though? A couple teams. Penetration. You go straight upfield. You don't go sideways. You don't follow them across the field. The Patriots got to get vertical, just like they did on that bootleg.
They ruled that Goff actually got the pass away before he was out of bounds, so it goes down as an incompletion. Saves Los Angeles a couple of yards. And out of the gun on 3rd and 8. Across the middle, and that's incomplete. There were two Patriots there to defend it. Trying to find Reynolds, and there was pressure coming up the middle from Hightower.
Well, you're going to see Hightower's here, and he comes all the way across, but it's Claiborne who actually gets right inside there, 94, and puts the hit.
Boy, Claiborne, a former Atlanta Falcon, played in the first game here on this field when it opened back in the fall of 2017. So Johnny Hecker punts. Edelman turns around on the return, and he's going to lose yardage on the run back. – 53-yard punt. Ebicom brought him down. This gorgeous exterior of Mercedes-Benz Stadium. And by the way, Tom Brady being intercepted on his first throw of the game. It's the first time in his postseason career his first pass was picked.
Well, this is a tough matchup in some ways because you have a really good interior front that can push the pocket and make you get rid of it early. But in this game, it's Wade Phillips who's had some success against Tom and made it difficult on him over there. I think New England needs to run the football. They can't ask Tom to drop back 45 times.
Gonna run it here. And they're on him quickly. As Michel is dragged down by Brockers. What do you think the Rams defense needs to do that you saw both the Chiefs and Chargers opponents against the Patriots not do?
Well, the first thing you have to do is you got to get up in the face of these wide receivers, these tight ends. Don't give up little passes to the back. Make Tom Brady throw intermediate routes. He's got to hold on to the ball and take, a hit. He hasn't moved from the pocket this postseason. They need to make him hold on to the football, and the way to do that, play man and blitz him sometimes. 2nd and 9, quick pass and nothing's there. Actually, Dante Fowler was closer to the football than Sony Michel. And it's a simple screen. This is where the teams have gotten hurt the last 2 weeks. They allow you just to throw simple passes to the back and not make the quarterback drop back to pass. You got to make Tom Brady play from the pocket. McDaniels, the last 2 games, allowed him just to make little throws, and then he wasn't asked to be Tom Brady till the end of the game. Wade Phillips, he's not going to allow that to happen.
3rd and 9. Brady's pass to Edelman, and he's able to beat Talib to the chains.
This is just too safe. Edelman's going to go up, and Talib is just playing too safe on 3rd and 9.
Edelman, during the postseason, he has often been the case, a difference maker. Now with 14 catches in the postseason, 12 of them going for first downs. Now they've run it every time so far on first. The first 4 times make it 5. Oh, and what a hit. My goodness, and Dominican Sue and Dante Fowler busting across with quick contact on Michel.
And this is why the Rams can really wreck the game inside. They get vertical. We just talked about it with the Patriots. If you get vertical, which means just go into the backfield, you can hit them on your way by. The Rams, when they want to shut the run down, they can.
2nd and 14. Fake the end around. And again, it's Roby Coleman making the quick stick on Burkhead. We do have a marker on the field.
Personal foul, defense, number 56, hit on a defenseless player. 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
Call on Dante Fowler. John Perry, the referee from back in Super Bowl 46 as well, when the Giants and New England played in Indianapolis. And here is the hit. That's not the call right there. It's called on Fowler.
It's not on Fowler either. I don't know exactly who the call is on. If they're I think it's on 23, and they're calling it.
It's called on what? Helmet to helmet hit?
I think he has to give him enough time to become a runner, is why you can't hit him.
Bring in Gene territory
in the head or neck area, I believe.
Here's a first down handle. And Burkhead bounces off of one tackle, picks up about 5. Gene, what happened back there?
Although he makes that catch, we still have to have that moment where he can become a defined runner in the time to protect himself. So the contact to the head or neck area before he gets that time to become a runner and protected, that's why they called the foul.
Of course, the uncalled DPI last week, 2 weeks ago down in New Orleans on Roby Coleman. This time he draws a flag in the first quarter.
Yeah, that's a huge play. I mean, you're looking at 3rd and 20, and you're getting the ball back.
2nd and 5. Over to Burkhead for a first down. Johnson runs him out. Gain of 8.
No one's as good as the Patriots. Just watch right over here. Gronk, go give me a little screen up here. Just go up here and kind of run through people, and you too, Edelman, and we'll just throw the ball to the flat. These guys are so in sync with these little plays that end up getting 7-8 yards, but they get out of the quarterback's hands so quickly. They've gotten a little bit of Bill Walsh from the 80s, the way they line up and do some of this stuff.
Got a timeout called by New England. Patriot timeout, mid-first. Tom Brady has now had 94 dropbacks in the postseason, has not been sacked once.
Well, that's a lot to do with the plan that Josh McDaniels. The Patriots are fantastic at using your strength against you, and in Kansas City, they weren't going to let the strength of Kansas City just, hey, we're going to drop back and pass and let you pass rush us all day. You can't let them throw these little passes, Jim. We're going to keep saying it over. If they can just throw it to the flat or the running backs, you won't beat them.
Here's a 1st and 10 out of the Patriot timeout. Down the middle, Gronkowski. And he tiptoes out of bounds after a gain of about 17.
Well, Gronk is right here, but look at the linebackers and watch how they go right downhill. This is the trouble when you play zone against the Patriots. If you play zone, you have to all of a sudden run. I'm going to go make the play. Oh, no. Then you got to get out of it. If you're man, you're just following your guy. Now, they're going to do both today. But the key spots, they better go man and double team the right players.
Down to the Rams, 33. Burkhead running. And he is knocked down after a couple. That's it. This is hard to believe, but they have never had a first quarter touchdown in the previous 8 Super Bowls with Tom Brady and Bill Belichick.
I tell you what, they should probably start somebody else then, just so you get off to a good start. I mean, no, it's one of those stats that last 2 games they went 9-minute drives. It felt like, and took the heart out of your opposing team right away in that first half. This is a perfect start for both defenses today.
2nd and 8. They had never scored in the first quarter until last year when they kicked the field goal. Brady's going to the end zone, and tight coverage provided. Coverage on Hogan by Marcus Peters. There was nothing there.
Well, this is exactly how I would defend Brady. Make him throw the ball outside the numbers. Use these safeties to defend everybody inside. So Gronk, you got a lot of safeties. You're going to have to take a little guy in Hogan, and you're going to have to throw go routes. They don't have this vertical threat. The guy outside is big and tall. He can go jump up and go make all these plays at the wide receiver position. Wade knows that, and that was tight man coverage inside.
Patriots have converted already in this quarter, a 3rd and 9. This is a 3rd and 8.
Well, you got the best matchup to leave on Gronk at the top.
And another timeout called by New England. The 2nd timeout on this drive by the Patriots. All right, Brady's had to burn off a couple of timeouts on this drive. And now he comes out of the huddle with a 3rd and 8.
Well, and this is where we keep saying there's 2 matchups. You got Gronk and Talib up top. And then how does Aaron Donald get one-on-one inside?
Gonna run it. And the Rams are wise to it.
That is Fowler quickly on James White, holds him to 2, and Gostkowski will attempt a field goal.
It worked last week. They kept running the ball on 3rd down and
worked repeatedly
over and over again. And
how about this? In the games this year, the Falcons games, there was not a missed field goal in this stadium. A couple of PATs that were missed, but all kickers, Falcons and opponents, 31 of 31. Gostkowski from 46 out.
Did you do it to him again?
Don't blame the announcer. Gostkowski. No good.
I can't believe it. It's almost just automatic when you go 31 for 31 and tell the world.
Was that one of your predictions?
No, that's not. I'm not predicting. No way.
A lot of history between the New England area, Boston and LA, the two great cities. Seeing, of course, the Celtics and Lakers 11 times in the NBA Finals. Boston winning 8 of those just 98 days ago. The World Series coming to a conclusion. Red Sox in 5, and Gostkowski has now missed 4 kicks in the last 3 Super Bowls. That one off the mark from 46. Rams take over at the 36. It's a give to Woods. Trying to get around Wise. And runs into Chung after a gain of about 4, maybe 5. And let's bring in Tracy.
Well, thanks a lot, Jim. A lot has been made over the last 2 weeks about Todd Gurley's usage in the NFC Championship game. I spoke to someone close to the team this morning who told me this is Todd Gurley's game. They want him to run early and often. C.J. Anderson will be in the usual role. He will try and spell Gurley, keep him fresh, and make sure that knee doesn't become an issue. McVay, though, not afraid to go with a hot hand if he wants to, but he wants Gurley to be successful and ultimately walk away as the Super Bowl MVP, Jim.
Well, he almost apologized for how little he used him. He had a pass bounce off his hands early in the game last week. And here's Goff connecting Reynolds. Step back to make the move. And the Rams are on the New England side of the field. That's a gain of 11. Reynolds tackled down at the 49. That's the first completion for Goff. That pass with pressure falls incomplete. Stay tuned for music's biggest moment of the year, the Pepsi Super Bowl 53 halftime show. Don't miss Maroon 5, Travis Scott, and Big Boy coming up at halftime. Maroon 5 donating $500,000 in front of this performance to the National Boys and Girls Club. 2nd and 10 coming up here, Tony.
Well, my mic works again, so I can talk. This works out perfect. I was saying such good stuff on that play earlier, Jim. It was fantastic.
And here's the pass to Woods. Take the pass underneath for about 7.
And this is how the Patriots want to play. They want to turn Jared Goff into a drop-back passer early in this game. Don't let him bootleg. Don't let him hand the ball off. Make him drop back and read it over and over. And they think they can get off the field on these 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4s.
Well, you got a 3rd and 3 right here.
You got to respect the run here. But I expect them to work vertically. Everyone inside is going to go this way.
Goff comes in, knocked out of the hands of Woods as Chung with a big hit in the back.
Well, Chung comes down from the safety position, and great timing to get his hand right in there. Perfect technique on the throw to Woods, who the Rams like to use on 3rd down.
Boy, the Rams took a long time before they brought out Hecker. You got to be careful with him.
This is almost too obvious of a fake. I mean, I feel like if you fake it here, it's just like you might as well run a play. It's the same thing.
He had the big momentum turning around pass last week against New Orleans when they were down 13-0. Trying to get the Patriots to jump.
Did they get him?
with all that shifting around.
Well, this is when you're like, hey, I think I may have blown the whistle a little early, but I don't think I can not throw the flag. So give me something. What do you like? Do you like offsides?
And if it is offsides, it's first down.
Or do you like it false start? I think they got to call this. There's too fast a movement by the Rams. I mean, you can't just run. It has to be a simulated motion.
Prior to the neutral zone infraction, delay a game. Offense. 5-yard penalty. 4th down.
He's asking special teams coach what happened.
And John Fossil, he is extraordinary at that position. His father, Jim, of course, the head coach of the Giants in Super Bowl 35 down in Tampa some 20 years ago.
You know how big that play was last week, like you said, against the Saints. Just the ability for them to line up and throw a football with your punter. You got to be prepared on every play.
Angles this one. We'll see where they mark this one. He didn't quite get it where he wanted on the angle. Almost the effects of a touchback. Down at the 19, out there, just a 28-yard punt. Brady coming out for the 3rd time in a scoreless first. Here's a look from our Bud Light Skycam. Patriots' 3rd drive of the game. They have taken the football inside the Rams' 35 on the first 2 trips and have come up empty. An interception and a missed field goal. Tony, what have you seen so far in this game as far as if you're the Rams side of this, and you've seen the Patriots move the football but not come up with anything?
Well, what's happening is the Patriots are trying to run the football at Aaron Donald. The way to neutralize a great player, you want to run it right at him. He's lining up on this side. So I think the Rams have figured that out, and that's why they're setting pressure right at him.
Here's handoff to Michelle. And he's pushed back after 3, maybe 4. And Tom Brady, we said before the game, it's almost indescribable. 9 appearances. That's more than the Steelers franchise history. The Cowboys have 8. Denver has 8. And what did he say to us when we met with him the other day? Never in my wildest dreams did I ever think I'd go to 9 Super Bowls. That's Edelman diving for the first down.
And Edelman's just too good. You can't match him up with a linebacker. I feel like you get caught in it sometimes. Sometimes you don't. But on this 2nd down play, you know, Ebukam just can't cover him one-on-one. And I understand you're going through different calls, and you got to be right. Can't be right every time.
Here's the pass. Almost intercepted. Very nearly into the arms of Marcus Peters. And the pass was intended for Hogan.
And Brady tries to dice the seam, and he's going to want this back because right over the ball, and he knows right now he can't tell the difference between man and zone. Give Wade Phillips credit to start this game. Brady seeing it after the snap. He's not getting the pre-snap, what he's used to seeing. It's looking very similar man and zone, and that was a good tip by Barron.
Now a 2nd and 10 from the 30.
So you see how he motioned over there? You think it's man-to-man, but then all of a sudden they'll drop out and play zone sometimes.
Pocket protected. That leaves Edelman open. And shoved out by Talib. 3rd catch for Edelman here in the opening quarter.
This is just a great route. This is why Edelman has like a gazillion catches in the playoffs. I mean, just he wins by 5 yards. That's an easy throw catch for a quarterback.
2nd most catches in the postseason all time, behind Jerry Rice.
Pretty good company there, huh?
First down, play action. Brady with all kinds of time. Now in trouble, and the ball's out. Recovered by New England.
Well, what effort by the Rams and just continuing to push the pocket. And you look at, you got all the backups in, and Franklin Myers gets his hand down there.
He got around Tooney. Andrews was in trouble at the same time.
Some big defensive plays going on in this game so far.
Westbrook's provided pressure. So that's the first sack of the postseason of Tom Brady. It took 100 pass plays to get there, 2nd and 19. Trying to get a lot of it back. Gronk. So hard to bring down. That picks up 14. Coming up on the Toyota Super Bowl Today halftime report. Join JB, Phil, Nate Boomer, Coach Cowher, all the highlights from the first half. That'll be coming up on the Toyota Super Bowl Today halftime report. So they get out of a long situation on 2nd and 19, down to a 3rd and manageable number here. 3rd and 5 for Josh McDaniels and this New England offense. 3rd time already residing on the Rams side of the field. From the gun, Brady feeling the heat and had to get rid of it. Aaron Donald was all over him.
And this is why Wade Phillips is as good as anybody in the league. See the middle linebacker make him think he's coming? That gets Aaron Donald to get the one-on-one matchup, and he runs right into Andrews, and there's no chance.
And look at this little throwdown.
It's not that little. No.
Tongue-in-cheek.
Another position here where you can easily run a fake.
Now here is Ryan Allen, who did not punt last year in the Super Bowl. Take something off of this, and we get Matthew Slater. Excel again, getting down as he always does to cover up kicks inside the 10. And they'll mark it at about the 6.
You got to be impressed with the defensive line of the Los Angeles Rams and just how they've started this football game. I mean, they've made Brady speed up his internal clock. Wade Phillips has made it difficult to determine if it's man or zone before the snap. Brady's having to read it after. It's a perfect start for their defense. And now the Rams have an opportunity to go down and take the lead.
But they have to start pinned near the 5. That punt was the first one by New England in its last 20 drives in Super Bowls. How long had it been? So it's been short work on the field and not all that successful for the Rams. 24 yards of offense so far.
You see how tight everybody is? The Rams are one of the few teams who put everyone right there next to the quarterback so they can hand off to anybody.
Going to hand it off here to C.J. Anderson, who's been quite a find, Tony.
He has, and he's come in and really given this team a boost at the end of the year. And he's going to need to play good, both backs, to win this one.
That was the last play of the first quarter. No score after 1. We are back for quarter number 2. Jim Nantz, Tony Romo, Tracy Wolfson, Evan Washburn, Jay Feely, Gene Steratore. Rams on the field, only 3 minutes and change in that first quarter. They have possession here to start the second at their own 11.
Well, both D lines are controlling the game. New England's not trying to go sideways. They're going right at you. I keep trying to tell you, they go this way. They're not going to go sideways when you go sideways.
Here's Anderson taken down around the neck area by Wise. And a flag is out.
False start, offense, number 79. 5-yard penalty, 2nd down.
The Rams are predicated on moving sideways, so watch the snap. You'll see a little bit of a false start, but you see how they're rolling, and then a fantastic clothesline.
The greatest since the longest yard.
Yeah. Hulk Hogan would have been proud of that one.
Didn't. 2nd and 10. Staying on the ground with Anderson plowing ahead out to about the 9, and it's Wise who has the tackle. Well, they picked up Anderson late in the year, and he's no stranger to playing in Super Bowls. This is his 3rd. There's Wise, who's been dealing with an ankle injury and was inactive the first 2 postseason games. Gurley, who wanted to see more action. McVay, who wanted to give it to him, has only 1 touch so far, Tony.
Well, it's getting tougher because they're slowing it down. I think Belichick wants to pretend like he's bringing a bunch of pressure, and he's going to send some guys from different spots here. You're going to see a little bit of pressure where you can't determine. Jared Goff's young. You're going to get like, oh, look at this, and then look at this guy come. And there's only going to be about 4 of them, 5 of them at most.
3rd and 7, ball deflected at the line, and it might have been a dangerous throw anyway because the Patriots were jumping in front of that route. It was headed to Robert Woods. John Simon got a hand on it.
And he might be lucky that he did, because that ball was going the other way.
Exactly.
In the middle of the field. And this is where you watch the tape, and Goff, when you send people, you don't have to blitz 7 guys. You just want to rush 4 or 5, but make it look like they're coming from different spots where it's exotic. Goff is young. Belichick knows that, so he thinks he can make him feel pressure and make that ball come out, and really he should have got him there.
3rd punt for Hecker. And that's going to bounce around midfield and roll out to about the 36. 54-yard punt. Short work again for Goff and company. Here's a look at what the quarterbacks have done in early action. And keep in mind, New England's had 8 first downs. Los Angeles 1.
Yeah, they're on fire.
Yeah. Not quite the firepower of last year's 41-33 final.
Well, you need to give both these defensive, coaching staffs credit, because they've come out with a perfect plan to stop the opposing offense. And Wade Phillips, Bill Belichick, and Brian Flores, absolutely ideal with the way that they're starting the game and their plan on how to defend their opponent.
Donald not out there for this first snap. Brady finding Edelman, and he's twisted out. To leave. Gain of 6.
Well, early miscue happens because you see it looks like it's man-to-man, and it turns into zone. And that makes Brady have a miscue. A lot of zone by the Rams. And then you see the missed kick that Jim called right before. I'm just kidding, but this game is really fortunate for, I would say, both teams really, that they're both tied. But the Rams have to get a first down at some point. They got 1 for the entire game so far.
Here's the 2nd and 4 for the Patriots. Gronkowski, good piece of tackling to keep him short by Littleton. So it'll be 3rd and a long 1.
You see how Brady had to throw that, though, right when he hit his 5th step? When that happens, this is an early part of the game for him to have to drop back on 1st down, drop back on 2nd down, get a first. Now you can run or something. But usually you want to wait till the 3rd, 4th quarter to say, Tom, why don't you go ahead and be Tom Brady? It's pretty early for him being asked to just drop back and pass on each play.
He's going to go out of the gun on 3rd and a long yard. Donald has returned to the field. Lined up over the left guard. Brady protected, throws, wide open, Edelman. And he'll step out at the 29.
Well, Edelman is making it a joke. Just look at the double team on Donald and then a chip on Sue. But watch this route, Edelman. Just nope. He's 10 yards away from Roby Coleman. It's almost laughable to think that you're going to cover him one-on-one. I think at this point, Wade Phillips will start adjusting, and he'll have to double team. The problem was it's 3rd and 1. You got to stop the run.
That was his 2nd catch that went for 25. He's got 5 catches overall for 74. And now inside the 30. There's the handoff to Patterson. And the Rams hold him to no gain, including Mark Barron on the tackle. Sue there as well.
And they call that the jet sweep. When a receiver comes across, there's the fly sweep, the jet sweep, and you hand him the ball. And it was a good plan by New England coming in. Watch coming across the screen. Both these teams do this a lot. And you wanted to do it to Sue because you didn't think he'd be prepared, playing a lot of defensive end in this game.
They're moving him around quite a bit.
Yep, inside, outside.
Gronkowski at the top of the screen. 2nd down and 9. Brady looking the other way. Incomplete. Wouldn't have been any gain anyway. Hogan, the intended target. And now 3rd and 9.
Well, Brady, he understands he's got to get this ball out fast. And they're just going to keep asking him. Now 3rd down, he's going to have to keep throwing it under duress because the more you have to drop back early, it just gets tougher and tougher.
James White is in the game, Tony.
Yeah. He's trying to gauge who's on who.
3rd and 9. Gronkowski. And he is stopped well short of the first. Littleton and Barron trip him up. And we'll see Gostkowski for the 2nd time. It's going to be about 41 yards, maybe 42 for Gostkowski. And Gronk comes up limping out of that. Last couple of weeks been about as healthy as he's been all season.
Yeah, he's been running better.
From 42 yards, the kick. It's good. First points of the game off the leg of Gostkowski. Here's where Gronkowski got nicked on the 3rd down stop. The largest aquarium in the Western Hemisphere, the Georgia Aquarium, just a few blocks away from this wonderful edifice that was the vision of Arthur Blank. Opened back in August of 2017 with their extremely fan-friendly concession prices. Hot dog and a soda under $5.
Oh, it is fan-friendly.
I'm buying at halftime.
You got it.
Waiting to see when this Rams offense is able to get some sort of rhythm and timing. Like you say, just 1 first down is hard to do it. 2nd leading scoring team in the league this year. High kick. It must be returned. Natson. He's shifty. Woo, he's quick. To about the 28. Now it was 17 years ago today when the Patriots won their first of 5 over the Rams. And let's do the 17-year challenge.
Well, you see, 17 years ago, Tom Brady looked older, I think. Sean McVay looked like he was in kindergarten. And Jared Goff was in kindergarten.
He was. Playing up in the Marin County area north of San Francisco. And here he is under center. Again, they'll stay with Anderson, not Gurley, in the backfield. It's Anderson. Quick cut to go outside, back inside. And it's a nice run for 5. It's not the only 17-year challenge, by the way.
Oh.
Got a little attitude there.
Well, you know what? You look like a young Bill Belichick there.
Is that right?
You got a little hint there, don't you?
I've heard that. Second and 5.
So Bill Belichick has gone against this scheme so many times. It's why they're having a lot of success in this running game right here. You've got to take shots down the field, man.
Here's your shot. Goff's pass. That's caught, but I don't believe. Did he have the feet down? The bench area, of course, trying to give them a convincing case, and it is ruled on the far side as a catch for 18. Look at Woods.
I'd throw the flag if I was New England.
Not in time. Goff to Cooks, and Gilmore throws them down. And again, the Rams are trying to do a little officiating on the sideline on that tackle.
An excellent job, though, being prepared. Give McVay credit. Goff getting their team up to the line and snapping that football.
Yeah, gave them an 18-yard play. Watch the feet.
It's the left foot. We know the right gets down. It would have been close.
Might have had that left foot down when he had possession.
Yep, it would have been close.
Then after the 3-yard pass to Cooks, 2nd and 7. Anderson met in the backfield. Danny Shelton.
Well, this is why it's difficult This is a great plan by Belichick. He's not going to go sideways. He's going to go vertical. Watch him. He just goes straight up the field. You have two guys in the backfield. It's not only Danny Shelton, it's also John Simon. It's just, they're not trying to go sideline to sideline.
And where is Todd Gurley? You see him on the sideline. He got the carry on their first snap of the game, and he hasn't touched the football since.
Jim, Jim, you tell me who's coming, who's not, and there's only going to be 4 at the end of it.
Goff throws it off his back foot. Incomplete. Reynolds was the receiver. Jason McCourty in coverage.
And this is exactly how we keep describing. Someone's open outside, and Woods is open. But Goff feels like a lot of people are coming. There's only 4 or 5 at most. But he feels like there's a lot because you can't determine who's the down lineman and who's pressuring and not. And he feels that.
Yeah, he had the felt flowers in the neighborhood.
But you're also not being able to tell who came and who didn't. And young quarterbacks, they don't quite be like, okay, only 4 guys are coming. I'll just slide to the left. And Woods is open on the sideline.
Here's Hecker. Punt number 4. Edelman retrieves it at the 10. And Munt leaves him on the sideline. After a 39-yard boot, 7-yard return. Nearly halfway through the second quarter, just a field goal on the board. And a look from our Bud Light Sky Cam here in Atlanta. So far, we've seen 3 points scored, 5 punts in the game. Of course, it was a slow start down in New Orleans for the Rams a couple of weeks ago, down 13-0 early in that game.
Yeah, a little different, though, because down there you couldn't even hear. So they have a lot of calls at the line of scrimmage, and it was impossible for the quarterback to even call the play in the huddle in the Superdome.
That's Burkhead to the 20 for 3. What have you seen out of Aaron Donald so far?
He's disruptive. Early on, they ran at him. Now they try and run away from him. He's so good from the backside in the run game. But here's where Wade Phillips, he gets one-on-one matchups for him like nobody really in the National Football League can create that. You just bluff with your linebacker so the offensive lineman feels like, okay, I got to block this guy. And then you can't go help on Donald. By the time you get there, it's late. And if you're going to keep dropping back, you better watch that matchup right there.
2nd and 7. Brady looks for a second option. Ball's dropped. That was Michelle with Littleton running with him. And let's go down to Evan Washburn.
Well, Jim, you guys touched on it. Might not be the Superdome, but the noise disparity between when New England has the ball and LA is palpable. You can see New England moving and communicating with ease. In LA, it is really loud, and it's clearly helping New England's defense in this game.
See what the Rams defense can do. On a 3rd and 7. Patriots 2 out of 5 on 3rd. Brady dropped back, complete. Fight to the yardage, going to be stopped short. Again, it was Littleton, who's in on so many plays. Second team All-Pro. Holds him to 5, and now Allen will punt for the 2nd time.
Well, it's just the pressure. Brady has no more time to scan the field. And this is, I know it's early and New England's winning, but they're having to drop back early and often in this game. And that's allowing the Rams to start to tee off a little bit, and that plays a role as the game keeps moving on.
JoJo Natson's the returner. There's never been a punt return for a touchdown in Super Bowl history.
Oh, did you do it again?
Flag is down. Natson breaks the tackle and loses the angle at about the 33. The flag is back all the way back at the 17. It's a 53-yard punt by Allen, who holds the longest punt in Super Bowl history from a few years
During
back.
the kick, holding, kicking team, number 59. 10-yard penalty would be added to the end of the run. 1st and 10, timeout.
And with that penalty added, that'll put the football for Los Angeles somewhere around the 43. The hold on McClellan. The metro area, population of nearly 6 million strong, and our crew taking it all in. What a set they have over there in that corner. Coming up, the Toyota Super Bowl today. Halftime report, JB, Phil, Nate Boomer, Coach Cowher, all the highlights from the first half. Coming up, again, Toyota Super Bowl today, halftime report. So it's actually marked at the 45. Gurley's back in, and he's got the carry for about 5. And for more on Todd Gurley, down to Tracy.
Jim, the Rams told me there is nothing to report on Todd Gurley. All I can tell you is I was told he was going to be heavily involved with this game plan, but with that knee injury, he could wake up and it could just not feel right. We watched him in practice this week. He ran hard, took a lot of reps, but definitely favored it walking back to the huddle. I've been watching him. He's been stretching. He's been on the bike. Just had a conversation with C.J. Anderson and his running backs coach. We'll see if he can get more involved, Jim.
All right, thanks, Trace. 2 straight carries for him. He's about 2 yards shy. Of course, he aggravated that knee that he injured his junior year down the road in Athens at Georgia. Torn ACL. Still was taken 10th overall coming out in 2015. But he missed weeks 16 and 17 against the Cowboys in the playoffs of the divisional round. He went over 100. Looked strong last week. Didn't play much. Seemed to make a few mental miscues early.
Well, you're not going to take chances early in a game. Ball goes off his hands, interception. Didn't like another play. You go with the hot hand.
That hot hand was Anderson. Here's 3rd and 2. And they move the chains. All kinds of time for Goff, who's now flushed out. And he is walloped to his knees by Van Noy.
This is a Bill Belichick special. 3rd and 2. He plays 2 high safeties. They're not fooled by this play action. They were expecting it. You don't play 2 safeties that far off the ball on that. That's going against every tendency. He broke it right there. And that was him winning the battle of minds between the play caller on both sides of the ball.
Van Noy seems to do this every game. Make plays like that in the backfield. The Patriots leading tackler of the season. Hecker having a busy start to this game. Backward bounce at the 21 and finally covered up at about the 27. Kaiser, the one who downed it. Back in downtown Atlanta, exactly the kind of game you thought it would be.
Yeah, I told you it'd probably be 3-0 with about, 3 minutes to go in the second quarter. So you're welcome.
You actually made, it was so interesting, you made a prediction without naming the teams.
I don't remember that.
Yeah. I think a few people read it this week.
We'll see how this plays out, but I think this is exactly the kind of game the Rams actually want to be in. They want to move the ball better, but they feel good about what they're doing right now to New England.
You said 28-24. The team with 24 will be stopped at the end trying to drive in for the win. Now Brady on 1st down. Edelman again, his 6th catch, and he's picked up another 1st down. He's been the biggest offensive star of this first half.
Well, just look at him. I mean, he almost didn't know what to do because he's like, oh, I beat you by so much. I'm just going to keep moving. And it's time now to just keep running your offense. You have plenty of time. You have 1 timeout, but there's so much time. Run the ball, hand off, play action 1, and then throw it to Edelman over and over again.
Burkhead, look in the middle. And out to about the 40, and Donald with the tackle. Stay tuned again for music's biggest moment of the year, the Pepsi Super Bowl 53 halftime show. Don't miss Maroon 5, Travis Scott, and Big Boy coming up at halftime, which is closing in with just 3 minutes to go in this first half. You look at the yardage numbers, 49 total yards for the Rams. Edelman's picked up 5 1st downs on his 6 catches. Again, the Rams have only 2 as a team. 2nd and 7. It's Edelman again. And he's going to find that 1st down yardage for the 6th time in this half. Gain of 9.
Well, this is where Brady does a fantastic job. He motions the back end, puts him in the backfield. He knows it's zone. So he says, okay, I know it's zone. I can throw to somebody very quick right over the ball. Everyone pops out of there. Ball over the ball. 10 yards. Edelman going to have a day with 21 catches and 311 yards.
His tracking that way is pretty close. 7 for 93. And we're approaching the 2-minute mark. Brady's not going to run a play. Try to draw him off. We reached the 2-minute warning. New England near midfield. 3-0 Patriots. You're watching Super Bowl 53 on CBS. The owners, Stan Kroenke, owner chairman, Los Angeles Rams, the Kraft family of New England, Danny, Robert, and Jonathan. 2 minutes to go in the first half, and the Patriots, Tony, decided not to run a play on the north side of the 2-minute warning.
Well, that's smart. They have one timeout. They don't want Los Angeles to have the chance to get the ball back. And if you run a play there, you give them a better chance of getting the ball back.
Here's Brady looking all the way over to Patterson. 2 Rams come in on him, and they bring it down. Remember, New England has one timeout. They used the 2 on that one series in the first quarter. It's 2nd and 5 now. Late sub onto the field here. Barron. Oh, total confusion. They got him. And Gronkowski unable to make the catch, but the flag comes out.
At the snap, 12 men on the field. Defense, 5-yard penalty. Results, first down.
There was more than 12 men. It's between 13 and 18
Somewhere
actually.
there. Might as well make it count.
So you got 1st and 10. You're in field goal range already if you got to the end of the half. Now, if there's so much time, you're not yet, but really, if you're Tom Brady, you have all the time in the world. You just got to make sure you don't give this ball back. Obviously with a turnover, but right now you just don't want to have 3 incompletions and give it right back to him and have an opportunity. You got to get 1 first down to make a manageable field goal. That's all you're looking for. If you can run the ball, you hand it off right here.
First down at the 41. And trying to work that pass around a defender, thrown a little low for James White.
And this was a screen pass. I mean, it's the same for them as a run. They wanted to get this ball, make sure the clock was running. Now the clock stops. And you see James White, he goes up, pretends to chip, and Brady just arms it a little bit. He's used to the timing being a little different.
Of course, 2 years ago in the Super Bowl, White had 14 receptions, scored 20 points, which is a Super Bowl record, including the winner in overtime. Brady's pass headed back in the direction, incomplete for White.
I think when Tom goes and looks at the first half, they're trying to double Edelman, but Edelman can't be covered. Look at how wide open he becomes there. And Roby Coleman has help inside, but Tom's getting touched on each play.
Remember how this team worked last week on 3rd and 10. 3 straight they hit on against the Chiefs. You called every one of them. This is a Rams defense that has not allowed an opponent to convert on 3rd and 10 or longer since week 14. The last 20 attempts of 3rd and 10 or longer, the Rams have stopped them. Let's see what happens here. Brady, pass, Patterson. They have the whistle, rule them down a yard short.
Well, this is difficult. I would take a timeout. And it's a great job by the Rams. I think that's a fantastic timeout call. You get an opportunity for the ball, or you make them go for it. They don't get to take it all the way down.
The tackle by Peters to make sure Cordero Patterson doesn't get the yardage. And that's Talib hitting his former teammate.
Wade Phillips has done 8 different things in this game. Zone, man, pressure, double teaming the different players. The only thing I keep seeing that keeps coming up is they can't cover Edelman. Even when he's double teamed, he still keeps winning the leverage. A guy's inside, a guy's outside, he keeps winning. Wade Phillips, a perfect game plan in this first half, as well as Bill Belichick.
And the Patriots keep their offense on the field on 4th and 1.
Now heads up, Brady's gonna look out here. he wants to see, bring the back end. Is that a man or zone? You see who's on him? It's 26. It's man-to-man coverage.
That's Barron on him. 4th and 1 from the pocket, and it's incomplete. Trying to find Gronkowski, and Johnson was able to make the play, and Wade Phillips salutes his defense.
Well, it's really not the first option. Gronk has 2 people around him.
That was tipped first by Littleton.
Yes, Little. They're trying to throw the ball to the back on a pick play, and Wade Phillips runs the defensive end out and covers him, and he has to throw to Gronk late. Oh.
So the Rams take over on downs.
The last thing New England wanted, give the Rams a chance at momentum going into the half.
And the Rams have 2 first downs and will be receiving the 3rd quarter kick. They could double up here if they play it smartly. Goff taken down by Hightower.
If you're the Rams, you don't call a timeout. Now you're way behind the chains. You want to just get into a play. You got to make sure now it's lower percentage. You're going to try and be a little aggressive on this play.
2nd and 16. Fires it. Cooks comes back to catch it, and he stepped inside the first down yardage to make that catch.
Now you're snapping it really quick. Hand the ball off or throw a slant quickly.
3rd and 2. Pass low, intended for Woods.
And Woods just needed to be flatter. He kind of got upfield, made it a difficult throw for Jared Goff.
So that series fizzles out as well.
Rams haven't done much in this half, have they?
2 first downs, 57 total yards. 6th punt on the way.
Belichick has a way of not letting high-flying offenses just come out and show you how high-flying they are, huh?
That's just what we've seen the last 2 games, too, where they shut down both the Chiefs and Chargers in the first half. That pass, or that punt, bounding down to the 2. And it's down at that point by Hodge after 58 yards by Hecker.
Well, that'll be the end of the first half. And if you like offensive football, well, too bad. If you like defensive football, well, there you go.
You're having a grand old time. It's going to be the 2nd lowest scoring first half in Super Bowl history.
Which Super Bowl was that?
That was Super Bowl 9. The Steelers in Minnesota, which of course the Steelers won at Tulane Stadium in New Orleans.
Now this is interesting because you got to down it, but you got to stay in, obviously, your territory. That's why if that ball would have got down inside the 1, they'd have had to run a play. But that's the first half. Jim, I think the first half really, we've already described it in many ways. The biggest thing was that you called the missed field goal before it happened early. Otherwise, it's 6-0.
Just stating a fact that, well, no one had missed the whole season.
You're going to see some adjustments. You're going to see an adjustment by both these coaches now coming out of in the second half.
Into the first half, 3-0 New England. The Pepsi Super Bowl 53 halftime show is coming up. But first, the Toyota Super Bowl halftime report is next. Brady's pass, and it's intercepted. Brady now in trouble, and the ball's out. Goff taken down. All we have on the board, a 42-yard field goal by New England's Stephen Gostkowski. 3-0, about to begin the third. And let's take a look at next-gen stats powered by AWS.
Well, this is when Edelman gets up and runs an incredible route on the outside, and Brady's going to find him. But before then, let's do the probabilities. I can throw it there for 81%, 42% to Dorsett. Hogan not quite open enough. Ooh, 62%, and he's way down the field. I've selected Edelman, and if that's only 62% with 3 yards of separation, then that quarterback's not very good, because that's 100 when it's Tom Brady.
Well, Edelman's a sure thing. He's got 7 catches in that first half for 93 yards. We can bemoan how much it's lacking offense, but great defense out there. We did not even see a single snap in the game in the red zone in that first half.
I know, and you had so many good red zone calls prepared for that first half.
I'm saving it for the second half.
That's it.
What kind of adjustments do you think we'll see?
Well, in this game right now, the Rams, I mean, you had about 3 times as long of a halftime, so you have much more time to come up with a plan than you normally would at halftime. Belichick's been here. You've got to run the ball downhill and then cut and get outside. The Rams are used to running wide to inside. They now need to go inside to wide, and I know that sounds like a lot, but it basically means you need to bounce the ball, run the ball wide, get outside and run to the numbers. That's how you're going to run the ball on the Patriots against the front and the way they're attacking you.
So Gostkowski sets the second half in motion by driving it into touchback territory. Let's bring out Jared Goff, who was 5 out of 12 in that first half, 52 yards. It's the second fewest first half passing yards in his young career for Goff. Only fewer was the 27 yards he had in the first half at New England his rookie year. So the Patriots have done it in each of the first halves they played against Goff. 2016 and here in the Super Bowl. And again, it was a silent half for Todd Gurley, Tony. 3 carries, 10 yards.
Yeah, absolutely the worst start for the Rams possible. But this is now the game. The game starts over right now for both teams. You're in a position, it's 3-0. Who cares about the first half? If you're the Rams, come out, make your adjustments, run your offense. And Gurley's back in, Jim.
They fake it to him. Down the middle, they zip it, and it's almost intercepted. Hightower was in front of Reynolds.
Well, they came out, and this is one of their adjustments. The difference was Hightower was prepared for that play. It's a play action, and Hightower gets right into the window where Goff tries to put it in. Goff lucky. He didn't get it. Let's give Bill Belichick and Flores credit, Jim.
I mean, look at this. You talk about the top 2 scoring offenses in the league this season, the last 2 games, and they shut them out each in the first half. And there is finally Gurley able to break one.
They finally got their break. Now watch, this is what they do. Stretch and then cut back up. It's been neutralized the whole game until now. In some ways, you think the Rams might. I mean, that's their core play right there. They've only tried it. New England stopped it 3 times early, and they're like, okay, we're done. We're doing other stuff.
It went for 16. And a new set of downs at the 41. Just their 3rd first down of the game. Back to Gurley. Bursting to the outside and lowers the head for another 5 or 6, and we go down to Evan Washburn.
Well, Jim spoke to Bill Belichick coming out of the tunnel to start the second half and asked him if this would be the style and pace in the second half that we saw in the first. He wasn't ready to commit to that, said, I don't know. Asked him what will be the separator here in the second half, and he pointed to the offense being able to string together some more plays. Felt like they did it at times, but obviously need to do it much more here in the second, guys.
You saw some concern over the face of Bill Belichick because Patrick Chung was injured. Chung injured on the tackle, and we're going to step aside for a moment. They're applying an air cast to the right arm of Patrick Chung as his teammates stand around and support. Chung, who was injured last year in the Super Bowl game against Philadelphia and was concussed and was not available at the end of that one.
Well, that's a big loss. I really feel like Chung is one of those players that does so much for this defense. They use a few guys in a lot of different ways. And all week he spent, this team play actions more than anybody in the NFL, the Rams. Those safeties have to do an incredible job of understanding where the route combinations are coming from and where to go not to get beat on these down the field passes. This is a more important, I really feel like, based on what the Rams do. They play action 35%, Jim. Those safeties have to be in position to not give up big plays.
And there you see Duron Harmon comes in for him. 2nd and 5. And it's Gurley trying to churn out something. No gain. Now Harmon comes in for Chung. And Harmon, they know him as the closer at New England because 12 of his 18 career picks have come in the 4th quarter. Some real game-saving situations.
So let's see if Belichick decides to go with the same plan, which is you're pressuring with 4 or 5 guys, but you're making it look like it's coming from different spots. Everyone stands around a little bit. Let's see.
3rd and 5. Goff has not completed a 3rd down throw. Now 0 for 6. Gilmore bats it down, denying Cooks. I mean, this coverage is phenomenal.
It's just, Gilmore's just too good. He's been doing this all year. Cooks runs a good route, but there's really just nowhere to throw that ball. I mean, Gilmore's running the route with him. He's been this way for the last half of the year, Jim. You called it, to have a lockdown corner with the way that Belichick knows how to stop, you know, the running game and some of your play action stuff. Just with scheme, it's a really tough combination.
It's brought a lot of honor to that number 24, which once belonged to Ty Law, who was elected to the Pro Football Hall of Fame yesterday. Ty Law, the former corner for the Patriots. Fair catch by Edelman down at the 7. What a first half force he was in the passing game. 7 catches, 93 yards. 2 of them went for 25.
Well, you see just no chance. If he's one-on-one, there's nobody who can guard him on this Rams team. And look at, now it's covered 2. He finds a soft spot and sits down. He just, I mean, when he's been double teamed, he's been open. If I'm Tom Brady, I'm like, you know what? I don't care what the coverage is. I'm throwing the ball to you. You keep doing what you're doing.
Johnny Hekker just launched his 7th punt. That's more punts than he's had in any single game this season. He has more punts than Gurley has carries. From the 8.
That's incredible.
Reagan!
Was that Ronald Reagan? I feel like he called it Reagan.
There's the carry by Michelle right into the arms of Johnson.
And obviously, Reagan means run to the right.
All the different kind of signals and cadences you can come up with in your career. This kid right here has adapted to anything they're throwing at him.
Yes, he has. And I tell you, he's got 5 touchdowns in the postseason. Since they've morphed this offense, once they lost Josh Gordon, they've become a downhill running team. And you can tell right now they're trying to do that. And it helps them for when they play action.
2nd and 6 as Burkhead had quick contact on him. Fowler and Rocker's going to have 3rd coming up. 3rd and about 4, Tony.
Well, that's a fantastic play by Brockers. 90 inside. He just pushes the double team. And then you see Fowler.
Mouth guard goes a-flying.
But Brockers split the double. He took on 2 guys, and then he got through a 3rd and made the tackle. I mean, Brockers is really difficult in the run game.
And the Rams stopped them. Back inside the 15.
Well, they've got to double Edelman. When he motions, somebody has to help.
Peters is on him. Here's the pass. He got away from him, and Edelman slips through a tackle. All the way across the 40. It was Peters who stayed with him on the pre-snap, but Edelman got away from him in a hurry, and now he's got a 27-yard play, the longest of the game on either side.
Peters tries not to get beat outside, and by doing so, Edelman uses his leverage against him, and it's over. This needs to be a double team on Edelman on every 3rd down. Edelman's not excited at all. He's a passionate player, Jim, and I tell you, he's having one of his best games in a big-time situation.
We met with him a couple of weeks ago, and all he talked about is his entire career. Nothing's ever been easy. He was out and injured last year in the Super Bowl. Pass, that looked like it might have touched the ground. And it's ruled incomplete.
Well, this is all Aaron Donald. He makes Brady not be able to step through this throw. And Donald just creates havoc. He's one-on-one. He's going to get to the quarterback. And when he does, Brady can't step through. And it makes Brady short step, throw it in the dirt.
Aaron Donald already in his 5th season, 4 times first team All-Pro, and again back-to-back Defensive Player of the Year. Only Khalil Mack received votes other than him, as Edelman takes the quick toss for the wide receiver screen for about 7 or 8. We've got an injury report coming from Evan.
It's no real surprise here. Patrick Chung walked immediately to the x-ray room with an air cast on that right arm. He is officially out for this game. A huge loss to that secondary for New England. He's one of their main communicators, guys.
Big leader on that team, too.
He's a big leader. We talked about it, just his ability to move around, get to different spots, and then understand their system. Now, Tom's looking out wide. He wants to see who's on the back. He motions him back in.
That's James White. 3rd and 2. Brady's pass. Incomplete. Peters got a hand on it.
Well, I tell you, that's the game. I'm finding Edelman. You got to cover him. And Edelman, let's see if Peters holds him a little or not.
Actually, Peters never did touch it. Edelman looked around, wanted a flag. Tight coverage. The assistants loved it.
You always love it when it's 4th down.
Right in front of you.
But that's the thing. I got to get up there and be physical. They've been way too soft with him. If he's going to make you miss, make him miss at the line of scrimmage.
Natson waiting for the Allen punt. Line drive boot. Bounces at the 5. Dead ball. Perfectly played. Slater, whose father Jackie was a Hall of Fame right tackle for the Los Angeles Rams. Goff coming back out. 3-0 New England. Super Bowl 53, and we're proud to be presenting it for the 20th time on the CBS television network, going all the way back to Super Bowl I in LA. And a flag is down. And Super Bowl I, it was broadcast by the likes of the great Jack Whitaker, who's listening and watching at his home today in Philadelphia.
Illegal shift. Offense. Penalties decline. 2nd down.
11th Super Bowl appearance by New England. That's the most all time. 4 by the Giants and the Packers, 5 by New England, Dallas, 49ers. Patriots trying to join the Steelers in that column with 6.
That's unbelievable what they've done.
Penalty.
Belichick, Brady. You're never going to see that again, and you got to give Robert Kraft credit. How about the trade of Belichick?
That last play, the penalty was declined, so that was a 2nd and 8 play.
I mean, really, they made a trade, right? To start this thing.
Well, he had about one day with the New York Jets.
Yeah, they got him there, and I guess that was the start of this. But here we go, 3rd and 6 in your own part of the field coming out. This is the time where you want to confuse the quarterback and make him throw it right to you. This ball needs to be, I'd be throwing a screen or something faster. Don't make your quarterback read a whole bunch.
That's Gurley at the top, coming back in motion. Need to get to the 12 for a first. From the end zone, in trouble. Heaves it, but did not get back anywhere close to anyone, and not even to the line of scrimmage. The pressure by Hightower.
And Hightower does a great job getting pushed back all the way into the quarterback, but the coverage is, I mean, there's nothing open. Goff's going through it, and Belichick has it just swallowed up everywhere. This is hard to watch. I mean, this is how many punts in a row now?
Well, this is going to be the 8th one. 8
how many
consecutive possessions, ending in a punt for Hecker. From the end zone, he punts it, didn't catch it. Hits it to 45 and takes off. Oh my goodness, this could be the longest punt in Super Bowl history.
Oh, you've been waiting for a good stat like that.
That's it. That's the highlight of the game. It is, by 1 yard.
How long?
He breaks Ryan Allen's record of 64. That one goes for 65. It's getting exciting now. All 32 NFL clubs have embraced the league's focus on social justice, taking the lead from NFL players to help make our community stronger. There are players on every team who are putting the time in to advocate for meaningful policy change in their communities, like Devin McCourty, who was their Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee. Done so many great things in the area, including supporting a juvenile justice reform law that's recently been proposed in Massachusetts. Of course, he has his brother, his twin, Jason, in the secondary with him tonight, the Super Bowl's first twin teammates. Here's a run by Burkhead for about 4. So we have a Super Bowl record finally in the books tonight, and it was that 65-yard punt, albeit 27 after the bounce. And now Brady and the Patriots, they're moving along, 238 yards of offense versus 82 by Los Angeles. That's all it's been.
Yeah, but it's 3-0. It feels like the Rams have no chance in some ways, but it's you're one turnover away from winning the game if you score on defense. This Rams team, they need to score on defense.
Flag is out as White makes the catch and is out of bounds after a first down. Well, if that's what you're looking for, the Patriots did not allow a non-offensive touchdown the entire season. No
Illegal
returns.
shift. 2 men moving. Offense. 5-yard penalty. Replay. Second down.
So if that were to happen, it'd be the first time all year anybody scored in the return game or on defense.
Similar to like anybody missing a kick in the stadium?
Yeah, exactly.
You're right, though. It's obviously not likely. But I think you keep playing the Rams, and it's hard to describe that the Rams have a chance to win this, but they do. It's just one possession, one big play.
2nd and 13, first offensive penalty of the game against New England. Edelman's on the right side, work in the middle of the field, and they find him. Brady finds him at the 34. Pass play for 8 on a 9th reception of the game.
Well, that's a great job by Brady, staying in the pocket, sliding, and then firing, and getting back into a position to get this first down. And it's a big third down.
The 3rd and 5. Edelman with 9 catches of the 17 completions for Brady tonight.
So watch just a simple motion. Once again, whenever Edelman's going over here, you've got to double team him.
Here comes the pressure. Brady unloads it deep for Hogan. And it's incomplete. No flag out. Peters broke it up.
Just a fantastic job. He had help outside, inside, so Peters, don't lose your leverage, stay outside, and Hogan just doesn't give him anything, and it's a simple just corner route, but Edelman got swallowed up on the double team inside there, and that is the first time they took him away, and Brady had to let it go deep.
Here's Ryan Allen. Punt flies to the 25, and then Natson is swarmed under by Slater. Crossing there also. 6:33 to go in the 3rd. Still 3-0, if you can believe it. Quarterback comparison. Brady moving in on 200 yards passing after having his first throw of the night intercepted. But Goff just 5 out of 15 for 52 yards, and he's been sacked twice.
They've got to me, it's time now. You don't change completely your identity, okay? We're still trying. There has to be, get these guys off of you. Belichick's been one step ahead. Every time you're taking a shot or trying to, like, 3rd and 1, 2 play action, he's playing cover 2. Go against your tendencies now. Take your shot on a different down and distance. Run the ball on like a 3rd and 5. You got to do different things at this point.
Gonna throw on first down and get the connection for about 7. to Reynolds. And when you look at their possession chart, how about this? The longest drive through the first 8 possessions, 5 plays, Tony.
I'm just circling to let you know.
Yeah,
that's how many punts in the game. Because I know not everybody could read all that. All of them. And none of these plays have been for more than 5. No drive has been more than 5 plays in the entire game for the Rams.
No way you have any rhythm off of a possession chart like that. Here's Anderson diving ahead, and he's got a first down. Their 4th of the night.
We see signs of life.
It's starting to get in gear now.
Well, that's the thing, though. First down pass, second down run, third down, whatever's against. You've got to go against your tendency now. He got you. Okay, give him credit. Now you go back away from it.
They
there
also
you go.
play quicker here to the line. Goff throws, completes it to Cooks. And finally, the Rams put together a nice little 3-play sequence and another first down.
Well, it's a simple comeback route from a cut split. Goes up, breaks out, ball on time, but it's just a tendency breaker. I mean, how many times have they come out and tried to hand that ball off on first down? Now it just, now you're in a position you can do anything you want.
That was the third catch of the game for Cooks, who played in the Super Bowl last year for the Patriots and got knocked out in the first half with a head injury. The game against Philadelphia. There he goes in motion. They're going to run it as Anderson dives for about 5, maybe 4. When they needed to get another backup to Gurley, and you see Brian Flores, Flo they call him, the signal caller on that defense for New England, and tomorrow he'll be officially announced as the next head coach of the Miami Dolphins, officially.
Is it ever official before it's official?
I think it's been official for what, 2 weeks?
Okay, it's official.
Anderson stays in the game, 2nd and we'll call it 7. Coming after Goff, and he throws it on the back of Anderson because Lawrence Guy was bearing down on him.
Well, this is a great job, actually. But look at the right guard right there. Austin Blythe just gets beat. Lawrence Guy describes the pressure, and it's actually Goff. It's a wonderful job to hit your guy in his back. You should usually run a route or turn around.
It's Gurley on the sideline. A 3rd down coming up. 0 for 8 on 3rd. 6 defensive backs in for the Patriots.
It's time to stand in, slide in the pocket, and make a big throw if you're Goff.
Coming after him. Stands in there and completes it to Woods. Down to the 29. He did exactly what you said he had to do, Tony.
Well, just look at how he takes this pressure right in his face. And that's how you're going to win. That's how you're going to win this game. Tom Brady's had to do it this whole game. Goff the same way. You want to win the Super Bowl, you want to win big game, you stand in there, take the hit, fire that ball as if no one's around you.
He had to take the hit of Trey Flowers, and he was able to deliver the goods to Woods. Now in new territory for the night is Los Angeles, and we got a timeout called by the Rams as the play clock was down to 2. As we take a look from our Bud Light Skycam. Just when they're starting to get into a little rhythm, they have to burn one of those valuable second-half timeouts.
Well, the nice thing, though, is that at least they're giving the defense for the Rams has played outstanding. At least they're giving them a break right now. The difficult part, and I actually like them taking their time coming out of the huddle because it's actually giving their defense a breather. When you keep going 3 plays, 4 plays punt, 3 plays punt, 5 plays punt, those guys are playing outstanding on the other side of the ball. But at some point, that pass rush, it's going to be difficult. Tom Brady's run a lot of plays against them. It's going to affect them as this game moves on, unless your offense can control the ball and use up clock. And they're doing that on this drive. Now the Patriots need to stand up right here and stop this play action.
Here it is. Goff steps up. He's going for the big ball to the end zone. Oh, and it's knocked out of his hands. Cooks was waiting for it. And it was McCourty, Jason McCourty, who caught up in time to knock it out.
Well, here's the crazy part. This is where Patrick Chung The difference is the communication. It is an unbelievable play by Jason McCourty. He's not supposed to be there. He comes from the opposite side of the field and makes that play. And I think if Chung's out there, he doesn't get that wide open. They had a touchdown.
Yes, they did, and you saw both McCourtys in the frame, one watching, the other making the play. Jason in his first postseason. Big defensive gym there, 2nd and 10. Swing it over, Anderson. Patriots are there, and it's Devin McCourty who bumps him out. So now they got a big 3rd down and 7 on the way.
Well, 3rd and 7. You're going to get some form of a pretend pressure from Belichick that he's done throughout the game. He likes to double a lot of people at different times, but I think he's had too much success to go away from it. Another time for you to stand in and throw this ball.
To the 19 for a first. Coming after him. Oh, they take him way back. Now forcing a long field goal attempt. Had it been an incompletion, it would have been 44 yards. Now it'll be 50 plus. It was Hightower first, Van Noy second to get to Goff.
And it's a 5-man rush. They're not pressured with a lot of guys. But Goff gets caught looking downfield, and the running back was open. What a monster sack by Hightower. Now here we go.
Greg the Leg, who sent him here with his 57-yard winning kick in overtime. Only 4 all-time in the Super Bowl field goals made from plus 50. This is 53 yards to tie it. And Zerline's kick is good. And the game is tied at 3.
Well, I can't believe it. We got points.
Yes, we do.
3-3, and it feels like we got a scoring spree going on.
Commissioner Roger Goodell will be presenting the Lombardi Trophy when this one's over. 2:11 to go in the 3rd quarter. That 53-yard kick, it's the first 50-yard field goal made in the Super Bowl in 15 years since John Casey of the Panthers had one against New England down in Houston. Zerline's kick, man, it had some movement to it. It looked like at one time he might miss it right, and then suddenly changed direction and was just fine inside that right upright. Hey, I've been on the injury report for the last week or two, in a boot, in fact, off of the NFC Championship game, but was able to get back to full practice on Friday. And Jay Feely didn't see any signs of an injured foot on that, albeit it was the plant foot. Zerline once again coming through.
Jim, he certainly has, and on the opening kickoff he had to make the tackle. He's been bothered on the sidelines. Give him a ton of credit because he's playing through injury a lot more than people know.
Okay, Patriots back now to 25 with James White in the backfield and getting the handle. Donald is there. Rockers as well.
Was that our kicker saying give the credit to a kicker?
Yes.
For playing through pain? I wonder what John Madden would say.
Stand up for one another.
He's watching this game. John's like, I mean, you know, these D linemen are a little banged up too.
It's been a kicker's game so far. Yeah, they call him Greg the Leg, or actually the other day Sean McVay called him Legatron. So both of those work for me. 2nd and 9. There's a flag. And the tackle immediately by Barron on James White.
Yeah, this has got to be a hold. White ran a great route. I think you'll take the penalty, replay, 2nd down.
Prior to the pass, holding, defense, number 26, 5-yard penalty, automatic, 1st down.
Automatic 1st down. Right here. Yeah, just grab that jersey right there.
They call that every time.
when you grab hold of the uniform like that. And it's at the 31 now with a new set of downs. And on the toss they go. Michel breaks it. Michel, Hogan throws a block, and he's all the way out to the 50. He escaped Brockers and is able to run it on the switchback for 19.
Well, Shaq Mason, the right guard, double teams, and then he gets up and blocks out. James Devlin with a great block. They set this play up. They keep handing it downhill, then they toss, and they make you go wide. And now they get right back up.
From the 50. Right back to him. Michel bang back after 4.
They're staying committed.
Michel, who played here just 13 months ago in the national title game for Georgia, a game that Alabama won in overtime, a thriller that one was.
They're balanced right on New England. I mean, I know it's a tough sled, but it's 20 runs. They're just staying committed. They knew that all the drop back stuff is just not going to win this football game.
Final seconds of the third. Third straight carry. Michel stacked up. Stacked up. The third down play will start the fourth quarter. Through 3 quarters, not a single touchdown to be found. 3-3 at Super Bowl 53. Coming back for the fourth. It's the first Super Bowl ever without a touchdown through 3 quarters. Jim Nance, Tony Romo, Mike Arnold directing, Jim Rickoff, first producer seat for him at a Super Bowl. Ryan Galvin, our replay producer. Here we go. 15 minutes to play in Atlanta. 3rd and 4. Brady's pass knocked down incomplete. That's Littleton, who denied it to White.
And it's a great job by Littleton, but it's also the pressure on Brady where he has no choice. He can't scan back across the field. I mean, it's perfect defense. But look at Sue push cannon right into Brady. I mean, that's exactly what you got to do to Brady. You push the pocket. Everyone talks about from the middle. It can come from anywhere if you're pushing the guy.
Allen's punt. Bounces, what a punt. It hit at the 1 with a little backspin. And Cardona, the long snapper, downed it. He's done that a couple of times as Ryan Allen. Beautiful job. I would say right now the MVP race for this game is down to Ryan Allen, Johnny Hecker, Greg Zuerlein, Steve Gostkowski, or maybe even Matthew Slater. What do you think?
All the household names right there.
Yes.
Well, this is incredible, and they are, because they played for the Patriots, a lot of them for so long, and then Hecker last week. I mean, this is it though. 1st and 10. You got another job inside the 10. Lowest scoring game for 3 quarters. First time with no touchdown in the first 3 quarters. Blah, blah, blah. No one's scoring touchdowns. No one's moving the ball. Guess what? It's a tie game in the Super Bowl.
And someone's going to win a championship. From the 7. Play action. Fake to Anderson. Goes to Anderson. Turns around on Hightower. Good effort by Anderson to turn what could have been a 2-yard gain into a 9-yard pickup.
Goff, great job getting rid of it right before he gets hit. And Anderson just using that size. But you see right there, this is how the game's going to be won. You got to take the hits and fire the ball under duress.
Continue to go with Anderson with Gurley on the sideline. Gurley 8 carries, 35 yards. Anderson 6 for 18. He just made a catch for 9.
That's a quarterback flaw. He changes the play.
Ball start, offense, 5-yard penalty, 2nd down.
Take him out of a 2nd and 1 to a 2nd and 6.
Well, watch Goff. He thinks it's on 1. He's like, oh no, I called it on 2. When you start thinking and going through a lot of plays at the line of scrimmage, sometimes you just forget that subtlety.
That's their 4th pre-snap penalty. And now they backtrack to the 11. Call on Anderson. Races outside.
Gilmore, stiff arms, ball's out, and it goes out of bounds. Oh, as he delivered a stiff arm, the football was left behind.
This is it. 2 tight ends, and you just hand off. Now cut and bounce outside. That's how you got to run the ball. And wow, Gilmore with a perfect punch to get that ball out. And that really is fortunate for the Rams.
Took a while for that pigskin to roll to the sideline.
Yes, it did.
3rd and 2. 3rd and 2 with 13 and a half to go. Here's Goff looking right. Completes it for the first to Cooks, who rolls over for an extra yard. And the Rams have a little breathing room after the gain of 8.
Goff slides right, but Cooks comes all the way across the field. He's got to find a soft spot. Stay right there. Stay, find it. And then Goff throws it to him. He moves the chains.
Gurley's in, Tony. Gurley comes back in.
Well, it's just a pass. They want him in pass pro and then throw it to him.
There it comes over to Gurley. Diving catch and a loss of 1. John Simon was over there to make that play ineffective. Let's go to Trace.
Well, thanks, Jim. When I spoke to Sean McVay coming out of the locker room, he told me it's not the knee that's limiting him. They will continue to rotate between him and C.J. Anderson. But I can tell you, C.J. Anderson, constant conversations with Gurley on the sideline, trying to be that mentor he was brought to be, trying to keep Gurley focused. We'll see if he can get something going on this drive, Jim.
2nd and 11. And a timeout called by New England. Patriots defense takes the timeout with 12:23 to go. Hightower was with the training crew during that timeout, taping up his left hand. Chung has come back out after the x-rays and out for the remainder of this game. Let's bring in Evan real quick from that sideline.
Dante Hightower, guys, is in some discomfort with that left hand. They've taken off the glove, retaped it a couple times. He's trying to flex through it. As you can see, he's continued to be on the sideline, taking a lot of fluids as well. We'll have to monitor it as it develops.
2nd and 11. Goff. A lot of pressure around his feet. Throws it incomplete. Jackson on the coverage.
This is really just Bill Belichick special. I want you to watch these combinations of these guys that go over here and they go. Watch how many guys by the Patriots are all over here waiting on these routes. I mean, there's nowhere for you to go. They know what's coming right now. And Goff's trying to stand in. There's just not a lot of stuff. It's really hard when Belichick has a beat on you.
3rd and 11. Fires it over the head of Reynolds. And we've got a flag.
This could be holding on defense.
The flag is out at the 39-yard line.
Prior to the pass, holding, defense, number 24, 5-yard penalty, automatic, first down.
That came on 3rd and 11.
And Gilmore, I watched the route, and when he was running it, he ran it, but then he kind of just holds him right here all the way and then doesn't really let go at the top. It's kind of an easy call. Cooks has a route where he just turns and comes back to the quarterback.
First defensive penalty on New England tonight. And Goff, who has been knocked down many times in this game.
It's tough sledding.
Gurley, the running back. Fake it to him. Steps up, connects. Cooks, 44-yard line. Right in front of Gilmore.
Best throw of the game for Goff. Cook's going to go up, and then boom, right back. Same exact route combination. They didn't think that Gilmore was going to sit on it, and they were correct. You run him up, you sit and come back to the quarterback, and Goff throws it early and starting to feel it. Now You can do a lot. Just get up and hand this ball off. You could play action here. You could do anything.
A drive that started back at the 7. Gurley makes a cut, and Gurley races for about 12 or 13. Got a flag. Looks like it might be holding on the Rams this time.
Holding, offense, number 65, 10-yard penalty, replay, first down.
Called on the center, John Sullivan.
The center, John Sullivan, 65. He's in the middle. And it's not a call I would make in that specific case, since you could find that a lot in the trenches.
Hightower comes back onto the field.
First and 20.
Looks like Goff has a cut on his left hand.
He's cut. You're telling me he's cut?
And he's still standing. And he's running, trying to get away. And he gets hit on the sideline.
Well, I can tell you right now, that feels worse than his cut. That's a big-time shot on that sideline.
Jonathan Jones was the one who hit him.
Jones gets a 15-yard running start, and Goff's trying to find someone down the field. Right there. Ooh.
Was it late?
It's always a judgment call there.
What do you think, Gene?
I don't know if it was
Even
late.
though he's going out of bounds, he is still in bounds when the contact occurs, Jim. So he's free to get hit like that.
Okay. A loss of 2. It goes in the books as a sack, the 4th of the game. Registered by that defense. 2nd and 22, and look at this pass. Way down the field and over the head of Cooks. Gilmore was step for step by his side.
This is going to be the one they want back. I want you to watch. This is a staple for them. And just go ahead and look at the bottom of your screen. You're going to have a deep in cut wide open, and he may score or at least get all the way down to the 20-yard line. And they throw that a lot on 3rd down and 2nd down. And it's just one of those times you take a shot somewhere else and you look back at the tape the next day and you're like, oh, that could have been a difference.
Now what do you do on 3rd and 22?
You do the same thing you just did, but you already did it, so you can't. Now you just got to hand the ball off.
Gives it to Gurley, and that loses a yard. Van Noy was there standing his ground, allowing Trey Flowers to finish it off.
And you see how they're all going vertical? You see how he shot the gap? He didn't run. They're not running sideways. That's where all the teams get in trouble against the Rams. When you look back at this tape, you're going to find they controlled the line of scrimmage by going straight downhill at the Rams. They didn't go sideways like a lot of other teams who have been gashed.
There's Hecker. Hits it to 31. Out of bounds right there, 39 yards. Everybody chasing after that Lombardi trophy in a game that no one saw coming. 3-3, yes, in the 4th. Well, you go through 256 regular season games, 10 postseason games to get here. That's 266 total. And you think, man, there's all these crazy things happening during the season, all these high-scoring affairs. Well, guess what? Not in the ultimate game. And then you look at Belichick's 8 previous Super Bowls. They've all been one-score games. In fact, 7 of the 8 have been decided in the last 3 minutes or in overtime.
Everyone talked about the year of the offense, right?
That's the future of the game, right?
Yeah.
Brady on 1st down, lofts it. Gronkowski has it. He was able to race away from Ebicom and pick up 18.
Wow, this is just a pretend like I'm blocking in the run game. You do it over and over again. And what you find is, watch. You can see how he pops out. Right there, just a great job by Gronk selling a run.
5th catch for Gronk tonight. For 58 yards total.
What's that chant? Is that Brady?
Sounds like it to me.
Oh, you got to watch out for a double move here, or Gronk up the seam, a running back down the sideline.
Down the middle they go. Who else? Edelman. With yet another catch. His 10th. 10 for 141.
Edelman, one-on-one, and he has the whole middle of the field to work. Everyone goes and guards a guy. There's no way you're going to cover him in there. They're going to come back to that, I can promise you. They just saw what that looked like.
10 receptions, 8 of them going for first.
Well, now it's possible pressure. Gronk up the seam, double move.
It's a pass over to Burkhead, bounced out by Peters.
Came back with the exact same play. They just made it look different, Jim, with motion. It's the same thing. Gronk's running a seam, and Edelman's running right in the middle of the field. They are going to ride this play. Once they find you have a weakness, it's going to keep coming at you now.
Giselle and the family trying to stay positive.
Love the energy. She's into this. I tell you, she knows how important this is to their family and how much this means to Tom. Same exact play again. Edelman over the middle.
2nd and 3. Down the field they go. Gronkowski has it at the 2-yard line.
It's the same play 3 times in a row. Edelman over the middle. Gronk on a seam. And the ball is perfectly thrown. And Littleton can't get there. Gronk lays out and catches it. 3 plays in a row, the exact same, Jim. And Giselle's happy.
And now the Patriots will run their first play in the red zone. The first one for the game on either side. From the 2, 1st and goal. Running it for the touchdown. Sony Michel.
His 6th touchdown in the postseason.
3 against the Chargers, 2 against the Chiefs, and now the first touchdown of Super Bowl 53.
Look at that hole. They've been just doing this the entire playoffs. These are 2 of the most physical teams. They're in the Super Bowl for a reason, and you're getting a physical football game, and 1 big play by Gronk. The 3rd straight play in a row, the same thing, and they get it.
And that pass was in the perfect window. Gostkowski adds the extra point. What a block, by the way, by Devlin to lead the way, to lead the brigade into the end zone for Michel. There's Devlin on the right side of your screen. 7 minutes exactly to play, and the Patriots are up 7. So Michel becomes just the 2nd rookie in the last 3 decades with a Super Bowl rush touchdown to go with Jamal Lewis back in Super Bowl 35 20 years ago when the Ravens went over the Giants. Brady on that drive, 4 for 4 for 67.
And really surgical. I mean, just threw the hitch route to the back, throws it over the ball to Edelman, and then the seam on the same play. 3 different guys on the exact same play call. And here we go. You know how important this is, everybody. 7 minutes to go in the Super Bowl.
Gostkowski's kick will not be returned. Again, the 2 coaches, you got Belichick, the first to win 5, trying to make it 6, trying to become the oldest to ever win a Super Bowl, going against the guy that everybody went out that had a job opening this year, tried to find the next Sean McVay, 33-year-old. Celebrated a birthday a couple days after the NFC Championship win in New Orleans, trying to become the youngest to ever hoist the Lombardi Trophy.
Well, the young phenom needs to come up with something special right here, because that grizzled veteran right there, he's the best that's ever walked. And he's on defense right now. But I can tell you, Sean, you've seen a whole game. This is where you can come up with something new, some kind of new play action, something they haven't seen that can get you going and start this right now.
Coming after Goff, has to unload it. What a catch. Snagged by Cooks. And he's able to gallop ahead for a big gain.
Perfect play call. They set this play up 4 or 5 times, and they've waited for this play, and it's a screen pass And it's an unbelievable job by Flowers to get himself in there to almost make the play, but that's exactly what you needed. To get momentum, get yourself moving, and now your quarterback has a little bit of feeling. You see how they're waiting in the huddle? At 15 seconds, the communication cuts off in your headset. Well, Belichick can't talk to the defense either. It's a genius idea that McVay's adjusted to in this game. Belichick can't communicate because he doesn't see where you're lined up.
That pass play, the longest of the game for the Rams. It went for 19. It's Gurley. And they are on him quickly after 1 as we approach 6 minutes to go. 10 carries, 35 yards for Gurley.
Now, I'm a little hesitant. I would start to play a little faster, being down 7, under 6 minutes to go with the game on the line, but this is what they've adjusted to. And I think it's because they don't want to leave the huddle until right around now, because Belichick can't communicate now. At 15, they cut off communication with the quarterback, and the linebackers are safety on defense.
2nd and 9. Again, pressure. He felt the Patriots coming. They were by his feet, knocked him down again. It was Van Noy. It's just amazing how much pressure they put on Goff in this game.
Well, this is not the Rams. They're a play-action team, a running team. We said it to start the game. If they have to drop back to pass to win this game, it's going to be hard.
Goff had been sacked only 1 time in 70 dropbacks in the first 2 playoff games. He's been decked 4 times in this one and knocked down several other times other than those sacks. 3rd and 9. Gets it. Reynolds has the first down. Able to slice past the first down yardage with McCourty behind him.
And there you go. Reynolds again. Comes across the field. He's being singled up multiple times in this game. That's the guy you're going to have to go to, I think.
Ooh, that ball was close to coming out for Reynolds. First down at the 44. Gurley looking long. Goff looking long. Able to complete it to Woods. And Robert Woods has a catch inside the 30.
This should not be open. Watch Robert Woods. He's got Jones outside, and he still beats his leverage. He sells him inside and then somehow comes downhill, and Goff with a bullet right on the sideline. 2 of his best throws of the game.
Rams now finally starting to look fluid on offense with 4.5 to play. Pass caught, no! In and out of the hands of Cooks. It would have been a touchdown. He got hit and hammered by Harmon and Gilmore.
Oh, this is a perfect throw. Cooks has a chance. Let's see. Gilmore grabs his arm just a little bit. Harmon comes over.
Got to make that catch.
I think it is, but Gilmore's got a little bit of his arm right there, so he can't bring the left up. But he does have the right there. It's tough to see all that.
2nd and 10. From the 27.
Well, you know they're taking shots down the field now.
Blitz to the end zone, and it's intercepted at the 3-yard line. Gilmore jumps up and grabs it. Goff had to unload it. They were blitzing him.
They went all-out pressure. Belichick waited the whole game to send it, and Gilmore wasn't going to get beat deep, waiting for the big-time interception.
It was 17 years ago tonight. I mentioned his name earlier, number 24, Ty Law. Had a pick 6 in the Super Bowl for the Patriots against the Rams. 24 now. Gilmore comes up with the big takeaway here in the last 5 minutes of this game. The interception by Gilmore, graded out as the top rated corner in football this year. First team All-Pro. But still 4 and change to go. 2 timeouts for each side. New England from the 4-yard line. Michel's the running back. Michel. Contact a yard beyond the line of scrimmage.
Well, on the interception, we say cover 0 or all-out pressure. Well, the back can only take one of these 2 guys. That means That covers your all out means we can't block everybody. Goff knows it, he's got to throw it. And it was shocking, and you see the reaction from the Kraft family, and they know how close this is right now. This first down, though, is... They're used to seeing them close out with the first down or two and win these games.
2nd and 9 run. That's a first down run for Michelle, taking off into the secondary, all the way out to the 30.
And just watch the block by 62, Joe Tootie, pulling guard, just a perfect seal on Barron, and it just, I mean, they just timed it up perfect with a new play there, made you look this way, and then they brought that counter right back at you. Boy.
26 yards for number 26.
Well,
Goff looking at the interception throw on the tablet on the sideline. 2:52 to go, first down. And a flag comes out.
Ooh, that's the worst case scenario for the Patriots right there if that's on them.
Illegal use of hands to the face. Defense. Number 56. 5-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
Called on Dante Fowler. That's his second penalty of the game.
Well, he's going toe-to-toe with a tight end, and he's trying to stand up in the run game. You can see it right there. You can't do that. Hand right up the face. That's a good call. No one needs me to say how big one first down is. Almost ending the game if they can get one.
Back to Michelle. Dragged down, 42-yard line.
This should be a timeout by the Rams.
Clock is running now. Now the signal. A couple of seconds still running up. Got a signal down to the field. I think they're going to reset the clock a little bit because,
well, they should.
4 or 5 seconds before that, I saw the signal. We'll see if they adjust it off 2:33.
Well, the big one's going to be if you could take this down to the 2-minute warning no matter what. They're going to adjust this clock right here.
Timeout Los Angeles. Please reset the game clock. 2:42. 2:42.
Add 9 seconds
remaining.
for him.
So we're going to have, you have 2 options here now. This is where you can run 2 times and hope you get a first down. If you do that, they're going to take a timeout. It's going to go down to the 2-minute warning, and you're punting back to probably around the 20-yard line for the Rams with 1:50 to go in the game. That is not the Patriots style. They may run it once, and they may believe in the run game where they come out and run it on this down right here. But you can bet what happens over time. On that 3rd down play, they're going to pass if they're in 3rd and 5 or 3rd and more than 4. They're very aggressive on that 3rd down call, more than most teams, but this should be a run to make them use their final timeout.
Burkhead, who scored the game winner in overtime at Kansas City, is the tailback and the ball carrier. That's Burkhead. Look at him go! Burkhead all the way to the Rams 33 before Peters was able to finish the play. 26-yard run by Burkhead.
Devlin, Gronkowski, watch these two, because this is who's carried them in the run game in the playoffs. Look at both of them create holes. This offensive line, the ability for them to mesh. Dante Scarnecchia, the offensive line coach. Patrick Chung likes it with his one good arm. People are happy in New England. Big time run for the Patriots.
Coming up, the Verizon postgame show. JB, Phil, Nate Boomer, Coach Cowher. Highlights and analysis of the game. The presentation of the Lombardi Trophy. And we'll find out who's named the Super Bowl MVP. Coming up on the Verizon postgame show. Well, they had a 26-yard run when they were pinned inside the 10 by Michelle.
And then Burkhead gets a 26-yard run right there.
And you know why? All the plays in the first half mattered. All the time that the offense didn't create any yards, no first downs in that first half, this defense was on that field. They played unbelievable. They stood up over and over again for the Rams, but they just, you can't play that many plays that much, be on the field the whole game. It just ends up, you're going to feel it at some point, and you just saw how that happened.
Saw a blank stare from McVay. You saw a lot of emotion in the eyes of Cooks, who had a chance to grab a touchdown and could have tied it. Got a flag out as Michel takes it for a gain of about 4.
This is big. Here's why. This is a huge call, because you could actually decline this, and then the clock will stop, I believe, and it's going to be second down. It's like having a timeout. You shouldn't take this penalty. Can I bring Gene in here to discuss this? Because I believe you could keep this and you could use it like a timeout, and it's second down.
Without a question, Tony, accepted or declined, the next play will start on the snap.
But you need the downs, Gene, so it's like you need to go to second down, even though you got some yards.
Agree.
There's 2 fouls in the play. Both are by the offense. Holding, offense, number 87. Penalties decline. Illegal use of hands. Hands to the face. Offense, number 77. Penalties is accepted. 10-yard penalty, replay, first down.
No.
You see an official coming in. He may be coming in from that sideline to check with John Perry on this.
He needs to decline this and make it second down, and the clock doesn't run. Oh, you see Brown right there. That's hands to the face.
Yeah, on Aaron Donald.
Okay, so it looks like he whispered it's going to be second down.
Didn't hear Perry, but it sure looks like after reevaluation, they're going to make it second down, and the Rams are going to refuse those penalties.
This has come up before, and this is just giving the Rams an extra timeout. Doesn't matter yet if you can make sure you make a field goal or something. It will matter if you get this ball back and it's a one-score game. That's the #1 thing you do at the end when you're trying to round the game. No holding penalties. Because unless you get 10 yards, they're going to decline it.
Belichick looking for an explanation. 2:25, 2nd and 6.
It's a different way to run the ball. Brock pushes in the other way.
You toss it. Michel through traffic. Gets within a yard of the first. And that'll take it down to 2 minutes.
And you see, though, the difference in what it should have been. It should have been second down to 2 minutes.
3rd and 1 coming out of it. 2 minutes away from number 6 for this guy. Again, the Verizon postgame show is coming up with JB and all the guys. Highlights and analysis, the Lombardi Trophy presentation, the Super Bowl 53 MVP coming up on the Verizon postgame show. Some might be asking, Tony, when all that talk about the penalties against New England, do you refuse them or you take them? If you had taken it, you would have been back to the 43-yard line and taken them out of field goal range. What would you say to that?
Well, you're just going to run 3 plays, and or 2 more plays, 3 plays actually, and you're going to give the ball back with 20 seconds and punt it, even if you don't get anywhere, and you're going to have to go 90 yards for a touchdown. So
here's a 3rd and 1.
This is the play because you can stop them.
Well, this is going to be an interesting mark here.
I think they're short. It's just like you said. Now the other way, I don't think you have a chance. This way, you have a chance. Oh, that ball's short.
It was Fowler who had hold of him. And then it's Joyner who makes sure that he doesn't get that last inch or 2.
There's nothing there that shows me the ball's across that line. I mean, this is season on the line.
Now what do you say?
You say 4th down if you're, I have no idea.
4th down.
Hey.
Do you go ahead and kick it, go up 10, or do you just close it out, try to get the inch or two, and finish it off?
Oh my goodness. It's the worst possible scenario for a head coach, but Belichick.
Hey, Chiefs territory, got a business card on you right now I could use?
I think we got to go to the index card on this one, Jim. Yes.
Didn't know if you had them. Now that you're a big TV guy, I thought maybe a business card might be in the pocket. 4th and inches, here they go.
You take it down and take a timeout is what you do. You don't run a play here. You go down to 1 second, you take a timeout. This is too big of a decision to make just on a whim. You got to sit there at Belichick's. Basically, you got to, how much do you trust your kicker? How much do you trust the middle of the field? Here's what I don't like. They have Sue and Donald in the A gap. You want inches, you can quarterback sneak it all you want. I don't trust that. I'm kicking the field goal. I know Gostkowski. How good is he, Jim?
Oh, you're talking about the all-time leading scorer in Patriot history.
Okay, he's missed one today. What are the percentage this guy misses 2 in a game?
Not very high. He's 27 out of 32 on the season.
I mean,
this is his 6th Super Bowl he's kicked in. So tied for 2nd most.
This is where, though, Belichick's got to be asking Brady and McDaniels, do we have a play? Do you love a play? Is there something that's 100% we get it? If not, we're kicking.
They're kicking. Here he comes. It's going to be 41, 42 yards, somewhere in that neighborhood. In fact, he made one from 42 in the first half. Now, the Rams have blocked 5 kicks over the last 2 years, 4 of them by Littleton.
Well, you didn't say that. Well, now that plays a role.
It's going to be 41 yards where Ryan Allen is going to put it down.
Here it is. I'm going out on a limb and saying this is to win the Super Bowl.
1:16 to go, 41 yards. Cardona to Allen. Gostkowski.
Six titles, 9 appearances. And this didn't get in by much. Good snap. Good hold. And it does go in. And when you're good, it always finds a way when it matters. And I tell you what, how about the drive to go close it out?
Well, that drive and the touchdown drive. 10 points in the quarter for New England.
They've been here. They've been in so many close games. They just know how to do it. And you see Tom Brady. Enjoy him, folks. You're never, ever going to see it again.
Not in our lifetime.
Nope. Gronkowski, you don't know, might be his final game.
By the way, Gostkowski in the 4th quarter, he's made 30 of his last 31 with that one.
Well, that's what you wanted to hear.
They started that drive at their own 4 after the pick by Gilmore. They drive 72 yards to set up the field goal that makes it a 2-score game.
I don't think New England's ever been doubted more in a season. They always get doubted when they lose a game.
Well, they lost 5 games. They were 3-5 on the road, and the 5 teams that beat them didn't qualify for the postseason. It's hard to imagine. Their 5 losses were to teams not good enough to be in the playoffs.
Never doubt.
But did they come out looking like a different team after they got the bye week on Wild Card Weekend?
They changed their team. Nobody can morph from week to week, or from midseason to the end of the season, or from a playoff game. They just changed who they were. They started completely running the ball right at you and became an old school football team in a new school league.
Here's Goff's pass, sideline incomplete for Woods.
You saw all these small linebackers trying to fit gaps against New England. They couldn't do it because it was power football right at you. Fullbacks, tight ends in your face.
Holding, offense, number 79, 10-yard penalty, replay, first down.
Well, all of this doubt that was hovering over this team. Talking with Tom Brady midweek, he went on and on about how much they relished the role of really feeling like they were underdogs, which they found themselves in that role last week at Kansas City, and all the doubters. It's been a long time since we kind of took on that persona.
Worst thing that could have happened. You freed him up.
Woods to the 26.
You don't free up Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Okay, you make sure this guy always has to have expectations, and he has to deliver and make. As soon as he's supposed to lose, he's too good. He doesn't get a free pass. You give him one, he's going to go ahead and make you pay.
2nd and 10 with 40 seconds. Cooks. Picks up 24.
You got to take a shot to the end zone right here. I mean, no, it's a long shot of anything, but you got to. It's not about the middle field. You got to throw it.
How about you try to pick up 10 or 15 yards and bring out Legatron and let him kick a field goal and try for an onside kick recovery and one Hail Mary throw?
I would take the Hail Mary early. So everyone, I agree with you. That's a great point, and you can do that. But right now, they're not in Hail Mary mode. You'll only have 2 safeties back there. This is your best Hail Mary chance. If Belichick's, see how he's telling everyone to go back right now? He's like, this could be a chance. There's no Hail Mary. Or see how many guys are down around the line? You could take your shot, and it's 3-on-3 back there, or 4-on-3 at worst.
Middle of the field, caught by Cooks. He could get up and run with it. He wasn't touched, was he? Well,
clock it.
Yep.
Now you bring out the kicker, clock it, and bring out the kicker.
Zerline will come out for about a 48-yard field goal. I mean, if you pull this off in terms of kick the field goal, then you do recover the onside kick, which seldom happens these days with the new rules. You still are going to be right at maybe, if you're fortunate, 1 second. If you were to get everything to go your way. So here's Zerline, part 1, 48 yards. No good.
The rain continues.
Yes, it does. They've got to snap it one more time.
It ain't over.
The ball will end up in the hands of Tom Brady on the kneel down. And what did he say to us the other day? He says, I pray to win another Super Bowl. So help me. I'll never ask again. Can I just get this one, he said.
Until next year.
Yeah, exactly. Then the reset. Yeah, he said, missed it. Belichick's going to become the oldest coach, supplanting Tom Coughlin, who was 65 when he beat the Patriots in Super Bowl 46. And there it is. The dynasty continues. Are you ready yet? Here we are. Kickoff a second away. I haven't said in a long time, this could be one for the ages.
Oh, I see what you did there. A little 97 call. This is a matchup that we're going to be talking about, I think, for a long time. We're going to touch out in this game. I think both these quarterbacks aren't going to lose the game, really. They're going to both get their team back in it, and we're coming down to the wire today, Jim.
Tonight's game being broadcast in Spanish. We're available using the SAP button on your television. 268 games to get here in this most challenging and trying of seasons. But through it all, we get to the finish line on time, and let's sit back as a nation and enjoy it. Butker to kick. Mickens back deep. Super Bowl 55 is underway with a run back 3 yards deep. Mickens straight ahead. And he runs it out to about the 24, where he's hammered there by Sherman.
the fullback, out there on special teams. We'll bring out Tom Brady. Did you ever think we'd see him in this spot one more time? Well, here he is, and he tells us, Tony, we still haven't played our best game yet.
Well, if that's the case, then you're in trouble, Kansas City, because they've been playing fantastic. And I'll tell you right now, the plan for both these defenses, pressure the quarterback, get it out of their hand, make someone else beat you.
Fournette gets to start at running back. They fakes it to him and comes to the other side to Godwin, who was tripped up. Nice piece of tackling by Breeland, who has shown off his tackling skills in the postseason and holds him to a gain of 2. Here is the Buccaneer offense. The line, it's solid. The playmakers get underrated because we're talking so much about the guys that can catch and run on the Kansas City side, Tony.
You're exactly right, and they've been able to be efficient in the running game. They're ranked 28th, Jim, but actually they're a really good running offense, and they can shorten the game, play action, and they'll run this formation a ton.
On a 2nd and 8, they'll ride it with Fournette, who's also had a big postseason, and he fights hard for a gain of about 3. This Kansas City defense of Steve Spagnuolo, can they get pressure today? That's his specialty in pass matchups against Brady.
He's had success. We touched on it earlier. In 2007, the 18-0 Patriots went to the Super Bowl, and Spagnuolo, the D coordinator for the Chiefs, he disrupted one of the great all-time offenses, and there he is. And he's got a plan, and it's going to be about some pressure, Jim.
3rd and 6, and here comes the pressure. They pick it up. The pass is out of reach for Godwin, and the Bucks will come off the field after 3 plays. They had opened at Lambeau 2 weeks ago by converting on 4 third-down plays to go for an opening drive touchdown, but they're shut down after this incompletion without picking up a first.
Talked about pressure. They brought everyone right here. Watch this. Bring them all over the place. Ball's got to come out, and it's just that 1/10 of a second you got to get out of that.
Bradley Pinion is the punter. Kansas City is dangerous in the return game. The only team in the league this year that had both a punt and a kickoff return for a touchdown. Hardman watches it bounce at the 30 and down at the 33. 40-yard punt will bring out Patrick Mahomes now. Going to set all these youngest to ever do so marks, but it was on this field where they had perhaps the most electrifying first quarter I've ever seen 10 weeks ago. He threw for 229 yards in the first quarter alone, with 203 going to Tyreek Hill as they jumped out in front 17-0, and then would go on to hold on to win by 3.
Well, and this is huge for Tampa. You don't want to get behind like they did the last game. Patrick Mahomes just will figure you out at some point, just like Brady. Both these quarterbacks have to learn what you're in, and you got to get them off their spot early in the game.
Quick pass, and it's caught by Pringle, who was backed up. We'll get some forward progress here, but Byron Pringle, who was raised here in Tampa, gets a catch in his hometown on the Chiefs' first snap. This is the big issue here, Tony, this offensive line with Eric Fisher out. Rimmers to the left side. Wiley moves from right guard to right tackle, and Wisniewski steps up to start at his spot.
And a lot of the great offenses in history in the Super Bowl, Jim, it's the front four has to create pressure. And if they're able to do that, that's how you get these quarterbacks, right? You can make them throw the ball early while you're able to play pass coverage, and it's huge right now because Pierre-Paul's playing great, and so is Barrett.
2nd and 7. Sammy Watkins is active, and boy, did Mahomes have no time to throw as Shaq Barrett got to him quickly and forced the incompletion.
And Barrett will come right off the edge, 58, and he knows and recognizes it's a screen pass to the left. It's a good job by Mahomes to get rid of the ball, but like we said, this is how you beat great offenses in history. Your front four, Pierre-Paul right there. They're going against backups, right, Jim? You got to use them, and that's going to be one we're going to watch over and over again.
Yeah, both tackle position, plus Mitchell Schwartz, their starter at right, went out early in the season, so very thin on the line. Got exposed on that play. Here's a 3rd and 7. Mahomes will keep it. He's got an open field and easily picks up the first.
And this is what makes them so difficult, right? We talk about the tackles, you got to get pressure. Well, this guy just makes everyone's job easier. Oh, yep, they get up, create some pressure. And Patrick Mahomes, once again, runs for a first down on 3rd and 7. And guess who has the most first downs on 3rd and long with his legs this year, Jim?
That guy right there.
Yep.
And he's running with an injured toe that we're hearing reports would have to be operated on after the season. Didn't show any effects that time. Rushes for 11. Edwards-Helaire is his running back from the 47. Had time, now it breaks down. Able to pick up a couple out of it.
Well, this is a great job. This is the plan that you have to have. You're looking, these are their 2 best players. You need 4 guys on them. You 2 guys, you take Tyreek Hill, and then you 2 guys underneath, you guys take Kelsey. That's going to make everybody else have to beat you. That's the plan to beat the Chiefs.
So they've run 4 plays. They've called 4 pass plays. 2 of them, though, Mahomes had to run out of the pocket to pick up yardage. It's a 2nd and 8. Down the field it goes, and it's incomplete, just out of reach for Mecole Hardman. And Dean, who's the speediest member of that secondary, was running right with him. Here's the Bucs defense, and what do you see them needing to do today, other than just get that pressure from those 2 you talked about, JPP and Barrett?
Well, they got to make someone else beat them, right? Tyreek Hill is going to beat you one-on-one. You have to accept that and double team him with someone else. Just know he's a game wrecker. He's not. It's not 3rd and 10 and then we double him. You double him on every down. Do not let him beat you. And then you try and hurt Kelsey at the line of scrimmage, Jim. Hit him a little bit early.
Darrell Williams comes into the backfield on a 3rd and 8. Mahomes down the field. It's open, but Hardman was not close enough. Again, there was some pressure as the pocket was breaking down. Carlton Davis was the closest defender.
Well, and this is what we talk about. Boston come out just a little early, but the reason why he's open is because Tyreek Hill's underneath them. As you see the stunt up front, great pressure. And that's huge. I mean, both these defenses getting stops against these 2 quarterbacks and offense is impressive.
Tommy Townsend, only his 2nd punt of the postseason. And it bounces at the 6, and an unlucky bounce it is for Kansas City. Right into the end zone for a touchback and a net of 31. Chiefs pick up 1 first down. Bucs come back for their 2nd possession. Downtown Tampa, Tampa Bay area hosting the Super Bowl for the 5th time. So much talk about Tom Brady's 10th. It's 19 years ago this week when he first played in a Super Bowl game. February of '02. Tony, you were a junior at Eastern Illinois. LeBron was a junior in high school. Mahomes was 6 years old and in kindergarten. First down play is going to be a running play with Jones. And Ronald Jones, who has an extra gear that Fournette doesn't, in fact had a 98-yard touchdown sprint this year in a game against Carolina, breaks that one for 13.
Yeah, and this is what they've done a really good job. They've gotten simple as the season has gone on, and they run it very efficiently on first down, and they can shorten these games and run it, screen it, play action it, Jim. That's what they've gone to, and that gives teams trouble because it makes the game very simple for your offense.
By the way, Antonio Brown, who had been questionable over the last 2 weeks, he's up. Here's a little toss to Miller, and he's knocked down by Frank Clark. A loss of 3. Tony, that sets up the Romo report with the Bucs on offense.
Well, and you go against this blitzing defense, the pressure. We saw it on the first 3rd down. They're coming after you. The Chiefs, well, I want the Buccaneers to line up and make the game simple. We just talked about it, Jim. Just run it, throw some screens, keep the pressure off, and then play action it and take your shots downfield, because they've been a big play threat team all year, really.
2nd and 13. Gets it to Brady. He's nursing a back injury, and he was questionable coming in. They're thrilled to have him up. He's having a huge postseason. 11 catches, make that now 12 in these postseason games. Tom Brady was the first man, by the way, to walk on the field today. Came off the bus and didn't go to the locker room. He walked out on the field, just kind of gazed around, looked around, went back in.
I could see you were gazing at him, too, while he was gazing. Really well done by the gazers.
Easy. Antonio Brown is in this game. 3rd and 8. And they get to him. Brady is sacked back at the 29. Okafor coming up and jawing with Jensen.
That's just an outstanding job of fooling the quarterback. And watch right here. Sorensen, you're coming, right? We're all coming. We're all lined up right here. You can't really tell. They just pop out, double team the tight end, hit him.
Frank Clark who got to him, Tony.
And he's been playing outstanding, Jim. Frank Clark in this postseason has really picked it up, as you saw with the play on 1st down and 3rd there.
Yeah, he had 2 sacks against Buffalo 2 weeks ago. So again, they take him off the field. They pick up the 1 first down on the run by Jones. And now Pinion's punt again bounces at the 30. Backwards bounce. It's on the ground and is picked up for just a moment by Hamilton. Officials blow the whistle and mark it closer to the 42. Excellent starting position on the way for Mahomes and the Chiefs. The punt traveled only 33 yards, and the officials actually moved it back to the 38, said it went out of bounds at that point. And that's why Hamilton was unable to pick up the ball and advance it, as Chiefs fans were hoping. Eric Bieniemy, which a big part of getting this offense to click, the offensive coordinator. On 1st down, toss it to Hill, get the ball in his hands for the first time. Kelsey was out there trying to clear a path. Tony, give me your report with the Chiefs on offense.
Well, you see that play right there. Here's the report for the Chiefs. Protect Mahomes early in the game. Your 2 tackles are out. This team's provided pressure up front with their front 7. So make sure he gets it out, feels calm, collected, gets into the game. Defensively, where's Tyreek Hill? He's right here. He's lining up on the bottom of your screen. That guy, somebody over here the entire game. One of these 2 better be watching him over and over again on every play, Jim.
Davis is on him on 2nd and 5. It's a run play to Edwards-Helaire, and the rookie fights for the first. Looked like he's going to be stopped a couple of yards short.
Well, you see 2 runs. That's helping these offensive linemen, the tackles, right? All of a sudden you're like, hey, let's go ahead and keep it simple, run the ball. You see Devin White, 45, make the play.
Devin White is always around the football.
He's played outstanding in the postseason, too.
And a young leader. Just in his 2nd year out of LSU. 5th pick in the draft in 2019. 1st down. Mahomes. Again, there's plenty of room, and he reaches out for the marker. Levante David was trying to cut off the angle, but it is marked for a first.
And what an outstanding job by Andy Reid. Like we talked about, you need to protect the pocket. Well, that's a tight end and a receiver. That's Pierre-Paul right there. They're going to block him and move the pocket, which means I'm not going to put you on these tackles. That's a double team and an automatic quarterback movement. Really smart getting Mahomes into the game like that.
3 rushes in this opening quarter by the quarterback for 24 yards. A new set of downs, and the give, Edwards-Helaire, and a nice tackle that just put an end to it rather quickly by Jordan Whitehead. The biggest performance of the year is right around the corner. The Pepsi Super Bowl 55 halftime show featuring The Weeknd. Grab and scan your Pepsi after the show for exclusive access to the action. 2nd and 4. Brady watching after 2 stalled drives. Mahomes clears it out. Did he get him to jump? There's a flag out. Free play as he throws on the run, and it's tipped away at the last moment. Would have saved a touchdown. Murphy Bunting got a hand on it. Otherwise, it probably would have been 6.
Number 90, defense, 5-yard penalty. 1st down.
And you see how quickly the pressure is coming, especially when you jump off sides, Jim. It really does help you get to the quarterback sooner. But you'll see his weight go forward. Oh, stop. But really, a lot of guys stop right there. They don't continue And that helps the quarterback, but he does, and makes him throw it. Murphy Bunting with a good play to avoid giving up a touchdown.
He's made a bunch of big plays. He's had a pick in all 3 playoff games and prevented a touchdown with that one. But a first down off the offsides. That was dangerous, as Hardman had never turned around, and Dean was moving in on it.
Yeah, it's just an outstanding job of timing up the pressure. Watch right here, Mahomes, this motion. Most teams don't pressure when you motion this quick, but right there, they time it. You can't block that when it comes that fast. When teams motion, you don't usually like to blitz extra guys. But they've played them now before, and they're timing it up.
It was Murphy Bunting who had deflected on the previous play, who came crashing in after Mahomes and forced the quick throwaway. 2nd and 10. Toss to Edwards-Helaire, and that looked out of sync from the start, and a loss of 2. That's Devin White making another tackle.
I mean, this is the speed of Devin White, 45. Once he recognizes it, he beats the lineman all the way outside and cuts off the edge. And that just shows you his skill set. I mean, to get there that quickly on Edwards-Helaire. You know, Jim, he runs a 4.42 40 for a linebacker, okay? He's pretty fast, just like me. I mean, we're about the same when we race normally.
3rd and 11. Pressure again. Mahomes. Look at this throw. Down deep and almost pulled in by Hill. Would have been a circus catch. And Butker will come out for a long field goal try.
Oh, look at this. We're going to send 2 corners on the edges. No one does that. But guess what? Patrick Mahomes isn't no one, and he gets away. And great defense on the back end. Usually that's a touchdown when you get out of something like that.
Ooh, hit him right in the face guard. Did you see how he flicked that pass? Sidearm, off balance.
And then you got a little doink.
So Harrison Butker, 25 of 27 on the year. 49-yard attempt. And that kick is good. First points of the game go to Kansas City. With that field goal to put the first points on the board, Kansas City, we talked about this during the Cleveland divisional game, has the lead, Tony, for the 62nd consecutive game at some point. The Chiefs have the lead for the 62nd straight game at some point. Let's take a look at Next Gen Stats, powered by AWS.
Well, simple. This team likes to throw the ball deep. That's how they started this season. They just didn't do it great throughout the whole year, but they got on fire late in the year. And this big-time throw and catch at the end of the first half against the Packers really gave them a huge lead. And Tom Brady's showing you he's not getting that old, is he, Jim? He's still throwing the ball deep as well as anybody in the National Football League.
He looks exactly like he did 10 years ago.
And so do you, Jim.
I appreciate that. There's a running play with Fournette for 3. We're getting 3. Bruce Arians becoming the 2nd oldest coach to stay with that age theme ever in a Super Bowl. Only Marv Levy was ever older in a game. But overall, these two together, Arians, Reed, the oldest coaching matchup.
He's done a great job of making the game. They got aggressive right after about week 12 when they lost that game. They decided to get really aggressive with all their calls, Jim.
They go ground again. Fournette back-to-back carries, and he's 1 yard shy of a first with 3rd down coming up. There it is. Marv Levy living in Chicago these days. Bruce Arians. Marv also in the game, of course, all those years in a row. Coach Belichick. That was from the Atlanta game we called 2 years ago. Patriots over the Rams.
Pretty good coaches there, aren't they? Bruce in some rare company in this game. Moves them up quite a bit if you go ahead and beat the Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
3rd and 1. and able to find a little seam up the middle. Fournette gets called on 3 consecutive plays and picks up the first. It's interesting, we got 3:40 to go in the first quarter. Of all the the many things you can look up about Brady's accomplishments, one thing he hasn't been able to do in his 9 previous Super Bowls,
score?
They've never scored a touchdown. Only 1 field goal. It's astonishing.
That is crazy.
Extra lineman in for him. Drops back with time. And got a flag down. Breland looking around saying, what did I do? But Mike Evans was the guy that he was trying to hang with.
Prior to the pass, holding, number 21, defense, 5-yard penalty, automatic, first down.
And Breland's played well, you know, as the season's gone on. But you'll watch, this team likes to hold a little bit, Jim. They really get their hands on you a lot. And you can see that's a penalty over and over again. And that's one area we're going to watch. Look at the other side. Bet you're going to see the same thing. Yeah. Ward right there doing the same. It's sticky coverage, right? But if they get penalties on them, makes the game very easy for the offense.
From the 45, 6 DBs on the field for the Chiefs. Brady goes sideline, and he has his man. That's Antonio Brown.
Outstanding route by Brown, and Brady on a go route that turns right back. Watch him roll out. He's going to throw the ball deep. I'm going to throw it. Nope, come on back, Antonio. And he fires that ball to the side. One-on-one outside the numbers right there. Those numbers, you're going to have a lot of chances. Look at those eyes.
Still spinning it, sending it with velocity, and a gain of 16.
You can see how excited him and Patrick were about this game.
Play action. They go to Brate with a blocker in front. Hammering Brate down to about the 24 before Damian Wilson finishes him off.
Well, we talked about it at the start. Run it, screen it, play action, right? Here's a play action. Screen. And that's their offense right now. And I think the more they screen it in this game, Jim, the more everything gets opened up against a very aggressive defensive unit.
Well, to your point, they opened this drive with 3 straight carries by Fournette. And now they've had a couple of chunk plays. 16 to Brown, 15 to Brate. Fournette tried to hurdle, fell back down to earth, and then took off to the right side for a first down. Great piece of running by Leonard Fournette.
Fournette coming over this year from Jacksonville, and you see just gets stuck at the line. But finishing, he's had a couple runs like that we've seen where he kind of gets stuck and then comes out of there and finishes. And you see trying to hit that ball out. It's a good job by Fournette hanging on to it. Snead right there, he's done that a few times too.
All the way down to the 13. To Brown. Stiff arm and out of bounds. Shoved down Breland. Coming up on the Rocket Mortgage halftime report, joining JB, Phil, Nate Boomer, Coach Cowher, highlights and analysis of tonight's game, all coming up on the Rocket Mortgage halftime report.
And you see another screen right there to the outside. That's huge against Spagnuolo. Makes him not want to pressure much.
Did we say Brady's never had a first quarter touchdown? I mean, could he possibly beat the clock here?
Did you jinx Spagnuolo?
I don't know.
Usually it's the guy you're talking about.
One of those weird announcer jinxes. Here's Brady's pass. It's Gronkowski. Back again. The biggest tandem for touchdowns now in postseason history. The old Patriot teammates reunite in the Super Bowl for a score.
And they got him back. They've started to utilize him since Kansas City. He's been in a ton, 13 touchdown, most by a quarterback receiver duo all time in the postseason history. Gronk is back, Jim. And another screen pass right there to him. Fake it right here. Everyone come over, just throw him a little flat screen, little pick play. And your touchdown call was wrong, Jim.
Yeah,
no, it was right, actually.
It was actually right.
You did get it.
You could see it. They were chasing it after, I guess we alerted them. of the fact they were on the snide. Tom's teams, he got in the end zone with 37 seconds to spare.
Well, you said 9 games. He would never go 10 games without it.
Never. Bucks have just completed their longest touchdown drive of this postseason, 4.5 minutes. Gronk and Brady, we showed you they have the record now. Tom has his first ever touchdown drive of an opening quarter and his 10th Super Bowl in an opening quarter. But they've teamed up now for 4 touchdowns in the Super Bowl, but the 13 overall breaks the mark they were tied with of Montana and Rice.
Well, Tampa Bay lost to Kansas City, right? Since then, neither team's lost all year, Jim.
It's Pringle going to the far side, and he's got room. Pringle with a beautiful return near the 40.
That's a big-time run right there. Kansas City, I just said it, they lost in week 17, but they didn't play their starters. But this is why they're explosive in all 3 levels. And just look at Pringle, who started his college career as a quarterback, has really come on.
Let's bring in Jay Feely.
Well, Jim, I talked to special teams coach Keith Armstrong before the game. He said on the returns, they have to cut off the wide side of the field. They didn't do it there.
41-yard return. Knocked down. That is again Pierre-Paul.
And this is Pierre-Paul. He's got really long arms. Very tall, and he's always done a great job of timing the quarterback's pass. As soon as you get stopped at the line of scrimmage as a D lineman, you get your eyes on the quarterback and you try and see if he throws in your area. You time it, and a guy with that kind of length makes it difficult. He's only hit about 10 of my throws before.
And he's never lost in the postseason. Going back to his Giants days, he's 7-0. 2nd and 10. Kelsey's first catch. Pick up about 6 or 7. That was the first completion for Mahomes after a 6 pass stretch without a completion. 2 for 8 overall now for 9 yards.
Completely different first quarter, right? Than the first game, Mahomes to Hill had 203 yards. How many yards does Mahomes have today?
Got 9 in the first quarter.
And Tampa Bay doing a good job slowing down Tyreek Hill right now, but we'll see how long that's going to hang on, Jim.
Start the second quarter at Super Bowl 55. Jim Nantz and Tony Romo in the booth.
Well, here it is, 3rd and 4. Guess who the guy is? Right here. On 3rd and 4, it's here. Over here, it's 3rd and long. Let's see if this safety helps on Kelsey. Right here at the top of your page.
Pass incomplete, and there were Bucks in the area as he tried to fit it in to Darrell Williams. What a start to this game by Todd Bowles' defense.
And you see trying to help Mahomes. Tyreek Hill's going up, but it's just a screen pass. But you can see the help by the safeties. And you see David, he's able to play heavy on him because he has help with the safety right there over the top. But really an outstanding job. This is tougher for Kansas City than it's been, right? It looks like they're getting that kind of pressure on the edges.
Townsend's first punt traveled 51 yards, but only a net of 31, and this one off the side of the foot. And they're going to move this all the way up to the 30. So just a 27-yard boot. They just announced last night the Hall of Fame class. What a distinguished class it is. Peyton Manning. John Lynch gets the great honor here as he's back in Tampa where he spent so many of his years. Charles Woodson.
Some unbelievable names there.
Alvin Johnson, Alan Faneca.
Oh.
First and 10. Brady gets rid of it. Too low for Jones to handle.
So we got about 25,000 fans in attendance and another 30,000 cardboard cutouts. You could, for $100, you could send in an image and you could virtually attend the game. And it also would allow you to be a part of a drawing for a pair of tickets to next year's Super Bowl in Los Angeles. 2nd and 10. It's Gronk. And he's bumped out by Wilson. Seeing that shot of Peyton Manning makes you realize we got all-time 3 quarterbacks who threw for 50 touchdowns in a season. 2 of them are playing in this game, in Tom and Patrick, and of course the other was Peyton Manning. They're all here.
Yeah, I mean, that's why this game is being built up so much, because you've got rare ability at that quarterback position. And
After the play was over, unnecessary roughness, number 95, defense, 15 yards will be added to the end of the play. Automatic first down.
And that's called on Chris Jones. That's a big one. Carl Cheffers announcing it.
yeah, you see right there, Jones retaliated a little bit. Jensen, who's gotten a few people to do that. Brady knows. He's like, oh, you can't listen to Jensen, our center, when he does that stuff. You're going to get caught. Jones upset there, but these penalties, it's so huge on drives. You know, with one penalty from a defense, the data just tells you it's 30% they score with one penalty on any drive from a defensive side, right? The offense scores 30. It's 70% with 2. You can't have them in big games.
Gives him a first down at 48. Ronald Jones. Gronkowski helped throw a good block for him, and he picks up 7.
And this is where Gronk coming back just helps tremendously. He's going to go one-on-one with a defensive end. That way they can double team other guys inside and block all these guys down. But the ability for a tight end to take that guy and just handle him by himself. Oh, Jones trying to come back. A little frustration blowing over there, Jim.
He better be careful. 2nd and 3. Jones. Another good run he rips off. And again, Gronkowski had a lead block on that.
Yep. Guess what? Go right at him, right? Lead block, he said. He's great at it, Jim. You've seen how many games of his? A gazillion. Right there, one-on-one with a defensive end. That's hard for most tight ends. By the way, how many games have you done, Gronk? I know you know Brady's. How many did you get with Brady?
I'm told this is the 100th time I've called a Tom Brady game in his career.
That's unbelievable.
Of course, Gronk missed time, so it wouldn't be quite that high. Of course, the career not as long either. 1st and 10, Brady from the pocket. He's got Evans. They've got the Kansas City defense on its heels now, running and throwing.
You're exactly right. The game is getting simple, right? You run, you throw up, but look at Evans, just runs right away from Breland. And using that length, a little banged up this year, but really that's the type of stuff. He's great, and he has interior breaking routes. And that size plays a role in a strike by Brady. And it looks efficient, and that penalty hurts you when you look back again.
It's huge. And now that play picks up 31. 1st and goal. Extra lineman in for the Bucs. Joe Haig, the extra lineman, and a timeout called. So we were here November 29th. They were a tired team. They've told us that several times this week. And when they lost on that Thanksgiving Sunday, it was their 3rd consecutive loss. They had lost to the Saints, the Rams, and then the Chiefs. Then they had the bye. They were the last team to get a bye in the league. They needed it. And they came back, and they've won every game since. And look at Brady's numbers after that bye.
Yeah, well, and here's what happens. The bye week, we saw it right before our eyes, how they just played really good in the last 3 quarters of that game after the bad start against Kansas City. But during the bye week, the offense, the coaches, and Tom Brady, they look at the tape and they say, let's get rid of all the cool stuff we've tried all year. We've had 10, 12 weeks now. Let's go ahead and put only the stuff we're good at and make the game simple where our guys know what to do.
First and goal. Jones trying to slip through a tackle, but it was Chris Jones able to hold on to him long enough, but they're about 2 yards shy of the first.
And right there, the game is simple. Watch the run to the right behind Gronk and these guys. They're just running straight forward. Chris Jones does a great job coming off, but that's a tough play because they're just kind of going right at you. And that's what they do. They got rid of all the extra cool runs and said, let's just hammer them straight forward, play action, screen, and let Tom throw it deep.
Second and goal. Great moves out. Jones is the running back. Fake to Jones. Over the top they go. Oh, and it was a pass to Haig, the extra lineman we had just mentioned. He had a chance to make the catch.
It's really an outstanding job by Hitchens, 53. Because nobody really thinks they're going to throw the ball to the guy who lets it hit his helmet.
No.
And just get his hand in there. It's not really a drop, right? He definitely didn't catch this clean.
It almost got wedged right in between the top of the face guard and the bottom of the helmet. He got knocked away. Third and goal. It's Jones. It's Jones getting hit and getting stopped. Did the ball come out? Kansas City and Sorensen think they have it. They're marking him down.
And what a stick coming up the middle.
Wirfs has the football in his hands. Passanio was in on the tackle. And now, Tony, we've got a 4th and goal.
Against these quarterbacks, you're going for this stuff all game. Both these offenses systems are too good. You need touchdowns, and you have the chance to get in, and fumble came out late. He's down.
Vita Vea is the fullback. They brought him onto the offensive unit. He moves to the right side. 4th and goal. Heads Jones. Did he break the plane? Still looking. No signal.
Oh, this is going to be close, Jim. Because if the signal happens, it's got to be clear. And they get a stop, Jim. But it's going to be one of those we're going to look at 50 times. Let's watch it from above. Jim, we don't have enough cameras at the Super Bowl to see it, do we? We got a million.
It is 125 or something. That is going to be short. The Chiefs with a goal line stand.
After review, the ruling on the field stands. Tampa Bay loses their first challenge and is charged with their second timeout of the half.
The Bucs challenge after we went away to break. Gene Steratore, there was just no sign there that could overturn it.
No, there wasn't, Jim. And even with Jones's second effort, he just failed to be able to reach the ball out to get it across the goal line. It was a great job by Kansas City preventing him from releasing that ball and extending it forward to get it to break the goal line.
Damian Wilson with a great stick, and then Ben Neiman helped shove him back. And, well, the Chiefs defense, their opponents had been 9 for 9 on 4th and 1 against them this year. It's the first time they stopped anybody on 4th and 1.
And even more, Jim, Ronald Jones had 2 chances. He was 8 for 9 on 3rd or 4th and 1 this year. And just statistically, for the Chiefs to stop you twice, it's just so difficult. And
okay, I'm going to set something up here for you, Tony. There has never been a 99-yard touchdown drive in the Super Bowl in history.
I see what you're doing here.
Yes.
Is it going to happen right here on this play?
It's a drive. Let's see how it starts. Little flick, and it's Hill weaving, getting away from bodies, and gives him working room out to the 15. Gain of 14.
I mean, his speed and short area bursts is just terrifying for defensive players. I mean, look at this. Excuse me. I'm all right. You too. Okay, now I got to go down. Big people. Look at that throw. So many arm angles Patrick Mahomes uses. Great shot right there by our guys in the truck getting that one.
Coming back over to Hardman, but the ball thrown at his feet. Wouldn't have gone anywhere anyway because Levante David was ready to hammer him. Let's go down to Tracy.
Well, Jim, we saw Sarah Thomas make the call on that 4th down. History has been made today as she becomes the first female to officiate a Super Bowl. She said her goal was always to be #1 in her position, And as a result, she got the opportunity today. Sarah said she probably will get a little teary-eyed, but knowing the impact that she is having, not just on her daughter, but on young girls everywhere, is just remarkable. Just an inspiration to everyone, Jim.
No question. Tremendous job. We've had so many games that she's done, so respected. And here is the handoff to Williams for a couple, but now it'll be 3rd and long again.
Yeah, she's inspiring a lot of young women up there, and that's great to see, and great for everyone in the NFL. She's talented too.
Tony, the Bucs so far have held Mahomes to only 3 out of 11 for 23 yards.
It's troublesome right now if you're a Kansas City fan, only in this regard. They get behind plenty of times in the playoffs, and they always win by like double digits, it seems like. But this one's concerning to me because he's not having the same kind of time. And these guys have played them once before, so we're going to find out right now. Patrick Mahomes is going to have to do some crazy special stuff.
On 3rd and 8. Look at that throw. Oh, and it's dropped by Kelsey. He was getting hit by his ankles. He knows he should have had it. Would have been a 1st down and a whole lot more.
Watch Mahomes. He's going to get pressure like we just talked about. He doesn't have the same pocket as before. He drifts back a ton. He has to throw that before he's ready. And another double team on Kelsey. He still gets open, but that one is a drop, and that is costly.
And guess what? We still don't have a 99-yard touchdown drive in Super Bowl history. Townsend was able to pick up the slippery snap. What a tackle. As Mickens goes down, Pringle on special teams making a couple of fine plays. We do have a marker down. He's had a great tackle there, a kick return, a catch in the game.
That was a great tackle.
That was a 56-yard punt to go with it by Townsend.
See what the penalty is here.
You even contemplate somebody being able to go the distance when Kansas City has it. As this year they had drives this year that started inside their own 10, and they scored on 6 of those 10 drives, 60% of the time. So
they've been unstoppable.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, especially when they really need it, right? It just looks tougher in this game because Tampa's defense is good, but really it's just the time. It's like Mahomes did it on the last play. Just Kelsey had a drop, but he kind of overcame it. He's going to have to do that a lot.
Kicking team number 56, 10-yard penalty, replay 4th down.
Called on Ben Neiman, who helped make the stop on Jones at the goal line.
You see right there, 56, holding.
Minter. Jay Feely, tell us about Townsend, the punter for the Chiefs.
Well, Tommy Townsend has a huge leg. He punted the ball great in warmups, but you can see the rookie having jitters out there. He had a 27-yard punt, then he drops this punt, and you're in the biggest stage. You're playing in the biggest game of your life, and you have to be able to keep your composure. He's having a little tough time right now, Jim.
Well, that's Jay Feely, who went to high school just a mile and a half from right here at Raymond James Stadium at Jesuit High School. Of course, magnificent long career as a NFL place kicker. So Townsend has his best punt taken off the books with the penalty from the end zone. And he's done it again. Nervous.
Wow, so the first punt you drop and then you bomb it. And the second one you don't drop, and you kind of shank that one a little bit.
Oh, kind of. Big time. That's a 29-yard punt. 42-yard difference, Tony, between those two punts.
Wow.
Welcome back to Raymond James Stadium in Tampa. Jim Nantz and Tony Romo on the call. Jim Rickoff, Mike Arnold, Ryan Galvin, Brian Kozowski down in the trucks. Our thanks to our entire crew, production and technical teams. Short field coming up for Brady and the Bucs. The jet sweep, and Antonio Brown, AB, has got nowhere to go. As it's Wilson there to greet him behind the line.
Well, we talked about it at the start of the game. Screen it, run it, play action. Here's a screen. A little play action, and they've done this at a very efficient level in the last half of this year. They've been running it consistently, and then you see the play action. A little bit what Kansas City does, Jim, in that they run the same thing 3 different ways. And there's Byron left, which is really done a good job of evolving this offense as it's gone on this year.
2nd and 13. Back into the hands of Gronkowski. And it's Sorensen who wins it. Back to Leftwich for a moment, though. It's so underrated because you know Brady comes in, of course, changes the culture and a lot of stars on this offense. But to give you an idea how much respect Bruce Arians has for him, when he was offered the job a couple years ago, he said, if Byron wasn't available, I might not have taken the job. It's all him. He runs the show.
Well, he's done a great job, but the communication between him and Brady. Leftwich had to learn Brady. Brady had to learn Leftwich. It's not just Bruce as much as people think. Byron has done a great job with the communication and learning each other and what they do best.
3rd and 4. Ball deflected, tipped, and who else but Tyrann Mathieu has another interception. There is a marker down in the secondary.
Well, and this is what we talk about. Mathieu's 6 interceptions, should have had a 7, but this is coming back. This is going to be a hold on the defense of Kansas City outside. And it's going to be on 35, Ward, who's covering Evans.
Pass, holding, number 35, defense, 5-yard penalty, automatic, first down.
Mathieu had 6 picks in the regular season, already with 1 in the postseason. Thought he had another one.
Well, watch the bottom of your screen right there. He's coming out of it, and he just holds him right there. And that's going to get called because there's a line judge right there watching. Look at the hands. It's just too aggressive. And this is where Mathieu's instincts come in. He has such great instincts to kind of foul the ball. These tip balls, he gets to him all the time, but what a big play. We talk about the penalties, Jim. You score a lot more on offense when you get them, and that one is the biggest.
1st and 10. Stacked up is Fournette. That's the 3rd, by the way, penalty on the Kansas City defense. And to make things even worse, again, it would have led to a takeaway. And it's just the very thing that Spags was talking about in our Zoom meeting with us this week. Is just to not make mistakes with penalties.
It's huge because you can't overcome it, especially how hard it is to stop these two offenses. And this is the 2nd time they've played each other, right? So usually defenses actually play a little better the 2nd time around because they know the speed of the other team.
2nd and 9. Brady goes underneath. And Fournette unable to escape. Neiman, who did a good job of holding on to him. It's up 3rd and about 5 or 6.
This is tough if you're going to get into a drop back game over and over. Brady does a good job throwing to the backs. I think as the season wore on, he started doing it. Watch Jones. If you're going to leave him one-on-one, he's going to make the quarterback move consistently. Slides up in the pocket, moves that ball a little bit away. A lot of nuance to his game, which, you know, I don't know. Is he pretty good, Tom? He's got a chance
to have a good career.
Yeah, if he keeps going at this, he could play in the NFL one day.
Just give him some more time. Here's 3rd and 5. Incomplete. That was intended for Tyler Johnson. And Ryan Suckup will come out for a field goal try.
Oh, this is, oh gosh, tough one for Johnson there. Got a laser coming right at him. It's hard to tell which one Brady was thrown to, I think, on that, Jim. But it does hit Johnson right in his shoulder pad.
Suckup, former chief kicker. Kicked for them for 5 years, 09 through 2013. 40-yard attempt coming up. Pinion on the hold. Trenner to snap it back. From 40. Suckup is good, but there's a flag down. Now this came on a 4th and 5.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if it's offsides, I mean, someone lines up offside sometimes, you never know. Did 17 Hardman line up offside? If so, it could be a first down. It's close. Ooh.
Oh. And it is against the Chiefs.
Either way, you're going for it now, even if you're 4th and inches.
Offside, number 20, defense, lined up in the neutral zone. 5 yards results in a first down.
Yeah, it's enough. Antonio Hamilton.
Well, this is where I think they're calling it Hardman. But right here, they said it's 20. Could be him as well. Could be both of them.
Boy, they rounded out and curved that defensive front on the field goal try, and they got called for it.
Just another mental mistake. I mean, these are huge. It's the Super Bowl, Jim. You can't give teams second chance. That's a second drive. Now it's tough to stop again.
Brady, play action. Looking. Third option. End zone. Caught! Gronkowski again with the touchdown. Hold on, there's a flag.
Jim, this is going to be a touchdown. I think Kansas City held again on the other side of the field. I was watching up top. Mike Evans got held.
Pass, holding. Number 21. Defense. But penalties declined. Result of the play, touchdown.
Watch Gronk. They're going to hold, right? This team holds a lot. But he's so big, he's just going to push off, and that's the guy in this game. That's troublesome if you're Kansas City and see that laser. And the time Brady had set up, the ability to look off and come back. And Gronk coming back this season to get two touchdowns in the Super Bowl. He totally planned that, didn't he?
He retired after the Super Bowl 2 years ago down in Atlanta. He was at the Super Bowl game last year being honored with the top 100 players as the league celebrated his centennial. He was on the field for that activity before the game. Decided to come back. It's the Brady Gronkowski show. We've seen that before. And now a unique look at the stands presented by Bud Light Seltzer Lemonade.
No, when life gives you lemons, Jim.
Make lemonade. That's that.
And then mix it with something else and have a fun time tonight.
That guy was Dude with a Sign. That's his name.
Oh, that sounds cool. Write that down, Jim.
Back here with a dude with a mic. As it's a touchback. Tonight, fans in Raymond James Stadium, one of the newest stadiums outfitted with Verizon 5G Ultra Wideband, the fastest 5G in the world, are getting closer to Super Bowl 55 with access to up to 7 live camera angles using 5G Super Stadium in the NFL app. All right, down 11. Oddly enough, Kansas City's been very comfortable these last 2 postseasons, being down by double digits, or even in one case down 9. They connect it. Mahomes to Kelsey.
Just going up, protecting the deep pass, zone on first down, and Kelsey tremendous at getting his body into these little areas for such a big guy. And Mahomes is going to find him over and over again if you keep running that look.
Kelsey's second catch. That one for 13.
You got to watch it. Tyreek Hill's down here, one of the safeties.
Over to Hardman. Splits the defenders. Murphy Bunting brings him down after 4.
This is exactly Kansas City now. They're starting to learn what they're in. And Tyreek Hill's taking 2 or 3 guys deep. Have a guy underneath them. If you want to double him, Jim, you probably got space underneath wherever he's at. It's a good job by Kansas City finding a little bit of soft spots in the defense.
Hill held to 1 catch for 5 yards. After 203 yards in the first quarter here in November. We were talking about him being on an 800-yard pace for the game. On the run, that's caught by Kelsey. At the last minute, Mahomes saw Travis, picks up 12 and a first.
Well, this is where Kelsey, who's like, I need a break, I'm tired. Watch, he's going to go up, and he's trying to read it. And he's like, I can go out or in. And you see, he's reading David right here. As soon as he sees David take the outside, he uses his instincts to get open, create a throw for the quarterback.
And does a great job turning around and making the catch. His talks with us, he talked about you have to perfect the peak, something that Andy Reid admonished to his team about these 2 weeks leading up to get ready the minute the game starts. Perfect the peak. They didn't have it at the start of this game, trying to get something going now. as Mahomes, with that last little wiggle, picks up another first down.
Using his legs, he's going to have to today. Some of the matchups up front. And watch the little wiggle here. It's a good job getting the first down. He's so tough, right, to go against Mahomes. I mean, I'm telling you, he's never out of a game. It doesn't even feel like it. Anybody else, maybe. Brady, you're like, okay, probably getting back in it. But Mahomes, it's just a guarantee he's going to get his team back in the game and in a position by the time the fourth quarter comes around.
And that guy right there knows it. Edwards-Helaire to the 29. Picks up 7. So they have 58 yards rushing, Kansas City, but 34 of it is on the legs of Mahomes when he's had to run out of the pocket.
And they really need to have a little bit of a running game with the way that they're playing soft today on the back end. They're still playing physical at the line of scrimmage, which I like Tampa-wise, but the safeties are deep because they got to protect. As you see them right here on your screen, look at these two guys. They keep backing up. They'll come down on these short yardage. 2nd and 3, come on down here. Oh, wait, they're motioning, get back.
Looking over for Hill, instead dumps it off to Kelsey. First down, keeps his balance, and they're in the red zone.
This is just all Patrick Mahomes, just playing a little backyard football. See how deep they are back there? Mahomes just finding the soft stuff underneath. That's where running the ball, throwing underneath. Keep the game simple right in front of you, and then take your shots when that safety and those guys start to come down.
Mahomes 4 for 4 on this drive. No need to snap it before the 2-minute warning. Don't want to leave too much time if you score to get Brady a chance to do something before the intermission. You're watching Super Bowl 55 on CBS. Two minutes to go in the first half. Kansas City, until this drive, just not looking like Kansas City.
Well, the reason is, see these guys? They're making you win up front. They need you to throw the stuff underneath and run the football because they're not letting Tyreek Hill beat them.
Last minute, gets it over to Hill. But Devin White has a word or two with Hill, and the officials will come break that up.
And just watch. They have people around Tyreek wherever he goes. Look at the communication by Devin White and everybody. He goes back, forth, back, forth. But see the swarm come in, Jim, where it's just, he's never going to be by himself one-on-one because of, look at that. The last time they played, this is the second time you play against a Todd Bowles type defense. He was not going to let him beat him.
He lost a yard with that last one. 2nd and 11. Tough pass right in front of David. It's caught by Kelsey, who boxed him out.
It's a really good throw and route, but you see the pressure that Mahomes is having to throw. He's used to looking right, coming back left, and firing, but now he's got to throw it with a guy in his face. Kelsey's going to be the guy.
He's got 4 receptions on this drive.
Well,
and it's a 3rd and 6.
Pretty sure he had 13 already.
Against Buffalo.
Yeah, in the last game, which is a postseason record.
Big play here, coming after him. Way back, all the way to the 35. And it's incomplete. That was Shaq Barrett.
Well, we talked, one of the biggest parts in this game was the ability one-on-one. If you can get them in passing downs, 4th and 6, where you know they're having to drop back. Barrett, 58, comes flying in. It's one-on-one against backup tackles. Patrick Mahomes is having to play faster than he's played all year, simply because of the guys that are up there. And these guys on the edge are so good for Tampa Bay, making life difficult.
Harrison Butker was good from 49 to open the scoring in the first quarter. This will be 34 yards. Townsend on the hole. And that kick is high and good.
With a minute and 1 second to go in the second quarter. 14-6. Mahomes and Kansas City still haven't found the end zone. Coming up on the Rocket Mortgage halftime report, JB, Phil, Nate, Boomer, and Coach Cowher. Our great teammates over in the studio of a halftime highlights analysis. Coming up, Rocket Mortgage halftime report. The Bucks to get the football with 1 timeout. We'll have a return. Mickens takes it from the 1. Falls all the way out to the 30. Nice run back, 29 yards, but this is where Brady is so dangerous. His entire career. You see a little chippiness there with Mickens and Thornhill. We've seen that all over the field. Rimmers and Pierre-Paul. Jensen and Jones. Jones and Jensen again. Even, hey, Brady and Matthew. Yeah, I'm coming back. I'll see you later.
You don't think these guys want to win? This is the Super Bowl, Jim. I mean, it's going to be chippy. You got to be smart, though, and not hurt your football team, right? And right now, this drive, huge.
Huge. Absolutely huge.
You get the ball back, Kansas City. You can't let Tom go down and get points.
They begin the drive with a Fournette carry, and finally it'll be Jones who will end it, along with Clark's support. The Bucks, in the 3 postseason games leading in, had scored in the last 2 minutes of the first half in each game.
Well,
Commissioner Goodell with Russell Wilson and his wife Ciara. Russell last night, Walter Payton Man of the Year award winner. A great tribute to all the work he's done, and a great year it's been for the NFL and all the many people led by Roger Goodell. A crowning achievement for them to be able to get through this season, and all the contact tracing and different things that they did to keep the schedule right on go. Dr. Alvin Sills and many other people. So many doubters never believed we get to this night, but
testament to all the work, commitment to everyone in the National Football League. You got a timeout there by Kansas City. They want this ball back. I'd still be aggressive, some sort of stuff to get out quick.
To Godwin. Wide receiver screen, and he's going to be thrown down about 2 yards short.
That's perfect. And now Kansas City's in a little bit of a tough spot. It's like, do we really want to take another timeout? Because we're kind of helping them. But yes, you need to get this ball back and get some momentum into that second half.
Yeah, that is a real risky timeout, because if they convert here, just remember what happened right before the half at Lambeau Field.
Tom threw a touchdown. Scotty Miller on the left sideline.
Well, first off, they bypassed a punt.
Yep.
You know, it was.
They went for it.
Went for it on a 4th and 4. Got the ball over to Fournette. He picked it up, and then with just a second to go, wow, Scotty Miller for 39 yards out.
Well, that's Bruce Arians. Hey, no risk it, no biscuit, Jim. That's what's going to go by. So
let's see which way the risk-reward timeout goes for the Chiefs. Can they get the ball back with a stop?
Tight.
Or will they get Brady more time to do something? Bucks move the chains as Gronkowski has his 5th catch of the night.
And that's outstanding by Ward to come off, but Gronk kind of taking over this game with his physicalness, just his size, getting the first down. Brady's going to rely on him in key moments like he always has, but he's learned that this year.
23 seconds to go. Here's the deep ball for this week. Oh, and did he trip him? Breland's going to be flagged. Trying to hit Mike Evans.
Well, we talked, that's what happened at the end of the game against Green Bay. You take a shot when they're trying to stop you. Everyone plays for field goals, right? Your field goals, not Brady and not this offense in these situations. The one thing that's interesting, though, didn't look like it was catchable.
Pass interference, number 21. Defense, false place at the spot of the foul. Automatic, first down.
So, Gene, right here, that's a tough call, I think, because that ball might have been a little over. Gene, is that a penalty, 1? And 2, was it overthrown? Would you be able to pick that up?
It's a foul, Tony, and you know, you just can't estimate Mike Evans laying out there and covering 6 or 7 yards, right? I mean, it's just too tight for you to say that's uncatchable.
With 18 seconds, Brady
Goes in the middle of the field to Fournette, who powers down to the 9. They still have that one timeout.
Well, Kansas City took a timeout. No, that's got to be Tampa. They pointed to the other side. That would be silly. On Kansas City's part. Yeah, it's Tampa Bay who took the timeout.
Arians called it from the sideline.
And that was smart. Really, with 14, he could have done it. But Tom wanted to go down, and well, he got it with 13 seconds. Tom wanted to go down and spike it, Jim.
Have one throw to the end zone.
Well, he can also dump it underneath because you have a timeout left, right? So if you spike it, now you have the whole field. Now they have to throw it to the end zone.
Look at all these penalties, and those 4 have all been big ones. But think about, again, the timeout that Kansas City took on that 3rd and 2 on this drive.
It helped, especially if they give up a touchdown right here. It's the difference. But they wanted that ball back, and really the Chiefs have been phenomenal in the 2-minute situations. With 3 points in 2 postseasons. So Brady can't take a sack. Kansas City wants to see what they're in. So they're going to call a timeout here because it's not mattering on the other side.
Crazy things happen right before the half in Super Bowls in Tampa. You remember in 08, last play of the half, James Harrison with the interception. And Al Michaels with the great call. And John Madden with his final call. The legend who's watching back home in California. We send our best.
Brady's been here 1,000 times. He knows he can't take a sack, can't throw the ball inbounds. You don't have time to clock this. You got to take a shot to the end zone. I think you play defense. Usually Spagnuolo comes after you here, and he does.
Coming after him. Has to throw it over the head. They got another flag, and this one's on Matthew. That'll set the ball at the 1-yard line.
No, this one's a penalty. I mean, they get caught because Brady's taking advantage.
Number 32, defense. That penalty occurred in the end zone. We'll place the ball at the 1-yard line. 1st and goal.
Brady can't take the sack. He knows it. He finds Matthew one-on-one, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's uncatchable. But I think that's still a penalty down there because it's pass interference.
Ball at the 1. No timeouts. Penalties destroying Kansas City tonight. Fournette has come in. Do you dare run it? Yeah, that would be into the half if he stopped.
You don't dare run it here. You fake it here, and then you run on the next one if you don't get it.
There's the fake, there's the pass, and there's the catch for the touchdown. Antonio Brown.
Just unbelievable route by Antonio Brown, and what a job. Brady throws this ball down low and away where no one can get it but him. And what a drive, a Super Bowl type winning drive that Brady's only done throughout his whole career. I know it's the first half, but these come back. It makes it so daunting if you're Kansas City. Without your starting tackles, Jim, it's just going to be harder than it's been in the past.
Antonio Brown with his Super Bowl touchdown. He had played in Super Bowl 45 as a rookie. Bruce Arians was the offensive coordinator for the Steelers. He caught 1 ball for 1 yard, was mostly a returner. And again, Brady and Matthew have an exchange.
Yeah, and he went and told him, he's like, listen, after the game, if you want to hang out a little bit, you know, I'd love to have you over. Me and Giselle would like to, you know. No, I don't think that's what he said there.
Unsportsmanlike conduct. Number 32, defense. That 15-yard penalty will be assessed on the kickoff. This is his first foul with regard to disqualification.
Well, that penalty won't make much effect here with 6 seconds go in the half, but it just continues just a damaging trend for Kansas City as the flags and penalties continue to pile up, and this AFC reunion tour for the Bucs with Brady and Gronkowski and Antonio Brown all getting involved in touchdowns.
See how efficient that Tampa Bay offense is, Jim? That's what they've solved. It's simple almost, right? They just kind of run it, screen it.
They had 1 minute and 1 second.
And then you put it in Brady's hands.
Drove 71 yards in 5 plays. Suck up extra point, good.
for a 21-6 lead. Brady with 3 touchdown passes, 2 to Gronk, 1 to AB.
And here's the unsportsmanlike. He's running after him. Matthews going at him. Tom's not one to just walk away from a good talk. He's like, hey, you got something in your eye, Jim.
I don't know what you're talking about after your defense just gotten beat again. It's in what is a crucial last minute of the first half touchdown drive.
Well, and he's telling him right here, I got help on the inside, it's not there, and the frustration is boiling over for Kansas City. They're just not, they've been behind before, but this one feels different. Before it was self-inflicted in some of the other games, you know, last postseason, and you always thought they were going to come back. They don't have the same time. It's going to be hard on offense more than it's ever been. And on top of it, your defense right now is going against Brady and a very efficient offense who's able to run the football at you. It's a tall task. They can do it, but this is a tall task for the second half.
They'll kick from the 50 because of the penalty, so you never know with Bruce Arians, who's always good for a risk or two. Who knows if it's a little pooch kick? No. Go ahead and just drive it right through the goalposts. Pinion drives it into about the 10th row. Well, they mentioned they've had deficits. They've overcome them, particularly last year. All 3 games on their way to winning the Lombardi. They were down double digits, including 10 in the fourth quarter down to the 49ers before winning. And they'll have to go make some massive adjustments.
And they will. You're not going to keep Patrick Mahomes down, and this is Matthew the frustration for Kansas City. They got to keep their eyes forward and just do their job. Right now, they are giving Tampa Bay a lot of their stuff. That's really helped them. You can't do that in a Super Bowl as big as we've had in quite some time.
Kansas City will receive the second half kickoff after deferring at the top. That's the end of the first half with the score. Tampa Bay 21, Kansas City 6. Coming up next, it's the Rocket Mortgage halftime report. Plus, stay tuned for the biggest performance of the year, the Pepsi Super Bowl 55 halftime show featuring The Weeknd. Grab and scan your Pepsi for unprecedented access to the action. Well, the high-flying Chiefs have been grounded here in Tampa. Gronkowski finds the end zone a couple of times. Brown right before the half, and Brady's doing his thing. Tony, going to the second half with Kansas City receiving the kick here. Tell us how they can get back into the game.
Patrick Mahomes, I mean, this is it. It's going to be tough. This is one of the toughest matchups for them simply because they're really good on the edges defensively. I think they got to play action. They need 2 tight ends in the game, move Mahomes even more, but that's the way to take shots. You got to take some shots at some point to Tyreek Hill just because he's that fast. The other part, be efficient underneath to Kelsey, run the ball. That's all I see.
Well, the longest play they had in that entire first half, just 14 yards. A 14-yard pass play from the 1 to Hill. That's it. This is a big play team. And there was nothing to speak of in that first half.
No, and it'd still be a closer game without all the penalties, right? But it looks like it's gotten tougher because the efficiency of Tampa's offense being able to keep things going over and over again. But this is a big play team, Kansas City, Jim. They're never out of it, and Patrick Mahomes is on that field. He's walking out in the second half of the Super Bowl, down 15. He's not done.
Came back from 10 down in the fourth quarter last year to win it. Here's Pringle to open up the third quarter. And he runs out with a lot of others. Let's go down to Evan Washburn. What did you learn at halftime, Evan?
Well, Jim, Bruce Arians is well aware of the team he is facing. He feels like and knows his offense has to keep scoring. The magic number for Bruce Arians is 40. He feels like they get to 40, they win a Super Bowl. Defensively, he knows adjustments will be made. But the key in that area, tackle well and keep getting after Mahomes, and that will be enough, guys.
Wants to get to 40. They've been over 30 in all 3 of their playoff wins.
Well, sure, you'd like to get to 50 if you could.
Why not?
Why keep yourself down?
Edwards-Helaire, the rookie, running into the secondary. Look at White chase him down, but not until he pulls off what is the biggest offensive play of the game for Kansas City. Goes for 26.
Well, and you'll see this is what we're talking about. You want to stop the big play, you got to run the football. You have numbers in the run game. Just watch. See, these guys, they're so deep because this guy right here is so dynamic. Just hand the ball off, calm down the offensive line, and you'll have a chance.
Out to the 45 he goes. To Kelsey for 9.
It's a perfect start right now. Get it out quickly to Kelsey and run the football, then you'll get your shots.
First half stats were so one-sided. 18 first downs to only 9. The 95 penalty yards, and I heard the guys in the studio too talking about the excessive penalties. Some of them they didn't like the calls. 8-1 in the first half.
Definitely one-sided. I think that'll even up a little, but really when you look at them, it's like each one's its own. It's right most of the time.
Edwards-Helaire, jump cut to get around Barrett and pick up the first. Nice move by the 21-year-old rookie.
Oh, and this is incredible because we talk about the tackles. Wiley whiffs against Barrett. Watch the right side. And then Edwards-Helaire does it on his own. This is the plan, though. At some point, when you start running the ball, look at that cut. At some point, they're going to have to bring those safeties down, and Tyreek Hill will then get his opportunity. If I'm Tampa, I'd resist the urge, Jim. Make them keep doing it.
From the 37. It's Darrell Williams, who got the start in the divisional round against Cleveland for his first career start, and he performed well. He, too, comes out of LSU, just like his fellow backmate, Edwards-Helaire. Edwards-Helaire trying to go for the back-to-back titles, a national championship last year, and a year later looking for the Super Bowl. But they got a lot of ground to make up. Here's a 2nd and 8. Hardman slipped and only maybe picks up a half yard.
Mahomes looking, Kelsey fires the ball out. Hardman with a good catch, but then the grass just makes him slip, and now we got a 3rd and 7 where you know they're passing, most likely. You know, this is a situation where you'd be like, Mahomes is incredible. He runs the ball a lot in this situation, but this is where the tackle's got to hold up and give him a chance to look downfield.
Needs 7 for a first, Tony.
Well, motion Kelsey in. You got 2 guys down at the bottom that are really good.
Mahomes circles back, throws on the run, and it's knocked down, and no flag. Kelsey with Levante David coming from behind to knock it down.
Well, this is rare. We just saw a slip by Hardman. Kelsey's where he's trying to go. He slips. And he was the one-on-one player because they had to double Tyreek Hill, and he knows how big of a play that was.
Great job by David. It was a clean knockdown, and now we're going to have a 50-plus yard field goal attempt by Butker, who did not miss this year on 50-yarders and beyond. He was 5 for 5.
Oh, I hate when you never know how it's going to turn out.
It's all on his leg.
You heard him.
And Butker right into the net and good.
Huge drive to get the 3.
21-9. There are those who are calling this Champa Bay, with their Lightning winning the Stanley Cup in September, the Rays making it to the World Series, and now the Bucks in the Super Bowl on their home turf. What a span of 5 months. Butker. Not deep. To the 5. Mickens. Middle and taken down. Watts on the tackle. Let's go to Tracy.
Well, Jim, that extended halftime was probably a good thing for this Kansas City team, especially this defense, because I could tell you watching them on the sideline before the half, there was a lot of frustration. Several players had to be calmed down, including Tyrann Mathieu. Andy Reid, Steve Spagnuolo pulling him aside to talk to him. He sets the tone for this team. They cannot afford to lose him. The penalties were costly. Spagnuolo telling his team, we cannot control the officials. Stay aggressive, but it can't cost us. Jim?
Well, other than that opening 3 and out they forced, Tampa's pretty much, the Bucs have had their way. There's a handoff to Fournette for their first snap of the third quarter for about 3.
Well, and that's the thing, they're getting caught. Like you see that one with Mathieu. I mean, that could have easily been called on Brady, and they gave it to Mathieu there. So you're just getting a couple of situations where you're not staying focused on the task at hand. And that's really helped the Bucs.
Green 18. Green 18. Blue. Green 18.
5 receivers set on 2nd and 7. It's Brown. Quickly brought to the turf by Sorensen, and now they face a 3rd down.
Yeah, sneaky big one right here.
3rd and 4.
Tampa with a run and then a screen pass, doing exactly. They're basically slowing down Spagnuolo's play calls, Jim. He doesn't want to pressure because they keep doing these simple things and getting the ball out.
What Brady did in that first half, 16 of 20, 80%. It's the first time a quarterback in any half in any Super Bowl completed 80% and 3 touchdowns.
Lefty, 49.
He's got to get this. They're coming after him here.
They rush 5. It's picked up. Fournette with the catch. And running over defenders before Neiman had enough to stop it.
This is the evolution of this Tampa offense right here. Spagnuolo, he's coming after you. You're ready to get this ball out. Here they go. They're going to blitz these guys. But as soon as they pop out, they throw the ball to the back. And Brady, instead of trying to read and decipher what they're in, he's gotten the ball to the back. Really good in the last part of the year. And that's helped this offense. Instead of trying to be the big play threat over and over, you just move the chains.
Fournette with 64 total yards in the game. Fournette again. Cuts left. Bounces off of Breland, and Wilson then has the leverage to shove him back. Well, after that unbelievable halftime show performance by the weekend, if you want more, grab and scan your Pepsi after the game for exclusive access to the show.
So you have to grab a Pepsi to get your access?
Grab a Pepsi, and then you got to scan, too.
It's a lot of work.
You can handle it. Antonio Brown in on this snap. 5 catches for 22 yards and a touchdown. It's Gronkowski running through that secondary. And Thornhill able to get enough of him, trips him up, but another big game. Gronkowski's feasting here tonight. 6 for 68 and 2 touchdowns.
Watch Mathieu right here. Now the fake comes in, and he's reading Brady's eyes. Brady's looking right, left, and then he comes back right. That's the one area. Mathieu tries to read, and he's got great instincts, but right there, he's going, oh no, shoot. I thought you were supposed to help me over there.
Fournette, touchdown, Tampa Bay.
Wow, what a statement by Tampa coming out. Efficient football, like we said, just screens, little ones, play action, gets the big play, and then they run and watch Marp.
Yeah, Ali Marpet right there. Yeah. They had an extra lineman in on that snap, but Marpet helped clear the way, and Fournette, who has found a comfort zone in this playoff run that has made him look like the player that Jacksonville drafted long ago in the 4th with the 4th pick overall. Suck up. Make the point good. And as Fournette, you remember they rode Fournette that one year all the way to the AFC Championship game and had the Pats down 10 in the fourth quarter. But he's gone from the waiver wire to the Super Bowl and to the end zone. Welcome back to Raymond James Stadium. Jim Nantz, Tony Romo, along with Tracy Wolfson, Evan Washburn, Jay Feely, Gene Steratore. Well, 3 minutes and 41 seconds. Just 6 plays to cover the 74 yards. Arians wasn't kidding about the 40 points.
You know, he wasn't. And I mean, if you're watching this game right now at home, yeah, you're obviously incredibly nervous as a Chiefs fan because this is just so difficult to get back in it. But that's 4 out of 5 drives they scored a touchdown, and the one they were stopped at the 1, Jim.
That's right. This Pringle flying to about the 26. Joining us tonight at the game as guests of the NFL are 3 of the brave officers from the Metropolitan Police Department, all of whom played heroic roles at the Capitol on January 6th. Along with them is the family of fallen officer Brian Sicknick, who lost his life in the line of duty defending the Capitol. Once again, they begin a drive with a handoff to Edwards-Helaire, and Pierre-Paul holds him to 3. This 19-point deficit that the Chiefs face right now is the second largest deficit of Mahomes' career. You and I were there for the biggest deficit when he was down 24-0 to Houston in the divisional round a year ago. Came back to win. In fact, won big.
Well, this is right here what dreams are made of, right? You come back in this one, this will live on the test of time forever against Brady in this situation.
He is taken down by Shaq Barrett.
Sometimes dreams become nightmares pretty quickly, Jim. And
it can flip in a second, can it?
Just watch. You see Barrett just fighting. A lot of that's because the other side, too, though. I mean, Pierre-Paul's dominating on the other side right there. You see that? Mahomes has nowhere to go.
There was Sue in the area also.
This is where, I mean, literally, he has been Superman throughout his entire career. It's like now or never, though, for this team. If he can put that cape on, it's time. It's going to be tough.
3rd and 14. He heaves it. It's knocked away, and on the deflection, it's intercepted. There is a flag down, but that is Winfield with the pick.
I think it's going to stand. It looked like it's in the backfield, right? Didn't someone get held going in?
Holding. Number 62. Offense. Penalties decline. Result of the play is an interception. First down, Tampa Bay.
What a play. Wow. Mahomes trying to make something happen and a perfect tip. Tampa Bay trying to close out Kansas City early.
How bad has it been tonight for the other side? Patrick Mahomes on that offense. On 3rd down, he is 0 for 7 passing and just got picked off on 3rd down as well.
It was actually a phenomenal throw. The guy just got his hand over the top, but he's going to have to make some really difficult ones.
Short field for Brady and company. He's got a wide open target. Fournette gets right under the chin strap of Breeland.
Well, Brady, just a play fake, right? We've talked about it. Now watch right here. This is where you're trying to look back, and he's going to take the over route. And as soon as he turns around, Brady just high-lows Neiman right there. And they've got this Chiefs, they got their number right now because they have to stop the run. The pressures don't work because they're throwing screens.
They got their number all the way around.
Well, you're going to start just coming after him. Watch this, Jim. They're just going to... I wonder what's going on here. You two guys want to come?
1st and 10. Fournette. Nice cutback. What a move that is. And he's now got 116 total yards. It reminded me he didn't take it the distance like Marcus Allen did in Tampa's first Super Bowl. The great cutback run of all time.
Now just watch. These backers are going to start blitzing a lot. Spagnuolo knows it's a slow death happening right now. And they're going to start sending everyone, and the patience of Fournette there. Great job.
Green 18. Green 18.
Ronald Jones comes in for him.
Green 18.
Just runs to the right, Jim.
Jones about a foot shy of the first.
Starting to feel like they're wearing him down a little bit.
Well, this is what they do, and if you look at what they've done time of possession in the month of January, in the postseason, in the fourth quarter, they've held the football for over 10 minutes a game. And here we are just 4.5 away with a monster lead on the defending champs.
It's impressive how efficient they've turned, you know, as the season went on. They just learned themselves, and they line up here in this right formation, hand the ball off right. If you don't like it, play action, just stay right.
Here's the toss to the right. Jones got enough for the first. Wasn't much there, but new set of downs.
31-9. Do the numbers, Jim. Just pretend like I can do these, but I'm going to ask you just in case. 31-9 turns it to what? What's the depth? The score.
You mean the 20,
much are you ahead by?
22-point margin?
There you go.
You're talking about holding
Those
to a field
nines
goal
always
here.
get me a little.
Yeah.
That's 22. You're still in it, right? But if you all of a sudden score a touchdown here, and it goes 35-9, numbers, Jim, 26. That's over 3 possessions. Monster stop for Kansas City.
Play action, Brady looking for another one, and it is incomplete. Trying to connect with the backup tight end there, Tanner Hudson. Did you say you had trouble with the number 9?
Yeah.
What kind of sense does that make? Tanner Hudson almost able to be a Super Bowl star.
Well, Tanner Hudson gets actually wide open here. But Brady just overshoots him. But he should have really flattened that route a little bit because they really got the Chiefs guessing.
That was Brady's first incompletion after 9 straight hookups.
32. Coming my way, Green 18.
Got a 2nd and 10. Lofts it. Godwin, incomplete. You know, Godwin has a lot to do with us being able to call him TB12 here. You'll see the catch. And great effort, but clearly out. See, Godwin wore number 12. That was his number. And Brady was ready to wear number 7, but Godwin said, you know what? I can't do that to you. So he gave him his uniform number. And maybe Tom ends up with number 7 tonight anyway.
Well, usually there's like, listen, I'm going to give it to you because I'm such a nice guy. Here you go, Brady. But also you're going to go ahead and give me a car, a house.
Like right.
But, you know, I'm going to tell everybody I was just being nice to you.
A bonus check, 3rd and 10. Flies over his head, and he falls on it at the 34. That really the only miscue of the night by the Buccaneers. And that just means the Suckup will have to try one from about 51 or 52 yards.
And this ball just goes high and fast. Tough catch. Really a great job getting the ball back. But this was the chance right there, right? Yeah, Chiefs, that's the play that kind of could weirdly, you just never know if this thing plays out.
So his career long is 54. His long of the year is 50. His Suckup. This is 52. Suckup's kick. Good. And there's your 31-9, Tony.
That's a 16-point lead.
What is that margin?
22,
help
Jim.
Help me. Help me.
I'd never get that wrong.
Here is a look at our Skycam presented by Michelob Ultra Organic Seltzer. We're down to 2:46 to go in the 3rd quarter. Bucks with a Fournette touchdown in this quarter, and now a 52-yard field goal by Ryan Suckup. Pinion handles the kickoff chores and delivers a touchback 85% of the time. And that time as well. When will the Chiefs look like the Chiefs?
It's been a long time. Winners of 25 out of 26 games with Mahomes at quarterback, but today he's having to play so much faster than normal with the backup tackles. not able to get through the progressions as fast as he normally would. And then you got to remember, that toe right there is making him a little less mobile for the ability in short spaces to cut and make those guys miss in that backfield. But he's now down to the wire, Jim. This is getting close to getting out of hand and not being possible.
Having the rollout, and now heaves it. He's got Kelsey open, and it falls incomplete. There is a flag back at the line of scrimmage.
Well, this was holding a 24.
Prior to the pass, holding number 24, defense, 5-yard penalty, automatic, first down.
You know, I'm going to mention Carlton Davis's name because he got flagged there, but I got to give this guy some props. We talked about him so much when we were here on Thanksgiving Sunday. He got torched going up against Hill. He was targeted 9 times, covering Hill. There were 8 catches on that night for 204 yards and 3 touchdowns against him. Tonight, he hasn't given up anything except that penalty. Edwards-Helaire for 6.
And you're right. And this is one of those moments. This is for like anybody playing any sport or doing anything. He just is learning. He learned why I got beat. Todd Bowles says, hey, there's Todd Bowles with an incredible job tonight. He deserves a ton of credit for this plan they've come up with. But he's had him stay aggressive. And he's like, listen, this is just a learning experience. You now are a little too soft in that game. Go trust yourself and get up on him and use that as a way to improve. And Davis has.
Todd Bowles, who won a ring as a player with Washington back in '87. Here is Edwards-Helaire. And he's got a first down. Todd Bowles, part of this staff that there are so many deep ties. It's a close-knit organization, really. I mean, and so much of it centering around past relationships with Arians, like Todd Bowles, who played for Arians at Temple back in the early 80s. And we mentioned earlier Byron Leftwich, who Arians got to see too when he was on the staff at Pittsburgh, and Leftwich was a backup. First down. Got a flag out. They blow the whistle.
False start, number 10, offense, 5-yard penalty, remains first down.
He just took off early, which play is dead. It's tough to see because he's so fast. Call him the Flash.
Here's the targets for Mahomes tonight. Kelsey with 6 of his 12 completions. 6 of 12 Mahomes completions. Hardman with 2 for negligible yards. Hill to basically nothing for him by his high standards. He's had 3 straight playoff games going back to last year's Super Bowl with at least 8 catches and at least 100 yards. Tough pass, and it's knocked down again by David, who has been defending the pass in the middle of that field a couple of times with some knockdowns, denying Kelsey.
It's just an outstanding. Look at how heavy he is. Flat-footed, we call it. Go up and hit him. Kelsey goes up and shakes people. He wins all the time. He has the ability to go inside or outside on those routes. But David says, I'm not going to back up. Most people back up a half a step or with their body weight. He's hitting him right there, and it's really affected this offense for the Chiefs.
It's 2nd and 15. Finally, they get Hill out in the open. He was able to run past Sean Murphy-Bunting for 21.
Wow, this is the first time. It's been a while. He got a little scared right there about not doubling like they protected against the home run. So the safeties didn't kind of sit in that area around 15 to 10. They were really deep.
And not until this last minute of the third quarter with that completion does Mahomes go over 100 yards passing on the night. 101 yards. He's got more. Down to the 29 with Sammy Watkins' first target. He's been out since week 16.
Now this is really tough. What a throw by Mahomes. But look, he's limping, Jim. This has really affected his movement in the pocket and ability in a game where movement was huge coming in to create plays against this front. With your backups in, he's going to have to do it on one foot mostly.
One more snap in the third quarter. He's Got time here and throws it out of reach for Williams. But we're heading to the fourth with Tampa Bay. Tom Brady leading 31-9. Well, the Bucs increased their 15-point halftime lead by another 7 points in the third. 0 touchdowns through 3 quarters. First time in Mahomes' career. He's never lost, by the way, by double digits.
It's like unbelievable, these stats that you throw out with him. He's never lost by double digits. It's like he's only played 4 games or something.
He's got Kelsey down to the 11. That was a perfectly thrown ball that time.
Right over the middle. Look at the eyes. Look left, come back and get it right in between. Yes, things are difficult, but this is the guy right here, right? Him and Brady are the 2 guys on earth you want with the ball in the fourth to try and make a comeback like this.
Edwards-Helaire, though, his stop for no gain. Again, it was Devin White. Devin White, whose cousin, and Chiefs fans may not be aware of this, but his blood cousin, Charkandrick West, yes, running back for the Chiefs up until last year. 5 years as a running back. All from that small town in northwest Louisiana, Spring Hill, Louisiana. 2nd and 9. Able to escape. Sue is on him. Misses him. Pass off the hands of Robinson.
Wow, what a play. Whew. Mahomes, even with the hurt foot, you can see he's limping, just kind of, I'm right here, and then I just soft touch, and that should have been a touchdown.
Pass just a little too high.
It was just barely.
Big third down play here. A minute into the fourth.
I'm going for it. It's 2 down territory for me if I'm the Chiefs. This is the time. You're in this, Jim, if you score a touchdown here. We've seen a lot of crazy stuff happen.
Hasn't completed a pass on 3rd down tonight. Can he do it this time? Reverse his course. He's all the way back at the 30. Barrett is on him. Heaves it before the whistle. And Pringle has it in his hands. They rule it incomplete. That was craziness.
Well, you can see the fight in Mahomes. He's trying to will his team and give it a chance with all the movement. What a throw. That's a little bit risky, to say the least. But he kept trying to buy the time, and it's so hard to get this guy down.
Well, it's 4th down, and of course they have to go for it at this stage. Got to get to the 2 for a first.
Oh.
Mahomes can't hear.
He's asking for them to get the clock back up. You started it too early. He might actually get it. We'll see. Or is he going to say it's a timeout? If they didn't, they're checking right now if they did it and didn't reset the clock correctly. If they did, it's timeout.
First charge, timeout.
Timeout,
Kansas
KC.
City. A 30-second timeout.
What's your best play from the 9? So this is one of those 4th and 9, but you're really at the 11. You can get a first down technically, but you're really trying to score a touchdown.
It's got to be 87, doesn't it?
Inside the middle of the field, yeah. I think what happens is you use Tyreek Hill a little bit as a decoy. But you got to come up with your best stuff. To me, Tyreek has to be a guy that's going and flushing everything out. Like I can tell you right now, this guy is going to be helping over here on Tyreek Hill, which means something over here coming to the middle.
4th and 9. Again, running for his life. Mahomes got it away. Incomplete. White knocks it down. It was intended for Darrell Williams. He was parallel to the ground when he threw it.
That's unbelievable. And get it there, and it actually hits him in the face mask, and Mahomes knows that was a chance.
Here to help kick off the second half was Amaya Brannon from Auburndale, Florida. Amaya was selected as the winner of the NFL Play 60 Super Bowl contest presented by Danimals for her dedication to helping her peers lead active lifestyles. And find digital resources at NFL.com/play60 to get your kids moving. So the Bucks take over on downs. And Ronald Jones.
Get your kids moving is right.
Absolutely.
Hawk Jones Rivers back home.
It's not a problem in my house, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
Jameson and Finley.
Let's calm them down sometimes and just hang out with Dad a little sometimes. That's a great deal.
Sounds so basic, but so important.
It's the best time, though. Nothing more fun than playing with them.
Here's a 2nd and 6. It's Jones, 2 straight carries, and he's got 12 yards in those 2 to pick up the first down. Well, I mentioned it in the third quarter that their ability to just close out games in the fourth has been a running theme through these 3 road games that got them back to their home turf. Through Washington, through New Orleans, through Green Bay.
Hey, lefty, 40,
and they're just so,
lefty.
you know, we've used the word 1,000 times, but they make the game simple.
There's Jones. He's got 8 more. Voting is now open for the Super Bowl 55 MVP presented by Verizon. Go to NFL.com/MVP and vote now.
Well, it's been a total team effort from Tampa. Everyone, a lot of guys deserve it. But Brady and the efficiency, decision making, some of the just the 3rd and 3, check down to the back really quickly, right? And then the big play happens next. He's been just really making the game easy.
Jones getting all the work. And another first down. Yeah, Brady's 20 out of 26. Not for a ton of yards, 195. But 3 touchdowns and no picks.
But that's what you want. You want balance. I mean, how much rushing yards?
128 now on the ground for the Bucks.
And how many? 195 and 128. I mean, that's balance right there. And that's how you beat a great team like Kansas City. I mean, everyone tries to do it right. Let's be balanced, run the football, keep Mahomes off the field. But you got to also complete the 3rd downs and the big plays when they're there in the red zone.
Both Jones and Fournette over 60 yards rushing. As Fournette comes back out and gets another 4.
And they're just tired right now. You know they're running the football. They're coming right at you. You can see the wear and tear right now in Kansas City. And it's hard to repeat, isn't it, Jim? That's why we haven't seen it in how long?
Oh, it's
20 years old. I mean,
03, 04.
Yeah.
It's the longest stretch for the Super Bowl era between times when we've had back-to-back champions. There's Brady. That's another first down. All right, Evan Washburn, down to you.
Well, Jim, as we well know, we all owe it to our moms. So for Bruce Arians, that's Kay Arians, 95-year-old Kay Arians. There she is in the red from Hanover, PA, outside of York. The biggest Bruce Arians fan. As a coach, she was the one that got in his ear to said, you need to get back into coaching. This is a dream come true for both Arians to watch her son on the sport's biggest stage. That was pretty cool.
Awesome story. He was so excited about coming down from Pennsylvania. Be here for the game tonight as Fournette has another 8.
Now, when you look back in this game, one of the most simple runs they're going to do. Now watch. Whoever the corner is, he's going to have to end up making a lot of these tackles because all they do is block all these guys down here. Go ahead and you'll see whoever's outside, that's who they want to tackle. That's why teams in this league want corners who can tackle. And as the game runs on, it gets harder. You know, they have a big bruising back coming at you. You like to cover people. Tampa makes it hard on you.
Second and 2, Fournette. Stop cold that time. So third down coming up.
Okay, if you ever really needed the chance, if you ever had one.
With 8:35 to go.
It was almost inconceivable because we just never seen it, Jim. I mean, Kansas City's never, Patrick Mahomes has never been held to single digits. He's never lost by double digits, is that right? I mean, they've won 25 out of the last 26 games he's played or started.
The last time he lost by double digits, he was at Texas Tech and lost to Iowa State in 2016. There's Brady's deep throw, and there is no flag as Gronkowski was the target. Matthew defending.
How about the guts on that play call right there? And Brady throwing it out there, and he had it for a sec, but that's a really tough throw working the other way. And Matthew a little bit late. But would you punt or go for it here? I think you got to punt with this lead, right?
Yeah, even though it's 4th and a yard. Listen,
yeah,
there's only 8 minutes to go. Make him go the full field.
Well, defensively, your job is not to jump off sides. Everybody on this side of the screen right here, don't go past that ball on that line and give them a first down. And over here, I would try and move my head, bob and weave, do a whole bunch of stuff as a center to try and draw them off sides, move up back and forth.
Here's Pinion. They punted on their first 2 drives of the night, and this is the first one since. Fair caught by Hardman. Is there anything that you've got in your playbook for 8:06 to go, down 22? We will see. And a look from our Skycam presented by Michelob Ultra.
Look at how deep those guys are way back, trying to protect the end zone.
Stepping up from the goal line and finding Kelsey. It's all the way out to the 41. Pick up a 33.
A little too soft on this one. Mahomes, though, creating, making a play. So look.
Oh, and they've got him again. Second sack of the night.
Now Mahomes just trying to find somebody, has to eat it and just take the sack.
Boy, when Eric Fisher went out with the Achilles injury late in the game against Buffalo, what it triggered is you had to move your right tackle to the left side. You had to move your right guard to right tackle. Then you had to insert Wisniewski as a starter for the first time this season. So basically it affected 3 positions. It's been uneasy all night. JPP coming after him. Able to shake him off. He's coming back. Almost got him again.
Oh, there's some roughhouse going on down there. Oh, I'll tell you, it looked like Mahomes took a wicked shot, though. I mean, couldn't see it, but from up here it looked like he got sandwiched by multiple guys. This will be a penalty on Tampa. It has to be for what they did right there.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, number 90, defense, 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
Here's where he came back after him for the second time.
Oh.
Boy, just crushed high and low by White.
So this is just hitting him in the head or neck area, which you can't do. Ouch. And he knows it right there. He's trying to tell you he's taking a beating tonight.
Knocked down 8 times. Might have been as easy as throw of the night right there.
Knocked down 8 times, but you got to get up on the 9th.
That's it.
If there's a chance, it's right here. And they really got to do something special, as everyone knows. We're trying to talk them into it to see if they can make it game to the wire, but everything's difficult.
First down from the 40. And incomplete. Let's take a look at next-gen stats powered by AWS.
Well, this is about containing Hill. If you have one plan, it's to have safeties deep. 2 high safeties means you're going to take away the big play. 82%, Jim. That's the highest rate in the last 5 years for Todd Bowles, with the highest rate this season. And that's how you beat the Chiefs, or the teams who have had some success against them. You've got to eliminate Tyreek Hill almost completely with people deep and helping on every play.
2nd and 10 out of the backfield to Williams. Good spin move to pick up 9. Could have been held to 3, and they're going to run to the line. Mahomes, who first injured that left big toe in the game against Cleveland, later was taken out of the game because of concussion protocol. It has not been an easy postseason for him, and it's never been more difficult at all in the NFL than it has been tonight on any single occasion. Another sidearm throw. Tyreek has it. And now Brady comes in to help push him ahead for an extra couple.
Big throw. Great decision there, but you can see the guys who are keen on Tyreek Hill on every play. I'd almost use it against him a little bit, right? Run him through and have someone come underneath right where he runs through.
There's another catch by Hill, his 5th. Previous play was Mahomes' first 3rd down completion of the game.
Yeah, that's Remmers, left tackle 75, looked like a penalty.
Holding, number 75, offense, 10-yard penalty. Repeat first down.
There's your backup tackle. It's just hard because now you're trying to come back, but watch him right here. He's going to ride Nelson to the edge, and I don't know, Jim, that's kind of a soft call.
Anthony Nelson dreaming of getting to the quarterback, but held back.
And held back.
To the 37. Tipped and incomplete. Oh, you could smell a pick coming. That was a diving attempt by Mike Edwards. It was tipped away by Dean, who missed the first matchup due to a concussion.
Well, and the people that are just around him, Vea gets pressure there, and that's why the ball's just barely behind, and he's having to throw under obvious duress. And you can see the dejection, just a tough day for such a competitor and one of the really great people in this sport.
We got a fan on the field.
Jim, did you run down there? Come on.
I will be later for the trophy presentation, but not this soon.
Brady watching the action going on.
One of the great runs of the night, I will say that. They should sign him. We'll be right back. Coming up, the Verizon post-game show. JB, Phil, Nate, Boomer, and Coach Cowher. Highlights and analysis, plus the presentation of the Lombardi Trophy. We're going to find out who's named the Super Bowl 55 MVP. That's all coming up on the Verizon post-game show. Just 5 minutes remaining. Oh, what a hit! Ball is out, recovered by Kansas City, but Mahomes is just hammered by Ndamukong Suh. A play that typifies the night for this Tampa Bay defense.
Well, they try and get a big play down the field to Hill, but it takes forever, and he's trying to see him, and right there.
Cam Gilman on 2.
Just trying to do anything to help his team and taking a huge shot. He's got guts. Moving around with a bad foot, but your season's on the line. He's hanging in there trying to like find anybody at the last second and give his team just one last shot.
3rd and only 33. Try to get at least half of it here with Tyreek. Reek to the 27. So that'll make it 4th and 10.
That's close to as many yards as he's had all day.
Hill now 5 catches for 61. Kelsey's gone over 100. Customary for him, 9 for 117.
It's just, they took away, yeah, they really, I mean, this is like right there is just giving them something underneath, right? You have to take away one of those two, but now your Super Bowl is definitely on the line, Jim. You don't get this one, I'm calling it.
Mahomes, chased, running out of real estate, throws. Incomplete, and Tampa Bay makes another stop. Oh, that taunting action right there by Winfield, totally unnecessary.
Well, it is taunting, and that's totally unnecessary. Shouldn't do that. But it's still going to be Tampa Bay's ball because it's after the play, 4th down, turnover on downs. And what a performance by Tampa Bay. You see Winfield taunting, and I don't like that or condone that at all. Tyreek Hill working hard to get open all day, and Winfield feels like you're kicking a guy when he's down, and he's doing his sign that Tyreek does when he scores a touchdown.
After the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct. Number 31 of the defense. The ball does go over on downs, and the 15-yard penalty will be enforced half the distance. 1st down, Tampa.
Final 4 minutes to go before the celebration in Tampa gets the night started well into the morning. Well, it was called by virtually everyone. The dream matchup. Couldn't think of anything to compare. I have to say they're going to be, and this is taking nothing away from a brilliant performance by the Bucs, but going to be a lot of people disappointed that the game did not live up to the hype.
Well, if you're a Tampa fan, you love this. Kansas City not, but yeah, a lot of other. But these two quarterbacks have really stood out, right? Tom Brady is the greatest of all time. He's gone to 10 Super Bowls. He has now won his 7th Super Bowl. And I talked about it earlier in the week. If Patrick Mahomes would have won this game, he would have went from 6-2, and that's a mountain you can climb. 7-1 means that Mahomes now has to probably get to 8. And we're only talking about him because we think he's that special and that good. This one will hurt and sting, but this kid's going to play in a ton of them, and he's going to play and win a ton of them. But getting to 8, Jim? Oh my God! Because if it's 7, Brady beats you head-to-head.
It's the hardest game to get to, and it's just amazing to think that Tom had 3 by the age of 27, and then didn't have a single Super Bowl win between ages 28 to 36, 0. And now here he is at age from 37 to now at 43. This will be his 4th since the age of 37.
He's just figured out how to continue to play at an incredibly high level in his work ethic, commitment to his sport and craft, and just. People don't realize the 5 a.m. studying sessions on Monday to get his team to have a great scheme, this year, and learning all new players and offenses.
Again, the Verizon post-game show with JB, Phil, Nate Boomer, and Coach Cowher. Their highlights, their analysis of the game, and we're going to present the Lombardi Trophy. That's all coming up. Plus the naming of the Super Bowl 55 MVP coming up on the Verizon post-game show.
Well, I do think, it's not inconceivable. What happens if these two teams met again next year and Mahomes beats them then? Then he kind of closes the gap, right? That's about the way to go.
I didn't hear that all, the build-up. Okay.
I'm just saying, that one still gives him. If I'm him, I'm always thinking optimistically. But what a job Tom Brady and this Buccaneers team has done.
Look at this. Going for a long ball over the head of Brown.
Well, the reason they do that is the safest throw right there. Throw it deep, one-on-one.
Just want to send along our thoughts and prayers for the little girls and children that were injured in the car crash Thursday night involving head coach Andy Reid's son Britt. Multi-vehicle accident. 2 children in a car hit by Reid's car. Britt Reid's car. He's the outside linebacker coach. Seriously injured. One involving life-threatening injuries. And seeing the picture of the little girl, and she's and her family are very much in our thoughts and prayers. Pinion the punt. 3:35 to go. Tyreek back on the punt return. First time tonight he races out of bounds. Well, how about Bruce Arians? 2 years ago he was working for CBS. Shows you anything's possible, Tony.
You're right. I'm out of here. I'll see you.
Sure has been fun. He worked with Greg Gumbel and Trent Green. Did a game every week for us. Said he couldn't really use his real voice. At times I thought he might have meant his real vocabulary when he was talking to us about it. But he enjoyed it. He loved going to the practices, the meetings, and finding out what teamwork is like on the broadcast side of it. And still has his CBS blazer, he says, inside his closet at home.
What a special season. And they don't get here without Bruce Arians and his adjustment and ability.
The ball hit the ground, incomplete.
Without his vision and to keep this team going. 7-5. You know how hard that is to get your team, I mean, to go undefeated from that point on. I mean, it starts with your head coach and his vision, and it trickles down. And that's a close call right there. But I think that's an incomplete pass. But what a fantastic job. He deserves a ton of credit.
2nd and 10. He'll able to grab it. He'll be about 2 yards short. Now he's an interesting guy and has been successful. It took him a long time, talking about Bruce Arians, to get a head coaching job, and he finally got one out at Arizona. All he did is win a couple of Coach of the Year awards. Players love playing for him. Edwards-Helaire down to about the 31.
Well, you know, one thing's like, well, if Kansas City was healthy, I mean, you have a lot of issues. Here's the one thing. They played in the first quarter. Kansas City was ahead 17-0 earlier this year. From that point on, Tampa Bay's won 55-19, Jim. That's not random. The rest of that game, they came back. Tampa ended up losing. Kansas City kind of dominated early. But the adjustments Tampa has made, they've kind of shown you they've just been more physical. They've won these games in the trenches, or I mean, they've really won late in the year in the trenches. And then Tom just kind of gives you the Tom Brady specialness.
It was a team, according to the coach, that the process took forever to get it to come together. After the no OTAs, they lost O.J. Howard, their tight end, who Brady was really high on right before the start of the season. Evans was injured early. Godwin had missed time during the season. Miller was injured. AB signed in late October. Fournette, of course, had to come over off the waiver wire and catch up. So once you kind of got all that gelled, and that again would be on the timeline right around the bye week, the 1st of December, well, they had their team in place for this stretch drive. I mean, it's a heck of a team. I've heard people say there's a lot more weapons than Tom ever had in New England. As far as being surrounded by great talent, there's a lot here.
You're right. They have a lot of talent. But come on, they had Randy Moss and Wes Welker.
Well, you're going back to 07 now.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you are right. This team does have some ability. And they're not going away, I don't think.
No. I got to give Jason Light a lot of credit, too, the general manager. He's done a tremendous job. Hall of Fame careers, and try not to look at, the hairstyles here. Look at the numbers. It's pretty impressive. As Kelsey has the catch down to about the 25. Looking around, jailed, throws it incomplete. That is a summation of the night.
Yeah, it's just running for your life, a little backyard football getting out.
But you never thought this night would be this one-sided on either side.
No, we thought this would. I thought this would come down to one of the quarterbacks having an opportunity. Every time you watch
something about one for the ages, I think.
That was you. That was you. But I actually agreed with you. And I'll tell you though, it's gonna sting. But these two quarterbacks very seldom. Like this year, we watched Brady get blown out a couple times. That's so rare. I mean, for great quarterbacks, because eventually you figure out what the defense is doing. And tonight, there really wasn't a lot of answers for Mahomes. You know, it was like, okay, we know what you're doing. Because they didn't like change it up 50 different plays. They kind of lined up and said, we're doing this, but we're just going to go ahead and beat you up front at those spots where you guys have backups. And what a plan by Todd Bowles. He has so much stuff in, but he just kept it simple in a brilliant way.
Former Jets coach who was interviewed as the coaching carousel, and all of that was taking place in January. I know Detroit took a look at him. Got to think someday, hopefully, he's going to get a second chance at it. He's a great coach.
Oh, yeah. Him and Bieniemy both. Next year, they should be head coaches.
On 4th and 3, they complete it to Robinson for the first down.
That'll take us to the 2-minute, Jim. If you could give us one of the great sign-offs at the 2-minute, I would love to hear it. You got 5. Go.
You are watching the NFL. Count me down. On CBS 1. Back for the last 2 minutes. And boy, that relationship coming together was a big part of this late season surge, as Brady's going to have now individually more Super Bowl wins than the Patriots and the Steelers franchises.
It's unbelievable. And, you know, the decision to go get Brady, it doesn't seem like it was hard, right? But it sometimes is when a guy's older. You just think maybe, you know, they could be slowing down. Tom never showed that, but sometimes people think that. Here's one for you, Jim. You ready? When the Buccaneers go out and get him, Tom Brady has the highest winning percentage of any player in the 4 major sports. The Buccaneers have the lowest winning percentage of any team in the 4 major sports. You go get Brady to turn that around. He did that this year, and this culture's changed forever.
Here comes Mahomes. Trying to find the end zone, and no! How about that? One last indignity. Intercepted by White. That defense, tremendous tonight.
Let's give them a share of the Super Bowl or the MVP trophy, right? What they've done in the playoffs to hold Breeze, Rodgers, and Mahomes at bay.
How about that set of quarterbacks?
Has it ever been harder? Ever?
Can't imagine. Gronk comes out of retirement. Wasn't even thinking about ever playing again when he was at the Super Bowl last year. There for the 100-year celebration. And Bruce Arians is about to be the oldest coach to ever win the game. You know, you think a lot of people say you come down to Florida to retire. Well, not these guys. You got Arians that comes down here, wins a Super Bowl. You got Brady. You've got Antonio Brown. Looked like his career was over. Gronkowski comes out of retirement. Fournette was looking for a home. Sue, late in his career, is going to have his first Super Bowl title.
Pierre-Paul, who dominated at different stretches, played like he was young with Spagnuolo again. What a performance.
Listen to him now. Listen to them imploring that team. Now, no wonder they want to call it Tampa Bay. Or Tampa Brady is just a R&D away from making that a reality. And research and development will tell you Jason Light did the right thing, putting all this together. One more snap. Would you have guessed when this impossible season was trying to launch that you'd get it all in, you'd get to Tampa, and when the Super Bowl ended, the ball would be in the hands of Tom Brady?
I don't know why we ever think it won't. It's gotten almost not realistic in anything that we've ever thought. This guy just changes the mold of way we think and continues, and there's Spagnuolo telling him.
I have no answers for you tonight. That's what he's saying.
And right here, here's Brady saying, hey,
keep in touch, he says.
Here's looking at you, kid.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have a second Super Bowl title in franchise history.
And Tom Brady doesn't pass the torch quite yet to Mahomes, does he? No. Even though
you're looking at the greatest right there. The family celebrating, mom and dad right there in the center.